You have toiled like an ox and served like a horse for the family for 10 years. Commit all deeds that shun the light. On the day Big Brother got married, your parents just threw you $100,000. Get lost and stop embarrassing the Yi family. They still thought, you're still that worthless piece of trash who can be beaten and scolded at will. But they don't know. When you pick up that black satellite phone, the entire underground world of Jiangcheng will tremble before you. Wu Shuzhen saw you coming in through the door. Her expression of impatience instantly turned into disgust. You're back, just standing at the door changing your shoes. Don't bring that outside dirt in here. Stepped on and ruined this 10,000 yuan per square meter carpet. Can you afford to compensate for it? She raised her hand and waved it in front of her nose, as if shooing away some disgusting flies. You didn't speak, standing at the entrance. Take off the shoes on your feet. Put on your own pair of slippers. Hurry up, Wu Shuzhen spoke again. What are you dawdling for? Tomorrow is your brother's big day. Don't wander around here with your bad luck clinging to you. Affects the fortune of the household. At this moment, Father Yi Gang walked out from inside. Question, is everything done? You nod. Yi Gang took a bank card out of his pocket. He casually tossed the card onto the shoe cabinet in the entryway. There's 100,000 here, take it. Find a hotel to stay at tomorrow and don't show up at the wedding. Your brother is now the president of the Yi group. He's about to marry into the Qin family. His status is different now. Coming to the wedding tomorrow. All are the elite and distinguished figures of Jiangcheng. Your behavior only brings shame to our Yi family. You just watched Yi Gang calmly. The eyes no longer held their former obedience. 10 years have passed. Father, in your eyes, am I only worth this much money? Your voice was quiet, yet it instantly silenced the living room. Wu Shuzhen, who was directing the servants, stopped her actions. Looking back in dissatisfaction, Yi Gang's face darkened. Are you questioning me? I don't. You quickly said. Wu Shuzhen pointed at your nose and said, what kind of attitude is this? Your father giving you money is showing you respect. A hoodlum who spends all day fighting and killing outside. If it weren't for the Yi family, you died long ago. Take a good look at yourself. What aspect can even compare to your brother? He's talking about deals worth hundreds of millions. Associating with well-bred young ladies from prestigious families. And you? You only bring trouble to the family. You are the disgrace of our Yi family. Wu Shuzhen became more and more emotional as she spoke. Now your brother is getting married. This was the most glorious time for our Yi family. Let you take shelter. I'm afraid that one bad apple like you will spoil the whole bunch. How dare you still have the nerve to haggle? 100,000 is quite a sum, enough for you to live it up out there. Still not satisfied? You listened quietly, expressionless. At that moment, footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Brother Yi Kai was wearing a custom-made white suit. Walked down. Mom, Dad, what's wrong? Oh, so my dear little brother is back. Brother, how do I look in this formal attire? Designed by renowned Italian masters. My fiancée, Xian Duoduo, the heiress of the Qin family. She said she wants to see the most perfect groom tomorrow. Yi Kai leaned in close and said, little brother, a perfect family should be spotless. Do you understand what I mean? Your eyes show no ripple of emotion. It's like looking at a stranger. Yi Kai felt a bit uncomfortable under your gaze. He immediately resumed his lofty and superior demeanor. Mom and Dad, don't be angry anymore. He is often away from home for long periods. It's normal not to understand the rules of high society. Brother, don't blame Mom and Dad either. Think about it. What kind of people are coming to tomorrow's wedding? There's Secretary Wu from the City Hall and Director Wang from the Financial Office. And the chairpersons of major enterprises in Jiangcheng. The most important. He is my father-in-law, the chairman of the Qin Group. What they see is the future helmsman of Yi Group. If you were to appear at this moment, what would they think? They will know. The Yi family also has a son who must not see the light of day. A thug who mixes in the underworld. This will affect my image. It will affect the reputation of our Yi family. And it will affect our relationship with the Qin family. For the better future of the Yi family, isn't it only right that you make a small sacrifice? Yi Gang looked at his eldest son with a satisfied expression on his face. Your brother is right. Son, this matter is settled. Go upstairs and pack your things now. Leave on your own first thing tomorrow morning. Don't come back until the wedding is over. As for that card, you keep it. Consider it compensation for all these years of hard work you've done for the family. Wu Shuzhen folded her arms and looked at you smugly. Wait until you humbly accept it. I understand. You say. Thought he had grown so much ability. The outcome is still obedient in the end. Wu Shuzhen breathed a sigh of relief and resumed directing the servants. Alright, hurry up and get to work. A useless thing, is it really worth delaying for so long? Only Yi Gang stared at the deserted stairwell landing. A slight frown. He always felt that there was something different about you tonight. At this moment, in the attic room, you walk over to the bedside. Open the box. Pick up a black satellite phone. And then dialed out. The phone was answered after just one ring. Lord Ye Xiao, you finally contacted me. A Dao's voice came from the other end of the phone. A Dao, I am free now, the plan can begin. You said, order now, my lord. All pieces of the night were already in position 3 years ago. First step, initiate the cleansing operation. Within 24 hours, I will eliminate all the disobedient voices in the underground world of Jiangcheng. Completely. Understood, my lord. What about the Yi family? Let's leave the Yi family alone for now. It's a good show. It's only fun if the main characters get to watch till the end. I want them to stand at the pinnacle of glory, and to witness with your own eyes everything you took pride in, vanished into thin air. As for now, let them enjoy one more night of this false prosperity. After saying that, you slowly put away your phone. You didn't sleep all night, yet your spirit is remarkably clear. You open the wardrobe and casually change into a set of casual clothes, silently slipping out from the attic. On the lawn, workers were setting up a wedding arch, laying out the red carpet. Everything is so festive. You didn't turn back. You walked straight out of that door that had imprisoned you for 10 years. Behind, a black Hongqi sedan quietly came to a stop. A Dao shouted, my lord. You didn't get on the train, but instead walked to the nearby hillside, gazing coldly down at the entire Yi family, watching luxury cars drive in one after another, watching the well-dressed guests one by one, entering that resplendent golden cage. You know, a grand performance prepared just for your brother, coming soon. You spoke softly. A Dao, you say. Does it hurt when someone falls from the highest point? After a moment of silence, a Dao's tone was utterly certain, yes. Moreover, this subordinate will ensure he is smashed to pieces. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue in the Qin family villa, Qin Zhenggui was beaming as he hosted distinguished guests, basking in the envious gazes of those around him. He felt today was the most glorious day of his life. Little did he know that in the darkness beyond his sight, a meticulously woven net of fate was silently closing in on him and the family he held so dear. The bell of judgment was about to toll. Chapter 4, A Grand Wedding, A Grand Humiliation. 10 o'clock in the morning, the auspicious hour had arrived. The lawn outside the Qin family villa was bustling with people, dressed in their finest attire. Prominent figures from all walks of life in Jiangcheng had graced the Qin and Lin families with their presence, personally attending to offer congratulations. Lavish decorations and melodious music underscored the grandeur of this wedding. The groom, Qin Tian, stood tall and handsome in his white tuxedo, a smile lighting up his face. Beside him stood the bride, Lin Wanner, radiant in a diamond-encrusted wedding gown. Together, they stood receiving blessings from all directions. Qin Zhenggui, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, moved among the guests with a radiant glow on his face. Listening to the compliments, his pride and satisfaction nearly overflowed. He felt this was the most glorious moment of his life. Through this marriage alliance, the Qin family would truly ascend to the ranks of Jiangcheng's elite aristocracy. He glanced at his eldest son, Qin Tian, his eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction. This was the son of Qin Zhenggui, the heir destined to bring glory to the family. As for Qin Feng, the second son he had disowned and cast out of the family, he had long since cast him from his mind. He even felt a sense of relief at his decisive action last night, having completely excised this cancer from the family. The wedding ceremony commenced under the gaze of countless onlookers. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the MC, Qin Tian and Lin Wanner exchanged rings. Thunderous applause erupted, bringing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Following protocol, the parents of both families were next to deliver their speeches. Lin Jianye, head of the Lin family, took the stage first, offering simple blessings to the newlyweds. Then it was Qin Zhenggui's turn. He adjusted his collar and strode onto the stage with steady steps. Gripping the microphone, his gaze swept slowly across the guests below. Distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning. His voice boomed with strength, filling the entire venue. Today marks the joyous occasion of my son Qin Tian and daughter-in-law Lin Wanner's wedding. First and foremost, on behalf of the Qin family, I extend our warmest welcome and deepest gratitude for your presence. A polite round of applause broke out from the audience. Qin Zhenggui nodded with satisfaction and continued. My son, Qin Tian, has always been a source of pride to me since childhood. He is intelligent, diligent, and responsible. Today, he not only serves as the president of Qin Group but will also become a son-in-law to the Lin family. Seeing him tie the knot with such an outstanding young woman as Wanner today fills me, as his father, with immense joy and pride. He lavished praise upon his son, painting Qin Tian as the perfect heir apparent. Below the stage, Qin Tian listened to his father's praise, standing even straighter with undisguised pride on his face. However, just as everyone thought the speech would conclude in harmony, his tone abruptly shifted. His smile faded, replaced by an expression of deep sorrow and regret. Every family has its own set of challenges. You may not know this, but besides my proud son Qin Tian, I, Qin Zhenggui, also have a second son who has turned out to be a disappointment. The room erupted in a murmur of astonishment. Guests below the stage exchanged glances and began whispering among themselves. Most of them knew only of Qin Tian, the outstanding heir to the Qin family, and had never heard of a second son. This was precisely the reaction Qin Zhenggui had intended. He intended to use this moment of greatest glory before all of Jiangqing's elite to erase Qin Feng, this stain on the family from the Qin lineage once and for all. He sighed, his face contorted with anguish. My second son, his name is Qin Feng. Alas, he was unruly from childhood, uneducated and uncultured. As an adult, he descended into self-destruction, repeatedly bringing shame upon the family. His voice was filled with resignation. I tried every possible means to guide him onto the right path, but to no avail. As a father, I feel profound sorrow and utter helplessness. The murmurs below the stage grew louder. The Qin family has a son like this? How come I've never heard of him? TSK, what a disgrace to the family. The Lin family members seated at the main table began to look increasingly grim. Lin Jianye's brow furrowed deeply. He never imagined Qin Jinghua would air their family's dirty laundry in such a public setting. This not only disgraced the Qin family but also put the Lin family in an awkward position. But he couldn't erupt on the spot. He forced himself to swallow his displeasure and watched as Qin Jinghua continued his performance. On stage, Qin Jinghua's emotions had been carefully cultivated to perfection. In a solemn tone, he delivered his final pronouncement. Today, before all our relatives and friends, I, Qin Jinghua, must announce a painful yet necessary decision. He drew a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising. Effective immediately, the Qin family formally severs all ties with our second son, Qin Feng. Henceforth, his every action shall bear no connection whatsoever to the Qin family. Whether he lives or dies, whether he prospers or falls into disgrace, he shall bear the consequences alone. His words were spoken with unwavering resolve. After speaking, he bowed slightly to the guests below the stage. I apologize for airing our family's dirty laundry in public. But I hope you will understand that for a family to thrive in the long term, it must cut away the rotten flesh and preserve its purity. My actions serve not only the Qin family but also to provide our future in-laws, the Lin family, with a clean and honorable account. He packaged his ruthless abandonment as profound righteousness. A brief silence fell over the audience before erupting into applause. Qin Tian stood below the stage, watching his father's performance with a sense of satisfaction. He thought his father had handled it perfectly. This declaration not only banished the dark shadow of Qin Feng from his illustrious life but also demonstrated the Qin family's unwavering resolve to uphold their reputation. Qin Jinghua descended from the stage, feeling as though he had accomplished a monumental task in his life, a weight lifted from his shoulders. The wedding proceedings continued. Toasts were made, the cake was cut, and the bride and groom basked in their moment of glory. No one noticed, in an inconspicuous corner of the venue, a young man dressed as a waiter was using his phone to record everything that had just unfolded on stage. Then, he pressed a send button. At the same time, on a hillside not far from the Qin family villa, Qin Feng stood beneath a large tree, watching the video play on his phone. Qin Jinghua's anguished expression, the guests' gazes filled with either sympathy or contempt, and his older brother Qin Tian's unmistakable smugness were all clearly visible on the screen. A Dao stood silently behind him, yet the icy aura radiating from him seemed to lower the temperature around them by several degrees. Sir! A Du's voice was strained with suppressed fury. They deserve to die. Qin Feng shut off the video and slipped his phone back into his pocket. His face remained as still as a well, as if what he had just witnessed was a farce entirely unrelated to him. Death would be too easy for them. He turned to face the bustling celebration below the mountain. I'll make them live live in full, sober awareness, watching everything they cherish most, everything they take pride in, get crushed by my own hands. I'll make them understand exactly what they've discarded today. With that, he cast no further glance at the villa below. Convey my orders. Yes. The Night Owl's decree is issued. After tonight, Jiangcheng shall know no sleep. Notify all our people. Let the revelry begin. Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet carried an absolute authority, like a divine decree. A flame of excitement and fervor instantly ignited in Adeo's eyes. He bowed his head respectfully. As you command, Lord Night Owl. Chapter 5. The Night Owl's command echoes. Jiangcheng lies awake. The wedding's clamor and opulence lingered until dusk, when it finally began to fade. Guests departed with satisfied smiles, and the Qin family villa returned to its nighttime tranquility. After seeing off their important guests, Qin Zhengguo and Li Shulan looked tired, but their faces were mostly filled with excitement and satisfaction. Old Qin, what a glorious day it was. Li Shulan savored the day's grandeur. Qin Zhengguo lifted a cup of premium Longjing tea, sipped it contentedly, and smiled. Of course. Our Qin family is no longer what it used to be. He paused, then added, the speech I gave on stage today had an even greater impact than I'd anticipated. Not only did it completely sever ties with that bastard, but it also showed the Lin family our resolve and sincerity. Chairman Lin just mentioned privately that he'll initiate a deep cooperation project between our two groups tomorrow. Really? Li Shulan's eyes lit up. That's 100 billion yuan pie we're talking about. So sacrificing one useless piece of trash to secure our family's meteoric rise, no matter how you crunch the numbers, it's worth every penny. Qin Zhengguo leaned back on the sofa, his tone brimming with satisfaction at his decisive move. Meanwhile, the groom, Qin Tian, was in the bridal chamber, basking in the joy of his new marriage and envisioning the grand future ahead. He felt that from this day forward, his life would be free of any shadows, with only a dazzling, bright path stretching ahead. The entire Qin family was immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future. Jiangchang, downtown, inside an unremarkable office building. This was the intelligence hub of the Dark Knight organization. Dozens of elite hackers and intelligence analysts sat before their computers, their fingers flying across keyboards. On the massive electronic screen, a real-time map of Jiangchang was divided into countless grids, dotted with flashing lights of varying colors. A Dao stood before the screen, his expression stern. Through his headphones, Qin Feng's calm voice came through. "Begin." "Yes, sir." A Du spoke into the microphone, issuing a brief and clear command. "Operation Cleanup, Phase 1, commence." The moment the order was given, the atmosphere in the entire command center abruptly shifted to one of intense efficiency. Instructions streamed out rapidly, transmitted through encrypted channels to operatives stationed throughout every corner of Jiangchang. A silent war against the Qin family had officially begun. Midnight, 11:30 p.m. At Qin Group's largest construction site in the western part of the city. This was a high-end residential project worth billions in investment, and a crucial future profit source for the Qin family. Suddenly, without warning, every light on the entire site went dark in an instant, plunging the area into dead silence and pitch-black darkness. "What's going on? Power outage?" The foreman's shout echoed through the darkness. Yet, a group of men clad in black work uniforms emerged like ghosts from every corner of the site. Moving swiftly and with clear division of labor, they neither harmed anyone nor stole anything. One group charged toward the electrical distribution room, using specialized tools to completely destroy the equipment inside. Another group headed straight for the heavy machinery worth millions. Using specialized tools, they precisely dismantled the most critical and hardest to replace components. The entire operation took less than 10 minutes. By the time the construction site security guards reacted and sounded the alarm, the group of men in black had already vanished into the night. They left behind only chaos and a crippled construction site. Midnight, 11:45 p.m. On the main roads connecting Qin Heavy Industries Logistics Park. As if by prior arrangement, over a dozen heavy dump trucks simultaneously broke down on the narrowest sections of the roads. Their massive frames instantly blocked the road completely. Inside the logistics park, dozens of container trucks loaded with goods were preparing for overnight shipment to other cities. But they were now trapped at the entrance, unable to move forward or backward. Drivers honked frantically and called the police. But when traffic police arrived at the scene, they too were at a loss in the face of these behemoths, with no end in sight for clearing the road. These goods worth hundreds of millions were now firmly trapped in place. If they couldn't be delivered on time, Qin Group would face astronomical penalty fees. Midnight, 12 o'clock sharp. Shangshi Huangqiao Shopping Center, located in the city's most bustling downtown area. One of Qin Group's most profitable commercial properties. Inside the mall, a shrill fire alarm suddenly blared. Immediately afterward, water mist began spraying from the ceiling sprinklers. Only a few night security guards remained inside. Panicked, they rushed to the fire control room only to find the system completely malfunctioning. They couldn't shut it off no matter what. The icy water flowed relentlessly, drenching the luxury boutiques and their expensive merchandise. The once glittering merchandise, soaked in water, quickly became worthless. All within a single night. 27 of the Qin family's most vital industrial sites, from construction sites to factories, from logistics hubs to shopping malls. Almost simultaneously, they suffered precise strikes in various forms. Each strike was meticulously calibrated. Not fatal, yet sufficient to paralyze operations. No lives were lost, yet the resulting economic damage amounted to an astronomical figure. The next morning, Qin Tian awoke with a hangover headache, his bedside phone ringing incessantly like a madman. He answered irritably. It was his chief assistant. "Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. It's bad. Something terrible has happened." The assistant's voice was trembling with panic. "What the hell is your problem, screaming like that first thing in the morning?" Qin Tian snapped impatiently. "The construction site in the west of the city, it's shut down. All the equipment was destroyed last night." "What?" Qin Tian jolted awake instantly. "And the logistics park, it's been blocked off. No goods can get out. Every single order we're supposed to deliver this month is going to be in breach of contract. And Shangshi Imperial Mall, their fire suppression system malfunctioned last night, flooding the entire luxury goods section on the first floor. Preliminary estimates put the damage over 100 million. One piece of bad news after another left Qin Tian's mind blank. Clutching his phone, only his assistant's panicked voice echoed in his ears. "Mr. Qin? Reporters and partners are swarming the company building right now. You need to come handle this immediately." Qin Tian's hand went limp and the phone fell onto the soft carpet. He stumbled to the window and pulled back the curtains. Outside the gates of the Qin family villa, dozens of reporters armed with cameras and microphones had already gathered. What had happened? What on earth was going on? Was it coincidence? Or, was someone targeting the Qin family? Before he could recover from the shock, his father Qin Jingwa's furious roar echoed from downstairs. Qin Tian! Get your ass down here! Qin Tian hurriedly pulled on his clothes and rushed downstairs. There sat Qin Zhengwei in his robe, his face ashen, slumped on the sofa. Holding stacks of faxed loss reports in her hands, she trembled with rage. Li Shulan stood beside him, her face deathly pale and drained of color. Dad, this. You still have the nerve to ask. Qin Zhengwei grabbed the crystal ashtray from the table and slammed it hard onto the floor. Look at the mess you've made. You're about to bankrupt the entire Qin family overnight. Qin Tian froze at the shout, protesting with hurt. Dad, how can this be my fault? Someone is clearly plotting against us behind the scenes. Target us? Who dares target us? Who has the audacity and power to do such a thing? Qin Zhengwei roared. Just then, his private phone rang. It was an old friend from the municipal bureau. Qin Zhengwei quickly answered and urgently inquired about the investigation. Yet the friend on the other end sounded unusually grave. Old Qin, let me give you some advice. Your Qin family would be wise to just accept your misfortune in this matter. What do you mean? Qin Zhengwei's heart sank. All I can tell you is that the people who made their move last night are too powerful. We can't investigate them, and we wouldn't dare to. The sky over Jiangcheng is about to change. Has your Qin family recently crossed someone you shouldn't have? Qin Zhengwei's hand gripping the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. A thought he couldn't believe, nor would ever want to believe, slowly surfaced for the first time from the deepest recesses of his mind. No, impossible. It absolutely couldn't be him. He was merely a tool I kept hidden in the shadows. How could he possibly wield such power? Within mere seconds, Qin Zhengwei's face turned paler than a corpse. Chapter 6, A Minor Trouble? No, this is the bugle call of war. At the top-floor conference room of Qin Group headquarters, the atmosphere was oppressive. All executives sat stiffly, not daring to breathe. In the main seat, Qin Tian's face was ashen, a pile of loss reports stacked before him. His voice was hoarse, brimming with fury. West City Project Department, report the situation. The project manager wiped cold sweat from his brow as he stood, his voice trembling. Mr. Qin, the construction site is completely paralyzed. All core components of the heavy machinery have been dismantled and the power distribution system has been completely destroyed. The project cannot resume operations in the short term. Useless. Qin Tian roared, snatching a pen and hurling it at the manager. The project manager flinched and scrambled back into his seat. Logistics Department. Qin Tian turned his attention to the other side. The logistics director stood up stiffly. Mr. Qin, our industrial park's transportation system is paralyzed. Hundreds of containers are stuck inside. Among them are precision instrument orders for European clients. The daily penalty fees alone will cost us tens of millions. Qin Tian slammed his fist on the table. What's the situation with Shangshi Huangchao? The female director of the commercial real estate division stood up, her face ashen. Mr. Qin, the damage is incalculable. Nearly all the luxury boutiques on the first floor were destroyed. The brands have already jointly sent a legal notice. The compensation demands will likely be astronomical. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Qin Zhengwei, seated beside Qin Tian, remained silent, his expression dark and brooding. He recalled his friend's warning, did you guys cross someone you shouldn't have? He considered every possible rival, the Wang family, the Li family, even companies from the provincial capital. He thought it possible, yet something felt off. These rivals might be able to pressure him commercially, but they certainly didn't possess such extraordinary influence. They couldn't silence both the official and underground forces of the entire city of Jiangcheng simultaneously. This kind of force felt more like absolute annihilation. Is that all? Qin Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that losing his temper now would solve nothing. Now, I don't care what methods you use. Within 3 days, I want to see solutions for every single problem. He attempted to steady the situation, issuing a series of directives. The executives exchanged glances. Though they felt this was merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and agree. Dad, what do you think? Qin Tian turned to Qin Zhengwei, who had remained silent. Qin Zhengwei finally lifted his head, his gaze deep and penetrating. These are merely minor troubles. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet resonating throughout the conference room. The real trouble lies behind the scenes, the one who's striking at us from the shadows. Qin Zhengwei rose and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. This person wields immense power and knows our Qin family inside out. Every strike they land hits us right where it hurts. This is a declaration of war against us. Since this is war, we cannot just take blows without striking back. Qin Tian perked up. Father, what do you mean? Investigate. Qin Zhengwei spat out the single word. Mobilize every connection we have, business, government, and the underworld. Turn Jiangcheng upside down. I will find this person. Qin Tian hesitated. But Dad, Uncle Zhang from the municipal bureau said. His opinion doesn't matter. Qin Zhenghua whipped his head around, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. In Jiangcheng, there's no one Qin Zhenghua, can't touch. If he won't investigate, we'll do it ourselves. I refuse to believe such a massive operation could leave no trace whatsoever. His words calmed the anxious atmosphere in the conference room. In the employees' hearts, Qin Zhenghua was the true anchor holding the Qin group steady. Tian'er, Qin Zhenghua's tone softened. You will handle this personally. Start by investigating those underworld figures. They have the most reliable information. Spare no expense. Yes, father. Understood. Qin Tian nodded firmly, his fighting spirit reignited. He believed that as long as he uncovered the mastermind behind this, he could weather the storm. After the meeting concluded, Qin Tian sprang into action immediately. He dialed one number after another, each call reaching prominent underworld figures in Jiangcheng. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. Hello, is this Brother Black Tiger? It's Qin Tian. Oh, young Master Qin? Sorry, I've been feeling under the weather lately and recuperating in the countryside. I know nothing about what's happening in Jiangcheng. Hey, Brother Biao? It's me, Xiao Tian. Can you help me find out something? Ah, young Master Qin. What a bummer, my wife's about to give birth and I'm stuck at the hospital. No time, no time. After 7 or 8 calls, the responses were either no answer or various excuses. Those who usually bowed and scraped before him now seemed to have gone deaf and blind. Qin Tian slammed his phone onto the table, his chest heaving with rage. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. He cursed under his breath, but deep inside, a chill was spreading relentlessly. He wasn't some little darling. Everyone acting this way could only mean one thing: they weren't unwilling to help, but afraid to help. The sheer intimidation of that hidden enemy was enough to silence the entire underworld of Jiangcheng. At the same moment, at the top floor of a skyscraper in the city center, Qin Feng sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. A Dao stood nearby, reporting via tablet. Sir, Qin Tian has contacted every single person on his list. Without exception, they've all refused. Qin Feng lifted his teacup, saying nothing. Qin Zhenghua also tapped into some of his hidden connections to attempt an official investigation, but our people had already tipped them off. He won't uncover any information. Very well. Qin Feng sipped his tea and set the cup down. Let him investigate if he wants to. When a man flails wildly in the dark, unable to even touch his opponent's shadow, his fear only grows faster. The most entertaining part of a cat and mouse game is watching the mouse panic and dash around the maze. Qin Feng rose and walked to the window. Our first step is merely to sever its limbs, rendering it blind and deaf. Next, we'll bleed it dry. A flash of understanding crossed Adeo's eyes. Sir, you mean, in the financial markets? Qin Feng said coldly. The war has only just begun. Downstairs, in the Qin group offices. After all attempts for help had failed, Qin Tian was consumed by rage and confusion. Like a caged beast, he paced back and forth in his office. Suddenly, he stopped, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Since none of them can be relied upon, I'll handle it myself. He grabbed the phone and called his assistant. Investigate. Retrieve all information on every company currently competing with us, especially the Wang and Li groups. If they won't play fair, don't blame me for being ruthless. In his view, if he couldn't find the mastermind behind the scenes, he would target every potential enemy. He firmly believed that if his retaliation was fierce enough, the real enemy would inevitably slip up. Little did he know that this self-righteous decision was pushing the Qin family step by step into a faster, deeper abyss. Chapter 7: Naive retribution hits a brick wall. Qin Tian's retaliation was swift and fierce. Mobilizing every resource at his disposal, he launched a frenzied commercial assault against the Wang and Li conglomerates. First, he instructed his media outlets to aggressively expose quality issues in Wang Group's construction projects. Though most of these allegations were baseless rumors, Qin Tian's relentless promotion caused them to rapidly ferment online, igniting a media firestorm. Wang Group's stock price plummeted upon opening. Next, leveraging connections through his father-in-law's Lin family, he intercepted a major overseas order the Li Group had been negotiating for nearly half a year. He offered a price that barely covered costs solely to sabotage Li Group's deal. After accomplishing all this, the pent-up rage in Qin Tian's heart finally found release. Seated in his executive chair, he watched the plummeting stock price of Wang Group on his computer screen, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He muttered to himself, "Mess with me? Don't they know who Qin Tian is?" He believed his counterattack had been precise and powerful, confident that the mastermind behind the scenes would soon be forced to capitulate under the weight of their losses. Yet everything he had done was like a child brandishing a wooden sword before a giant. Li Group, chairman's office. A slightly overweight Mr. Li, sporting a receding hairline, stood respectfully by the desk, making a call. "Yes, sir. Yes, Qin Tian has made his move. He snatched our South African contract." Mr. Li bowed even lower, his face etched with pain. Though not a massive order, it represented tens of millions in profits now gone. His heart bled. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. "Understood. A minor setback. The Dark Knight Society will compensate you double." At those words, Mr. Li's eyes lit up instantly. The pain vanished, replaced by pure delight. "Thank you, sir. I'll do everything in my power to cooperate." Adu's voice remained utterly unruffled. "Qin Tian may take more aggressive actions next. You need do nothing and respond to nothing. Let him put on his show." "Understood, understood. I'll be a good spectator," Mr. Li replied, bowing and scraping. After hanging up, Mr. Li exhaled deeply and sank into the sofa. Wiping sweat from his brow, he felt both relieved and terrified. He recalled the nights several days prior. Two men in black had appeared silently in his study, placing a document on his desk. The documents detailed evidence of every instance of tax evasion, bribery, and illegal operations since his company's founding. Any single piece of evidence could have ruined his reputation and landed him in prison for life. At that moment, he was terrified out of his wits. They gave him only two choices: be exposed or become a pawn under the command of Lord Night Owl. He chose the latter without hesitation. In hindsight, it proved to be the wisest decision of his life. The mysterious Lord Night Owl not only wielded immense power but also spent lavishly. Thinking of Qin Tian, still basking in his triumph, a look of pity flashed across Li's face. "Poor fellow, you have no idea what terrifying entity you're challenging." The situation at the Wang Group was much the same. Chairman Wang Difu, a shrewd and formidable tycoon known for his ruthless business tactics, now obediently answered the call from the Dark Knight. Qin Tian's media offensive had caused some fluctuation in the company's stock price, but compared to the future promised by Lord Night Owl, this loss was insignificant. Lord Night Owl had assured him that if he cooperated well this time, once the deal was done, the Wang Group would be prioritized to claim the largest slice of the market share vacated by the fallen Qin family. The allure of this prize was sufficient to make Wang Difu willingly play along with Qin Tian's charade. Thus, a bizarre situation emerged. Qin Tian fought like a crazed boxer, throwing punches with all his might, yet his opponent merely took symbolic steps back, not even uttering a groan. This sensation of punching cotton left Qin Tian feeling uneasy after the initial thrill wore off. By all accounts, neither the Wang nor Li clans were pushovers. After such an attack, it was impossible for them to show no reaction whatsoever. Yet 2 days passed, and all remained calm. No public rebuttal, no private retaliation, as if nothing had ever happened. What the hell is going on? Qin Tian paced restlessly in his office. Could it be they really weren't the masterminds behind this? Did I accuse them wrongly? The thought flashed through his mind, but he dismissed it immediately. Impossible. If it wasn't them, then who else could it be? They're not fighting back now because they're scared. Yes, they must be afraid of the Lin family behind me. Qin Tian forced himself to find a reasonable explanation. He believed his warning shot had already served its purpose. He even reported his victory to his father, Qin Zhanghua, with a hint of smugness. "Dad, look, the moment I made my move, they all fell into line. The Wang and Li families haven't dared utter a peep. I reckon they'll send someone to beg for peace within the next couple of days." Qin Zhanghua listened to his son's report, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. Though he still suspected things weren't quite that simple, for now, Qin Tian's approach seemed to be working. Perhaps that hidden enemy had truly been intimidated by Qin Tian's forceful counterattack? Father and son, the Qins, both temporarily succumbed to this self-deceptive optimism. They decided to host a banquet at the Qin family's 5-star hotel, Golden Splendor, inviting Wang Difu and Mr. Li. In their eyes, this served both as a face-saving gesture for the other party and as a declaration to the entire Jiangcheng business community: the Qin family was not to be trifled with. In the penthouse apartment, Adeo reported impassively. "Sir, Qin Tian is hosting a banquet at Golden Splendor, inviting Wang Difu and Mr. Li." Qin Feng stood before a massive map of Jiangcheng, where all the Qin family's core assets were circled in red markers. Now, a small cross had been added beside each marker. Upon hearing Adeo's report, a hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. "Oh? A banquet of treachery? He probably thinks his opponents are scared and ready to surrender to him. How laughably naive." Qin Feng turned to face Adeo. "Notify Wang Difu and General Manager Li. Have them attend." "Go?" Adeo was taken aback. "Go. Not only go, but bring generous gifts and make a show of deference." A hint of amusement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. "I want Qin Tian to taste the bitter fall from the clouds at the very moment he's most triumphant and self-satisfied." "Understood, sir." Adeo immediately grasped Qin Feng's intent. "One more thing," Qin Feng added. "Have the bank prepare as well. Our rat has been running through this maze long enough. It's time he learned what true despair feels like." A flash of excitement lit up Adeo's eyes. He knew the real show was finally about to begin. As night fell, the Golden Splendor Hotel glowed with dazzling lights, radiating opulence. In the top-tier peony hall, Qin Tian sat confidently at the head table, flanked by his father, Qin Zhanghua. They resembled victorious generals awaiting their defeated foes to come bow before them. Soon, the door to the private room swung open. Wang Difu and General Manager Li entered together, both wearing broad smiles and carrying expensive gifts. Oh my, Chairman Qin, President Qin. My apologies for being late, so very late. Wang Defu greeted them warmly the moment he entered, as if the business friction from 2 days prior had never happened. Mr. Li chimed in immediately. Yes, we were delayed by some company matters. These are small tokens of our respect, we hope you'll accept them graciously, Mr. Qin. Seeing their humble, ingratiating demeanor, the last shred of doubt vanished from Qin Tian's mind. He leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, not even bothering to rise to greet them, merely nodding with aloof restraint. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, come in. Sit down. Qin Zhenghua stood up and shook hands with them politely. Chapter 8, this stock price, plummeting like a waterfall. The peony hall of the Golden Splendor Hotel was brightly lit. Qin Zhenghua sat composedly beside the head seat, his eyes slightly narrowed, a smile playing on his lips. Qin Tianji, seated at the head, looked supremely satisfied. Leaning back in his chair, he looked down at Wang Defu and Mr. Li across the table. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, I invited you both here today with no ulterior motives. Qin Tian raised his wine glass, gesturing in the air. The friction from the other day was nothing major. Business is like a battlefield, a few bumps and scrapes are inevitable. I, Qin Tian, am not one to hold grudges. He paused briefly before continuing. The future development of Jiangcheng still depends on us leading enterprises. As long as everyone stays harmonious and follows the Qin family's lead, I guarantee there will be plenty of pie for everyone. These words were ostensibly an olive branch, but in truth, they were a call to submission and a warning. Wang Defu and General Manager Li showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, they promptly stood up. Chairman Qin speaks wisely. Your foresight leaves us utterly in awe. Wang Defu raised his wine glass, adopting an extremely humble posture. We were blind to your greatness and offended you earlier. This drink is my punishment. We hope Mr. Qin will be magnanimous and not hold this against us. With that, he downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Mr. Li followed suit immediately, echoing earnestly, Indeed. Mr. Qin, you are truly the bedrock of Jiangcheng's business community. From now on, Li Corporation will follow your lead in everything. Wherever you point east, we shall never go west. The flattery from both men was deeply gratifying to Qin Tian. The last shred of doubt in his mind vanished. He waved his hand modestly, gesturing for them to sit down. Not at all. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Qin Tian caught his father's approving gaze, his vanity greatly satisfied. He felt he had the entire situation under control. He began strategizing how to consolidate resources and elevate the Qin family to new heights. Qin Zhenghua watched his son's demeanor, and the furrowed brows on his forehead finally relaxed. He found the smoothness of events unnervingly unusual, yet the demeanor of Wang and Li seemed genuine. He concluded he might have been overthinking it. That hidden enemy, facing the combined counterattack of Qin Tian and the Lin family, had already backed down. Tian, Qin Zhenghua spoke slowly, his voice steady, since Mr. Wang and Mr. Li show such sincerity, they are now part of our family. In the business world, you should support them more. Of course, Dad. You can count on us. Qin Tian patted his chest in assurance. The banquet proceeded in an eerily harmonious atmosphere. The Qin father and son basked in their triumph, while Wang Defu and Mr. Li played their parts. They sneered inwardly, knowing the Qin family's judgment was imminent. After the banquet ended, Qin Tian returned triumphantly to his office. He stayed at the company, determined to witness the next day's triumph with his own eyes. Early the next morning, Qin Tian awoke in his office. He brewed a cup of coffee and opened his stock trading software. At 9:30 a.m., the stock market opened. He leaned back in his chair, ready to savor the results. The next second, the smile froze on his face. On the screen, Qin Group's stock plummeted from the opening bell, represented by a vertical green line. A massive sell order appeared out of nowhere, swallowing up all the buy orders. What's going on? Qin Tian muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes as if he'd seen things. But the green line continued its descent at an even faster pace. 5%, 7%, 9%. In less than 3 minutes, the stock price neared the daily limit down. Impossible. This absolutely can't be happening. Qin Tian sprang to his feet, the color draining from his face as terror and disbelief washed over him. His hands trembling, he grabbed the phone and dialed the company's trader. What's going on? Manager Liu. What's happening to our stock? Why is this happening? His voice had grown shrill with fear. Manager Liu's voice on the other end was choked with tears and despair. Mr. Qin. I don't know. We were hit by a massive sell-off from unknown sources the moment the market opened. They're not caring about the cost at all, they're just dumping like mad. We can't hold it. Useless. Qin Tian roared, slamming the phone to the floor. His eyes bloodshot, he lunged toward the computer and logged into the company's emergency reserve fund account. You want to crash the market? I'll make you crash it. Gritting his teeth, he placed orders to buy all 50 million yuan in available funds at market price. Hold it up. Hold it up. But the 50 million poured in made no ripple, instantly swallowed by the flood of sell orders. After a brief pause, the stock price plummeted to the daily limit down. The two green characters limit down caused him immense pain. Ah! Qin Tian roared, completely losing his mind. He swept everything off the desk onto the floor. The office that once symbolized his status was now a complete mess. He raged and screamed wildly within the confines of his office. He couldn't fathom why the situation had reversed so drastically overnight. Where had this force come from? In stark contrast to Qin Tian's hysterics, the penthouse apartment atop another downtown building was enveloped in serene silence. A Dao stood expressionless behind Qin Feng, his voice steady as he reported. Sir, Operation Divine Retribution has commenced. Within 3 minutes of the market opening, Qin Group's stock price was precisely driven to its daily limit down, erasing over 1.5 billion yuan in market value. Qin Tian attempted to prop up the stock with 50 million in funds, but we absorbed every last cent. Office surveillance shows he's currently experiencing an emotional breakdown and is venting. A trace of satisfaction tinged Adeo's tone. Qin Feng sipped his coffee, not glancing at the screen. The billions of wealth that had vanished seemed utterly unrelated to him. Upon hearing Adeo's report, he tapped his fingers twice on the table. Let him smash it. Qin Feng's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. A man who can't even control his emotions is unfit to be a chess player. He doesn't even deserve to be a pawn. He set down his coffee cup. He turned to face Adeo, his gaze serene. This is merely the appetizer. Adao stiffened, knowing this was merely the beginning of the revenge. Qin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below. A single limit down will only fuel his anger and panic. It won't drive him to despair. His voice was icy as he issued the real order. Notify the banks. Prepare their collection calls. I won't give him a moment to breathe. Chapter 9, Dad, this time you have to step in. The top floor of Qin Group's headquarters lay in utter disarray within the president's office. The expensive pear-wood desk lay overturned on the floor. The shattered computer monitor still bore the jarring vertical green line. A coffee machine worth hundreds of thousands lay smashed to pieces. Qin Tian, the once dazzling heir apparent of the Qin family, now curled up on the sofa in the corner. His arms were wrapped around his head, his body trembling slightly beyond his control. His suit jacket lay discarded on the floor, his tie twisted askew, his meticulously styled hair now disheveled. The face that had always radiated arrogance and pride now bore only a deathly pallor and fear that ran deep to the bone. The rage had burned itself out, leaving only cold, bitter despair. He was no little darling. 3 minutes after the market opened, a precise strike sent the stock crashing to its daily limit. That irresistible selling pressure, a terrifying force devouring all the funds trying to prop up the stock. The opponent's strength surpassed all his worst imaginings. His prized resources, connections, and tactics crumbled before this absolute force. He felt like he'd been thrown into a pitch-black coliseum. He didn't know who the enemy was, didn't know where they lurked, only that an invisible beast was tearing him apart with brutal efficiency. It's over. All over. Qin Tian muttered blankly, his eyes hollow. He recalled his triumphant confidence from the night before, the fawning faces of Wang Difu and Mr. Li, his father's approving gaze. Now, it all seemed so ironic, so laughable. He had believed himself the hunter in control of the entire game, unaware that from start to finish, he had been nothing but a self-important fool about to be reaped. No! It couldn't end like this. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The Qin family wasn't finished yet. He still had his father. Qin Zhenghua. That father who was so powerful and all-capable in his heart. Yes. Father must have a way. He must. This thought reignited his resolve, and he abruptly struggled to his feet from the sofa. He staggered out of the office, not even bothering to tidy his disheveled appearance. In the hallway, employees who would normally bow and greet him now lowered their heads, stealing glances at him with complex expressions, a mix of pity, fear, and schadenfreude. Their whispered murmurs stung him to the core. Did you hear? The company stock hit the limit down. It was gone the moment trading opened. Goodness, Mr. Qin's office, it looked like a war zone in there just now. What are we going to do? Are we all going to lose our jobs? Qin Tian tuned out the commotion. His sole focus now was finding his father. He stumbled to the chairman's office door, forgetting to knock as he shoved open the heavy solid wood door. Inside the study, the scent of sandalwood drifted through the air. Qin Zhenghua stood with his back to the door, facing a massive calligraphy desk. A wolf hair brush gripped in his hand, he was preparing to practice his writing. His back remained straight and upright, attempting to maintain composure. But the faint tremor of the brush tip betrayed the turmoil raging within. Dad! Qin Tian's tearful shout shattered the study's silence. Qin Zhenghua slowly turned around. When he saw his son's distraught and disoriented appearance, an uncontrollable surge of anger shot straight to his head. The brush in his hand slammed onto the desk, ink splattering everywhere and ruining a sheet of fine Xian paper. Look at yourself! What a disgrace! Qin Zhenghua's voice was icy cold, his eyes narrowed slightly, shooting out a terrifying cold light. You've brought shame upon the entire Qin family. Under normal circumstances, Qin Tian might have trembled at his father's fury. But now, fear had completely consumed him, leaving no room for dignity or pride. With a thud, he dropped to his knees before Qin Zhenghua. This was the first time in his life he had ever been so utterly lowly. Dad! It's over. Everything's ruined. Qin Tian wept uncontrollably, his words a jumbled stream of panic. Our stocks, someone's dumping them. They hit the limit down right at the opening bell. I poured 50 million in and it didn't even make a ripple. The other side's power is terrifying. We're no match for them. He poured out his grievances to his father, unleashing all his fear and helplessness. I was wrong. Dad, I was so wrong. I shouldn't have taken it upon myself to retaliate against the Wangs and the Lees. I shouldn't have let things get this bad. I'm useless, I'm nothing but a failure. Qin Zhenghua stared at his son, who knelt on the floor, utterly drained of all spirit and vitality. He knew Qin Tian was truly broken. That hidden enemy behind the scenes had shattered all the confidence of his once proud heir with a single move. Qin Zhenghua closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. The storms he had weathered in his lifetime far exceeded anything Qin Tian could imagine. The more critical the situation became, the more he had to maintain his composure. He slowly walked up to Qin Tian, towering over him. What good does crying do? You worthless piece of trash. Now you realize you're a failure? His voice remained stern, though the earlier fury had subsided. Tell me everything that happened, every single detail, from start to finish. Not a single thing is to be left out. Qin Tian dared not withhold a single detail, recounting the entire incident with trembling voice. Qin Zhenghua listened in silence, his expression growing increasingly dark and his gaze steadily more grave. When Qin Tian finished, the study fell into a deathly silence. Instead of cursing him, Qin Zhenghua began pacing back and forth across the room. His pace was slow, each step heavy and oppressive. It was a trap. A trap meticulously designed from start to finish. The opponent first used a series of minor troubles to lure Qin Tian into action. Then, using the Wang and Li families, they staged a grand spectacle of submission alongside Qin Tian, elevating him to the heavens and lulling the entire Qin clan into a state of utter complacency and self-satisfaction. Then, at the very peak of their triumphant arrogance, they delivered a thunderous, fatal blow. What ruthless tactics! Such deep scheming! This was no longer mere business competition, it was war. A war capable of plunging the Qin family into utter ruin. Conventional business tactics and personal connections had become utterly useless against such a terrifyingly calculating adversary. Qin Zhenghua halted in his tracks, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by resolve. He knew that at this point, he had only one final card left to play. A card he had hidden for 20 years, one he had always believed he would never have to play, his true trump card. Rise. Qin Zhenghua's voice regained its usual steady tone, having found a solution to the problem. Qin Tian looked up blankly at his father. Qin Zhenghua walked to his desk, reaching into the deepest recesses of a locked drawer to retrieve a black encrypted phone no one had ever seen before. He looked at Qin Tian and said, enunciating each word deliberately, Tianer, remember this, in this world, any problem money can solve isn't a real problem. What truly determines life and death is power that transcends money. Our adversary this time has clearly already deployed such power. Qin Tian looked at his father in confusion. Dad, what do you mean? A flicker of nostalgia and a hint of ruthlessness crossed Qin Zhenghua's eyes. 20 years ago, Jiangqing's financial markets were far more chaotic than they are now. I was set up and nearly bankrupted. One man, acting alone, turned the entire situation around for me within 3 days. Not only did he save me from bankruptcy, but he also seized all of my opponent's assets. That man's name was Chen Wanyan. Chapter 10, quickly bring out old Chen, he's my last ace up my sleeve. Chen Wanyan? Qin Tian searched his memory for the name, finding only emptiness. The business circles of Jiangqing seem to have never heard of such a figure. He never appears on any wealth rankings and holds no official position in any company. He's a phantom, the true invisible titan of Jiangqing's financial world. Qin Zhenghua stroked the black phone, his voice deep and solemn. After the deal was done back then, he washed his hands of it and vanished. He owes me an enormous favor, and he promised me that if the Qin family ever faced a life or death crisis, he'd step in once more. This phone is the only way to contact him. Confidence returned to Qin Zhenghua's face. That mastermind thinks he can manipulate finance? Before Chen Wanyan, he's nothing but a toddler learning to walk. If old Chen agrees to step out of retirement, he could turn back the sky itself, let alone a single limit down. Dad, this time, you have to step in personally. Qin Tian gazed at the phone in his father's hand, hope reigniting in his eyes. Qin Zhenghua nodded, his gaze unwavering. He prepared to dial a number he hadn't touched in 20 years. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jiangqing, in a penthouse apartment overlooking the entire city, Adeo's voice broke the silence. Having just ended an encrypted call, he turned to Qin Feng and reported respectfully, Sir, Qin Zhenghua has made his move. According to our highest level mole within the Qin group, Qin Tian has broken down and confessed everything to Qin Zhenghua. 10 minutes ago, Qin Zhenghua played his final trump card, a hidden for 20 years an encrypted phone used for single-line communication with Chen Wanyan. Adeo's report was precise and efficient. Qin Feng stood with his back to him, polishing the custom-made dagger he never displayed. The blade glinted with a chilling, heart-stopping coldness. Upon hearing the name Chen Wanyan, his wiping motion didn't falter for an instant. A faint smile touched his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. It was the smile a hunter wears when the prey finally steps into the trap they've meticulously laid. He slowly set down the dagger and silk cloth, turning to face him. His gaze remained serene, yet beneath that calm surface churned waves powerful enough to overturn the entire Jiangchang. Your trump card, hidden for 20 years? Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet carried an all-knowing detachment. Very well. This is the big fish I'd been waiting for. He walked to the window, gazing toward the Qin Group headquarters. This line I laid it 3 years ago. Today, it's finally time to reel it in. In the western suburbs of Jiangcheng, within a secluded, top-tier Chinese-style courtyard nestled deep in the mountains, a middle-aged man dressed in plain-colored Tang-style robes, his face bearing scholarly grace, sat leisurely on a rosewood chair beside the pond. Fish food clutched in his hand, he fed the fighting koi in the pond. He was Chen Wanyan, a name that existed only in legend within Jiangcheng's financial circles. His life had always been calm and uneventful. Suddenly, a specially designed phone on the stone table emitted a series of urgent, monotonous buzzes. Buzz buzz buzz. At the sound, the leisurely and refined expression vanished instantly from Chen Wanyan's face. His body stiffened abruptly. He sprang to his feet, ignoring the scattered fish food on the floor, and hurried to the stone table. His hands trembled slightly as he cradled the phone. A fine layer of cold sweat had imperceptibly beaded on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the answer button with an almost pilgrim-like reverence and respectfully held the phone to his ear. Sir. Chen Wanyan's voice was filled with reverence, even a hint of fear. On the other end came Qin Feng's voice. Xin Zhenghua will contact you shortly. Chen Wanyan immediately bowed deeply, adopting an extremely humble posture. Yes, sir. What should I do? He felt immense relief that the boss had made this call in advance, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. 3 years ago, when he'd attempted to dip his hands into the Dark Knight organization's overseas funds, within 24 hours, all his assets hidden across the globe had been frozen. Every piece of dirt on him had been delivered straight to his doorstep. From that moment on, he became the most loyal and most fearful dog under Lord Night Owl's command. You don't need to answer it. Qin Feng's voice continued. Have your secretary take it. Yes. Chen Wanyan replied respectfully. Reject him. Yes. Reason. Qin Feng's tone slowed slightly. Tell him you must pay respects to a figure of such stature that refusal is impossible. Chen Wanyan's heart lurched at those words. He instantly grasped Lord Night Owl's intent. This wasn't merely a refusal, it was a strategy to strike at the heart. For a tyrant like Qin Zhenghua, the greatest fear wasn't a powerful enemy, but an unknown, uncontrollable force. Let him guess. Let him fear. Qin Feng's voice confirmed Chen Wanyan's thoughts. Let him know clearly that Jiangcheng is no longer a place where he calls the shots. Understood, sir. Chen Wanyan felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He trembled at the fate awaiting Qin Zhenghua, and even more so at the terrifying, unfathomable, and manipulative tactics of this Night Owl master. Perform the act well. Do not disappoint me. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Even if Wanyan is shattered to pieces, not a single mistake will be made. Chen Wanyan pledged with every ounce of strength he possessed. The call ended abruptly. Listening to the busy tone ringing in his ear, Chen Wanyan froze for a full 30 seconds before finally exhaling a long breath. Wiping sweat from his brow, he immediately dialed his chief secretary's extension. Shaoli, come to my study immediately. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Chapter 11, Our boss is meeting with a VIP, no time for you. Qin Group, Chairman's office. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. Qin Zhenghua gripped the black encrypted phone, radiating a powerful aura once more. It was the confidence of a tycoon, the composure of one holding the final trump card. Qin Tian knelt on the carpet, his head tilted back. He gazed at his father with the reverence reserved for a savior, his eyes brimming with the hope of a survivor who had narrowly escaped disaster. Tian, Qin Zhenghua began, his voice deep and commanding. Qin Zhenghua spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. The tactics of the business world are nothing more than child's play. What truly determines the fate of a family is never the wealth displayed in the open, but the hidden connections, those whose word can decide the fate of the world. He raised the phone in his hand. This Chen Wanyan, old Chen, is our Qin family's final and strongest trump card. Qin Tian nodded vigorously, swallowing nervously. Dad, this Mr. Chen. Is he really that formidable? Our current opponent feels like no ordinary person. Powerful? Qin Zhenghua let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with nostalgia for the mighty figure of the past and absolute trust. 20 years ago, the crises I faced were far more severe than anything we're dealing with now. Back then, the entire financial establishment of Jiangcheng wanted me dead. I sought help everywhere, but no one would lend a hand. It was old Chen. He did it in just 3 days. Qin Zhenghua held up 3 fingers. He didn't touch a single penny of his own capital. Through a series of dazzling capital maneuvers and clever rule bending, he leveraged funds several times greater than mine. Not only did he rout those enemies, but he also helped me swallow up their core assets. That battle laid the foundation for the Qin family's prosperity over the next 2 decades. That so-called formidable opponent you speak of? Before a true master like old Chen, who manipulates capital like it's nothing, he was utterly powerless. These words sent Qin Tian's blood boiling, envisioning the Qin family's stunning comeback against all odds. "Dad! Quick! Call old Chen now!" he urged impatiently. Qin Zhengwei nodded with satisfaction. His son's confidence had returned, a positive sign. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and dialed the number he hadn't touched in 20 years. He believed that the moment the call connected would be the moment the Qin family sounded the trumpet of their counterattack. Beep, beep. The ringing tone echoed distinctly in the deathly quiet office. Qin Tian held his breath, his heart pounding in his throat. Finally, after the third ring, the call was answered. A faint smile touched Qin Jingwa's lips as he spoke in a deep voice, adopting the familiar tone of an old friend catching up. "Old Chen, it's me, Zhenghua." However, the voice that answered was not the familiar one he had anticipated, but that of a young woman. "Hello, who is this?" The smile on Qin Zhengwa's face stiffened slightly. "Secretary?" Chen Wanyan would actually have his secretary answer this call? A fleeting irritation crossed his mind, but he forced himself to remain patient. "This is Qin Zhenghua. Could you please have Chen Wanyan come to the phone?" He deliberately emphasized the words Qin Zhenghua, confident that the name alone would prompt any secretary to immediately connect the call. The female voice on the other end paused briefly before replying. "Oh, Chairman Qin. I'm sorry, but Chairman Chen is unavailable at the moment. He's occupied with a very important matter and cannot take your call." "Not available?" Qin Zhengwa's brow instantly furrowed, his voice growing colder. "Tell him the Qin family faces a life or death crisis. I, Qin Zhenghua, am now cashing in on the favor he owed me 20 years ago. This is not a request, it is him fulfilling his promise." He placed his final bet, staking everything on this move. He believed that once these words reached him, Chen Wanyan would drop whatever he was doing, no matter how urgent. Yet the response he received sent a chill through him from head to toe. The secretary's voice remained icy, tinged with a hint of impatience. "Chairman Qin, I'm sorry, but I've already made myself perfectly clear. Chairman Chen is to pay his respects to a distinguished official. This dignitary's affairs are matters of the utmost importance, they cannot be refused nor postponed. Not even you could change that, let alone anyone else. Therefore, please do not call again." Without giving Qin Zhenghua any chance to respond, the line went dead with a sharp click. Beep, beep, beep. The cold, persistent dial tone echoed relentlessly in Qin Zhenghua's ear. He froze in place, still holding the phone to his ear. The color drained from his face at a visible pace, leaving him deathly pale in an instant. The office fell into a deathly silence. Qin Tian watched his father's expression freeze like stone. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited in his heart was now flickering dangerously, buffeted by an invisible chill. "Dad, what's wrong?" His voice trembled. "Old Chen, what did he say? He won't help?" Qin Zhenghua didn't answer. His mind was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Slowly, inch by inch, he lowered the phone from his hand. The cold words of that female secretary echoed over and over in his mind. "Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Cannot refuse." These words were seared deep into his soul. Pay homage? In Jiangcheng, no, across all of China, how many people could command such a title of respect from a figure of Chen Wanyan's stature? This was no longer an exchange between equals, but the posture of a subordinate toward a superior, even that of a servant toward a master. "Sir? What kind of title was this? In this day and age, who still uses such terms brimming with absolute authority? What kind of terrifying power structure, transcending all worldly rules, lay behind it? Unable to refuse?" These 4 words sent a bone-chilling chill through him. It meant that the so-called honorable one held absolute control over Chen Wanyan. A thought slowly surfaced from the depths of his mind, leaving him numb with cold, his limbs tingling. The nobleman who could make Chen Wanyan bow his head in submission and pay respectful homage. And the mastermind behind the scenes, using thunderous force to destroy the Qin family. Could it be the same person? Once this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Qin Zhenghua shuddered violently. If this were true, what would it mean? It meant that his pride and joy, his last trump card, had long been a card in the enemy's hand. The lifeline he had so arrogantly clung to had been nothing but another trap, meticulously laid for him by his enemies from the very beginning. He had spent his entire life dominating the business world, boasting of being Jiangqing's tycoon, capable of turning the tides at will. Yet only today did he realize, with horrifying clarity, how utterly ignorant he had been. The sky over Jiangcheng had changed long ago. And he, this once self-assured tycoon, knew nothing of it. This utter loss of control over the situation, this helplessness of being reduced to a pawn on someone else's chessboard, was 10,000 times more terrifying than any stock market crash or corporate crisis. For the first time in his life, Qin Zhenghua tasted the bitter flavors of fear and bewilderment. Chapter 12, Fine. Chen Wanyan, will go mad with you. In the chairman's office of Qin Group, the air was thick and oppressive, suffocating. The black encrypted phone lay silently on the desk, shattering every shred of Qin Jinggua's confidence. Qin Tian knelt on the floor, his head tilted back, staring at his father's face, a face that had aged a decade in an instant. The horror, confusion, and fear etched on his father's face were unlike anything Qin Zhenghua had ever seen before. It terrified him more than any rage ever had. Seeing his father's frozen expression, the last glimmer of hope in his heart was extinguished. Dad! How could this happen? Qin Tian's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with despair. Even old Chen. He dared not continue. If even Chen Wanyan, the godlike figure his father revered, had become someone else's subordinate, what hope remained for the Qin family? Qin Zhenghua ignored his son. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way out of this chaos. No, he couldn't concede defeat so easily. Qin Zhenghua, had navigated Jiangqing's underworld for half his life. He wouldn't be intimidated by a single phone call. Pay respects? Sir? He thought perhaps this was merely an excuse Chen Wanyan had concocted to distance himself from the underworld's turmoil. This thought snapped him back to his senses. He snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. If he won't see me, I'll force him to. Qin Zhenghua gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. He walked to the wall, moved aside an antique painting, and revealed the safe hidden behind it. With trembling fingers, he entered the code and opened the door. Inside lay several aged documents and a yellowed envelope. Qin Zhenghua took the envelope and handed it to Qin Tian. This is the lifetime membership card for the Jingxin Tea House in Jiangcheng. Chen Wanyan gave it to me personally back then. For the past 20 years, he's had no other hobby. Every Tuesday afternoon without fail, he goes there to drink a pot of pre-rain Longjing tea. His voice regained a thread of composure. This was his last hope. You must go there immediately, right now. Say nothing else. Just hand this envelope to the tea house owner and tell him Qin Zhengsheng is waiting for him at the usual spot. If he won't even grant this favor, then Chen Wanyan is nothing but a faithless scoundrel. Qin Tian took the envelope, his last hope, and nodded firmly. I understand, Dad. I'm leaving immediately. He sprang to his feet and dashed out of the office at top speed. Watching his son's retreating figure, Qin Zhenghua slowly sank back into his chair, a mad gleam in his eyes. This was his final gamble. Whether Chen Wanyan appeared would determine the fate of the Qin family. 1 hour later, Jingxin Tea House, rain listening pavilion, private room. Qin Zhenghua sat stiffly upright, 3 pots of tea having been replaced before him, yet he hadn't touched a single sip. As time ticked by, his anxiety grew. Just as he was about to give up, the door to the private room opened quietly. A middle-aged man dressed in plain-colored traditional Chinese attire entered Chen Wanyan himself. His scholarly features bore a look of resignation and displeasure, as if he had been compelled to come. Brother Zhenghua, why put yourself through this? Chen Wanyan sighed, seated himself across from Qin Zhenghua, and poured himself a cup of tea. Seeing Chen Wanyan appear, Qin Zhenghua finally exhaled in relief. He rose to his feet with evident emotion. Old Chen. You finally arrived. I thought. Thought what? Chen Wanyan glanced up at him, his tone distant. That I, Chen Wanyan, am a man who breaks his word? Brother Zhenghua, after all we've been through, you underestimate me too much. He paused, set down his teacup, and a look of reluctance crossed his face. But given my current position, it's truly inconvenient for me to meddle in martial affairs anymore. What my secretary said on the phone, though unpleasant to hear, was the truth. Qin Zhenghua's heart leapt again. He pressed urgently, Old Chen, this person of authority mentioned on the call, who exactly is this mysterious figure? Why even you? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Chen Wanyan cut him off immediately, his expression turning unusually stern. All you need to know is that this is someone none of us can afford to offend. The only reason I agreed to see you is out of respect for our past ties, and to offer you this one piece of advice. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Stop this, Zhenghua. This man's influence is far greater than you could ever imagine. Admit defeat, pay some compensation, at least you can preserve the Qin family's foundation. Don't keep pushing your luck. You'll shatter into pieces. This advice only ignited every ounce of Qin Zhenghua's fury and refusal to yield. Back off? Admit defeat? He slammed his fist on the table so hard that water splashed from the teacup. Old Chen. My Qin family is being beaten into the ground. Our stock has hit the limit down, and billions in market value have evaporated. The entire business community of Jiangcheng is laughing at my expense. How can I admit defeat? His eyes were bloodshot, driven to the brink of desperation. I don't even know who my enemy is. To fall like this, without knowing why, I'll die with my eyes open. He circled around the table and approached Chen Wanyan, lowering himself to a humble posture, his tone tinged with supplication. Old Chen, I know you have your own difficulties. But that debt of gratitude from 20 years ago, you cannot let it go unpaid. This time, you needn't take action yourself. All I ask is that you show me the way forward. If you can help the Qin family weather this storm, I, Qin Zhengsheng, pledge another 10 billion in cash, no, 20 billion. As your reward. Chen Wanyan stared at him silently, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. After a long silence, he finally sighed heavily, his resolve set. Sigh. Very well, very well. He rose slowly, the resignation and detachment on his face suddenly replaced by a blazing fury. His aura surged dramatically in that instant. Though I, Chen Wanyan, have been out of the game for years, I'm no pushover to be pushed around. His voice grew firm and resonant, brimming with formidable confidence and infectious conviction. Since they've dared to lay hands on my old friend's head, this is nothing short of showing utter contempt for me, Chen Wanyan. Today, I shall see just who this divine being is who dares to act so brazenly in Jiangcheng. Qin Zhenggui and Qin Tian, who had just arrived at the doorway, were both stunned by Chen Wanyan's sudden transformation. Then, a surge of wild excitement washed over them. Old Chen was about to take action. Old Chen. Qin Zhenggui's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Wanyan gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, his gaze sharp. Brother Zhenggui. What's this talk of payment? You're slapping me in the face. We're brothers. Your business is my business. These words brought tears to Qin Zhenggui's eyes. All his grievances and despair found an outlet in that moment. Qin Tian gazed at Chen Wanyan with even deeper admiration, convinced this was a true sage beyond the mundane world, a man of unparalleled loyalty. Chen Wanyan didn't give them much time to dwell on the emotion. The situation is urgent. There's no time for lengthy explanations. Since they've struck in the financial markets, we'll cripple them completely in the financial markets. Chapter 13, hand over all the money and follow my orders, that's the only way to turn this around. He walked to the window, hands behind his back, projecting the commanding presence of a strategist. The enemy is now the dominant short seller, riding high on momentum. We cannot spread our forces thin and fight separately, that will only lead to us being picked off one by one. We must pool all our capital into one unshakable fist. He turned, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Qin Zhenggui. Brother Zhenggui, return immediately. Transfer every last cent of liquid assets from your company accounts and personal holdings to this offshore account I've designated. He pulled a slip of paper from his breast pocket, bearing a string of complex bank account codes. I will also leverage my connections to mobilize several times your amount and funnel it into this account. Then I will personally manage the funds. His eyes flashed with intelligence and confidence as he explained in a technical tone. I will use this massive capital to create a bull trap in the market. Once the opposing short sellers have fully entered the market, we'll instantly reverse course and drive prices up, wiping out every last one of their positions. They won't even have a chance to close their positions. This is called central blossoming or the decapitation tactic. Once we eliminate their main capital, the rest are mere small fry, no threat at all. These profound and exhilarating words sent a surge of excitement through Qin Zhenggui and his son Qin Tian, who placed their complete trust in him. Especially Qin Zhenggui, he saw the financial god who had turned the tide 2 decades ago. He harbored not a shred of doubt. At this critical juncture of survival or demise, Chen Wanyan was his sole hope. Handing over the money meant entrusting their very lives to him. Agreed. Qin Zhenggui nodded firmly, taking the note as his ticket to a comeback. I'll handle it immediately. The Qin family currently has a total of 370 million in available cash. I'll transfer every last cent to you. Go! Chen Wanyan waved his hand, his face bearing a composed smile that spoke of complete control. Wait for my good news. When the market opens tomorrow, I'll make that sneaky rat taste true despair. The Qin father and son, filled with gratitude and renewed hope, hurried out of the tea house. They didn't notice that the moment they turned away, the confident expression vanished from Chen Wanyan's face. In its place was a cold detachment tinged with scorn. He slowly sat back down, picked up the now cold cup of tea, and took a small sip. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number that inspired such profound awe in him. The call was answered almost instantly. Sir. Chen Wanyan's voice once again adopted that bone-deep, servile respect. The fish has taken the bait. The Qin family's final liquid assets 370 million yuan are expected to be transferred in full to your designated account within half an hour. On the other end, Qin Feng's voice betrayed no emotion. To him, 370 million yuan was merely an insignificant sum. Well done. Receiving this simple praise, Chen Wanyan trembled slightly with excitement. To him, it was a blessing beyond measure. Serving you, sir, is the honor of a lifetime. Immediately after, he heard the instructions coming through the phone. Use this money to leverage 5 times. Chen Wanyan's heart skipped a beat. Then use it all to short Qin's holdings. I want them to hand me a knife with their own hands. Then I'll use that knife to finish them off myself. The atmosphere in the Qin Group CFO's office was oppressive. All the finance staff kept their heads down, not daring to utter a word. Jiang Wei, the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stood before Qin Zhenggui and Qin Tian, his forehead glistening with sweat. The transfer confirmation slip in his hand trembled slightly from nervousness. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Qin. Jiang Wei's voice cracked slightly. He swallowed hard and confirmed once more. Are you both truly certain you wish to transfer every last cent of the company's and your personal liquid assets totaling 370,820,000 yuan into this offshore account in the Cayman Islands? In his over 20 years in the industry, he had never witnessed such a reckless maneuver. Draining the company's entire cash flow at this moment was tantamount to suicide. Qin Tian, fired up by Chen Wannian's words and riding a wave of excitement, grew impatient at Jiang Wei's hesitation and snapped. Stop wasting time. Didn't you hear what my father said? I told you to transfer it, so transfer it. If anything goes wrong, my dad will take the fall. Who are you to question it? But, Mr. Qin, this violates financial regulations. A transfer of such a large sum requires board approval. The board? Qin Tian cut him off with a cold laugh. Right now, my father is the board of directors for the entire Qin family. When I tell you to execute it, you execute it. Dare utter another word, and you can pack your bags and get out right now. Jiang Wei was flushed crimson with indignation, casting a pleading glance toward Qin Zhenghua beside him. Qin Zhenghua's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort through his nose. Do as Tianer says. Those words silenced Jiang Wei completely. He knew this father and son had lost their minds. He dared not voice another objection. Trembling, he signed his name on the final authorization document and pressed the confirmation button on the computer. With a faint click, the final lifeline of Qin Group, the 370 million yuan cash flow poured into the offshore account Qin Feng had prepared. After completing this, both Qin Zhenghua and Qin Tian exhaled deeply. The money was now in Chen Wannian's hands. All that remained was to wait. Wait for the god of finance to carve a bloody path for them. Qin Zhenghua had already begun imagining the scene tomorrow when the stock market opened, Qin's shares soaring skyward, leaving short sellers utterly wiped out. He walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling street below, a confident smile returning to his face. Tianer, just you wait and see. His voice was steady, brimming with anticipation for the future. Once we crush that sneaky rat hiding in the shadows and swallow his capital, our Qin family's power will rise to new heights. By then, no one in all of Jiangcheng will dare challenge us. Qin Tian nodded excitedly, his eyes brimming with admiration for his father and old Chen Wan. Father, you're absolutely right. Once this is settled, I'll make sure those who kicked us while we were down pay back 100-fold. Chapter 14, Mr. Qin, if you don't cover the margin by 3 p.m., we're closing the position. Inside a secret trading room in Jiangcheng's financial district, the atmosphere was tense. Hundreds of screens flickered with data, dozens of traders sat before their computers, fingers flying across keyboards. Chen Wannian stood at the center of the trading floor. Dressed in a black suit, his expression was cold and professional. His gaze fixed on the main screen displaying the newly arrived 370 million yuan, his eyes showed no flicker of emotion. Sir, all funds have been secured. He reported respectfully through his earpiece to Qin Feng on the other end. Very good. Qin Feng's voice remained as calm as ever. Proceed as planned. Yes, sir. Chen Wannian took a deep breath and issued the command to everyone in the trading room. Operation Divine Retribution, Phase 2, commence. Target, Qin Group. Utilize all funds in the Apocalypse 1 account, apply 5 times leverage, and go all in, short. The order was given, and the atmosphere in the trading room instantly grew tense. Every trader executed the orders with precision and efficiency. The 370 million yuan, the Qin family's last hope, was amplified by 5-fold leverage into a short-selling force nearing 2 billion yuan. This force slammed into Qin Group's already limit-down stock. The already plummeting stock price instantly shattered under the immense selling pressure. More critically, at that very moment, Qin Group's stock price reached the equity liquidation threshold for bank loans. Ring 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 ring. The internal line in Qin Zhenghua's office suddenly rang, shattering the father and son's illusions. Qin Zhenghua frowned, picked up the receiver, and answered with a hint of irritation at the interruption. Hello? Who is this? Chairman Qin? This is Manager Wang from the Credit Department of China Construction Bank. An extremely anxious voice came through the line, devoid of its usual politeness. Chairman Qin. This is bad. Qin Group's stock price just suffered another tsunami-like sell-off, plunging below the margin call threshold for your mortgage loan with our bank. Per our signed agreement, you must immediately inject no less than 50 million yuan in additional margin into our account before the market closes at 3 p.m. today. Otherwise, we reserve the right to forcibly liquidate all your pledged shares. What? Qin Zhenghua's mind went blank. Additional margin? He didn't have a single penny left. All his cash had just been transferred to Chen Wannian. Manager Wang, please don't panic. Qin Zhenghua forced himself to stay calm, trying to steady the other party. The company's stock price is just experiencing temporary volatility. We already have substantial capital entering the market and it will rebound soon. Chairman Qin. I don't care what capital you have. I only see the system alerts. Manager Wang's voice was sharp and unyielding, leaving no room for compromise. An agreement is an agreement. 3 o'clock this afternoon. 50 million. Not a penny less. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. With that, the line went dead with a sharp click. Qin Zhenghua hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the call when his personal phone began ringing frantically. He picked up the phone to see President Liu, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, displayed on the screen. A deeply ominous foreboding rose within him as he tremblingly pressed the answer button. President Liu. Qin Zhenghua. Cut the small talk. On the other end, President Liu's furious roar echoed. Your Qin group owes me 300 million in loans. The pledged shares are now worthless scraps of paper. Per regulations, you must immediately add 800 million yuan in collateral. Got it? Immediately. Right now. Qin Zhenghua felt the world spinning, nearly losing his footing. Mr. Liu, we're experiencing some cash flow difficulties right now. Could we possibly get a 2-day extension? Extension? I grant you an extension who grants me one. If this loan goes bad, I'll lose my job. Listen here, Qin Zhenghua. If the money isn't in place by 3 o'clock this afternoon, I won't just liquidate your positions, I'll immediately file with the court to freeze every single account and asset under the name of Qin Group and you personally. Another sharp click ended the call. This was only the beginning. For the next 10 minutes, Qin Zhenghua's 2 phones rang incessantly, one after another. Hello? Mr. Qin? Regarding your company's 150 million loan, we require an immediate additional 40 million in collateral. Chairman Qin. Your stock price has fallen below the warning threshold. Please immediately make up the 60 million yuan margin call, or we will take enforcement measures. Qin Zhengsheng. Do you want to stay in Jiangchang or not? The 200 million you owe CITIC, pay it back immediately with interest. One call after another, all demanding payment of massive margin calls. Each call dealt a brutal blow to Qin Zhenghua and his son Qin Tian. The bank presidents and managers who had always been polite to them now revealed the cold, ruthless side of capitalism. Qin Zhenghua went from shock and protest to numbness, and finally, complete collapse. He slumped powerlessly in his chair, the phone slipping to the floor. His eyes were vacant, his lips pale, drained of all strength in an instant. Beside him, Qin Tian was utterly petrified by the barrage of calls. He stared blankly at his father and the flashing phone on the floor, his mind a blank. He finally understood that he and his father had fallen into an intricate trap. The scammers first tricked them into transferring all their cash, leaving them penniless. Then they used that money to attack their most vulnerable point, their bank loans. This move, cutting off their lifeline at the source, was utterly vicious. Dad, what should we do now? Qin Tian's voice trembled with tears, filled with helplessness and despair. Old Chen, didn't Old Chen say he'd help us push up the stock price? Why did it turn out like this? Qin Zhenghua didn't answer. His mind was consumed only by the relentless collection calls and the astronomical margin calls. He knew the Qin family was finished. Completely finished. As they reached their breaking point, the true mastermind, Qin Feng, listened calmly to Adeo's report. Sir, the bank's actions were perfectly timed. They've launched a full-scale assault on the Qin family. A trace of vengeful satisfaction tinged Adeo's tone. Qin Zhenghua and Qin Tian must be tasting despair by now. Qin Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze cold as he surveyed the city below. Their fear has only just begun. He turned to face Adeo and issued the next order. His voice held not a shred of pity. Next step, cut off their last escape route. Chapter 15, Selling the Building to Survive? Sorry, no one dares to buy. Dead silence filled the chairman's office. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. It fell upon Qin Zhenghua's bloodless face. 2 phones that had been ringing wildly finally fell silent. It wasn't that the bankers had taken pity, they had issued their final ultimatum. All that remained was to await the 3 o'clock judgment. Time ticked away, draining the last vestiges of life from the Qin family. Dad! Dad! Qin Tian knelt on the floor. He crawled to Qin Zhenghua's feet, clutching his trouser leg, murmuring helplessly. What should we do? Are we really finished? I don't want to go bankrupt. I don't want to become penniless. His spirit, after plummeting at breakneck speed, was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Qin Zhenghua slowly raised his head, his vacant gaze finally refocusing. Looking at his good-for-nothing son, sobbing uncontrollably, the last shred of warmth in his heart was replaced by coldness. Qin Zhenghua refused to go down without a fight. He had dominated Jiangcheng for half his life, not to be driven to ruin today. A savage ferocity erupted from the depths of his eyes. He shoved Qin Tian violently, sending him crashing to the floor. Then he struggled to his feet from the chair. His body trembled slightly with agitation, yet his gaze hardened into an unyielding resolve, tinged with a hint of madness. Bankruptcy? Who says we're going bankrupt? His voice was hoarse, yet filled with utter resolve. The bank wants money, huh? They want money, not our lives. He strode to his desk and grabbed the company's asset inventory. We still have assets. We still have buildings. We still have land. His eyes bloodshot, he pointed at an item on the list. Qin's International Plaza. One of Jiangcheng's landmark buildings. Market value over 30 billion. Selling it alone would cover not just a few billion in collateral, but pay off every single bank loan with money left over. And that plot in West City. We acquired it 2 years ago. Land prices have tripled since then. It's worth at least 10 billion. If we liquidate these assets, we'll have the money. We can weather the storm. These words reignited a glimmer of hope in Qin Tian's eyes, which had been utterly extinguished by despair. Right. Sell the buildings. Sell the land. The Qin family's greatest asset was this real estate. Dad. You're right. We still have buildings. We need to sell them fast. Qin Tian scrambled to his feet, rushing to the phone to start contacting buyers. Qin Zhenghua grabbed his wrist, a flash of cold calculation in his eyes. We can't sell them like this. His voice regained a measure of composure. Our situation is known throughout the entire city of Jiangcheng. If we dump our assets in such a high-profile manner, those people will only take advantage of the crisis and drive the price down to rock bottom. They'll devour us alive. He paused for a moment, then made his decision. You. Go immediately and contact those real estate developers and investment institutions with deep pockets who have done business with our Qin family. He listed several names. Mr. Li from Bank, Chairman Zhao from Evergrande, and Wang from Sindet Investment. Tell them I, Qin Zhengsheng, am willing to discount by 10%, no, 20%. As long as they can pay the full amount within 1 hour. Remember, adopt a humble tone. Tell them that I, Qin Zhengsheng, am accepting this favor from them. I will repay them handsomely in the future. Qin Zhenghua was confident that no one could resist the temptation of a 20% profit margin. It was essentially giving them hundreds of millions for free. If he could land one big fish and secure Qin International Plaza, the Qin family's crisis would be resolved immediately. Understood, Dad. Qin Tian nodded firmly, grabbed the list, and dashed into his office. He needed to make calls. He needed to secure the Qin family's lifeline funds at breakneck speed. Watching his son's determined retreat, Qin Zhenghua exhaled a long, heavy breath and slumped back into his chair. This was the only solution he could think of. Cutting off an arm to survive painful, yes, but better than death. He closed his eyes and began silently praying in his heart, praying that those old friends in the business world would extend a helping hand, considering past ties and the enormous profits at stake. In Qin Tian's office. He took a deep breath and dialed the first number on his list, General Manager Li of Bank Group's Jiangcheng branch. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Li's voice came through the phone, tinged with caution. Qin Tian immediately adopted a humble and enthusiastic tone, something unimaginable for him before. Mr. Li, hello. It's Qin Tian here, Qin Tian from Qin Group. Oh, Mr. Qin. Mr. Li's tone instantly turned cold and distant. What's this about? Well, Mr. Li. Qin Tian forced a smile, suppressing his irritation. My father, Chairman Qin Zhenghua, wishes to discuss a business opportunity with you. As you know, Qin's International Plaza, our company's flagship property and a landmark of Jiangcheng, is now up for sale in its entirety. Considering our long-standing partnership, we're offering a 20% discount off market value. If you can settle the full payment within the hour, this building is yours. This is a deal worth hundreds of millions in pure profit. After finishing, he waited expectantly for the other party's response. He assumed such an enormous temptation would send the other party into ecstatic delight. Yet, a prolonged silence fell on the other end of the line. The silence made Qin Tian feel uneasy. Mr. Li. Mr. Li? Are you listening? Oh, I'm listening. Mr. Li's voice came through again, but this time it carried a detached, business-like coldness. Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. Our bank group is facing some tight cash flow recently. All projects are planned well in advance, and we simply can't spare such a large sum of cash right now. Well, Mr. Li, we're talking hundreds of millions in profits here. Well, no matter how big the profit, you still need the money to make it happen. Mr. Qin, I have another meeting to attend. I won't keep you any longer. You might want to check with other companies. With that, before Qin Tian could respond, the other party hung up. Beep beep beep. Staring blankly at the busy signal, Qin Tian froze. How could this happen? That was a solid profit of several hundred million yuan. How could Vank not be tempted? They must be genuinely strapped for cash. Yes, that must be it. Qin Tian forced himself to find a reason, then took a deep breath and dialed the second number on the list, Chairman Zhao of Evergrande Group. This time, the call connected quickly. But the outcome was even more devastating than the first call. Qin Tian? Oh, I see. Chairman Zhao's voice brimmed with impatience. Selling buildings, huh? Sorry, we're not interested. I don't care what discount you offer, we're not buying. That's final. Click. The phone was hung up again without mercy. Qin Tian's heart instantly sank halfway. Refusing to give up, he gritted his teeth and continued dialing the numbers on his list. Third on the list, Wang Baopi from Xinda Investment. Hello? Young Master Qin? Ha ha ha, what a surprise. What's up? Heard your family's stock hit the limit down? Running low on cash and looking to borrow from me? The other end's tone dripped with schadenfreude and mockery. Qin Tian swallowed his humiliation and repeated the story of selling the building. After listening, Wang the skinflint burst into exaggerated laughter on the other end. Ha 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 ha. Qin Tian, did you get beaten into stupidity? Buying your family's building? Do you know what's spreading like wildfire across Jiangchang right now? That your Qin family has offended someone so powerful, even the gods couldn't save you. Buying your building now would be like slinging on myself. I may love money, Wang Skinflint here, but I'm not ready to kick the bucket just yet. Forget 20% off. Even if you gave it to me for free, I'd have to think twice. I'm not sure my little life could handle it. These words struck Qin Tian like a thunderbolt. He instantly understood. It wasn't that they didn't want to buy. They dared not buy. An invisible force had sealed off every channel daring to transact with the Qin family. Qin Tian refused to accept this. Like a madman, he dialed every single number on the list, one by one. The result was the same across the board. Those with slightly better relations would find various excuses to politely decline. Those with poorer relations responded with outright scorn and hung up. Everyone was avoiding the Qin family. After dialing the final number, he collapsed into his chair, utterly drained. Chapter 16. I've never been this humiliated in my life. While Qin Tian frantically made calls, atop the city overlooking penthouse apartment, a Dao stood behind Qin Feng, delivering his report with a blank expression. Sir, the ban has been disseminated through Chen Wanyan and Jiangqing's underground channels. Every reputable real estate developer and investment firm within Jiangcheng has received a clear warning. No one, under any circumstances, is to acquire any assets belonging to the Qin family. Violators will be considered enemies of the Night Owl. Qin Feng stood with his back to him, gazing out the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows at the city spread out below. His gaze pierced through the clouds, landing on Qin Tian, who was struggling futilely and nearing collapse in his office. Very well. His voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. A Dao paused briefly before continuing his report. Sir, there's another development. Just now, a second-rate speculator nicknamed Lu Skinflay contacted us through our channels. He smells blood and wants to test the waters, hoping to get a piece of the pie from the Qin family's corpse. At the mention of that name, a cold, amused smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Lu Skinflayer? He slowly turned to face Adao, his eyes glinting with amusement. Let him come. Go. Adao was taken aback. Go. Not only that, but you must personally instruct him. Qin Feng's voice grew colder. Have him name his price to Qin Zhenghua. Just 1/10. I want Qin Zhenghua, that self-important tyrant, to know clearly and unequivocally that his possessions are now only worth this price. The Qin family villa, once a symbol of wealth and power, was now shrouded in a layer of gloom. The servants who once bustled through its halls now tiptoed, holding their breath, performing their duties with utmost caution, fearful that any sound might provoke the mistress's roar. The crystal chandelier in the living room cast a feeble glow. Li Shulan, the mistress of the Qin household, paced back and forth in the opulent living room. Her designer suit was creased, her makeup smudged by fury, her eyes bloodshot. Useless. All of you are useless. Her shrill voice echoed through the empty room. Each and every one of you claims to be a tycoon of Jiangcheng, a genius of the business world. And what's the result? Beaten so badly you couldn't even fight back. Can't even sell a single building in their own family. I must have been blind to marry you, Qin Zhenghua. She pointed at Qin Zhenghua's portrait on the wall, cursing him with venomous words. This afternoon, at the ladies' circle gathering, she had endured the most humiliating moment of her life. News of the Qin family's decline had already spread throughout Jiangqing's high society. The moment she entered the private room, she was met not with the usual flattery, but with an icy silence. All conversations ceased as eyes fixed on her, a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Oh, isn't this Mrs. Qin? How come you have time to drop by today? The first to speak was Mrs. Zhang, who had once been the most obsequious toward her. I thought your family was in dire straits right now. How can you still have the heart to come out and play cards? Another Mrs. Wang chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Mrs. Qin here is like a mountain collapsing before her eyes unfazed. Who knows? Maybe Chairman Qin has already planned his escape route? Right, Mrs. Qin? Li Shulan's face instantly turned the color of liver. She wanted to retort, to lash out with her usual haughty demeanor. But when she opened her mouth, not a single word came out. Because what they said was true. Her silence was interpreted by those women as tacit admission and cowardice. So, even more unrestrained mockery poured toward her. Hey, have you heard? Qin's stock hit the daily limit down right at the opening bell today. My husband says he's never seen anything this disastrous in his life. You bet. I heard the bank's collection calls have practically worn down the Qin's doorstep. What's that saying again? When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The most ridiculous part is that their eldest son, Qin Tian, just entered into a marriage alliance with the Lin family, didn't he? I heard the Lin patriarch has already made it clear this marriage is up for reconsideration. Good heavens. Is that for real? Talk about losing both the bride and the army. Ha 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 ha. Serves them right. They tried to lean on the Lin family for shade, but the old man cut the rope first. Every word stabbed painfully into Li Shulan's heart. She felt publicly humiliated. Unable to bear it any longer, she fled the scene, her face ashen, amid the uproarious laughter. Back at the villa, her humiliation, rage, resentment, and fear erupted completely. She poured all her resentment onto her husband, Qin Zhenghua, and her son, Qin Tian. Useless piece of trash. Useless piece of trash. She grabbed an antique vase and smashed it violently onto the floor. Crash. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. A young servant plucked up the courage to approach and whispered, "Madam, are you all right? Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?" Li Shulan whipped her head around, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at the servant. "Get out!" she screamed, grabbing a sofa cushion and hurling it at him. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me? Just because the Qin family has fallen on hard times, you think even a lowly servant like you can come mock me? No, no, madam, I wouldn't dare." The young maid turned deathly pale, trembling all over. "Dare not? I see you're quite bold." Li Shulan's fury found a new outlet. She stormed toward the maid and raised her hand to slap her. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap sent a shiver through everyone in the villa. "That'll teach you to keep your mouth shut. For watching me make a fool of myself. You lowly creature, daring to parade around in front of me." Still not satisfied, she shoved and struck the maid, who was now frozen in terror. "It's all your fault. All of you useless trash. You eat our food, drink our water, yet when it matters most, not one of you can be relied upon. All you do is get in the way." She vented all her resentment toward her husband and son, her fear of the other ladies outside, and her confusion about her own future fate onto this innocent servant. She smashed things, cursed, and tore at her own hair, collapsing completely before the end came. She couldn't accept her impending fall from grace into the mud. She couldn't imagine life without designer labels and luxury cars. This terror of the future plunged her into despair far deeper than the economic crisis itself. Just then, the villa's front door swung open. Qin Zhenghua and Qin Tian dragged their heavy legs inside, their faces ashen. They had just endured the darkest day of their lives. The stock market had crashed, banks were demanding repayment, and selling their property was impossible. The Qin family had been driven to the edge of ruin. The moment they entered, they saw the devastation in the living room and the maid sitting on the floor, weeping. Qin Zhenghua's heart sank even further. Domestic unrest was a harbinger of ruin. "Enough!" he roared with his last ounce of strength. Li Shulan heard the voice and whipped her head around. The sight of her husband and son's dejected expressions reignited the anger she had only just begun to vent. She lunged forward. "You have the nerve to come back." Her finger nearly jabbed Qin Zhenghua's nose. "Well, Chairman Qin, did you sell the building? Did you get the bail money back?" Her voice dripped with biting sarcasm. "Listen up. I was out today and got yelled at right to my face. They looked at me like I was a joke. I've never endured such humiliation in my entire life. And it's all because of you two. Because of you two useless good-for-nothings." Chapter 17. The last hope lies in pleading with the in-laws. Qin Tian was already on the brink of a mental breakdown. His mother's accusations sent him completely over the edge. His eyes red, he snarled at Li Shulan, "What are you yelling at me for? Do you think I want this? I've searched every corner of Jiangcheng. Not a single person dared to buy our building. Not a single one." "Oh? No one dared to buy?" Li Shulan let out a nervous, cold laugh. "I don't think it's that no one dares to buy. It's that they're all waiting to see the Qin family's downfall, waiting for us to go bankrupt so they can snap up bargains." She suddenly shifted her tone, directing her barbs at the silent Qin Zhenghua. "Qin Zhenghua, I'm asking you, who exactly did our family offend? Aren't you the one who boasts about being the kingpin of Jiangcheng? Didn't you claim to have influence in both the legitimate and underworld circles of Jiangcheng? How come you can't even figure out who your opponent is now? Tell me, what good are you, anyway?" Qin Zhenghua's face turned ashen with rage, his chest heaving violently. He had always been the dominant one, never once had a woman dared to curse him out like this. Yet at this moment, he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Because Li Shulan was telling the truth. He truly was a useless piece of trash. A worthless piece of trash who didn't even know who his opponent was before getting beaten into submission. The collapse of his family, the ruin of his career, the loss of his dignity. All the pressure bore down on him, threatening to crush his chest. Put! A sweet taste filled Qin Zhenghua's throat as a mouthful of blood gushed forth, splattering onto the floor. "Dad!" Qin Tian cried out in alarm, rushing forward to support him. Li Shulan was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, the madness on her face replaced by sheer terror. "Zhenghua, don't scare me." Qin Zhenghua waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead of collapsing, the blood seemed to ignite his final burst of savagery. He shoved Qin Tian aside, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on his wife. "Shut up." His voice was hoarse, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. "From this moment on, anyone in this house who dares utter another word will be thrown out. This once mighty tyrant, standing on the brink of utter ruin, abandoned by all, his family shattered, finally revealed his most ferocious and yet most fragile side. He didn't know that as he coughed up blood and the Qin family crumbled completely. On the other side of the city, Qin Feng watched it all unfold expressionlessly through a hidden microcamera in the villa. A Dao stood behind him, playing a recording obtained from the wives' gathering filled with scorn directed at Li Shulan. Qin Feng listened in silence. The sharp, biting mockery echoed the words his mother had used to belittle him in his memories. After listening, he shut off the recording without expression. His eyes held not a trace of sympathy or pity, only acknowledgement that the plan was proceeding smoothly. Very good, he remarked indifferently. Adding flowers to brocade is easy, offering coal in the snow is hard. These people are more useful than we imagined. He paused, then turned his gaze back to the woman on the screen, whose eyes burned with venom as she watched her husband and son continue monitoring the Qin family villa. The morning sun bathed Jiangcheng in light, yet it failed to dispel the chill in Qin Jinggua's heart. He hadn't slept all night, his eyes bloodshot and his face gaunt. He forced himself to stay alert, changed into a respectable suit, and personally drove his status symbol Rolls-Royce toward the Lin family mansion in the eastern part of the city. This was his last chance for survival. He pinned all his hopes on the word-in-laws. He believed that although Lin Jianye was opportunistic, he would ultimately have to consider the Lin family's reputation. Qin Tian was his grandson-in-law. If the Qin family were to collapse completely and become the laughingstock of Jiangcheng, it would reflect poorly on the Lins as well. Besides, this wasn't about borrowing money without repaying. He could offer Qin Group's shares as collateral, or even sign a high-interest loan agreement. He only needed a moment to breathe. If he could just make it past the bank's payment deadline at 3 p.m. this afternoon, he'd have time to maneuver and find a way out of this mess. The car glided smoothly along the road. Qin Zhenghua watched the street scenes recede past the window, mentally rehearsing what he would say when he met Lin Jianye. He was prepared to set aside all pride and dignity. He was even prepared to bow down or even kneel before the old rival he had always regarded as an equal, as long as it meant the survival of the Qin family. At the very moment he set out for the Lin residence. In a penthouse apartment overlooking the entire city, the floor-to-ceiling windows embraced the entire morning vista of Jiangcheng. A Dao stood tall and upright behind Qin Feng, his posture respectful. "Sir, Qin Zhenghua has left." His voice was steady, devoid of emotion. "Heading toward the Lin family estate in the eastern part of the city. Estimated arrival in 40 minutes. Qin Feng sat before a black ebony tea table, fingering a set of exquisite purple clay teaware. He did not brew tea, merely using his fingertips to feel the warm, smooth texture of the ware. Upon hearing Adeo's report, he did not lift his gaze. All of this was exactly as he had anticipated. Or rather, this was the path of despair he had meticulously laid out for Qin Zhenghua. When cornered, people instinctively cling to what seems closest and most reliable. Family ties, friendships, and the fragile bonds of affinity built upon mutual interests. Lin Jianye is a clever man. Qin Feng spoke slowly, his voice calm. A truly wise man, when the ship is about to sink, doesn't start by patching the holes in the hull. He paused, lifting a small teacup to his eyes. But to cut the rope binding his own vessel to the sinking ship. A Dao bowed slightly. "I understand, sir. Lin Jianye will make the wisest choice." "He will." Qin Feng set down the cup, picked up the teapot, and slowly poured the long cooled dregs into the saucer. The splashing sound echoed distinctly in the quiet room. Chapter 18, haven't you seen it yet? The sky is about to change in Jiangcheng. 40 minutes later, at the Lin family mansion. The traditional Chinese courtyard stood as solemn and imposing as ever. Two massive stone lions guarded the entrance, their stony expressions appearing both imposing and indifferent under the sunlight. Qin Zhenggua's Rolls-Royce was stopped at the gate by security. "I'm sorry, Chairman Qin, but without an appointment, you cannot enter." The guard's tone was polite, but his stance was firm. Qin Zhenggua's expression darkened. In the past, he never needed an appointment to visit the Lin family. He suppressed his anger, stepped out of the car, and handed the guard a thick red envelope. "Please inform them that Qin Zhengsheng has an extremely urgent matter and is requesting to see Lin Jianye." He deliberately used the word beg. The guard weighed the envelope's thickness, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face before he finally nodded and relayed the message through his walkie-talkie to the inner courtyard. Qin Zhenghua stood outside the gate, facing the rising sun, awaiting his judgment. Every minute, every second, felt like an eternity. Never in his life had he been so utterly submissive, nor had he felt such profound unease. After about 10 minutes, the heavy vermilion lacquered gates slowly swung open. Emerging was not the butler, but merely a young servant. The servant addressed him expressionlessly. "Chairman Qin, our master awaits you by the lotus pond in the rear courtyard. Vehicles cannot enter, please proceed on foot." Qin Zhenggua's heart sank further. This was a warning shot. The Lin family estate covered an immense area. Walking from the main gate to the lotus pond in the rear courtyard would take at least 15 minutes. Lin Jianye was using this method to wear down his spirit, to make clear who was the host and who was the guest today. Qin Zhenghua clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh. In the end, he loosened his grip and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Alright, thank you for your trouble. He took heavy steps, following the young servant into the courtyard that had once been his pride and joy, yet now filled him with profound humiliation. Winding corridors, intricate rockeries, and rare flowering plants. The scenery he once praised endlessly now seemed like a cruel mockery to his eyes. Finally, he reached the lotus pond in the rear garden. The summer lotuses had long since faded, leaving only a pool of withered stems swaying in the breeze, desolate and bleak. In the pavilion by the pond, a man clad in white training attire stood calm and composed, practicing Tai Chi with his back to him. It was Lin Jianye, the current head of the Lin family. Qin Zhenghua stood outside the pavilion, not daring to disturb him. He simply stood there quietly, waiting. Sweat trickled down his temples, yet he dared not raise his hand to wipe it away. Another full 10 minutes passed before Lin Jianye slowly completed his form, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Turning to see Qin Zhenghua, his expression betrayed little surprise. He merely said indifferently, "Oh, Zhenghua, you're here." His tone was flat, devoid of the warmth that had once characterized their relationship as in-laws. "Have a seat." He gestured toward the stone bench in the pavilion. Qin Zhenghua hesitated to sit. Instead, he hurried into the pavilion and bowed deeply to Lin Jianye. "Brother Lin." His voice was hoarse and earnest. "I've come today with an urgent matter. I beg you, please lend a brother a hand." Lin Jianye lifted his eyelids slightly, signaling a servant nearby to bring tea. He picked up his teacup himself, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, and took a leisurely sip, paying no heed whatsoever to Qin Zhenghua's almost pleading words. Only when Qin Zhenghua remained frozen in a bow, his body stiffening, did Lin slowly set down his cup. "Zhenghua, we've known each other for decades. I understand your nature well." His voice was calm and measured, yet carried an air of profound insight. "Unless you're truly backed into a corner, you're not the type to bend your spine." He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Qin Zhenghua's eyes. "Speak. What is it?" Qin Zhenghua straightened his back, his face etched with humiliation and earnestness. "Brother Lin, to be perfectly honest, our Qin family were in serious trouble this time." He dared not withhold a single detail, laying bare the company's stock market collapse, the bank's demand for massive margin calls, and the complete freeze on all assets, rendering them impossible to liquidate. Like a drowning man, he issued his final cry for help to those on shore. "Brother Lin, I only need 500 million yuan right now. Just 500 million yuan to plug the hole in the bank's demands, and I'll have a chance to breathe. I won't borrow this money for free. I'm willing to pledge 30% of Qin Group's equity as collateral. I'll pay you triple the highest market interest rate. If you'll just give me a hand, I, Qin Zhengsheng, will gladly serve you like a horse or ox for the rest of my life." His eyes reddened as he stared at Lin Jianye, awaiting his verdict. A long silence fell over the pavilion. Only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the withered lotus leaves could be heard. Lin Jianye did not respond immediately. He rose to his feet, walked to the edge of the pavilion, gazed at the pool of withered lotus, and sighed softly. "Zhenghua," he began, "look at these lotus flowers." He spoke slowly. "In summer, how splendidly they bloomed, how magnificent they were. But once the autumn wind arrives, they wither, and that's that. This is the way of nature, the fixed order of things beyond human power to reverse." Qin Zhenghua's heart sank abruptly. He understood the implication in Lin Jianye's words. "Brother Lin, what you're saying is..." Lin Jianye turned around, the calm expression on his face finally turning grave. He looked at Qin Zhenghua and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "The skies over Jiangcheng are about to change." His voice was not loud, yet it thundered in Qin Zhenghua's ears. "Some waves, once they rise, are beyond the strength of you or me to withstand. Before such a tide, our so-called families are but fragile boats, ever at risk of capsizing." Lin Jianye's gaze grew unusually profound. "Zhenghua, heed my advice. Face reality. It's not that I don't want to help. It's just... I can't. And I dare not." These words extinguished the last shred of hope in Qin Zhenghua's heart. His body swayed, nearly toppling him over. He couldn't fathom it, couldn't comprehend it. What kind of entity could instill such profound fear in someone like Lin Jianye, a man with deep roots in Jiangcheng that he dared not even speak its name? "Why? Brother Lin, tell me. Who exactly have we offended?" His voice was filled with despair and unwillingness. Lin Jianye looked at his disoriented face, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes, but more than that, a resolute determination to protect himself. He shook his head, offering no answer, and instead turned his gaze back to the pool of withered lotus leaves, a scene of desolate beauty. The answer was already self-evident. The moment Lin Jianye refused him, Qin Zhenghua knew the Qin family was truly finished. The lifeline he had clung to not only slipped through his fingers but was cruelly snatched away, plunging him into an even deeper abyss of despair. Chapter 19, a new king ascends the throne, demanding a sacrifice. Inside the pavilion, the atmosphere was oppressive. The rustling wind and birdsong had vanished. In Qin Zhenghua's world, only Lin Jianye's icy, ruthless words echoed, "I can't help you, and I dare not." The words echoed relentlessly in his ears. His mind went blank, his body swaying unsteadily under the crushing blow. The face that once radiated the aura of a formidable leader now bore only a pallid, defeated expression. He refused to accept it. He refused to believe it. Decades of friendship, the bonds of family through marriage all shattered so easily before the unknown terror. Brother Lin, why? Qin Zhenghua lifted his head, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lin Jianya's retreating figure, his voice hoarse. Our two families have always stood together in prosperity and in adversity. If the Qin family falls, what good would that do your Lin family? Tiana and Wanner's wedding was just held, the entire city of Jiangcheng knows. If my Qin family goes bankrupt and liquidated, where would your Lin family's reputation stand? He tried to appeal to their shared bond with one last plea. If you don't pull me out today, tomorrow this wave might just crash into your Lin family's ship. His words carried both pleading and threat, tinged with a palpable weakness. Lin Jianya slowly turned around. His face showed no anger at Qin Zhenghua's threat, but instead revealed a trace of pity. His gaze was that of someone observing a man about to be crushed, yet still struggling futilely. Zhenghua, haven't you seen it yet? Lin Jianya's voice grew unusually low, as if afraid the wind might carry his words away. This isn't some ordinary business dispute, nor is it some upstart trying to muscle in on our turf. He stepped closer, leaning in to whisper into Qin Zhenghua's ear, enunciating each word deliberately in a voice only they could hear. This is a change of dynasty. Jiancheng, a new king is about to ascend the throne. The words exploded in Qin Zhenghua's mind. He was utterly stunned, staring at Lin Jianya in disbelief, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. A change of dynasty? A new king ascending the throne? What an audacious notion. In this day and age, who dared to claim such a title for themselves? And who possessed the strength to accomplish this so-called ascension? You're talking nonsense. Qin Zhenghua instinctively retorted, but his voice trembled with a lack of conviction. Lin Jianya shook his head, a bitter smile touching his lips. At first, I was just like you, I didn't believe it either. His gaze grew distant and fearful, sinking into memories he'd rather forget. Until 3 days ago, when a mysterious force uprooted my most prized overseas project within 24 hours. All my channels, all my connections, were severed in an instant. The people I sent to negotiate have been missing ever since. All I received was a single sentence. Lin Jianya's voice dropped even lower, tinged with unmistakable dread. The Lin family must learn to choose sides. Qin Zhenghua's heart clenched painfully. He could imagine the sheer thunderous force of whatever tactic had instilled such terror in a man like Lin Jianya. Then what? He pressed. Then, Lin Jianya's expression was worse than crying. I pulled every string I had, even reaching out to old connections in the capital, just to uncover a single clue. Do you know what I discovered? He didn't wait for Qin Zhenghua's reply before continuing on his own. I discovered that overnight, someone had opened an unimpeded backdoor into every bank's credit system in Jiangcheng, every telecom company's core database, and even some official classified networks we couldn't even imagine. That new king can now see through every one of us. Every financial transaction, every phone call, every confidential contract all lay transparent before him. Do you understand what this means, Zhenghua? Lin Jianya stared intently at him, his eyes filled with warning. It means that we so-called elite families have absolutely no secrets left from him. He could crush us with the flick of a finger. Qin Zhenghua felt his blood run cold. He finally understood why the Wangs and the Lis had been so compliant. He finally understood why Chen Wanyan had suddenly turned against them. It turned out they had been standing naked before the enemy from the very beginning. So, Zhenghua, do you still think I'm exaggerating? Lin Jianya's voice pierced through Qin Zhenghua's last psychological defense. My Lin family chooses to submit. Because those who refuse to submit will be crushed. This isn't a choice, it's the only path to survival. And as for your Qin family? Lin Jianya looked at him and shook his head. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong side from the very beginning. Or rather, you are the sacrificial offering that must be crushed on the path to the new king's ascension. The reason I'm telling you all this today is out of decades of friendship to give you one final piece of advice. His expression grew more serious than ever before. Stop struggling. And certainly don't attempt to challenge an existence you cannot comprehend. Accept your fate with dignity. At least you'll preserve your life. If you insist on trying to stop a rolling stone with your bare hands, then not only you, but the entire Qin family will be crushed into nothingness. Having spoken these words, Lin Jianya felt every ounce of strength drained from his body. He no longer looked at Qin Zhenghua. Turning away, he walked back to the stone bench in the pavilion, picked up his teacup, closed his eyes, and assumed the posture of one bidding farewell. He had said all he needed to say. He had done his utmost. Qin Zhenghua stood rooted to the spot, utterly devastated. Every word Lin Jianya had spoken shattered his pride, his hopes, and his entire worldview. He finally understood. The enemy he faced wasn't even on the same level. All his struggles now seemed futile and laughable. I understand. He murmured softly. He didn't know how he made his way out of the Lin family mansion. He only remembered that the road back felt endlessly long and bitterly cold. He drove aimlessly through the streets of Jiangcheng. His mind was blank, his heart dead silent. Inside the penthouse apartment. A massive surveillance screen displayed real-time footage of Qin Jingwa's Rolls-Royce drifting through the streets. Inside the car, his dazed and ashen face was clearly visible. A Dao stood behind Qin Feng, silently observing everything. "Sir, Lin Jianya seems more talkative than we anticipated." A faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips. "That's good." His voice remained calm. "Fear is the finest seasoning." He picked up a document from the table, a detailed report on all the Qin family's grey market operations. An enemy who is nearly defeated will still harbor resentment and cling to false hope. But an enemy whose will has been utterly shattered, who has recognized the vast chasm between us, will make the most foolish and most predictable choice. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the screen, fixed on Qin Jingwa's face twisted with despair. His eyes were cold and unfathomable. He's now cornered. He'll start doubting everything, searching for a way out. A Dao instantly grasped Qin Feng's intent. "You mean, he'll start suspecting you?" "Doubt is the first step toward truth, and the final step toward hell." Qin Feng set down the documents and rose to his feet. "Lin Jianya's words and my plan have already planted fear in his heart. Now, this fear will drive him to make his next and final mistake." Qin Feng walked to the window, surveying the city below, a city now utterly under his control. The chess game had reached its final stage. And Qin Jingwa, the former chess player, now faced only one final move toward his inevitable downfall. Chapter 20, Old Zhang, you'd better help me, don't forget I still hold your leverage. Night once again enveloped Jiangcheng. Qin Jingwa's Rolls-Royce slowly glided back to the Qin family villa under the night sky. He parked it carelessly in the courtyard, leaving the engine running, and walked into the lifeless house in a daze. The living room lay in complete darkness. Only a faint glow seeped through the crack of Qin Tian's bedroom door upstairs, accompanied by muffled sobs. Li Shulan, still under the influence of sleeping pills, was silent, her usual shrill curses absent from the mansion, making the opulent home feel even more eerily still and dead. Qin Jingwa paid no heed to any of this. He strode straight into his study, locked the door behind him, and sealed himself off from the outside world. He didn't turn on the lights, allowing himself to be swallowed by the darkness. Darkness could calm him, yet it could also drive his thoughts into paranoid madness. Lin Jianya's words struck a deep nerve within him. All his life, he had believed that man could conquer nature, that strength and cunning were everything. Yet now, every belief he held was utterly shattered. This crushing superiority from a higher dimension left him unable to even muster the will to resist. No! Qin Jingwa clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. The sharp pain brought a jolt of clarity to his muddled mind. I cannot accept this fate. Even if I die, I will die with clarity. I must know who this so-called new king is, this monster who toyed with me like a puppet. A final, frenzied glint of madness flared in his eyes. All his business tactics and connections had crumbled before this man. Now, he could only resort to the last, most disreputable yet direct force. Official investigative resources. His trembling hand fumbled for his phone. In the darkness, the screen's glow illuminated his twisted, ferocious face. He scrolled to a number he had almost never dialed. The contact note read Old Zhang. Old Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Jingda, served as deputy director of the Jiangcheng Municipal Bureau, overseeing criminal and economic investigations. 20 years ago, Zhang Jingda was just a frustrated section chief. It was Qin Jingwa who used his connections and money to propel him step by step to his current position. Over the years, Zhang Jingda had returned the favor, handling countless shady affairs for the Qin family. He was the deepest and most reliable mole Qin Jingwa had planted within the official system. Qin Jingwa would never deploy this pawn unless absolutely necessary. Because once activated, it would mean exposing his secrets to the authorities. But now, he could no longer afford to be so cautious. He dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello? Who is this? Old Zhang's hoarse, weary voice came through the line. Old Zhang, it's me, Qin Jingwa. Qin Jingwa's voice was low and strained. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Then, Old Zhang's voice grew slightly warmer, though the warmth carried a hint of distance and perfunctory politeness. Oh, Chairman Qin. What a rare treat. You're such a busy man, what brings you to call me? Qin Jingwa had no patience for small talk. Old Zhang, I'm in trouble. He cut straight to the point, his tone commanding his usual manner when speaking to Old Zhang. I need your help. Look into someone, or rather, an organization. Oh? Old Zhang's tone took on a hint of amusement. Chairman Qin in Jiangcheng running into trouble he can't handle? That's news to me. Tell me, who's this god who dares to mess with the tiger on its own turf? Qin Jingwa suppressed his inner irritation and briefly recounted everything that had happened to him. Of course, he omitted his own unsavory dealings, portraying the other party solely as an enigmatic business rival with extraordinary influence. This person wields immense power. They hold absolute sway not only in the financial markets but across the entire capital circle of Jiangcheng. I suspect this isn't a simple business dispute. Behind it, there might be organized, illegal commercial crime. He deliberately steered the conversation toward criminal implications. Only then would Old Zhang have grounds to deploy official investigative resources. After listening to his account, old Jiang fell into another prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Qin Zhenghua could hear the sound of fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. Mr. Qin. After a long pause, old Jiang finally spoke, his tone unusually grave. The situation you've described is rather complicated. For the other party to mobilize such vast resources in such a short time and accomplish all this without a trace the person behind it all is likely no ordinary figure. That's precisely why I came to you, because he's no ordinary man. Qin Zhenghua's voice rose slightly. I need you to deploy every technical means at your municipal bureau's disposal, including but not limited to communication surveillance, fund flow tracking, and cyber investigations. Dig him up for me. I don't care who he is. If he's operating in Jiangchang, he's bound to leave traces behind. Qin Zhenghua's words were spoken with unwavering certainty. He believed that in the face of modern criminal investigation technology, no demon or devil could remain hidden. However, old Zhang's response left him disappointed. Director Qin, according to regulations, these measures require an official case filing to be authorized. This is merely a commercial dispute at present. I'm afraid I can't proceed. Old Zhang's tone was thick with reluctance. Difficult? Qin Zhenghua let out a cold laugh, his voice thick with menace. Jiang Jingda, don't forget how you got to where you are today. Back then, when your son racked up that 30 million gambling debt in Macau, who covered it for you? And all those shady goods your wife's jewelry company has been taking in over the years, who helped you move them? I'm not negotiating with you, I'm giving you an order. If you can't handle it, I won't hesitate to share these old stories with your comrades at the Commission for Discipline Inspection. This was a blatant threat. It was an ultimatum, a final warning. Dead silence fell again on the other end of the line. Qin Zhenghua could clearly hear old Zhang's breathing grow heavy. He thought his threat had worked. He thought old Zhang would cave in immediately, just like before, and obediently do his bidding. Instead, what he heard was an ambiguous chuckle. Ha! The sound was faint, yet it pierced Qin Zhenghua's heart like a dagger. Mr. Qin, are you threatening me? Old Zhang's tone suddenly turned eerily calm, frighteningly so. Since you've made your position clear, I won't beat around the bush. What you're asking me to do, I can't do it. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I dare not. What did you say? Qin Zhenghua could scarcely believe his ears. I said, I can't handle it. Old Zhang repeated, his voice tinged with a hint of relief and a touch of pity. Qin Zhenghua, do you really think this is still the Jiangcheng where you could cover the sky with one hand? Don't you have any idea who you've crossed? Let me be blunt, just yesterday, the city held an internal briefing for us. Everything concerning your Qin group has been classified as a high-level financial risk incident. A special task force has been established. The team leader was dispatched directly from the provincial government. And the order our municipal bureau received boils down to 8 words. Observe only, do not intervene. Strictly prohibited from getting involved. And now you want me to use investigative methods to look into it? Are you trying to drag me down with you? Old Zhang's words sent a chill through Qin Zhenghua from head to toe. He was utterly dumbfounded. Special task force? Provincially dispatched personnel? Strictly forbidden to interfere? This can't be possible. He had always assumed the other party wielded influence only in the business world and the underworld. He never imagined even the highest echelons of the government were shielding him. You're telling the truth? His voice trembled. Believe it or not. Old Zhang's tone had become incredibly relaxed. Qin Zhenghua, those compromising materials you hold over me could indeed threaten me. But compared to that person, what are you, really? All these years, I've cleaned up your messes time and again. I've done my duty to the fullest. From today onward, we're even. Oh, right, here's a free tip for you. Old Zhang's tone suddenly turned gloating. I hear that Special Task Force has already received a decade's worth of detailed reports on your Qin group's tax evasion and illegal fundraising. The chain of evidence is so complete that even us veteran economic investigators are amazed. You'd better take care of yourself. With that, the call was abruptly hung up. Qin Zhenghua stood frozen in the darkness, staring blankly at the phone in his hand. His mind had completely shut down. His last hope, his most trusted ace in the hole, had not only betrayed him but had also dealt him the most fatal blow. It turned out he had long become a figure everyone avoided at all costs. Chapter 21, Open Up, we're from the Tax Bureau, Joint Investigation. At the very moment Qin Zhenghua dialed that call. In the penthouse apartment, Qin Feng and Adeo were watching a screen together. The screen displayed the call log between Qin Zhenghua and old Zhang. Adao's expression remained stern. Sir, Qin Zhenghua contacted Jiang Jingda. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. That pawn of his has long since rusted. He calmly issued his orders. Take all evidence of his financial dealings with the Qin family over the years, those recordings and transfer records we prepared long ago. Along with a copy of that whistleblower report, place them all on the inspection team's desk. Not only will I ensure he finds nothing, I want him to be unable to protect himself. Adao bowed slightly. Yes, sir. He turned, took out an encrypted phone, and skillfully issued a command. Meanwhile, old Jiang, who had just hung up the phone, believing he had severed ties with the Qin family and successfully extricated himself, remained unaware. He was even less aware that his supposedly covert conversation with Qin Zhenghua had been under the watchful eye of that new king, a presence he could never have imagined from the very first word. Qin Feng lifted the coffee from the table and took a light sip. This game was getting more and more interesting. The study was plunged into darkness. Qin Zhenghua stood frozen in place, the disconnected phone in his hand feeling cold to the touch. Every word old Zhang had spoken echoed wildly in his mind. Qin Zhenghua suddenly felt like laughing. He laughed at himself for only now facing reality that he had dared to threaten a pawn who had already been warned with some long-forgotten past. How pathetic and laughable that must have seemed to the other party. Boundless despair engulfed him. He had lost. He had lost without understanding why, lost utterly and completely. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his opponent's shadow. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, the study door was struck by urgent knocks. The knocking sounded especially jarring and piercing in the deathly quiet villa. "Get out!" Qin Zhenghua growled hoarsely. He didn't want to see anyone now, he just wanted to wait alone for the end to come. Yet the person outside did not leave. The knocking grew more urgent and louder, tinged with a hint of panic. "Master! Master! It's terrible! Something terrible has happened." It was the butler's voice, filled with unprecedented panic and dread. Qin Zhenghua's brow furrowed deeply, his inner restlessness and unease growing ever more intense. What else could possibly go wrong? Could the sky possibly fall any harder than it already had? He dragged his heavy footsteps over and yanked open the study door. Outside stood the elderly butler, well over 60 and usually the picture of steadiness. His face was deathly pale, his forehead glistening with sweat, and his words came out in a stammer. Master. Master. There are so many people outside. So many in uniform, they've surrounded our house." Qin Zhenghua's heart sank. Uniformed men? Could it be the bank coming to seize assets so quickly? No, the bank wouldn't deploy such a force. Without pausing to think, he pushed past the butler and hurried downstairs. As soon as he reached the staircase, he witnessed a scene in the living room that would haunt him forever. A dozen tax inspectors in dark blue uniforms and wide-brimmed hats, along with several sharp-eyed, efficient-looking police officers, stood solemnly in the center of the living room. The villa's servants had long since been reduced to trembling, cowering in corners, too terrified to even lift their heads. The man leading them was instantly recognizable to Qin Zhenghua. It was none other than the man who had just distanced himself over the phone, deputy director of the municipal bureau, Zhang Jingde. The casual, dismissive demeanor Zhang Jingde had displayed over the phone had vanished entirely. His face was expressionless, his gaze icy cold, and he avoided meeting Qin Zhenghua's eyes. Behind him stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a scholarly demeanor but equally piercing eyes. Qin Zhenghua recognized him as Director Zhou, the head of the Municipal Tax Audit Bureau. Seeing this formidable presence, what else could Qin Zhenghua possibly misunderstand? Everything old Zhang had said on the phone was true. That damned whistleblower report had indeed been submitted. And Zhang Jingde, once his own man, was now personally leading the raid on his home. What utter irony! Qin Zhenghua stood on the staircase, looking down at this unwelcome group. He showed no panic, instead growing strangely calm. Nothing is more sorrowful than the death of the heart. When one knows death is inevitable, a peculiar kind of serenity emerges, a sense of having seen through everything. Director Zhang, Director Zhou. He descended the stairs slowly, his voice steady. Such a grand display. What brings you to my humble abode at this late hour? Zhang Jingde's eyelid twitched, yet he still avoided meeting his gaze, shifting his eyes instead to Director Zhou beside him. Director Zhou stepped forward, pulled a document from his briefcase, and unfolded it expressionlessly before Qin Zhenghua. The bright red seal glowed sharply under the light. Mr. Qin Zhenghua. Director Zhou's voice was devoid of emotion. We are a joint investigation team from the Jiang City Taxation Bureau and the Economic Crime Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We received a verified tip-off and, following preliminary verification, your Qin group is suspected of engaging in large-scale tax evasion over the past decade through methods such as setting up dual contracts, conducting fictitious transactions, and transferring profits. The amount involved may reach billions. At the same time, the Qin group is also suspected of multiple serious economic crimes, including illegal fundraising and fraudulently obtaining bank loans. Every word from Director Zhou struck Qin Zhenghua like a hammer blow to the heart. Though he had already heard rumors from old Zhang, the sheer impact of hearing it all clearly stated in an official capacity still left him gasping for breath. We are now conducting a lawful search of your residence, as well as the headquarters and all subsidiaries of Qin Group. Here is our search warrant. Please review it. Director Zhou extended the warrant toward Qin Zhenghua. Qin Zhenghua did not take it. His gaze swept past the warrant, fixing intently on Zhang Jingde, who stood behind it, desperately trying to avoid his eyes. Old Zhang. He spoke suddenly, his voice not loud but clear enough to carry throughout the entire living room. You did well. Zhang Jingde's body trembled. He finally lifted his head to meet Qin Zhenghua's gaze. His eyes held a complex mix of guilt, fear, but above all, a resolute determination to protect himself. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. He merely waved to his subordinates behind him, issuing orders in a cold, businesslike tone. Begin the operation. Team 1, secure all exits of the villa and control everyone present. Team 2, search the study and bedrooms. Team 3, proceed immediately to Qin Group headquarters. Seal off all servers and financial records. At the command, the dozen or so investigators immediately dispersed. Chaos erupted throughout the Qin family villa in an instant. The rustling of papers being shuffled, the clatter of drawers being pulled open, and the cold interrogations of the agents echoed throughout the space. Qin Zhenghua stood silently, watching the kingdom he had built being dismantled and seized piece by piece by an external force. He offered no resistance, uttered no roar. For he knew that any resistance was futile against the machinery of the state. Chapter 22. Wait. Could it be him? That son I kicked out of the house? In the penthouse apartment, a massive screen clearly displayed Qin Zhenghua's pale, numb face and the chaotic scene behind him. A Dao stood behind Qin Feng, his expression solemn. Sir, every single word in that decade of the Qin family's black ledger you entrusted me with has become ironclad evidence to nail them. His voice carried a hint of satisfaction at seeing vengeance served, mixed with boundless reverence for Qin Feng's unfathomable methods. That ledger of illicit dealings had been painstakingly compiled over years by the Dark Knight organization, requiring the infiltration of countless connections to gather every detail. Its level of detail far exceeded anyone's imagination. Today, Qin Feng had personally wielded it. Qin Feng lifted the long-cooled coffee from the table and took a gentle sip. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, bringing a familiar, comforting clarity. He watched the screen, where his father, once lofty and arrogant, who had treated him as a tool and a disgrace, now stood helplessly as others ransacked his home, utterly humiliated. His gaze remained as cold as ice, utterly unruffled. No satisfaction, no pity, not even hatred. He was merely observing a stranger, utterly disconnected from him, marching toward his predestined end. This is only the beginning. He slowly set down his coffee cup. This scene shattered Qin Zhenghua's psychological defenses completely. A lifetime of pride, a lifetime of effort, vanished into thin air in that instant. He had lost. He had been utterly defeated. Night had deepened. The Qin family villa was ablaze with lights. The search operation proceeded methodically. All documents, ledgers, and computers were sealed with official stamps and packed into evidence boxes. The footsteps of investigators and the crackle of walkie-talkie commands mingled with Li Shulan's stifled sobs. Qin Zhenghua, the head of the Qin family, was being guarded by 2 economic crime detectives on the living room sofa. Officially, it was to facilitate the investigation, but in reality, it was to prevent him from acting out. He offered no resistance and remained silent. He sat quietly, his body rigid, his eyes vacant. His mind was a blank. He couldn't make sense of it. He simply couldn't fathom who had submitted that whistleblower report. He ran through many names, rivals he'd offended, disgruntled executives within the company. But he quickly dismissed each one. None of them possessed the capability or audacity, let alone the detailed evidence needed to launch such an attack. So who was it? Was it that so-called new king? But who was he? Why would he risk everything to condemn himself to death? What benefit would the downfall of the Qin family bring him? Question after question swirled in his mind, leaving him with no answers. At that moment, Zhang Jingde, who had been directing the operation, received a phone call. Qin Zhenghua's gaze instinctively followed. He saw Zhang Jingde's icy expression instantly soften into one of humility and deference as he answered. He kept bowing and nodding, his mouth repeating, "Yes, yes, understood. Please rest assured, sir." That demeanor was even more submissive than the one he had shown Qin Zhenghua years ago. After hanging up, Zhang Jingde strode quickly to Qin Zhenghua's side. He waved his hand, signaling the 2 police officers guarding Qin Zhenghua to step back. Then he pulled up a chair and sat down across from Qin Zhenghua. "Zhenghua," he sighed, switching back from addressing him as Chairman Qin to simply Zhenghua. "At this point, are you still guessing blindly?" Qin Zhenghua slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the man who had once been his right-hand man. "What am I supposed to be guessing?" His voice was hoarse. Old Zhang shook his head, a hint of pity flickering across his face. "Do you think some big shot in the city government is out to get you? Or that you've become a pawn in some higher-level power struggle?" Qin Zhenghua remained silent, but his eyes betrayed his thoughts. It was indeed one of the thoughts that had flashed through his mind moments ago. Perhaps it wasn't some mysterious new king, but rather a rival in the political arena seeking to achieve some political objective by striking at him. "Ha!" Old Zhang gave a bitter chuckle. "The call I just received was from the Municipal Party Committee Secretary. The Secretary's exact words were to pass this message on to you." Old Zhang paused, then repeated each word deliberately. "The matter involving Qin Zhenghua is a straightforward, major economic crime case with irrefutable evidence. The stance of the Municipal Party Committee and government is to firmly support the judicial authorities in handling the case according to law, investigating it thoroughly, and showing no leniency whatsoever." He specifically emphasized that Comrade Qin Zhenghua should not entertain wild notions, and certainly not attempt to muddy the waters that would only compound his mistakes. These words left Qin Zhenghua utterly bewildered. He couldn't comprehend it. How could this be possible? Without backing from higher-level forces, how could the city launch such a thunderous crackdown against an enterprise of the Qin family's stature? If no one had authorized it, how did that detailed denunciation bypass layer upon layer of scrutiny and land directly on the desk of the provincial task force? It made no sense whatsoever. I don't believe it. Qin Zhenghua growled, his emotions flaring up again. There must be someone behind this. There must be. Old Zhang shook his head at the sight of his stubbornness. He knew Qin Zhenghua had already fallen into a state of obsession. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Old Zhang stood up, looking down at him from above. I'm telling you this neither to help you nor to harm you. I'm just telling you the truth. His voice was hushed, heavy with icy warning. The power to bring you down doesn't come from power struggles. Because that force has grown so powerful, it no longer needs such means as struggle. It only needs to restore everything to the most primal, most ruthless rule itself. When every protective umbrella is stripped away, when every unspoken rule loses its power, when everything must be handled strictly by the book under the magnifying glass of the law, what will remain for you, Qin Zhenghua, and the Qin family behind you, in the face of that ironclad evidence? Old Zhang's words struck Qin Zhenghua like a bolt of lightning. He finally grasped the terrifying implications. His opponent hadn't used any privileges beyond the rules to suppress him. Quite the opposite. They had merely wielded an invisible force, severing all the privileges and connections that sought to shield and protect him. Then, they had thrown him, a man covered in blemishes, back into the legal framework that demanded evidence and due process. This was the true application of the rules to execute the most just yet cruelest of judgments. Upon grasping this truth, Qin Zhenghua felt a chill spread through his entire body, freezing the blood in his veins. He had lost fairly. He didn't even possess the standing to demand that the other side break the rules to deal with him. Take him away. Chapter 23. This isn't an acquisition, it's a public execution. Old Zhang watched Qin Zhenghua, now utterly dazed, and waved to his subordinates behind him. Two economic crime investigators stepped forward, one on each side, taking hold of Qin Zhenghua's arms. Mr. Qin Zhenghua, due to the nature of this case, we request you accompany us for further investigation. Qin Zhenghua offered no resistance. He was led step by step toward the door. As he passed the enormous floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room, he instinctively glanced at his reflection. The man in the mirror had graying hair, vacant eyes, and a face etched with despair. A pitiful, wretched sight. Was this the final outcome for Qin Zhenghua? Just as he was about to be let out the villa's front gate, a face suddenly flashed through his mind. A young, silent face, its gaze always tinged with a hint of coldness. Qin Feng. The son he had personally cast aside, the one he regarded as the family's disgrace. Why? Why did he think of him at this moment? A thought surfaced quietly in the depths of his soul. That detailed denunciation. Those darkest, most secret ledgers at the very heart of the Qin family. Besides himself, besides those handlers long dead or vanished. Who else could have access to them? Who else could possibly know the details so thoroughly? Qin Zhenghua's body jerked violently. He remembered. For the past decade, every dirty deed the family couldn't bear to see the light of day, every trace that needed erasing, every nuisance that had to be disposed of. All of it had been handled by Qin Feng. To ensure they were handled cleanly, he had once entrusted the most critical secrets without reservation to this tool he despised most. He had always believed Qin Feng to be nothing more than a mindless tool. Use it, discard it, and there would be no threat. But he forgot that people have minds. A man exploited like trash by his own clan for a decade, only to be ruthlessly discarded in the end. What depths of resentment and madness could lurk within his heart? The moment this thought took root, it instantly consumed every shred of Qin Zhenghua's rationality. He abruptly halted, straining to turn back, desperate to see the home he'd lived in for decades, desperate to find that figure he'd never once acknowledged in some corner. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself in a daze, his face turning paler than a corpse. Mr. Qin, please hurry. The police officer beside him urged impatiently, tightening his grip. Qin Zhenghua was shoved along, stumbling out through the gate he could never return to. Outside, police lights flickered, illuminating his face etched with shock, terror, and endless regret. Seated in the cold interrogation room, his mind went blank. He couldn't understand. He would never understand who had submitted the incriminating report that had nailed him to the wall. Penthouse apartment. Qin Feng stood atop the skyscraper, the dazzling nightscape of Jiangcheng spread out beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. A Dao stood respectfully behind him. Sir, all known connections have been severed. Qin Zhenghua has no outside support now. He will never know that it wasn't some municipal directive or a mysterious new king who brought him down, but himself, the one he personally abandoned. His son. Qin Feng did not turn around. He merely picked up the coffee from the table, gazing out the window at the swirling clouds beyond, his expression profound. A Dao. His voice was soft, yet it carried a force that seemed to freeze the air. Who he is, who I am, none of that matters anymore. Adao stiffened inwardly and immediately lowered his head. Yes, sir. Qin Feng slowly turned, his piercing gaze fixed on Adao. Qin Jingwa's removal is merely the first step in the reckoning, barely even an appetizer. He walked to the massive ebony desk and sat down, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the surface, producing a dull, rhythmic sound. Every step from here on out must be steady and ruthless. Adao stood even straighter. Your orders, sir. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a document on the desk, a detailed inventory of all Qin Group assets, each item clearly marked in red ink. The Qin family is on the brink of collapse. The official investigation will be the catalyst, bringing down their empire so swiftly that no one will have time to react. According to our contingency plan, Qin Group's assets will be swiftly subjected to judicial auction to repay their evaded taxes and massive fines. He lifted his eyes to look at Adao. The first thing I need you to do is notify Chen Wanyan. Yes, sir. Have him immediately activate Tianqi Investment, the entity we registered 3 years ago, and prepare all necessary funds. I don't care what means he uses, whether it's borrowing or financing. I want him to have sufficient cash flow to crush any potential competitor. Qin Feng's tone was calm, yet each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. A trace of confusion flashed in Adao's eyes as he respectfully inquired. Sir, given our current blockade of Jiangqing's financial circles, surely no one would dare enter the fray now to compete with us for the Qin family's assets. Do we really need to commit such a massive amount of funds? A cold smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it gives its all. I dislike surprises, especially at the final moment. Moreover, I don't just want to win, I want to win in a way that leaves no doubt in anyone's mind. He paused, his words as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. I will make the entire city of Jiangqing witness how the Qin family's empire is shattered inch by inch with money at a grand auction, then picked up piece by piece. I'll make them understand how utterly fragile the Qin family's so-called century-old legacy truly is when confronted with real power. Adao instantly grasped Qin Feng's intent. This was not merely a business takeover, it was a public execution, designed to utterly destroy the Qin family's last shred of dignity. Understood, sir. Adao nodded firmly. I'll contact Mr. Chen immediately. No rush. Qin Feng raised his hand to stop him. I'll speak with him personally. Adao paused slightly, then retrieved a specially encrypted communicator from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. He knew that within the entire organization, only a handful of people were granted the privilege of speaking directly with the boss. Chen Wanyan, the invisible financial shark who had been lurking in Jiangqing's financial circles for 20 years, clearly possessed that privilege. The call connected swiftly. Chen Wanyan's voice came through the receiver, utterly deferential, even trembling slightly. Lord Night Owl. Your orders, please. Chen Wanyan. Qin Feng's voice betrayed no emotion. Yes. Your servant is here. Your mission should have been relayed to you by Adao. Yes, sir. Lord Adao has already briefed me on the preliminary plan. I have prepared all available funds and can activate the Tianqi investment account at any moment. Chen Wanyan's voice brimmed with eager excitement. Qin Feng offered no response, merely continuing to issue instructions in his calm, measured tone. I don't want readiness. I want absolute certainty. At the auction, every core asset of the Qin family, including their headquarters, Qin Tower, the real estate project in the western part of the city, and their prized logistics park must be secured. Not a single item can be missing. Chen Wanyan responded repeatedly on the other end, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Yes. Yes. Rest assured, sir. Even if it costs me my old life, I will hammer down the gavel at the auction and secure every single one of the Qin family's core assets. Not a single asset will slip through the net. Very well. Qin Feng said indifferently. Remember, you have only one chance. Succeed, and you become Jiangqing's new financial titan. If you fail. Qin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but the unspoken threat sent a chill down Chen Wanyan's spine. Rest assured, sir. I'll die 10,000 times if I fail. Chen Wanyan practically shouted his assurance. One more thing. Chapter 24, Stop bidding. I'm covering the entire bill tonight. Starting tomorrow, the Qin Group name must vanish from Jiangqing. After acquiring all assets, you must immediately remove those 4 characters from the top of Qin Group Tower, tear them down, smash them, and throw them into the smelting furnace. I want no trace of Qin Group left in this city. Chen Wanyan on the other end of the line was so stunned by the icy murderous intent that he couldn't utter a word, responding only with ragged breaths. Understood? Understood, sir. I understand. I guarantee completion of the mission. Qin Feng said no more, hanging up the phone immediately and returning the communicator to Adao. The room fell silent once more. Adao stared at Qin Feng's expressionless face, his heart filled with awe. Having served the commander for a decade, he knew full well how long the commander had endured in the shadows, laying the groundwork for this very moment. Now, this long-term plan had finally reached its culmination. The colossal Qin family of Jiangqing had been sealed for destruction in just a few words from the master. After a long pause, Adao couldn't help but ask. Master, we've seized the Qin family's assets, and Qin Zhengwei is already behind bars. But, what about Qin Tian and Li Shulan? In his view, these two were the primary culprits who had harmed the master. Qin Feng lifted the slightly cooled coffee from the table, sipping it gently as its bitter taste spread across his tongue. Death would be too easy for them. He set down the cup, rose slowly, and walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city at his feet, soon to be subjugated. I want them to witness with their own eyes how everything they once took pride in becomes mine. Let them spend the rest of their lives in poverty, humiliation, and endless regret. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chill that penetrated to the bone. This, he murmured, is the true hell I have prepared for them. Adao lowered his head, asking no more questions. He knew the master's plan was far more meticulous and cruel than he could ever imagine. Just then, Qin Feng remembered something. Without turning his head, he issued another command. Oh, Adao. At your service. The Qin family's enterprises need a new master, a new figurehead to stand at the forefront and capture everyone's attention. A genuine, icy smile finally spread across Qin Feng's face. When one sign falls, a new one must rise. Go inform Li Tianchang. Have him prepare. His act is about to begin. As night faded and dawn arrived, a dark cloud hung over Jiangqing's business district. The Qin family had fallen. The news spread throughout the city overnight. Footage of Qin Zhenghua being taken away for investigation dominated every financial news headline. The real storm had only just begun. By 10 a.m., the auction hall at Jiangcheng International Convention Center was packed to capacity. A public auction, led by judicial authorities, was underway for all the seized assets of the Qin Group. Nearly all of Jiangcheng's business elite were present. Yet they had not come to bid. They were merely spectators. To witness how a business empire was being carved up before their very eyes. The auctioneer stood on the podium, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice tinged with tension. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound sufficiently loud and professional. Good morning, distinguished guests. We now commence the auction of the first lot commercial plot as 03 in the West City Development Zone, formerly owned by the Qin Group. Starting bid, 300 million. The words fell into a deafening silence. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with apprehension, yet no one raised a paddle. Everyone knew a powerful force lay behind the Qin family's downfall. Until that force made its stance clear, no one dared touch anything belonging to the Qins. This wasn't an opportunity, it was a death warrant. The auctioneer forced an awkward smile, preparing to call for another bid. At that moment, an elderly man in traditional Chinese attire seated in the center of the front row opened his eyes. His assistant beside him immediately raised bid paddle number 88. 800 million. The assistant spoke calmly, yet those three words detonated the entire silent hall. All eyes instantly turned to the old man. Chen Wannian. The hidden titan of Jiangqing's financial world. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The market valuation for this plot of land was at most 500 million. Chen Wannian opened bidding at 800 million, not competing, but clearing the field. The auctioneer's face flushed with excitement as he raised the gavel with trembling hands. 800 million. Bidder number 88 offers 800 million. Any higher? 800 million going once. Going twice. No response came. All eyes turned to Chen Wannian. They finally understood. Today's auction was a coronation ceremony for a new king. Chen Wannian was the one entrusted to wield the scepter on behalf of the new king. 800 million, going once. Going twice. Sold. Bang. But this was only the beginning. Lot number 2, the former Qin Group Logistics Park and all its affiliated assets. Starting bid, 600 million. Chen Wannian's assistant raised the paddle again, his voice as calm as ever. 1,500 million. Whoosh. The entire hall erupted in commotion. If the first bid had been shock, this one was sheer terror. This wasn't about business logic, it was a declaration built on mountains of money. It signaled that the sky had changed over Jiangcheng. For the next hour, the auction became a personal show for Chen Wannian and his assistant. The former Qin Group headquarters building, the Qin Tower. Starting bid. 30 billion. The 35% stake in the listed securities firm held by the former Qin Group. 50 billion. All shopping malls, office buildings, and undeveloped land under the former Qin Group. 120 billion. The auctioneer had grown numb, mechanically announcing bids, striking the gavel, and declaring sales. The business elites present had journeyed from initial shock to numbness, and finally to awe. They held their breath, witnessing the end of an old era and the rise of a new empire. After Chen Wannian secured the final asset with an astronomical sum, he rose slowly and departed immediately, surrounded by his assistants and bodyguards. All he left behind in Jiangcheng was an inscrutable silhouette and a name whose origins remained unknown to all. Tianqi Investment. Chapter 25. It's you. Li Tianchang. I'll kill you. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly away from the convention center. Inside, Chen Wannian's face was etched with excitement and exhilaration, his back drenched in cold sweat. He exhaled deeply, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Then, with reverent care, he dialed an encrypted number. The call connected instantly. Sir. Chen Wanyan's voice trembled with reverence and excitement. Mission accomplished. Over 80% of the Qin family's core assets, including the Qin Tower and the West City plot, have been fully transferred to Tianqi Investment. Nothing left behind. He paused, waiting for praise. Qin Feng's voice came through the receiver, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Very good. Just 2 words, yet they allowed Chen Wanyan to finally relax. He knew that for this esteemed figure, this outcome was only natural. Chen Wanyan composed himself and reported with even greater deference. Your Excellency, the entire business community of Jiangcheng witnessed today's events. Everyone is now speculating about the background of Tianqi Investment. I believe that from this day forward, no one will dare to show disrespect toward the new order you have established. This is merely the first step. Qin Feng's voice came through the receiver, clear and cold. The real show is just beginning. Chen Wanyan's heart sank as he held his breath, listening intently. Sir, your orders? Effective immediately, appoint Li Tiancheng as the legal representative of Tianqi Investment. Qin Feng's directive left Chen Wanyan stunned. Li Tiancheng? That young man who'd recently made a name for himself in Jiangcheng, yet whose roots were still shallow. To make him the face of this new business empire? Chen Wanyan dared not question it, responding respectfully instead. Yes, sir. I'll see to it immediately. Qin Feng seemed to sense his hesitation, his voice carrying a piercing coldness. Qin Tian is a conceited and foolish fool. He desperately needs a target to vent his hatred on. You, Chen Wanyan, are too big a target. He dares not provoke you. And me? He can't find me. Therefore, I require a target, one he can lunge at without hesitation, one he can use to exhaust his final fury. Qin Feng paused. Li Tiancheng is the perfect target. Born into humble origins, he became the greatest beneficiary when the Qin family fell. Once looked down upon by Qin Tian, he now stands at a height Qin Tian must gaze up to. This reversal is enough to shatter Qin Tian's sanity. He won't question the forces behind Li Tiancheng. He'll blame every failure on this petty traitor who rose to power. What I want is precisely this irrational madness. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Chen Wanyan felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Terrifying. This man hadn't merely manipulated capital, he had calculated human nature, especially his brother's weaknesses, to the extreme. He didn't just aim to destroy the Qin family's enterprises, he intended to orchestrate their self-destruction within a script he himself had written. I understand. Chen Wanyan's voice trembled with fear that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Execute it immediately. Before the sun sets today, I want the entire city of Jiangcheng to know that Li Tiancheng is the new master of Tianqi Investment. Qin Feng delivered his final command. Paint this target bright red, hang it high, and wait for him to walk right into it. Yes, sir. I guarantee completion of the mission. Chen Wanyan hung up the phone, his heart pounding wildly. Wiping the cold sweat from his palms, he immediately ordered his secretary. Contact our legal and PR teams immediately. Draft the highest level appointment announcement. Within 2 hours, I want every media outlet's front page headline replaced with Li Tiancheng's name. Yes, Mr. Chen. Meanwhile, Li Group, Chairman's office. Li Tiancheng paced restlessly back and forth. He had a clear understanding of everything that had transpired at today's auction. The unfamiliar name Tianqi Investment left him breathless. He knew it was the work of that lord. But why would the lord do this? What role was he destined to play? The fear of the unknown made him restless. Just then, the dedicated line in his office rang urgently. Li Tiancheng hurriedly picked up the receiver. Hello? A steady voice came from the other end. Is this Mr. Li Tiancheng? This is Chen Wanyan. Chen, the boss? Li Tiancheng was utterly shocked. How could that legendary financial titan be calling him personally? Mr. Li, no need to be nervous. Chen Wanyan's voice carried a perfunctory smile. On behalf of the board of directors of Tianqi Investment, I formally notify you. Effective immediately, you are appointed as the legal representative and CEO of Tianqi Investment, with full authority over all company operations. The appointment letter and relevant legal documents will be delivered to your office within the hour by my team. Congratulations, Mr. Li. From today onward, you are the new master of Jiangcheng's business world. Li Tiancheng's mind went blank. He had become the legal representative of Tianqi Investment? The master of that commercial behemoth that had swallowed the entire Qin group? Overwhelming elation instantly robbed him of breath. He recalled how he had once groveled before Qin Tian, remembered those colleagues who had looked down on him. From this day forward, they would all crawl at his feet. Yet the euphoria lasted only 3 seconds before being replaced by a deeper dread. He wasn't the darling. He knew he was merely a puppet thrust into the spotlight, a target. The greater the glory of this position, the greater the danger it entailed. Li Tiancheng opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Chen Wanyan on the other end of the line seemed to have anticipated his reaction, speaking calmly. This is the decision of the higher-ups. Mr. Li, your job is to obey, hold your position, and play your part. The rest is none of your concern, neither to ask nor to think about. Remember, your value lies in your obedience. With that, Chen Wanyan hung up. Li Tiancheng stood frozen, clutching the receiver that now played only static. He slowly walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window and stared at his reflection. The reflection showed a man in a suit, pale-faced, his eyes filled with both ecstasy and terror. He knew that from this moment onward, his life would no longer belong to him. Qin Family Villa. The once bustling mansion now lay deathly silent. Most of the servants had been dismissed, leaving only a few elderly staff to maintain this hollowed-out shell of a home. In the living room, Li Shulan sat on the sofa, her eyes vacant, muttering it can't be over and over. Qin Tian, his eyes bloodshot, smashed an antique vase to the floor. Crash! The sharp crack of shattering glass vented his fury. Useless! All of you are useless! He roared, cursing everything in sight. Just then, an elderly butler shuffled in, trembling as he held a tablet. Young master. Financial news. Qin Tian snatched the tablet, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the screen. On the screen, a female anchor delivered today's auction results with fervent enthusiasm. The enigmatic Tianqi investment swept through the auction with thunderous force, securing over 80% of the original Qin Group's core assets. This marks the most astonishing merger in Jiangqing's business history. Qin Tian's heart bled. Every word stabbed at his heart. That was his. It should have been his empire. Just as rage and despair threatened to consume him, the female anchor's next words froze him in place. And just moments ago, we received an official announcement from Tianqi Investment confirming the identity of their new legal representative and CEO. It is none other than. The screen shifted, revealing a face Qin Tian knew all too well. That face bore a confident, composed, and slightly smug smile. Jiangqing's rising star, former chairman of the Li Group Li Tiancheng. Li Tiancheng. Those three characters split open Qin Tian's muddled mind. He remembered. All the clues connected in that instant. The Lin family's broken engagement. The betrayal by the Wang and Li families. His father's sudden investigation. And this insignificant insect he'd never given a second thought to who soared to new heights after the Qin family's downfall. It was him all along. It was all him. This despicable traitor. This thief who stole everything from me. The immense humiliation and rage of betrayal shattered the last shred of his sanity. His eyes turned bloodshot, his facial muscles contorted in fury. He stared fixedly at Li Tiancheng's face on the screen, a growl unlike any human voice erupting from his throat, a sound filled with venom and murderous intent. It's you! Li Tian Sheng. Chapter 26, The Clown Was Me All Along. In the empty living room, Qin Tian's howl, filled with venom and murderous intent, echoed through the air. Li Tian Sheng. Crash! With all his might, he slammed the tablet in his hand onto the marble floor. The expensive electronic device shattered instantly. Li Tiancheng's confident smile on the screen shattered into countless fragments amidst the cracks. The thunderous crash ignited the pent-up fury within Qin Tian. His reason, in that instant, was utterly shattered by overwhelming humiliation and seething fury. His once handsome face was now flushed crimson with fury. Veins bulged menacingly on his temples and neck. His eyes were bloodshot, flashing with a terrifying, frenzied light. It's him! So it was him all along. Qin Tian gripped his hair with both hands, pacing back and forth in the living room, repeating those words over and over. His mind raced, frantically piecing together seemingly unrelated details from the past. Why did Wang Difu and that old man suddenly turn on each other? It's Li Tiancheng. He must have been the one stirring things up behind the scenes. He wants to use the Wang and Li families to first cripple our Qin family. That treacherous banquet. Why did they dare come? Why did they act so convincingly? It was Li Tiancheng. He orchestrated it all. He wanted to see me look like a clown, reveling in my so-called victory. And my father. Why was he investigated? Those shady accounts, that evidence. Li Tiancheng. He must have secretly gathered it all long ago. He's like a venomous snake, lurking among us, striking with the deadliest bite when we were most vulnerable. With every word he spoke, the bloodshot in his eyes deepened, his expression growing more feral. He was utterly trapped within the logic he had constructed for himself. He had transformed Li Tiancheng in nobody he'd never given a second glance into a cunning, ruthless mastermind who planned everything down to the last detail. And himself? He was nothing but the most pitiable fool in the world, manipulated like a puppet by a petty villain. This crushing disparity and humiliation cut deeper than mere defeat. Tian, calm down. What on earth are you talking about? Li Shulan, standing nearby, turned ashen-faced at her son's near madness. She hurried forward, reaching out to grab Qin Tian's arm. Have you lost your mind? Li Tiancheng? Him? A nobody who only scraped together a little fame by riding on the coattails of our Qin family? He doesn't have the capability. He doesn't have the guts. Li Shulan's voice was sharp and cutting, dripping with the deep-seated contempt she held for the name Li Tiancheng. In her eyes, admitting Li Tiancheng was behind this felt more humiliating than admitting the Qin family was finished. Shut up! Qin Tian violently shook off his mother's hand before sending Li Shulan stumbling backward, nearly crashing to the floor. He whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his mother with a look brimming with savagery and impatience. Li Shulan's heart skipped a beat. What do you know? You stupid woman who only knows how to play mahjong and keep up appearances. Qin Tian roared. It's precisely because we all looked down on him. It's precisely because we all treated him like a dog. That's why he had the chance. That's why he could steal everything from us right under our noses. He pointed at the shattered tablet on the floor, his voice hoarse with emotion. Don't you see? Tianqi Investment. The company that swallowed up all our assets. Its legal representative is Li Tiancheng. He's the new master now. Don't you understand? Li Shulan froze at the shout. Seeing her son's determined yet frenzied expression, the contempt and disbelief in her heart finally began to waver, gradually replaced by a deeper fear. She murmured to herself. No, impossible, how dare he? How dare he? Qin Tian stepped forward, his gaze fixed on his mother. Not only did he dare, he pulled it off flawlessly. First, he cut off our external support. Then he destroyed our company, trapping my father behind bars. Finally, he stepped in like some savior, taking over everything we had. Fame and fortune all his. He trampled us underfoot, using us as stepping stones to his own summit. Qin Tian grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, recalling a detail he had overlooked. At his wedding to Lin Wanner, Li Tiancheng had been present. Back then, as Wang Difu and Mr. Li's lackey, he'd stood in a corner of the crowd. Qin Tian remembered casting a condescending glance at him then, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and disdain. Li Tiancheng had merely bowed his head humbly, wearing a fawning, obsequious smile. But looking back now, that smile concealed a venomous intent. Behind those lowered eyelids lay eyes filled with covetousness and mockery. He was watching the show. Witnessing the most glorious moment of Qin Tian's life, while scheming in his heart how to seize it all for himself. The thought sent a wave of blood-curdling fury surging up Qin Tian's throat, making him nearly retch. I'll kill him. Qin Tian spun around abruptly, clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. I will kill him with my own hands. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. His voice held nothing but the most primal, savage intent to kill. No! Honor! You can't go! Li Shulan finally snapped out of her terror. She rushed forward and clung desperately to Qin Tian's arm. You can't go. Our family is already in this state. If you go and cause trouble, we'll truly be doomed beyond redemption. Your father is still inside. If something happens to you too, how could your mother go on living? She cried out, her tears this time tinged with genuine despair. Yet Qin Tian, utterly consumed by vengeance, heard none of her pleas. Get out of my way. He shoved Li Shulan away forcefully once more. Li Shulan fell flat on the floor, utterly disheveled. Qin Tian didn't even glance at her. He charged straight to the entryway, rummaged through a drawer for a set of car keys, then pulled out his phone. His fingers flew across the screen, locating a group chat labeled Brotherhood. He pressed the voice call button without hesitation. Hey! Listen up, everyone! His voice crackled through the airwaves, reaching every receiver. This is Qin Tian. Lazy voices immediately responded from the other end. Oh, isn't this young Master Qin? How come you've got time to call us? Heard your family's been. Cut the ing bull. Qin Tian cut off their banter abruptly, roaring angrily. I don't care what you're doing right now. Whether you're chasing girls or racing cars. Stop everything. Within 10 minutes, bring your toughest fighters to the gate of my villa. The men on the other end were stunned into silence by his sheer force. One who seemed closer to him cautiously asked. Brother Tian, what's going on? Why are you so pissed? What's going on? Chapter 27, Call the Men. Raid the place. Qin Tian let out a cold laugh, filled with madness and despair. My home was raided. Everything I owned was stolen. Now, that scum who robbed me sits on my throne, mocking me like a stray dog. Now, I'm going to take back what's mine. I'm going to wring that dog's neck. He took a deep breath and roared in a voice dripping with incitement. I ask you one thing. You feasted and drank with me, Qin Tian, when times were good. Now that I'm down, will you hide like turtles, or will you join me to reclaim what's ours? Whoever's got the balls, step up now. Whoever helps me today when Qin Tian rises again, I'll give them half of Tianqi Investment's empire. A generous reward attracts brave souls. Besides, this bunch of good-for-nothings were nothing but troublemaking second-generation brats who thrived on chaos. They might scoff at the promise of Qin Tian's comeback, but the thrill of danger was right up their alley. After a brief silence, the phone erupted with a cacophony of responses. If you say so, Tian, what else is there to discuss? Hold on, I'm on my way. Damn it, messing with Brother Tian? They've got a death wish. Guys, grab your gear. Brother Tian, who are they? Where are they? We're on our way. Hearing the responses on the line, a glint of satisfaction finally flickered in Qin Tian's bloodshot eyes. This was precisely the effect he wanted. He would make Li Tancheng understand that even in adversity, Qin Tian was not someone to be trifled with. Li Group. Li Tancheng. He delivered the target's name and location into the phone, enunciating each word deliberately. Hurry up, all of you. Today, I'll make Li Group lead like a river. With that, he slammed the phone down. He turned to face his mother, who lay on the floor staring at him with terror etched across her face. His eyes held not a shred of pity, only boundless disgust and contempt. What are you staring at? If it weren't for you and Dad being such useless fools, would our family have ended up like this? He spat on the ground, never once glancing back at Li Shulan as he strode purposefully toward the villa's exit. Tian. Come back. You can't go. You'll die. Li Shulan scrambled to her feet and scrambled to the door, only to see Qin Tian's red Ferrari roar to life and speed away. Within the next 10 minutes, one after another, extravagantly styled sports cars screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Qin family villa, arriving from all directions. Porsche 911s, Lamborghinis, McLarens. These vehicles, symbols of Jiangqing's elite circles, now gathered together, radiating a dangerous and violent aura. Doors swung open as young men dressed in trendy attire stepped out, each wearing a defiant, untamed look. Some clutched baseball bats, others drew gleaming steel pipes from their trunks. Qin Tian parked his Ferrari at the front, rolled down the window, and waved at the crowd. Follow me. Target. Li Group Tower. Today, no one leaves until we drag Li Tancheng down from that building and make him kneel before me. Woohoo! A wave of excited shouts erupted from the crowd. The roar of engines filled the air once more as 5 or 6 top-of-the-line sports cars formed an attack formation, tearing through the streets of Jiangqing toward the city center. Behind them lay only the Qin family villa, desolate in the setting sun, and Li Shulan standing at the doorway shivering, her face ashen. In a penthouse apartment atop a skyscraper, the floor-to-ceiling windows framed Jiangqing's twilight. The setting sun bathed the city in light, yet this room remained cold. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot coffee, calmly studying the overseas investment report on the virtual display. His expression was focused and composed, his attention solely on the data on the screen. A Dao appeared silently behind him, bowing respectfully. Sir. Qin Feng didn't turn around, didn't even lift his eyelids, merely uttering a faint A Dao immediately began his report, his tone steady and clear, devoid of personal emotion. Target Qin Tian departed the Qin family villa 5 minutes ago. He gathered 5 accomplices and drove 6 sports cars at breakneck speed toward the Li Group headquarters. According to their call records, the objective is to provoke and physically attack Li Tancheng. He paused briefly before adding. They are expected to arrive at their destination in approximately 10 minutes. Qin Feng lifted his gaze from the investment report, swirling his coffee cup in his hand. A bunch of spoiled brats, waving toy guns around and thinking they're warriors. He murmured the assessment, his tone laced with detached scorn. Setting down his coffee cup, he studied the documents, his voice cold. Proceed with contingency plan B. Yes, sir. A Dao remained motionless, waiting silently for more specific instructions. Qin Feng slowly turned his head, his deep eyes settling on a Dao. His gaze held neither anger nor satisfaction, only absolute composure. Let our security personnel handle it. Spare his life. But. He deliberately emphasized each word, his tone icy. We must strip him of every shred of dignity and spirit. Make him understand, with his own body, a simple truth. That identity he prides himself on, that of the esteemed young Master Qin, is now worthless. A cold gleam flashed in Adao's eyes as he bowed his head heavily. Understood. Go. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, returning his gaze to the investment report. The earlier conversation was but a trivial matter. A Dao slipped away silently, leaving Qin Feng alone in the room with the cold twilight beyond the window. Roar, roar! The shrill roar of engines tore through the quiet of the downtown business district. 6 top-of-the-line sports cars brazenly disregarded traffic laws, pulling up sideways directly in front of the Li Group headquarters building. The convoy instantly drew the attention of every passerby. Bang! 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 Doors swung open one after another as Qin Tian and his friends leaped out of the vehicles. All dressed in designer labels, their expressions were now menacing. Qin Tian led the charge, clad in black athletic gear, his eyes bloodshot. He carried no weapons, believing his fists alone would suffice against Li Tancheng. Brother Tian. This is the place. A yellow-haired youth tapped an aluminum baseball bat against his palm, his face brimming with excitement and cruelty. Damn, this building's pretty fancy. It'll be a blast to smash it up later. Ha 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 ha. That bastard Li Tancheng is probably still up in his top-floor office, daydreaming about being the kingpin of Jiangqing. He'd never imagined Brother Tian would bring us here to take him down so fast. The group babbled excitedly, oblivious to the gravity of their actions, seeing it merely as a game to stand up for their brother. Qin Tian stared at the towering building before him, his heart burning with rage over the betrayal. This place should have been his spoils of war, yet now it belonged to his enemy. Listen up, everyone. Qin Tian turned, his voice tinged with madness as he rallied his men. Today, we have only one objective. He thrust his finger upward, jabbing fiercely at the building's top floor. That dog Li Tiancheng. Drag that dog Li Tiancheng. Anyone who dares to stop us, beat them to death. Maim them, cripple them. I, Qin Tian, will take full responsibility for all consequences. Charge in. Smash everything inside to smithereens. I'll make the whole city of Jiangcheng know the fate of those who betray Qin Tian. Charge. Smash it. Chapter 28. Young Master Qin, times have changed. Fueled by Qin Tian's incitement, this mob of spoiled brats howled and brandished clubs as they surged toward the glass revolving doors of the Li group. But just as they were about to reach the entrance, swish! Two figures suddenly darted out from the shadows on either side of the building. Both men wore black suits, their features unremarkable. Yet they radiated a cold, murderous aura. They positioned themselves on either side, blocking the path of the spoiled brats. A man with a stern expression lifted his eyes, scanning the group with a gaze as cold as death. Li grew private property. No disturbances permitted. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear a warning devoid of emotion. Qin Tian's friends were momentarily intimidated by his presence, but quickly felt humiliated. Who the hell are you? Two lapdogs, and you dare block our path? The yellow-haired youth, emboldened by their numbers, swung his baseball bat and charged forward first. Get thee out of my way. The bat whistled through the air as he swung it hard toward the black-clad bodyguard's head. Bystanders gasped in horror at the sight. Yet the black-clad bodyguard didn't even blink. Just as the bat descended, his body shifted sideways at lightning speed. The bat whistled past his ear. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand, seizing the blond youth's wrist with pinpoint precision. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed. Ah! The yellow-haired youth let out a piercing scream as the baseball bat clattered to the ground. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle. The black-clad bodyguard didn't even glance at him, casually kicking him in the gut. The blond youth was sent flying, crashing 3 meters away. Clutching his wrist, he writhed on the ground, wailing in agony. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned into silence by the brutal, ruthless display. The arrogance and excitement faded from their faces, replaced only by terror. Attack! All of you! Take him down! Qin Tian, too, was spurred into action by the scene. His eyes blazing crimson, he barked the order. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, steeled their nerves, and charged forward with shrieks. The other black-clad bodyguard, who had remained motionless until now, finally moved. The next 30 seconds became a nightmare they would never forget. This wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. The 2 black-clad bodyguards moved without any flashy flourishes, each strike the most direct and effective attack possible. Screams, cracking bones, and muffled groans echoed in rapid succession. In less than half a minute, all 4 spoiled brats lay sprawled on the ground, limbs broken and rendered incapable of fighting, reduced to nothing but agonized moans. The surrounding area fell instantly silent. Qin Tian stood alone, his face shifting from madness to shock and terror. He stared at the 2 black-clad figures and scathed, his mind going blank. He couldn't comprehend why Li Tiancheng would have such men at his disposal. As he stood frozen in shock, the bodyguard who had snapped the blonde's wrist slowly approached him. Each step sent a chill down his spine. No, don't come any closer. Qin Tian's mental defenses crumbled completely. He took 2 steps back, ready to turn and run. But the moment he turned, a massive hand clamped down on the back of his neck. A tremendous force surged through him, lifting his entire body off the ground. A suffocating sensation and overwhelming weakness instantly engulfed his entire body. He struggled desperately, flailing his arms and legs wildly in the air, but the hand held him fast. Let go of me. He managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat, his face turning purple from lack of oxygen. The bodyguard carried him to the building entrance, then swung his arm. Thud! Qin Tian was violently hurled forward, crashing heavily onto the marble steps. The excruciating pain nearly knocked him unconscious. He lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, but the searing agony throughout his body robbed him of strength. He could only lift his head, his eyes filled with humiliation as he stared up at the black-clad bodyguard towering over him. The bodyguard slowly crouched down, bringing his eyes level with Qin Tian's. His merciless eyes reflected Qin Tian's pitiful, battered reflection. Young Master Qin. Times have changed. Your name means nothing here, in front of us. Today is merely a warning. Our boss is merciful, he spares your worthless life. If there's a next time. He didn't finish the sentence, merely extending a finger to make a horizontal slicing motion across his own throat. This silent threat sent a bone-chilling cold through Qin Tian. With that, the 2 black-clad bodyguards turned away from the man on the ground, blending into the shadows by the doorway until they vanished. The area was already swarming with onlookers. They held up their phones, pointing and gesturing at Qin Tian and his accomplice on the ground, snapping photos indiscriminately. Flashbulbs, camera clicks, and the murmurs and jeers of the crowd enveloped Qin Tian. Isn't that the Qin family's eldest son? How did he get beaten up like this? Serves him right. I heard the Qins evaded taxes and went bankrupt ages ago. Does he still think he's the big shot he used to be? Look at his friends so cocky just moments ago, now they're like dead dogs. TSK tisk, truly a tiger fallen on hard times, now bullied by dogs. Dogs? Look closer. Those two bodyguards aren't dogs, they're real tigers. The Qins have really bitten off more than they can chew this time. Every word of these voices stabbed viciously at his already shattered pride. He lay sprawled on the cold ground, feeling the pain in his back and the stares around him a mix of contempt and schadenfreude. He wanted to roar in defiance, but couldn't. He could only bury his face in his arms in humiliation, trembling violently with rage and shame. Two silent tears of humiliation slid down the corners of his eyes. Tianqi Group Headquarters Tower, top floor CEO's office. Expensive leather sofas, classical oil paintings on the walls, and a massive ebony desk so polished it reflected like a mirror. Li Tiancheng sat here. But he felt no comfort whatsoever. His body was rigid, his fingers clenched tightly around the edge of the desk, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. His gaze was fixed on the massive surveillance wall before him, composed of 16 small screens stitched together. The central screen clearly broadcasted everything happening below the building. When Qin Tian's familiar red Ferrari pulled up below the building, surrounded by a fleet of sports cars driven by his rowdy friends, Li Tiancheng's heart leapt into his throat. He was afraid. It was a conditioned fear, ingrained over years of facing Qin Tian. His instinct was to stand up and hide. But this time, he held back. He pressed his knees down hard, forcing himself to stay seated. He repeated to himself over and over, times have changed. When he saw Qin Tian downstairs, screaming wildly and inciting that group of spoiled brats to charge in, his back was completely drenched in cold sweat. He could picture himself being dragged out of this office, trampled underfoot. Yet what unfolded next would remain etched in his memory forever. The two black-clad bodyguards appeared without warning. They were calm, efficient, and ruthless. Li Tiancheng watched on the screen as the yellow-haired youth's baseball bat was effortlessly dodged, his wrist snapped cleanly. He couldn't hear the sound, but the grotesquely twisted arm and the youth's face contorted in agony were more shocking than any scream. His pupils contracted sharply. He had assumed the men sent by the boss were merely skilled bodyguards. But now he understood this wasn't merely about being tough. This was utter annihilation. For the next 30 seconds, he watched with bated breath. He watched as the wealthy young men who usually ruled the streets of Jiangcheng crumbled before them, fragile and utterly defenseless. They were knocked down effortlessly, stripped of any ability to resist. Their movements showed not a hint of hesitation. Each strike landed precisely on the body's vulnerable joints, inflicting maximum damage with minimal force. This wasn't a street brawl. This was textbook-level special combat techniques. Chapter 29, Remember, your value lies in obedience. Li Tiancheng's heart pounded wildly. He finally understood the terrifying nature of the entity he had chosen to serve. When he saw Qin Tian being lifted off the ground and then slammed back down, the fear in his heart vanished instantly. On the screen, the once intimidating young Master Qin now lay humiliated on the ground. Surrounding him were countless flashing camera lights and the mocking whispers of onlookers. Li Tiancheng slowly leaned back against the chair, feeling all the strength drain from his body. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. That breath carried years of pent-up resentment and fear. Now, it all vanished into thin air. Below, the shrill wail of police sirens and the wailing of ambulance horns grew louder, heralding the end of this farce. Li Tiancheng knew what he had to do. He smoothed his expensive custom-tailored suit, took a deep breath, and retrieved the unmarked encrypted communicator from the drawer. His hands still trembled slightly. This tremor no longer stemmed from fear of Qin Tian, but from the impending confrontation with the true master. He pressed the call button. The phone rang only once before being answered. Silence filled the receiver, not a sound to be heard. But Li Tiancheng knew the master was listening. This oppressive silence felt more suffocating than any spoken words. He swallowed hard, moistening his parched throat, and spoke with the utmost reverence and humility he could muster. Your Excellency. His voice trembled slightly. I have already handled Qin Tian's provocation as you commanded. He reported nervously, afraid to misplace a single word. Silence persisted on the other end of the line. The silence stretched on for an eternity. Just as Li Tiancheng was about to collapse under the pressure, that flat, emotionless voice finally spoke. Well done. Just 4 words. Without joy, without anger. But for Li Tiancheng, those 4 words instantly eased the tension in his chest. He felt his back had become completely drenched. Thank you for your praise. Your Excellency. This is simply my duty. He hurriedly replied, his voice brimming with gratitude. Qin Feng's voice came through the receiver again, still that eerily calm tone. Next, the Lin family will formally sever ties with the Qin family. This is inevitable. Li Tiancheng's heart sank. The Lin family. He knew the Lin family well, an old established powerhouse in Jiangcheng, a connection the Qins had painstakingly cultivated. If the Lin family now announced the annulment of the engagement and terminated all collaborations, it would be a fatal blow to the already teetering Qin family. The master's tactics were indeed meticulously interlocking, leaving the opponent no breathing room whatsoever. You needn't do anything. Qin Feng's voice cut through Li Tiancheng's thoughts. Maintain your status as Jiangqing's new elite. Just watch the show unfold. Li Tiancheng hastily complied. Yes. Yes. I understand. I'll stay put and do nothing, say nothing. He thought the call should end there. Yet Qin Feng's next words sent a chill through him from head to toe. Remember. Qin Feng's voice seemed even colder than before, a chill that pierced through the eardrums and stabbed straight into the soul. Your value lies in obedience, not in overthinking. Boom. Li Tiancheng's mind went blank. He felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart in a brutal grip. This was a blow. A stark, merciless warning. The elder was telling him, don't think that just because you've taken this seat, you can have your own thoughts, or try to fathom the mind of those above you. He was merely a tool, a puppet, a target thrust into the spotlight. His sole value lay in obedience. Beyond that, he possessed nothing. A wave of overwhelming dread, accompanied by an endless chill, instantly swept through his entire body. The smug satisfaction and euphoria he had felt moments ago at occupying such a high position were shattered in that instant. He finally understood his true position on this chessboard. He was not a player, nor even a significant piece. He was merely the board upon which the pieces fought, a canvas for the player's amusement. Yes. Your Excellency. I understand my mistake. Li Tiancheng gripped the phone and abruptly rose from his chair, bowing deeply with utmost reverence toward the empty office. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and across his cheeks. I dare not entertain wild thoughts again. Everything I have is yours, my lord. My very life belongs to you. From this day forward, if you command me to go east, I shall never go west. If you order me to catch a dog, I shall never chase a chicken. I am your most loyal, most obedient dog. He rambled incoherently, his voice thick with genuine fear and submission. A brief silence fell again on the other end of the line. Then, in his usual flat tone, Qin Feng uttered the final two words. Very well. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Li Tiancheng remained frozen in a 90-degree bow, unable to straighten up for a long while. Only when he felt his back was about to snap did he slowly straighten up. He collapsed into the expensive executive chair, gasping for breath, his entire body drenched in sweat. The office was eerily silent. All he could hear was the pounding of his own heart. He slowly swiveled his chair to face the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Night had fallen outside, and the city's lights spread out beneath him. From this vantage point, he was the ruler of the city. Countless skyscrapers lay prostrate beneath his feet. This had once been the sight he had longed for. Yet now, as he gazed upon this bustling expanse, his heart held not a shred of joy, only an endless chill. He knew he was merely a prisoner confined within a gilded cage. The true master sat higher and farther away, observing him with an indifferent gaze, watching every play unfolding within this city. His gaze returned to the surveillance screen. The chaos downstairs had been cleared away. Xin Tian and his group of friends had long been taken away by ambulances, leaving behind only a trail of destruction and several pools of blood. Everything had returned to calm. But Li Tiancheng knew something had changed forever. He recalled the Lin family mentioned by Qin Feng in his final moments. The Lin family, are they formally severing ties with the Qin family? He murmured to himself, a complex gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew the next storm brewing over Jiangcheng had already begun to gather strength. And he would be a front-row spectator, witnessing firsthand how this giant wave would shatter the Qin family's sinking ship and send it crashing to the ocean floor. Chapter 30, The Fatal Blow from the In-Laws. Deep into the night, the study of the Lin family's ancestral home was enveloped in silence. Seated upright in a traditional armchair, the elderly Mr. Lin, clad in a plain-colored tang suit and with snow-white hair, idly rubbed a walnut ornament in his hand, his eyes half closed. Before him, Lin Jianye, chairman of the Lin Group, paced restlessly back and forth. Dad! Say something. Lin Jianye finally halted his pacing, his face etched with anxiety. You heard about what happened at the auction today. That Tianqi investment's shady origins, ruthless tactics, they swallowed the Qin family whole overnight. Rumors are running wild outside, they say Jiangcheng is about to change hands, that a new king is rising. And that fool Qin Tian. He spoke with bitter disappointment, he actually led a mob to smash up Tianqi Group's headquarters. And what happened? They got their arms and legs broken and were dumped at the entrance. Now the entire high society is circulating this as a joke. He's about to bring utter disgrace upon our Lin family. Old Master Lin slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within. Ignoring his son's agitation, he spoke in a hoarse yet steady voice. Jianye, you're mistaken. Ha? Lin Jianye froze. Where did I go wrong? The Qin family is not finished. Old Master Lin said, enunciating each word deliberately. They've been erased from this city. The word erased sent a chill through Lin Jianye's heart. He understood now. The Qin family hadn't merely fallen, they'd been utterly annihilated by a force beyond resistance. You mean? Lin Jianye's voice cracked slightly. Qin Zhenghua had operated in Jiangqing for decades. His roots were undeniably deep. He had connections in both official and business circles. But look at this time, from the incident to the seizure, then to the auction, it all happened in just 3 days. 3 days. That's all it took for his entire network to fall silent, for all his resistance to become a laughingstock, for his once proud business empire to crumble to dust. Jianya, do you think this could be achieved by mere business tactics alone? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Jianya's forehead. He knew what this implied. It meant the perpetrator possessed power sufficient to disregard all rules in Jiancheng. Then, what about our betrothal agreement with the Qin family? Lin Jianya asked cautiously. That was the real reason he had come to see his father today. Old Master Lin lifted his eyes to meet his son's, his gaze sharpening. If a ship is destined to sink, what is the wisest course of action? Lin Jianya answered without hesitation, of course, to untie the ropes binding your own ship as quickly as possible and get as far away from it as you can. Then why ask me? Old Master Lin picked up the teacup from the table and gently blew on the tea leaves. Wanner is the apple of my eye. I'll never let her marry a good-for-nothing, nor will I let her board a sinking wreck. Cut off the arm to save the body, better to sever it early than late. This rope our Lin family must sever it with our own hands. And we must sever it cleanly so that the new king sees our stance crystal clear. A look of relief finally washed over Lin Jianya's face. I understand, father. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Wanner will formally terminate the marriage agreement with the Qin family and halt all cooperative projects between our group and Qin Corporation. No. Old Master Lin shook his head. This matter neither Wanner nor you should handle it. He set down his teacup, his gaze deepening as he looked at his son. The one who tied the knot must untie it. I personally negotiated this marriage with Qin Zhenghua back then. Now, it is only right that I personally go to resolve it. This is both to preserve a shred of dignity for Qin Zhenghua and to demonstrate to those who need to see it what must be done. Lin Jianya felt a chill run through him. Looking at his father's unruffled face, he was filled with admiration. His father's move achieved 3 objectives at once, demonstrating thorough foresight. Go. Use your connections. I need to speak with Qin Zhenghua. Old Master Lin closed his eyes once more, issuing his calm command. In a cold interrogation room at Jiang City's first detention center, Qin Zhenghua sat lifelessly on a metal chair, visibly aged by 2 short days. His hair was disheveled and streaked with gray, and the once imposing eyes were now hollow. Before him stood the ace lawyer he had hired at great expense. But at this moment, the face of this top-tier lawyer was also etched with helplessness. Mr. Qin. The lawyer's voice was dry. The young master, his condition is very poor. A flicker of emotion finally stirred in Qin Zhenghua's vacant gaze as he slowly lifted his head. What happened to him? Yesterday afternoon, he led a group to storm the Tianqi Group building, intending to cause trouble for that Li Tiancheng. The lawyer struggled to find the right words. As a result, the security guards on the other side broke his right arm and 3 ribs. He's still hospitalized. The police have already intervened. Charges of provoking trouble and intentional injury are likely unavoidable. Qin Zhenghua nearly spat blood in rage. That ungrateful son. What a disgraceful son. How could he have fathered such a good-for-nothing fool who only makes things worse? At a critical moment like this, instead of thinking about protecting himself, he dared to provoke that mysterious opponent. What else could it be but courting death? Qin Zhenghua clutched his chest and began coughing violently. Just then, the iron door of the interrogation room swung open. A guard entered carrying an old telephone. Qin Zhenghua, you have a call. The guard's tone dripped with impatience and contempt. The lawyer tried to step forward to take the call but was shoved aside by the guard. Special permission from above, only he can answer it. Qin Zhenghua trembled as he reached out and took the cold receiver. He had no idea who could possibly be calling here. Hello? His voice was hoarse. From the other end came a voice he knew all too well, old and steady. Zhenghua, it's me, Lin Jianya's father. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Qin Zhenghua leapt to his feet, knocking the chair over. Despair in his eyes was replaced by wild joy. It was the Lin family. They hadn't given up on him. They still cared about him. Master Lin. You finally contacted me. Please hear me out. The Qins were framed by a villain this time. You must help me. If you'll only lend your hand, once I'm out, the Qin family is willing to cede 30% of the group's shares. No. 50%. 50% of the shares to the Lin family. He pleaded incoherently, treating the Lin family as his last resort. Yet on the other end, old Master Lin's voice remained calm, even cold. Zhenghua, we've known each other for years. I'll be blunt. Regarding the marriage between Wanner and Qin Tian, our Lin family, after careful consideration, has decided to dissolve the engagement. The words froze him solid, the ecstasy on his face shattering instantly. No. Old Lin. You must be joking? This can't be. His voice trembled. Furthermore, ignoring his disarray, old Master Lin continued in a tone devoid of emotion. All cooperative projects between the Lin group and the former Qin group are hereby unilaterally terminated, effective immediately. Regarding subsequent breach penalties and legal matters, our attorneys will handle negotiations with Tianqi Investment. The second sentence shattered all his illusions. Everything was over. Qin Zhenghua felt his body grow colder by the second as his last shred of hope shattered completely. Why? He muttered blankly. Why be so ruthless? A sigh came from the other end of the line. Zhenghua, accept your fate. The skies over Jiangcheng are about to change. Some waves are too powerful. Our Lin family's little boat can't withstand them. We can only go with the flow. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone echoed through the receiver, yet Qin Zhenghua remained frozen in the act of holding the phone, his spirit utterly drained. The phone slipped from his limp hand and fell to the floor. He slumped to the floor, his eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. After a long while, a suppressed sob rose from the depths of his throat. Chapter 31, The Ladies' Tea Gathering. While Qin Zhenghua tasted despair in the interrogation room, everything remained under control in the penthouse apartment overlooking Jiangcheng. A Dao stood respectfully behind Qin Feng, reporting the intelligence he had just received. Sir, the Lin family has already taken action. Old Master Lin personally called Qin Zhenghua to formally dissolve the marriage agreement and terminate all collaborations. Qin Feng sat by the window, holding documents on the Qin family's asset restructuring. Upon hearing this, he slowly set the documents down. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city aglow with lights, his eyes deep and contemplative. Lin Jianye is a smart man. He knows that when the ship is sinking, the first thing to do is cut the ropes tied to it. A cold smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's lips. He made the wisest choice. A Dao stood silently behind him, awaiting further instructions. Qin Feng gazed at the nightscape outside, his voice cold and steady. With the Lin family's rope severed, the Qin family's wrecked ship will sink even faster. He turned to face Hideo, his dark eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless light. Initiate Phase 2 immediately. Codename Isolated Island. A Dao's eyes narrowed sharply. Yes, sir. At your command. The target. Qin Feng murmured a name softly, Li Shulan. A Du was puzzled. He believed Li Shulan was merely a vain woman, insignificant to the plan. Qin Feng saw through his thoughts and explained calmly. Qin Zhenghua was the pillar, Qin Tian the facade. Now, the pillar is broken, and the facade is shattered. But this family hasn't yet rotted completely from within. Sometimes, to break a person, you don't need swords or guns. All you need is to take away what they cherish most. For Li Shulan, that means her so-called status as a lady of high society and that pitiful vanity of hers. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Find a way to leak the news of the Qin family's complete financial collapse, massive tax evasion, and the Lin family's annulment of the engagement to her vain circle of socialites. I want her to be utterly abandoned and mocked by everyone she values, by every asset she once flaunted before others. I want her to plummet from the clouds into the mud. Let her experience firsthand what it means when the wall falls, everyone pushes what it means to face the coldness of the world. A Dao understood Qin Feng's intent. This was psychological warfare, a complete annihilation of Li Shulan's spirit. Understood, sir. A Dao nodded firmly. I'll make arrangements immediately. He knew that once the isolation plan was activated, Li Shulan would be utterly ostracized from high society. And this was only the beginning. Jiangcheng, afternoon. The VIP spa room at the Champs-Élysées private club was filled with the fragrance of essential oils. Several elegantly dressed ladies of high society lay lazily, indulging in top-tier treatments. They were Li Shulan's court card-playing companions, Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Liu, and others. Oh my, Sister Wang, have you heard? Mrs. Zheng murmured mysteriously while receiving a massage. Mrs. Wang, lying beside her with a gold leaf mask on her face, responded in a muffled voice. What's the big secret? Another husband caught cheating? Or someone's stocks hitting the limit up again? Oh, it's way more explosive than that. Mrs. Zhang sat up, motioning for the technician to step back. She leaned closer to Mrs. Wang's bedside, lowering her voice further, though her excitement was impossible to hide. It's about the Qins. The Qins? Mrs. Wang's movements froze. What could possibly happen to the Qins? Didn't their son Qin Tian just marry the Lin family's eldest daughter? They're riding high right now. Just the other day, Sister Shulan was bragging in our group chat about her billion-dollar partnership deal. She was practically walking on air. That's ancient history. Mrs. Zhang said triumphantly. This morning, I went to my usual jewelry store to pick up my custom necklace. Guess what I overheard? Spit it out. Don't keep us in suspense. Mrs. Liu, sitting nearby, perked up with interest. The store manager whispered to me that the Lin family officially notified them last night to return the wedding rings they had custom made for Lin Wanner and Qin Tian. What? Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Liu both gasped in unison, abruptly sitting up without a care for their face masks. Returned? How could that be possible? The weddings already happened, how can they just return them like that? Mrs. Wang looked utterly incredulous. That's nothing. Mrs. Zhang dropped an even bigger bombshell. I heard from the manager that the Lin family has made it clear the Qin family isn't what it used to be. They said the Qins offended the wrong people and are now a sinking ship. Anyone who gets involved is doomed. I didn't believe it at first, so I had old Zhang go dig around. My goodness, you have no idea. She patted her chest, still visibly shaken. Qin Zhenggua's arrest wasn't about some simple financial issue. I heard the amount of tax evasion was astronomical. The fines alone could bankrupt the Qin group several times over. And that Tianqi investment, they swallowed up the Qin family overnight. Behind all this, there's a powerful figure with connections everywhere targeting the Qin family. The Lin family got wind of it and quickly distanced themselves. This barrage of news left the ladies dizzy. They exchanged glances, their faces brimming with schadenfreude. Good heavens! So everything Sister Shulan told us before was just bragging? Mrs. Lu murmured. It was more than just bragging. Mrs. Wang sneered as she peeled off her face mask, her expression a mix of jealousy and satisfaction. She was just putting on airs. Treating us like little kids. Making fools of us. I knew it. That Qin Feng of hers is nothing but a lowlife. How could he suddenly pull off some 100 billion yuan project? It was all fake. I knew it. Li Shulan will never get to lord it over me. Exactly. Mrs. Zhang chimed in immediately. The way she acts, always making us grovel at her feet. Now that her patron has fallen, I'll see how she keeps up that air of superiority. The women chattered away, their words dripping with contempt for Li Shulan and anticipation for her downfall. This was precisely the first step of Qin Feng's island plan. Rumors were the sharpest weapon at the lowest cost. In such a vain and fragile circle, they could easily drag someone into the mud. Chapter 32. The whole world steps in. Qin Family Villa. Li Shulan sat restlessly on the living room sofa. Her tea had grown cold before her. She was still seething with anger and dread over her son Qin Tian having his limbs broken yesterday. She refused to believe the Qin family had truly reached rock bottom. She believed this was merely a temporary setback. As long as her husband, Qin Zhenggua, could be released and as long as the Lin family connections remained intact, the Qin family would soon rise again. She still fantasized about how she would exact revenge on those who had mocked her son once the furor died down. Just then, a shrill ring of the doorbell shattered the villa's silence. Old Uncle Wang, the butler, walked over to open the door. Outside stood 7 or 8 men with menacing expressions. Leading them was a bald man with a face full of fleshy bulges, looking impatient. I'm here for your boss. Tell him to come out and pay up. The bald man's opening words were thick with hostility. Startled by the imposing presence, Uncle Wang quickly stepped in front of the doorway, his face plastered with a forced smile. Gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry, but our master, he's not home. Not home? The bald man sneered coldly, shoving Uncle Wang aside and barging straight inside. The others behind him followed suit, swarming into the room. Who cares if he's home or not? Debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Qin Zhenggua owes our Hongfa Building Materials Company 30 million in material fees and he's been dragging his feet for half a year. He must settle it today. Otherwise, we're taking the goods to settle the debt. The men behind him immediately scanned the room, their eyes gleaming with greed. What are you doing? Who are you people? Who let you in? Li Shulan, in the living room, heard the commotion and sprang to her feet. Her face bore her usual haughtiness and anger as she barked the warning. In her eyes, this group was nothing but a bunch of unscrupulous, low-class merchants. In the past, they wouldn't have even been allowed through the gates of the Qin residence. The bald man eyed Li Shulan up and down, flicked his cigarette butt away, and ground it into the expensive Persian rug with his foot. Well, if it isn't Mrs. Qin. Perfect timing. Your husband isn't here, but you coming to repay the debt works just as well. He pulled a crumpled stack of receipts from his pocket and tossed them onto the coffee table in front of Li Shulan. Black and white on paper, take a good look. 32 million. Not a penny less. If you can't produce the money today, we'll tear down this villa of yours. How dare you? Li Shulan trembled with rage at his rude and insolent attitude. Who do you think you are? Daring to come and cause trouble at the Qin residence. Let me tell you, the Qins and the Lins are about to seal a 100 billion yuan partnership. A mere 30 million? Do you think we'd even notice? She still tried to intimidate them with the prestige of the Qin and Lin families. Yet the moment her words fell, a roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha 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 ha. The Lin family? 100 billion yuan deal? The bald man laughed so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes. He pointed at Li Shulan, convinced she was telling the most ridiculous joke in the world. Mrs. Qin, did you not go online yesterday, or are you still half asleep? Who in all of Jiangcheng doesn't know the Qin family is finished? Qin Zhenggua's been arrested. And your precious son Qin Tian? He went to smash up Tianqi Group's building yesterday and got his arm broken. He's lying there like a dead dog. And the Lin family. The Lin family issued a statement last night, dissolving the marriage contract with your Qin family and severing all ties. And you're still daydreaming. Another lanky figure chimed in with mockery. Exactly. Forget about 100 billion in deals right now, your Qin family is nothing but a pile of. Anyone who gets involved with you stinks. Pay back the money now. Stop ing around. These crude, cutting words pierced Li Shulan's heart like sharp needles. The color drained from her face, leaving her deathly pale. No, impossible, you're lying. She screamed, her voice distorted by terror. You're lying to me. Li Tiancheng sent you, didn't he? You're all lying. She couldn't accept it. Everything she had prided herself on had been reduced to something so fragile, so laughable, by the very person she despised most. Lies? The bald man's smile vanished, replaced by a savage grimace. I don't have time to lie to you, you crazy. Guys, search her. Take anything valuable. This won't be over until every penny's paid back. At his command, the men behind him immediately began ransacking the living room. Don't touch my things. You thieves. Li Shulan lunged forward like a madwoman, trying to stop them, only to be shoved hard onto the sofa by the bald man. Keep quiet. Say another word, and I'll sell you off to cover the debt too. An expensive antique vase was roughly snatched up. Limited edition wall art was ripped straight off the wall. Even the purple clay teapot set on the coffee table was shoved into someone's arms. The entire living room lay in utter disarray. Old Uncle Wang, the butler, was knocked to the floor, forced to watch it all unfold, tears streaming down his aged face. Li Shulan slumped on the sofa, staring at the apocalyptic scene before her, her mind a blank. Her world collapsed in that instant. Yet this was only the beginning. Ring 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 ring. The phone in the villa suddenly rang urgently. Uncle Wang struggled to his feet and rushed over to answer it. Hello? This is the Qin residence. Qin Mansion? I don't care what mansion you are. I'm from the credit department of Universal Bank. Notify Qin Zhenghua and Li Shulan that their 50 million yuan loan with our bank is now past due. We are formally initiating collection procedures. If it's not repaid within 3 days, we'll file with the court to seize and auction their assets. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Before Uncle Wang could respond, the line went dead. Ring ring. The phone rang again. Uncle Wang trembled as he answered it again. Hello? Hello, this is the Hermes flagship store in Jiangcheng. We are informing Ms. Li Shulan that due to her personal credit rating being downgraded to the lowest level, we have decided to revoke her global VIP status effective immediately. The crocodile leather handbag she previously reserved will be resold to another customer. Ring ring. Hello, this is Audi 4S dealership. We are contacting Mr. Qin Tian regarding the repair costs for his R8, totaling 270,000 yuan. Please settle the payment promptly, or we will take legal action. Ring ring. Hello, this is Jiangcheng Golf Club. We are informing Ms. Li Shulan that due to your delinquency in this year's membership fees, your membership has been suspended. One call after another came pouring in. Bank collection notices, luxury brand disenrollment letters, high-end club expulsion orders. The status and prestige she once prided herself on now turned into merciless mockery. Everyone scrambled to distance themselves from her. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When she was on top, everyone fawned over her. When she fell, the entire world became her enemy, eager to kick her while she was down. Li Shulan stared blankly as the phone rang repeatedly, listening to Uncle Wang's desperate answers. Her eyes finally held nothing but dead, numb emptiness. She finally understood. The Qin family's ship was truly sinking. No, it had already sunk. And she was plunging alongside this wrecked vessel into an endless, icy abyss. Chapter 33, Major Social Humiliation. The living room of the Qin family villa lay in utter disarray. The menacing debt collectors had departed, leaving behind only scattered debris and the emptiness of a ransacked space. Li Shulan slumped on the sofa, her eyes vacant, her entire being drained of spirit. The events of the past hour had unfolded like an absurd and terrifying nightmare. Bank demands, brand disownment, club expulsion, and those construction suppliers she had always looked down upon had stormed into her home, snatching away her possessions. With the filthiest language, they trampled everything she had ever been proud of underfoot, crushing it to dust. The magnificent world she had built with half her life's work and her husband's wealth had been torn open today, revealing a hideous wound. No. She shook her head violently, her hands clenching the sofa armrest so tightly her nails dug deep into the expensive leather. This couldn't be real. This must be an illusion. It was that little bastard Li Tiancheng's scheme. He hired these thugs to put on a show for me. The Qin family hasn't fallen yet. I, Li Shulan, am still the envy of Jiangcheng as Mrs. Qin. A mad thought gradually took shape in her chaotic mind. She had to get out. She had to get out. She would go to the place she frequented, to see her dear sisters. She would see if they still gathered around her, flattered her, and envied her as before. If their attitudes hadn't changed, it would prove that everything that happened today was just a joke. Yes, that must be it. This thought injected a false burst of strength into her nearly collapsing body. She abruptly rose from the sofa, violently shoving aside Uncle Wang, the elderly butler who had stepped forward to support her. Don't touch me! She hissed, her bloodshot eyes flashing with a maniacal, unnerving light. Uncle Wang, prepare the car. I'm going to the Champs-Élysées Club. Uncle Wang looked at her state, then surveyed the room's utter disarray, his face etched with concern and reluctance. Madam, perhaps you shouldn't go out today? The state of the house. I said get the car ready. Li Shulan cut him off with a shrill scream, her voice piercingly sharp. You think I'm finished too, don't you? You want to see me humiliated? Let me tell you, I'm perfectly fine. The Qin family is perfectly fine. Get moving. Uncle Wang shuddered at her roar, dared not say another word, and could only retreat, hunched over and trembling. Li Shulan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Ignoring the mess in the living room, she strode straight upstairs to her bedroom. She opened the walk-in closet that took up an entire wall. Surrounded by the dazzling array of gowns and handbags inside, that familiar sense of superiority finally returned to her heart. She would wage a battle to defend her dignity, adorned in the most splendid attire. She selected the latest Chanel ensemble and retrieved her most prized jewelry set, diamonds and emeralds, from the safe. Sitting before the vanity, she stared at the haggard, pale face in the mirror, its corners still wet with tears, and a wave of intense disgust washed over her. She spent twice as long as usual, using the most expensive cosmetics to layer upon layer conceal her exhaustion and panic. She applied the brightest lipstick, donned the dazzling jewelry, and finally, facing the mirror, forced a smile she considered the most haughty and disdainful. The woman reflected back was elegant and radiant, exuding grace and brilliance. The disarray and humiliation of this morning seemed never to have happened. Satisfied, she rose, picked up a limited edition handbag, and strode down the stairs, heels clicking, chest thrust out. Champs-Élysées Private Club. When Li Shulan's car pulled up at the entrance, she sensed something was off. The valet at the entrance, upon seeing her car, still wore his professional smile. Yet, that smile held less of the usual warmth and flattery, replaced by a hint of scrutiny and peculiarity. Li Shulan paid no heed. Tossing the keys to him, she maintained her haughty demeanor as she strode through the club's gilded doors. A long corridor was carpeted with plush wool. In the past, whenever she walked here, everyone she passed would stop and greet her respectfully. But today, the members and attendants who brushed past her all looked at her differently. It was no longer simple admiration or reverence. Instead, it was a complex mix of curiosity, pity, and schadenfreude. She could even clearly hear the suppressed whispers that followed her as she passed. These gazes and whispers stabbed at her back, sending waves of stinging pain through her. But she did not turn back. She lifted her chin higher and straightened her back even more. With this posture, she intended to declare to everyone that she, Li Shulan, remained the lofty Mrs. Qin. She pushed open the familiar carved wooden door of the VIP spa room. Inside, her close friends Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Liu, Mrs. Zhang, and others sat gathered together, sipping floral tea and chatting about something. The room's lively atmosphere froze the moment she entered. A flicker of unease crossed every face. This brief, deathly silence made Li Shulan's heart sink sharply. Yet her expression remained unchanged. Oh, everyone's here? What's the lively discussion about? She spoke in a light, casual tone. Mrs. Wang was the first to react. An exaggerated, insincere smile immediately spread across her face. She stood up and took Li Shulan's hand. Oh my! Shulan! You finally made it! We were just talking about you. Sit down, sit down. Her voice was 8 degrees warmer than usual, yet the pity and schadenfreude lurking deep in her eyes were impossible to conceal. We were all so worried sick about you. We heard something happened at home. You must stay strong. Don't take it to heart. Her words ignited the entire room. Mrs. Liu quickly chimed in, yes. Sister Shulan, we're all sisters here. If you're going through a tough time, you must tell us. Don't shoulder it alone. Mrs. Zhang was even more direct. Clasping Li Shulan's other hand, she spoke with feigned anguish. Shulan, we've all heard. Your husband. Is he okay? Did he suffer any injustice in there? And that poor Qin Tian, I heard his hand was broken. How excruciating that must be. Oh, what a tragedy. Each of them chimed in, their words brimming with concern and sympathy. But to Li Shulan's ears, these words felt more humiliating than any vicious curse. They were pitying her. These women who once looked up to her with envy now dared to pity her from their lofty perch. Chapter 34, The Fallen Dog. Li Shulan's face paled slightly, yet she forced herself to hold her ground. She withdrew her hand, sat down gracefully, picked up the teacup before her, and blew gently on it. I wondered what it could be. So this is what you're talking about. She let out a light laugh, her tone dripping with disdain. Nothing but trifles, some ignorant cats and dogs trying to stir up trouble. They won't make much of a splash. My husband will be out in a couple of days. As for Qin Tian, he just had a minor altercation with someone. Young people are hot-headed, it'll blow over in a few days. She attempted to mask the truth, already a raging storm, with this feigned nonchalance. Yet to those already privy to the full story, her feigned composure sounded nothing short of laughable and pathetic. Mrs. Wang's eyes darted about before she clapped her hand over her mouth in feigned surprise. Oh my! So it was nothing serious after all. That's truly wonderful. She shifted her tone, speaking as if by chance. I thought it was something serious. Speaking of which, I accompanied old Wang to a dinner yesterday and met that Mr. Li from Tianqi Investment. Oh my, that Mr. Li is so young and accomplished, with such extraordinary presence. Who in the whole city of Jiangqing doesn't give him some face? I heard he can get banks to cut off someone's loan with just a word. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, spilling water from her teacup. Oh yes, Mrs. Lu chimed in immediately. I heard too that Mr. Li has so many wealthy heiresses practically fighting over the chance to marry him. They sang in unison, deliberately elevating Li Tiancheng to the heavens, all to trample Li Shulan mercilessly beneath their feet. Li Shulan's face had turned deathly pale. She gripped the teacup so tightly her knuckles turned white. Just a nouveau riche upstart, what's so great about that? She ground the words out between clenched teeth. Oh, you shouldn't talk like that. Mrs. Wang shook her head, her face wearing a look that said, I'm only thinking of you. Shulan, I know you're upset. But you have to face reality. Look, even the Lin family. She deliberately drew out the last syllable, then slapped her forehead with a look of sudden realization. Oh dear, what a big mouth I have. I almost forgot I heard yesterday that the Lin family called off the wedding? Shulan, is this true or not? How utterly heartless. They'd already held the wedding ceremony, how could they just call it off like that? Isn't this slapping the Qin family in the face? That sentence delivered the final blow. Li Shulan felt a buzzing sensation in her head. All her pretense, all her strength, shattered completely in that instant. She sprang to her feet so abruptly that she knocked over the teacup before her. The scalding tea splashed over her, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. You're lying. Her voice trembled, sharp and filled with despair. She stared at the women before her. The feigned concern on their faces had faded, replaced by undisguised, naked scorn and contempt. They were laughing. Though the laughter remained unvoiced, she could clearly hear it in their gleeful, schadenfreude-filled eyes. She couldn't bear to stay another moment. Every second longer felt like torture. She grabbed her handbag, turned, and staggered toward the door, fleeing. Behind her, the suppressed, cruel laughter finally erupted. Oh, leaving already? How thin-skinned. Did you really think you were Mrs. Qin? Now you're just a bankrupt, fallen dog. Ha ha ha, the way she was putting on that brave face earlier, it's hilarious. The sharp, piercing laughter chased her, biting at her, making her want to cover her ears. She fled the club, once the pinnacle of her glory, now a place of torment and utter disarray, practically scrambling and crawling her way out. Penthouse apartment. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. A Dao entered and respectfully placed a voice recorder on the coffee table. Sir, this recording was obtained from the Champs-Élysées Club. Qin Feng didn't open his eyes, merely uttering a faint mem. A Dao pressed play. The voice recorder immediately filled the room with the unmasked scorn and mockery of those wealthy ladies directed at Li Shulan, culminating in her final, desperate scream. The entire room reverberated with this grotesque farce, saturated with the ugliness of human nature. After listening, Qin Feng's face remained utterly expressionless. He slowly opened his eyes. Within that gaze lay not a shred of sympathy, nor a hint of satisfaction, only the cold, clinical acknowledgement that the plan had unfolded precisely as intended. Very good. He remarked calmly. Adding flowers to brocade is easy, offering coal in the snow is hard. These people are more useful than we imagined. He rose to his feet and walked to the window, gazing down at the city spread out below. Continue monitoring the Qin family villa. The journey home under the night sky felt long and humiliating. Li Shulan sat in the backseat of the Rolls-Royce, the plush leather upholstery making her restless. Outside the window, Jiangqing's dazzling neon lights streaked past. The once proud sights of prosperity now silently mocked her disgrace. She could sense that the driver's gaze was no longer respectful, but filled with pity and detachment. This pity cut deeper than any direct insult, leaving her feeling a bone-chilling cold. In others' pity, she saw her own wretchedness. The women's cruel laughter at the club and that final taunt, a dog in the water, still echoed madly in her ears. Her hands clenched the handbag so tightly her nails nearly tore through the expensive leather. Her whole body trembled, not from the cold, but from the overwhelming fury and humiliation. How dare they treat me this way? Nothing but a bunch of parasites living off men. And that Li Tiancheng, that despicable, shameless scoundrel. And Qin Tian, that useless piece of trash. If he hadn't been so impulsive and foolish, how could he have ended up with broken limbs, a laughingstock for the entire city? And Qin Zhenghua. Yes, it's all Qin Zhenghua's fault. He runs this household, he controls the company. Didn't he boast about being the tycoon of Zhongcheng? Why has it come to this? Useless. He's the biggest piece of trash in the world. The pent-up resentment and humiliation churned violently within her, searching for an outlet. She needed a target to pour out all her fury. The car slowed to a stop at the entrance of the Qin family villa. Li Shulan flung open the door and bolted from the car as if escaping. She couldn't bear to remain a moment longer in that vehicle filled with pitying glances. She burst through the heavy carved gates, but instead of the servants' respectful greetings, she was met with dead silence. And a scene of utter devastation. The living room, ransacked by debt collectors earlier that day, remained untouched. Shattered pieces of antique vases littered the expensive Persian carpet. On the walls, several glaring nail holes remained where paintings had been torn down. The air thickened with the mingled scent of dust and despair. This home, this palace she once took pride in, was now nothing but a ransacked place. Amidst the chaos, she saw her son, Qin Tian. Chapter 35. Mother and son turn against each other, wounding one another. Qin Tian sat alone on the sofa. His right arm was encased in a thick cast, suspended by a sling around his neck. He still wore the crumpled clothes from when he'd returned from the hospital. He hadn't turned on the lights, letting the faint moonlight from the window cast a pallid glow on his pale, despondent face. 7 or 8 empty liquor bottles lay scattered before him. In his hand, he clutched a freshly opened bottle of whiskey, numbly taking sip after sip. The pungent smell of alcohol mingled with the musty odor of decay in the living room, making one feel nauseous. Seeing this scene, the pent-up rage in Li Shulan's heart finally found an outlet. All her resentment, humiliation, and frustration ignited into a vicious flame that engulfed the son she had once cherished most. "You have the nerve to drink here?" A shrill, distorted scream pierced the living room's deathly silence. Li Shulan lunged forward like a madwoman, snatching the bottle from Qin Tian's hand and smashing it to the floor with all her might. Crash! Amber liquor and shards of glass splattered everywhere. Qin Tian froze in shock at the sudden turn of events. He lifted his alcohol-clouded eyes, staring blankly at his mother's face, twisted with fury. What are you doing?" he mumbled. "What am I doing? I should be asking you what you're doing." Li Shulan pointed at his nose, her voice trembling with emotion. "Look at yourself now. A broken-legged dog. A stray, cowering in the corner, licking its own wounds. Useless. You're nothing but a complete and utter failure." These vicious words pierced Qin Tian's already shattered heart like sharp needles. An unnatural flush spread across his pallid face. I got beaten up because of this family. "Because you and Dad are useless," he retorted, his neck stiff with defiance. "You dare talk back?" Li Shulan was instantly enraged. "All because of you, you good for nothing. Because of your pathetic impulsiveness. Do you know what I heard outside today?" She pointed at her own face, her voice brimming with endless grievance and venom. "Everyone is laughing at me. Laughing at the Qin family. Laughing that I gave birth to a useless son who only gets his hands and feet broken. They pity me. Those women I wouldn't even give a second glance, they dare to pity me. Do you know how much worse this is than killing me? I, Li Shulan, have never been so humiliated in my entire life. And it's all because of you. All because of you, you useless piece of trash." Her words grew increasingly heated as she unleashed all the humiliation she'd endured outside, venting it all on Qin Tian. Qin Tian's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen under her barrage of insults. His chest heaved violently as he clenched his uninjured left fist. "Useless? I'm useless because you taught me to be." He finally couldn't hold back, roaring back in retaliation. "What did you ever teach me growing up? All you taught me was how to wear designer labels, drive sports cars, and show off at cocktail parties. You treated me like a vase, a decorative ornament displayed in a showcase for others to admire. Now that the vase is shattered, you suddenly think I'm useless? Where the hell were you all along? You ungrateful son. How dare you blame us?" Li Shulan trembled with rage. She grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Qin Tian with all her might. "We treated you like a treasure, pampering you with the finest food and drink. And this is how you repay us?" Qin Tian swatted the cushion away and rose from the sofa, his bandaged hand flailing wildly in his agitation. "Treated me like a treasure? Don't sugarcoat it." He sneered coldly, his smile filled with self-mockery and sorrow. "You only saw me as a tool to boost your prestige. Just like you saw Qin Feng as a tool for dirty work. What difference is there between us? The only difference is he's smarter than me. He saw through your cold-blooded selfishness long ago. That's why he left. But me, your little darling, I'm still here, taking all this crap for you." "Shut up." The mention of Qin Feng stabbed Li Shulan like a knife. She shrieked. "You're not worthy to utter his name. You're not even worth a single one of his fingers. No matter how unsavory he was, no matter how much of a bastard he was, at least he could handle some of this family's troubles. He still had some use. And you?" She pointed at Qin Tian, her eyes brimming with contempt and disappointment, as if appraising a completely useless, expensive luxury item. "What else can you do besides spend money and stir up trouble? When it matters most, you can't even stand up to a lowly Li Tiandeng. You let yourself be played like a puppet, and you're stupid enough to walk right into a beating. What else are you but a worthless piece of trash?" These words were the final straw that broke Qin Tian. His most beloved mother had dared to compare him to that so-called younger brother he despised most. And she had concluded he was utterly useless. His eyes turned bloodshot. Fine. I'm useless." He nodded, advancing step by step toward Li Shulan. "Then are you useful?" he roared, his voice filled with madness. You're nothing but a mahjong addict, a shopaholic, a woman who spends her days comparing diamonds with other women. What have you ever done for this family? When disaster strikes, all you know how to do is cry, scream, and shift all the blame onto others. What else can you do? What's the difference between you and me? We're both parasites on this family. Useless freeloaders living off my father alone. You, how dare you speak to me like this? Li Shulan stumbled back 2 steps, terrified by his fury, but then an even fiercer rage surged within her. Without a second thought, she grabbed a crystal ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Qin Tian. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. Qin Tian instinctively ducked his head. The ashtray whizzed past his cheek, smashing into the wall behind him with a thunderous crash before shattering into countless pieces on the floor. In that instant, the last shred of familial affection between them shattered along with the ashtray. Qin Tian stared at his mother's face, contorted into a hideous mask of rage. Suddenly, he laughed. The laughter was hoarse and despairing. Hit me. Go ahead and kill me. He spread his arms wide and stepped forward willingly. This family is ruined anyway. I'm nothing but a broken man. What's the point of living anymore? Kill me, and you'll set me free. I. Li Shulan watched her son's mad, self-destructive fury. Her raised hand ultimately failed to come down. All her strength drained away in that instant. She staggered backward, collapsing onto the cold floor. Surrounded by the chaos filling the room, staring at her son who seemed like a stranger, and thinking of her husband still in detention with his fate unknown. An overwhelming despair engulfed her like never before. Suddenly, she buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. This was no longer the shrieking rage of before, but a true wail filled with helplessness and bewilderment. Xin Zhenghua. You good for nothing. Where the hell are you? She sobbed while pounding her fists on the floor, directing all her resentment toward the absent man. Didn't you say you could handle everything? Didn't you say the Qin family would never fall? Look at our family. What has it become now? Our son is ruined. The company is gone. Even those lowlifes dare to walk all over us. You're a worthless piece of trash. A fraud. I must have been blind to marry such a useless man. She hurled venomous curses, completely absolving herself from this disaster, casting herself as an innocent victim dragged down by her husband and son. Qin Tian stood by, coldly watching her throw a tantrum on the floor, his gaze colder than if he were looking at a stranger. This family was finished. Chapter 36, You're no longer worthy to be my opponent. Qin Tian didn't know when his mother had stopped crying. He didn't know when she had crawled up from the cold floor and returned to her room upstairs. When the living room was left with only him, an unprecedented sense of emptiness completely engulfed him. Home was gone. This once safe harbor was now nothing but an empty shell filled with resentment and strife. Family bonds were gone. The mother who once cherished him like a precious treasure had torn apart his last shred of dignity with the most venomous words. He wandered alone through the vast, dark, and cold villa. He passes through the ravaged living room, walks down the hallway lined with family portraits. In the photos, every face wore a bright yet hollow smile. He reached out and pulled the nearest frame from the wall. It was taken on his 20th birthday. In the picture, his father, Qin Zhenghua, stood proudly with his arm around his shoulders, while his mother, Li Shulan, beamed with affection as she held a cake for him. In the corner stood another figure, his long-neglected younger brother, Qin Feng. He stared at the photo, at the arrogant, beaming version of himself. Then he thought of himself now his right arm in a cast, mocked by the entire city, cursed by his mother as a good-for-nothing. A profound sense of absurdity and endless sorrow surged through him. Thud. He let go, and the frame fell to the floor. The shattering glass echoed piercingly in the dead of night. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Not for another minute, not for another second. He didn't go to the garage to start his beloved sports cars, those things were nothing but a mockery to him now. He simply opened the door and walked out, step by step, numbly. He didn't know where he was going, nor where he could go. He just walked aimlessly, traversing streets once familiar, now utterly alien. Zhongqing's night remained vibrant. Neon lights from skyscrapers traced the city's dazzling silhouette. The windows of luxury boutiques along the streets remained bright and dazzling. All of this had once been his world. He had once been the protagonist of this world. Now, he is merely a pitiful bystander, ruthlessly cast aside by this world. He walked for a long, long time. So long that his legs began to go numb, so long that the bustling city center faded far behind him. Unconsciously, he found himself walking down a dark, damp backstreet he had never ventured into before. This is the other side of the city. The air is thick with the mingled scents of cheap alcohol, greasy food, and trash. Along the streets, dimly lit bars and barbecue stalls flicker with ambiguous lights. This is the domain of the disillusioned and the homeless. Qin Tian stopped in his tracks. He stared at one bar named Forget Sorrow, its too tacky, cheap neon signs glaring harshly in the night. Forget sorrow? He chuckled sarcastically. Fine. He pushed open the greasy, creaking wooden door and stepped inside. The bar was dimly lit and filled with smoke. A scantily clad woman sang a sorrowful love song with a faint, weary voice on the small stage. Below the stage, scattered groups of men sat with blank stares and weary expressions. Before them sat glasses of the cheapest draft beer. Everything here clashed with the life he'd lived for over 20 years. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. For in their faces, he saw the same expression he knew all too well. Despair. Boss, give me a beer. He walked up to the bar and slammed the last of his cash onto the sticky surface. The strongest stuff you've got. The bartender was an expressionless middle-aged man. He glanced at Qin Tian's expensive yet crumpled Versace sweatshirt and the plaster cast around his neck, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Another unlucky soul who'd fallen from grace. Without a word, he retrieved a clear bottle of unlabeled liquid from beneath the counter and a glass cup covered in scratches. Qin Tian paid no mind. He grabbed the bottle, skipping the glass entirely, and took a fierce swig straight from the mouth. The fiery, scalding liquid burned his throat and stomach. The intense burning sensation made him cough violently. Yet this physical agony stirred a long-forgotten sensation of being alive within his numb heart. He liked this feeling. He didn't stop, taking one gulp after another, forcing the bottle of hard liquor into his body in the most brutal way possible. He didn't want to think. He didn't want to think about his shattered family, didn't want to think about the lofty Li Tiancheng, and certainly didn't want to contemplate his own laughable and pitiful future. He just wanted to get drunk. Drunk to the point of passing out, then he wouldn't have to think about anything. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Under the numbing effect of alcohol, these questions no longer mattered. There he sat, alone in the corner of the bar, silently, numbly, drinking glass after glass, bottle after bottle. The surrounding clamor, the women's singing, the men's drinking games all felt distant to him. In his world, only alcohol and endless darkness remained. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a residential building not far from the Forget Worry bar, two men in plain jackets were setting up a professional camera with a telephoto lens, pointing it toward the bar entrance. One of them lowered the camera and sent a freshly captured photo through an encrypted messaging app. The image showed Qin Tian staggering out of the bar, his eyes vacant and his steps unsteady, colliding head-on with a drunkard approaching him. Without protest, he allowed the man to shove and curse at him before being pushed down onto the filthy pavement. He didn't get up. He lay there, gazing up at the pitch-black night sky, polluted by city lights so thick not a single star was visible. Penthouse apartment. The massive virtual display screen clearly showed the photo just transmitted from the rooftop. In the photo, Qin Tian looked disheveled, humiliated, and pitiful. He had abandoned all struggle and resistance. A Dao stood respectfully behind Qin Feng, reporting in a steady voice. Sir, this is the latest status of target Qin Tian. After a heated argument with Li Shulan last night, he left the Qin family villa alone. According to our tracking, he first wandered aimlessly through the city for 3 hours before entering the seedy district of Dongcheng. He has been drinking continuously at a cheap bar called Forget Sorrow ever since. During this period, he engaged in 3 altercations with others, offering no effective resistance in any instance. He exhibits clear tendencies of self-abandonment and self-destruction. Qin Feng held his coffee, calmly studying the photograph on the light screen. His gaze held not a flicker of emotion. The man who once strutted before him, arrogant and overbearing, had now become a pitiful wretch, one that even a drunken street thug could bully at will. A Dao watched Qin Feng's profile, waiting for his orders. He expected that witnessing this scene would at least stir a flicker of satisfaction or a hint of emotion within the master. Yet he saw nothing. Qin Feng merely observed silently for a moment before setting down his coffee cup. His voice was as flat as if announcing an insignificant detail. Remove him from the priority surveillance list. A Dao paused, taken aback. Sir, do you mean? Classify him as a low-value target and archive the file. Qin Feng turned to face a Dao, his deep eyes reflecting only absolute rationality and cold logic. A man who has abandoned himself has forfeited the right to be my opponent. My chessboard has no place for a piece that is already dead. These words sent a chill through a Dao's heart. He understood. The Lord's vengeance against Qin Tian had concluded. Not out of mercy nor out of pity, but because Qin Tian was no longer worthy. This outcome, being utterly disregarded and erased by one's adversary at the strategic level, was perhaps the most extreme and cruel punishment imaginable for someone who had once been so arrogantly proud. Yes, my lord. I shall carry out your orders immediately. A Dao bowed respectfully. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Then, he slowly rose to his feet and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the city sprawling at his feet. A Dao. He suddenly spoke again. At your service. A Dao halted in his tracks. Focus all resources, intelligence, and surveillance capabilities on one person. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, piercing through layers of steel and concrete to fix upon the prey lurking in the shadows, plotting its counterattack. Qin Zhenghua. He uttered the name softly. Qin Tian is already a broken man, and Li Shulan is nothing but a madwoman. But this old fox isn't ready to admit defeat yet. Right now, he must be lurking in some corner, licking his wounds, gathering strength, waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. A cold, expectant smile curled the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. I'm curious what his final trump card will be. Chapter 37. The worthless one still has one last use. Top-floor apartment, beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Qin Feng stood by the window, holding a cup of cold coffee. His gaze was fixed on the image of Qin Tian passed out on the street displayed on the light screen. The man in the photo looked disheveled and defeated, his eyes vacant. A Dao stood respectfully behind him, awaiting final confirmation. Sir, do you confirm classifying Qin Tian as a worthless target? Qin Feng did not respond immediately. He stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the photo, and images from over a decade ago surfaced in his mind. Back then, Qin Tian was an incredibly proud teenager. He drove the flashiest sports cars, wore the most expensive clothes, and was always surrounded by a crowd of hangers-on. And he, Qin Feng, was merely the shadow trailing behind, ignored by all. He had once fantasized about standing shoulder to shoulder with this younger brother as true siblings. But reality had brutally shown him that it was nothing but an unrealistic dream. Now, the dazzling one has fallen. And he, the shadow, now stood atop the city's highest point. How ironic. No. After a long silence, Qin Feng uttered a single word slowly. A trace of confusion flashed in Adeo's eyes. He thought he'd misheard. Sir? Qin Feng turned around and placed the cold coffee on the table. His face showed no trace of emotion, only absolute calm and calculation. He is, indeed, a piece of junk right now. But even a piece of junk has its final use before it's tossed into the trash. Qin Feng's gaze grew deep and icy. I'll push him over the edge when he's on the brink of collapse. I'll make him witness with his own eyes how those he once looked down upon by aligning themselves with the right person have now risen to heights he must now look up to. I will send him back to that hollow shell of a home, carrying this most extreme, most profound despair, to present it to his father who still dreams of being a tyrant. I will make Qin Zhenghua understand that what he has lost is not merely a company or a son. What he's lost is an entire era. Ado instantly grasped Qin Feng's intent. This was to utterly shatter the last shred of hope for the Qin family. Your Excellency is wise. Ado bowed his head. Your orders, sir. Qin Feng's gaze returned to the light screen as he slowly uttered a name. Zhou Hao. What is he doing now? A Dao immediately replied, Zhou Hao, nicknamed Monkey. We recruited him 3 years ago from an underground casino in the East District. He's sharp-witted and resourceful. After excelling during a cleanup operation, he was promoted to general manager of Haohan Trading, one of our peripheral enterprises in the Nightshade Group. Currently, he primarily oversees several of our entertainment ventures and logistics hubs in the East District. He possesses strong business acumen and is absolutely loyal to you. A faint smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Monkey? I recall he used to be a lowly lackey trailing behind Qin Tian, didn't he? Yes, sir. A Dao replied respectfully. He was a high school classmate of Qin Tian and one of the earliest followers to join his circle. However, due to his ordinary background, he's always been a minor figure in Qin Tian's circle, handling errands and livening up the atmosphere, never truly regarded as important. Very well. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes gleaming with the light of a strategist. He's the one. He turned to look at Adeo and issued that seemingly mundane yet utterly ruthless command. Adao, have Zhou Hao go to the bar street he frequents and arrange a chance encounter. Remember, don't humiliate him. In fact, you can even lend him a hand. Just make him see the stark difference between then and now. Make him understand that sometimes destiny hinges solely on who you choose to stand with. Adao's heart sank. He nodded firmly. Yes, sir. I'll make arrangements immediately. Dongcheng District, Fallen Street. The midnight chimes had long since faded, yet the clamor here was only reaching its peak. Qin Tian was roughly shoved out of the Forget Worry bar. He had drunk far too much. So much so that he could barely feel the dull ache in his injured right hand. His world spun violently, every image blurred and doubled. He staggered, clutching the wall in a futile attempt to steady himself, but his legs gave way beneath him. Can't you watch where you're going? A shrill voice exploded in his ear. A tremendous force shoved him hard, sending him tumbling backward out of control. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the filthy floor. 2 thugs with bulging muscles blocked his path, eyeing him with malicious intent. Hey, kid. All dressed up like you're something special. What's the deal? Here to experience life on the streets? One of them, a yellow-haired thug, crouched down and slapped Qin Tian's pale face. Those clothes of yours, they ain't cheap, are they? And that watch, hey, you're a cripple too? His smile grew even more brazen when he spotted the bandage around Qin Tian's neck. We're a bit short on cash lately, buddy. How about lending us some of your nice stuff to use for a while? Back in the day, even the big shots in Dongcheng District would bow and call him Brother Tian when they saw him, let alone these low-level punks. But now, Qin Tian lifted his head, his cloudy eyes fixed on the 2 ugly faces before him. He felt neither anger nor fear. Only numbness remained in his heart. He even thought that if he were to die here today, it might just be a form of release. He slowly closed his eyes, relinquishing all resistance. Do as you please. He forced the words out of his throat, his voice barely audible. The 2 thugs clearly hadn't expected this reaction and froze in surprise. Then, the yellow-haired thug's face twisted into an expression of anger and humiliation. playing the deep, mysterious act with me. He raised his fist, ready to slam it into Qin Tian's face. Just then, squay! A faint yet steady screech of brakes echoed behind them. A beam of bright headlights illuminated the filthy corner. The two thugs instinctively turned their heads, squinting into the light. A sleek, all-black Audi A8L had silently pulled up at the street corner, its arrival unnoticed. The car seemed utterly out of place on this cheap-looking street. Quiet, yet radiating an overwhelming sense of authority. The door opened, and a young man dressed in a well-tailored black casual suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. He appeared refined, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. He merely gave the two thugs a calm glance. The moment they saw him, the arrogance and ferocity frozen on their faces, replaced instead by an extreme fear that seemed to emanate from the depths of their souls. Their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Chapter 38, A Handout from the Little Brother. The blonde thug's teeth chattered violently as he dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing toward the young man. Mr. Zhou. We didn't recognize a mountain when we saw it. We didn't know this was your friend. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. The other thug, terrified out of his wits, knelt beside him, burying his face in the dirt, not daring to breathe a word. Zhou Hao paid them no mind. He walked straight to Qin Tian, slowly crouching down to look at the once mighty Tiangu, now lying filthy on the ground. His gaze was complex. There was emotion, there was pity, but more than anything, there was a calmness that seemed to see through everything. Qin Tian opened his eyes. Through the haze of his drunkenness, he stared at the face before him, familiar yet strange. That face slowly merged with the memory of the man who had always followed behind him, fawning and calling him Brother Tian the monkey. Monkey? Monkey? Qin Tian couldn't believe his eyes. He murmured the nickname he'd once casually bestowed. Zhou Hao's lips curved into a faint smile, but it vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. He reached out, lifting Qin Tian from the cold ground. His movements were steady and firm. Brother Tian. Zhou Hao spoke. His voice no longer carried the ingratiating flattery of memory, but instead a steady, gentle tone tinged with a hint of detachment. Long time no see. He turned his head, his eyes calm and unruffled, glancing at the two thugs still kneeling on the ground. Get out. He uttered only one word. The two thugs scrambled to their feet as if granted a pardon, scrambling and crawling away without looking back, disappearing into the depths of the dark alley. Zhou Hao didn't look back at them. Supporting Qin Tian, who was already unsteady on his feet, he walked to the curb and helped him sit down on the steps. Then, he retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water from the car, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Qin Tian. Have some water, Brother Tian. You're pretty wasted. Qin Tian numbly took the bottle but didn't drink. His mind was in chaos. He stared at Zhou Hao before him, a man of extraordinary bearing, every gesture radiating the aura of a superior being, and recalled the utter terror etched on the faces of those two thugs moments earlier. A ridiculous, incomprehensible thought surged through his mind. You? How did you end up here? Qin Tian croaked hoarsely. What are you doing here now? Zhou Hao pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and answered calmly. I don't live here. Just passing through, handling some company business. As for what I'm doing now. He smiled, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. Brother Tian, you've been away from Jiangqing's inner circle for too long. You might not realize that Jiangqing isn't what it used to be. What do you mean? Qin Tian's heart sank abruptly. It means Jiangqing has undergone a complete reshuffle. Zhou Hao's gaze drifted toward the distant city lights, his eyes growing profound. Now, across all of Jiangqing, above ground and below, there's only one voice, one rule. All of this stems from the emergence of a truly powerful figure in Jiangqing, one with connections reaching to the heavens. He dislikes chaos, so he has established a new order. Zhou Hao turned back to face Qin Tian, his tone laced with a hint of pity. As for me, I was merely fortunate enough to choose the right side when that great man established his new order. I've just been scraping by under his rule, scraping by. His words were spoken with humility. Yet Qin Tian heard another brutal truth in his words, one that sent him plummeting into an icy abyss. His former lackey, that monkey he once commanded at will, was now the mysterious new king who had toppled their entire Qin family. And judging by his demeanor, his status was clearly no small matter. A wave of immense, indescribable humiliation and absurdity instantly shattered all the numbness the alcohol had provided. His body began to shake violently. Brother Tian. Zhou Hao's voice rang out again, each word striking at the most vulnerable part of his heart. Take my advice, accept your fate. Times have truly changed. The power of that nobleman is something your entire Qin family could never even begin to comprehend. Anyone who stands in his way will be crushed to dust. Stop indulging in those daydreams of revenge. They'll only hasten your demise. With that, he pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket and pressed it into Qin Tian's uninjured, icy hand. Find a decent hotel, take a proper bath, and eat a hearty meal. Stop this. Seriously, it's not a pretty sight. With those final words, Zhou Hao stood up, smoothed his suit, and didn't look back at Qin Tian once more. He turned and climbed into the black Audi A8L. The car started silently, slowly merging into the city traffic before disappearing from sight. Qin Tian was left alone, sitting blankly on the cold steps. He lowered his head, staring at the thick stack of bills in his hand, still warm from Zhou Hao's touch. The money burned his palms. It was charity. Bare, unadorned charity, dripping with pity, from the very lackey he had once looked down on the most. Zhou Hao's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Jiangcheng isn't the same place it used to be. Times have changed. Accept your fate. Suddenly, he understood. What he had lost was not merely wealth, not merely status. What he had lost was an entire era. He had been utterly, mercilessly cast aside by this new era, ruled by that mysterious new king. A powerful wave of dizziness and profound despair engulfed him completely. He could no longer hold himself up. Darkness closed in before his eyes, and his entire body crashed heavily down the steps. Zhou Hao sat in the backseat of the black Audi A8L as the vehicle glided smoothly through the empty midnight streets. He did not turn to look at the figure lying on the roadside. Instead, he removed his gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously wiped them with a velvet cloth. Beneath the lenses, his sharp eyes now revealed an indescribably complex mix of emotions. A mix of emotion, regret, pity, and a lingering sense of dread. Had he not encountered that powerful figure 3 years ago in that dimly lit underground gambling den, his life might have ended up like Qin Tian's, rotting away in some corner, perhaps even sooner. He would never forget that night when, caught cheating by the casino's enforcers and facing the prospect of having his hands chopped off. It was that nobleman who calmly stepped before him. He spoke only one sentence. "I want these hands." The voice was matter of fact, yet carried an air of supreme authority. Chapter 39, Follow the right person, and you'll reach heaven. Follow the wrong one, and you'll descend into hell. The entire casino fell deathly silent. From that moment on, Zhou Hao's fate was no longer his own. From a lowly hustler struggling to survive at the bottom of society, he transformed into an enforcer of the new order. He witnessed how the boss, with thunderous force, had transformed Jiangcheng's chaotic underworld into an orderly realm within mere years. He also saw with his own eyes how those once arrogant big shots now groveled before the boss with utter subservience. He knew that the downfall of the Qin family was merely a minor move in the grand chess game of the adults. As for Qin Tian, he was on the verge of losing even his status as a pawn. "Mr. Zhou." The driver in the front seat, a taciturn man radiating a lean, wiry toughness, spoke up. "We've notified our brothers in the Eastern District as instructed. They'll handle Qin Tian's aftermath. We'll ensure he doesn't die, but he won't have it easy either." Zhou Hao slipped on his glasses, resuming his refined, scholarly demeanor tinged with detachment. He responded with a faint nod. He retrieved the encrypted communicator, hesitated briefly, then pressed the call button. He needed to report the outcome of this unexpected encounter to the higher-ups. The phone rang only once before being answered. Through the receiver came that familiar, suffocating silence. "Your Excellency." Zhou Hao's voice was respectful and humble. "The mission is complete." He saw what he needed to see and heard what he needed to hear. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then, that voice, flat and utterly devoid of emotion, spoke again. "He believed it?" "He does." Zhou Hao answered without hesitation. "Knowing him as I do, he now fully believes that the political landscape in Jiangcheng has shifted, and in a way he finds utterly incomprehensible. That pitiful shred of pride he clung to has been utterly crushed. All that remains now is endless, bone-deep despair." Zhou Hao paused briefly before adding in a tone that bordered on stating a fact. "This despair, I believe, will soon be carried back to the Qin family, becoming the next gift he presents to his father." "Very good." Qin Feng's voice remained as calm as ever. "Zhou Hao. At your service." Zhou Hao immediately sat up straight. "You've done well." This simple praise made Zhou Hao's heart skip a beat, followed by a surge of immense excitement and wild joy. He knew how rare and honorable it was to receive personal recognition from this master. It brought him greater satisfaction than any reward of wealth or status could ever offer. "Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my duty. Serving Your Excellency is the greatest honor of Zhou Hao's life." His voice trembled slightly with emotion. "Remember what you said today." Qin Feng's voice regained its icy tone, tinged with absolute authority. "Your value lies in your loyalty and competence. Continue to fulfill your duties diligently. Do not disappoint me." "Yes, sir. I'll die 10,000 times if I must." Zhou Hao practically roared his pledge. Beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Zhou Hao remained frozen in that stiff, upright posture, motionless for a long while. He exhaled slowly, a long, drawn-out breath. Every call with this man was a grueling ordeal. Gazing at the night scenery rushing past the window, the last shred of pity he had felt for Qin Tian had long since vanished. In its place was a sense of relief. Relief that he had chosen the right side. Relief that he stood on this side of the chessboard, not the one destined to be crushed. He knew that after tonight, the name Qin Tian would vanish completely from the stage of Jiangcheng. And he, Zhou Hao, would take his place as the rising star of Dongqing district. This was fate. Cruel, yet fair. The next morning, Qin Tian awoke to a searing headache. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was a mottled, yellowed ceiling. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of cheap disinfectant mingled with damp bedding. He struggled to sit up, discovering he lay on a narrow, hard wooden plank bed, still clad in yesterday's filthy clothes. He looked around. It was a very small room, perhaps only 7 or 8 square meters. Besides the bed beneath him, there was only a worn-out table and a chair missing a leg. The walls were covered in mold spots and stains. Where was this? How did I end up here? He strained to recall, but his hangover-addled brain refused to cooperate. He only remembered drinking a lot, a whole lot. Then, he encountered 2 punks. Then, monkey. Zhou Hao. Qin Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. The humiliating and absurd memories from last night instantly flooded his mind. Zhou Hao's calm, unfamiliar face, the scene of those 2 thugs kneeling and begging for mercy, and the words he uttered in the N-words that pierced his heart like a dagger. Jiangcheng isn't the same place it used to be. Times have changed. Accept your fate. And then there was that wad of cash stuffed into his hand with a condescending air of charity. Money. Qin Tian abruptly lowered his head and began searching his body. Soon, he found the stack of money in the inner pocket of his coat. A thick stack, neatly folded. But now, the money felt so hot it made his whole body tremble. Ah! He let out a beastly roar, filled with endless rage and humiliation. Like a madman, he smashed everything in the room to smithereens. The worn-out table was kicked over with a single blow. The chair, missing a leg, was hurled violently against the wall, shattering into pieces. In this most primitive, most violent way, he vented the unspeakable humiliation that threatened to drive him mad. After an unknown length of time, when there was nothing left in the room for him to destroy, he collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Cradling his head, he curled up on the cold, paper-strewn floor, letting out a stifled, despairing sob. He finally, completely, sobered up. He finally understood that he was truly, utterly finished. This was no temporary setback, no defeat from which he could rise again. It was a complete and utter collapse abandoned by the entire world, by the entire era, with no chance of redemption. The once all-powerful young Master Qin was dead. He died on that filthy street last night. He died in the pitying gaze of the man he once served. Chapter 41 text message, completely ruined. He lay on the floor for an unknown length of time before slowly, numbly, pulling himself up. His eyes no longer held last night's despair and emptiness. Instead, it held a deathly stillness, a despair so profound it felt like the death of the soul, all hope utterly extinguished. He didn't glance at the mess scattered across the floor. Instead, he mechanically opened the dilapidated door and stepped outside. He walked down the dim, musty corridor of the hotel. At the front desk, a sleepy middle-aged woman lifted her eyelids and gave him a lazy glance. Hey, you still owe for the room. A kind soul covered your deposit yesterday. The remaining 280 settle up now. Qin Tian ignored her. He simply walked straight out the door of the cheap hotel. The blinding sunlight stung his eyes, long accustomed to darkness. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, squinting as he surveyed this world that felt both familiar and alien. Where should he go? Where could he go? He thought for a moment, and only one place remained in his mind. Home. That place, though now in ruins, still belonged to him in name. He didn't know why he was going back. Perhaps he wanted a place to hide, to completely cut himself off from the world. Perhaps he wanted to return and see how his mother, who had always treated him like trash, was now hysterically venting her resentment. Or perhaps he simply wanted to find a place to end his own laughable and pitiful life. He didn't know. His mind had ceased to think. He moved forward on instinct alone, driven by the last vestige of his attachment to the concept of home, his numb feet carrying him forward. When Qin Tian finally dragged his weary, hollow shell back to that desolate villa, what he saw was a scene even more desolate than yesterday's. In the living room, the traces of the ransacking remained untouched. The entire villa was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound that might suggest living beings. His mother, Li Shulan, was nowhere to be found. The old butler, Uncle Wan, was also gone. Everyone had vanished from this place overnight. Numbly, he climbed the stairs to his room. The room remained exactly as he had left it, everything neatly arranged, a stark and ironic contrast to the chaos below. He stumbled to the bedside and collapsed, burying his face deep into the soft pillow. He wished to sleep forever and never wake again. Just as he was about to slip into unconsciousness, the long-forgotten phone on his nightstand suddenly buzzed with a soft vibration. The screen lit up. A new message. He ignored it. He had lost interest in any news from this world. But the phone buzzed again and again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The persistent vibration irritated him. Finally, he impatiently reached out with his uninjured left hand and picked up the phone. He intended to shut it off immediately. But the instant his finger touched the power button, his gaze was instantly drawn to the familiar name displayed on the screen. From Lin Wanner. It was her. Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. A complex emotion he couldn't quite define, a mix of hope, fear, and the last shred of fantasy surged through him. Why would she text me? Is she trying to comfort me? Or had she learned of my ordeal, regretted her actions, and wanted to come back to me? This thought offered a faint glimmer of hope to the deadened chambers of his heart. With trembling fingers, he tapped open the message. The message was simple, just a single line. Yet those words delivered the heaviest blow, shattering him completely. It read, Qin Tian, let's call off the engagement. That single line exploded like a thunderclap in Qin Tian's muddled mind. Each character burned itself into his shattered retina. Qin Tian, let's call off the engagement. Time stood still. The birdsong outside the window, the rustling of leaves in the wind, even the sound of his own heartbeat and breathing vanished. In his world, only those cold, emotionless words remained. Break off the engagement. He had imagined countless possibilities. He imagined Lin Wanner coming to comfort him, encourage him, or even scold him harshly. But he never imagined she would deliver the final blow to his already crumbling life in this most calm, most resolute manner. Her bashful smile at the wedding. The sparkle of happiness in her eyes as they exchanged rings. And those nights when she whispered sweet promises about their future to him. Brother Tian, once we're married, let's travel the world together, okay? Brother Tian, I love watching you speak on stage. You're my hero. Brother Tian, no matter what happens in the future, I'll always be by your side. These words, once a source of boundless joy, now pierced his heart like a dagger. It turned out all those vows were lies. It turned out that all love couldn't withstand the coldness of reality. It turned out that once he was no longer the high and mighty young Master Qin, he didn't even deserve the courtesy of a face-to-face breakup. She wouldn't even bother to type another word or utter another sentence. With just these 7 simple words, she had casually and completely erased him and everything between them. A wave of humiliation, more intense than the pity Zhou Hao had bestowed upon him last night, instantly engulfed him. He felt an invisible hand clamp down on his throat, choking off his breath. A boulder weighed down his chest, crushing him so heavily he could barely gasp for air. No. He murmured dazedly. His fingers began trembling uncontrollably, the phone he clutched tightly nearly slipping from his grasp. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Lin Wanner, who had once been so devoted and gentle as water to him, could become so cold and ruthless. There must be some misunderstanding. It must be her father. It must be the Lin family forcing her. This thought gave his heart, which was about to sink into the abyss of despair, a glimmer of strength to struggle. With his trembling left hand, almost instinctively, he pressed the redial button. He needed answers. He needed to hear it from her own lips what was really going on. The call connected. The familiar English song ringtone Lin Wanner's favorite echoed through the receiver. In the past, every time he heard this melody, a wave of sweetness would surge through his heart. But now, this beautiful melody sounded to his ears like a dirge played just for him. Beep, beep, beep. The ringtone sounded again and again. Qin Tian's heart was lifted up and then slammed down with each ring. Answer the phone. Wanner, answer the phone. He silently screamed inside his head. Yet the melody played on until the very end, replaced by the system's cold, mechanical prompt. Sorry, the number you dialed is not answering. Please try again later. No answer. Qin Tian's mind went blank. Refusing to give up, he immediately dialed again. This time, instead of the familiar ringtone, an even colder, more despairing message came through the receiver. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Chapter 41, Father-Son Showdown, begins. Currently on a call? She'd rather hang up on me than say a single word? Qin Tian refused to give up. He frantically pressed the redial button over and over. The number you have dialed is currently busy. 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 Each time yielded the same result. He finally understood. She wasn't on a call. She had blocked him. This realization shattered the last shred of hope in his heart. All strength drained from his body, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the bed. The phone slipped from his hand and fell onto the carpet, its screen still lit, displaying the number he could never call again. Love, gone. Career, gone. Family, gone. Dignity, gone too. Everything he once took pride in had vanished into thin air within these few short days. He now had nothing. No, he still had one thing. That was an endless, searing, bone-deep hatred. He hated Li Tianshang, the treacherous scoundrel who had betrayed him and stolen everything he had. He hated Zhou Hao, that traitor who once fawned over him like a dog but now dared to strut before him with arrogance. He hated Lin Wanner, that hypocritical woman who had once showered him with sweet words, yet now discarded him like a worn-out shoe. He hated even more. He hated himself. He hated his own stupidity, his own incompetence, his own naivety. Ah! A scream, suppressed to the absolute limit, filled with endless agony and despair, erupted from the depths of his throat. He sat bolt upright on the bed, his eyes long devoid of any spark now completely filled with a mad, blood-red fury that threatened to consume everything. He refused to accept it. He refused to accept this as the end. Even in death, he would take others down with him. He would exact revenge. He would make everyone who betrayed him, mocked him, and abandoned him pay the price. This mad notion took root in the scorched field of his heart, sprouting and growing wildly. He snatched the phone from the ground and found the name in his contacts he knew best and hated most. Father. He was going to find him. He would ask him, this man who called himself a tyrant, who believed he could control everything. Why? Why had he driven this family, his own life, into such an utterly hopeless abyss? He would make him see what kind of monster his once proud son had become. He would make him pay for his failure and incompetence. Penthouse apartment. Qin Feng sat behind the massive ebony desk, reviewing a top-secret document outlining the future development plans for the Dark Knight organization. His expression was focused and serene. The events unfolding outside held no relevance to him. A Dao appeared silently before him. Sir. Qin Feng did not look up, nearly uttering a faint hum. Just received the surveillance team's report. A Dao's tone remained as steady as ever. Miss Lin Wanner, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, formally sent a marriage annulment notice to Qin Tian 5 minutes ago. Qin Feng's pen paused briefly before resuming its smooth glide across the paper. Oh? He seemed unsurprised, merely asking casually. What was Qin Tian's reaction? A Dao instantly projected a live surveillance feed onto the virtual display before Qin Feng. The footage captured the entire sequence, Qin Tian receiving the message in his room, his expression shifting from disbelief to frantic dialing, culminating in a complete breakdown and a savage, beast-like roar. His face, contorted by extreme agony and rage, was captured in sharp detail by the surveillance camera. Qin Feng merely glanced at it calmly, his gaze as detached as watching a tedious silent film whose ending he already knew. This was inevitable. He remarked indifferently. The Lin family wouldn't marry their daughter off to a worthless piece of trash from a bankrupt family. It's the most basic principle of mutual benefit. His tone held not a shred of sympathy nor a hint of schadenfreude. Only a cold, matter-of-fact calm, the kind that comes from understanding every rule. He watched Qin Tian, now plunged into a state of madness, on the screen before slowly closing it. Now, Qin Tian's last shred of dignity has been completely stripped away. He set down his pen, interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, and a nearly cruel, calculating gleam flickered in his deep, piercing eyes. What will a fool driven utterly to the edge, stripped of reason, do? He seemed to be asking a Dao, yet it sounded like a soliloquy. He'll vent all his failures, all his resentment, upon the person he believes is responsible for it all. A Dao's heart lurched. He instantly grasped Qin Feng's meaning. Sir, you mean, he'll go after Qin Zhenghua? Exactly. A cold smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He'll pour all his rage onto his equally overwhelmed father. He'll confront him, rage at him, curse him. A spectacle of father and son turning against each other is about to unfold. He turned to look at a Dao and issued a new order. Let Qin Zhenghua go home and rest now. A Dao nodded firmly. Yes, sir. He knew the master's plan had advanced another step. This time, he would dismantle the already fragile so-called family bonds within the Qin household. He wanted to drive this father and son to tear at each other in despair, to inflict pain upon one another until the last shred of affection between them was utterly shredded to pieces. Qin Family Villa. Li Shulan was absent, and so was Uncle Wang, the old butler. The entire villa lay empty and desolate, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Qin Tian burst out of a second-floor room. His eyes were bloodshot, tear stains still streaking his face, but what dominated his expression was a world-shattering, mad hatred. He didn't even bother with the stairs, leaping directly from the second-floor railing. Thud! He landed heavily on the expensive Persian rug in the first-floor hall. The uninjured left foot throbbed with pain from the immense impact. But he felt nothing. He felt no pain at all. Only one thought occupied his mind. Find Qin Zhenghua. He knew where his father's study was. It was the forbidden zone of this villa. No one could set foot inside without his permission. But now, he didn't care. He kicked the heavy study door, crafted from precious solid wood, open with a fierce stomp. Bang! The thunderous sound echoed through the empty villa. The study was dimly lit, curtains drawn tight, with only a single yellowish lamp glowing. The air was thick with the heavy, suffocating scent of cigar smoke. Behind the massive ebony desk, a symbol of power and status. A figure, gaunt and visibly aged beyond his years, slumped listlessly in his chair. It was Qin Zhenghua. He visibly flinched at the sudden loud noise. He snapped his head up, his once piercing eyes now bloodshot and weary, staring in disbelief at the intruder. Tian. Tianer? He croaked out his son's name. You? How did you? His words were cut short by a hysterical roar, filled with endless venom and agony. Dad! Qin Tian advanced step by step toward him, each stride landing like a heavy blow on Qin Zhenghua's heart. He slammed the phone, still displaying the broken engagement message, onto the floor before Qin Zhenghua. Why? Tell me. Why did it have to turn out like this? Chapter 42, what do you have to fight them with? A heart-wrenching roar exploded through the study. Qin Zhenghua's heart clenched at the sight of his son's frenzied state. He looked down at the phone smashed against the desk. The screen displayed Lin Wanner's cold, stark message. Qin Tian, let's call off the engagement. His pupils suddenly contracted. The Lin family had gone too far. They wouldn't even spare the Qin family the last shred of dignity. Humiliation, rage, and helplessness surged through him. Before he could recover, Qin Tian's accusatory words, filled with venom and agony, crashed over him. Why? Tell me why. Qin Tian braced himself on the desk, leaning forward so his face twisted with rage and grief nearly pressed against Qin Jingwa's. His eyes blazed crimson, as if he wanted to devour the man before him, the father he had once revered, alive. Didn't you tell me that our Qin family is the top aristocratic clan in Zhongcheng? Didn't you tell me that I, Qin Tian, was the pride of heaven, the figure every young person in Zhongcheng looked up to? Didn't you tell me that you, Qin Zhenghua, were infallible in your calculations, that everything was under your control, that no one could ever shake the Qin family's position? His voice grew louder with each word, hoarser with each cry, every syllable a scream that drained his entire being. But what about now? He pointed at his chest, then at the dimly lit study, his uninjured left hand trembling violently with emotion. A wealthy family? Our home was stormed by a gang of thugs and looted clean. My mother was humiliated like a joke by her so-called sisters. The pride of heaven? My former lackey treated me like a beggar, giving me charity on the street. The woman I loved most discarded me like trash with a single text message. And you? His finger jabbed violently at Qin Zhengwa's haggard face. The once reverent gaze had vanished, replaced by raw disappointment and contempt. You so-called tyrant. You so-called patriarch. Now you're nothing but a dog hiding in this sunless den, puffing on cigars while waiting to die. Dad! He roared hoarsely, his voice thick with endless sorrow and resentment. Tell me. Why has this happened? Why has our family become like this? Who did you provoke? Why is there no room for resistance? Qin Zhengwei was struck dumb by his son's barrage of roars and accusations, his mind going blank. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, wanting to scold. He wanted to tell him, you don't understand. But the words stuck in his throat, not a single syllable escaping. Because everything Qin Tian said was true. He, Qin Zhengwei, had indeed lost. He had been utterly crushed. All his pride and arrogance had been crushed to dust before that invisible adversary. He didn't even know who the other person was. This bone-deep sense of powerlessness, intertwined with the shame of having all his wounds laid bare by his son, ignited a raging fire within him. He stared at the son before him, the one he had poured his entire heart and soul into. He saw his face twisted with rage, eyes filled with resentment and contempt. Suddenly, he felt utterly alien to him. And utterly disappointed. Was this the heir he had raised? A worthless fool who, faced with setbacks, could only hysterically roar and shift all blame onto his own father. Enough! Qin Zhenghua slammed his fist on the table, unleashing a furious roar with every ounce of strength he possessed. That roar drew upon the last shred of authority he possessed as a tycoon, temporarily dampening Qin Tian's frenzied rage. Qin Zhengwei gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his son, filled with equal parts disappointment and fury. Do you think I want this? His voice was hoarse and strained. Do you think it feels good to watch a lifetime of hard work destroyed before my eyes? All you do is question me. Blame me. Have you ever considered doing something for this family, for yourself? I did. Qin Tian retorted immediately, his emotions flaring up again. I went after Li Tiancheng. I tried to drag him out and expose the mastermind behind this. And what happened? They broke my hand. Threw me out onto the street like some clown. And you call that doing something? Qin Zhenghua burst into a bitter laugh at this, his laughter dripping with scorn and sorrow. That's called foolishness. That's called overreaching. That's called inviting humiliation. He pointed at Qin Tian, mercilessly piercing through his pitiful pride. Before you even understood what was going on, you charged in fueled by blind rage. That wasn't revenge, it was suicide. You went to deliver a colossal laughingstock to your enemy lurking in the shadows. What else can you do besides make things worse and strip the Qin family of its last shred of dignity? Qin Tian was rendered speechless by the barrage of words. He opened his mouth, only to find he couldn't possibly argue back. Because every word his father said was true. Looking back now, his revenge had been utterly foolish. Admitting his own foolishness felt worse than death. He could only channel this shameful helplessness into even fiercer rage, continuing to scream in a near hysterical outburst. At least I'm better than you. I had the guts to charge out there. Unlike you, hiding here waiting to die. You think I'm waiting to die? Qin Zhenghua watched his son's stubborn, deluded expression, and the last shred of patience in his heart was completely worn away. He rose slowly from his chair. He walked to the study window and yanked open the heavy curtains. The blinding afternoon sunlight poured in, illuminating the dim study and his haggard face. Open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. He pointed outside at the courtyard that had once belonged to the Qin family. Who do you think our adversary is? Li Tiancheng? Wang Difu? Those lowly nobodies in Zhongcheng? I'll tell you it's not. His voice grew low, thick with dread. Our opponent is a monster beyond our comprehension. He can shut the doors of Zhongcheng's entire financial circle on us overnight. He can make banks simultaneously demand repayment from us. He can make the Lin family, that old fox who boasts of being a century-old aristocratic clan, tear up the marriage contract overnight and sever all ties with us. He could even get the authorities to seize us using a black account we couldn't even complete ourselves, then auction off all our assets. He whipped his head around, fixing a deathly stare on Qin Tian. His bloodshot eyes flickered with desperate madness. Tell me, how am I supposed to resist someone like this? Someone who can effortlessly command every visible and hidden force in Zhengcheng, someone who manipulates the rules like they're nothing? What do I have to fight back with? With your laughable, reckless courage? Chapter 43, or should we go find Qin Feng? This barrage of questions slammed hard into Qin Tian's heart. He froze. He had long sensed that this opponent was no ordinary foe. He had never grasped the sheer terror and power of this adversary as clearly as he did now, through his father's words. So this was the kind of being we were facing, one utterly beyond defeat. A bone-chilling coldness shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. All strength drained from his body in that instant. He staggered back 2 steps, collapsing weakly against the bookshelf behind him. The frenzied hatred on his face gradually faded, replaced by the same profound despair that gripped Qin Zhenghua. The study fell once more into a deathly silence. Only the heavy, stifled breathing of father and son remained. A long moment passed. A faint glimmer of light finally refocused in Qin Tian's hollow eyes. He gazed at his father's back by the window, equally shrouded in despair. Suddenly, he remembered something. No. He murmured hoarsely. Dad, we still have one more option. Qin Zhenghua's body trembled slightly, but he did not turn around. What option? His voice was thick with exhaustion, devoid of any hope. Qin Feng. Qin Tian nearly blurted out the name he had once despised most. We still have Qin Feng. He grasped at this last straw, hope reigniting in his eyes. He lunged forward, grabbing Qin Zhenghua's arm and speaking urgently. Dad! Have you forgotten? Qin Feng, isn't he incredibly resourceful in the underworld? All those troubles the company faced before, the ones even you found tricky, didn't he handle them all? He knows those people. He understands those methods. In this situation, only him has a chance to uncover who the mastermind really is. Only him can use those shady tactics to take him down. Let's bring him back. Dad! We have to bring him back. He shook Qin Zhenghua's arm, pleading for one last lifeline. Yet after hearing his words, Qin Zhenghua merely turned his head slowly. He gazed at his son's face, filled with hope, yet his own expression twisted into a grimace uglier than tears, a smile dripping with irony and sorrow. Find Qin Feng? That was the last name he wanted to hear right now. Ever since the detailed denunciation material surfaced, an absurd yet unshakable suspicion had taken root in his heart. He dared not think it, nor did he wish to. Now, his most foolish son had personally opened the Pandora's box he feared most. Qin Zhenghua stared at his son's face, flushed crimson with the last shred of hope. As he heard the name on his lips, he felt only utter absurdity. Looking for Qin Feng? It was truly the biggest joke in the world. He stared at the masterpiece before him, the heir upon whom he had pinned his greatest hopes, the one he had poured half his life into. At the end of his rope, the only solution he could conceive was to seek help from the very tool they had, both father and son, discarded with their own hands. What utter irony! And what utter foolishness! The sorrowful smile on Qin Zhenghua's face gradually froze. Replacing it was a raging fury, utterly enraged by stupidity and ignorance. His chest heaved violently. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Qin Tian. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remained immersed in his own desperate plan for survival. He remained utterly oblivious to the destructive aura about to erupt from his father. Still clutching Qin Zhenghua's arm, he chattered on in a tone bordering on pleading. Dad! Did you hear me? We should go find Qin Feng. He's a tough fighter, right? He's good at handling dirty jobs, isn't he? Now's the time to put him to use. We'll pay him. We'll pay him a fortune. As long as he helps us, as long as he finds that scumbag lurking in the shadows, once we're back on our feet, I'll even give him half the company. Dad! Give the order now. Send someone to find him immediately. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Every word he spoke only fueled Qin Zhenghua's rage. Finally, when Qin Tian uttered the words "come in handy," Qin Zhenghua's composure shattered completely. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the empty study. Qin Zhenghua poured every ounce of strength into that blow. He channeled all the pressure, fear, humiliation, and disappointment he had endured these past days into that single blow. He unleashed his helplessness against that mysterious adversary, his rage toward this foolish son before him, and his resentment toward the possible traitor lurking in the shadows. The air froze in that instant. Qin Tian staggered backward, stunned into a daze. Clutching the side of his face that was rapidly swelling and turning crimson, he stared at his father in utter disbelief. A buzzing filled his ears, his mind a blank. From childhood onward, his father had rarely even spoken harshly to him, let alone struck him. But today, he had actually hit him. And with such force, such utter ruthlessness. You! Qin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Qin Zhenghua was panting heavily, his hand still raised in the air, trembling slightly. This trembling was unclear whether it stemmed from exerting too much force or from extreme fury. He stared at his son's face, etched with shock and hurt, yet the fire of his rage showed no sign of abating. If anything, it burned even brighter. You fool! He pointed his finger at Qin Tian's nose, his voice hoarse and distorted with rage. Do you still think we're just dealing with a business rival? Do you still naively believe that hiring a thug who knows how to fight and understands the rules of the underworld will solve our problems? Let me tell you. You have no idea. You know absolutely nothing. He paced back and forth in the study, his bloodshot eyes blazing with madness. The most terrifying suspicion he had always dared not touch, dared not dwell upon, was now ignited by Qin Tian's sheer stupidity. He abruptly halted, whirling around to fix Qin Tian with a deathly stare. Find Qin Feng? His cold laughter rang out, saturated with endless sorrow and self-mockery. Did you ever stop to think? Did even a single thought ever cross your pig-like brain? Why would our adversaries know everything about our Qin family like the back of their hand? Why could he obtain the decade-long ledger of black accounts, the one we hid so deeply that even the company's founding members didn't know about it? Why could he launch the most lethal attack precisely when we were at our weakest and most vulnerable? With each accusatory question, he advanced another step toward Qin Tian. The overwhelming pressure forced Qin Tian to retreat step by step, until his back slammed hard against the cold bookshelf, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Qin Tian was utterly dumbfounded by the barrage of questions. His mind, long since ceased functioning, was now being forcibly flooded with terrifying information under his father's relentless interrogation. He had never considered any of this. He had instinctively blamed it all on the betrayal of that suddenly appearing Li Tiancheng. But now, faced with his father's relentless questioning. Yes. Li Tiancheng? How could he possibly know all this? Those core financial loopholes, those shady deals, not only would an outsider like him be clueless, but even as the eldest son of the Qin family, he only had a vague understanding. Then who was it? A figure began to take shape in his mind, one he dared not believe, one he found utterly absurd. Chapter 44, The Truth Hurts Worse Than Death. Qin Zhenghua watched his son's face shift from shock to confusion, then to fear. He knew the seed of doubt had finally taken root in this fool's mind. He let out a long, despairing sigh before slumping powerlessly onto the sofa behind him. Don't you understand yet? He closed his eyes, his voice thick with exhaustion. Who could know us so well, control every aspect of our lives, and use our own incriminating evidence to condemn us to death? Who else could it be but ourselves? Ourselves? Qin Tian repeated the words in a daze. He looked at his father, slumped on the sofa, suddenly aged a decade. His mind drifted back to the foolish suggestion he'd just made to seek Qin Feng's help. And his father's extreme, almost frenzied reaction upon hearing that name. A thought suddenly shot through his mind, making every hair on his body stand on end and his blood run cold. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Him? How could it be him? That useless good-for-nothing who was quiet and gloomy since childhood, who was ordered around by him and never even got a proper look. The one the entire family regarded as a disgrace, a tool unfit for public view? The bastard they personally kicked out of the house on the eve of his own wedding? Was it him who orchestrated all this? Was it him orchestrating this terrifying revenge that plunged the entire Qin family into ruin? The notion was so absurd, so insane, that Qin Tian's mind instinctively recoiled from accepting it. Yet at the same time, it unraveled every unsolved mystery in his heart. Why did the enemy's attacks erupt precisely on the day of his wedding? Why did that insignificant Li Tiancheng suddenly rise to prominence? Why did the entire Jiangcheng underworld refuse to assist the Qin family? Why? Why did every clue point to a powerful, mysterious, and invisible enemy consumed by a deep-seated hatred for the Qin family? If that enemy is Qin Feng, then everything would make perfect sense. No. 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 Qin Tian clutched his head, shaking it violently. He couldn't accept it, couldn't believe this terrifying truth that shattered every certainty he held. He would rather believe their adversary was an incomprehensible monster from outer space. He refused to believe that the mastermind who had toyed with his entire family like playthings, who had reduced everything they held dear to nothingness, could be the very brother he had despised for over 20 years, the one he had always assumed he could trample underfoot at will. For him, this was an ultimate humiliation more unbearable than death itself. Gazing at his father on the sofa, eyes tightly shut and face contorted in agony, he suddenly understood. He understood everything. It turned out his father had long suspected the truth. But he dared not speak it, nor would he admit it. And his own foolish suggestion moments ago had ripped open the raw, bloody wound his father dreaded facing most. That was why he had been so furious. That was why he had struck him with that slap. That slap didn't just knock the wind out of his sails. It shattered the last shred of false warmth between father and son. The study fell once more into a deathly silence. Sunlight streamed diagonally through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. On the expensive carpet, it cast two long, lonely shadows. One belonged to the father, slumped lifelessly on the sofa. The other was the son, leaning against the bookshelf, his faith shattered. They faced each other in silence. No more arguments, no more roaring. For when the most terrifying truth was laid bare before them in the cruelest, most bloody manner, all words became pale and powerless. They were like strangers. In the penthouse apartment. Dao played a high-definition video clip he had just retrieved from the Qin Family study for Qin Feng to watch. The footage clearly captured the heated argument, the resounding slap, and the suffocating, deathly silence that followed. Qin Feng watched calmly. When he saw Qin Zhenghua muster every ounce of strength to deliver a vicious slap across Qin Tian's face, not a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Very good. A family that rots from within is far easier to destroy completely. He rose to his feet and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city spread out below. From today onward, Qin Tian is no longer a threat. Remove him from the primary surveillance targets. Dao bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Qin Feng's gaze grew deep and icy. He gazed into the distance, his vision piercing through time and space to see that father sitting in the darkness, consumed by despair and doubt. Focus all your energy on Qin Zhenghua. That old fox hasn't conceded defeat yet. Silence filled the study. Qin Zhenghua slumped on the sofa, his once sharp eyes now hollow and lifeless. He did not look at his son, who leaned against the bookshelf, utterly lost. His mind was frantically replaying scenes from the past few decades. He recalled Qin Feng as a child. The boy had always been quiet, preferring to stay quietly in a corner. Unlike Qin Tian, who knew how to charm and win his parents' attention and affection. Quiet and transparent, he was often overlooked. Qin Zhenghua had once tried to draw closer to him, but was always met with the child's polite yet distant, evasive gaze. Eventually, he gave up. He told himself the son had an introverted nature, not cut out for great things. Thus, he poured all his energy and expectations into his eldest son, Qin Tian. He molded Qin Tian into a perfect masterpiece. Qin Feng, however, was completely marginalized, becoming an insignificant shadow within the household. The real turning point came 10 years ago. That year, Qin Group was in a period of rapid expansion, which disrupted the interests of many. An underground organization called the Qinglong Society began harassing Qin family construction sites and threatening company executives. He reported it to the police and pulled strings, but the results were negligible. These thugs proved impossible to drive away or eliminate, severely hampering the company's growth. Just as he was at his wit's end, his 16-year-old second son, Qin Feng, still in high school, approached him. Right here in this study. Qin Zhenghua still vividly remembered how Qin Feng stood before him that night. The youth wore a faded school uniform, his frame slender, yet his gaze was unusually serene. A calmness devoid of any emotion typical of his age. Dad! He called out just once. Then he uttered words that have remained etched in Qin Zhenghua's memory ever since. Give me the files on those people. Give me 1 week, and I'll return you a clean Jiangcheng. Chapter 45. I sharpened this blade myself. At that moment, Qin Zhenghua found it utterly absurd. But gazing into his son's eyes that seemed less human and more like a frozen pond, he found himself inexplicably agreeing. He handed over the files on all the core members of the Qinglong Society. Then, a miracle occurred. 3 days later, the Dragon Society's leader died in a car accident. 5 days later, several key members of the Qinglong Society were killed in a brutal power struggle and arrested by the police. In less than a week, the once dominant Qinglong Society in Jiangcheng's underworld crumbled to dust, vanishing without a trace. From that day onward, Qin Zhenghua's gaze toward his second son changed completely. It was no longer the gaze of a father looking at his son. Instead, it was the gaze one might cast upon an incredibly sharp yet equally dangerous tool. He had discovered Qin Feng's innate, astonishing talent for the dark underworld. Cool-headed, ruthless, decisive. Thus, he began consciously cultivating and exploiting him. He entrusted him with every unsavory task the family dared not expose, every trace that needed erasing, every nuisance that required disposal. And Qin Feng never disappointed him. Over the course of a decade, he excised one malignant tumor after another from the dark recesses of the Qin Group's colossal enterprise. He cleared countless obstacles for the Qin family, his hands stained with countless sins. He became the Qin family's most loyal and most shadowy black glove. Qin Zhenghua had always believed he controlled this tool perfectly. He gave him money, resources, and the authority to handle troubles. Yet he never gave him even a shred of familial warmth or recognition. He wouldn't even allow him to appear at any public or formal events. Because he found him tainted. He despised the indelible, blood-soaked stench of the underworld clinging to him, fearing it would tarnish the Qin family's polished reputation. He always believed this blade had no thoughts, no feelings. Once discarded, it would pose no further threat. Until today. Until that horrifyingly detailed denunciation pinned him to the pillar of shame. Only then did he wake with a start. The knife had no thoughts. But people do. A man exploited like trash for a full decade, then ruthlessly discarded. What kind of resentment and madness would fester in his heart? A chill shot up Qin Zhenghua's spine, spreading to his scalp and making every hair on his body stand on end. He leapt to his feet from the sofa. No! He couldn't think about it anymore. The most crucial thing now was to survive. It was finding that enemy lurking in the shadows. And across the entire city of Jiangcheng, even within the entire Qin family, the only one with the capability and means to drag that enemy out of the shadows is him alone. A flame reignited in Qin Jinggua's eyes, which had long since lost their luster. It was the frenzied flame of a gambler who, having lost everything, decided to stake his final chips. He strode swiftly to his desk and pressed the call button on the internal phone. "Hello?" The aged, weary voice of Uncle Wang, the old butler, came through the line. "Uncle Wang, go to the old mansion in the south of the city immediately." Qin Jinggua's voice regained a trace of his former authority. "Bring Zhang Bo over here." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later. A slightly plump, gray-haired elder with an unusually sharp gaze hurried into the study. This was Uncle Zhang, who had served Qin Jinggua for over 30 years. As one of the Qin family's most loyal and trusted veterans, he oversaw all external intelligence and networking operations for the household. "Master." Seeing Qin Jinggua's condition, Zhang Bo's eyes reddened and he nearly shed tears on the spot. You've suffered so much. Now is not the time for that." Qin Jinggua waved his hand dismissively, cutting straight to the point. His gaze turned sharp and icy. "Uncle Zhang, I'm entrusting you with a mission. A mission more important than my own life." Zhang Bo stiffened inwardly, immediately standing ramrod straight with a solemn expression. "Master, command me. Even if it means climbing mountains of blades or plunging into seas of fire, this old servant will not flinch. I want you to do this at any cost." Qin Jinggua said, enunciating each word deliberately. "Find him." "Find who?" Zhang Bo asked instinctively. Qin Jinggua paused for a moment before grinding out a few icy words through clenched teeth. "That tool." "Tool?" Zhang Bo froze, clearly not catching on. A flicker of impatience crossed Qin Jinggua's eyes. "Qin Feng." An even more puzzled expression spread across Uncle Zhang's face. Looking for the young master? "Sir, what do you need him for?" In his mind, the eldest young master had long been abandoned by the family. "Stop asking so many questions." Qin Jinggua snapped sharply. He neither wanted nor could explain his complex and conflicting emotions to anyone. "All you need to know is this, right now, only he has the power to save the Qin family. I want you to mobilize every single connection we have. Every single contact. Whether they're out in the open or those hidden pieces we've kept in reserve, never once deployed. Check his spending records, his travel history, his communication logs. Investigate everyone who's ever had contact with him. Even if you have to turn the entire city of Jiangcheng upside down, you must find him within the shortest possible time." He issued a barrage of orders in one breath, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. Though Zhang Bo was filled with doubts, he nodded firmly without hesitation. "Yes, sir. I'll get on it immediately." With that, he turned and strode away. Watching Zhang Bo's retreating figure, Qin Jinggua slowly walked back to the window. His gaze fell upon the desolate courtyard outside, his expression growing profoundly complex. "Qin Feng. My dear son. If you truly are the mastermind behind this, then I will personally destroy this tool that has spun out of control. But if you are not, if you still hold even a shred of loyalty to the Qin family, then help your father one last time. Be the sharpest blade once more, just as you were before, and help me shatter our common enemy." At the very moment Qin Jinggua began searching for Qin Feng at any cost. In the penthouse apartment, a Dao stood respectfully behind Qin Feng. "Sir, intelligence has just come in. Qin Jinggua has already dispatched men to search for your whereabouts throughout the entire city." Qin Feng sat on the sofa, methodically polishing a custom-made dagger entirely black and never shown to others with deliberate slowness. Upon hearing Adao's report, his polishing motion didn't falter for a moment. He merely set the dagger aside and picked up the coffee from the table. A cold, mocking smile curled the corners of his mouth. "He finally remembered me. 2 days later than I anticipated." He took a light sip of coffee, its bitter taste spreading across his tongue. "It seems despair truly can make people stupid." Adao listened quietly, offering no comment. Qin Feng set down his coffee cup, his deep eyes glinting with a mocking light that seemed to command everything. "Activate Ghost Protocol." In a matter-of-fact tone, he issued the terrifying command that would render any modern tracking method utterly useless. "Yes, sir." A flash of excitement flickered in Adao's eyes. The Ghost Protocol was the Dark Knight organization's highest-level information shielding and anti-tracking protocol. Once activated, it instantly infiltrated all relevant databases, physically altering and erasing the target's personal information. "Erase all traces of my public activities." Qin Feng's voice was cold and clear. "Cut off all conventional tracking channels. Alter my spending records to match those of a deceased homeless person. Travel history geolocated to the Amazon rainforest in South America. Communication signals disguise them as the chaotic transmissions of a military satellite nearing decommissioning." He issued each specific command one by one, his tone as casual as if he were merely editing a boring document. Finally, he lifted his eyes to look at Adao, a cruel smile curling his lips. "I'll let him look. But only what I want him to find." Chapter 46, No Such Person. The night was deep. In downtown Jiangcheng, lights burned brightly all night on a certain floor of an office building. This was the Qin family's secret intelligence hub, concealed beneath their long-established, above-board businesses. The entire room echoed with the rapid clatter of keyboards and the low hum of equipment humming. Dozens of skilled technicians sat before their computers, working with tense yet orderly efficiency. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion and confusion. Zhang Bo stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the room. His usually kind face was now clouded with worry. This was already his third night personally overseeing operations. 3 days and 3 nights. He had mobilized every connection and resource the Qin family had accumulated over 30 years. From his contacts in the Municipal Bureau's Household Registration Department to internal informants within the 3 major telecom operators, and even the dormant undercover agents embedded in financial institutions and transportation hubs, agents never before activated. A vast information network, centered here, had been silently cast across the entire city of Jiangcheng, even reaching databases nationwide. Their target was singular. Qin Feng, the eldest son of the Qin family, whom Qin Zhengwei himself had ordered must be located within the shortest possible time. Yet 3 days passed. The result was a single phrase that sent a chill down everyone's spine. No such person exists. What's the status? Any word from the bank? Zhang Bo approached a middle-aged man who appeared to be a team leader and asked in a hoarse voice. The man removed his headphones, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. His face betrayed unmistakable defeat and utter bewilderment. Uncle Zhang, still nothing. He pulled up a data interface, pointing at the screen as he spoke bitterly. We hacked into the core databases of 12 major banks nationwide and conducted the most thorough tracking possible on the bank cards under the young master's name. But the results are bizarre. Speak. Zhang Bo's voice was devoid of emotion. All transaction records for these cards stopped exactly 2 weeks ago, the day the Qin family incident occurred. Since then, not a single transaction has been made with any of these cards. They vanished into thin air, both online and offline. Impossible. Zhang Bo immediately refuted. No one can go half a month without spending a single penny. He has to eat, he has to stay somewhere. Keep investigating. Check those anonymous cash transactions. Check surveillance footage from every place he might have been. The manager's face grew even more troubled. Uncle Zhang, we've already checked. We pulled all surveillance footage from every high-end hotel and restaurant in Jiangcheng, even places he used to frequent, and ran facial recognition on every recording from the past 2 weeks. But nothing. It's as if he completely vanished from Jiangcheng. Uncle Zhang's brow furrowed into a knot. What about his travel records? Railways, airlines, highways? If he left Jiangcheng, there must be traces. That's the strangest part. The supervisor switched to another interface displaying the National Transportation System's data stream. We checked. According to the data, the eldest master's identity information shows that 12 days ago, he purchased a one-way ticket from Jiangcheng to the Amazon region in South America. South America? The Amazon? Zhang Bo froze. What on earth is he doing going to a place like that? That's precisely the problem. The supervisor pointed to a red alert on the screen. Through our connections within the airline, we verified the passenger manifest and boarding records for that flight. The records show that the young master, he never boarded the plane at all. The ticket was cancelled just before departure. Yet in our system, his identity information still shows he left the country aboard that flight. Zhang Bo's pupils suddenly contracted. He wasn't a technician, but even he could sense the chilling strangeness in this discrepancy. The identity information and the real person had become separated. A person's shadow lingered here, yet their body was nowhere to be found. What about his communications? Unnoticed tremors crept into Uncle Zhang's voice. His phone number. Track his signal non-stop, 24 hours a day. It's useless. The supervisor shook his head, fear flickering across his face for the first time. We simply can't locate him. 3 days ago, his phone signal suddenly became abnormal, extremely abnormal. It ceased being a standard civilian communication signal and transformed into a chaotic, high-frequency satellite signal containing massive amounts of meaningless data. Our technical experts analyzed it and concluded that the signal's characteristics closely resemble the final chaotic data stream emitted by a military-grade reconnaissance satellite about to be decommissioned before it re-enters the atmosphere. Our team attempted to track the signal source, but each time, we were blocked by an invisible firewall so powerful it defied comprehension. 3 of our brothers even had their computer motherboards instantly fried from forcing the tracking. Zhang Bo listened to this unbelievable report, feeling a chill run straight up his spine from the soles of his feet. He stood frozen in place, mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word. Bank card transaction records vanished into thin air. Transportation records were forged into impossible illusions. Mobile communication signals had been redirected to a non-existent military satellite. All of this pointed to a terrifying conclusion he dared not imagine. An invisible hand, possessing powers beyond comprehension. Systematically, at the physical level, erasing every trace of Qin Feng's existence from this world, bit by bit, until it was completely wiped out. This was no ordinary hacking technique. It was a near-divine, absolute mastery over the digital realm. Zhang Bo's body began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, he understood. Why the master felt such utter despair toward that mysterious adversary. He also suddenly understood why, after issuing that order, the master had locked himself in his study and never emerged again. Because what they were searching for wasn't a human at all, but an entity existing in another dimension. Qin Family study. Qin Zhengwei had been sitting here, sleepless and unmoving, for 3 days and 3 nights. He no longer touched his expensive cigars, nor did he glance at the ancient texts he once took pride in. He sat there silently, drained of all spirit. Before him sat a cup of tea, long since cold. He was waiting. Waiting for news from Uncle Zhang. Though deep down, he already knew the worst possible answer, the one he dreaded facing most. Yet a sliver of hope clung stubbornly to his heart, a hope he himself refused to acknowledge. Perhaps Qin Feng had merely gone into hiding. Perhaps he simply didn't want to see anyone. Perhaps he still cherished the last vestiges of affection for himself and this family. As long as he could find him, as long as he could confront him face to face, there might still be room for reconciliation. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. A soft, hesitant knock sounded at the door. Qin Zhengwei's body jerked violently. A glimmer of light instantly refocused in his hollow eyes. Come in. His voice was hoarse and urgent. The study door slowly creaked open. Zhang Bo's face, etched with exhaustion and decay, appeared in the doorway. He stared at Qin Zhengwei sitting in the darkness, his lips moving slightly, yet unable to find the words. Speak. Qin Zhengwei rose slowly from his chair, his voice unusually calm. Beneath that calm, however, lay a storm of impending fury. Zhang Bo took a deep breath. He knew how devastating this outcome would be for the master. But he had to speak. Master. He managed to speak. We couldn't find the eldest young master. We've exhausted every connection and technical resource, but there's no trace of him. Chapter 47, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He recounted every bizarre, inexplicable detail from the past 3 days' investigation to Qin Zhengwei. With each sentence, Qin Zhengwei's face grew paler. With each reported detail, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes flickered and died. When Jiang Bo mentioned that Qin Feng's cell signal had transformed into a ghost satellite, Qin Zhengwei's body, which had been struggling to hold itself up, finally collapsed. He staggered backward 2 steps before crashing heavily into the chair behind him. It was over. Everything was over. The last shred of hope in his heart was utterly, mercilessly crushed. The most terrifying suspicion he had always refused to confront was confirmed in that moment. Though there was no direct evidence. But these signs, these unfathomable methods that manipulated the entire modern information society like a puppet on a string, had already pointed every finger toward the only possible answer. It was him. It really was him. The sharpest blade he had personally forged. The very tool he despised and scorned the most. He betrayed me. Using every dark art he had taught him, he turned around and dragged his so-called master into an endless abyss. Put. A stream of salty sweet liquid could no longer be contained, erupting violently from Qin Zhengwei's mouth. Crimson blood splattered onto the expensive ebony desk before him. Sir. Zhang Bo's face drained of color. He lunged forward in a single stride, desperate to steady Qin Zhengwei. I'm fine. Qin Zhengwei waved him off, pushing him away. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, then slowly raised his head. His face bore no trace of anger or shock. Only one thing remained, a bone-chilling sorrow that penetrated to the marrow. And a hint of relief. Yes, relief. After the most dreaded suspicion was confirmed as reality. His tormented heart, paradoxically, found peace. He finally understood to whom he had lost. Though this realization brought him more humiliation and pain than losing to any unknown, formidable foe. At least he was no longer a pathetic fool who didn't even know his opponent's identity. He looked at the face of his loyal old subordinate, etched with worry, and suddenly smiled. The laughter was low, hoarse, and filled with endless self-mockery. Zhang Bo. He said slowly. How many years have you been with me? 33 years, sir. Uncle Zhang's voice trembled with the edge of tears. 33 years? Qin Zhengwei murmured the words, his gaze growing distant. Do you remember how I described my good-for-nothing eldest son to you 10 years ago? Zhang Bo paused, straining to recall. Then, his expression shifted slightly. He remembered. 10 years ago, after the Qinglong Society's downfall. The old master had once remarked to him in a private conversation, his tone a mix of pride and a hint of apprehension. My son, he's not human. He is a blade born for darkness, the sharpest blade of all. Qin Zhengwei watched the look of shock spread across Zhang Bo's face. He knew the old man had remembered too. Ha 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 ha. Qin Zhengwei laughed again, the sound growing louder and more frenzied until it dissolved into 2 streams of murky tears of regret, rolling down from the corners of his aged eyes. I truly am the biggest, little darling, in the whole world. Ah. I sharpened that blade with my own hands. Then, with my own hands, I placed it against my own throat. The study echoed with Qin Zhengwei's hoarse laughter, a mix of regret and self-mockery. That laughter was a wail of despair, breaking Zhang Bo's heart as he stood nearby. He watched the master he had served his entire life, now slumped in his chair, tears streaming down his aged face. He had never seen the master so utterly broken. Even during the Qin group's most severe financial crisis years ago, the master had remained composed and calm, turning the tide. But now, Zhang Bo's mind was filled with confusion. He couldn't reconcile the image of that mysterious mastermind behind the scenes with the quiet, withdrawn eldest young master he knew. How could this be possible? Staring at Qin Zhengguo's face etched with anguish, he cautiously spoke up. Sir, could it be that you've made a mistake? His voice carried a hint of hesitation. The young master, he may be a bit reclusive, but how could he possibly wield such immense power? And how could he commit such an act? Have you forgotten? For the past 10 years, he has lived under our constant surveillance. Zhang Bo attempted to reassure his master, who was on the verge of collapse, with rational analysis. In his view, though Qin Feng had been enigmatic these past 10 years, his every move had never truly escaped Qin Zhengguo's grasp. Every dirty deed he committed, every move he made, required Qin Zhengguo's approval and relied on him for intelligence and resources. He was like a caged tiger, ferocious, yet forever bound by the collar around his neck. How could a caged tiger possibly stir up a tidal wave outside? Qin Zhengguo slowly ceased his bitter laughter. He lifted his bloodshot eyes to meet Zhang Bo's, his gaze brimming with profound sorrow. Surveillance? He repeated the word with self-mockery. Do you really think we could have monitored him? Uncle Zhang, you and I, we all underestimated him. We only saw what he accomplished for us, never considering how he achieved it. We only saw the power he chose to reveal, never probing what immense force lay hidden beneath the surface. Qin Zhengguo took a deep breath. After the emotional release, his chaotic mind became unusually clear. He forced himself to recall every detail about Qin Feng from the past decade, details he had deliberately ignored. Do you remember the Black Tiger gang in the northern part of the city 5 years ago? He asked hoarsely. Uncle Zhang nodded. I remember. That Black Tiger gang, backed by powerful connections, seized control of one of our crucial logistics hubs and demanded an exorbitant ransom, 100 million yuan. You were furious at the time, but you were hesitant to directly deploy official forces. Yes. A flicker of recollection passed through Qin Zhengguo's eyes. Later, I handed the matter over to Qin Feng to handle. I gave him only 3 days and a list of the Black Tiger gang's core members. And the result? The result? A look of lingering dread crossed Uncle Zhang's face. The next evening, the Black Tiger gang's boss and his so-called backer both died suddenly from an overdose of illegal substances at a private club. The police concluded it was accidental death. The Black Tiger gang disintegrated like monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Accidental deaths? Chapter 48. We didn't raise a tiger, we raised a dragon. Qin Zhengguo sneered coldly. At the time, both you and I believed this was an accident orchestrated by Qin Feng using his underworld connections. But we both overlooked the most crucial issue. What issue? That so-called backer had security detail retired special forces soldiers from the city providing round-the-clock close protection. That private club was even more heavily guarded, not even a fly could get inside. Qin Zhengguo's voice grew low and strained. Qin Feng, how did he manage to slip past all security undetected and enter that room? And how did he convince those two shrewd, cunning, and inherently suspicious men to willingly ingest that lethal drug? What level of meticulous planning was required? What terrifying infiltration skills? And what kind of formidable cleanup skills are needed to silence everyone afterward? Have you and I ever considered these things? A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Uncle Zhang's forehead. He truly hadn't. At the time, he had merely rejoiced in the outcome, never delving into the chilling process concealed behind that flawless result. And then there's 3 years ago. Qin Zhengguo didn't pause, as if determined to pour out every ounce of fear within him. That CFO Jiang City, the one who absconded with 200 million yuan in project funds and defected overseas. At the time, we exhausted every overseas connection we had, yet we couldn't find a trace of him. In my rage, I called upon Qin Feng once more. I gave him only one task: retrieve the money for me. I gave him 1 week. And the result? The result, 3 days. Zhang Bo's voice now carried a hint of tremor. In just 3 days, every penny of that money was transferred back to the company's account through an anonymous Swiss bank account. As for Jiang City, it said he gambled away every last cent on a yacht in international waters and ultimately jumped overboard to his death. Yes, jumped into the sea and drowned. Qin Zhengguo looked at Uncle Zhang with an expression as if he were observing a naive child. Uncle Zhang, do you truly believe that someone so greedy to the core, who schemed relentlessly to abscond with the funds, would choose suicide so easily over gambling? Do you truly believe that on the vast open seas, in a foreign land, Qin Feng could track him down in just 3 days and make him willingly cough up those 200 million? What kind of powerful, transnational intelligence network and operational capabilities would that require? Have you and I even considered these possibilities? Zhang Bo's face had turned as pale as paper. He still hadn't considered it. He had always assumed the young master merely had some connections in Jiangqing's underworld. He never imagined his tentacles had already reached overseas. Qin Zhengguo watched his speechless, stunned expression and let out a smile uglier than crying. Now, do you still think he's just a little tiger we've been keeping in a cage? No, we were all wrong. What we've been raising isn't a tiger at all. He ground out the words slowly through clenched teeth. It was a dragon lurking in the abyss, a dragon that had crossed the river. What he chooses to show us is always only a fraction of his true power. And his true power, what colossal underground empire he's built behind our backs over these past 10 years, in places we could never see. We knew nothing. At this point, Qin Zhenghua clutched his chest and began coughing violently, his face turning the color of liver. He felt bone-deep regret for his own foolishness and arrogance. He had always believed himself to be the master strategist controlling every move, never imagining that from the very beginning, he had merely been a pawn on the opponent's chessboard. It had endured for 10 years, disguised as an obedient blade, merely biding its time. Waiting until he grew plump enough, waiting for the perfect moment to be swallowed whole in one gulp. And Qin Tian's wedding that very night he personally expelled Qin Feng from the family home was the signal the other had chosen to begin the feast. As this realization washed over him, a chill surged through Qin Zhenghua's heart, freezing the blood in his veins. Zhang Bo watched his master's agonized expression, his own heart churning violently. He had served Qin Zhenghua for over 30 years, believing he knew the Qin family inside out. Yet today he realized his understanding was but a minuscule fraction. The true scale and horror of it far exceeded his wildest imagination. He looked at his master, his lips moving as if to offer words of comfort, only to find that any words seemed utterly inadequate. He could only step forward and gently pat Qin Zhenghua's back, which was trembling almost convulsively. The study fell once more into a deathly silence. Only the heavy, stifled gasps remained, testifying that two people shrouded in despair still occupied the space. A long time passed. Qin Zhenghua's breathing gradually steadied. He slowly pushed Zhang Bo's hand away. The bone-deep despair in his cloudy eyes slowly receded. In its place emerged the final madness and stubbornness of one driven to the edge. He hadn't lost yet. As long as he was still alive, as long as he still had a breath left in him, he hadn't lost completely. So what if his opponent was someone he'd raised with his own hands? If I could raise you, I can slaughter you with my own hands. Uncle Zhang. He spoke, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. Sir, what is it? You said earlier that we couldn't find him because he erased all traces on the surface, correct? Yes, sir. Uncle Zhang nodded. Then that means the things he's built in the shadows, the true power base he's established over the past decade, the one that truly belongs to him. A terrifying gleam flashed in Qin Zhenghua's eyes. We, too, know absolutely nothing about them, correct? Zhang Bo paused, then understood his master's meaning. Yes. All our surveillance and investigations thus far have been confined to his personal activities and peripheral contacts related to our Qin family's business dealings. As for what he's been doing privately, who he's been meeting, what networks he's been cultivating, we truly know nothing. Good. A sickly, excited smile actually spread across Qin Zhenghua's face. This is excellent. Since we can't find him, we'll dig up every single thing he's ever done. He abruptly rose from his chair, his once stooped frame suddenly infused with unyielding resolve. Pointing at Zhang Bo, he issued the new order in a tone that brooked no argument, an order that would completely alter the course of the battle. Investigate. Use every last bit of our remaining resources. Every penny. Every man. Every single thing he's done over the past decade, every person he's come into contact with, every problem he's handled, dig it all up, every last detail, without exception. I don't care how you do it. Bribe them, threaten them. Even if you have to pry open the lids of those dead men's coffins, you must find me clues. I'll be damned if I don't see it. His eyes flashed with the desperate, final glimmer of madness. This dragon I raised with my own hands, how many secrets lie hidden beneath his scales that I know nothing of? Chapter 49, You want to investigate? I'll feed you the goods. Qin Zhenghua issued that command, brimming with madness and obsession. Zhang Bo stared into the master's eyes, fiercely determined yet twisted with savagery, and felt a chill run through him. He understood his master was preparing for a final, desperate gamble. Though uneasy about uncovering the true nature of that young master, as a loyal subordinate who had served Qin Zhenghua for over 30 years, his sole duty was to obey orders. Yes, sir. Zhang Bo nodded firmly, a resolute expression crossing his wrinkled face. Even if it costs me my life, I will uncover the young master's true background for you. With that, he turned without hesitation and strode away. He was going back to rally those brothers who had already lost heart and resolve for this final mission. Watching Zhang Bo's retreating figure, Qin Zhenghua slowly walked back to his massive desk. He pulled open a drawer and retrieved an antique wooden box from its deepest recess, one he hadn't touched in years. Opening the box, he found a black, old-fashioned satellite phone lying quietly inside. This was the absolutely secure communication device he had specially prepared years ago to contact certain special individuals. His fingers trembled slightly as he touched the slightly blurred buttons. He knew that once he activated these connections, it would mean completely tearing off his disguise and exposing himself entirely to the most primal, brutal laws. It also meant there would be no room for compromise between him and his so-called son. It would be a fight to the death. He drew a deep breath, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Bastard! He ground the words out between clenched teeth. Since it's you, I'll show no mercy first. Then don't blame me, your father, for being unrighteous. With that, he pressed the dial button, a sequence he knew by heart yet dreaded with equal intensity. A massive covert investigation into Qin Feng's past decade quietly commenced within Jiangqing's underworld. Zhang Bo proved himself a veteran who had served Qin Zhenghua for over 30 years. He tapped into the Qin family's last reserves of resources, using vast sums of money and personal connections to pry open the mouths of one person after another who had crossed paths with Qin Feng or heard tales of his exploits. Yet the investigation proved far more difficult than he had imagined. Everyone who had ever been involved in cases like the Black Tiger Gang or Zhao Sihai either vanished without a trace or remained tight-lipped. No matter how high a price Uncle Zhang offered, they only shook their heads in terror. Their faces bore the deepest terror. The very name Qin Feng had become an unspeakable taboo curse. The investigation had reached a dead end. Just as Zhang Bo was at a loss and preparing to report this hopeless outcome to Qin Zhenghua, an anonymous package was silently placed at the entrance of his secret hideout. Inside the package was nothing else. Only several photocopied, incomplete documents from dusty archives. And a single printed note. The note contained only one sentence. Everything he wants to know is here. Zhang Bo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately brought the documents under the lamp and began examining them carefully. The first document detailed the downfall of the Black Tiger Gang. It contained no detailed account of the events, only several shocking crime scene photographs. One showed the Black Tiger Gang leader and his patron lying dead in a private club. Their expressions were twisted and eerie, not in agony, but as if they had glimpsed some ultimate illusion of pleasure in their final moments. Another photo depicted the electrical layout diagram of the heavily guarded private club. A ventilation duct location was circled in red. Beside it, a line of small text reads, "Specially formulated neuro-hallucinogenic gas can be dispersed through the ventilation system to saturate the entire room within 3 seconds. Colorless, odorless, undetectable by conventional equipment." The second document concerned Zhao Sihai. Again, no details of the process were provided. Only a photo of Zhao Sihai in an intimate embrace with a seductive woman before his defection. Also included was this woman's admission record from a psychiatric hospital in Switzerland. The reason for admission was clearly stated: severe mental breakdown and permanent amnesia resulting from witnessing an extremely traumatic event. The third, fourth. Each document corresponded to a case Qin Feng had handled for the Qin family. Each document matched the note in the package, offering no direct evidence pointing to the killer's identity. It presented only the outcome, along with the chillingly cold methodology behind achieving that outcome. Nerve gas, psychological destruction, profiling, flawless alibis. These unfathomable tactics now lay before Zhang Bo in their most brutal, unvarnished reality. As Zhang Bo stared at the documents, he felt his hands trembling violently beyond his control. The more he read, the colder his heart grew. The more he read, the deeper the fear welled up from the depths of his soul toward the young master they were investigating. He finally understood what the master meant when he said, "He's not human, he's a blade." This was nothing less than a devil concealed within a human shell, a master of every murder technique and psychological tactic. He dared not think any further. He immediately sealed the files in an encrypted envelope and dispatched them to the Qin residence at top speed. He knew these revelations would shatter the last shred of illusion lingering in the master's heart. And they would ignite the inevitable final showdown between father and son. Penthouse apartment. A Dao stood respectfully before Qin Feng. "Sir, as per your instructions, we have delivered portions of the case files from those incidents years ago to Qin Zhenghua's investigators via anonymous packages." Qin Feng sat by the window, methodically polishing his jet-black dagger with a pristine deer hide. The sunlight streaming through the window fell upon the blade, only to be completely absorbed by its matte surface, reflecting not a single glimmer. Its owner was much the same, reserved, profound, yet deadly. "Very well." Qin Feng didn't even look up, merely uttering the 2 words in a flat tone. "If he wants to investigate, give him something to chew on. Don't give him the whole truth, it'd scare him to death. Give him only the outcome, and a few fragments of the process, just enough to set his imagination racing." A cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. "I want him to guess and fill in the blanks with fear. I want him to know, crystal clear, that the tool he once treated like trash," he lifted his head, a hint of mockery flickering in his deep, piercing eyes, "is far sharper than he ever imagined." Adu watched the master commanding everything with boundless admiration. He knew this move was nothing short of brilliant. It satisfied Qin Zhenghua's desire for investigation while simultaneously implanting a more powerful, more terrifying, and more unfathomable image of Qin Feng into his mind. It was a silent psychological deterrent. It was telling Qin Zhenghua, every little move you make is under my watchful eye. What you uncover is only what I choose to let you uncover. This feeling of being completely seen through, of being toyed with like a puppet, was enough to shatter any once arrogant tyrant. "Sir," after receiving the materials, Qin Zhenghua immediately contacted several overseas connections he'd kept hidden for years. A Dao continued his report. "According to our intelligence, these individuals are mercenaries and intelligence brokers operating in the gray zone. It seems he's preparing to resort to force. Oh? A hint of interest finally flickered across Qin Feng's face. So this old fox won't just sit back and wait for the axe to fall after all? He set down the dagger in his hand and rose from the sofa. It seems fear alone isn't enough to drive him to utter despair. He needs a heavier blow of defeat, so crushing it will haunt him for eternity. Chapter 50. An old photograph, the downfall of a family. Qin Feng walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city now crawling at his feet. He wants to play? I'll play along. Qin Feng's voice grew cold and clear. A Dao. At your service. Activate the Skynet system. Monitor all suspicious individuals and capital flows entering Jiangchang. Yes, sir. Simultaneously, notify our overseas operatives to pay a visit to those associates Qin Zhenghua has been in contact with. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Inform them that Jiangchang is now a forbidden zone in the dead of night. Anyone who dares to reach in. He slowly turned his head to look at Adao, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Will die. Adao's heart jolted violently. He knew the boss was truly resolved to kill this time. All that had come before, whether commercial suppression or psychological intimidation, had remained within the realm of a game. But now, as Qin Zhenghua attempted to inject real bloodshed and violence into this game, the boss finally revealed his most ferocious, most inviolable side, the face of the new king of the underworld. Understood, sir. Adao nodded firmly, his eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty excitement. He turned to leave. Wait. Qin Feng suddenly called him back. Adao halted, looking at Qin Feng with confusion. Qin Feng paused for a moment, as if deep in thought. Then, he spoke slowly. Merely eliminating his henchman is not enough. I need one final spark to fully ignite his pitiful, obsessive, self-righteous madness. He walked to his desk and pulled open a locked drawer. From within, he retrieved an equally antique old picture frame. Inside was a photograph, now yellowed with age. It showed two boys who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old. One was Qin Feng, his face still bearing traces of youth, yet his eyes already held a profound depth. The other was a youth bearing a fierce scar across his face, yet his gaze fixed on Qin Feng brimmed with boundless admiration and fervor. That youth was none other than the young Adao. Qin Feng gazed at the photograph, a rare hint of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. It was a snapshot of their first meeting. It was also the proof of him personally dragging Adao out from a pile of corpses. He reached out and gently traced the young, fervent face of Adao in the photograph. Then he handed the frame to Adao. His voice returned to its usual icy, emotionless tone. Adao. At your service. Qin Zhenghua has begun to suspect me, but his prejudice runs too deep. We need one final spark to ignite it. You go. Arrange for one of our trusted men to infiltrate the Qin family villa disguised as a cleaner. While cleaning Qin Tian's room, accidentally place this photo frame in a corner where he'll easily spot it. Qin Feng's gaze grew deep and icy. Qin Tian may be a good-for-nothing. He is the final key to shattering Qin Zhenghua's already crumbling psychological defenses. After issuing that insane order, Qin Zhenghua felt drained of all strength. He once again sank into anxious, helpless waiting. He locked himself in his study, refusing to step outside. He lay awake all night. Whenever he closed his eyes, Qin Feng's calm face would appear in his mind. And the terrifying, unfathomable deeds Zhang Bo had reported about him. At times, he felt he had nurtured a peerless tyrant, a sickening pride swelling within him. At other times, he felt he had dug his own grave with his own hands, his heart filled with endless regret and dread. These two extreme emotions tore at his heart, tormenting his already fragile nerves. He grew increasingly paranoid and suspicious. He even began to suspect that every servant's gaze in the villa held something strange. He suspected that his invisible enemy, his beloved son, might have already planted countless eyes and ears around him. Every move he made, every word he spoke, might be under the other's surveillance. This feeling of being watched and controlled made him restless and nearly mad. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang's investigation had once again reached a dead end. Following Qin Zhenghua's instructions, he attempted to trace the troubles Qin Feng had previously dealt with, hoping to follow the trail and uncover the forces behind Qin Feng. But the results proved even more disheartening than investigating Qin Feng directly. He discovered that all leads connected to those cases had been severed by an invisible yet formidable force. All potential witnesses who might know the truth had either vanished without a trace or seemed to have been silenced. No matter what methods he employed, threats or enticements, they remained utterly tight-lipped. In the archives, files that should have existed had mysteriously vanished. On the computers, data that should have been preserved had been completely formatted in a manner beyond the comprehension of even his top technical experts, leaving not a single trace. The deeper the investigation delved, the more unsettled Zhang Bo and his team became. They distinctly sensed an invisible, omnipresent force. This force was systematically shielding all traces of Qin Feng's past. It was also ruthlessly erasing every trace they attempted to uncover. This force was so powerful, so pervasive, that even they who prided themselves as the elite of Jiangqing's intelligence community felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if confronting a deity. They could sense its presence, yet never glimpse the hidden puppeteer lurking in the shadows. Jiang Bo, we can't investigate any further. Inside the secret base, the technical lead approached Uncle Zhang, his face etched with unprecedented terror. If we keep digging, our people, they might all be in danger. He pointed to the corner of the room where several computer hosts lay completely destroyed, spewing black smoke. Last night, we were merely trying to recover a deleted police internal file from 3 years ago concerning the North City Black Tiger gang case. The enemy's counterattack hit us instantly. Our entire internal network was instantly crippled by a ruthless virus we'd never seen before. 5 brothers' computers had their motherboards fried simultaneously. This isn't a warning anymore. The supervisor's voice trembled. This is telling us that if we dare touch what we shouldn't again, next time, it might not be computer motherboards that get fried, but our people. Jiang Bo stared at the man's face, twisted with terror, and felt a chill run through his own heart. He knew all too well how dangerous it would be to continue investigating. Over the past few days, several of his undercover agents planted in various departments had lost contact for no apparent reason. He knew that invisible force had begun purging his operatives. But he had no way out. Behind him stood the master, now utterly consumed by madness and obsession. Chapter 51, The Qin Family Madhouse. Penthouse Apartment. A Dao stood respectfully before Qin Feng, reporting on the futile and pitiful progress of Qin Jingwa's investigation. Sir, Qin Jingwa's men are still stubbornly trying to find clues in past cases. Our people have issued several mild warnings as per your instructions. We've burned 5 of their computers and neutralized 3 of their informants embedded in the Municipal Bureau's archives department. Qin Feng sat in a recliner, eyes closed in meditation, listening to box air on the G-string. The melodious, tranquil strains formed a stark and eerie contrast to the cold, blood-soaked report pouring from Adeo's mouth. He kept his eyes closed, tapping his slender fingers lightly on his knee in time with the music. What's their reaction? Or rather, how much patience does Qin Zhenghua have left? He asked indifferently. Their reaction is fear. A cold smile touched Adeo's lips. I can sense they're teetering on the edge of collapse. Every single one of them walks like they're on the brink of a cliff, terrified the next step will send them tumbling into an abyss. As for Qin Zhenghua, Adu paused. According to our mole within the Qin family, his mental state has been extremely unstable these past few days. Paranoid, suspicious, quick to anger. He seems convinced you are the mastermind behind it all, yet he's tormented by the lack of any direct evidence. He's like a caged beast trapped with no escape, slowly consumed by his own fear and rage. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His deep, piercing eyes held no trace of emotion. He raised his hand, signaling Adeo to turn off the music. The room instantly fell into absolute silence. Tell them. Qin Feng spoke slowly, his voice cold and clear, cutting through the stillness. That is not a wall. It is the iron law of the new world. He rose from the lounge chair and walked slowly to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze pierced through endless space, settling upon the Qin family villa shrouded in dark clouds on the other side of the city. Qin Zhengwa's patience is nearly exhausted. A tyrant driven to the brink yet still arrogant, what will he do when he finds all conventional and unconventional means have failed? His words, whether directed at Adeo or spoken to himself. He'll make the most foolish and final struggle. He turned to face Adeo, his dark eyes flashing with the cold, excited gleam unique to a chess player about to deliver checkmate. Notify everyone. Prepare to close the net. Qin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried an absolute, final judgment-like authority. This game is nearly over. Adu's heart skipped a beat. He knew what this final net closure signified. It would be the most ferocious, most thorough, final assault. Yes, sir. He nodded firmly, his eyes blazing with a bloodthirsty, eager fire. Just as Qin Feng prepared to launch the final assault on the Qin family. In the Qin family villa, on that oppressive and despair-filled second floor. An unexpected turn of events was unfolding. Qin Tian hadn't left his room for 3 full days. He had locked himself inside, refusing food and drink, speaking to no one. He was immersed in his own world, consumed by shame and despair. His mother, Li Shulan, having suffered a breakdown that day, had also become somewhat unhinged. At times, she would don her most splendid attire and, in the empty living room, mimic the manners of an upper-class banquet, elegantly raising a glass to the air. Other times, she would violently smash everything breakable in the room to pieces, cursing Qin Zhenghua, Qin Tian, and everyone she knew with the most vicious language. This household had utterly transformed into a madhouse on earth. One day, after smashing everything in her own room, Li Shulan seemed unsatisfied. She marched to Qin Tian's door. Useless piece of trash. You good for nothing. Get your ass out here. She screamed, pounding frantically on Qin Tian's door. How long do you plan to hide in there? Your father is useless. You're useless too. Our Qin family has been cursed for 8 generations to raise 2 good-for-nothings like you. There was no response from inside the room. This enraged Li Shulan completely. She found a spare key from somewhere and forced open Qin Tian's door. A thick, putrid stench mingled with alcohol and sweat hit her face. The room was a complete mess. Empty liquor bottles and broken debris littered the floor. Qin Tian lay motionless on the massive bed. You little bastard. You dare play dead on me? Li Shulan stormed in, grabbing pillows, blankets, anything within reach, and hurled them viciously at Qin Tian's body. But Qin Tian showed no reaction whatsoever. His eyes were hollow and numb, as if nothing in this world could stir any emotion within him anymore. Just as Li Shulan was venting her fury. Inside the villa, a new, seemingly honest middle-aged female cleaner was pushing her cleaning cart up the stairs to the second floor. She had been hired by Uncle Zhang through a domestic agency after the original staff had all been dismissed. She kept her head down, spoke little, but worked with remarkable efficiency. As she approached the wide-open door to Qin Tian's room and witnessed the frenzied scene inside, a perfectly measured look of terror and unease flashed across her face. She didn't enter, but stood at the doorway and whispered a gentle reminder. "Madam, it's time to clean." Li Shulan seemed to have beaten herself to exhaustion, pausing to catch her breath. She turned, her bloodshot eyes glaring viciously at the cleaner. "Get out! All of you, get out!" she snarled, hurling a pillow from her hands toward the doorway. The cleaner, startled, immediately ducked his head and pushed his cart frantically toward the exit. But just as she turned, her cart seemed to accidentally bump into a small decorative sideboard along the corridor. Clunk! A soft sound. An old, dust-covered picture frame that had been tucked away in the far corner of the cabinet fell from its perch. It landed in the most conspicuous spot right in front of Qin Tian's room door. The frame remained intact. It landed face up, clearly revealing the yellowed photograph inside, one that could change everything. Photograph. Chapter 52. That photograph was a devil. A crisp click echoed through the oppressive silence on the second floor of the Qin family villa. The new middle-aged cleaning lady flinched at the sound, her face flushing with perfectly timed panic. She hurriedly bent down, fumbling awkwardly to pick up the old picture frame that had fallen to the floor. Her movements were clumsy and frantic, terrified that her mistake might incur the mistress of the house's wrath. She picked up the frame, hastily wiping the dusty glass with the rough sleeve of her work uniform before carefully placing it back in the farthest corner of the sideboard. With that done, she kept her head down and pushed the cleaning cart away from the scene of trouble. Throughout the entire process, she didn't spare a single glance at the contents of the frame, nor did she look twice at the two people in the room who had fallen into a daze. Her task was complete. That long-faded photograph had left an indelible mark on the retinas of both Li Shulan and Qin Tian. The moment she saw the photograph, Li Shulan's frenzy and hysteria abruptly ceased. She froze in place, bloodshot eyes fixed on the image, mouth slightly agape, yet unable to utter a sound. The photograph depicted a youth in a crisp military uniform. The style of the uniform was unfamiliar to her, deep in color, sharply tailored, with stars on the shoulder epaulets radiating an air of authority. But the focus was on the boy's face. It was none other than a much younger Qin Feng. All traces of gloom and restraint had vanished, leaving only sharpness. His gaze pierced through the paper, stabbing straight into her heart. It was a look she had never seen in her second son before, not a trace of meekness or timidity, only a pure, icy, murderous aura. Li Shulan didn't recognize what that military uniform represented, but she could feel an overwhelming, heart-stopping pressure bearing down on her. It was a fear rooted in instinct. On the other side, Qin Tian, slumped on the bed, saw the photograph and his unfocused pupils suddenly contracted. His reaction was 1,000 times more intense than Li Shulan's. Li Shulan saw only the imposing uniform and Qin Feng's unfamiliar gaze. But Qin Tian's gaze locked onto the figure behind Qin Feng, a middle-aged man whose outline was blurred yet distinctly defined. That man! A thunderous explosion echoed within Qin Tian's mind. He couldn't mistake that silhouette and signature stance. It was the legendary figure who had appeared in a grainy news clip during a top-secret lecture on military-political relations at business school years ago. A true titan standing at the pinnacle of this nation's power. In that footage, countless generals had surrounded that titan, yet now he willingly stood behind this youth, serving as mere background. A preposterous, maddening thought burrowed into his mind, freezing the blood in his veins. His younger brother, despised for over 2 decades, regarded as a disgrace by the entire family, was no ordinary man. Ha, ha! Qin Tian struggled, a guttural growl rising from his throat. He wanted to sit up, to rush forward, to grab that photograph and examine it closely. But his body was too weak, his mind too shattered. Even lifting a finger felt like an impossible struggle. Trapped in bed, he was consumed by that terrifying suspicion. The second-floor corridor fell silent once more, the janitor having long since slipped away. Qin Tian's mind churned violently. Humiliation, bankruptcy, broken engagement, all the blows he had endured before seemed trivial and laughable in the face of this discovery. This was the ultimate terror, a collapse of faith, a worldview utterly shattered. Ah! He erupted with strength, flinging himself off the bed and crashing heavily onto the floor. The searing pain made his vision go dark, but he had no time to care. Crawling on all fours, he made his way toward the sideboard holding the photo frame. The few meters felt like an eternity. Finally, he grabbed the leg of the cabinet and used every ounce of strength to pull himself up. His body swayed precariously, yet he stretched out his trembling hand and clutched the frame tightly. He raised the frame to his eyes, staring intently, greedily yet fearfully examining every detail in the photograph. There was no mistake. The figure in the background was indeed that legendary figure. And the subject of the photo, his younger brother Qin Feng, bore a confidence and composure in his eyes that Qin Feng had never seen before. It wasn't a facade, it was the gaze of someone who had weathered storms and held everything firmly in his grasp. This discovery burned fiercely in Qin Tian's heart. He turned and charged downstairs like a madman, stumbling and nearly falling down the stairs several times. "Dad! Dad!" he bellowed, kicking open the study door. Inside, Qin Zhenghua paced restlessly. The investigation into Qin Feng had reached a dead end, pushing his already frayed nerves to the breaking point. Qin Tian stormed up to him like a madman, slamming the photo frame hard onto the desk. "Look! Look at this!" Qin Tian's voice was shrill and distorted, filled with despair and fear. "It's him! It's Qin Feng! Look at who he really is! He's not a failure! He's nothing like that! He deceived us, he deceived all of us!" Qin Zhenghua was startled by Qin Tian's sudden intrusion, then a surge of rage shot straight to his head. He stared at his once proud eldest son, now behaving like a madman, his eyes brimming with disappointment and disgust. His gaze swept impatiently over the photo frame on the desk. At that single glance, he too froze. The unfamiliar aura emanating from Qin Feng in the photograph did indeed make him feel a hint of strangeness. But only a hint. At this moment, his own investigations and the impending apocalypse had driven him into an extreme corner of paranoia. He stubbornly insisted that Qin Feng was merely a tool he had cultivated himself, and everything happening now was simply that tool running amok. He could not, nor would he, believe that this tool itself was an existence he wasn't even worthy of looking up to. Thus, this fleeting sense of unease was swiftly dismissed as the ramblings of a man driven mad by his own delusions. "Enough!" Qin Zhenghua roared, cutting off Qin Tian, shrieking. Smack! The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the study. Qin Zhenghua struck Qin Tian's face with all his might. Qin Tian staggered backward, one cheek swelling rapidly as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He stared at his father in disbelief, the last shred of hope in his eyes extinguished by that single blow. "You incompetent, rage-filled good-for-nothing!" Qin Zhenghua pointed a finger at Qin Tian's nose, his voice icy cold. "Our entire Qin family is going down. And you're still wasting your time on a worthless piece of trash. Still playing games with that damn photo. How could I have given birth to such a worthless thing as you? Get out!" Qin Zhenghua grabbed the photo frame from the table and hurled it violently toward the door. The frame smashed against the wall, shattering into a spray of glass shards and splinters. Qin Tian was utterly devastated. He stood frozen in place, feeling the stinging pain on his face, but the agony in his heart was 1,000 times more intense. Staring at his father, eyes bloodshot, utterly deaf to reason, and acting like a madman, he grasped a truth with unprecedented clarity for the first time. Perhaps the Qin family wasn't destroyed by some mysterious external enemy at all. It had been destroyed by this arrogance and foolishness, ingrained to the bone, beyond any hope of redemption. He stared at his father's face, twisted in rage, and felt a chill deep within his heart. The man he had once idolized and revered now appeared pitiful and laughable in his eyes. Chapter 53, Dad, look. He's not a failure. The study fell deathly silent. Qin Tian stood rooted to the spot, the stinging pain on his face reminding him of what had just transpired. But the stabbing pain in his heart far surpassed the physical agony. He watched his father, whose chest heaved violently with rage. The man he had always looked up to as a role model had completely shattered. All that remained was a man driven to the edge by fear and paranoia, deaf to harsh truths, resorting to violence to mask his own inadequacy. Qin Tian's gaze shifted from disbelief to shock, and finally settled into a dead, sorrowful stillness. When one person is utterly disappointed in another, even anger feels superfluous. Qin Zhenghua smashed the photo frame, seemingly still unsatisfied. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Tian with a deathly glare. "What are you still standing there for? Think the Qin family hasn't been disgraced enough? A useless crybaby spouting nonsense. And a cowardly good-for-nothing hiding from the world after causing some unspeakable disaster. Qin Zhenghua, must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have sired such sons." His voice echoed through the study, each word cutting like a knife. Yet this time, Qin Tian neither argued nor broke down. He slowly bent his knees, kneeling on the floor strewn with shards of broken glass. Qin Zhenghua's roar abruptly halted. Staring in shock at his son's actions, he assumed the boy had finally been broken by his tirade and was kneeling to beg for mercy. A cruel, triumphant sneer curled his lips. But he was wrong. Qin Tian knelt on the floor, not looking at him, but reaching out his hand to grope through the mess. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhenghua barked. Qin Tian didn't answer. His fingertips were soon cut by sharp shards of glass, blood seeping out, yet he felt no pain. His eyes were fixed only on the fragments of the photograph. He searching for that most crucial piece. Found it. Beneath one of the largest shards, he finally uncovered the core section of the photograph. The photograph had shattered in the middle, yet Qin Feng's sharp features and the blurred yet vital figure behind him remained intact. With fingers stained crimson, he carefully picked up the fragment. Then, gripping the edge of the desk, he staggered to his feet once more. He no longer trembled with emotion. Instead, he raised the blood-stained photograph and walked toward Qin Zhenghua. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an unprecedented calm. Dad! I don't ask you to believe me. I only ask you to look at it one more time, just one last time. He held the torn photograph up to Qin Zhenghua's eyes. Don't look at Qin Feng. Look at the person standing behind him. Tell me who he is. Please, tell me. His voice was filled with desperate pleading. Qin Zhenghua watched his son's deranged state, his blood-soaked hands, and his disheveled face streaked with tears and blood. His disgust and irritation reached a boiling point. He didn't even bother to look closely at the torn photograph. In his eyes, Qin Tian had completely lost his mind. What credibility could there be in the words of a madman, or in anything handed over by a madman? Get out! Qin Zhenghua shoved Qin Tian's hand away, sending the photo fragments crashing to the floor once more. I don't want to see your ghastly face anymore. Get out of this study. Go back to your room. He pointed toward the door, issuing his final ultimatum. Don't let me see you again until you're back to normal. Qin Tian stumbled backward from the shove, crashing into the bookshelf behind him. Several books clattered to the floor, landing on top of him, yet he showed no reaction. He only kept his head bowed, staring at the photograph lying silently on the floor, stained with his own blood. His last shred of hope had shattered. He slowly raised his head and looked at his father once more. That gaze sent a chill through Qin Zhenghua. It was no longer despair nor sorrow, but a pity that had seen through everything. Yes, pity. A son he had deemed worthless was now looking at him with pity. This ignited Qin Zhenghua's fury completely. What are you staring at? Get out! He roared, grabbing the crystal ashtray from the table and preparing to hurl it at Qin Tian. But Qin Tian smiled. The laughter was faint, low, yet brimming with endless absurdity and sorrow. Dad, he murmured softly, do you know what the greatest tragedy of our Qin family is? He didn't wait for Qin Zhenghua's reply before continuing. It's not that we offended some terrifying enemy. It's that we threw our only savior out the door like trash with our own hands. Then we took a complete little cutie and elevated them to a genius on a pedestal. After uttering these words, he no longer glanced at Qin Zhenghua. Turning away, he dragged his drained body step by step out of the study. Qin Zhenghua stood frozen in place, holding the ashtray. Qin Tian's final words and that look left an indescribable restlessness and unease in his heart. But this feeling was quickly suppressed by his arrogance and stubbornness. Madman, truly mad. He slammed the ashtray down on the table, muttering to himself. He attributed all of Qin Tian's unusual behavior to mental instability. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now, the most important thing was to execute his final plan. He walked to the innermost wall of the study and turned a mechanism disguised as a decorative piece. The wall slid silently open, revealing a hidden safe within the structure. He entered a complex code, unlocked the safe, and retrieved an extremely old-looking satellite phone bearing no markings. This was his final trump card, his only link to that bloody world. He must strike back. He would make that enemy lurking in the shadows understand Qin Zhenghua would never be a helpless victim. Outside the study door, Qin Tian did not immediately return to his own room. He simply leaned against the cold wall, standing silently. The thick solid wood of the study door couldn't completely block the sounds from within. He heard his father's faint, suppressed mutterings. He heard the sound of the wall mechanism sliding open. He could even picture his father retrieving that satellite phone, a symbol of the family's darkest power. Qin Tian's heart sank completely. He knew what his father was about to do. He was about to unleash that most brutal, most unspeakable force one even the eldest son had no right to question. He was going to fight back. To fight back against the man whom even the nation's most powerful figures stood behind with reverence. Qin Tian closed his eyes, a grimace more painful than tears spreading across his face. It was over. Everything was over. This wasn't a counterattack. This was leading the entire Qin family toward ruin. He slowly straightened his back, not bothering to pick up the shattered pieces of the photograph lying on the ground. It no longer mattered. The truth lay there, yet the blind could never see it. He dragged his heavy footsteps back to his room and flung himself onto the bed. His eyes remained open, staring vacantly at the ceiling. In his mind, over and over again, the young, sharp face of Qin Feng in the photograph reappeared. Why? Why did this happen? He murmured to himself. If only they hadn't been so snobbish and biased back then. If, upon discovering Qin Feng's talent, they had offered him family love instead of exploitation. If they hadn't driven him away so ruthlessly at the wedding. What would the Qin family's circumstances be like now? Alas, this world never grants what-ifs. Just as Qin Tian was drowning in endless regret and despair, he faintly heard the sound of his father's voice coming from the study downstairs. Though lowered, it still carried madness and ruthlessness. Eagle, it's me. I need you to do something for me. I want you to bring him back to me. Chapter 54 Eagle, bring him back to me. Qin Zhenghua gripped the old satellite phone, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure, betraying the turmoil within. He had completely abandoned any hope of finding answers through conventional means. Over the past days, he had exhausted every resource at his disposal, yet received no response. The police refusing to file a case, business partners distancing themselves, the Lin family's betrayal, and the bizarre disappearance of Qin Feng's personal information, everything had him trapped. He was backed into a corner, with nowhere left to retreat. When a man accustomed to controlling everything discovered that all his rules and methods had failed, the only thing left for him to do was to overturn the entire chessboard. Even if it meant shattering himself to pieces. The call connected. After a brief busy tone, a hoarse, deep voice came through the receiver. "Boss." The voice carried no emotion, only professional calm. "Eagle, it's me." Qin Zhenghua's voice was subdued and low. He glanced at the closed study door. "I know," the voice on the other end replied. "Only you know this number." Qin Zhenghua took a deep breath, forcing his heart pounding wildly with rage and anxiety to steady. He needed absolute composure to issue this crucial command. "I need you to do something for me. Something big. Speak." Eagle's voice remained utterly unruffled. This extreme composure brought Qin Zhenghua a glimmer of reassurance. "A new power has emerged in Jiangcheng Tianqi Investment." Qin Zhenghua spoke in a steady, measured tone. "Their legal representative is Li Tiancheng. You needn't concern yourself with his background, he's merely a puppet. I am certain that behind this puppet lies the mysterious black hand targeting my Qin family. I want you to capture him alive at any cost." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Qin Zhenghua added, "Remember, I want him alive. I'll pry the truth out of him myself to see who's really pulling the strings." Location, Jiangcheng. Difficulty? Eagle finally spoke. "Extremely difficult." Qin Zhenghua stated, "Li Tiancheng is protected by elite bodyguards. When my son sent men to confront him last time, 2 guards easily took them out. According to my son, those 2 were far more skilled than special forces soldiers." "Is that so?" A hint of interest finally crept into Eagle's voice. "That's why I need you to lead the team personally." Qin Zhenghua emphasized, "Take your most elite men and use the best equipment. I don't care what methods you employ, kidnapping, ambush, or a direct assault. I only care about results. Money is no issue." He paused, his voice turning icy. "Upon completion, 8 figures in US dollars. Even for a mercenary like Eagle, that figure was enough to make his heart race." "Boss, you're really going all out this time." Eagle chuckled softly, sending a chill down the spine. "I don't just want you to bring him back." Qin Zhenghua's eyes flashed with madness. "I want you to make as much noise as possible during the operation. The louder the better?" Eagle looked puzzled. This didn't align with their usual low-key approach. "Yes." Qin Zhenghua gritted his teeth. "I want the entire city of Jiangcheng to witness it. I want that cowardly turtle hiding in the shadows to know that the new king he's elevated isn't untouchable. His turf? I come and go as I please. His men? I take them whenever I choose." This was no longer a simple kidnapping operation. It was a demonstration, a provocation. It was the most frenzied roar of a beast driven to the edge of its survival. He intended to shatter the other's calculated composure with this most primitive, brutal method, dragging him into the muddy swamp he knew best, settling the score with the bloodiest means possible. The Eagle fell silent once more. He sensed Qin Zhenghua's reckless desperation. This job carried immense risk, but the reward was equally immense. "Agreed." In the end, he uttered only one word. "All information on Li Tiancheng, including his photos, residential address, company location, and daily movements, will be sent to your encrypted email within the hour." Qin Zhenghua stated, "I'm giving you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I want to see the man." 3 days aren't necessary." Eagle's voice brimmed with confidence. "Our man crossed the border 2 hours ago. Boss, your call came later than I expected." Qin Zhenghua's pupils contracted. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. Just thought Jiangcheng's been buzzing lately, so I came early to see if there's any money to be made." Eagle said casually, "Now it seems the opportunity has come knocking." After hanging up, Qin Zhenghua stood rooted to the spot. The hawk's final remark stirred a flicker of unease within him, but he quickly dismissed it. Regardless of why Eagle had arrived early in Jiangcheng, as long as he could be utilized to accomplish the mission, that was sufficient. He exhaled slowly, feeling he had regained the upper hand. In the face of absolute force, all schemes and intrigues would crumble. He, Qin Zhenghua, was the true lawmaker of Jiangcheng's underworld. He didn't know that as he made this self-assured, game-changing call, every word he spoke was being precisely intercepted through the airwaves, converted into text without a single character lost, and displayed in real time on another screen thousands of miles away. Penthouse apartment. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay Jiangcheng's dazzling nightscape. Qin Feng sat calmly on the sofa, his expression unreadable as he watched the scrolling call log on the screen before him. His deep, piercing eyes remained utterly still, without a ripple. Standing beside him, Adeo's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing the name Eagle. "Sir, it's Eagle from the Blood Eagle mercenary group," Adu said in a low voice. "I've heard of him. He's active in South America and Africa, known for his ruthless tactics, specializing in small unit raids and decapitation strikes. He's got plenty of blood on his hands." I never thought he'd be Qin Zhenghua's lapdog. Qin Feng lifted the black coffee from the table and took a sip. He said nothing, his gaze drifting from the screen to the night outside the window. Dao waited quietly. He knew that when the boss was deep in thought, no interruptions were welcome. After a long while, Qin Feng set down his coffee cup with a soft clink. He turned to look at Dao, a faint smile playing on his lips. He's finally given up on those underhanded business games and petty favors. Qin Feng remarked calmly, that's good. It means he's been cornered and has run out of tricks. He intends to engage me in the manner he excels at most. Then we'll oblige him. Qin Feng rose to his feet, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the city below. He intends to capture Li Tiancheng alive to force me out, then stir up a huge commotion to provoke me and undermine my authority. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately. A cold, mocking glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He picked the wrong opponent and the wrong battlefield. He turned to issue orders to Dao. Inform Li Tiancheng to proceed with the original plan. Yes, sir. Additionally. Qin Feng's tone grew even colder. Open the cage we prepared for the blood eagle. Not only will I ensure his men never return. I also want Qin Zhenghua to witness firsthand how his final trump card, the one he prides himself on, is torn to shreds before his very eyes. I will make him understand one thing. Qin Feng's gaze pierced through space, landing on the Qin family villa. Under the rules I set, those who overturn the table will die the most miserable death. Dao's heart skipped a beat as a bloodthirsty excitement surged through his body. He knew a true, crushing hunt was about to begin. Yes, sir. He nodded firmly, his eyes blazing with battle intent. He couldn't wait to meet that arrogant eagle and show it what a true ruler of the skies looked like. Chapter 55. This isn't kidnapping, it's suicide. The night was deep and dark. On the outskirts of Jiang City, an abandoned riverside highway wound its way into the unknown darkness. Wild grasses taller than a man grew wildly on both sides of the road, rustling softly in the night breeze. The air carried the mingled scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects, emphasizing the eerie stillness of the place. A piercing beam of headlights sliced through the darkness. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class cruised smoothly along the nearly deserted highway. Seated in the driver's seat was Li Tiancheng, the newly appointed president of Tianqi Investment. His face was pale, and his palms were covered in a fine layer of cold sweat as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. He knew full well that everything was under the control of that powerful figure, and he was absolutely safe. Yet, trapped within this bespoke trap, an instinctive fear still made his heart race. This was the location Qin Feng had chosen for his ambush. Following Qin Feng's instructions, he deliberately left the company alone tonight under the pretext of overtime work, without any bodyguards. He chose this most remote route, heading to a suburban estate for a so-called friends party. Everything had been orchestrated flawlessly, making him appear like a newly rich upstart, smug and beginning to let his guard down. The Mercedes smoothly rounded a bend, and the road ahead suddenly opened up. At that very moment, disaster struck. Squay. The shrill screech of tires tearing through the night silence. Two heavily modified, pitch-black off-road vehicles, each fitted with reinforced bumpers, burst out one after the other from the roadside brush. The lead vehicle executed a vicious spin, slamming sideways across the road and completely blocking the Mercedes' path. The second SUV executed a precise drift, skidding to a halt directly behind the Mercedes, sealing off its escape route as well. The seamless coordination revealed the perpetrator's exceptional professionalism and extensive combat experience. Li Tiancheng's heart nearly leapt out of his throat as he instinctively slammed on the brakes. The Mercedes slid forward under immense inertia, finally grinding to a halt less than a meter from the SUV ahead. Though rehearsed countless times in planning, the overwhelming, brutal pressure of this moment still felt suffocating when it finally arrived. Before he could react, the doors of both SUVs slammed open simultaneously with a series of loud bangs. 6 burly men clad in black combat gear and tactical hoods, revealing only 2 cold eyes, leapt silently from the vehicles. Their movements were synchronized and precise. Without a single word exchanged, they swiftly assigned roles through a few simple tactical hand signals. 4 men formed a triangular formation, swiftly closing in on the Mercedes. Each held a silenced pistol, its muzzle steady and aimed at the Mercedes driver's compartment. The remaining 2 positioned themselves on either side, leaning against the front ends of 2 SUVs. They raised their weapons, maintaining vigilant watch and sealing off all surrounding blind spots. The leader stood out as exceptionally tall. Through his hood, his icy gaze locked onto the deathly pale Li Tiancheng in the driver's seat. He was the commander of the Blood Eagle mercenary group Eagle. He gave a hand signal to his comrades behind him, indicating the target was confirmed. Then, striding to the driver's side of the Mercedes, he raised his specialized window breaker without hesitation, aiming it squarely at the thick bulletproof glass. Bang! A dull, thunderous crash echoed. A spider web-like crack instantly appeared on the expensive bulletproof glass. Bang! 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 Eagle remained expressionless, mechanically striking the window again and again with all his might. With each impact, Li Tiancheng's heart clenched. Finally, after 7 or 8 consecutive heavy blows, the sturdy bulletproof glass shattered with a crash. A large hand clad in black tactical gloves swiftly reached through the breach, precisely grasping the interior door handle and yanking it open. Click! The door swung open. A blast of cold air, thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, instantly flooded the cabin. Get out! Eagle's voice was hoarse and devoid of emotion. He grabbed Li Tianchang by the collar, preparing to yank him out of the driver's seat. Li Tianchang lurched sideways under the immense force, too terrified to react. Yet, in the split second before Eagle succeeded, another unexpected turn occurred. Out of nowhere, several blindingly bright lights flared up in the darkness. Military-grade searchlights, their beams concentrated and blinding, instantly illuminated the entire area. The sudden blinding light caused temporary blindness in Eagle and all his team members. They instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, letting out low, horrified growls. And in that very instant, death descended. Thud! 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 Several faint, muffled thuds echoed from the darkness. The 2 mercenaries on outer perimeter watch stiffened abruptly. Before they could utter a sound, tiny blossoms of blood erupted from their foreheads, and they collapsed limply to the ground. Only then did Eagle realize what had happened. Enemy attack! Take cover! He let out the most piercing, terrified roar of his life. He abruptly released Li Tianchang and rolled backward in an awkward heap, scrambling for cover behind the off-road vehicle. His reaction was swift, his tactical awareness sharp. But it was useless. From the moment the bright light flared, they were no longer hunters, they had become the hunted. In the darkness, several figures clad in identical black combat gear but more agile and ghostly in their movements emerged silently from the tall grass. They gripped uniquely shaped special operations weapons equipped with advanced silencers and thermal imaging sights. Their arrival made no sound, yet carried a soul-chilling, absolute intent to kill. At the forefront stood Adeo. His face bore no expression, his eyes cold as ice. He calmly surveyed the Blood Eagle mercenaries scrambling frantically under the blinding lights, viewing them as lifeless objects. Put! Put! 2 more dull thuds echoed. 2 more mercenaries, attempting to find cover, froze mid-movement before collapsing into pools of blood. Their attacks were precise, efficient, and ruthless. Every pull of the trigger inevitably claimed a life. This wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided, crushing massacre. The professional skills Eagle Squad prided themselves on, the seamless coordination they relied on for survival, proved utterly useless against Adeo and his elite warriors. The gunfire was muffled and brief, lasting no more than a few seconds before the world fell silent once more. The air thickened with the sickeningly potent stench of blood. Eagle was the only one left alive. He hadn't been hit by a bullet, but he felt worse than dead. He lay sprawled on the cold ground, hands braced against the earth, his body shaking violently from sheer terror. He stared at the bodies of his elite squad members sprawled haphazardly in pools of blood. Each one had died the same way, a single bullet through the forehead, killing instantly. His face was etched with terror and disbelief beyond words. Who were these people? Who the hell were they? Such skill, such equipment, such a cold-blooded method of killing. These were no ordinary bodyguards, nor even special forces from any nation. They were clearly a group of top-tier killing machines, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter. Just as his mind and spirit shattered, a figure slowly approached him. Black combat boots halted before his eyes. Eagle stiffly lifted his head inch by inch, meeting that unforgettable, icy face. It was Adeo. Who are you? Eagle's voice trembled, filled with despair. Adeo did not answer him. He merely looked down at him with an indifferent gaze. Then, he pulled a military-grade encrypted recording device from his pocket and tossed it casually in front of Eagle. He pressed play. From the device came the clear voices of 2 people conversing. One was Eagle's own voice. The other was that of his employer, Qin Feng. I want you to capture him alive at any cost. And make as much noise as possible during the operation. When the recording of his conversation with Qin Feng played back word for word from this mysterious man's device, Eagle's mental defenses shattered instantly. He knew he had been betrayed. From the moment he accepted this job, he had fallen into a meticulously prepared, inescapable death trap. The other party knew everything about them. Adeo stared at the face twisted by fear and despair, yet he asked no further questions. He merely stated a fact calmly. The one you attacked wasn't a merchant, but a strategic target under the highest level of military protection. What you did isn't kidnapping. A cold, cruel smile touched the corner of Adeo's mouth. It's called a terrorist attack. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of sirens suddenly pierced the distance. But these sirens were unlike the monotonous wail of ordinary police vehicles. They were sharper, more urgent, carrying an overwhelming sense of menace. Because those approaching were not police at all. Chapter 56, Welcome to the Real Battlefield. The piercing, urgent wail of sirens shattered the deathly silence shrouded in the stench of blood. The sound grew louder as it approached. Soon, several blue strobe lights bearing military markings appeared at the end of the highway. This was followed by the deep, powerful rumble of engines. Several military SUVs bearing white license plates and spray painted with the word inspection roared to a halt. They fanned out in a semicircle dozens of meters from the scene, swiftly establishing a cordon. Doors swung open simultaneously as squads of fully armed soldiers leapt out. Wearing inspection armbands, their expressions stern, they held automatic rifles. The arrival of this force instantly transformed the atmosphere into one of solemn, deadly tension as the state's apparatus of violence intervened. The old man lying on the ground was utterly dumbfounded. He felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the state apparatus, his mind going blank. The military district's military police. It was the military district inspection squad. He was a top-tier mercenary who had dealt with armed forces across the globe, yet he never imagined he would be apprehended on Dragon Nation soil by a formal military police unit deployed with the intensity reserved for countering terrorist attacks. This was absurd. Who exactly was Li Tiancheng? And who was that mysterious employer pulling the strings behind the scenes, capable of mobilizing an entire military district to handle a mere kidnapping case? Countless questions gnawed at his nerves, already on the verge of collapse, but no one would provide him with answers now. Just then, a higher-level command vehicle slowly rolled into the center of the cordoned-off area. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a general's uniform, with stars on his shoulders, stepped out. His face was stern, his gaze sharp, commanding respect without a word. He was none other than General Wei Guofeng, deputy commander of the Jiangcity military district. The moment General Wei stepped out, every soldier in the inspection team reflexively snapped to attention. Yet the scene that unfolded next dealt another crushing blow to Eagle. Instead of inspecting the scene, the general strode purposefully toward the silent, dark-clad man known as Adeo. Snap! General Wei stood with feet together, body perfectly upright, and rendered an impeccably precise military salute to Adeo. His voice was steady and authoritative. Report! By order of Lord Night Owl, the Jiangcity Military District Military Police have arrived at the designated location on schedule and completed a full cordon of the scene. The suspect and evidence have been apprehended. Please convey this message and await further instructions. This scene and the report left the other two men present utterly stunned. One was Old Eagle. The other was Li Tiancheng, who had just been escort. Eagle's pupils dilated in utter shock. He stared fixedly at the scene unfolding before him. A powerful general was actually saluting an unidentified man in black and respectfully addressing the figure behind him as Lord Night Owl? Night Owl. The codename sliced through his chaotic mind. He finally recalled, atop the most wanted list in the international underground intelligence community, the mysterious entity long regarded as the king of order in the shadows of the New World bore precisely that codename Night Owl. Legend had it that within mere years, he had consolidated the underworlds of Europe and Asia, forging a vast empire spanning politics, business, and military. A chilling realization began to form in his mind. Could it be that he had provoked none other than the legendary Night Owl? Thud! The eagle could no longer hold himself up, collapsing completely, his eyes filled with nothing but the ashen despair of resignation. He knew it was over. Completely and utterly finished. Li Tiancheng, on the other side, was in no better shape than the eagle. His legs were weak, barely able to stand, and he collapsed only because two black-clad warriors behind him caught him. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembling, his mind a blank void. Though he had long suspected it, all his imaginings paled into laughable insignificance when confronted with the sight of a general paying respectful homage to his master's confidant. In that moment, he finally grasped the profound wisdom of his decision to pledge allegiance. He finally grasped the weight of Adeo's words, "Your value lies in obedience." Before such an entity that even generals bowed to obey, what did his petty business cunning amount to? His only duty was absolute obedience. Adao merely returned Wei General's salute with a calm nod. His face remained utterly expressionless. "General Wei, you've worked hard." His voice was as still as a calm lake. "The commander's orders are to proceed according to Plan A." Understood. General Wei responded in a deep voice, then turned to his subordinates and issued a series of cold, efficient orders. First squad, immediately secure the crime scene. All physical evidence, shell casings, and bodies are to be sealed, packaged, and transported directly to the military district's special archives room. Classify this as top secret. Second squad, bring all suspects and vehicles involved back to military headquarters for isolated interrogation. Remember military headquarters. I don't want to see any local personnel snooping around en route. Squad 3, contact the Municipal Traffic Control Center. Under the pretext of a military exercise, implement temporary traffic restrictions on all roads within a 3-kilometer radius. Within 3 hours, I don't want to see any unauthorized personnel in this vicinity. Yes, sir. All military police present roared in unison. Immediately, the entire scene began operating like a precision-engineered machine, moving with efficient precision. Soldiers executed their tasks with military precision, clearing the scene, transporting bodies, escorting prisoners. Eagle and his companions, now corpses, were stuffed one by one into military body bags and tossed onto trucks. He offered no resistance throughout the ordeal, allowing the soldiers to drag and bind him roughly. He knew that any resistance was futile against the state's machinery of violence. Just then, Adeo stepped before him, towering over him with a condescending gaze. "Tell me where Qin Zhengwei is." Eagle's lifeless eyes flickered, finally settling into a bitter laugh. It's useless. Telling you won't change anything. You can't defeat him. In Jiangcheng, he is the sky. Before he could finish, Adeo reached out and tossed the device still playing the call recording into his arms. Take it with you. Hit the road. Adao said calmly. You'll soon learn that your so-called god isn't even a speck of dust before the true heavens. With that, he ignored the crippled mercenary leader and turned toward Li Tiancheng. Seeing Adeo approach, Li Tiancheng's body instinctively tensed. Brother Dao. He stammered out a greeting. You did well. Adeo's tone softened slightly, a rare occurrence. The Lord is pleased with your performance. You're no longer needed here. My men will escort you to safety. Yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Dao. Thank you, the Master. Li Tiancheng nodded repeatedly, relieved as if granted a pardon. Just as he was about to leave, General Wei suddenly approached. He first gave Li Tiancheng a meaningful look, then addressed Adeo. Per the plan, this Mr. Li also needs to accompany us for questioning. Adao frowned slightly and looked at General Wei. General Wei immediately lowered his voice to explain, this was personally ordered by the commander. He said if we're going to do this, we do it properly. This victim is the most crucial witness in this case. We must escort him back to the military zone for special protection. Adao instantly grasped Qin Feng's intent. This wasn't just about rounding out the entire Eagle gang, it was also about ensuring the news that Li Tiancheng had been taken away by the military reached Qin Jinghua's ears as quickly as possible. That would be the final straw to break the old fox's back. Adao nodded and addressed Li Tiancheng. You heard him. Go with General Wei. Rest assured, it's just a formality. Though reluctant, Li Tiancheng dared not utter a word of refusal. He could only nod nervously in agreement. Watching Li Tiancheng being escorted onto the command vehicle by two soldiers, General Wei turned back to Adeo, his expression turning grave. Now then, he said, it's time to pay a visit to the true target of our operation. A cold, sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. I'm leading the team to the Qin family villa immediately. On charges of masterminding terrorist attacks and endangering national security, we're executing the formal arrest of the principal suspect, Qin Zhenghua. Chapter 57, General, we have the suspect and evidence. Your orders, please. The Qin family villa. A pall of gloom now hung over the estate. Inside the study, shards of a crystal ashtray littered the carpet. Qin Zhenghua paced restlessly back and forth. He had waited nearly 2 hours, yet there was still no word from Eagle. No success, no request for backup. The mercenary squad he had paid handsomely, along with their leader, had vanished without a trace. This sense of loss of control made his heart race with unease. He kept glancing at his watch. The ticking seconds only intensified his anxiety. What's going on? What the hell is going on? He muttered to himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. According to the plan, Eagle and his men should have succeeded long ago. With their skills, taking down Li Tiancheng and his 2 bodyguards should have been a piece of cake. Why no word? Had something gone wrong? The ominous thought left him restless. He walked over to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a full glass of whiskey, and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquid failed to dispel the chill in his heart. Just then, the study door burst open. It was the butler, Uncle Zhang. The old butler's face was etched with utter terror. Forgetting all decorum, he scrambled in, his voice shrill and piercing. Master! Master! It's terrible! It's terrible! Qin Zhenghua's heart sank. He snapped, what's the panic? Has the sky fallen? Worse than the sky falling. Zhang Bo's voice trembled with tears as he pointed outside, his body shaking. The army! The army! Outside is full of soldiers. They've surrounded our house. What? Qin Zhenghua's mind went blank. He lunged to the window and yanked the curtains open. The scene outside made his blood freeze in an instant. The lawn, courtyard, and entrance of the villa were packed with military off-road vehicles. Squad after squad of soldiers, armed to the teeth with stern expressions, surrounded the entire villa in a tight combat formation, leaving no room to breathe. Barrels of rifles silently pointed in from all directions. This was a real army, radiating a murderous aura. Qin Zhenghua felt his heart clench, making it hard to breathe. He finally understood why Eagle had gone missing. It wasn't an accident. They had walked straight into the inescapable net woven by the state apparatus. He had lost. The moment he decided to act, he had already lost utterly. He slowly turned around, leaned against the wall, and slid helplessly to the floor. His face bore only the ashen despair of defeat. He couldn't comprehend it. Who exactly was the other party? What kind of power possessed them to mobilize military forces and set this trap? Such power far exceeded his comprehension. Just as he was on the verge of despair. Bang! The villa's front door was violently smashed open from the outside by a tremendous force. The lock shattered, sending splinters flying. A figure clad in a general's uniform, shoulders adorned with stars, strode in surrounded by a squad of soldiers. It was Wei Guofeng, General Wei. His piercing gaze swept swiftly across the living room. Startled, Li Shulan and Qin Tian stood frozen in place, still in their pajamas, their faces frozen in terror. General Wei's gaze did not linger on them, instead locking onto Qin Zhenghua as he emerged from the study. Qin Zhenghua? General Wei's voice was icy. Qin Zhenghua lifted his head, staring at the imposing general before him. His lips moved, but no sound came out. General Wei wasted no words. He took a document from his aide and unfolded it before Qin Zhenghua. I am Wei Guofeng, Deputy Commander of the Jiangcheng Military District. I now present you with a military arrest warrant issued by the Military Police Department of this military region. His voice echoed through the living room, each word landing like a heavy hammer blow. Upon investigation, you are suspected of planning and directing a vicious terrorist attack targeting a military-protected site, severely endangering national security. Pursuant to relevant laws and military regulations, you are hereby placed under arrest. Additionally, due to the gravity of the case, all assets belonging to the Qin family are hereby frozen and seized immediately. All individuals involved must remain in place for investigation and are strictly prohibited from leaving until the investigation concludes. Terrorist attack? Endangering national security? These two charges robbed Qin Zhenghua of even the courage to defend himself. He knew he had crossed the nation's unchallengeable red line. What awaited him would be the harshest judgment. No, this can't be happening. How dare you arrest my husband? Do you even know who he is? Li Shulan snapped out of her shock, screaming as she tried to rush forward. Before she could get close, two soldiers stopped her with the butts of their rifles, showing no mercy. The cold steel jolted her back to reality, filling her with utter terror. General Wei shot her a cold glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. Take him away. He waved his hand, issuing the order. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, one on each side, seizing Qin Zhenghua's arms. Qin Zhenghua offered no resistance. Like a puppet drained of spirit, he allowed them to do as they pleased. As he was led toward the door, he mustered his last ounce of strength, turned his head, and fixed General Wei with a deathly stare. His voice raspy, he asked the question he most desperately needed answered. I just want to know, who is it? Who possesses such immense power? I, Qin Zhenghua, have ruled Jiangcheng for half my life. I've seen countless people. I just want to know who exactly did I lose to? He wanted to die with clarity. General Wei halted his steps, gazing at him coldly. He did not answer Qin Zhenghua's question. Because, at that very moment, a faint commotion arose outside the villa. The soldiers of the honor guard, who had been standing at attention, suddenly turned as one toward the entrance. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone in the Qin household, all the soldiers abruptly snapped to attention, standing tall with chests thrust out. General Wei, the commander of Jiangcheng, swiftly adjusted his posture and strode to the villa entrance, standing at attention with hands respectfully clasped at his sides. His posture resembled that of a subordinate officer awaiting inspection. Who were they waiting for? A thought that sent chills down the spines of Qin Zhenghua, Li Shulan, and Qin Tian surged into their minds. What kind of person could command such reverence from a general? Under the breathless gaze of everyone present, a black sedan pulled up slowly and silently before the villa's entrance. The door opened. A pair of polished black leather shoes stepped out first. Immediately afterward, a young man with an upright posture, dressed in black casual wear, stepped out of the car. When they saw the young man's face, Qin Zhenghua, Li Shulan, and Qin Tian all froze in unison. Their eyes widened, their mouths agape. Their expressions conveyed shock and disbelief 1,000 times more intense than when they had seen the military. For the person stepping out of the car was none other than the one they had deemed a disgrace to the family, treated as a useless burden and tool, and cast out from their home. Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng's face bore no expression. He stood there calmly, yet the very atmosphere of the entire scene shifted the moment he appeared. He made no effort to project an imposing aura, yet the innate air of a superior being radiating from his very core instilled a sense of awe in everyone present. He walked slowly toward the villa's entrance. Wherever he passed, soldiers armed with rifles rendered him a salute. Their gaze conveyed genuine reverence and loyalty to the supreme commander. He resembled a monarch surveying his domain. And these soldiers were his most loyal imperial guards. Qin Zhenghua, Li Shulan, and Qin Tian stood frozen in shock beyond the battered gate, utterly stunned by this scene that shattered their understanding. Their minds had completely shut down. They couldn't comprehend, much less accept, what was unfolding before their eyes. That son who always kept his head down at home, who they ordered around without even bothering to look him in the eye. The younger brother they despised, whose very existence they considered a stain on the family's honor. Now, he stood before them like a deity descended from the heavens. Welcoming him. Chapter 58, How could it be you? How could it possibly be you? The air in the parlor froze. Time seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, halting its flow. Qin Feng stood there, his posture straight and tall, dressed in a black casual outfit. He said nothing, made no move, merely observing everything before him with calm detachment, like an outside spectator. Behind him stood Wei Guofeng, dressed in a general's uniform, his expression respectful. Flanking him were soldiers standing at attention, rifles at the ready. The cold muzzles of the rifles and the stern expressions of the men became part of his backdrop, making him appear like a deity descended to the mortal realm. Qin Zhenghua, Li Shulan, Qin Tian, 3 people, 3 expressions, yet all stemming from the same emotion. Shock. Li Shulan's body reacted first. Her eyes locked onto Qin Feng, her pupils contracting to their absolute limit. Her lips moved silently, like a fish gasping for air. Her mind refused to process the information before her, rejecting this scene that shattered over 2 decades of her beliefs. How could the young man who commanded generals to bow and armies to stand at attention be the same son who always kept his head down at home, who she ordered around, who she felt was a waste of time to even glance at? No. Impossible. Ah! A shriek erupted from Li Shulan's throat. The shrill sound pierced the deathly silence in the living room. She extended a trembling finger, pointing it at Qin Feng. It's an illusion. It's you. No, it's not you. Her words became incoherent, her gaze unfocused. She staggered forward 2 steps, arms outstretched not to embrace, but as if to dispel a relentless nightmare. Before she could reach Qin Feng, 2 soldiers stepped forward. They said nothing, merely crossing their rifles before them to form a barrier of steel. Li Shulan's body slammed into it. The cold metal sent a shiver through her. The frenzied energy drained from her instantly. She lowered her head and saw the black muzzles of the rifles, the emotionless eyes of the soldiers. She slowly raised her head and looked at Qin Feng once more. He stood there unchanged, watching her calmly. His gaze held no pity, no mockery, not even a flicker of emotion. It was a complete, bone-deep indifference. Li Shulan's body began to tremble. Step by step, she retreated backward, each retreat draining more color from her face. When she reached the wall, she slid down to sit against it, her face now bearing only one emotion: fear. Just then, another voice rang out. Ha! The sound was faint, tinged with a peculiar intonation. It was Qin Tian. He had been standing motionless like a statue. Now, however, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward, and a low chuckle escaped his throat. Ha, 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 ha. The laughter grew louder, rolling from his chest and echoing through the empty living room. He bent over, hands braced against his knees, as if he couldn't support his own weight otherwise. He laughed, his shoulders shaking violently, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He laughed. He finally laughed. He finally understood. What business prodigy? What golden child? What future hope of the Qin family? All a joke. A colossal joke. His proud family lineage, the connections he'd painstakingly built, his self-righteous business tactics all seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust before the man standing before him. He recalled how Qin Group's stock price had crashed. He remembered how Chun Wanyan had betrayed him. He remembered Lin Jianya's ominous words by the lotus pond, "The sky is about to change over Jiangcheng." He remembered how he'd looked like a clown, leading his men to shout threats outside Li Tancheng's company building, only to be beaten senseless by 2 bodyguards. Behind it all stood the same man. His own younger brother, the man he had despised for 20 years, treated as a tool, and regarded as the family's shame. He hadn't lost to some invisible enemy. He hadn't even lost to an opponent like Li Tancheng, whom he'd once looked down upon. He had lost to Qin Feng. He had lost utterly and completely to Qin Feng, the very man he had looked down upon the most. This realization brought not anger, but an extreme, absurd humiliation. It hurt him more than death itself. Qin Tian's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. He straightened up, pointing at Li Shulan, who lay limp on the ground. "Mom, did you see that? Did you see it? This is the good-for-nothing you've been harping on about day in and day out. This is the disgrace you claim has brought shame upon our Qin family." He pointed toward the doorway, where his father, Qin Zhenghua, was being escorted by soldiers, not yet taken away. "Dad! Did you see that? This is the blade you personally tempered. The blade that pierced through all of us. We're the joke. Our entire family is a joke. Ha 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 ha." His mind, pushed to the brink by extreme agitation, had completely snapped. He alternated between maniacal laughter and tears, pointing at his family and screaming wildly like a madman performing alone on a stage. Qin Zhenghua paid no heed to the now insane Qin Tian. His body shook violently. Not from fear nor from shock, but from an uncontrollable rage seeping from the depths of his very bones. He watched his once proud wife collapse on the floor like a dog. He watched his heir, the one he had pinned all his hopes upon, become a madman. He watched the family he had built with his own hands crumble to pieces in an instant. And the very person responsible for all this stood before him. His son. Qin Zhenghua stared intently at Qin Feng's face. He searched that face for even a trace of familiar emotion. Was it hatred? The thrill of revenge? The posture of a victor? He found nothing. Qin Feng's face was serene, his eyes deep as an ancient well, not a single ripple stirring. He stared at Qin Zhenghua as if looking at a stone by the roadside, a stranger whose life had never intersected with his own. This calmness, this indifference, was the cruelest form of torture. It told Qin Zhenghua that in his son's heart, he Qin Zhenghua, Li Shulan, Qin Tian, the entire Qin family had perhaps never occupied any place at all. They weren't even worthy of being his enemies. Ha, ha. A beastly growl erupted from Qin Zhengguo's throat. His muscles tensed, veins bulging from his neck and stretching to his temples. The two soldiers restraining him felt the surge of power emanating from his body and immediately tightened their grip, trying to subdue him. Qin Zhenggua suddenly jerked violently. The force was so immense that the two burly soldiers stumbled backward. He stepped forward. This single step seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body, causing the entire floor to tremble beneath him. Every pair of eyes in the living room instantly focused on him. Xin Tian's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. The limply Shulan lifted her head. Wei Guofeng, standing at attention, frowned slightly. The surrounding soldiers instinctively aimed their rifles at him. Qin Zhenggua paid no heed to any of this. In his world, only the familiar yet unfamiliar figure ahead remained. He slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his gaze intense enough to devour Qin Feng alive. He opened his mouth, each word seeming to be forced out through gritted teeth. Chapter 59, I won't believe it, who the hell are you? Qin Zhenggua stood in the center of the living room, like a caged beast. His chest heaved violently, each breath carrying scorching heat. Rage. The bloodshot veins in his eyes glowed even brighter crimson with this emotion. He glared at Qin Feng, the son he bore in name, the nightmare he had single-handedly created. I refuse to believe it. His voice was hoarse, like two rusted pieces of metal grinding against each other. This is all fake. You staged this, didn't you? He took a step forward, the carpet beneath his feet wrinkling under his weight. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Qin Zhenggua thrust out a finger, knuckles turning white from the force. He pointed at Qin Feng and at Wei Guofeng and the soldiers behind him. Tell me. What have you been playing at these past 20 years? This is a conspiracy against our Qin family, meticulously planned from the very beginning. His voice grew louder, tinged with a hint of hysteria he himself hadn't noticed. He tried to mask his inner collapse with accusations, to regain a shred of control through his roar. He stared at Qin Feng's calm face, a face he'd seen for over 20 years yet never truly understood. A wave of helpless despair washed over him. He withdrew his hand, his voice suddenly deepening with an air of commanding authority. No matter what you've become. No matter who stands behind you. Remember this, you are the son of Qin Zhenggua. My blood runs through your veins. He attempted to assert his authority as a father, a final, feeble attempt at control. It was the last shred of dignity he could cling to. Faced with Qin Zhenggua's interrogation and roar, Qin Feng finally reacted. He moved. He walked forward slowly, approaching Qin Zhenggua. His pace was deliberate, his leather shoes making no sound against the carpet. The surrounding soldiers tensed, gripping their rifles tighter. Wei Guofeng raised a hand, making an imperceptible gesture. The soldiers relaxed their guard, though their eyes remained fixed on Qin Zhenggua. Qin Feng walked right up to Qin Zhenggua, standing no more than 3 paces away. He lifted his eyes, his gaze calm as he looked at the man who had given him life. There was no anger in his eyes, nor any trace of mockery. You were wrong. Qin Feng spoke, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to carry throughout the entire living room. From the day of the wedding, when you announced before everyone that you were severing ties with me, I have had no connection whatsoever with the Qin family. He paused, as if recalling something. Truthfully, even before that, I had given you chances. I waited, I hoped for even a single word to hold me back, a shred of familial affection. But I received nothing. All you waited for was the humiliation of severed ties. Qin Feng's words pierced Qin Zhenggua's heart like countless icy needles. Qin Zhenggua staggered, his face turning even paler. You. He wanted to retort, to curse, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Qin Feng gave him no chance to speak. He no longer dwelled on these long meaningless emotional matters. He simply looked into Qin Zhenggua's eyes and stated a fact calmly. Didn't you want to know who I am? Didn't you want to know exactly who you lost to? I can tell you. Qin Feng's gaze grew profound, as if piercing through time and returning to the past. He recalled an old story. A memory Qin Zhenggua had nearly forgotten, yet one that filled him with pride whenever it surfaced. Remember 10 years ago? That mining project in Northern Europe. Qin Zhenggua's pupils suddenly contracted. That venture had been the crowning achievement of his business career. Back then, Qin Group sought to expand overseas by partnering with a Nordic company to develop rare metal mines. It was a deal poised to double the Qin family's assets. Yet, on the eve of signing, the partner abruptly reneged. They colluded with local forces to orchestrate a contractual trap, aiming to swallow the Qin family's massive upfront investment whole and even gain controlling stake in Qin Group. Qin Zhenggua was overwhelmed at the time, exhausting every overseas connection and even seeking assistance through embassy channels, yet to little effect. Just when he believed the Qin family faced ruin, the situation miraculously reversed within a single day. The Nordic company abruptly announced it was abandoning all demands and, due to breach of contract, compensated the Qin family double their initial investment. The head of the company personally called him across the ocean, apologizing in a tone bordering on fear. Later, through his embassy connection, Qin Zhenggua learned that diplomatic pressure from higher levels seemed to have been the decisive factor. He always credited his own network of connections, cultivated over years, for stepping in at the critical moment. It was his influence that had diffused a transnational storm that could have swallowed the Qin family whole. This incident became a classic example he later used in various settings to showcase his extraordinary influence and connections. Watching the shifting expressions on Qin Jinghua's face, Qin Feng knew he had remembered. You think it was your so-called official connections that saved you? For the first and only time, a barely perceptible curve touched the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. It wasn't a smile, but rather a look of pity. Did you know that Nordic company isn't a legitimate business entity at all? It's just a front for an international underground money laundering operation codenamed Viking Axe. Their goal isn't your money, they want to establish a financial hub in Jiangcheng by controlling the Qin group. What you perceive as a business dispute is actually a stealthy infiltration war. Qin Feng's voice was flat, as if recounting someone else's story. Your so-called embassy connections are worth less than a piece of paper against that force. That night, you celebrated your victory in your study, downing an entire bottle of expensive red wine. And I was right there, in the attic you couldn't see. I exercised authority beyond your comprehension, mobilized a unit you've never heard of, and in Helsinki, Finland, made the head of that organization and his entire team vanish from this world. Then I erased all traces, altered every record, and made it look like nothing more than a routine commercial breach. I gave you a perfect ending, letting you continue dreaming of your unrivaled power and influence across Jiangcheng. The living room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every word Qin Feng spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking Qin Jinghua's heart. He wasn't boasting. He showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. He was merely stating a truth 10 years overdue. A truth that shattered every ounce of Qin Jinghua's pride, arrogance, and sense of accomplishment. Qin Jinghua's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The glorious victories he had boasted about turned out to be nothing more than a secret act of charity from his son. His much-touted business acumen was nothing but foolishness long seen through by others. His self-assured command over the situation had been nothing more than living within a false reality woven by others. He was nothing but a joke. A complete and utter joke manipulated at others' whim, yet still basking in self-satisfaction. Qin Jinghua could no longer suppress the blood surging in his chest. He opened his mouth wide, spewing a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the expensive handmade carpet before him, like a lurid and wretched flower. The color drained from his face, along with every ounce of his vitality and spirit, as if that single spurt had sucked it all out. The anger and arrogance that had propped him up collapsed in an instant. His eyes dimmed, one by one, until only a lifeless gray remained. He had lost. The moment he chose to act, he had already lost utterly. No, perhaps he had lost the moment he chose to treat this son as a tool. He had lost his family bonds, his home, and everything he had clung to for survival. Wei Guofeng waved his hand. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and once again seized Qin Jinghua's arms. This time, Qin Jinghua offered no resistance. Like a puppet with all its bones removed, he let them manipulate him, his body limp as a pile of mud. He was dragged toward the villa's entrance. His feet dragged feebly across the carpet, leaving two faint trails behind him. As he was escorted to the entrance, he did not look back once, nor did he utter another word. His eyes, once brimming with ambition and calculation, now held nothing but boundless emptiness and despair. The tycoon who had ruled Jiangcheng for half a lifetime was, at this moment, utterly finished. Outside the gates, the door of a military SUV swung open. Qin Jinghua was shoved into the vehicle without ceremony. The door slammed shut, sealing off the villa's interior. In the living room, only Li Shulan, her mind shattered, and Qin Tian, now utterly deranged, remained. And Qin Feng, who remained utterly calm throughout it all. Chapter 60, Mom, I beg you, save Dad. Save our family. The roar of the military off-road vehicle's engine echoed from outside the villa, gradually fading into the silent night. Inside the living room, the door that had been violently kicked open gaped like a gaping wound, letting in the night breeze. Qin Jinghua was taken away. The pillar of this family, the man who once ruled with an iron fist, was dragged away like a dead dog. The living room fell into an even deeper, more deathly silence than before. Qin Tian's maniacal laughter had ceased at some point. He slid down the wall, slowly collapsing onto the floor. His vacant eyes stared at the enormous crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling as he mindlessly repeated a single word. Joke, joke. Li Shulan remained kneeling where she was. Her body was rigid, as if all strength had been drained from her. Her husband's collapse and her son's madness had thrust her from one extreme terror into another, even deeper emotion. Despair. She was finished. The Qin family was finished. The wealth and prestige she had pursued her entire life, the status she had prided herself on within the social circle of wives, everything she possessed all vanished into thin air on this night. Her life had plummeted from the clouds straight into an abyss with no bottom. No. It shouldn't be like this. A thought, like a flickering flame struggling in the darkness, suddenly ignited in her once dead mind. She jerked her head up. Her gaze swept across the empty living room and once again settled upon that person. Qin Feng. He stood there still, like a solitary, towering peak, silent and unshakable. He was the one who started all this. He was also the only one who could change it all. Yes. He was also her son. She gave birth to him and raised him. This was her last chance, her only lifeline. A glimmer of light reignited in Li Shulan's eyes. That light held a mix of survival instinct and a lowly calculation she hadn't even noticed herself. She was no longer the high and mighty matriarch of the Qin family. Now, she had a role to play. A loving, desperate, pitiful mother. Thud. Li Shulan's knees slid across the cold floor. She knelt and crawled toward Qin Feng. Her movements were slow and laborious, the expensive silk nightgown scraping against the coarse carpet fragments, emitting a faint rustling sound. Her hair was disheveled, and tear stains still clung to her face. She crawled to Qin Feng's feet, not daring to touch him. Instead, she lifted her head and gazed at him with a look of humility and sorrow he had never seen before. Feng. Her voice cracked, thick with sobs. My phone. Her hand reached out, as if to touch the hem of Qin Feng's trousers, yet it froze mid-air, her palm trembling violently. Look at your mother. Look at me. Tears, like beads from a broken string, rolled down from the corners of her well-kept eyes. It was Mom who was wrong. Mom is so sorry. Mom was blinded by greed before. Mom was a fool. She began slapping her own face, palm after palm. The sound echoed with piercing clarity in the silent living room. Fomer, do you remember? When you were little, you loved the osmanthus cakes I made. She began to reminisce. Her voice was filled with sorrow and regret. When you were born, so tiny and soft, I'd wake up several times every night, afraid you'd be cold, afraid you'd be hungry. When I was carrying you, I vomited until I saw stars. Everything I ate came right back up. But whenever I thought of you, I felt every hardship was worth it. Her voice broke as tears streamed down her face, painting herself as a devoted mother who had endured every hardship. Those so-called memories she had deliberately ignored for over 20 years now flowed effortlessly from her lips, transformed into tools to beg for pity. Qin Feng listened in silence. He lowered his gaze, watching the woman kneeling at his feet, begging. His face bore no expression. Within, there was no ripple of emotion. Her tearful pleas, her confessions, her performance all seemed like a farce that had nothing to do with him. When she mentioned osmanthus cakes, the image that flashed through Qin Feng's mind was himself standing at the kitchen doorway, watching her and Qin Tian laughingly share a plate of exquisite pastries, while he was always left with nothing but the scraps at the bottom of the plate. When she mentioned childhood, the image that surfaced in Qin Feng's mind was him being locked in the attic for an entire day without food or water, simply for upsetting Qin Tian over a minor matter. When she mentioned, we are family, the image that surfaced in Qin Feng's mind was her standing beside him at their wedding, wearing an expression of relief and entitlement as his father, Qin Zhenghua, announced before all the guests that he was disowning him. His heart had long since been tempered by countless such icy moments, hardened as iron. Li Shulan's performance continued. Seeing Qin Feng unmoved, she wept even more pitifully. Finally gathering her courage, she reached out and grabbed hold of Qin Feng's pant leg, as if clutching at her last lifeline. Feng, I beg you. Your father, he just made a mistake. He did it for this family. You can't just stand by and watch them take him away. He's old, he can't endure that kind of suffering. And your brother, look at him, he's already gone mad. This family can't fall apart again. Just one word from you, just say the word and they'll let him go. Save your father, save your brother, save our family. I'm kneeling before you, I'm bowing my head to you. As she spoke, she truly bent down, slamming her forehead hard against the cold floor. Once. Twice. 3 times. The dull thuds echoed through the living room. Just then, another voice abruptly rang out. Ha 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 ha. It was Qin Tian. Snapping out of his dazed state, he let out a laugh even more frenzied and piercing than before. He pushed himself up from the floor, staggering to his feet. Pointing at Li Shulan, who was still kowtowing on the ground, he doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. Mom! Stop acting. Don't you feel disgusting? I feel disgusted for you. His voice was sharp and dripping with scorn. Now you remember he's your son? Now you remember to make him osmanthus cakes? Where were you when I was bullying him? Where were you when Dad treated him like a dog? When he was kicked out of the house and treated like a disgrace, where were you then? Qin Tian's words came one after another like a knife, stabbing not only Li Shulan but also himself. His laughter was laced with sobs. Now you beg him? Too late. Way too late. He turned his head toward the doorway, as if he could still see his father's retreating figure being dragged away. And Dad. That self-important fool who thought he controlled everything. He handed the sharpest blade right into the enemy's hands, gloating as if he'd gained a useful tool. And what happened? The blade turned on him, stabbing him right through. Qin Tian spread his arms wide and laughed up at the sky, looking like a madman. It's over. Everything is over. This family was doomed the day we started treating him like a tool. We're all murderers. We killed this family with our own hands. Ha 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 ha. Karma. This is all karma. Li Shulan's body froze stiff. Every word Qin Tian spoke felt like a resounding slap across her face, tearing apart the last shreds of her false maternal facade. She lifted her head, her forehead swollen and red. Her eyes stared blankly at Qin Tian, then shifted to Qin Feng. Her sobs abruptly ceased. In the living room, only Qin Tian's maniacal, despairing laughter echoed endlessly. Qin Feng had not uttered a single word from beginning to end. He simply watched silently, observing how this once lofty woman had become as lowly as dust. Watching this once spirited elder brother crumble into madness. Watching the home he had lived in for 20 years crumble completely before his eyes, reduced to ruins. His gaze was like a bottomless, icy pool. Until Qin Tian's laughter gradually faded away. Until Li Shulan collapsed completely to the ground, unable to utter another sound. Qin Feng finally moved. He slowly lifted his foot, freeing it from Li Shulan's grasp on his pant leg. He took a step back, creating distance between himself and the mother and child. This movement felt like a silent verdict. He turned away, not glancing back at them once, and headed toward the doorway. Wei Guofeng and his aide immediately followed. In the living room, only the mother and child remained, huddled on the floor amidst the mess. When Qin Feng reached the wide-open doorway, he halted. Without turning back, he left only a cold statement. His voice was quiet, yet clear enough for the two men behind him to hear distinctly. This villa. Chapter 61, from today onward, this villa bears the Qin name but not yours. Qin Feng's voice echoed through the empty living room. Devoid of any emotion, it sounded like a statement of an inevitable fact. From today onward, it belongs to the Qins. But not your Qins. With that, he strode out of the villa. Wei Guofeng followed closely behind. Reaching the doorway, he glanced back at the two figures frozen like statues in the living room, a complex flicker passing through his eyes. As a soldier, he had seen death and betrayal countless times, yet such a dramatic family upheaval still left him feeling deeply moved. He didn't linger, quickening his pace to match Qin Feng's stride. In the courtyard, soldiers maintained their battle formation, standing at attention in the night. As Qin Feng and Wei Guofeng emerged, all eyes turned toward them, filled with reverence and loyalty. The evening breeze swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves. Light from the villa spilled through the broken gate, stretching the two desperate figures on the ground into long shadows. Li Shulan remained kneeling, her body frozen rigid, utterly motionless. Qin Feng's words had been the final straw, crushing her completely. What did he mean? From today onward, this villa belongs to the Qin family. But not yours? Her mind went blank, unable to comprehend the implications behind those words. Is it to kick them out? Or? A more terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Just then, a series of steady, heavy footsteps echoed from the doorway. Li Shulan and Qin Tian both instinctively lifted their heads. A squad of men dressed in black suits, wearing white gloves, and sporting stern expressions strode in from outside in perfect unison. Their numbers were few, perhaps a dozen or so, but each exuded a well-trained professionalism. At the head of the group stood a figure both of them knew all too well. Li Tancheng. The Li Tancheng standing before them was no longer the meek and subservient heir to the Li group who had once cowered before the Qin family. He wore a perfectly tailored custom suit, his hair meticulously combed, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his face. Behind the lenses, his gaze was cool and sharp. Behind him followed his assistant, clutching a document folder. Li Tancheng walked to the center of the living room, his gaze calmly sweeping over Li Shulan, collapsed on the floor, and Qin Tian, who appeared dazed and disoriented. His gaze held neither schadenfreude nor sympathy. Only a cold, businesslike detachment remained. He halted his steps and bowed respectfully toward Qin Feng, who had already stepped into the courtyard. Though Qin Feng had his back turned, Li Tancheng executed the gesture with meticulous precision, radiating profound respect. Then he straightened up and turned toward Li Shulan and Qin Tian. His voice carried clearly through the living room air, reaching both of them. Mrs. Qin, young Master Qin. The titles rang with bitter irony at that moment. By order of His Excellency, effective immediately, the Tianqi Group Security Department will formally assume all security responsibilities for the Qin residents. Li Tancheng pushed his glasses up his nose, his tone flat. Until the investigation into Mr. Qin Zhengguo's case is concluded, you two will reside temporarily in this villa and are not permitted to leave. His words confirmed the dreadful suspicion that had been gnawing at Li Shulan's heart. This was not expulsion. It was confinement. Imprisoning them within the very home they once took pride in. Li Shulan's lips trembled. She tried to speak, but no sound came out. Li Tancheng's assistant stepped forward, opened the folder in his hand, and began reading a document in a monotone voice. According to Article 1 of the Residency Regulations, all areas within the villa, including but not limited to bedrooms, study rooms, and media rooms, will be equipped with 24-hour surveillance systems to ensure the personal safety of both residents. Article 2, all communication devices within the villa, including mobile phones, computers, and landlines, will be temporarily confiscated. Should either of you require external contact, a written request must be submitted and approved before any communication is permitted. Article 3, 3 daily meals will be delivered by designated personnel. Special dietary requests must be communicated 1 day in advance. Article 4, all existing staff including maids, drivers, and gardeners will be dismissed. All daily services will be provided by Tianqi Group's support personnel. Article 5. The assistant's voice, like an emotionless machine, continued to recite the clauses. Each clause felt like a lock, tightening the cage that imprisoned Li Shulan and Qin Tian. Surveillance. Communication cut off. Dietary restrictions. Replacement of all service personnel. This place was no longer their home. This place has become a magnificent cage, custom made for them. They would reside here, utilizing its facilities, yet no longer its masters. They would be like two pets caged in a glass box, every move under constant surveillance. Qin Feng's method was 100 times more cruel than simply killing them. He intends to keep them alive. To live within this familiar cage, slowly grinding away their last shred of dignity. They would witness firsthand as everything here changed names and owners. Day after day, in the depths of despair, they would pay for their past deeds. No. Qin Tian suddenly let out a low growl. He struggled free from his frenzied state, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Li Tiancheng. Li Tiancheng. What the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right? What gives you the right to boss us around here? He struggled to rise, wanting to charge forward and trample this despicable sycophant underfoot like he used to. But the moment he moved, two black-clad security guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, pinning his shoulders down. Their grip was like iron clamps, pinning him immovable. Let me go! Let me go! Qin Tian struggled frantically, but it was all in vain. Li Tiancheng watched him coldly, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Young Master Qin, times have changed. He adjusted his glasses and spoke deliberately. You have no right to yell at me now. I advise you to cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, I can't guarantee my men won't do things that might make you uncomfortable. His tone was flat, yet the threat in his words was unmistakable. Qin Tian's struggling movements ceased. He stared at Li Tiancheng's icy face and the expressionless men in black surrounding them. Reality finally dawned on him. He was no longer the high and mighty young master of the Qin family. Now, he was merely a prisoner at their mercy. He slumped his shoulders, ceasing all resistance as the two security guards pinned him to the ground. All his pride, all his dignity, was utterly crushed into dust at that moment. Li Tiancheng nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the security personnel he had brought with him sprang into action. Some began installing miniature cameras throughout the villa's corners. Another group ascended to the second floor, systematically removing all communication devices from Li Shulan and Qin Tian's rooms. Still others politely yet firmly escorted the villa's servants already terrified and utterly disoriented out one by one. The entire process was efficient and ruthless. Like a precision-engineered military unit executing a predetermined mission. Li Shulan stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Watching strangers come and go within her home. Watching the luxury goods she had purchased at great expense being moved about carelessly. Watching the servants who once bowed and scraped before her being led away, each with a mournful expression. She felt her world crumbling inch by inch. She snapped her head up, her gaze piercing through the crowd toward the villa's exterior. In the courtyard, Qin Feng's figure had vanished. Wei Guofeng and his troops had also begun their orderly retreat. Everything felt like a storm that had come and gone in the blink of an eye. After the downpour, the ground lay strewn with debris. And she and her son were the most pitiful pieces of wreckage in that devastation. Li Tiancheng stepped before her, looking down at her from above. Madam Qin, please return to your chambers to rest. His voice carried a hint of impatience. Someone will come shortly to clean your room and replace the bedding. Oh, right. He seemed to remember something and added. Those Hermes bags of yours in the room, the ones you cherish most, may need to be temporarily impounded. After all, they are also assets belonging to the Qin family and need to be registered and sealed. This sentence became the final straw that broke Li Shulan. Ah! She let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolled back, her body went limp and she fainted instantly. Li Tiancheng glanced at Li Shulan lying unconscious on the floor, his face expressionless. He gestured to the security personnel nearby. Carry her back to her room. Be gentle. Don't damage her. The master still wants her to witness firsthand how this world changes. Chapter 62. The sky over Jiangcheng has truly changed. The night was deep. The Qin family villa lay like a silent beast, sprawled in the city's corner. At this hour, it would normally be ablaze with lights and filled with clinking glasses. But tonight, it was shrouded in deathly silence. Only a few dim courtyard lights and the stern-faced black-clad security guards moving in and out silently signaled that the masters of this place had changed. News travels fast. Especially within Jiangcheng's upper-class circles, a society neither large nor small, where interpersonal connections were deeply intertwined. News of the Qin family's seizure spread faster than the complete withdrawal of Wei Guofeng's forces, permeating every corner. The military moved directly. With thunderous force, they arrested the business tycoon. All assets were frozen. Each word felt like a heavy bomb, detonating a tidal wave of shock throughout Jiangcheng's high society. Everyone who heard the news reacted with utter disbelief. Who was Qin Zhenghua? The titan of Jiangcheng's business world, a man whose every move sent shockwaves through the city's economy. His network of connections, spanning both business and political circles, was intricate and unfathomably deep. How could such a colossus collapse overnight? And in such a humiliating manner, no less. The military surrounded his villa and hauled him away in front of everyone, treating him like a terrorist. This was no ordinary business investigation. This was a crushing blow. A ruthless, root-and-branch strike. Everyone sensed something was amiss. The skies over Jiangcheng were about to change. The Lin family mansion. In the study, incense smoke curled gently. Lin Jianya hung up the final call, a message from an old friend holding a key position in the municipal government. The tone on the line was heavier than ever before. The friend had only said one thing: the Qin family matter is of the utmost gravity. No one should attempt to pry into it, much less interfere. Lin Jianya placed the receiver down and exhaled a long, deep breath. That sigh carried relief, lingering fear, and a trace of unshakable shock. He walked to the window and gazed out at the lotus pond he had personally created. Under the night sky, the water was deep and mysterious, with withered lotus stems swaying gently in the evening breeze. He recalled how just days ago, Qin Zhenghua had sat right there, the man he had once regarded as a potential in-law, even someone he had briefly considered aligning himself with. That day, gazing at the withered lotus, he had uttered, "The heavens cannot be defied." At that moment, relying solely on his keen intuition honed through years navigating the business world, he sensed a hint of danger. He knew a new, formidable force was rising, and the Qin family seemed to have become its first target. So he made his choice. A choice that seemed cold-hearted and ruthless at the time, even bordering on betrayal. He cut through the chaos decisively, dissolving the betrothal, severing all collaborations, and making a clean break from the Qin family. In hindsight, that decision proved profoundly wise. Had he shown even a moment's hesitation, even a shred of sentimental weakness, the Lin family would likely have been swept into that bottomless vortex long ago, doomed beyond redemption. "Master." The butler entered silently, carrying a cup of freshly brewed ginseng tea. "Has everything been taken care of?" Lin Jianya asked without turning, his voice calm. "Everything is taken care of," the butler replied respectfully. "All business contracts related to Qin Group have been sealed. The legal department will issue formal termination notices first thing tomorrow morning. All press releases regarding our cooperation with Qin Group have been removed from our company website." Lin Jianya nodded. After a moment's thought, he spoke again. "Prepare a substantial gift. The finest one, the one that best represents the Lin family sentiments." The butler looked puzzled. "Sir, who is this for?" "Li Tiancheng." Lin Jianye uttered the name. "No, to be precise, it is to be delivered through Li Tiancheng to that unseen new king." Lin Jianye turned, his eyes flashing with shrewdness. Adding flowers to brocade is never as valuable as offering coal in the snow. Likewise, kicking someone when they're down may feel satisfying, but assessing the situation wisely, being the first to pledge loyalty when the new king ascends, is the path to lasting success. The skies over Jiangcheng have changed. For our Lin family to survive under this new sky, we must learn how to look up to the new sun. The steward's heart sank, and he immediately bowed deeply. "Yes, master. I understand." At the same moment, on the other side of Jiangcheng, atop a sleek, modern glass-curtained skyscraper. This place had once been the headquarters of the Qin Group. Now, it bore a new name, Tianqi Investment. Chen Wanyan stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the dazzling lights of the city below. Streams of vehicles flowed like golden rivers. A sea of lights flickered like countless stars in the night sky. He stood there for a long, long time. As a veteran of Jiangcheng's business world, he understood better than anyone what the Qin family's downfall signified. It was not merely the collapse of a business empire. It marked the end of an era. An era defined by connections, relationships, and underhanded tactics had come to a complete end. He had witnessed it all firsthand, and played a part in it. From the Qin's triumphant banquet, brimming with confidence, to the precipitous plunge of Qin Corporation's stock price. From personally orchestrating the scheme that lured the Qin's last reserves into a trap, to ultimately sweeping up every last asset of the Qin family at auction. The entire process unfolded like a meticulously planned surgical operation, precise, efficient, and ruthlessly cold. And the surgeon at the helm was that mysterious lord, a figure whose voice he had heard but whose face he had never seen. The mere thought of that lord filled Chen Wanyan with awe. That commanding presence, capable of orchestrating victories from afar. That mindset that treated money like dirt and power and privilege like weeds. It was entirely beyond his comprehension. He knew a new era had dawned. An era where that great one would set the rules. And he, Chen Wanyan, had the privilege of becoming one of the witnesses and executors of this new era. This filled him with boundless excitement and honor. Ring ring. The phone on his desk rang. It was an internal line. "Mr. Chen, Chairman Wang from Bank, President Liu from Evergrande, and President Zhang from City Investment have all called to schedule meetings with you tomorrow." The secretary's voice carried a hint of unmistakable excitement. Until tonight, these individuals were the heavyweights of Jiangcheng's real estate scene, figures Chen Wanyan had once looked up to. And now, they were lining up to schedule meetings with him. A faint smile touched Chen Wanyan's face. "Tell them I'm unavailable tomorrow." Say that Tianqi Investment has just taken over Qin's portfolio and is currently busy with internal affairs, so we won't be receiving visitors for the time being. Understood, Mr. Chen. After hanging up, the smile on Chen Wanyan's lips deepened. He knew that starting tonight, the rules of Jiangqing's business world were about to change. Want to meet him? Want to partner with Tianqi Investment? Fine. But first, you must learn what it means to wait. What it means to respect. Across Jiangqing's social circles, big and small, whispers about the Qin family were everywhere. Some were shocked, some bloated, and some secretly rejoiced. Those who had once had dealings with the Qins now shunned them like the plague, scrambling to distance themselves. Those who had been oppressed by the Qins were now celebrating their vindication, eager to set off fireworks in triumph. Countless calls rang out in the night. Countless messages raced across digital networks. Everyone wanted to know, who was this mysterious force that had toppled the Qin family? Where did it come from? What did he want? Where will Jiangqing's future business landscape head? No one knows the answers. This uncertainty breeds immense fear, yet sparks boundless imagination. Everyone speculates and probes. An invisible undercurrent surges through Jiangqing's high society. And at the very epicenter of this storm, Qin Feng had long since returned to his penthouse apartment atop the city. Changing out of his clothes, he stood quietly on the terrace with a cup of warm water in hand, gazing down at the city lights below. A Dao appeared silently behind him like a shadow. Sir, everything has been taken care of. Qin Zhenghua has been handed over to the military police. Subsequent interrogations will uncover the larger network of interests behind him. The Qin family villa has been taken over by Li Tiancheng. Li Shulan and Qin Tian will spend their remaining years there. All factions in Jiangcheng are seeking news of you. The Lin family was the first to express goodwill. A Dao's report was concise and efficient. Qin Feng hummed in acknowledgement. He took a sip of warm water, his gaze still fixed on the distance. For him, bringing down the Qin family was never the end. This was merely the beginning. The thrill of revenge had dissipated the moment he resolved to act. What remained in his heart now was a far grander and more profound ambition. What he sought to achieve went beyond mere vengeance. It was cleansing. To purge the city of every cancerous growth like the Qin family. To purge the entrenched, intertwined interest groups that hindered societal progress. He would establish a new order on this land. An order that is fairer, more transparent, and more efficient. Your Excellency. A Du's voice interrupted Qin Feng's train of thought. There is one more matter. According to intelligence relayed by our informant embedded in the capital, the military headquarters appears to have reservations about the Jiangcheng Military District's recent operation. A joint investigation team has already been formed. Their people will arrive in Jiangcheng as early as tomorrow. Chapter 63, Too Much Commotion. Envoys from the capital. The capital. This ancient and solemn city served as the nation's political heart. In the western suburbs, a cluster of compounds closed to the public stood under heavy security, the atmosphere solemn and tense. This was the highest command center of the nation's military forces, the headquarters of the military department. Inside a spacious office, devoid of excessive ornamentation, everything appeared simple yet substantial. A massive military map hung on the wall, marked with red and blue arrows indicating intricate strategic formations. The air carried faint whiffs of gunpowder and leather. A general, dressed in a crisp officer's uniform and bearing two brilliant stars on his shoulders, sat behind a mahogany desk. Approaching 50, his face bore a stern, resolute expression. A faint scar ran across his brow, adding a touch of iron-bloodedness to his appearance. This was Zhao Xian, deputy chief of the operations department at the military headquarters. General Zhao, renowned for his strict military discipline and impartiality. At this moment, his brow was slightly furrowed as he scrutinized an operational report that had just been transmitted through encrypted channels from the Jiangcheng Military District. The report's contents were straightforward, even simple. Under the direct command of Deputy Commander Wei Guofeng, the Jiangcheng Military District's military police department mobilized a battalion of troops and successfully apprehended the mastermind behind a vicious terrorist attack targeting a key military protection objective, Qin Zhenghua, a prominent figure in Jiangcheng's business circles. The operation was swift, with both the suspect and evidence seized, and no civilian casualties incurred. Every word of the report exuded an air of decisive and efficient execution. Yet it was precisely this clean and decisive quality that made Zhao Xian sense something amiss. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, producing a steady tap-tap sound. Mobilizing an entire battalion to arrest a businessman? Even if this merchant was suspected of terrorist activities, such a large-scale operation seemed excessive. For a local military district to deploy a battalion-sized combat unit into an urban area for a non-military mission without approval from headquarters was procedurally flawed. Wei Guofeng was a veteran with decades of military service. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the ins and outs of this system. His audacity stemmed either from a genuinely urgent situation that left no time for reporting, or he was acting with utter confidence. Zhao Xian's gaze settled on the phrase in the report that had been repeatedly mentioned yet deliberately obscured. Military priority protection target. Throughout the entire report, the identity of this so-called protected target remained deliberately vague, referred to only by the codename Nightingale. No name, no position, no rank. This was highly irregular. The identity of someone deemed so crucial that a deputy military commander would violate protocol to deploy troops for their protection must be classified at the highest level. Regardless, as an official document submitted to superiors, this report should have included background information on the target for reference. Yet this report contained nothing. This made Zhao Xian feel deeply uneasy. For a soldier, obedience to orders is the highest duty. But the issuance and execution of military orders must be grounded in a rigorous, transparent, and traceable process. Any ambiguous or vaguely worded action carries the risk of concealing abuse of authority or even factional strife. Zhao Xian and Wei Guofeng belonged to different factions within the military. It wasn't that they harbored personal grudges against each other, but rather that they had always disagreed on military philosophy and leadership styles. Zhao Xian emphasized the rule of law, procedures, and discipline. The faction to which Wei Guofeng belonged, however, placed greater emphasis on combat effectiveness, efficiency, and the autonomy of frontline commanders. The Jiangcheng operation bore the distinct hallmarks of Wei Guofeng's faction. Bold and efficient, yet riddled with procedural loopholes. Zhao Xian pondered. He had no doubt that Qin Zhengwu deserved arrest. A businessman who dared to target the military and plot a terrorist attack deserved to die 1,000 deaths. What he questioned was whether something else lay behind this operation. Is Wei Guofeng taking advantage of this opportunity to sneak in his own agenda? Who exactly is that mysterious Nightingale? Is he some key figure secretly cultivated by Wei Guofeng's faction? Could this entire operation be a carefully orchestrated spectacle designed to establish the Nightingale's authority? These thoughts swirled in Zhao Xian's mind. As one of the military's inspectors, he had both the responsibility and the duty to uncover the truth. The military is the nation's sharpest weapon. It must never become the private tool of any individual or faction. After deep contemplation, he finally made his decision. He reached out and pressed the speaker button on a red telephone on the desk. The phone rang only once before being answered. "This is Zhao Xian." His voice traveled through the static to the other end of the line. "Minister, what are your instructions?" came a steady, authoritative male voice. "Issue an order to the Jiangcheng military district immediately in my name." Zhao Xian's tone brooked no argument. "First, establish a joint investigation team immediately. Led by the military headquarters and assisted by the Jiangcheng Military District's Disciplinary Inspection Department, conduct a thorough review and examination of the entire operation. Second, the investigation team shall have the authority to access all relevant files pertaining to this operation and question all personnel involved, including Commander Wei Guofeng. Third, the Jiangcheng Military District must immediately submit all background materials concerning the military high-value protection target involved in this operation for verification by the investigation team. Until the investigation concludes, all individuals implicated in this case, including the principal offender Qin Zhengwu, must remain in Jiangcheng and are prohibited from transferring." A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. The severity of these orders seemed to have stunned the recipient. "Minister, might it be too much of a stir?" The subordinate hesitated. "What about General Wei's side?" "Do as I say." Zhao Xian's tone grew heavier, carrying an authority that brooked no challenge. "I don't care what Wei Guofeng's stance is. Military law is absolute. Procedures are procedures. I will not tolerate any hint of conduct that could undermine military discipline." "Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." The voice on the other end immediately grew loud and resolute. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Xian leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. He knew this order would inevitably cause significant ripples throughout the Jiangcheng military district, and even the entire military headquarters. Many would assume he was seizing on this issue to deliberately suppress the Wei Guofeng faction. But he didn't care. He only did what he believed to be right. After a moment's thought, he picked up the phone again. This time, he dialed an internal extension. "Have Li Rue come to my office." He said only that before hanging up. Li Rue. A young officer he had personally promoted from the ranks. Currently serving as a colonel in the Special Operations Bureau of the Operations Department, he was also his most trusted subordinate. At just 30 years old, he had already distinguished himself with remarkable military achievements in multiple major operations. His character was like a drawn sword, sharp, upright, and uncompromising. More importantly, Li Rue's background was impeccably clean. He belonged to no faction within the military, recognizing only military law and no personal connections. Appointing him as head of this joint investigation team to navigate the complex waters of Jiangcheng was the most fitting choice. Zhao Xian was confident that no matter what trap Wei Guofeng had set in Jiangcheng, no matter what secrets lurked behind that Nightingale, Li Rue, this sharp sword, would surely pierce through all the fog and bring the complete truth back to him. Less than 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in." A young colonel, standing tall with an eagle-like gaze, entered with steady, measured steps. He approached the desk, stood at attention, and rendered a perfect military salute. Minister, you requested me. His voice was loud and resonant. Zhao Xian looked at Li Rui before him, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He pointed to the report on the desk. Take a look at this. Li Rui stepped forward, picked up the document, and began scanning it quickly. His brow furrowed, mirroring Zhao Xian's earlier expression. Minister, this report has serious issues. Li Rui set the document down and delivered his verdict. Procedural violations, missing information, exaggerated achievements. His assessment was blunt and unsparing. Zhao Xian nodded. Therefore, I need you to make a trip to Jiangcheng. He looked into Li Rui's eyes and said solemnly. I appoint you as the head of the joint investigation team. Your mission is to uncover what lies hidden behind this report. Remember, no matter who you uncover or who is implicated, even Wei Guofeng himself, you must pursue this investigation to its very end. I grant you the highest authority. Every department within the Jiangcheng military district must cooperate with your investigation unconditionally. I want the truth. A flicker of excitement shone in Li Rui's eyes. It was the kind of gleam only a hunter sees when spotting its prey. He straightened his back abruptly and saluted once more. Rest assured, Minister. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. His voice rang out in the empty office, unwavering and resolute. Zhao Xian looked at him, as if seeing a blade poised to drink blood. He waved his hand. Go prepare. The private jet is ready. Departure in 1 hour. Yes, sir. Li Rui turned and strode briskly out of the office. The office door closed slowly. Zhao Xian turned his gaze back to the window. The night sky over the capital city sparkled with brilliant stars, yet beneath the surface, dark currents swirled. He had no idea what kind of turmoil the sharp sword he had sent forth would unleash upon the land of Jiangcheng. He only knew that certain things must be done. The purity and dignity of the military brooked no form of provocation, even if that provocation came from within the ranks themselves. Chapter 64, The Lord's New Rules. At the city's pinnacle, the terrace of the penthouse apartment resembled an island suspended in the night sky. The evening breeze carried the chill of the high altitude, ruffling the hem of Qin Feng's robe. Behind him lay the city's most dazzling nightscape, a sea of lights, a glittering expanse of stars. A Dow's report stirred no reaction within him. Envoys from the capital. The joint investigation team. All of this was exactly as he had anticipated. In fact, it could be said that this was an indispensable part of his entire plan. His ambition extended far beyond merely toppling the Qin family. What he sought was to establish an entirely new order, one that belonged solely to him upon the soil of Jiangcheng. And the establishment of a new order inevitably required the backing of a powerful, unquestionable authority. The forces under Wei Guofeng in the Jiangcheng military district were sufficient to suppress both the business community and the underworld. But to make this suppression legitimate, to win the hearts and minds of all, and even extend this order to higher levels in the future, it required certification from the center of power. The impending joint investigation team served as the ultimate certification. Qin Feng turned away, no longer looking down at the city below. In the brightly lit living room, 4 figures stood respectfully at attention, hands clasped at their sides. A Dao, his sharpest blade, was tasked with executing his most covert orders. Chen Wanyan, the living fossil of Jiangcheng's business world, now served as his public business representative. Li Tiancheng, once a lowly lackey of the Qin family, now the legal representative of the new commercial empire, a perfect target and puppet. Zhou Hao, once a street thug, now his pawn for integrating the underworld and establishing a new order. These 4 men represented the 4 distinct tiers of his Jiangcheng operation: intelligence, commerce, legal affairs, and the underworld. They formed the core backbone of his new order. Qin Feng walked to the sofa in the center of the living room and sat down. He said nothing, merely lifting the lukewarm water from the table and taking a gentle sip. Yet his silence carried an invisible pressure that made the 4 men present hold their breath with caution. They were all waiting for this mysterious lord to announce his new rules. Qin Feng set down his cup, his gaze first settling on Chen Wanyan and Li Tiancheng. Tianqi investment is now, nominally, under your 2 stewardship. His voice was flat. The Qin family's legacy is a huge pie, but it's also a mess. How many shady gray area operations, how many tax evading accounts? Old Chen, you should know better than I do. Chen Wanyan stiffened at the words, immediately stepping forward and bowing deeply. Yes, sir. Qin Zhenghua built his empire on these very underhanded methods. Numerous businesses under his name harbor serious issues. Very well. Qin Feng nodded. My first rule. His gaze swept over Chen Wanyan and Li Tiancheng. Starting today, all businesses acquired by Tianqi Investment must complete compliance rectification within 3 months. Every penny of tax evasion must be repaid in full. All gray area businesses involving prostitution, gambling, or drugs must be shut down immediately, and all related assets divested. All employment contracts that violate labor laws must be nullified and re-signed. What I want is not a filthy underground empire, but a commercial empire that creates value, provides employment, abides by the law, and stands proudly in the light of day. Chen Wanyan and Li Tancheng were both shaken to their core. They had assumed this big shot had swallowed up the Qin family merely to replace them and become Jiangqing's new underground emperor. Yet they never imagined his vision could be so grand. Spinning off all gray area operations and back-paying all taxes meant not only abandoning massive profits but also shelling out a huge sum of money. This didn't resemble a business move, it felt more like self-purification. Sir, this. Li Tancheng hesitated before speaking. Doing this will drastically reduce our profits, and many businesses might not survive. Money is not the issue. Qin Feng cut him off. What I require is a clean platform. As for money, it will come from where it should. His words carried an unquestionable confidence. Chen Wanyan was a shrewd man. He immediately understood Qin Feng's meaning. This honorable gentleman cared not a whit for money in the conventional sense. What he sought was influence, clean influence that could reshape the city according to his will. Yes, Your Excellency. Chen Wanyan bowed deeply once more. I understand. I guarantee full compliance for all operations within 3 months. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao instantly stiffened his posture in nervous alertness. Zhou Hao. Present, sir. What is the current status of those so-called underground forces in Zhongcheng? Zhou Hao answered promptly, Sir, after the Qin family's Qinglong society collapsed, minor factions in other districts have been stirring restlessly, all eyeing the chance to seize territory. The underworld's been in chaos lately. Chaos. That's exactly what I want. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. My second rule. I want you to consolidate them. Not to become their new boss and engage in bloody battles. Zhou Hao froze. How could he unite them without fighting? I want you to establish rules for them. Qin Feng's voice turned icy. Tell them that starting today, in Jiangqing's territory, anyone who touches gambling, prostitution, or drugs will die. Organize all the small-time thugs under their command into formal security companies and logistics firms. The city needs security, construction sites need labor, and docks need porters. Let them earn clean money with their own strength. As for those who disobey or break the rules. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. A Dao will assist you in purging them from this city. Zhou Hao's heart began to pound wildly. He finally understood. This nobleman intended to reshape Jiangqing's underworld in an entirely new way. He wasn't seeking destruction, but transformation. He would forcibly redirect these shadowy, illicit forces onto the path of righteousness. What a grand and what a mad plan this was. Yes. Sir. I will see it through. Zhou Hao's voice trembled with excitement. He felt as though a whole new world was opening its doors to him. Finally, Qin Feng's gaze settled upon Adao. With Adao, few words were needed. The tacit understanding between them had long transcended words. The men from the capital are coming. Qin Feng stated calmly. Yes, sir, Adao nodded. They're after me, but they won't find me. So they'll go after Wei Guofeng, they'll go after Qin Zhenghua, they'll go after everyone connected to this matter. What I want you to do is keep a close watch on them. Not surveillance protection. A hint of deep meaning flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Their guests here invited to serve as the final witnesses to this grand spectacle. They must not encounter any mishaps in Zhongcheng. At the same time, keep a close eye on the remnants of the Qin family and those fools in Jiangcheng who still haven't grasped the situation. I don't want any unpleasant incidents occurring in front of our guests. Adao's gaze sharpened. He understood. The master was playing a grand chess game. He not only intended to win, but to win with absolute legitimacy of victory, leaving no room for objection. Moreover, he would use the Imperial Investigation Bureau to provide the most authoritative endorsement for this operation. Understood, Your Excellency, Adao bowed. I will handle everything. Qin Feng nodded. He stood up and walked back to the terrace. He gazed down at the city below, his eyes utterly still. Revenge was merely the beginning. To reshape the city's ecosystem according to his own will. This was what he truly sought to accomplish. And tonight, he had established the first rule for this new world. The remaining four stood in the living room for a long while before slowly recovering from the immense shock. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same emotions reflected in the other's eyes. Awe and fervor. They realized they were following not merely a man of immense power and influence, but a true tyrant who sought to reshape the world. They turned and exited the apartment. They knew that starting tomorrow, the entire city of Jiangcheng would be thrown into complete upheaval because of the new rules they had heard tonight. A sweeping reshuffle across every level was imminent. Chapter 65, Qin Zhenghua, your crimes go beyond this. Jiangcheng Military District, Basement Level 3. This was the most heavily guarded area in the entire military district, the exclusive interrogation zone of the military police department. Heavy alloy doors sealed out all sound from the outside, while the air carried a cold, metallic scent mingled with the sharpness of disinfectant. In an interrogation room devoid of windows, harsh white lights cast a lifeless glow upon the walls. Qin Zhenghua sat in the interrogation chair. His expensive suit had been replaced with a gray prison uniform bearing the number 0713. Heavy shackles bound his hands and feet. The once confident tycoon who had ruled the business world in Jiangcheng now looked indistinguishable from any ordinary hardened criminal. He had been sitting there for 5 full hours. From the moment he was brought in until now, no one had struck him or cursed at him. The interrogators were 2 young military officers in uniform, their expressions stern. They sat calmly across from him, patiently repeating their questions about the Blood Eagle mercenary group and the details of the failed kidnapping attempt. Qin Zhenghua leaned back against the cold chair, eyes closed, saying nothing. The collapse and despair he had felt in the villa were long gone. After the initial shock, a cold, calculating calm, the kind that comes with a fallen tyrant, began to take hold in his mind once more. He knew he had lost. He had been utterly defeated. But he couldn't just accept it. He still had cards to play. He believed that Qin Feng, or rather, the mysterious entity wielding immense power behind Qin Feng, had brought him here for more than mere revenge. If it were mere vengeance, there were countless ways to simply make him disappear or send him to an ordinary prison. There was no need to mobilize military forces and orchestrate such a grand spectacle. This proved that he, Qin Zhenghua, still held value. Or rather, the things he held were equally crucial to those who had brought him down. Over these past 2 decades, what he had built in Jiangcheng was far more than just a commercial empire. It was a vast and intricate web. A web of interests entangling countless figures from political and business circles, even foreign capital. This web was his final shield. He believed that as long as he gritted his teeth and revealed nothing about this web, his adversaries would dare not act against him lightly. For once this web was torn apart, the chain reaction it would unleash would be unbearable for any party involved. Jiangcheng would be shaken to its core. This was the source of his confidence. He even entertained the thought that perhaps he still had a chance to negotiate, using the secrets he held to secure a relatively dignified outcome. For instance, pleading guilty to business-related charges, serving a few years, but safeguarding his family's safety and preserving a portion of his assets. As long as he remained alive, as long as there was a chance to make a comeback, he hadn't truly lost. Holding on to this thought, Qin Zhenghua's heart gradually settled. He resolved to confront this interrogation with silence. He would make them understand he was no pushover to be manipulated at will. Qin Zhenghua, we're asking you one last time. The young officer sitting across from him had clearly lost patience. What is your relationship with Old Eagle, the commander of the Blood Eagle mercenary group? Who orchestrated this kidnapping operation targeting Li Tiancheng? Qin Zhenghua slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the officer across from him, a faint, almost imperceptible sneer curling the corners of his mouth. I don't know what you're talking about. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried a stubborn edge. I'm a businessman. I know nothing about any mercenary group, nor do I know any eagle. As for Li Tiancheng, he was once my employee. Why would I kidnap him? The young officer's expression darkened. Qin Zhenghua, you've been caught red-handed with the evidence. The eagle and his mercenaries have all confessed. We have their call recordings and transfer records in our possession. Putting up a fight won't do you any good. Qin Zhenghua gave a faint smile and closed his eyes once more. Then go ahead and use that so-called evidence to prosecute me. I have nothing more to say. He adopted a defiant, I've got nothing to lose attitude. The young officer rose in anger, but another officer beside him immediately grabbed his arm and shook his head. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a decision. One of them stood up and walked out of the interrogation room. About 10 minutes passed. The interrogation room door opened once more. This time, the person who entered was not one of the 2 young officers. Instead, it was Wei Guofeng, dressed in a general's uniform and radiating an imposing presence. In his hand, Wei Guofeng held a thick manila envelope. He walked to the interrogation table, did not sit down, but instead looked down at Qin Zhenghua from above. Qin Zhenghua, it seems you still haven't grasped the gravity of your situation. Wei Guofeng's voice was cold and heavy, like a block of iron striking Qin Zhenghua's heart. Qin Zhenghua slowly opened his eyes and looked at the general before him. A flicker of recognition stirred within him. The real deal had finally arrived. General Wei, he managed a grim smile, twisting his lips. I'm not sure what crime an ordinary citizen like me could have committed to warrant such a distinguished figure as yourself personally interrogating me. An ordinary citizen? Wei Guofeng sneered coldly. Do you really believe that attack you orchestrated was merely about kidnapping Li Tiancheng? You know better than anyone who you were truly trying to provoke. Too bad you picked the wrong target. Qin Zhenghua's heart sank abruptly. He understood the implication in Wei Guofeng's words. The other man seemed utterly unconcerned with the network behind him or the so-called bargaining chips in his hands. I don't understand what the general is saying, Qin Zhenghua replied, forcing himself to remain calm. It doesn't matter if you don't. Wei Guofeng slammed the document folder down on the table in front of Qin Zhenghua with a loud thud. I believe you should be able to understand what's inside. Qin Zhenghua lowered his head to look at the document folder. His pupils contracted slightly. Wei Guofeng said nothing more. He merely pulled out a chair, sat down, folded his arms on the table, and stared silently at Qin Zhenghua. The interrogation room fell into a deathly silence. Qin Zhenghua hesitated for a long time. His gut told him that inside the document folder lay something that could utterly destroy him. Yet he couldn't resist the urge to know what was inside. In the end, curiosity overcame his fear. He reached out with his shackled hands and laboriously opened the document envelope. He emptied out a thick stack of documents. The first page was a financial statement. When he recognized the names of the companies and the flow of funds on the statement, his breath instantly caught in his throat. It was a shell company he controlled through multiple layers of offshore entities, specifically set up to handle his illicit transactions with overseas smuggling syndicates. This was his deepest secret no one else could possibly know, except himself and those partners who had long since vanished from the face of the earth. Yet now, this complete ledger detailing every single transaction lay before him. His hands began to tremble. Trembling, he turned to the second page. It was a photograph. In the photograph lay a man, his body mangled and covered in blood, sprawled across a field of wild grass. Qin Zhenghua recognized the man instantly. It was a real estate developer who had tried to compete with him for the South City development project 3 years ago. Later, the developer died in an accidental car crash and the project naturally fell into his hands. The angle of this photograph clearly indicated it wasn't taken at the accident scene. In the lower right corner, a timestamp and GPS coordinates were marked in red ink. The timestamp read the evening before that accidental crash. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Zhenghua's forehead. He continued flipping through the pages. The third page contained a transcript of a phone call. The transcript detailed his instructions to a Qinglong Society chapter master to deal with a disobedient government official. The fourth page contained a confidential bank transfer receipt. The recipient was a direct relative of someone in a high-ranking position. Page 5. Page 6. Page after page of incriminating evidence. One piece of incriminating evidence after another. From tax evasion and unfair business practices to orchestrating gang-related assaults, colluding with overseas smuggling syndicates, and even connections to several unsolved cold cases. Each page felt like a heavy hammer, striking his heart with brutal force. This evidence was 1,000 times more damning than that failed kidnapping attempt. Any single piece was enough to condemn him to eternal ruin, to rot in prison for the rest of his life. Yet these were his most deeply buried secrets, the trump cards he believed were his safest. He had no idea how the other party had obtained these materials. The sheer detail and precision of the files sent a chill through his very soul. It felt as though, for the past 20 years, an invisible pair of eyes had silently watched his every move in the darkness, recording every sin he committed. By the time he reached the final page, his hands were shaking uncontrollably. It was a list. Dozens of names were listed on it. Key political figures, business tycoons, financial heavyweights, and even several entertainment stars. These individuals were all nodes in his vast network. Following each name were detailed records of their financial dealings with Qin Zhenghua and the compromising information he held over them. This list was his pride and joy, his final bargaining chip, the one he believed could save his life. And now, it lay casually printed on a single sheet of A4 paper, placed before him. Finished reading? Wei Guofeng's voice broke the silence. Qin Zhenghua jerked his head up, his face now as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He stared at Wei Guofeng, his lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. All his confidence, all his hopes, all his leverage at this moment, it was utterly shattered. He understood. The other party had never intended to negotiate with him at all. From the very beginning, the other party had held all the cards. His arrest had nothing to do with that ridiculous kidnapping case. That had merely been a pretext, a convenient excuse to mobilize military force and forcibly extract him from the larger net. Wei Guofeng watched his dazed expression, rose to his feet, and spoke slowly. Qin Zhenghua, do you really think we captured you just because you planned a terrorist attack? No. His voice was cold and commanding. Your true crimes extend far beyond that. You and the network behind you are a massive cancerous tumor attached to the economic body of this nation. And we are here to excise that tumor. You are merely the first. Wei Guofeng finished speaking, turned, and strode toward the door. As he was about to exit the interrogation room, he paused, not looking back. As for your accomplices, we'll be paying them a visit one by one very soon. As for you, cooperate fully with our investigation and confess all your crimes. Perhaps you can secure a quicker end for yourself. The door closed. Dead silence returned to the interrogation room. Qin Zhenghua sat motionless in his chair, his vacant gaze fixed on the thick stack of documents before him. Those weren't documents. It was his epitaph. It detailed his crimes and pronounced his death sentence. Slowly, he lowered his once proud head. A single murky tear slid from the corner of his eye, landing on the list and leaving a small, gray smudge. It was a tear of regret. But it was too late. Chapter 66, Dragon's Thorns, The Nation's Blade. The night was as deep as ink. A cool breeze swept across the rooftop terrace of the city's tallest apartment building. Qin Feng stood alone, leaning against the railing. No glass in his hand, no cigarette lit, just a quiet presence, as if he had merged with the profound darkness of the night. His piercing gaze cut through the city lights, fixed on the distant, darker north. The capital. The vortex of power, the eye of the storm. He knew that at this very moment, a military transport plane was roaring toward Jiangcity, carrying a group of uninvited guests. The Joint Investigation Team. The name itself resonated with authority and righteousness. But in Qin Feng's eyes, they were merely pieces on his chessboard, pieces that had arrived far too late. A Dao's figure materialized behind him like a ghostly apparition, silent and unseen. Sir. His voice was low and respectful. The men from the capital have taken flight. They are expected to arrive at the Jiangcity military airport at 3 a.m. The team leader is Li Rui, a colonel and a close confidant of Zhao Xian from the military headquarters. This man is renowned for his incorruptible integrity and ruthless impartiality, a notorious sword within the military. A Dao's report was concise and to the point, every word revealing the formidable intelligence capabilities of the Dark Knight organization. Qin Feng didn't turn around, merely uttering a faint Zhao Xian. He murmured the name softly, a meaningful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He's still the same, can't tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye. A trace of concern flashed in Dao's eyes. Sir, this Li Rui means trouble. With military authorization, he'll be a tough nut to crack. Could there be trouble with General Wei's side? Trouble? Qin Feng chuckled softly, turning to face him. He leaned against the cold railing, gazing at Dao. Dao, remember this. On this land, the rules are written by the victors. As long as we stand on the side of victory, any so-called trouble will ultimately become stepping stones for us. His words carried an innate, world-defying confidence. Dao's heart sank, and he immediately bowed his head. Yes, sir. Qin Feng did not pursue the topic further. He walked slowly into the living room and approached the study. Hanging on the study wall was a seemingly ordinary landscape painting. Qin Feng reached out and pressed lightly on an inconspicuous corner of the frame. A soft click sounded. The painting slowly slid open from the center, revealing a built-in safe crafted from a special alloy. The safe bore no keypad, only a small scanning area glowed with a faint blue light. Qin Feng placed his palm upon it. Beep identity verified. Highest level commander, Night Owl. A cold, synthetic voice announced. The vault door slid inward silently. Inside, there were no gold or jewels, nor stacks of cash. Only a simple wooden box, meticulously crafted from rosewood. Qin Feng reached out and retrieved the wooden box. He returned to the living room sofa and sat down, gently placing the box on the coffee table before him. Dao stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the box, filled with profound reverence. He knew what lay within that box. It was the symbol of the sharpest and most mysterious sword in the nation. Qin Feng opened the wooden box. The interior was lined with deep red velvet. At its center lay a badge, resting quietly. The insignia's design was peculiar yet radiated a powerful aura. At its core was a blade gleaming with a chilling, menacing light. Coiled around the blade was a vividly lifelike Eastern dragon. Its head held high, eyes wide with fury, it seemed poised to burst forth at any moment, unleashing a thunderous roar that would shake the heavens. Dragon and sword. Guardian and slayer. Perfectly fused together. This is the emblem of the Dragon Dagger. It represents the nation's most secretive and highest authority special operations unit. A blade of the state, operating independently of conventional military and intelligence systems, reporting directly to the highest echelons. Their mission is singular. To handle incidents posing the highest level threats to national security. Their adversaries are not ordinary criminals, but rather the internal traitors and external enemies lurking in the shadows, plotting to overthrow the nation. Each member possesses the highest operational authorization, capable of mobilizing any resources required for their missions. They are shadows, specters. They are this nation's guardians in the shadows. And Qin Feng, codenamed Night Owl, is the supreme commander of this nation's sharpest blade. Gazing at the insignia, his thoughts drifted back to many years ago. In the capital, within that secluded courtyard closed to outsiders. In an antique study, an elderly man with a kind face yet eyes brimming with boundless wisdom personally handed him this wooden box. Back then, he was still young, his face bearing traces of boyish innocence, yet his gaze was already as sharp as a hawk's. My boy. The old man's voice was gentle yet firm. From this day forward, the Dragon Dagger is entrusted to you. This sword is sharp and dangerous. I hope you will use it to slay demons and monsters, defend our nation, and protect our people. But I also hope you never let yourself be consumed by its power. Always remember why you fight. The young Qin Feng stood tall, saluting with a perfect military salute. Rest assured, Commander. With the Dragon Dagger, the nation shall prosper and its people shall live in peace. The flashback faded from view. Qin Feng reached out, lifting the cold badge from the wooden box and cradling it in his palm. His gaze grew deep and serene once more. He had lived in Jiangcity for 10 years, disguised as a worthless outcast abandoned by his family. This was part of his mission. His true mission was to infiltrate as an outsider and uncover the inner workings of Jiangcity's interest groups, led by Qin Zhenghua, colluding with hostile foreign forces to seize control of the nation's vital economic arteries. Qin Zhenghua was merely a relatively important node in this vast web. His feud with the Qin family was merely a strategic move on the chessboard of his mission. He used the pretext of being forced out by the Qins to sever ties with them, then returned in force as a vengeful avenger. Everything he did was to drag Qin Zhanghua and the web behind him out of the shadows and expose them completely to the light of day. Then, using the most indisputable and authoritative means possible, he would uproot them entirely. Compared to personal grudges, national interests were his true objective. He had seamlessly woven personal emotions with national duty, weaving this intricate web of intrigue. Now, the chess game had reached its most critical juncture. The pawn of Qin Zhanghua had been captured. The web behind him has surfaced. The investigative team dispatched from the capital had arrived to deliver the final checkmate. They would employ the most rigorous and impartial procedures to review this operation. They will discover that although Wei Guofeng's actions contained procedural flaws, the outcome was the exposure of a massive cancer threatening national security. They will discover that the identity of that mysterious, protected target Qin Feng himself is a top-level state secret they have no authority to investigate. Ultimately, they will reach one conclusion. This operation's merits outweighed its faults. The Jiangcity military district bears no blame at his earned commendation. As for Qin Feng, he would remain perfectly concealed behind the scenes as a victim, continuing to execute his plan to purge Jiangcity. This was the outcome he desired. An outcome beyond reproach, one that would provide the strongest possible backing for all his subsequent actions. A Dao. Qin Feng placed the badge back into the wooden box. Yes, sir. Notify Wei Guofeng. Qin Feng's voice regained its usual, unruffled calm. The guest is coming, have him ready to receive him. No need to deliberately conceal anything, nor to deliberately explain anything. Proceed according to protocol in all matters. Let them investigate. Whatever they want to look into, let them look into it. The materials I gave him, some of them can be accidentally leaked to that Li Rui. A flash of understanding crossed Adeo's eyes. Yes, sir. I understand. This was a broad daylight scheme. A bold and open strategy. When all evidence points to an irrefutable outcome that benefits the nation, any procedural flaws become insignificant. That sword named Li Rui would eventually discover. He wasn't here to investigate. He was here to stamp the official seal of approval on the victory of the higher-ups. A Dao turned and slipped away silently. In the study, only Qin Feng remained. He did not look at the wooden box again. He walked back to the terrace, gazing down at the sleeping city below. The night winds seemed to grow colder. A new storm was approaching. And he was at the eye of that storm, the one holding the chess pieces. He knew that when tomorrow's sun rose, the skies over Jiangcity would become even more spectacular. Chapter 67, General Wei, I demand an explanation. 3 in the morning. Jiangcity Military Airport. A gray military transport aircraft pierced the night sky, landing slowly on the straight runway amid a thunderous roar. The bright red August 1st military emblem emblazoned on both sides of the fuselage stood out vividly under the airport searchlights. The aircraft came to a halt, and the cargo door slowly opened. A blast of cold, dew-laden air swept over them. 3 figures emerged from the doorway. Leading the way was a young colonel, standing tall and straight with a stern expression. He wore a crisp, brand-new uniform, the golden pine branches and 2 stars on his shoulder epaulets gleaming brightly under the lights. He was Li Rui, the head of the Joint Military Investigation Team. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scanning everything on the tarmac. Following behind him were 2 assistants, a man and a woman, both holding the rank of major, their expressions equally stern and capable. The boarding ramp was already in place. Li Rui descended without pause, his stride steady and powerful. His leather boots struck the solid ground with crisp, sharp clicks that echoed far into the silent night. Several military SUVs were already waiting on the tarmac. Beside them stood a colonel, the Jiangcity Military Region's representative sent to receive the flight. Spotting Li Rui and his entourage descending, the colonel immediately stepped forward and rendered a crisp military salute. Reporting to Colonel Li. I am the Chief of Staff of the Jiangcity Military District Headquarters, here to welcome the investigation team as ordered. Li Rui returned the salute, his face expressionless. Where is General Wei? His voice, like his expression, was cold and devoid of emotion. The colonel hesitated, seemingly taken aback by the directness of the inquiry. Reporting, Colonel, Deputy Commander Wei is presiding over an emergency meeting at headquarters. He instructed me to convey his? Chairing a meeting? Li Rui cut him off, a barely perceptible cold smile curling his lips. Is it a meeting, or are they discussing how to deal with us? His blunt tone instantly made the colonel's face flush with embarrassment. Colonel, you misunderstand. Deputy Commander Wei. Lead the way. Li Rui cut him off again, clearly uninterested in his explanation. Straight to headquarters. I have no time to waste here. The colonel was rebuffed, feeling a bit annoyed but daring not to show it on his face. He knew the man before him was an imperial envoy from the capital, someone he couldn't afford to offend. Yes, sir. Colonel, please. He immediately turned and opened the door of the lead SUV. Li Rui and his 2 assistants got into the vehicle one after another. The convoy swiftly departed the airport, racing toward the Jiangcheng Military District headquarters. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was oppressive. Li Rui leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed, resting silently. His female assistant opened her laptop and began reviewing the basic information on the Jiangcheng Military District. Team leader, she reported softly, Wei Guofeng, 52 years old, a native of Jiangcheng. Enlisted at 16, starting as an enlisted soldier. Participated in the Southern Border Self-Defense Counterattack Campaign with distinguished service. He possesses a strong personality, has deep roots within the Jiangcheng military region, and commands immense prestige. Deep roots? Li Rui's eyes remained closed. However deep, can they be deeper than military law? The female assistant said nothing more, continuing to leaf through the files. Another male assistant, gazing out the window at the rapidly receding nightscape, spoke up. Team leader, I get the feeling they aren't exactly thrilled about our arrival. Li Rui slowly opened his eyes. His gaze held no trace of sleepiness, instead flashing with a sharp glint. Of course they're not welcoming. No one welcomes someone who comes to investigate their own problems. The more they dislike us, the more it proves there's something wrong here. And my mission is to dig up every single one of those problems for them. His words seemed to make the temperature inside the car drop a few degrees. Jiangcheng Military District Headquarters Building. Bright lights illuminated the space. The top-floor conference room was filled with smoke. Wei Guofeng sat in the chair of honor, his expression as still as water. Before him lay a freshly received encrypted telegram from military headquarters. The telegram contained the orders issued by Zhao Xin. Seated in the conference room were several high-ranking generals from the Jiangcheng Military District, all trusted confidants of Wei Guofeng. At that moment, each face bore a look of gravity and resentment. Old Wei, this Zhao Xin is pushing his luck. A hot-tempered major general slammed his hand on the table. What joint investigation team? I say they're targeting you. We apprehended a criminal threatening national security right here on our turf, and now they want to interrogate us like we're the ones under investigation? What kind of nonsense is this? Another political commissar frowned as he spoke. Exactly, Deputy Commander Wei. This is blatant factional infighting. The operations department is using this as an excuse to suppress us. That Li Rui, I've heard he's Zhao Xian's mad dog, biting anyone in his path. Sending him here clearly means trouble. The meeting room buzzed with heated emotions. Everyone felt this was deliberate harassment from the military headquarters. Zhao Xian settling personal scores. Wei Guofeng raised his hand to quiet the room. The room instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on him, awaiting his decision. Everyone, please calm down. Wei Guofeng's voice remained steady. If Zhao Xian wants to investigate, let him investigate. If you walk straight, you needn't fear a crooked shadow. We know exactly why we're doing this. He looked around at everyone present. The orders came from above. We are merely the executors. If the sky falls, let the tall men bear the weight. We do what we must. His words acted like a reassuring pill, gradually calming the emotions of everyone present. They knew exactly who Wei Guofeng meant by the higher-ups. It was an entity beyond their reach, yet powerful enough to send shockwaves through the entire military headquarters. Just then, a knock sounded at the conference room door. An aide entered and saluted. Reporting to the deputy commander, the vehicles from the capital's investigation team have arrived at the building entrance. Wei Guofeng nodded. Understood. He stood up and adjusted his uniform. Let's go. Now that our guests have arrived, it would be unthinkable for us, as hosts, not to go out and greet them. I'm eager to see just how sharp this sword Zhao Xian has sent us truly is. With that, he led the way out of the conference room. Command Headquarters Building, first floor lobby. Li Rui, accompanied by his two assistants, had just entered the main door. His gaze swept the lobby like radar, taking in every detail. The solemn military insignia, the immaculate surroundings, the soldiers coming and going. Everything appeared orderly and well maintained. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Wei Guofeng emerged from inside, accompanied by a group of generals. The two groups met in the center of the hall. Invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Li Rui's gaze locked directly onto Wei Guofeng, who led the group. Wei Guofeng's gaze, in turn, fell upon this young colonel who seemed almost too youthful for his rank. I presume this must be Colonel Li Rui from the capital? Wei Guofeng spoke first, his face bearing a perfunctory smile. Young and accomplished, your reputation is well deserved. General Wei, you're too kind. Li Rui's face bore not a trace of a smile. He merely returned a military salute with neither humility nor arrogance. By order of the military headquarters, a joint investigation team has been established to review the operation. Effective immediately, I will be taking over all responsibilities for this case. He offered no pleasantries, no polite niceties. He cut straight to the chase, immediately revealing his identity and purpose. This forceful stance caused the generals behind Wei Guofeng to frown. The smile on Wei Guofeng's face also faded slightly. Very well. Since it's an order from the military headquarters, the Jiangcheng Military District will fully cooperate. Colonel Li, you've had a long journey. I've arranged accommodations for you. Why not rest first? We can discuss matters tomorrow. No need. Li Rui cut him off again. I'm not tired. I need to see someone right now. Who? Xin Zhenghua. Li Rui's gaze locked directly with Wei Guofeng's eyes. At the same time, I need you to hand over all the case files for this operation immediately, including the identity files of that mysterious protected target. His tone was not one of negotiation, but of command. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned icy. All eyes turned to Wei Guofeng, waiting to see how he would respond to this young colonel's relentless pressure. Wei Guofeng fell silent. His gaze fixed on Li Rui before him, his eyes growing deep and intense. He knew the real contest had begun at this very moment. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet exceptionally clear. Colonel Li, meeting Qin Zhenghua is acceptable. I can also provide you with the operational files. But... He paused, then spoke each word deliberately. The information regarding that protected subject. I'm sorry. Its classification level is too high. So high that not only I, but even my superiors lack the clearance to disclose it to you. I need an explanation. Li Rui's voice hardened. On the soil of Jiangcheng, there is no unit that the joint investigation team I represent from the military headquarters cannot scrutinize. A silent standoff unfolded in the lobby. One was a powerful local military commander, deeply entrenched. The other, an imperial envoy from the seat of power, wielding the imperial sword of authority. Neither would yield an inch. Just then, Wei Guofeng's aide hurried in from outside. He strode quickly to Wei Guofeng's side and whispered a few words in his ear. A fleeting, almost imperceptible change crossed Wei Guofeng's face. He lifted his head and looked back at Li Rui. Colonel Li, it seems you won't be meeting Qin Zhenghua for the time being. Li Rui frowned. What do you mean? Wei Guofeng sighed and spread his hands. Just now. During routine questioning by the military police interrogation team, Qin Zhenghua suffered a sudden myocardial infarction. He's been rushed to the military region general hospital. At this moment, whether he lives or dies remains unknown. Chapter 68, The patient in the hospital doesn't speak. Li Rui's gaze lingered on Wei Guofeng's face for a moment. His gaze held no warmth. Sudden myocardial infarction? Li Rui repeated the words softly, yet his voice made the surrounding air grow heavy. General Wei, don't you find this timing a bit too coincidental? Wei Guofeng's expression remained unchanged. He merely spread his hands, a hint of resignation on his face. Colonel Li, medical conditions are unpredictable. Perhaps our interrogation placed too much psychological strain on him. Pressure? Li Rui took a step forward, his leather boots clicking sharply against the floorboards. I'm more inclined to believe someone is deliberately obstructing the investigation. His words were direct, leaving no room for interpretation. Several generals behind Wei Guofeng flashed displeased expressions. But Li Rui paid them no mind whatsoever. His gaze remained fixed on Wei Guofeng. I need to go to the hospital. Now. Immediately. Wei Guofeng paused for a moment before nodding. Of course. I'll send someone to escort you there. He turned sideways and issued an order to an aide behind him. You accompany Colonel Li and the others to the general hospital. Cooperate fully with the investigation team. Yes, sir. The aide responded immediately. Li Rui said no more. He turned and walked toward the building exit, accompanied by his two assistants. Suspicion gnawed at his heart. Wei Guofeng's reaction was too calm, too cooperative that itself was the most abnormal thing. It felt like a meticulously rehearsed performance, and he was merely the invited spectator. The military off-road vehicle sped through the silent night. Inside, no one spoke. The atmosphere was oppressive. Li Rui leaned back in the rear seat, his eyes fixed on the rapidly receding street scenes outside the window, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee without conscious thought. His mind was racing. From the moment he stepped off the plane, every person he encountered in every event unfolded with an air of meticulous orchestration. From the colonel who met him at the airport, to Wei Guofeng in the conference room, to Qin Zhenghua's bizarre heart attack. It all felt like a web woven in advance. And behind this web lay the forces represented by Wei Guofeng, forces he couldn't yet fully discern. Team leader, his male assistant murmured, Jiangcheng Military Region General Hospital is the top-tier facility in the theater for both equipment and personnel, especially in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular medicine. Li Rui hummed in acknowledgement without turning around. His female assistant added. The hospital's director is an old subordinate of Wei Guofeng. Li Rui's eyes flickered. He knew this hospital visit was likely to be fruitless. But even so, he had to see it for himself. He needed to see for himself just how skilled the other party truly was. The car soon arrived at the Military Region General Hospital. The main hospital building was brightly lit. Li Rui and his entourage stepped out of the car, and the accompanying aide immediately stepped forward to lead the way. They bypassed the usual entrance, taking an internal elevator directly to the top floor's special care ward. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, a palpable tension hit them like a wave. Four fully armed military police officers stood in the corridor, their hands never leaving the holsters at their waists. Besides the soldiers, several men in plain clothes, their eyes alert, were stationed at various corners of the corridor. Such security measures far exceeded what would be required for guarding a criminal suspect. It felt more like protecting a VIP. Spotting Li Rue and his group, the lead plainclothes officer immediately stepped forward, blocking their path. "Show your credentials." His tone was firm, devoid of any courtesy. The aide beside Li Rue was about to speak, but Li Rue silenced him with a single glance. Li Rue retrieved his credentials from his pocket and handed them over. After carefully verifying the credentials, the plainclothes officer glanced at the two assistants behind Li Rue. "Only he may proceed." Li Rue's face remained expressionless. "They are my assistants and members of the joint investigation team. The rules are the rules," the plainclothes officer insisted. Li Rue looked at him and spoke slowly. "My mission is to conduct an investigation. If my team cannot enter the scene in full, any obstruction will be considered an interference with military affairs." His voice was not loud, but every word carried an undeniable weight. The plainclothes officer and Li Rue locked eyes for several seconds. Finally, he relented. He stepped aside, gesturing for Li Rue to proceed. Li Rue stepped forward, heading toward the heavily guarded hospital room. The door swung open. The scene inside the room came into view. A strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. Qin Zhenghua lay quietly in the hospital bed, his complexion ashen, eyes tightly shut. Various complex medical devices were attached to his body. The fluctuating waveform on the electrocardiogram monitor and its steady beeping confirmed he was still alive. A military doctor in a white coat and mask stood beside the bed, recording data. Noticing someone had entered, he turned around. "I'm Qin Zhenghua's attending physician, Captain Wang Bin." Li Rue nodded. "How is he doing?" Dr. Wang Bin pushed his glasses up his nose, his tone professional. The patient was admitted with acute extensive myocardial infarction. After emergency treatment, he is currently out of immediate danger but remains in a deep coma with extremely fragile vital signs. His condition could deteriorate again at any moment. He handed Li Rue a medical chart and a stack of test reports. "These are the patient's diagnostic reports, resuscitation records, and all test results." Li Rue took the documents and quickly flipped through them. Each report bore the signature of an authoritative specialist, and every procedure and data point was flawless. He passed the documents to his female assistant standing behind him. The assistant was an expert in technical investigation and also possessed considerable knowledge of medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. Li Rue gave her a meaningful glance. She understood immediately, walking over to the sophisticated instruments and meticulously examining the operational parameters and medication records of each device. Li Rue's gaze, however, remained fixed on Qin Zhenghua in the hospital bed. He scrutinized every detail of Qin Zhenghua. His complexion, his breathing, the back of his hand with the 4-needle. Everything appeared so real. An hour later, the female assistant walked back to Li Rue's side and shook her head gently. "Team leader, all equipment is functioning normally. The medication administration meets the emergency treatment standards for acute myocardial infarction. No issues detected." A wave of irritation washed over Li Rue. He felt like he'd thrown a heavy punch into cotton powerful, yet with nowhere to land. The other side's preparations were flawless. Either Qin Zhenghua had genuinely been on the brink of death, or the other party had employed some sophisticated method he couldn't yet discern, orchestrating this entire scenario. Whichever possibility held true, it meant his plan to extract information from Qin Zhenghua had utterly failed. Li Rue cast one final glance at Qin Zhenghua lying on the bed. He knew there was no point in staying any longer. He turned and walked toward the ward exit. "Colonel Li," Dr. Wang Bin called after him from behind, "for the patient's safety, I recommend refraining from any form of visitation or questioning in the near future." Li Rue's footsteps faltered. He did not turn back. "Take care of your patient." He left those words hanging in the air, then walked out of the ward with his assistant, leaving the hospital behind. Back in the car, Li Rue remained silent. The first clash he had lost. He had lost cleanly and decisively. But the fighting spirit within him was ignited completely. The vehicle cruised smoothly along the road back to the military district headquarters. "Team leader, what's our next move?" the male assistant asked. Li Rue slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. Gazing into the night ahead, his voice was icy. "People may not talk, but paper does. Back to headquarters. I want to review the files. Not a single word can be missing." Chapter 69. You may view this file, but you cannot take it. The military off-road vehicle came to a stop in front of the command headquarters building. Li Rue pushed open the door and stepped out. The pre-dawn air carried a hint of chill. He glanced up at the brightly lit building, his eyes showing no trace of fatigue, only resolve. The accompanying aide hurried after him, his demeanor respectful. "Colonel Li, Deputy Commander Wei is still waiting for you in his office." Li Rue offered no reply, merely striding purposefully toward the building. His two aides followed closely behind, their footsteps silent yet carrying an invisible sense of pressure. Returning once more to the first-floor lobby, the atmosphere here was completely different from when they had first arrived. The tense standoff had vanished, replaced by an unspoken, heavy silence. Wei Guofeng stood by the elevator entrance, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Spotting Li Rui, a meaningful smile spread across his face. "Colonel Li, you've worked hard. How's the situation at the hospital?" Li Rui's expression remained as cold as ever. "General Wei, I believe we needn't discuss the health of a patient any further." He stopped in front of Wei Guofeng, his gaze fixed directly on the other man. "I need to see the complete case files for this operation. Every single word, every single document." Wei Guofeng nodded, seemingly unfazed by Li Rui's reaction. "Of course." He gestured invitingly and stepped into the elevator first. "The files are ready." The elevator ascended smoothly. In the confined space, only the faint hum of the elevator's operation could be heard. Li Rui could feel Wei Guofeng's gaze fixed on him. He did not look away, but met the scrutiny with composure. It was a silent contest. The elevator stopped one floor below the top level. The doors opened onto a long corridor. The corridor lights were white, casting a somewhat glaring glow. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door requiring both a passcode and iris verification. Two armed guards stood like statues flanking the door. Wei Guofeng stepped forward, deftly entering the code before placing his eye against the scanner. The metal door emitted a low mechanical hum as it slid slowly open to one side. Beyond the door lay a vast archive room. The air was cold, carrying the musty scent of aged paper and machinery humming in the background. Row upon row of tall metal filing cabinets stood in orderly alignment. Wei Guofeng led Li Rui through several rows of cabinets to the center of the room. Here stood a massive metal conference table. On the table sat a single manila file folder. In bold red letters, two striking characters were printed on the envelope. "Top secret." Wei Guofeng slid the file folder toward Li Rui. "Colonel Li, this is the complete file you requested." His tone was flat. "From the planning of the operation, to its execution, to the entire chain of evidence, it's all in there." Li Rui reached out to take the file. But Wei Guofeng's hand gently pressed down on the file. Li Rui's gaze shifted to Wei Guofeng's hand, then slowly lifted to meet his eyes. He understood. According to confidentiality regulations, Wei Guofeng spoke slowly, the classification level of this file dictates that it cannot leave this archive room. You may review it here, take notes, but you cannot photocopy it, photograph it, or remove it under any circumstances. His words were clear, each syllable like an invisible shackle. It was cooperation, yet also a restriction. He obeyed the order and handed over the file. Yet through these regulations, he kept Li Rui's investigation firmly within his own line of sight. Li Rui looked at Wei Guofeng, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. He withdrew his hand. "Good." He uttered only one word. Then, he gestured to the two assistants behind him. "Get to work." The three pulled out chairs and sat down at the long table. Li Rui personally opened the file folder, carefully extracting each document one by one. His female assistant opened her laptop, preparing to record and analyze the data. His male assistant was tasked with verifying every signature and seal on the documents. Wei Guofeng remained nearby, standing quietly and watching. The archive room fell into complete silence. Only the rustling of papers and the steady click-clack of keyboard keys could be heard. Li Rui read quickly but meticulously. The contents of the case file were indeed as Wei Guofeng had described, extremely detailed. They detailed how Qin Zhenghua had used the Qin group as cover to collude with the overseas mercenary organization Blood Eagle in arms smuggling operations over the past decade. Bank statements clearly traced his money laundering routes. Wiretap recordings captured his conversations with Blood Eagle leaders planning transactions. There were even detailed confessions from several defected peripheral members of Blood Eagle. Witness testimony, physical evidence, and documentary proof formed a complete closed loop. All the evidence was sufficient to send Qin Zhenghua to a military tribunal and sentence him to death. On the surface, it was a case file that could be called flawless. The Jiangcheng Military District's operation was a precise, efficient, and lawful strike against criminal activity. Yet Li Rui's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Doubt gnawed at his heart. Because this case file was too perfect. So perfect, it seemed like a script written in advance. He handed a document to his male assistant beside him. "Look here." The assistant took the document, his gaze landing on the spot Li Rui had indicated. It was an operational contingency plan. Within it, a code name was mentioned. Operation Nightingale. The male assistant murmured the name softly. "Team leader, this plan was drafted 1 week before Qin Zhenghua orchestrated the kidnapping of Li Tiancheng." Li Rui nodded. In other words, the military already knew his target and intervened beforehand, before Qin Zhenghua made his move. His female assistant also paused her work and looked up. "Team leader, I've also identified an issue. The case file contains extremely vague descriptions regarding the identity of the kidnapped businessman, the so-called protected subject Li Tiancheng. All references to him use only the code name Nightingale. His background, why he became a protection target, and how the military established contact with him. All critical details are missing. Li Rui's gaze swept slowly across the documents spread out on the table. His mind worked like a precision computer, piecing together every clue. A flawless case of incriminating evidence nailing Qin Jinghua. A Nightingale project that foresaw the impending danger. An ordinary businessman whose identity remained shrouded in mystery, yet who enjoyed high-level military protection. All clues pointed to a deliberately concealed core. This core was the true essence of the incident. And this seemingly flawless dossier was merely a gilded cloak designed to conceal that truth. Li Rui leaned back in his chair, silent for a long while. He knew that arguing over the details of the case file with Wei Guofeng here would yield nothing. If the other side dared to present it, they had undoubtedly made thorough preparations. He must find a new breakthrough. A breakthrough that lay outside this very file. His gaze fell once more upon the name Li Tiancheng. This puppet thrust into the spotlight, the very epicenter of the storm. Li Rui slowly sat up straight. He looked at his two assistants, his voice low but exceptionally clear. Organize and archive all criminal evidence against Qin Zhenggui in these files. He paused briefly before issuing a new order in a tone that brooked no argument. At the same time, utilize every authority and channel at our disposal. Find me one person. This Li Tiancheng, I want every single detail about him, from birth to the present. Scour every last bit of information. Chapter 70, dig up everything on this Li Tiancheng. In the archives room, the air seemed to freeze. Li Rui's voice echoed clearly in the silent space. His command caused Wei Guofeng, standing nearby, to flicker his eyes imperceptibly. But it was only for an instant. Wei Guofeng's face remained as calm and unruffled as ever, as if Li Rui's decision had been entirely within his expectations. Li Rui did not look at Wei Guofeng again. His attention had already shifted from this perfect dossier to a new battlefield. His male assistant, Major Zhang Yuan, immediately grasped the team leader's intent. Without a word, he closed the file before him and opened his specially encrypted military laptop. The laptop booted up, revealing not the familiar operating system interface, but a simple, blinking cursor in a text box. Zhang Yuan's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. A series of complex commands and authorization codes were entered. Lines of code streamed across his screen. He was connecting to a dedicated data channel belonging to the military's joint investigation team, isolated from the conventional network. Through this channel, he could access multiple core databases at the national level. Household registration, finance, transportation, communications. If Li Tiancheng had ever lived in this country, he would inevitably have left traces. Zhang Yuan's mission was to piece together these scattered traces from the vast sea of data, fragment by fragment, until they formed a complete portrait of a person. Meanwhile, Major Lin Wei, Li Rui's female assistant, continued her work. Instead of investigating Li Tiancheng, she poured all her energy into analyzing Project Nightingale. She extracted every passage in the files that mentioned this codename. Then, she began conducting logical and linguistic analyses. She scrutinized every word choice and sentence structure. To her, the descriptions of the Nightingale project were written with excessive standardization and rigor. So meticulously crafted that they didn't resemble an emergency contingency plan, but rather a carefully composed report prepared after the fact to satisfy scrutiny. It lacked the inherent uncertainties, multiple contingency plans, and traces of last-minute revisions that would inevitably be present in a genuine operational plan. It was too clean, too unreal. Li Rui did not disturb them. He simply sat quietly, picking up one of Qin Zhenggua's incriminating documents again and flipping through it casually. But his peripheral vision remained fixed on Wei Guofeng's reactions. He wanted to see what kind of slip-up this cunning old general would reveal when his line of inquiry deviated from the preset path. Yet Wei Guofeng disappointed him. Wei Guofeng stood there quietly, like a patient observer, neither urging nor interfering. His composure alone served as a formidable deterrent. Time ticked by, second by second. The atmosphere in the archives grew subtly tense. It was a silent game of wits. Li Rui waiting for his assistant to find a breakthrough. Wei Guofeng was also waiting for Li Rui to realize that this path was equally unviable. Finally, Li Rui set down the documents in his hands. He stood up. This movement shattered the silence in the room. Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei immediately stopped what they were doing and looked up at him. Wei Guofeng's gaze also turned toward him. General Wei, Li Rui's voice was calm, we've gained a general understanding of the contents of the case files. Very detailed. Very comprehensive. That's all for today. A smile appeared on Wei Guofeng's face. Of course. Colonel Li, should you require anything further, feel free to return at any time. The archives are open to the investigation team around the clock. Li Rui nodded, saying nothing more. Accompanied by his two assistants, he turned and walked toward the exit of the archives room. As they stepped through the heavy metal door back into the brightly lit corridor, all three of them simultaneously exhaled in silent relief. The pressure Wei Guofeng had brought into that archive room was very real. They returned to the temporary office assigned to them at the military district guest house. The office furnishings were sparse. The moment the door closed, Zhang Yuan spoke up. Team leader, I've initiated the highest level cross-referenced query. The data volume is substantial, so it will take some time. Lin Wei opened her own work notebook. Team, I can confirm that the section of the case file regarding Operation Nightingale has been rewritten. The writing style differs markedly from the rest of the file. Li Rui walked to the window, gazing out at the deep night. The Jiangcheng military district camp lay quiet and orderly. But he knew that beneath this calm surface, a massive undercurrent was churning. They gave us a perfect story. Li Rui spoke slowly, as if to himself, yet also to his assistants. A story about Qin Zhenghua getting what he deserved. This narrative is backed by irrefutable evidence and logical consistency more than sufficient to withstand any scrutiny from higher-ups. He turned to face his two trusted lieutenants. They want us to focus all our energy on verifying the authenticity of this story. As long as we follow this path, the conclusion we reach will inevitably be the one they desire. But, his tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening, they made a mistake. To make this story perfect, they introduced a character who shouldn't have been there. Li Tancheng. This character is like a loose thread accidentally left exposed on this otherwise flawless garment. Li Rui walked to the edge of the desk, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface. They think we'll only notice how splendid this cloak is, and not see the loose thread. And what we must do now is grab hold of that thread and pull it out with all our might. Once we pull it, the entire garment will tear apart. His words made Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei's eyes light up. They understood the team leader's strategy. Just then, Zhang Yuan's computer emitted a faint beep. Team leader. A hint of uncontrollable excitement tinged Zhang Yuan's voice. We have results. Li Rui and Lin Wei immediately gathered around. The screen displayed a financial analysis report. The report's core finding was contained in a single line. Upon investigation, all personal debts under Li Tancheng's name, totaling 3,740,000 yuan, were settled in full by an anonymous overseas fund 1 week prior to the Qin Family incident. Zhang Yuan pointed to another line of data on the screen. I attempted to trace the source of this funds, but all leads vanished completely after entering a shell company based in the Cayman Islands. This account is like a ghost. Li Rui's gaze fixed intently on the screen. A cold smile finally touched the corners of his mouth. Ghost? Very well. Then let's see what this ghost is hiding behind the scenes. He knew he had found the thread. The real investigation was only just beginning. Chapter 71, the more he discovered, the more questions arose. The office was brightly lit. A palpable tension hung in the air, thick with concentration. Li Rui's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, was fixed intently on the computer screen before Zhang Yuan. That single line of records concerning anonymous overseas funds struck like lightning, piercing through layers of fog and instantly revealing a possibility to him. Confirmation filled his heart. Confirmation that his earlier judgment had been correct. This Li Tancheng was undoubtedly the key to the entire affair. Continue. Li Rui's voice was low and devoid of emotion. Zhang Yuan nodded, his fingers tapping on the keyboard as he pulled up another file. It was a life history report on Li Tancheng, automatically generated by the system from all publicly available information it had scraped. Li Tancheng, 38 years old, a native of Jiangcheng. Zhang Yuan began his report, his tone steady as if reading from a dry document. Education, graduated from a local third-tier university with a degree in marketing. After graduation, he had 7 entrepreneurial ventures. First venture, launched an advertising agency, operated for 6 months before closing. Second venture, joined a chain bubble tea franchise. Operated for 1 year before selling at a loss. Third venture, partnered with others in e-commerce, only to have all funds embezzled by my partner. Zhang Yuan recited each point one by one. Li Tancheng's first half of life was a history book filled with nothing but the word failure. He was just one of countless ordinary people in Jiangcheng who aspired to rise above their circumstances, only to be repeatedly knocked down by reality. His social connections were sparse, no influential relatives, no noteworthy background. Before the Qin family's downfall, he was a complete failure, struggling at the bottom of society. His last business venture failed 6 months ago. Zhang Yuan paused, scrolling with his mouse. Since then, he has no employment history. He holds 3 credit cards and 2 online loans, all in default status. He has been flagged as a priority collection target by banks and lending platforms. Zhang Yuan finished his report and looked up at Li Rui. The office fell silent. Lin Wei's eyes held confusion. How could someone so ordinary, even destitute, become a protected target of the military's Nightingale project? It made no logical sense whatsoever. Li Rui remained silent. He simply walked back to his desk, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip. He took a sip. The water was cold. His heart, too, was cold. He spoke slowly, breaking the silence. Zhang Yuan, where's the Tianqi investment file? Right here, team leader. Zhang Yuan immediately switched the screen. The screen displayed Tianqi Investment's business registration information. Tianqi Investment was registered 10 days before the Qin Family incident. Registered capital, 10 billion. Legal representative, Li Tiancheng. The company's equity structure is remarkably simple. Li Tiancheng personally holds 99% of the shares, while the other shareholder, whose identity remains unknown, holds 1%. Zhang Yuan's finger tapped another section of the screen. This is the flowchart of Qin Group's assets after judicial auction. All core assets including the headquarters building, the plot in West City, and all subsidiaries ultimately point to this entity. Tianqi Investment. Li Rui stared at the relationship diagram on the screen. The name Li Tiancheng seemed like a black hole, sucking in everything that had once belonged to the Qin family. A bankrupt failure, hounded by banks for unpaid debts. Li Rui's voice sounded as if it were squeezed through an ice crack. Overnight, he cleared every debt, then transformed into the absolute controlling shareholder of a company with a registered capital of 10 billion yuan, seizing control of a commercial empire once worth tens of billions. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over his two assistants. Do you think that's possible? No one answered. Because the answer was self-evident. Just then, Lin Wei, who had remained silent, spoke up. Team leader, I've made a discovery too. She turned her laptop toward Li Rui. I compared the linguistic style and formatting of every document in the case files. I discovered that the pages detailing the Nightingale project contain subtle yet systematic differences from all other documents in word choice, punctuation usage, and even paragraph spacing. She pushed her glasses up her nose, her eyes gleaming with rationality. These discrepancies suggest these pages were likely not written by the same person or even the same group of people. Moreover, she emphasized, as I mentioned earlier, this contingency plan is too polished. It reads more like a summary report, a script designed to make every procedure appear perfectly logical and justified. Lin Wei's words clicked into place in Li Rui's mind like the final piece of a puzzle. Li Tiancheng's bizarre rise. The military's preemptive intervention. An action plan that reads like a script. All the clues, at this moment, connected. A blurred outline began to form before Li Rui's eyes. A mysterious force lurking behind Wei Guofeng in the Jiangcheng military district, a power far more formidable, capable of laying plans in advance and conjuring gods out of thin air. It was this force that had chosen Li Tiancheng as its puppet. It was this force that orchestrated the fatal blow against the Qin family. It was this force that orchestrated the entire storm, transforming the Jiangcheng military district into yet another piece of its grand design. Wei Guofeng was not the one pulling the strings. He, too, is merely a pawn placed in plain sight, a pawn of immense strategic weight. Their goal is not merely to bring down Qin Zhenghua. Li Rui said slowly. They're using this incident to reshuffle the entire power structure in Jiangcheng. And the arrival of our investigation team may well have been part of their calculations. They need us to provide authoritative, official endorsement from the capital for the outcome of this reshuffle. His analysis sent a chill down the spines of both Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei. If this were true, then the adversary they faced would be truly terrifying. A true tyrant capable of manipulating everyone like puppets. The atmosphere in the office grew heavier than ever before. They had believed themselves to be hunters seeking to uncover the truth. Now it seemed they might merely be insignificant pawns on someone else's chessboard. After a long silence, Zhang Yuan finally managed to speak. Team leader, should we continue the investigation? His voice carried a hint of uncertainty. When the opponent's level had likely surpassed their capabilities, every action demanded the utmost caution. Yet Li Rui's eyes showed no sign of retreat. The word give up simply didn't exist in his vocabulary. The more formidable and enigmatic the adversary, the more it ignited the fierce determination in his very bones. Investigate. He spat out the single word with unwavering resolve. We represent the discipline and rules of the military. Within those rules, I fear nothing. His gaze returned to the photograph of Li Tiancheng on the screen. The man in the photo was plain-looking, his eyes even carrying a hint of timidity. Since all the data points to him, we'll start with him. I intend to meet this chosen one personally. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A soft knock sounded on the office door from outside. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks echoed through the quiet room, sounding particularly jarring. Li Rui, Zhang Yuan, and Lin Wei immediately grew alert. Zhang Yuan discreetly reached for his waist. Who's there? Li Rui demanded in a low voice. An unfamiliar voice came from outside the door. Reporting to Colonel Li, a gentleman claiming to be a member of the Jiangcheng Municipal People's Political Consultative Conference is at the guesthouse front desk, specifically requesting to see you. He claims to possess critical intelligence regarding Qin Zhenghua's interest group and wishes to voluntarily disclose it to the investigation team. Chapter 72. The mantis stalking the cicada, unbeknownst to the sparrow behind, and the hunter. The air in the office instantly grew tense. A CPPCC member? Voluntarily confess? At this critical juncture, the sudden appearance of someone with such a background triggered a flurry of possibilities in Li Rui's mind. A trap? Or a genuine breakthrough? Zhang Yuan's hand had already gripped the pistol holster at his waist. His body leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed sharply on the doorway. Lin Wei swiftly gathered all classified documents on the desk and stored them in her laptop. Li Rui's face showed not a flicker of emotion. His mind was calm. The more unexpected the situation, the more crucial it was to maintain absolute composure. He shook his head slightly at Zhang Yuan, signaling him not to be nervous. Then, he addressed the door with a deep voice. "Let him come up." The guard outside acknowledged the order, and footsteps faded into the distance. "Team leader, could this be Wei Guofeng's doing?" Zhang Yuan lowered his voice, his eyes brimming with caution. "He may have sensed we've shifted our investigation focus. This could be a deliberate decoy to redirect our attention back to the Qin Zhenghua case." Li Rui didn't respond immediately. He walked to the desk and placed the cup he had just drunk from back in its spot. "It's possible." He spoke slowly. "But there's another possibility. When the mighty tree of Qin Zhenghua falls, the monkeys clinging to its branches will naturally panic. There will always be one or two timid ones who want to find a new lifeboat before the ship sinks completely." Li Rui's gaze swept over his two assistants. "Regardless of which possibility it is, we must meet with him. Even if he's bait, I want to see what this bait is made of." His tone was calm, yet radiated formidable confidence. He believed that no matter what tricks the other side played, he had the ability to handle them. A few minutes later, footsteps echoed down the corridor once more. This time, alongside the guard's military boots, came the sound of leather shoes slightly disordered and hesitant. The office door was knocked upon once more. "Come in," Li Rui said. The door swung open. A slightly overweight middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair but an unusually pale complexion entered, led by the guard. He wore an expensive suit, though it now appeared slightly wrinkled. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. His eyes betrayed an unmistakable fear and panic, unable to meet the gaze of anyone in the room. This man was Wang Dekang, a member of the Jiangcheng Municipal Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. He was also a key partner in Qin Zhenghua's business empire. After escorting the man inside, the guard saluted, then turned to close the door and remained stationed outside. The office was now occupied only by Li Rui and his two companions, along with this uninvited guest. Wang Dekang stood awkwardly in the center of the room, unsure where to place his hands. Is that you, Colonel Li?" His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Li Rui said nothing, merely gesturing with his eyes for Wang to take the chair opposite him. Wang Dekang, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly pulled out the chair and sat down cautiously. His movements seemed somewhat clumsy. Li Rui pulled his own chair over and sat down across from him. Only a simple desk separated them. "Commissioner Wang, what brings you here so late at night?" Li Rui's opening line was direct and devoid of any emotional undertone. This interrogation-like tone made Wang Dechan's body involuntarily flinch. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Colonel Li, I've come to make a voluntary confession." Wang Dechan's voice faltered. I did have some business dealings with Qin Zhenghua. But I swear to the organization, I absolutely had no involvement in the illegal activities he carried out. I came here today to tell the investigation team everything I know about him and his interest group." As he spoke, he nervously studied Li Rui's expression. He hoped to discern something from Li Rui's face. But Li Rui's face was like a piece of cold steel, revealing nothing. Li Rui didn't press further, nor did he comment. He simply stared at Wang Dekang in silence. Like a seasoned hunter observing the prey caught in his own trap. The atmosphere in the office grew unbearably oppressive. Every second felt like torture to Wang Dekang. Finally, unable to bear the weight of the silence, his mental defenses began to crumble. "Colonel Li, I'll tell you everything." He spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. He described how Qin Zhenghua leveraged his position as a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference to grease the wheels for Qin Group's projects. He revealed how Qin Zhenghua had engaged in kickback schemes with city officials. He also named several other businessmen deeply involved in Qin Zhenghua's network of influence. The information he provided was exceptionally detailed, including specific dates, locations, and amounts. This information corroborated the evidence against Qin Zhenghua in the case files, and in some aspects, was even more detailed than the files themselves. Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei sat nearby, taking notes rapidly. Li Rui never interrupted him. He simply listened quietly, as if hearing a story that had nothing to do with him. An hour later, Wang Dekang finally stopped, his throat parched from talking. He looked at Li Rui, his eyes filled with pleading. "Colonel Li, this is all I know. I suppose this counts as a meritorious act, right?" Li Rui finally spoke. His voice remained calm. "Commissioner Wang, we will verify the information you've provided. Whether it counts as meritorious service will depend on the final investigation results." His response was non-committal, offering no guarantees. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Dechan's face. But he dared not say more. Li Rui stood up. "That's all for today. Until we contact you, I don't want anyone to know you were here. Do you understand?" Understood. Wang Dekang nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at grain. Li Rui gave Zhang Yuan a nod. Zhang Yuan understood and stepped forward to open the office door. Commissioner Wang, I'll see you out. Wang Dekang felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He quickly stood up and followed Zhang Yuan out of the office at a brisk pace. As the office door closed once more, Lin Wei looked at Li Rui, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Team leader, can we trust what this man said? Most of what he said should be true. Li Rui walked back to the window and gazed out once more. A man consumed by fear wouldn't have the presence of mind to fabricate such elaborate lies. Then, Lin Wei was puzzled. Why didn't you press him further? I feel like he's holding something back. A barely perceptible curve touched the corner of Li Rui's mouth. Because what he said wasn't what I truly wanted to hear. His gaze grew profound. He was merely the appetizer. The real big fish is yet to come. Just then, Zhang Yuan, who had escorted Wang Dekang downstairs, pushed open the door and walked in. A peculiar expression lingered on his face. Team leader. He approached Li Rui and lowered his voice. Downstairs just now, Wang Dekang seemed extremely tense. As he was leaving, he accidentally let slip something. What did he say? Li Rui asked. Zhang Yuan's expression turned slightly peculiar. He said that before the incident, Qin Zhenghua was practically losing his mind. He pulled every string and used every resource he had to find someone. A man he had driven from his home, his own son. Qin Feng. When the name Qin Feng passed through Zhang Yuan's lips, Li Rui's pupils suddenly contracted. It felt like a thunderclap had exploded within his heart. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. And now, it seemed he had finally glimpsed the true hunter lurking behind the sparrow. Chapter 73, a worthless reject abandoned by his clan? I don't buy it. The air in the office seemed to be sucked out in an instant. Qin Feng. The name struck Li Rui's heart like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through his mind. He slowly turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixing on Zhang Yuan. Are you certain he mentioned that name? Zhang Yuan nodded firmly, his expression grave. Absolutely certain, team leader. He was about to get into the car, muttering over and over that Qin Zhenghua must be out of his mind. How could he possibly think his useless son could stir up such a huge storm? I heard it clearly, Qin Feng not. Li Rui's gaze grew profoundly intense. He walked to the desk, his fingers unconsciously tracing the cold surface. Qin Zhenghua. Qin Feng. Both bore the surname Qin. One was the fallen business tycoon in this storm, the former underground king of Jiangchang. The other was the nominal son he had personally cast out of his home. Between these two men lay a connection one deliberately overlooked by everyone, including the perfect dossier provided by Wei Guofeng. In Li Rui's mind, countless clues began to rearrange themselves. Li Tiancheng's bizarre rise resembled a puppet thrust onto the stage. The early deployment of Operation Nightingale resembled a meticulously staged drama. Wang Dechan's late-night visit resembled a messenger driven by fear. And now, the emergence of the name Qin Feng felt like a key that might unlock all the mysteries. A worthless reject abandoned by his family? Li Rui murmured Wang Dechan's assessment of Qin Feng, a cold sneer curling his lips. I don't believe it. His voice was quiet, yet each word carried an unshakable certainty. Who is Qin Zhenghua? A cunning old fox who's been pulling strings in Jiangcheng for decades, ruthless and paranoid to the core. Would such a man, when his family faces utter ruin, pin his hopes on a genuine good-for-nothing? That defies logic. Li Rui lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over his two assistants. There's only one possibility. This Qin Feng is no good for nothing at all. Quite the opposite. The power he possesses may exceed Qin Zhenghua's imagination and even ours. Qin Zhenghua isn't pinning his hopes on him, he's terrified of him. His search for Qin Feng isn't a plea for help, but a quest to confirm whether the enemy who destroyed him is truly the son he raised with his own hands. Li Rui's analysis left both Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei visibly stunned. If the team leader's deduction holds true, the nature of this affair shifts from a targeted strike by external forces against local strongmen to a premeditated act of revenge, a son's vengeance against his father originating from within the family itself. The human nature, intrigue, and betrayal involved here are far more complex than mere commercial rivalry or military operations. Lin Wei. Li Rui issued the order. Immediately shift all investigative resources from Li Tiancheng to this Qin Feng. I want every piece of information on him. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Wei's eyes. Team leader, if he truly is the mastermind behind this, I fear his public records might have been deliberately sanitized, just like Li Tiancheng's. Li Rui nodded. You're right. That's precisely why I don't want the surface-level stuff. I want you to dig deep, like archaeologists. His finger tapped the tabletop emphatically. Check his bank statements. Don't overlook a single transaction, not even those for a few dollars. Check his communication records. Even deleted spam texts, find a way to recover them. Investigate his social connections, classmates, teachers, neighbors from childhood to adulthood. Compile a list of everyone who's ever crossed paths with him. I refuse to believe a man can live for over 20 years without leaving a single trace behind. Even if he erased all electronic data, he couldn't erase everyone's memories. Li Rui's tone carried an unquestionable resolve. I refuse to believe that digging to the depths of the earth won't uncover his true identity. Yes. Lin Wei and Zhang Yuan responded in unison. Their eyes flashed with renewed fighting spirit. The previous investigation had felt like circling in a fog, constantly hindered at every turn. Now, the emergence of Qin Feng's name felt like a beacon of light, guiding them forward. The office once again fell into a tense yet orderly rhythm of work. The rhythmic clatter of keyboards replaced all conversation. Time flew by in their focused efforts. Outside the window, the sky began to glow with the first hint of dawn. A new day was about to dawn. But for Li Ruwei and his team, this sleepless night was far from over. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan, who was deep in data mining, let out a low gasp. Team leader, look at this. Li Ruwei and Lin Wei immediately walked over. On Zhang Yuan's computer screen appeared a deeply recovered transaction record from a deactivated bank card. The records belonged to Qin Feng. Over the past few years, the card's activity had been quite ordinary, mostly routine purchases and small transfers, perfectly consistent with the spending habits of an average college student. But exactly 1 year ago, a massive sum suddenly appeared in the account, a transfer originating from overseas. Shortly after the funds arrived, they were swiftly transferred to dozens of unrelated personal accounts before vanishing without a trace. The entire operation was executed with professional precision and efficiency, a textbook case of money laundering. The source of this money? Li Ruwei's brow furrowed deeply. Zhang Yuan pointed to a code on the screen. I traced the initial remittance path back to its source, a notorious drug trafficking syndicate in the Golden Triangle region. Golden Triangle. Drug cartel. These words instantly turned the air in the office icy cold. If the previous business rivalry and revenge had remained within the bounds of conventional rules, then the moment these words surfaced, the entire affair began sliding toward a different abyss. Li Ruwei's expression grew incredibly grave. He stared at that name, Qin Feng. This useless waste cast aside by his family. Just how many hidden secrets lay concealed behind him? Was he truly the avenging prince, or a demon risen from hell? Chapter 74. Sorry, your permissions are insufficient. The air in the office felt like solidified lead. Golden Triangle. Drug cartel. The sheer impact of these words far surpassed any previous revelations. Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei both found their breathing growing heavy. As military personnel, they harbored an instinctive loathing and vigilance toward these cancerous tumors entrenched beyond the nation's borders. If Qin Feng was truly connected to these forces, he was no longer a simple avenger, he was a potential threat to national security. Li Ruwei's face darkened so profoundly it seemed as though water could drip from it. Rage burned within him. He could accept formidable and cunning opponents, but he could never tolerate anyone potentially linked to drugs or foreign criminal syndicates. As a soldier, this was his absolute bottom line. Keep investigating. Li Ruwei's voice was ground out between clenched teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Dig deep into this lead, leave no stone unturned. Yes, sir. Zhang Yuan dared not delay for a moment, immediately plunging into deeper data analysis. He attempted to trace any lingering connections between Qin Feng and the drug trafficking ring through the faint traces of that transaction. Meanwhile, Lin Wei began keyword searches within the military's internal intelligence database based on this new lead. She wanted to see if the military, particularly the border anti-drug units, held any intelligence related to the name Qin Feng. The office was filled only with the sounds of keyboards and mice. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. Li Ruwei didn't sit down. He stood behind Zhang Yuan's computer, his gaze fixed intently on the constantly scrolling data stream on the screen. His mind raced. He began re-evaluating the entire situation. If Qin Feng was backed by the Golden Triangle drug cartel, then many things suddenly seemed to have a different explanation. Bringing down Qin Zhenghua might not just be about revenge, but also about clearing an obstacle to take over the underground network and smuggling channels Qin Zhenghua had built up over years in Jiangchang. Supporting Li Tiancheng and establishing Tianqi investment might not be a simple business move either, but rather laying the groundwork for future drug money laundering by creating a new, seemingly legitimate front. And how should one interpret the involvement of Wei Guofeng in the Jiangchang military district? Could it be that even a deputy commander of a theater command could be corrupted and manipulated by an overseas drug cartel? Li Ruwei dared not dwell on it further. This conclusion was too shocking to contemplate. If true, then Jiangcheng's problems weren't merely deep, they were rotten to the core. No! Li Ruwei immediately dismissed the thought. He recalled Wei Guofeng's gaze. It was the gaze of a battle-hardened veteran soldier with unwavering conviction. He might resort to certain means to protect his faction and authority, but he would never stoop to colluding with drug traffickers. There must be some crucial link he hadn't considered yet. Just as Li Ruwei was deep in thought, Lin Wei suddenly let out a deeply suppressed gasp. Team leader! Her voice carried unprecedented shock and disbelief. Li Ruwei and Zhang Yuan immediately turned to look. They saw Lin Wei staring blankly at her computer screen, her face even paler than Wang Decheng's had been moments before. Her fingers were even trembling slightly. What's wrong? Li Ruwei hurried over. His gaze fell upon Lin Wei's screen. At a single glance, his pupils contracted to their absolute limit in an instant. The screen displayed neither complex code nor vast amounts of data. Only a bright red, constantly flashing warning window. Centered within it was a line of bold, black song-style text. Warning, you are attempting to access top-secret files. Your action has been logged. Your access privileges are insufficient. Cease investigation immediately. These words struck Li Rui's heart like an invisible sledgehammer. His breath caught for a moment. As the head of the joint investigation team within the military headquarters, his clearance level was already exceptionally high. Within the entire military system, the files that could trigger this warning were few and far between. And without exception, these files all pointed to the nation's most core, most classified domains. For instance, cutting-edge weapons currently under development. For instance, top-tier spies embedded within the enemy nation's high command. For example, ghost units executing top-secret missions whose designations couldn't even be found on maps. Yet now, he merely sought to access the file of a young man named Qin Feng, potentially linked to a drug trafficking syndicate. The system, however, delivered a response that was nothing short of terrifying. What did this mean? It meant that Qin Feng's true identity was not that of a worthless outcast abandoned by his family, nor was he a criminal colluding with drug traffickers. His identity was a state secret protected at the highest level. A secret so profound that even an imperial envoy of his rank held no authority to touch it. The office fell deathly silent. Zhang Yuan also saw that warning window. His mouth fell open, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Wei slowly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Li Rui, filled with bewilderment and shock. Team leader, this. She couldn't find words to describe her current state of mind. The entire course of events had completely surpassed their comprehension. From the initial disciplinary investigation by the local military district, to family feuds and revenge, then potentially involving an overseas drug trafficking syndicate only to finally crash headlong into a cold, impenetrable wall representing the nation's highest state secrets. Twists and turns, twists and turns. Li Rui slowly straightened his back. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. When he opened them again, all emotion, anger, shock, confusion had vanished. In their place was an unprecedented, solemn calm. He finally understood. He finally understood why Wei Guofeng had been so brazenly confident. He finally understood why the dossier had been so perfect. He finally understood why Li Tancheng had risen like a miracle. Because behind all this, standing tall, was neither a business rival nor some shadowy underworld force. It was the state itself. It was the most mysterious and powerful part of the state apparatus that had personally intervened. And Qin Feng was the hand that this formidable machine had extended into Jiangcheng. As for that money from the Golden Triangle, a possibility flashed through Li Rui's mind. Perhaps it wasn't dirty money at all. It was a trap. A deadly bait personally laid by Qin Feng to lure out the bigger fish lurking behind Qin Zhenghua. Once he grasped this, all the puzzles seemed to fall into place. Li Rui turned and walked back to his seat. He picked up the red, encrypted phone on the desk. His movements were steady, without a trace of hesitation. He knew this matter was no longer something the joint investigation team could handle. He must immediately report everything that had transpired here to his superior, Deputy Minister Zhao Xian of the military department. For the waters of Jiangcheng ran far deeper and clearer than they had ever imagined. Yet behind that clarity lurked a colossal force capable of inspiring awe in anyone. Chapter 75, Deputy Minister Zhao, these waters run deeper than we imagined. The atmosphere in the guesthouse office was heavy. The red encrypted telephone lay silently on the desk, like a sleeping beast. Li Rui's hand rested on the receiver. His fingers were long and slender, with clearly defined knuckles, yet they now bore an imperceptible weight. Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei both held their breath. They knew what it meant when the team leader picked up that phone. It meant that everything that had transpired in Jiangcheng was about to be reported to the highest echelons of the military headquarters. Every judgment made and every word spoken by their joint investigation team here would be recorded on file, directly influencing the capital's final assessment of the entire incident. Li Rui didn't dial immediately. In his mind, he rapidly reviewed every clue and inference once more. From their arrival in Jiangcheng, Wei Guofeng's flawless execution, to Qin Zhengua's bizarre critical illness. From Li Tancheng's suspicious rise to power to Wang Dechang's late-night denunciation. Then there was that massive sum from the Golden Triangle, and finally, that cold, impenetrable wall of authority. All the fragments ultimately pointed to that mysterious young man codenamed Qin Feng. And to the colossal force behind him, embodying the will of the state. After confirming his reasoning with no loose ends, Li Rui finally picked up the receiver. His fingers pressed steadily on the dial pad, dialing the number he knew by heart. A few muffled tones, processed through an encrypted line, echoed through the phone. Each one felt like a hammer blow to the heart. After a dozen seconds, the call connected. A steady, authoritative voice came through the receiver. "This is Zhao Xian. No unnecessary pleasantries, only the most direct identification." This was the voice of Zhao Xian, the deputy minister of the military department. Li Rui's hand gripping the receiver tightened instinctively. Reporting to Deputy Minister Zhao, this is Li Rui. His voice was steady and clear. The investigation team in Jiangcheng has encountered some new developments. Zhao Xian on the other end fell silent for a moment. He could detect the unusual gravity in the tone of his most trusted subordinate. Speak. Zhao Xian uttered only one word. Yes. Li Rui took a deep breath and began his report. He skipped the minor details and went straight to the core. Reporting to the deputy minister, based on our preliminary investigation, we can essentially conclude that the Jiangcheng military district acted within legal procedures during this operation. The evidence is solid, and there is no issue of abuse of authority. This opening statement caught Zhao Xian on the other end of the line slightly off guard. He had sent Li Rui to uncover problems. Yet Li Rui's first words served to vouch for Wei Guofeng and his team. Without pausing, Li Rui continued. However, during the investigation, we discovered that behind the entire incident, there may be a secret operation authorized directly by higher-ups that we were previously unaware of. His words caused Zhao Xian's brow to furrow. Higher levels? What do you mean? A code name, or rather, a name. Li Rui's voice grew even lower. Qin Feng. He delivered the name clearly over the encrypted line. We have reason to believe this man is the true core of the entire storm. We attempted to investigate his background, but ultimately encountered the highest level of access restriction within the military's internal database. When Li Rui uttered the words highest level access restriction, Zhao Xian on the other end of the line fell into a prolonged silence. Li Rui could hear only the steady, drawn-out breaths of the man on the other end. He knew Zhao Xian was processing the immense shock delivered by this information. Within the military hierarchy, Zhao Xian was already among those standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The fact that even he needed to take this highest-level authorization seriously spoke volumes. A long time passed. Zhao Xian's voice finally broke the silence. This time, his tone carried an unprecedented gravity. Li Rui, are you certain of your assessment? I'm certain. Li Rui's reply came without hesitation. Wei Guofeng isn't the mastermind. He's more like a collaborator or rather, an executor. Everything that unfolded in Jiangcheng from Qinzheng's downfall to the rise of new factions resembles a meticulously calculated and orchestrated surgical operation. A surgical operation targeting local interest groups, personally orchestrated by forces at the highest level of the state. And our investigation team is like observers invited in after the surgery. Our task may not be to scrutinize the surgery itself, but to provide an authoritative, external observation report on its success. Li Rui articulated his final assessment in full. After finishing, he fell silent, waiting quietly for instructions from his superiors. Silence fell again on the other end of the line. This time, the silence stretched longer. Li Rui could almost picture Zhao Xian standing before the massive map in that heavily guarded office on the western outskirts of the capital, his gaze fixed intently on the words Jiangcheng, his brow furrowed. Finally, Zhao Xian spoke. Li Rui. Yes. You and your team are to immediately cease all investigations into the name Qin Feng. Zhao Xian's command was decisive and left no room for question. Yes. Your next task is to return to the original objective. Verify all incriminating evidence against the Qin criminal syndicate and compile a detailed report. Ensure all evidence will hold up in future judicial proceedings. Understood? Understood. Li Rui answered decisively. Good. Zhao Xian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This matter ends here. The waters in Jiangcheng run far deeper than we imagined. Some things are better left untouched, things we shouldn't know. It was both a warning and a form of protection. Li Rui understood perfectly. Yes, Deputy Minister, I understand. Zhao Xian seemed ready to hang up, but at the last moment, as if suddenly remembering something, he added one more sentence. Li Rui. Yes. Your analysis just now was brilliant. But from now on, forget it. With that, Zhao Xian hung up. The receiver emitted a steady beep. Li Rui slowly placed the receiver back on its cradle. He leaned back in his chair, feeling physically drained. This intense mental battle, lasting several hours, had left him profoundly exhausted. Yet at the same time, a sense of relief washed over him, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. The truth had finally surfaced. Though they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. It was enough. Team leader. Lin Wei and Zhang Yuan looked at him, their eyes brimming with questions. Li Rui lifted his head and met their gaze. A rare, relaxed expression flickered across his face. Our mission just got a lot easier. He stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. The eastern horizon was already tinged with the first light of dawn. Golden sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds. A new day had begun. From this moment on, forget Qin Feng. And forget Li Tiancheng. Li Rui's voice was calm yet resolute. We will focus solely on the Qin case. We will make this case ironclad. That is the sole purpose of our coming to Jiangcheng. Chapter 76, Mom, you better not make that call. The Qin family villa was deathly quiet. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright patches across the floor. Tiny specks of dust danced slowly in the beams of light. Once meticulously maintained by professional staff, the place had been spotless, filled with the scent of incense and flowers. Now, the lilies in the vase had withered, emitting a stench of decay. A visible layer of dust had gathered along the edges of the expensive Persian rug. Li Shulan sat on the living room sofa. She wore a Chanel loungewear set, but the fabric was creased and stained at the collar. Her hair was unkempt, hanging loosely around her face, with strands of gray-white hair standing out starkly. Her face bore no expression, neither sorrow nor anger, but a numbness born of prolonged waiting. Outside the villa, 2 security guards in black stood at the entrance. They neither entered nor spoke, yet their very presence served as an invisible declaration. This was a cage. Li Shulan's gaze shifted from the window to a potted ficus in the corner. This plant had been air-freighted at great expense, once the crowning touch of the living room. Now, all its leaves had turned yellow and curled, lifeless. As Li Shulan stared at the dead plant, her heart withered alongside it. Yet beneath this withering lay a stubborn refusal to accept defeat. She refused to believe that the circle she had spent her entire life cultivating would cast her aside so easily. She was convinced that if she could just get the message out, there must still be a way. Qin Zhenggua's connections might be gone, but the networks behind them remained. This thought reignited hope within her. Her gaze sharpened as she waited for an opening. 3 o'clock in the afternoon marked the security shift change at the entrance. There would be a 5-minute window when the new guard took over, temporarily diverting their attention away from the villa's main entrance. This was her only chance. Time ticked by, second by second. Li Shulan's heart began to race. She saw the 2 security guards at the entrance receive instructions and turned to walk toward the gate. Now! Li Shulan rose from the sofa, her movements stiff but swift. She hurried over to the dead ficus plant, crouching down. Her hands dug into the hardened soil, feeling along the inner rim of the pot. Her fingernails filled with dirt. Soon, she felt a cold object. She dug it out. It was a small object wrapped in a waterproof plastic bag. She tore open the plastic bag to reveal a tiny mobile phone inside. A Nokia 8800 Gold Edition. She had hidden it years ago, specifically for private calls with a few core sisters. She never imagined this phone would become her last lifeline. She walked to the far end of the living room and hid behind the thick curtains, a spot hidden from surveillance. Her fingers trembled slightly with nervousness as she pressed the power button. The screen lit up, its faint glow illuminating her pale face. The battery had only 1 bar left. It would have to suffice. Several names flashed through her mind before she settled on Zhang Man. Mrs. Zhang, the wife of another real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng, had been her closest sister for the past 20 years. Li Shulan felt she was the safest choice. Relying on memory, she dialed a number she knew by heart on the keyboard. Then she pressed the phone to her ear. The waiting tone echoed through the receiver. Each tone felt like a hammer blow to her nerves. Just as she was about to give up, the call connected. Hello? Who is this? A lazy, familiar female voice answered, tinged with irritation at the interruption. It was Zhang Man's voice. Li Shulan's heart leapt into her throat. She cleared her parched throat. Sister Man, it's me, Shulan. Her voice carried a humility and pleading she hadn't even noticed herself. Silence fell on the other end of the line. A silence that stretched on for over 10 seconds. Li Shulan could hear the steady breathing on the other end, along with the faint clatter of mahjong tiles in the background. Oh, Shulan. Zhang Man's voice came back, tinged with exaggerated surprise. Oh my goodness, is it really you? I thought someone must have dialed the wrong number. Are you okay? I heard something happened to your family? Li Shulan's heart sank. This polite yet distant tone felt unfamiliar to her. But she had no other choice. Sister Man, I'll make this quick. I'm trapped at home and can't leave. Zhenghua has been taken away. Tiana is crippled. Your husband has connections in the city, right? Could you ask around about what's going on? She spoke in one breath, draining every ounce of strength from her body. On the other end, Zhang Man fell silent again. This time, Li Shulan heard suppressed laughter. Then, Zhang Man's voice grew loud, deliberately loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Hey, girls, come listen. It's Li Shulan from the Qin family calling. Li Shulan's mind buzzed. She heard a burst of commotion through the receiver. What? She has the nerve to call? Isn't she under house arrest? How did she get through? Quick, ask her if she's running out of money for food. I can lend her $200 to buy a few boxes of instant noodles, ha ha ha. A shrill female voice rang out Mrs. Wang's. Shulan, I hear your Hermes bags and Cartier jewelry are all going up for auction? Oh dear, what a shame. I was thinking of bidding on that Heart of the Ocean necklace you loved so much when it comes up. Another voice chimed in with a tone of schadenfreude. Exactly. Didn't she always boast that her son Qin Tian was a dragon among men? How did he end up as a crippled dog now? Come to think of it, it's that second son of the Qin family who's got real talent. Qin Feng, I hear? Now that's a true dragon. With one move, he wiped out their entire family. You tell me, didn't Li Shulan have blinders on? Mistaking a dragon for a worm and a worm for a treasure. Every word, every sentence, cut deep into Li Shulan's heart. These were the sisters she once knew best. They had once fawned over her, flattered her, envied her. Now, they reveled in the pleasure of trampling her underfoot with the most venomous words. Li Shulan's body trembled. Her face had drained of all color. This was the most profound humiliation she had ever experienced in her life. Hello? Shulan? Are you still there? Jiang Man's voice came through again, laced with feigned concern. Don't blame us sisters for speaking plainly. We're just worried about you. Look at your family now, we're helpless. Old Jiang said the Qin family's case has been officially labeled by higher-ups. Anyone involved will suffer. We're not about to jump into a fire pit. How about this? Just stay put for now. Once the dust settles, we'll come visit you. Okay? Alright, enough chatter. It's my turn to draw a tile. Oh dear, what's going on? The signal's suddenly terrible. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you anymore. Beep. The call was disconnected. All that remained in the receiver was the cold, persistent dial tone. Li Shulan remained frozen in the position of holding the phone, not moving an inch. Her mind went blank. The mocking laughter and whispers still echoed in her ears. What sisterly bond? What connections? It was all fake. When she stood at the top, everyone gathered around her. When she fell into the abyss, everyone pushed her down and spat on her. This is the so-called high society she spent her entire life cultivating. A colossal joke. Slowly, she lowered her arms. The golden Nokia phone slipped from her limp hand. Clunk. The phone hit the hard marble floor, its back cover and battery popping out as the screen went completely dark. Her life, too, had been extinguished. She stared blankly at the wreckage on the floor, tears streaming down her face without warning. It wasn't sadness, nor was it regret. It was the hollow emptiness of being utterly abandoned by the world. She had lost. She had lost everything, utterly and completely. Qin Tian, who had been silently curled up in the corner of another sofa, slowly lifted his head. He looked at his mother, her spirit utterly broken, and at the shattered phone on the floor. His eyes held no sympathy, only a numb, mocking gaze. He opened his mouth, and from his hoarse throat, a few words squeezed out. Mom, I told you so. You'd be better off not making that call. Chapter 77, all those years, did we misread something? Qin Tian's words pierced Li Shulan's eardrums. She didn't respond, nor could she. She simply sat on the cold floor, her body leaning against the sofa leg. The villa was so quiet she could hear her own heart beating weakly in her chest. Time stood still. She didn't know the security guards outside had already changed shifts. Her world now consisted only of this empty, deathly quiet living room. Her phone lay shattered on the floor. The golden casing, black keypad, and battery lay scattered across the polished marble floor, utterly shattered. That had been her last hope. Now, that hope was shattered too. Her mind went blank. The taunts and humiliation had faded away, leaving behind not anger or sorrow, but a barren numbness. She felt neither cold nor pain. After an unknown amount of time, an image suddenly appeared in her mind. It was in the garden of the Qin family's ancestral home, with Qin Feng around 10 years old. Qin Zhenghua had just splurged on a remote-controlled race car as a birthday gift for Qin Tian. The car was exquisitely crafted, its red metallic paint gleaming. Qin Tian cherished it, clutching it tightly, refusing to let go. But Qin Feng stood nearby, watching. His gaze wasn't the envy of a child seeing a toy, but rather a look of study. That evening, Qin Tian came running in tears to complain that Qin Feng had broken his car. Li Shulan and Qin Zhenghua stormed into Qin Feng's room. The expensive race car lay completely dismantled, its parts scattered across the floor. Qin Zhenghua exploded in anger. He kicked the parts into a heap, pointed at Qin Feng's nose, and berated him as a good-for-nothing, a destructive maniac who could only envy his older brother. Li Shulan joined in, accusing him of being spiteful and unable to tolerate his brother having anything good. Qin Feng stood there silently, neither crying nor defending himself. He just stared at the scattered parts and murmured softly. Its steering shaft design is flawed. It can't go fast. I wanted to help him modify it. Qin Zhenghua grew even angrier, convinced it was an excuse, and slapped him again. That night, Qin Feng was punished by being denied dinner. Alone in his room, he silently gathered all the parts away. The next day, Li Shulan instructed the maid to throw away that pile of junk. Now, over 20 years later, this long-forgotten scene suddenly became crystal clear. She recalled that Qin Zhenghua later bought Qin Tian an even more expensive remote-controlled car. But Qin Tian played with that car for less than a week before it crashed into a wall, snapping the steering axle for real. At the time, they all thought it was just a coincidence. But looking back now, was it really just a coincidence? Could a 10-year-old child have spotted a design flaw in a precision model? A peculiar pang of pain stirred in Li Shulan's heart. Another image surfaced. It was several years later, after they had moved into this villa. Qin Feng was about 16 or 17, quiet and withdrawn, spending his days holed up in his attic room tinkering with something. To flaunt his status, Qin Zhenghua had spent over $1,000,000 installing a top-tier smart security system. The system featured infrared sensors and round-the-clock surveillance, touted as flawless. Qin Zhenghua was quite proud of it, repeatedly showing it off to guests during home gatherings. That day, Qin Feng happened to come downstairs for a drink. He glanced at the control panel on the wall, its red dots flashing, then stopped in his tracks. Turning to Qin Zhenghua, he said, "Dad, this system has a backdoor. Its data transmission protocol uses an open commercial standard with insufficient encryption. Plus, there's a 30-second monitoring gap between the camera on the southwest wall and the garage's infrared sensor. If someone exploits this time gap to enter from outside, the system won't trigger an alarm." At that moment, the living room was filled with guests. Qin Zhenghua felt his face burning with embarrassment and immediately rebuked Qin Feng for talking nonsense. The security company's project manager, who was present, smiled and explained that this was proprietary technology guaranteed to be absolutely secure, adding that children didn't understand such matters and shouldn't speak recklessly. The guests all laughed along. Li Shulan also thought Qin Feng was just trying to show off, so she gave him a cold look and told him to go back to his room. Qin Feng glanced at her, then at Qin Zhenghua, said nothing, and turned to go upstairs. That incident was left behind. But Li Shulan's breath caught. She remembered. One night about half a year later, thieves really did break into the house. Though it was just a petty thief who stole some food and liquor, everyone was stunned when they reviewed the surveillance footage the next day. The thief had climbed over the southwest corner wall. At the exact moment of entry, the surveillance feed showed a 30-second signal interruption. The security company's final explanation was that it was a equipment malfunction, a pure accident. They paid compensation and upgraded the system free of charge. At the time, everyone accepted this explanation, and no one mentioned Qin Feng's earlier warning. Li Shulan's hand unconsciously tightened around the sofa leg, a chill creeping up her spine. Doubt. For the first time, she doubted her own judgment and that of her husband over the past 20-plus years. Then a third image surfaced, overwhelming her completely. It was when Qin Tian had just started college, young and impetuous, getting into trouble outside. He'd raced cars and lost a huge sum of money to the son of another prominent family in Jiangcheng. The other party seized his car and demanded 5 million yuan within 3 days, threatening to break his legs otherwise. Terrified, Qin Tian rushed home to seek help from Qin Zhenghua. Qin Zhenghua flew into a rage, cursing Qin Tian as a troublemaker, and prepared to pull strings to resolve the situation. Li Shulan was also frantic, scrambling to use her own connections to investigate the other party's background. The entire Qin household descended into chaos over this incident. That evening, Qin Feng was also at home. He listened to the entire story without showing much emotion. Only when Qin Zhenghua was about to make a call did he suddenly speak up. "Dad, you shouldn't get involved in this." Qin Zhenghua, still fuming, yelled at him to get lost. Qin Feng didn't move. He just looked at Qin Tian and asked a few questions. What was the other person's name? What was the license plate number? Where did he usually hang out? Qin Tian, completely flustered, answered them all. Then, Qin Feng took his old phone and walked out to the balcony. Li Shulan recalled faintly hearing Qin Feng on the phone. He was using words she couldn't understand, some kind of code. Target confirmed, clear the perimeter, results within 3 hours. She found it utterly baffling, thinking the boy must be mentally unstable. But the next morning, a miracle happened. The spoiled rich kid who had threatened to break Qin Tian's legs actually drove his car back to the Qin family's doorstep himself. He arrived bearing lavish gifts, bowing respectfully as he apologized to Qin Zhenghua and Qin Tian. He admitted he hadn't recognized the Qin family's stature and had wronged them. He renounced his claim to the money, begging only for their magnanimity to let him off the hook. At that moment, Qin Zhenghua and Li Shulan were both stunned. They assumed their reputation, or the connections they were prepared to leverage, had gotten out ahead of time and intimidated the other party. Qin Zhenghua felt quite smug about it, patting Qin Tian on the shoulder and lecturing him that this was the power of family influence. From start to finish, no one connected this incident to Qin Feng, who had made that strange phone call on the balcony. He became a shadow in the household, overlooked by everyone. At this moment, these three seemingly unrelated fragments of memory snapped together in Li Shulan's mind. A terrifying outline, one that overturned all her perceptions, slowly emerged. It turned out that what they had looked down upon was the gift of insight into the essence of things. It turned out that what they had mocked was the vigilance that foresaw danger. It turned out that what they ignored was the power to effortlessly resolve calamities. They had always believed Qin Feng to be an incompetent waste. Li Shulan recalled the icy glare Qin Feng had given her when he left home on their wedding day. She recalled the scene at the military base where General Wei Guofeng saluted him. She recalled him standing in the center of the living room, with every soldier bowing before him. That was no useless fool, it was an existence beyond their comprehension. He was a true dragon. A true dragon they had raised with their own hands, only to push him into opposition with their own hands. And they Qin Zhenghua, Qin Tian, and himself. How utterly foolish and laughable they appeared before him. Li Shulan's body began to shake violently. Not from cold, nor from regret, but from fear. A terror seeping from the very marrow of her bones. She finally understood the Qin family's downfall was neither an accident nor a trap set by others. It was a meticulously planned, precise, and ruthless revenge orchestrated by Qin Feng. How much power had this man regarded as a disgrace by his clan and a failure by his parents secretly amassed? And how deep was his hatred? She dared not think it through. She felt that she and Qin Zhenghua were the most foolish and laughable parents in the world. They had brought this day upon themselves. Just then. Ding dong. The villa's doorbell suddenly rang. The unexpected sound rang out piercingly in the deathly quiet living room. Li Shulan and Qin Tian jerked their heads up, staring toward the entrance in terror. Who could it be? Chapter 78, sorry, I'm not here to help you. The doorbell continued to ring. Slow and steady, ringing every 5 seconds like a precise metronome, it hammered at the fragile nerves of the mother and son inside the villa. Li Shulan gripped the sofa as she rose from the floor. Her legs felt weak. Qin Tian straightened up from the corner of the sofa, his gaze fixed warily on the front door, eyes brimming with caution and unease. Who was at the door? Qin Feng's men? Or government officials? What were they here for? To deliver worse news, or? A wild thought began to take root in Li Shulan's mind. Could it be Qin Zhenghua had pulled some strings and sent someone to rescue them? The moment this thought took root, it felt like a drowning person clutching a lifeline, reigniting a faint spark of hope in her once deadened heart. She smoothed her disheveled hair and wrinkled clothes, took a deep breath, and walked toward the gate. Qin Tian followed behind her. Through the peephole, Li Shulan saw 3 figures standing outside. At the front was Li Tiancheng. The same Li Tiancheng who had once bowed and scraped before her, afraid to even breathe loudly. Now he stood there in a crisp suit, his hair combed immaculately, wearing a formulaic smile, looking every inch the victor. Behind Li Tiancheng stood 2 tall security guards, both dressed in black suits. Beside Li Tiancheng stood an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The man was around 50, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a black briefcase. He had a steady demeanor and sharp eyes. Upon seeing Li Tiancheng, the faint spark of hope that had just begun to flicker in Li Shulan's heart went out with a puff. It was them. She hesitated for a moment before opening the door. Mrs. Qin, Mr. Qin, good afternoon. Li Tiancheng gave a slight bow, his tone polite, yet his eyes held no trace of respect. Li Shulan said nothing, merely stepping aside to let them in. Qin Tian glared at Li Tiancheng as if fire might burst from his eyes. His fists clenched so tightly his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. Allow me to make the introductions. Ignoring Qin Tian's hostility, Li Tiancheng stepped aside and gestured toward the middle-aged man beside him. This is Attorney Zhou, the legal counsel hired by Tianqi Investment. He's here today to discuss some legal documents regarding the liquidation of the Qin family's assets with you too. A lawyer? Li Shulan and Qin Tian exchanged a glance. Attorney Zhou stepped into the living room, his gaze darting around the room. When his eyes fell upon the pile of shattered phone remains on the carpet, they lingered not a moment. He walked to the sofa, placed his briefcase on the coffee table, then gestured for Li Shulan and Qin Tian to sit. Li Shulan and Qin Tian complied. Li Tiancheng, accompanied by the 2 security guards, stood behind them like overseers. Mrs. Qin, Mr. Qin. Attorney Zhou opened his briefcase, pulled out a thick stack of documents, and placed them on the coffee table. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. I imagine what concerns you most at this moment is the situation regarding Mr. Qin Zhenghua and the future prospects of the Qin family. Li Shulan leaned forward, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Qin Tian also perked up his ears. Attorney Zhou adjusted his glasses. Before we discuss the documents, I believe it's necessary to first explain to both of you the most accurate legal situation the Qin family currently faces. First, regarding Mr. Qin Zhenghua. The charges he currently faces include, but are not limited to, illegally hiring foreign armed personnel, plotting terrorist attacks, large-scale tax evasion, malicious manipulation of financial markets, commercial bribery, money laundering, and so on. Each of these is a felony. With each charge Attorney Zhou uttered, Li Shulan's face paled further. By the time he finished the last one, her face had drained completely of color. Based on our legal team's assessment of the existing evidence, Attorney Zhou continued, if all these charges are proven, Mr. Qin Zhenghua's final sentence will most likely be life imprisonment without parole, permanent deprivation of political rights, and confiscation of all personal assets. Boom! It felt like something exploded inside Li Shulan's mind. Life imprisonment. She had only ever heard that term on television. She never imagined it would be associated with her husband. Qin Tian staggered slightly, leaning back against the sofa. Secondly, regarding the Qin family's assets. Attorney Zhou's voice continued, emotionless as a machine. According to the joint audit conducted by banking, tax, and judicial authorities, the Qin Group's current total assets amount to approximately 23 billion yuan. However, the group's total liabilities including bank loans, supplier debts, back taxes owed, and substantial penalties exceed 30 billion yuan. In other words, the Qin family is now insolvent. The net debt stands at 700 million. 700 million. Li Shulan felt as if her ears were deceiving her. The once proud 100 billion yuan business empire she had boasted about had not only vanished overnight but also left behind such an astronomical debt. Therefore, Attorney Zhou turned to them, his gaze sharp. Please abandon all unrealistic illusions. No one will come to save you, and the Qin family will never rise again. The only thing you need to consider now is how to face the life ahead. Qin Tian could no longer contain himself. What exactly are you trying to say? He roared, his eyes bloodshot. Attorney Zhou ignored his outburst. He slid a document across the coffee table toward Li Shulan. My purpose in coming today is simple. This is an asset liquidation authorization and debt settlement agreement. The terms are as follows: Mrs. Qin and Mr. Qin, as direct relatives of Qin Zhenghua and joint holders of certain assets, voluntarily authorize our legal team to cooperate with the court in bundling and auctioning all remaining assets of the Qin family. Proceeds from the auction will be prioritized toward repaying bank loans and employee wages. Regarding the remaining portion, we can pursue legal avenues to negotiate settlements with tax authorities and suppliers on your behalf, maximizing deductions against penalties and outstanding debts. Li Shulan stared blankly at the document. The dense legal clauses were incomprehensible to her. What if we refuse to sign? Qin Tian asked through gritted teeth. A faint, icy curve appeared at the corner of Attorney Zhou's mouth. Refusal is an option. The court will initiate compulsory enforcement proceedings. At that point, the assets will still be auctioned off, but because it's involuntary liquidation, the auction price will be driven even lower. After repaying the bank and employees from the auction proceeds, the remaining funds will fall far short of covering the massive tax evasion penalties. Legally, this debt will fall upon you, as direct relatives, to bear indefinitely. In other words, Attorney Zhou said, looking at them and speaking slowly. Not only will you lose everything, but you'll also be saddled with hundreds of millions in debt, a burden you won't be able to repay until the day you die. But by signing this agreement, he tapped the document lightly with his finger. We can guarantee that after liquidating all assets, the debt issue can be essentially cleared. Moreover, we can even reserve a small portion living expenses from some unfrozen private accounts belonging to Mrs. Qin. So you won't end up on the streets. These words poured over Li Shulan and Qin Tian like a bucket of ice water, drenching them from head to toe. Every word carried a bone-chilling coldness. This was not negotiation. It was charity. Using their own money to give them charity. And they were expected to be grateful. Ah! Qin Tian let out a beastly roar. He sprang up from the sofa like a mad bull and lunged at Attorney Zhou. I'll kill you. His sanity snapped completely at that moment. Yet before he could even touch the hem of Attorney Zhou's robe, the two security guards standing behind him moved. Their movements were lightning fast. One grabbed Qin Tian's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, while the other drove his knee into Qin Tian's lower back. Thud! Qin Tian's entire body slammed heavily onto the coffee table. His face pressed against the contract. The glass coffee table groaned under the weight. Let me go. You bastards. Let me go. Qin Tian struggled frantically, snarling. But the arms of the two security guards held him like iron clamps, leaving him utterly immobilized. Li Shulan screamed in terror. Throughout the entire scene, Attorney Zhou didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely watched quietly as Qin Tian's face contorted with rage and humiliation. He pulled a Montblanc pen from his suit pocket, removed the cap, and placed it beside Qin Tian's pinned-down hand. Mr. Qin, consider it. His voice remained eerily calm. I'm sorry, I'm not here to help you. I'm only here to deliver a result. Chapter 79, this report will determine the fate of many. Jiangcheng Military Region Guest House. In a room temporarily repurposed as an office, lights blazed brightly. The air was thick with the aroma of strong coffee and the scent of printer toner. Li Rui stood by the window, gazing out at the deepening night. In his hand, he held a cup of coffee that had long since grown cold. Since arriving in Jiangcheng, his average daily sleep had not exceeded 4 hours. Yet his mind remained unusually alert. Inside the room, his two capable assistants, Zhang Yuan and Lin Wei, were putting the finishing touches on their work. Zhang Yuan sat at the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he entered the final verified data into the reporting system. Lin Wei stood beside a large printer as freshly printed documents, still warm from the machine, slowly emerged. She carefully organized these documents, sorting them into different categories and placing them into individual manila file folders. The only sounds in the room were the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard and the steady hum of the printer. Tense, yet orderly. After receiving the latest instructions from Deputy Minister Zhao in Beijing, the nature of Li Rui's joint investigation team's work underwent a subtle shift. Their mission had shifted from identifying problems to preparing summaries. Wei Guofeng's side demonstrated unprecedented cooperation. Evidence, case files, and witness statements flowed like a river, continuously arriving on the investigation team's desks. Each piece of material was meticulously organized. The chain of evidence was complete and clear, logically sound, with virtually no procedural flaws to be found. Li Rui understood perfectly well. This perfect case file could not possibly have been hastily compiled by the Jiangcheng military district in just a few days. Behind it, an invisible hand must have been at work long before, meticulously arranging every fragment into its most fitting place, then presenting it to him at the most opportune moment. He knew exactly whose hand it was. Night Owl. That legendary code name. He chose not to expose it. This was beyond his jurisdiction and exceeded the authority granted to him by Vice Minister Zhao. His task now was to play the role of an authoritative observer. Using his own identity and that of the Joint Investigation Team, he would provide an impeccable, external, official observation report for this operation that had already concluded. He turned and walked back to his desk. "How's it going?" he asked. Zhang Yuan paused his work and rubbed his sore eyes. Reporting to the team leader, all data has been entered and matches perfectly with the paper files provided by General Wei. All critical evidence including Qin Jinghua's financial transactions with the overseas Blood Eagle mercenary group, the Qin Group's internal slush funds, and cross-corroborating testimony from key witnesses has undergone over 3 rounds of verification. We found no logical inconsistencies. Lin Wei approached as well, sealing the final file folder. Reporting to the team leader, all paper documents have been organized and archived. There are a total of 372 files, comprising 1,245 pages. Everything is here. Li Rui nodded. He picked up a draft report from the desk and reviewed it once more. This report had been personally drafted by him. Its wording was exceptionally skillful. It first affirmed the legitimacy and necessity of the Jiangcheng military district's decisive action upon receiving the urgent intelligence. It then detailed the immense damage inflicted by Qin Zhenghua and his business interest group on the economic ecosystem of Jiangcheng and the entire region over the past decade. The report characterized Qin Zhenghua's crimes as organized, premeditated, and gang-like criminal activities that seriously endangered national economic security. The Jiangcheng military district's operation, meanwhile, was described as a precision surgical strike executed with tacit approval from military high command aimed at eradicating local economic tumors and safeguarding market order and national security. The codename Night Owl did not appear in this report. Even the original codenamed Nightingale project was obscured. As for the enigmatic Qin Feng, not a single word was mentioned. Everything was framed as a model operation where the military and local government worked together to crack down on serious economic crimes. Very good. Li Rui set down the draft, a weary yet satisfied expression crossing his face. Print the final report and send it immediately to the capital via the highest-level encrypted channel for submission to Vice Minister Zhao. Yes, sir. Zhang Yuan immediately began the task. Additionally, Li Rui turned to Lin Wei, prepare a copy. Remove all overly sensitive military operation details, retaining only the sections concerning Qin Jinghua's criminal activities. First thing tomorrow morning, I will personally deliver it to the principal leadership of the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee. Lin Wei paused, taken aback. Team leader, we're a military investigation team. By regulation, our findings only need to be reported to the military headquarters. Is it really necessary to brief the local government? Li Rui shook his head. His gaze grew intense. No, it is necessary. This report will be sent to the capital to Deputy Minister Zhao to provide an explanation to the military headquarters. And this copy, sent to the Jiangcheng Municipal Committee, will set the tone for the future power structure in Jiangcheng. Lin Wei and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances, both looking somewhat puzzled. Li Rui offered no further explanation. He knew what this report signified. It was not merely Qin Zhenghua's verdict. When this report personally drafted by the Joint Investigation Team dispatched from the capital landed on the desks of Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee leaders, it became an official endorsement. It was equivalent to telling everyone in Jiangcheng. The downfall of the Qin family was just, lawful, and backed by higher-level forces. All individuals and matters connected to the Qin family must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with. And those new forces that rose amid this storm to replace the Qins such as Tianqi Investment, or that Li Tiancheng their existence was also legitimate, tacitly approved. Anyone daring to challenge this new order must first weigh whether they possess the capability to confront the national will embodied behind this report. This is a verdict. It is also a pass. It would provide the most authoritative basis for the upcoming major reshuffle in Jiangcheng. Li Rui understood that this might be what the Night Owl truly intended for him to accomplish. To use official procedures to draw a perfect conclusion to his actions. The printer began humming again. Li Rui walked to the window and lit another cigarette. He gazed out the window. The eastern horizon was beginning to glow with a faint, pale light. A new day was about to begin. From this day forward, the skies over Jiangcheng would change forever. He took a drag and slowly exhaled the smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, the name marked top secret in the files surfaced once more in his mind. Qin Feng. Who exactly was this young man? What terrifying power did he wield? Li Rui dared not dwell on it further. He knew only that he and his investigation team had been swept into a chess game far grander and more complex than they could have imagined. And they were merely insignificant pawns on the chessboard. Team leader, the encrypted report has been successfully transmitted. Zhang Yuan's voice came through. Li Rui stubbed out his cigarette butt. Good. Pack up and get ready. Our mission won't be over once dawn breaks. Chapter 80, an auction, the last straw that broke the camel's back. The liquidation process of the Qin family's assets proceeded faster than anyone could have imagined. 3 days after Attorney Zhou departed with the agreement, a special online judicial auction went live on the official website of the local court in Jiangcheng. There was no grand publicity, no media coverage. This auction circulated quietly only among a select few insiders' phones. Yet its level of attention reached unprecedented heights. Because what was up for auction was everything belonging to the Qin family. In that two-bedroom apartment barely 60 square meters in size, an old 14-inch laptop sat on the dining table in the living room. On its screen played the live feed of the auction. No stirring music, no eloquent auctioneer. Only a cold, scrolling page. One by one, items that once belonged to the Qin family were displayed in the form of photos and text. Below each item were the starting bid and a constantly updating bid history. Li Shulan and Qin Tian sat before this computer. Before Attorney Zhou left, he suggested they watch the auction. He said it was to help them gain a clearer understanding of their situation. Li Shulan stared at the screen expressionless. Her gaze was vacant. Qin Tian leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, a numb, self-mocking sneer on his face. The first item appeared. It was Qin Zhengguo's favorite Patek Philippe watch, the 5002p model, an astronomical tourbillon. He had spent over 10 million yuan to acquire it years ago, often wearing it to important events as a symbol of his status. Starting bid on the screen, 1 million. The price began to rise. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. Finally, the price settled at 3 million. It was purchased by an anonymous ID. Less than a third of the market price. Qin Tian's lips twitched. Next up was Qin Tian's own red Ferrari LaFerrari. A globally limited edition model he had gone to extraordinary lengths to acquire it years ago, spending nearly 30 million. Starting bid, 3 million. The price on the screen fluctuated rapidly. Finally, it sold for 8 million. Qin Tian recognized the buyer's ID. It belonged to a nouveau riche from Jiangcheng who had made his fortune through live streaming. Whenever they crossed paths before, the man would bow and scrape, addressing him as Brother Tian. Now, he had snatched away Qin Tian's most cherished sports car with an insultingly low bid. Qin Tian closed his eyes. He didn't want to watch anymore. But Li Shulan kept watching. Like a masochistic prisoner, she forced herself to witness everything she once owned being cheaply divided up. She saw her limited edition Hermes Himalaya crocodile skin platinum bag being snapped up for 500,000 yuan by an internet celebrity she had once looked down upon. She remembered that same celebrity once waiting 3 hours at a party entrance just to get a photo with her. She watched her collection of Chi Baishers shrimp amusement be bought by a coal business tycoon for a price that wouldn't even cover the framing costs. One. Another. Each sale felt like a slow torture of her dignity. Finally, the grand finale lot appeared. It was the Qin family villa, situated in a prime location in Jiangcheng. Spanning 3 acres, it featured a private garden and swimming pool, with renovations alone costing tens of millions. Starting bid, 20 million. A ridiculously low price. In Jiangcheng, for a property of this size in this location, the market value would be at least 100 million yuan. The bidding began to rise slowly. 25 million. 30 million. 35 million. Only a handful of people were bidding. Everyone knew this house was now a hot potato. Whoever dared to take it on would be openly challenging the mysterious force that had brought down the Qin family. Just as everyone assumed the villa might go unsold, a new ID suddenly appeared. The ID's name was simple. Apocalypse. The moment this ID appeared, it placed a bid. 50 million. The entire room fell silent. No one else bid. Minutes later, the countdown ended. Sold. 2 cold red characters flashed on the screen. The villa that held all the glory and memories of the Qin family was acquired by Tianqi Investment at less than half the market price. A flawless, legal land grab, a mere transfer from one hand to another. Qin Tian stared at those 2 characters on the screen and suddenly let out a low chuckle. As he laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. Public execution. This was the true meaning of a public execution. The auction continued. The final item was brought out for display. It was a jadeite necklace. In the photograph, the jade glowed with an imperial green hue, rich, translucent, and exceptionally clear. This was the gift Qin Zhenggua had given Li Shulan on their wedding anniversary. Sourced from the finest old mines in Burma, he had paid a hefty sum to have it crafted by Hong Kong's most skilled artisans, naming it Heart of the Ocean. It was Li Shulan's most treasured piece of jewelry. She had worn it to countless high society events, drawing countless envious and jealous glances. It stands as the ultimate symbol of her status as the matriarch of the Qin family. Starting bid, 300,000. Li Shulan's body trembled violently. Her pupils instantly contracted. She stared fixedly at the screen. The price began to rise. 350,000. 40,000. Unlike the previous lots, there seemed to be fewer bidders for this necklace. The price climbed slowly, finally settling at 800,000. No further bids were placed. Just as the countdown was about to end, an ID suddenly placed a bid. 880,000. Seeing that ID's name, Li Shulan's breath caught in her throat. The ID's name was Sister Man. Jiang Man. The very sister who had led the mockery and humiliation over the phone. She was actually at this auction too. What was she up to? Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Sold. Red text flashed across the screen once more. The live feed switched. Before the camera appeared a woman dressed in luxurious attire. It was Jiang Man. She appeared to be in a luxurious private room, flanked by several other women dressed to the nines, the very same ladies group who had mocked Li Shulan over the phone that day. Jiang Man held a phone in her hand, having clearly just placed a bid. She flashed a triumphant, radiant smile at the camera. She took a velvet box from someone nearby and opened it. Inside lay a jadeite necklace identical to the one in the photograph on the screen. Evidently, the auction hadn't even concluded yet, and the item had already been delivered to her. She fastened the heart of the ocean around her own neck. Then she stepped in front of the camera, deliberately straightening her posture to showcase the jewels that had once belonged to Li Shulan. Oh my, doesn't this necklace look far better on me than it did on certain people? Her smile bloomed like a flower as she addressed the camera, as if speaking directly to Li Shulan's face. 880,000 yuan, what a bargain. Consider it buying a toy. The women behind her burst into exaggerated laughter. Sis man, you're just too amazing. Now, someone's going to be furious at home. Ha, serves them right. The live stream ended here. The screen went black. The room fell into complete silence. Ah! A piercing, inhuman scream shattered the silence. Li Shulan leapt from her chair, her eyes wide and bloodshot. She swung her arm wildly, sending the laptop on the desk crashing to the floor. The laptop hit the floor with a loud thud, its screen shattering instantly. Liars! All of you are liars! Bitches! UINGES! She screamed and cursed wildly. Like a rabid beast, she rampaged through the cramped living room, overturning chairs and tearing at her own hair. In that moment, her mind completely shattered. Qin Tian watched her numbly. He didn't reach out to pull her back, nor did he try to reason with her. He simply watched his mother, whose dignity had been utterly crushed, transform into a true, pitiable madwoman. Time seemed to stand still. Li Shulan's shrieks gradually faded into sobs. She collapsed to the floor, curling into a ball like an abandoned infant. Her consciousness was fading. Before she slipped into unconsciousness, she seemed to hear that lawyer's cold voice again. This, he said, is the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Chapter 81, Xin Zhenghua, you are merely the first domino. Jiangcheng Military District, Basement Level 3. This was the most heavily guarded area in the entire military district. Thick reinforced concrete walls could withstand direct hits from conventional missiles. A cold, damp odor hung in the air. Every 5 meters along the corridor, a fully armed sentry stood watch. Their eyes were as sharp as hawks, vigilantly scanning for the slightest disturbance. At the far end of this corridor lies a special detention cell. The room wasn't large, only about 10 square meters. There were no windows, only a single energy-saving bulb that glowed with a harsh, pale light 24 hours a day. The walls were made of a special sponge-like material that absorbed all sound. Inside, besides a fixed bed and a stainless steel toilet, there was only a desk welded to the floor and a chair. Xin Zhenghua sat in that chair. He wore a gray prison uniform, numbered 0713. Heavy shackles encircled his wrists and ankles. Short, thick chains connected the shackles to the desk and chair, forcing him to maintain a fixed sitting position. The once powerful Qin Zhenghua, who had ruled over Jiangcheng with an iron fist, whose every move sent shockwaves through the business world, now resembled a tiger stripped of its teeth and claws, trapped within this cramped cage. His hair had turned noticeably grayer, his beard was unkempt, and his sunken eyes made him appear at least a decade older than his actual age. Yet he sat ramrod straight. His eyes still held a flicker of unyielding fire. He refused to believe he could lose so utterly. Over the past few days, different interrogators had taken turns entering, all asking about the Blood Eagle mercenary group and Li Tiancheng. He remained silent. He was waiting. He was waiting for his overseas network of connections, for his domestic protectors, to begin exerting their influence. He refused to believe that the vast, covert empire of interests he had spent 30 years building would crumble to dust because of some young upstart's revenge. He believed this was only temporary. As long as he held firm, as long as he remained silent, those on the outside would surely find a way to pull him out. Creak! The heavy iron door of the guardroom swung open from the outside. Qin Zhenghua looked up. He expected to see those young interrogators again. But this time, the person who walked in caught him off guard. It was that lawyer surnamed Zhou. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses, who looked refined and scholarly, yet possessed an unusually cold demeanor. Behind attorney Zhou, there were no military personnel. He walked in alone, carrying his black briefcase. The iron door closed slowly behind him with a dull thud. Mr. Zhou placed his briefcase on the table, pulled out the chair opposite Qin Zhenghua, and sat down. He did not look at Qin Zhenghua, instead opening his briefcase and taking out a stack of documents and a tablet computer. Throughout the entire process, his movements were deliberate and graceful, as if he were not in a heavily guarded military detention center, but in his own law office. Qin Zhenghua watched him coldly. "This isn't a place you should be," his voice rasped, like two pieces of sandpaper grinding together. Attorney Zhou lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and a faint smile touched his lips. "Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here today to interrogate you on behalf of anyone. I'm simply here as a legal advisor to have a conversation with you. To discuss your current reality." Qin Zhenghua snorted coldly and turned his head away. Attorney Zhou paid no mind to his attitude. He opened his tablet, the screen lit up, and then he turned the device toward Qin Zhenghua. "Before we talk, I'd like to show Mr. Qin a few things." A video played on the screen. The footage was slightly shaky, as if filmed from a boat. The scene showed a tropical seaport. A man in a floral shirt and sunglasses was directing several henchmen as they loaded wooden crates from a cargo ship onto a speedboat. When Qin Zhenghua saw the man's face, his pupils suddenly contracted. Ruan Wenxiong. A mid-level armed leader in the Golden Triangle region, he was also one of Qin Zhenghua's most crucial overseas partners over the years. A significant portion of the high-purity goods in his hands flowed into the country through Qin Zhenghua's channels. How could he? Qin Zhenghua gasped. "He's been arrested." Attorney Zhou's voice remained calm. Just 3 days ago, local anti-drug forces, in collaboration with Interpol, raided his hideout. They caught him red-handed. Reportedly, Mr. Ruan cooperated fully. To seek leniency, he disclosed everything he knew, including the complete list of all his downstream buyers over the years. "Mr. Qin, your name is at the very top of that list." Qin Zhenghua's face instantly drained of color. This couldn't be. Ruan Wenxiong had always operated with extreme secrecy. Only his most trusted confidants knew the location of his hideout. How could they have been wiped out in one fell swoop? Attorney Zhou seemed to read his mind. His fingers slid across the screen, switching to the second photo. It was an overseas bank account statement. The account holder was listed as Peter Chen. This was Qin Zhenghua's secret Swiss bank account, his last-ditch escape route. Inside lay nearly $200 million in illicit funds he'd funneled overseas over the years. And now, this statement clearly showed. Just yesterday, all funds in this account had been permanently frozen by the Swiss Federal Bank on suspicion of funding international terrorist activities. Thud. Qin Zhenghua felt as though his heart had been violently clenched and hurled into an ice cave. This can't be. How did they trace this account? This account had been established through multiple layers of complex offshore companies and trust funds. Theoretically, it was absolutely secure and impossible to trace. "Nothing is impossible, Mr. Qin." Attorney Zhou's voice sounded like a ghost. "When your adversaries wield power capable of disrupting the international financial order." He swiped the screen again. This time, a photograph appeared on the screen. A middle-aged man in a dark suit, his hair combed back with meticulous precision. At the sight of this man, Qin Zhenghua's body began to shake violently. His lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped him. This man was neither a businessman nor a gangster. He was a high-ranking official within one of the capital's core ministries. He was also Qin Zhenghua's most powerful and covert protector within the country. For years, Qin Zhenghua had been able to run rampant in Jiangcheng with utter impunity, largely because this man stood behind him, backing him up. "Deputy Minister Wang," Attorney Zhou murmured softly. This morning, he was taken away for investigation by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection on suspicion of serious disciplinary violations and illegal activities. It said the breakthrough came from a large sum of unaccounted-for bribe money originating in Jiangcheng. "Mr. Qin, you should know better than I who sent that money, shouldn't you?" Qin Zhenghua's body went completely limp. He leaned against the cold chair back, his eyes unfocused, gasping for breath. It's over. Everything was over. His overseas financial network had been severed. His protective umbrella within the country had collapsed. The network of connections he'd spent half his life building, his pride and joy, had been torn to shreds overnight. Only then did he understand. Their target was never just him, never just the Qin family. Who the hell are you? Qin Zhenghua forced the words out with every ounce of strength left in him. Attorney Zhou looked at him, finally letting his formulaic smile slip away. His gaze grew deep and piercing. "Mr. Qin, haven't you seen it yet? Your downfall was never the end. You and the crimes you committed were merely a starting point from the very beginning. A breakthrough to pry open the entire Jiangcheng corruption network and those above it." Attorney Zhou rose to his feet, towering over him. "The state machine seeks to excise the cancer within its own body. But before surgery, it always requires a precise entry point. And you, Qin Zhenghua, were chosen as that optimal entry point. Your so-called network of connections, those protective umbrellas, they are utterly powerless against the will of the state. They, like you, are merely pawns on this grand chessboard destined to be cleared away. Attorney Joe gathered the documents and laptop back into his briefcase. He walked to the door, his hand resting on the doorknob. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. Your case will be brought to trial very soon. And you won't be alone in the dock, many of your old friends will be standing trial alongside you. The higher-ups have instructed us that they hope you will cooperate fully. The more you disclose, the more people you implicate. As the key witness in this entire case, you might still secure a shred of leniency for yourself, your good-for-nothing son, and your mentally unstable wife enough to prevent their complete ruin. After Attorney Joe finished speaking, he pulled open the iron gate. He turned back for one last look at Qin Zhenghua. Think it over carefully, Mr. Qin. You were never the one pulling the strings. You're merely the first domino to be toppled. The door closed. The room fell silent once more. Qin Zhenghua slumped motionless in his chair. The light in his eyes had completely vanished. He finally understood. He had lost. Defeated by the son he had always looked down upon. No. He hadn't lost to Qin Feng. He had lost to the colossal and terrifying force behind Qin Feng, one he didn't even have the right to look up to. State apparatus. Chapter 82. This is not a trial, merely a notification. On the day Qin Zhenghua's trial commenced, the weather in Jiangcheng was splendid. The sun shone brightly, the sky a rare azure blue. Yet this trial was conducted in secret, within a military court closed to the public. No reporters, no public gallery, not even the defendant's family was permitted entry. The citizens of Jiangcheng knew nothing of this trial, one that could reshape the city's landscape. Only days later did they catch sight of a brief official announcement tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the local evening paper. The headline read, "Our city successfully dismantles major economic crime syndicate." The carefully worded statement declared that under the unified deployment of relevant authorities, the criminal syndicate led by Qin Zhenghua, former chairman of the Qin Group, had been completely dismantled. It described the case as involving enormous sums of money and being of an extremely heinous nature, adding that the principal offender, Qin Momo, had been lawfully sentenced to a heavy punishment. The notice made no mention of military involvement, no reference to foreign forces, and certainly did not mention the name Qin Feng. Everything was concealed under the guise of a routine anti-gang and anti-crime special operation. The wind passed without a trace. Yet inside the closed-door courtroom, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. The courtroom was small, its decor solemn. Qin Zhenghua was escorted through a side door by two court officers. He wore the gray prison uniform, the chains on his hands and feet clanking with each step. This was the first time in his life he stood in the dock. He lifted his head and scanned the room. Presiding over the bench were three stern-faced judges in military uniforms. The jury box was occupied by several officers of considerable rank. Everything here radiated the cold, imposing authority of the military. His gaze swept across the dock. Then he froze. He was not alone in the dock. Beside him sat a row of others clad in identical prison uniforms. Every single face was familiar to him. The former president of Jiangcheng City Commercial Bank, Lu the Fat. Once, to curry favor with Qin Zhenghua, he had illegally approved loans worth hundreds of millions. Now, he hung his head, his obese body trembling slightly. Zhang, the former deputy director of Jiangcheng City's Bureau of Land and Resources. Once, Qin Zhenghua used him to acquire several prime plots of land at ridiculously low prices. Now, his face was ashen, his eyes vacant. Then there was the chairman of the Wang Group, the president of the Li Group. One by one, these old friends who had once been his brothers in arms in Jiangcheng's business circles, colluding and dividing spoils, were now bound together with him as lambs awaiting slaughter. He even spotted several men in police uniforms. Among them stood none other than Zhang Jingde, deputy director of the municipal bureau. The very man who had tipped him off over the phone, only to betray him in the end. Zhang Jingde saw him too. Their eyes locked. Zhang Jingde's eyes were filled with venom and regret. Yet not a shred of satisfaction stirred within Qin Zhenghua's heart. Only boundless sorrow remained. He understood. Attorney Joe had been right. This was a reckoning. A thorough reckoning targeting the entire old interest group in Jiangcheng. And he was merely the first sacrificial lamb to be slaughtered. All rise. At the bailiff's resounding command, everyone rose to their feet. The presiding judge, the first-class judge seated at the center, began reading the opening statement. The entire trial proceeded with unusual speed. The prosecutor, also a military uniformed official. He read aloud the lengthy indictment, spanning dozens of pages, his voice resonant and his logic clear. He presented evidence, one case after another, one item after another. From the Qin Group's internal slush funds to records of bribes paid to officials. From stock manipulation transaction records to wiretapped communications with overseas smuggling syndicates. The evidence was overwhelming, irrefutable proof. Each time a new piece of evidence was presented, a suppressed stir and desperate groans would rise from the defendant's bench. When it came to the defendant's statement and the lawyer's defense, the situation became even more one-sided. Qin Zhenghua had not hired a lawyer. Or rather, after his arrest, no lawyer in Jiangcheng dared to take his case. He remained silent throughout the proceedings. He knew that any defense would seem feeble and laughable in the face of the ironclad evidence gathered by the state apparatus itself. Meanwhile, his so-called old friends staged a spectacular dogfight. In their quest for leniency, they tore into each other, exposing one another's crimes. They heaped every crime they knew and even those they didn't onto each other's shoulders. The ugliest, most despicable aspects of human nature were laid bare in all their gruesome detail within the solemn courtroom. Qin Zhengguo watched it all unfold with a cold gaze. He observed those who had once fawned over him and called him brother, now reduced to hysterical, grotesque antics in their desperate attempts to save themselves. He felt this was even more ironic than sentencing him to death outright. The entire trial lasted only one morning. The court adjourned at noon. In the afternoon, the proceedings moved directly to the final sentencing phase. When Qin Zhengguo was escorted back into the courtroom, he knew everything would be settled once and for all. The presiding judge picked up the thick verdict document. His voice, amplified through the microphone, echoed throughout every corner of the courtroom. Defendant Qin Zhengguo, found guilty of organizing and leading a triad-like organization, is sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. And for smuggling, trafficking, transporting, and manufacturing narcotics, he is sentenced to life imprisonment with deprivation of political rights for life. For the crime of money laundering, he is sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. For the crime of attempted intentional homicide, sentenced to 8 years imprisonment. For the crime of bribery. For the crime of tax evasion. One charge after another, one sentence after another, was calmly delivered by the presiding judge. Qin Zhengguo wasn't even listening. His mind was a blank. He only stared at the national emblem hanging high ahead, at the golden ears of wheat and the gears. Suddenly, he recalled his father, an honest, hard-working laborer, clutching his hand on his deathbed years ago. Zhengguo, in this life, let's live honestly and uprightly. Don't stray onto the wrong path. Don't do anything that betrays our country. How had he responded back then? He seemed to have smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry. I understand." Now he realized he hadn't understood anything at all. He believed money and power could override everything. He thought rules were made for the weak to obey and the strong to trample. Only today has he truly understood. In this country, there exists a force that can never be challenged. There is a rule that everyone must obey. That is the will of the state. For multiple offenses, the court's adjudication committee has reached a decision. The sentence is hereby pronounced as follows. The presiding judge's voice snapped him back to reality. Defendant Qin Zhengguo is sentenced to life imprisonment, deprived of political rights for life, and all personal property is confiscated. Bang! The gavel fell. The sound was crisp and final. Everything was over. Qin Zhengguo closed his eyes. He felt no anger, no resentment, not even despair. Only a deathly stillness remained within his heart. He knew. From the very beginning, this had never been a trial. It was merely a belated notification of an outcome long predetermined. Two bailiffs stepped forward and took hold of his arms. As he was led out of the courtroom, he turned his head for one last look at the old friends who had been sentenced alongside him. One by one, their faces ashen, they slumped in the dock, as if drained of every bone and soul. A faint, twisted smile tugged at Qin Zhengguo's lips, a grimace uglier than tears. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps he wasn't so alone after all. Chapter 83. Sorry, it's too late to say this now. Jiangchang, Old Town. This was the forgotten corner of the city. Narrow streets, mottled walls, and tangled wires crisscrossing the sky like spiderwebs. The air carried a mix of stale sewer smells and the aromas of cooking drifting from household kitchens. In a 7-story residential building without an elevator. 5th floor, a 2-bedroom apartment barely 60 square meters. The decor here is frozen in the 1990s. Yellowed wallpaper, peeling wooden furniture, and a humming old refrigerator. Li Shulan and Qin Tian were placed here. This was the last shred of dignity Qin Feng had left them. It was also a new, more tangible prison. Without security guards watching over them, they dared not step outside any more than they had in the villa. For here, they faced something far more terrifying than surveillance. The gaze of ordinary people, uncurious, unquestioning, utterly indifferent. They had fallen from the clouds, crashing directly into the mundane, trivial hustle and bustle of ordinary life. This disillusionment proved more unbearable than any humiliation. Qin Tian spent most of his time locked in that cramped spare bedroom. He lay motionless on his bed all day, silent and still, like a breathing corpse. Li Shulan took on all the household chores. She learned how to use the old gas stove, how to haggle over a dime with vendors at the noisy market downstairs. She no longer wore those designer clothes, swapping them for the plainest cotton blouses. Her hands, roughened and swollen from hours soaked in cold water and dish soap. Her once meticulously manicured nails, worth tens of thousands, had long since cracked and peeled off. She looked like a genuine middle-aged woman, forced by life's hardships. That afternoon, she had just finished washing clothes and was hanging them out to dry. There was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 times. Li Shulan's body stiffened. She wiped her hands, walked to the door, and peered through the peephole. The person standing outside made her heart stop beating for a moment. It was Qin Feng. He wore simple black casual clothes and white sneakers. He looked no different from any ordinary young man on the street. Yet just standing there silently, he radiated an invisible aura that made Li Shulan inside the door feel breathless. Her hand rested on the doorknob, yet she hesitated to turn it. She didn't know how to face this son. The son she had despised for over 20 years, who had ultimately destroyed everything she held dear with his own hands. Outside the door, Qin Feng was patient. He didn't knock again, merely waiting in silence. After a long while, Li Shulan finally opened the door. Her head bowed, she avoided meeting Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng stepped inside. He glanced around the cramped, dimly lit room, his expression utterly unreadable. It was as if he wasn't looking at a home, but at an ordinary scene that had nothing to do with him. Why are you here? Li Shulan's voice was dry and hoarse. Qin Feng didn't answer. He walked over to the worn-out sofa in the living room and sat down. Li Shulan stood awkwardly in place, unsure where to put her hands. Would you like some water? She asked instinctively, then immediately found the question absurd. This house didn't even have a single decent cup. The door to the spare bedroom was ajar. Qin Tian watched Qin Feng in the living room through the crack, his expression complex, like a silent statue. In the living room, a long silence settled. The silence weighed on Li Shulan like a massive stone, crushing her chest until she could barely breathe. Finally, she could bear the pressure no longer. Her body began to tremble slightly. Qin Feng. She lifted her head, finally meeting her son's gaze for the first time. His face was still the familiar one. But his gaze was so unfamiliar it filled her with dread. It was a complete, emotionless, icy calm. Mom! I'm sorry. Li Shulan's lips trembled, and tears streamed down her face without warning. These words she had repeated countless times over the past few days to the air, to the walls. Now, she finally spoke them to the person herself. It's my fault. I was blind. We've all failed you. She repeated the words I'm sorry over and over, her speech becoming incoherent. She believed that apologies and repentance might earn a shred of forgiveness. Or at least elicit a single word of response from him. But Qin Feng merely stared at her silently. His face bore no expression. No anger, no scorn, not even a flicker of emotion. It was as if what he heard was not a mother's tearful confession, but rather a meaningless gust of wind. Li Shulan's sobs gradually subsided. She understood from Qin Feng's gaze. It was all too late. When familial bonds were trampled time and again, when trust was betrayed time and again, when dignity was crushed time and again. Some things, once shattered, could never be pieced back together. Like a shattered mirror. I'm sorry, 3 words cheap and utterly powerless. Li Shulan's body slowly collapsed, kneeling down onto the ground. All her hopes, all her faint glimmers of hope, turned to ashes in that instant. Qin Feng stood up. He took 2 things from his pocket and placed them on the chipped coffee table. A bank card. A key. There's 200,000 yuan in this card. His voice remained eerily calm, as if stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. The pin is your birthday. Enough for you to live here for several years. This key is for the house. I've paid the rent for 5 years in advance. After 5 years, whether you choose to stay or move elsewhere is none of my concern. He looked at Li Shulan kneeling on the floor and Qin Tian, hiding behind the door like a walking corpse. I didn't come here today to hear your apologies. I'm only here to fulfill my final duty as your son. From this day forward, you and I have no further connection whatsoever. The debts Qin Zhangwei incurred, he will repay them himself. What you owe me, you needn't repay it in this lifetime. With that, he turned and walked away, without a single trace of lingering. His retreating figure was resolute and cold. Qin Feng. Li Shulan scrambled to her feet and rushed to the doorway, reaching out to grab him. But her hand grasped only air. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. The dull thud of the door, like a funeral bell, shattered the last shred of hope in Li Shulan's heart. She leaned against the door, her body slowly sliding down. Finally, she sat on the cold floor, letting out a heart-wrenching, desperate wail. Her cries echoed through the narrow hallway, lingering long after she had finished. Outside the door, Qin Feng stood at the staircase corner, listening to the sobs coming from inside. His face remained utterly expressionless. Only his hand in his pocket tightened unconsciously. A distant memory flashed through his mind. He was 5 years old that year, lying in bed with a high fever. Li Shulan had been there too, sitting by his bedside, crying all night long. Those tears had been scalding hot, filled with heartache and love. But now, Qin Feng loosened his tightly clenched fists. He turned and descended the stairs step by step. He knew that the moment he closed that door, everything from the past, whether love or hate, had ended completely. He, Qin Feng, would never have a home again. Chapter 84. Zhangcheng was only the beginning, the real show was yet to come. Night fell like a vast black velvet cloak, enveloping the entire city of Zhangcheng. At the pinnacle of the city's tallest skyscraper. This was a private club closed to the public, but tonight, it served only a select few. From the vast terrace, the dazzling nightscape of the entire city lay spread out below. Below, a ceaseless stream of vehicles flowed like a golden river in the distance, densely packed skyscrapers twinkled with scattered lights. A cool evening breeze blew gently. Qin Feng stood before this panorama of night. He had changed into a new outfit, no longer the simple casual wear, but a meticulously tailored black zhongshan suit. The stand-up collar design made him appear more upright and composed. Behind him stood several figures. Wei Guofeng, deputy commander of the Jiangcheng military district. Though not in uniform today, he wore civilian clothes, yet his iron-blooded military bearing remained undiminished. Adao, clad in his customary black attire, stood silently to Qin Feng's side, like a blade whose edge had been sheathed. On the other side stood Li Rue, head of the joint investigation team. He too had shed his uniform, now clad in a dark jacket. His expression held a complex blend of reverence for a superior officer and the excitement of finally touching upon higher-level secrets. The atmosphere was subtly charged. It was Li Rue who broke the silence. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside Qin Feng. Then, turning sideways, he rendered an impeccably precise military salute. His movement showed not a hint of hesitation. "Commander Night Owl," he called out in a deep voice. This address caused Wei Guofeng and Adao behind him to glance over slightly. Qin Feng did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed on the distant nightscape. "Colonel Li," his voice was calm, "your mission is complete." Li Rue did not lower his hand. "Reporting, sir. Deputy Minister Zhao has issued new instructions. He says to forget everything that came before, but to remember a new identity. From this moment on, I and my joint investigation team will be temporarily detached from our original unit structure and assigned to the Dragon's Thorn Special Operations Sequence. We will serve as your peripheral intelligence support unit, fully coordinating with your subsequent operations in the southeast region." A faint smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Zhao Xian, that old fox from the capital, sure moves fast. The so-called forget about it was actually the highest level confirmation signal. This meant Zhao Xian not only tacitly approved all of Qin Feng's actions in Jiangcheng, but also personally dispatched his most capable subordinate to directly assist Qin Feng in his next move. This favor was nothing short of immense. "Understood," Qin Feng replied coolly. "At ease." "Yes, sir." Li Rue lowered his arms and stepped aside. "Report the situation," Qin Feng said, his gaze shifting from the distance to Wei Guofeng. Wei Guofeng stepped forward, his expression solemn. "Reporting, sir. Through the comprehensive investigation of Qin Zhengwei and his interest group, we followed the trail and uncovered many unexpected things. Previously, we believed that drug infiltration from the Golden Triangle primarily entered Jiangcheng through scattered, small-scale smuggling channels. But now we realize we were wrong." His expression grew grave. Qin Zhengwei was merely one of their major transit hubs in Jiangcheng, or rather, a financial settlement center. The actual smuggling network is far more extensive and concealed than we ever imagined. This route originates in the Golden Triangle, traverses several Southeast Asian nations, bypasses our maritime defenses, and lands at a secret port in a neighboring province. From there, it disperses nationwide through an extremely intricate inland logistics network. This network is incredibly intricate, and the vested interests behind it extend far beyond mere local power brokers. Wei Guofeng paused, his voice dropping even lower. According to an encrypted email we recovered from Qin Zhengwei's computer, this route even involves the shadows of key departments in neighboring provinces. Li Rue sucked in a sharp breath at this revelation. He finally understood why Vice Minister Zhao had been so decisive in placing his investigation team directly under Qin Feng's command. This was no longer a simple regional case. It was a vast, dark web capable of undermining national security. And Qin Feng was the sharpest blade the state had sent to tear it apart. After hearing Wei Guofeng's report, Qin Feng's expression betrayed no surprise. It seemed as though all of this had been within his expectations all along. He gazed down at the bustling city below. Cleaning up the Qin family was never the goal. His voice rang out clearly in the night breeze. Qin Zhengwei was like a high-definition surveillance camera implanted in the very heart of Jiangcheng. He and the forces behind him used him to monitor everything here, siphoning off its wealth in an endless stream. My mission was simply to pull out that camera and, while I was at it, rip out the main power cable connected to it. He turned to face the three people before him. Now, the camera has been unplugged. We've traced the wires and located the substation. The real battle begins now. His gaze sharpened like an eagle's. Jiangcheng is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. At that very moment, from behind the terrace, the private elevator reserved for the penthouse club emitted a faint ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. All eyes instinctively turned toward the elevator entrance. They assumed it was a club attendant. But the person stepping out of the elevator was someone who surprised them all. It was a woman. A woman with an upright posture and an imposing presence. She appeared to be around 30, with a sleek, short haircut and delicate features, yet her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Instead of an evening gown, she wore a sleek black combat uniform. The uniform's cut perfectly accentuated her athletic, powerful physique. The most striking feature was the arm patch on her sleeve. It wasn't the emblem of dragon's thorns. Instead, it depicted a golden phoenix spreading its wings amidst flames. Both Wei Guofeng and Li Rui present found this emblem unfamiliar. Only Adeo's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing it. The woman stepped out of the elevator, her high military boots clicking sharply against the polished marble floor. Her target was clear. She strode straight toward Qin Feng. She ignored Wei Guofeng and Li Rui beside him, as if they were lifeless statues. She stopped right in front of Qin Feng. Their heights were nearly identical. Their eyes locked. In the air, it seemed as though invisible sparks of electricity were flickering. A hint of playful scrutiny played across the woman's face. Qin Feng's face, however, remained his usual, unruffled calm. After a few seconds, the woman extended her hand toward Qin Feng. Her hand wasn't delicate and soft like most women's, but rather knobby and calloused, with a thin layer of rough skin on her palm. It was a hand that had gripped a gun for years. "Hello, Night Owl." Her voice was crisp and powerful, carrying an unquestionable confidence. "I'm Phoenix. From the 9th Bureau of State Security. Regarding the Golden Triangle operation, Headquarters has ordered that our Dragon's Thorns and Phoenix units collaborate on this case." She looked at Qin Feng, the curve of her lips widening slightly. "From this moment on, I will serve as your deputy." "At your service, sir." Chapter 85. Alright, Night Owl, I'm Phoenix. Phoenix. When that name rolled off the woman's tongue, the atmosphere on the terrace instantly froze. Wei Guofeng and Li Rui both felt a powerful shock. State Security Bureau Division 9. For those within the military system like them, this department was both familiar and shrouded in mystery. They knew it was one of the most central and top-secret departments within the national security apparatus. Its jurisdiction overlapped with the military's Dragon's Thorns unit, yet both operated independently, reporting directly to the highest echelons of power. Legend had it that within Bureau 9 of State Security, there existed an elite task force codenamed Phoenix. This unit specialized in handling the most intractable and dangerous overseas cases involving the nation's highest security interests. Every member of Phoenix is a cream of the crop elite, handpicked from across the nation's major systems through a rigorous selection process. Yet all of this remained mere legend. They never imagined that one day this legendary organization would appear before them in such a direct manner. And the one who came was none other than the commander of this very organization. Phoenix. It was not merely a code name. It was a symbol of status and authority. Adao's gaze grew solemn. He knew more than Wei Guofeng and Li Rui. He knew that for many years, Dragon Dagger and Phoenix had been locked in a covert rivalry. Though both departments served the nation, they had long engaged in open and covert struggles over resources, authority, and the attribution of credit. Now, higher-ups had ordered the two departments to collaborate on a case. Moreover, the commander of Phoenix was to serve as the deputy to Night Owl. The command carried profound implications. All eyes turned to Qin Feng. They wanted to see how this Night Owl commander, who always controlled everything, would handle this sudden, forceful deputy. Qin Feng's face remained expressionless. He looked at the woman before him, known as Phoenix, and at the hand she extended. He did not immediately take it. His gaze drifted calmly from her face to the Phoenix emblem blazing like fire on her arm, finally settling on her eyes sharp as blades. In her eyes, he saw ambition, confidence, and a well-hidden hint of defiance. This woman had come to seize power. Qin Feng's judgment formed instantly. The so-called deputy and collaborative investigation were merely euphemisms. Her true purpose was to carve out a share of the spoils or even seize control in the impending operation targeting the Golden Triangle's black network. The silence on the terrace lingered. The atmosphere grew awkward. Phoenix's hand remained suspended mid-air. Her face still bore that amused smile, but deep in her eyes, a hint of displeasure had begun to show. In her view, extending her hand first was already a gesture of goodwill. This legendary Night Owl dared to humiliate her in front of so many people. Just as Wei Guofeng and Li Rui both felt a surge of tension, Qin Feng finally moved. He reached out and grasped Phoenix's hand. Two hands clasped together. Qin Feng's hand was warm and dry, seemingly exerting no force. But the moment their hands touched, Feng Wang's hand suddenly tightened. A powerful, iron clamp-like force surged from her palm, attempting to intimidate Qin Feng. This was the most direct, most primal contest between operatives. Yet the pained or flustered expression she anticipated on Qin Feng's face never materialized. Qin Feng's hand felt like a hard, unfeeling stone. No matter how much she increased her strength, it did not budge an inch. Instead, a deeper, more colossal force silently flowed from Qin Feng's hand. Unlike the Phoenix's force, which was domineering and flamboyant, it resembled the dark currents beneath the deep sea, seemingly calm, yet harboring energy potent enough to obliterate everything. For the first time, the Phoenix's expression shifted. She felt her hand being slowly constricted by a giant python. The serpent tightened its grip, inch by inch. First came numbness, then a stinging pain, and finally, excruciating agony as her bones were crushed inch by inch. Her smile began to stiffen. A fine layer of cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She tried to pull her hand back, only to discover it felt welded in place, utterly immobile. She looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face remained impassive. The corners of his mouth even lifted in an almost imperceptible, faintly upward curve. His eyes seemed to say, "Is that all you've got?" Humiliation. A wave of intense humiliation surged through Feng Yuan's heart. She clenched her teeth, preparing to summon every ounce of strength within her. Even if it meant breaking her wrists, she would break free. Just then, Qin Feng let go. His release was so sudden, so effortless. As if the silent struggle had never occurred at all. Phoenix staggered back half a step before regaining her balance. Instinctively, she drew her right hand behind her back. That hand still trembled slightly, beyond her control. Her entire palm was numb and throbbing, nearly devoid of sensation. She had lost. In their first clash, she had lost utterly and completely, without a shred of doubt. The terrace fell deathly silent. Wei Guofeng and Li Rui both sensed something was amiss. They lowered their heads, eyes fixed on their noses on their hearts, pretending not to notice. Only Adao's lips curled into a cold, faint smile. Trying to pull such petty tricks in front of thee? This woman was still too green. Welcome, Comrade Feng Yuan. Qin Feng's voice broke the silence. His tone carried the warmth of a genuinely caring superior. You must be exhausted from the journey. Phoenix's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. She took a deep breath, forcing down the humiliation and shock welling up inside. She knew she'd hit a brick wall today. This man called Night Owl was far more terrifying than the legends suggested. She lifted her head once more, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a stern expression of professional detachment. It's no trouble. It's my duty. Per superior orders, effective immediately, I will lead Team A of the Phoenix Task Force 12 members in total to deploy to Jiangcheng and operate under Commander Night Owl's unified command. She deliberately emphasized the words unified command. It seemed like a reminder to Qin Feng, yet equally a reminder to herself of her current status. Qin Feng nodded. Very well. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. He turned back to face the dazzling nightscape. Adao. Present. Notify everyone, the first full operational meeting for Operation Hunt the Net will convene at Base 0 in 1 hour. All Dragon Thorns operatives in Jiangcheng and Phoenix Comrades' attendance is mandatory. Yes, sir. Adao's figure vanished instantly into the night. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Wei Guofeng and Li Rui. General Wei, Colonel Li. You two are also to attend. For this operation, I require full support from both military and civilian intelligence systems. Wei Guofeng and Li Rui immediately stood at attention. Yes, sir. After finalizing all arrangements, Qin Feng turned to look at Feng Yuan. Comrade Feng Yuan, you've just arrived and aren't yet familiar with the situation. Before the meeting begins, you may review this briefing material. He pulled a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Feng Yuan. Phoenix accepted the drive, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Qin Feng said calmly, "This contains all the intelligence we've gathered so far on that black network, based on our investigation into Qin Zhenghua. Hopefully, it will give you a more tangible understanding of our next adversary. And make you understand." Qin Feng's gaze grew profound. "What we're truly facing this time." With that, he turned away from Feng Yuan and strode directly toward the elevator. Meet in the conference room in 1 hour. His figure vanished behind the elevator doors. On the terrace, only Feng Yuan, Wei Guofeng, and Li Rui remained. Phoenix lowered her head, staring at the small USB drive in her hand. Her fingertips still tingled with the lingering sting from where Qin Feng had held it moments before. Her heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. She knew that from the moment she stepped onto this terrace, control of this operation had been firmly grasped by the man known as Night Owl. What she was about to confront was not merely a tangled web of criminal networks, but also a commander more powerful and unfathomable than any enemy. Chapter 86, Two Voices in the Conference Room. The operations conference room at Zero Base glowed with the cool metallic sheen of cold-toned surfaces. The elongated alloy conference table was polished to a flawless shine, reflecting the matrix pattern lights on the ceiling. The air carried a dryness from the climate control system. Seated to the left of the table were Adao and 11 Dragon Dagger operatives. They wore uniform black combat fatigues, sitting with straight backs and hands flat on their knees. Their faces bore no expression, gazes fixed straight ahead. They carried no personal electronic devices, and the entire area was so quiet that only faint breathing could be heard. To the right of the table sat Phoenix and her National Security Bureau Division 9 Team A. They wore dark blue uniforms, each with a slim military laptop placed before them. The rhythmic clacking of keyboards was the only sound in the space. Their eyes darted sharply between screens and documents, revealing a focus rooted in data and logic. The two groups radiated distinctly different auras, as different as black and white. Wei Guofeng and Li Rui sat at the far end of the conference table, their positions allowing them to observe everyone present. They felt the tension. They could clearly sense that within this enclosed space, a silent contest had already begun. The conference room door slid open silently. Qin Feng entered. He wore a black Zhongshan suit, ironed to perfection without a single wrinkle. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, his leather shoes making no sound as they touched the floor. He walked to the headseat, pulled out the chair, and sat down. He did not look at anyone, fixing his gaze instead on the massive display screen at the far end of the conference table. The air in the entire conference room froze for a moment. The clatter of keyboards ceased. All eyes focused on Qin Feng. Qin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. "Let's begin." His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. Adao stood up and walked to the main display screen. He pulled a USB drive from his pocket, the very one Qin Feng had given to Feng Wang earlier. He inserted the drive into the port. The display lit up, revealing a complex network diagram centered on Jiangcheng and radiating across all of Southeast Asia. Countless lines and nodes intertwined, forming a vast web. "According to our preliminary intelligence." Adu's voice was low and steady, devoid of any emotion. "We are dealing with a transnational criminal organization codenamed Ghost Hand. This organization uses Jiangcheng as a crucial transit hub, with operations spanning drug smuggling, arms trafficking, money laundering, and intelligence dealing. Their core figure remains unidentified, codenamed Ghost Hand. The organization's structure is extremely tight-knit, employing single-line communication where superiors and subordinates remain anonymous to each other, communicating solely through specific codes and tokens. Following the dismantling of Qinzhenghua's criminal network, we uncovered 3 subordinate operatives. These 3 branches were responsible for goods entry, capital flow, and target elimination in Jiangcheng. But their knowledge of Ghost Hand extends no further than this. After finishing his report, Adao returned to his seat and fell silent once more. The conference room fell silent. Wei Guofeng and Li Rui wore solemn expressions. They hadn't anticipated that Qin Zhenghua's case was entangled with such a colossal entity. This had long since transcended the realm of ordinary economic crime. It was a genuine threat to national security. Qin Feng's gaze swept across every person present. "Based on the intelligence gathered, I've formulated a preliminary operational plan, codenamed Hunt the Net. He paused briefly before continuing. "The core of the plan is speed and force. Phase 1, led by Dragon Thorns, will leverage our local infiltration network in Jiangcheng to conduct simultaneous physical takedowns within 72 hours. Targets include the 3 exposed nodes identified in intelligence, along with 27 associated peripheral strongholds. We will sever Ghost Hand's tentacles in Jiangcheng directly, leaving them no time to react or relocate. Phase 2 involves concentrating our forces on high-intensity interrogation of captured personnel. We must pry information from them in the shortest possible time, extracting intelligence that points to higher-level core operatives. Then, we'll replicate the first phase's approach, peeling back layer by layer until we unearth Ghost Hand himself." Qin Feng finished speaking and looked around at the group. "Any questions?" A glint of battle-ready resolve flashed in the eyes of the members of the Adao and Longxi teams. This was the combat approach they knew best and executed most effectively: direct, efficient, and lethal. Wei Guofeng nodded. Such thunderous tactics align perfectly with the military style of operation. Just then, a cool, detached voice cut through the air. "I have a question." Feng Wang raised her hand. Qin Feng's gaze turned to her. "Speak." Phoenix stood up and walked to the display screen. Her fingers tapped a few commands on her laptop, and the network diagram on the main screen instantly shifted. Numerous nodes turned red and yellow. "Commander Night Owl, I respect your combat experience. However, I must point out that your Hunt the Net plan, in my view, is overly aggressive and carries extremely high risks. With all due respect, this approach is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It makes a lot of noise but may not be very effective." Her words caused the Dragon Thorns team members to furrow their brows slightly. Phoenix ignored their reactions and continued. "First, synchronizing strikes on 27 strongholds demands exceptional coordination. Should any single link fail or the targets become alerted prematurely, the entire network would collapse, severing all our leads. Second, we're not dealing with ordinary criminals. Intelligence indicates their counter-surveillance capabilities are exceptionally strong. An operation of this scale is essentially telling them we're coming. They will immediately sever all ties to Jiangcheng. All we'll catch are insignificant small fry. Third, and most crucially, this plan is more destructive than constructive. It will destroy our existing intelligence network without establishing a complete organizational chart of the enemy. We may never uncover the identity of Ghost Hand, the location of his core team, or his next target." After she finished, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even more tense. Li Rui's eyes flashed a hint of approval. Phoenix's analysis, grounded in intelligence warfare and the broader strategic picture, was indeed more meticulous. Qin Feng regarded Phoenix, his expression unchanged. "What's your plan?" Phoenix's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a confident smile. "My plan can be summed up in one word: wait." She pulled up another chart displaying a complex data flow model. "The strength of our National Security Bureau 9 lies not in brute force, but in intellect and networks. We shouldn't take the offensive. Instead, we should infiltrate passively. My team can identify a vulnerability in their online fund transfers within 24 hours, then silently implant our monitoring program like a virus. We won't arrest anyone or alert anyone. We'll quietly observe, tracking every penny's destination, tracing every command's origin. Through big data analysis and behavioral modeling, we can map their entire financial network, personnel structure, and operational patterns. This process may take a week or even longer. But once we complete this map, what we gain won't just be these few threads in Jiangcheng, it will be the entire network of the Ghost Hand organization. Then, we can collaborate with Interpol and security agencies of relevant nations to execute a truly comprehensive, global takedown. This is the only way to eradicate the cancer at its root. Precise, silent, and thorough. Phoenix finished speaking and returned to her seat. Her team members all wore expressions of agreement and pride. This was a direct clash between two fundamentally different operational philosophies. One emphasized swift excision, fast, precise, ruthless. The other emphasized comprehensive infiltration, prioritizing stability, thoroughness, and depth. Silence fell once more over the conference room. Everyone understood this was more than just choosing between two plans, it was a battle for power and control. If Qin Feng's plan were adopted, Dragon Dagger would lead the upcoming operation. If Phoenix's plan was adopted, the technical team from State Security Bureau 9 would become the core of the entire operation. Wei Guofeng and Li Rui exchanged glances, each seeing the same sense of difficulty in the other's eyes. This newly formed Joint Command Center had encountered its most fundamental disagreement at its very first meeting. Adao's gaze was icy as he stared at Phoenix, making no effort to conceal his disapproval. Phoenix returned his gaze with calm and confident eyes. All eyes ultimately returned to Qin Feng. He was the supreme commander of this operation. His decision would determine everything that followed. Qin Feng's fingers continued tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. Once. Twice. In the silent conference room, the sound rang out with piercing clarity. He studied the two proposals before him, then glanced at the two distinct teams seated on opposite sides of the conference table. He had already made up his mind. But he didn't speak it immediately. He waited, waiting for a more opportune moment. The air in the conference room grew increasingly thin, suffocating. Phoenix's hand beneath the table tightened unconsciously. She was waiting for Qin Feng's verdict to test not only of her proposal, but of her very character. Chapter 87. You don't understand, because you've never seen true darkness. Silence hung heavy in the conference room. The clash between the two proposals made the air feel scorching. Adao and his team members turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Phoenix. Phoenix's team, however, regarded the silent man at the head of the table with puzzled expressions. Qin Feng's fingers stopped tapping. He didn't look at Phoenix, his gaze fixed on the network diagram displayed on the main screen. Your plan is theoretically flawless. His voice was calm. Data doesn't lie. Models can predict the future. That's science. Phoenix's chin lifted slightly. Qin Feng turned his head, his gaze meeting Phoenix's for the first time. But you've overlooked the most fundamental issue. What question? Phoenix inquired. Your data originates from a relatively civilized and orderly world. The enemies we face do not inhabit that world. Qin Feng stood up. He walked to the display screen and pointed at a node labeled physical relay on the network diagram. Data shows that 70% of core information transmission within the Ghost Hand organization relies on no electronic devices whatsoever. They use the most primitive methods. An address scribbled on a scrap of paper, a USB drive hidden inside a fish's belly, or a classified ad placed in a specific newspaper. Your surveillance programs and data models can't detect these things. Phoenix's brow furrowed. These are merely auxiliary methods. They couldn't possibly operate entirely outside modern networks for fund transfers and personnel communications. Yes, they wouldn't. Qin Feng conceded. But they maintain the highest level of vigilance toward modern networks. The slightest anomaly will cause them to sever the entire line instantly and vanish without a trace. Commander Night Owl, our technology enables seamless penetration without detection. The hacker codenamed Raven in the Phoenix team couldn't help but speak up, his tone confident. Qin Feng glanced at him but said nothing. He turned and walked back to his seat. He poured himself a glass of water, the only sound in the conference room being the trickle of water. He took a sip before speaking slowly. Let me tell you a story. All eyes turned to him. 3 years ago, I was on a mission in the Middle East. The target was a retired veteran agent who possessed a list capable of appending the intelligence balance across an entire region. We had to get that list. Our support team, like yours, comprised the nation's top technical experts. They compromised every surveillance feed in the target city, planted 4 types of listening devices in his apartment building, deployed drones for round-the-clock thermal imaging surveillance, and even hacked into his neighbor's Wi-Fi to pinpoint his location within the room through signal fluctuations. Our plan closely mirrors Comrade Phoenix's approach. Without alerting him, we'll quietly observe him and make the arrest when he retrieves the list. That plan seemed flawless at the time. All data indicated the target remained completely unaware of our surveillance. His daily routine was extremely predictable, walking the dog, grocery shopping, reading the newspaper. Qin Feng's tone was matter-of-fact, yet everyone sensed its weight. The night before the scheduled operation, everything appeared normal. The target left promptly at 7 o'clock to walk his dog. But that night, he didn't return. We stormed into his apartment. It was empty. Every trace had been wiped clean. He vanished into thin air. We lost. We lost in a way that defies explanation. The tech team reviewed all surveillance logs repeatedly and found nothing unusual. It wasn't until 3 days later that we apprehended a peripheral operative providing him with logistical support. It was from that person that we learned the reason for our failure. Qin Feng's gaze swept over Feng Wang and her team. There was a stray cat living beneath that apartment building. Every night after walking his dog, the target would feed it. The cat was afraid of people, but it was very close to him. 2 days before the operation, one of our teams installed a microwave signal booster in the utility shaft across from the apartment building to secure a better surveillance angle. The device emits faint electromagnetic radiation and heat when operational. Humans cannot perceive it, and even our most sophisticated instruments detect no anomaly. But the cat sensed it. The day before the operation, when the target approached the cat with food, it didn't come forward. It merely watched him from a distance, facing the direction of that pipe shaft, its fur standing on end. Then it turned and ran away. The target stood still, glancing at the direction the cat fled, then at the utility shaft. He stood silent for about 30 seconds, then nonchalantly led his dog back to the apartment. Half an hour later, he left the city through a blind spot in our surveillance. Qin Feng finished his story. The conference room fell deathly silent. For the first time, the tech-driven confidence on the Phoenix team's faces wavered. Raven's lips moved, but no words came out. A cat, an unquantifiable variable beyond data models, an instinctive biological alarm had utterly derailed the flawlessly engineered high-tech operation. Not only did our mission fail. Qin Feng's voice broke the silence, tinged with a hint of coldness. The target's disappearance has forced our entire intelligence network in the region into silence. During the evacuation, we lost 2 of our most elite operatives. His gaze finally settled on Phoenix's face. Comrade Phoenix, you are highly professional, and your team is exceptional. But you don't understand, because you haven't seen true darkness. True darkness doesn't exist on the network or manifest in data. It happens in signal dead basements, in the shielded holds of cargo ships, in the deepest recesses of human suspicion and vigilance. Our opponent this time, Ghost Hand, is someone who has lived his entire life in that darkness. He may not understand code, but he certainly understands human nature. He trusts not encrypted communications, but the gaze of a dog by his side, the reaction of a cat. Your high-tech infiltration is utterly transparent to someone like him. You think you're well hidden, but to him, every detail is a flaw. Qin Feng's words struck Phoenix and her team members like a heavy blow. A look of humiliation flashed across Feng Wang's face, but it was overshadowed by the shock of having her entire worldview upended. She had to admit that the scenario Qin Feng described was one that had never appeared in any of her textbooks or simulation exercises. Yet she remained not entirely convinced. Resistance. She took a deep breath. I admit, your case study has given me profound pause. Her voice regained its composure. But Commander Night Owl, individual cases don't represent the whole picture. An operation failing because of a single cat is a classic black swan event, an extremely low probability occurrence. We cannot abandon a more efficient, higher yield plan simply because of such a low probability risk. Your plan is equally fraught with risk. The risk of alerting the enemy is far greater than the risk of a cat getting spooked. My plan targets the entire forest. Yours targets only a few trees we happen to spot. Which is superior is plain to see. Her words made the wavering members of the national security team straighten their backs once more. Yes, the superiority of a plan hinges on its strategic objectives. The stalemate returned. The tension in the conference room grew even thicker than before. This time, it was a direct clash of 2 convictions. Li Rue and Wei Guofeng both grew tense. They turned to Qin Feng, unsure how he would break this deadlock. Forcing an order would only sow the seeds of division within this newly formed team from the very start. Chapter 88, Dare to bet on who catches the fox first? Qin Feng looked at Feng Wang. He saw the stubbornness in her eyes, and behind her logic, the pride of a technician. Suddenly, he smiled. It was a faint smile, yet it instantly eased the tense atmosphere. He made no further attempt to persuade her with reason. Because he knew that for someone like Feng Wang, no amount of reasoning could ever match the impact of first-hand experience. Since we both believe our methods are the best. Qin Feng spoke, a hint of amusement in his tone. Then why don't we put it to the test? A faint smile touched the corners of Qin Feng's lips. His subtle shift in expression eased the tense atmosphere just a little. Since we both believe our methods are the best, then letting the facts speak for themselves is the most direct approach. He rose and walked toward the main display screen, his movements deliberate yet carrying an air of authority. He extended a finger and lightly swiped across the touchscreen. The macro network diagram vanished, replaced by 2 side-by-side personnel profiles. Intelligence indicates the Ghost Hand network has several secondary nodes in Zhengcheng. These 2 individuals are the closest in rank and function among them. Qin Feng's finger tapped the left file. The profile photo showed a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined and scholarly. Codename, The Professor. Online activities primarily involve utilizing channels around Jiangcity University town for small-scale, high-frequency fund splitting and laundering. Model analysis indicates he is a technical specialist, extremely cautious, and has rarely been seen offline. His finger moved to the file on the right. The photo showed a bald man with a thick, muscular face and a fierce gaze. Nickname, Loach. Offline operations, based around the old port docks, responsible for receiving and transporting goods that cannot enter through legitimate channels. Hot-tempered and ruthless, he commands a crew of desperate criminals. A classic old-school underworld figure. Qin Feng withdrew his hand and turned to face the group. One operates online, the other offline. One uses his brain, the other uses his fists. His gaze first settled on Phoenix. Comrade Phoenix, the professor target is assigned to you and you're a team. You may utilize all the technical equipment and network resources you brought with you. I won't interfere. Your mission is to bring him here alive within 24 hours. Then his gaze shifted to Adao. Adao, Loach is yours. You also have 24 hours. Bring him back. In the conference room, everyone understood Qin Feng's intent. This wasn't a simple task assignment, it was the most direct test of their capabilities. Two teams would hunt two vastly different targets under identical time constraints, with the superior results determining the winner. This held more persuasive power than any verbal debate. Phoenix narrowed her eyes. She was stunned. Qin Feng's approach to resolving the disagreement exceeded her expectations. This approach was direct, yet impossible to refute. She assessed the situation swiftly. The target professor is a technical specialist, precisely the domain where she and her team excel. The Loach was an offline target, falling squarely within Dragonsting's expertise. This division seemed fair, even advantageous to her. Yet she understood this was a test of her and her team's capabilities and an even greater test of her technology-first philosophy. If she won, she would gain control over subsequent operations. If she lost, a stubborn determination flared within Feng Huang. She trusted the data and her team, they had never failed her. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Qin Feng. Fine. I accept this wager. Her voice was quiet, but each word carried weight. However, I have one additional condition. Speak. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. We're not just competing to see who brings the target back first. We'll also compete to see who can extract more valuable intelligence from the target. Ultimately, the winner will be determined by the value of the intelligence. She added this condition because she had absolute confidence in the interrogation capabilities of the State Security Bureau. A deeper smile spread across Qin Feng's lips. Agreed. He looked at Adao. Any objections? Adao rose from his seat, standing perfectly straight. None. His reply consisted of only two words. Simple. Straightforward. The agreement was sealed. The tense atmosphere in the conference room was replaced by a competitive edge. The members of National Security Team fixed their gaze upon the Dragonthorns players, their eyes brimming with unmasked defiance. The Dragonthorns members responded with an even colder stare. Li Rui and Wei Guofeng exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of admiration in the other's eyes. They had to admit Qin Feng's approach was masterful. Instead of forcing suppression, he resolved the issue through a fair competition. This approach gave the Phoenix team an opportunity to showcase their abilities, upheld the commander's authority, and maximized the potential of both squads. Regardless of the outcome, the losers would accept defeat with grace. And the victor would earn the respect of all. This seemingly simple wager embodied masterful management artistry. Very good. Qin Feng stood up. Since there are no objections, let the timer begin now. He glanced at the digital clock on the wall. 24 hours from now, I'll be here waiting for your results. Operation commences. The moment his words fell, the conference room sprang into action. Phoenix said nothing more. She turned and signaled to her team members. Team A, execute Operation Fox Hunt. Target Professor. Data Team, initiate tracking immediately. Raven, I need his physical IP address within 10 minutes. Field Team, prepare to depart. Her commands were crisp and swift. Team A members sprang into action, shutting down computers, donning headsets, and plotting routes on tactical tablets, the entire process smooth and efficient. Meanwhile, Adao merely murmured to his team. Team B, follow me. Team C, stand by here. No tactical tablets. No data analysis. His team members simply stood up, checked the equipment strapped to their bodies, equipment whose purpose was unclear, and then followed Adao silently out the door. Two teams, embodying two distinct styles, passed each other at the conference room door. Phoenix halted and glanced at Adao. Adao happened to look at her too. Their gazes collided in midair, carrying nothing but icy combat intent. Then, each leading their respective teams, they vanished at opposite ends of the corridor. Inside the conference room, only Qin Feng, Wei Guofeng, and Li Rui remained. Sir, isn't this too risky? Li Rui finally couldn't hold back. He feared this internal rivalry might jeopardize the entire operation. Qin Feng didn't answer him. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed out at the night view of Jiangcheng. Colonel Li. Qin Feng's voice drifted slowly. Which do you think is harder to catch, a cunning fox or a loach in a muddy pond? The question left Li Rui momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to respond. For he suddenly realized that this seemingly fair wager might not have been fair from the very beginning. Chapter 89, High Tech? Our state security is the expert. A black Mercedes-Benz van glided smoothly through the night streets of Jiangcheng. The interior had been converted into a mobile command center. Dozens of screens embedded in the walls emitted a blue glow, displaying streaming data and topology diagrams. The air was filled only with the hum of servers and the murmurs of technical personnel. This was the nerve center of Team A, Bureau 9 of State Security. Phoenix sat in the commander's seat, her gaze fixed on the main display before her. Her fingers glided across the touchpad, switching between information feeds. Raven, what's the situation? Her voice came through the microphone, clear in every team member's headset. I've established an initial profile of target professor's online behavior patterns. The young hacker codenamed Raven replied, fingers flying across the keyboard. Classic tech-savvy criminal, extremely cautious, borderline obsessive-compulsive. All his external communications bounce through at least 7 layers of proxy servers, switching routing nodes every 15 minutes. Regarding fund flows, he splits large sums into thousands of microtransactions, rapidly circulating them through hundreds of student accounts. The entire process is completed within 3 minutes, clean and efficient. Can we pinpoint his physical location? We're trying. Raven's tone carried a hint of excitement. This kind of opponent is truly interesting. He thinks his data labyrinth is flawless, but he overlooks one thing: no matter how intricate the maze, it still needs an entrance. And any entrance inevitably leaves traces. He pulled up a window displaying the network topology diagram of Jiangcheng University campus. I've bypassed the campus network firewall. We're inside their servers now. Data analysis team, cross-reference all student accounts matching the professor's money laundering pattern over the past 3 months. Find the common threads. Spending habits, class schedules, social circles, leave no detail unexamined. Roger that. 2 technicians immediately began their work. Massive volumes of data scrolled rapidly across their screens, filtered and categorized by algorithms. Time ticked by, second by second. Inside the command vehicle, only the clatter of keyboards and the hum of servers filled the air. This was an efficient and cool-headed hunt within the world of code. We've got something, a data analyst announced. Out of all 127 suspicious accounts, 93 have visited the Morningstar Internet Cafe outside the east gate of University Town within the past month. Their computer usage was concentrated between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., an abnormally high overlap. Raven, hack into the back-end system of that internet cafe immediately. I need to know who was using the computers during those time slots. No problem. Raven tapped a few keys on the keyboard. The internet cafe's system is ancient, practically defenseless. Got in. He quickly pulled up the internet usage logs. 3 to 4 in the afternoon. Got it. Although these student accounts log in from different machines each time, they all access an encrypted local forum after logging in. The server for this forum is housed in a separate room on the 2nd floor of the internet cafe. A smile spread across Raven's face. The professor was clever, using these students as human proxies to log into his command system. That way, all access logs would point to these innocent students. But he was overconfident. He never expected us to take down his server directly. Can you pinpoint the exact location of that room? Phoenix pressed. Yes, I've taken control of the internet cafe's internal surveillance system. 2nd floor, the innermost room 207. No windows, and he installed a fingerprint lock on the door himself. It's clearly this place. Raven switched the surveillance feed to the main screen. The footage showed a quiet corridor ending at a tightly shut door. Field teams 1 and 2, Phoenix pressed the communicator. Roger that. 2 crisp responses echoed through the earpiece. The 2 teams on standby near the University Town immediately sprang into action. Target acquired, East Gate of University Town, Morningstar Internet Cafe, room 207 on the 2nd floor. Phoenix's voice was calm and clear. I need you to complete the external perimeter and surveillance within 15 minutes. Remember, our objective is to take him alive. Do not alert him. Roger that. Tension began to mount inside the command vehicle. The main screen split into multiple windows: the internet cafe's floor plan, real-time feeds from field agents, and surveillance feeds from surrounding streets. Blue friendly markers converged on the red target point from multiple directions across the map. Team 1 has reached designated position and is deploying. Team 2 is in position. Rear entrance secured. Snipers have secured the rooftop of Building 3 across the street with clear line of sight. Streams of information flowed methodically into the command center. Phoenix watched the encircling perimeter slowly tighten on the screen, her expression confident. This was the power of technology. This is how Bureau 9 of State Security operates. Precision, efficiency, everything under control. She recalled Qin Feng's story about the cat. Perhaps in certain extreme environments, primal instincts could indeed prove useful. But in modern cities, under the watchful eye of the ever-present network, no individual could hide. She glanced at the time. Only 50 minutes had passed since they'd begun their operation. At this moment, they had already locked onto their target and completed the encirclement. What about the dragon thorns on the other side? Perhaps they were still at some dock, struggling to pry information from the local kingpins. Phoenix smiled faintly. This gamble, she was certain to win. Raven, is the target still in the room? She confirmed one last time. Raven pulled up the server's internal data streams. Present. The server's core program is still running at high speed with significant data throughput. He's likely processing his next transaction, completely unaware he's already surrounded. Good. Phoenix nodded. She observed all the blue dots on the map now in position, forming a perfect encirclement. All units, attention. She picked up the communicator, her voice turning stern. Prepare to execute the arrest. The air inside the compartment instantly froze as everyone held their breath. Phoenix's gaze locked onto the bright red target point at the center of the screen. To her, it wasn't a criminal, it was spoils of war within her grasp. Chapter 90, Welcome to my game, rookies. Inside the mobile command vehicle, the air felt thick and heavy. Phoenix's gaze remained fixed on the main screen, the battlefield center formed by countless surveillance feeds and data streams converging. Her fingers hovered over the communication button on the armrest. Attention all units. Her voice crackled clearly through the encrypted channel, reaching every field agent's earpiece. Prepare for apprehension. Team 1 leads the assault, Team 2 provides support. Move out. The order was given. On the main screen, the 6 blue dots representing Field Unit 1 immediately began moving. Like ghosts, they emerged from the shadows of the alley behind the internet cafe, hugging the walls as they silently entered the stairwell. Dim lights flickered in the corridor, the air thick with the mingled scent of cheap cigarettes and instant noodles. The lead operative made a tactical gesture toward the camera. The view shifted, revealing the other 5 team members at the stairwell entrance. Their movements were textbook perfect, each step landing precisely where it wouldn't make a sound. The second-floor corridor was quieter than the first. They soon reached the door of room 207. The door, fitted with a fingerprint lock, stood out conspicuously in the dim corridor. One team member stepped forward, retrieved a compact electronic device from his tactical vest, and pressed it against the fingerprint lock. The indicator light on the device flashed a few times before turning green. Click. A barely audible click sounded as the lock opened. Inside the command vehicle, Phoenix's lips curved into a faint smile. Everything was unfolding according to the most perfect script. The lead team member pushed open the door. The door hinges creaked softly. He sidestepped inside, gun barrel leveled, pointing into the room. Immediately after, the second and third members followed in single file. Their movements were fluid and swift, securing every corner of the room within 3 seconds. Then, they all froze. Reporting, the room is empty. The captain's voice crackled over the communication channel, tinged with confusion. Inside the command vehicle, the smile on Phoenix's face froze. Zoom in on the head-mounted camera feed from Group 1. She ordered immediately. The main screen zoomed into full size, revealing the interior of room 207. The room was small and sparsely furnished. A table, a chair, and a computer with its screen lit. Other than that, it was completely empty. The computer screen displayed neither complex data nor encrypted forums. Only a single line of text. A line in bright red, as if written in blood, in enormous font. Welcome to my game, rookies. The moment those words appeared, Phoenix's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no. This was a trap. A perfectly crafted trap, meticulously designed for them from start to finish. The enemy knew they would come, knew exactly how they would approach, and had even calculated the precise moment of their arrival. They thought they were the hunters, unaware that they had long since become the prey. Retreat. Phoenix's voice sounded urgent for the first time. All personnel, withdraw immediately. Now. Her voice roared through the communicator. But it was already too late. The moment she shouted retreat, the computer screen in room 207 suddenly flickered. A blinding white light instantly filled the entire room. No explosion. No flames. Only a piercing, high-pitched buzzing sound, sharp enough to shatter eardrums. On the main screen, all camera feeds from the field agents instantly turned to static. One by one, all the windows went dark. Report. We've lost all contact with the field team. A technician shouted in panic. Their communication devices, location trackers, and life sign monitors all offline. Phoenix's heart sank to the bottom. It wasn't a bomb. It was an electromagnetic pulse. A silent killer designed to destroy precision electronic equipment. But the nightmare had only just begun. Commander! Our systems have been compromised. For the first time, Crow's voice carried fear. His hands hammered frantically across the keyboard as code flashed across the screen at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Their technology is too advanced. I can't hold them off. Every screen inside the command vehicle began flickering wildly, beyond control. Their blue data streams were being voraciously devoured by a red, aggressive data torrent. He's reverse tracing our physical location. He's locking onto us. Cold sweat beaded on Crow's forehead. Cut all external network connections. Phoenix barked the order. Too late. He's already in. He's like a demon. My firewall is like paper to him. He's deleting our data. Raven's voice was tinged with despair. Phoenix watched helplessly as the main screen displayed all the intelligence they had painstakingly gathered on Ghost Hand, being erased line by line at breakneck speed. She wanted to stop it, but she was powerless. The technology they prided themselves on, the system they relied on for survival, had now become nothing more than a playground for their enemy. Humiliation. A wave of intense humiliation washed over Phoenix. This was not merely the failure of a single operation. It was the most complete, most merciless mockery of her and her entire team. Finally. As the final character vanished, every screen instantly turned pitch black. The entire mobile command center plunged into dead silence and darkness. Only a few red emergency lights automatically illuminated the room, casting a pallid glow over every face. In the darkness, the central main screen slowly illuminated once more. There was no data, no images. Only a bright red, rapidly counting down number remained. 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Below the digits, a line of small text appeared. System locked for 12 hours. Enjoy your time in the dark. Raven slumped lifelessly in his chair, his hands still resting on the keyboard, yet every movement had ceased. He had lost. He had lost completely. Phoenix stood motionless where she was. The red glow of the emergency lights fell upon her exquisite face, revealing no emotion. Her hands, at her sides, clenched silently. Her nails dug deep into her palms, sending a sharp sting through her fingers. She finally understood. From the moment she decided to track the professor, she had fallen into his trap. Every pursuit, every self-assured breakthrough they believed they made, was merely following his lead step by step, walking toward this trap tailor-made for them, called humiliation. This unseen professor wasn't merely a master of money laundering. He was also a top-tier cyber warfare expert, a terrifying hunter who understood human nature. And this group of hunters who prided themselves as the nation's most elite technological specialists. In his eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of naive rookies fresh out of academia. Chapter 91, Sometimes Fists Work Better Than Code. Jiangcheng Old Port Terminal. The air was thick with the briny tang of seawater and the acrid smell of diesel engines. A gray van parked in the outer lot of the dock. The sliding door opened and Adeo stepped out. He wore a black jacket, faded jeans, and a pair of work boots. 4 teammates followed behind him, all in plain clothes and carrying no electronic devices. The only tools they carried were the most primitive and deadly ones, concealed beneath their clothing. The 5 blended silently into the bustling crowd at the dock. They didn't check surveillance feeds or analyze data. They simply walked, observed, and listened. Adao's footsteps finally halted at the entrance of a dilapidated tea house bearing the sign Sailor's Home. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The tea house was thick with smoke, and idle men sat around greasy wooden tables playing cards and bragging. Adao's gaze locked directly onto a table in the corner. Seated there was a gaunt old man, leisurely brewing gongfu tea, flanked by 2 burly men standing behind him. This old man was the local tough of the docks, known as Old Ghost. Adao walked straight over. His team members positioned themselves at the front and back doors and the stairwell entrance. The clamor inside the tea house gradually subsided as everyone sensed something was amiss. The 2 burly men behind Old Ghost immediately grew alert, their hands reaching toward their waists. Adao didn't glance at them. He walked to Lao Gui's table and came to a halt. Old Ghost lifted his eyelids, his cloudy eyes sizing up Adao. He said nothing, merely lifting his teacup and taking a sip. Adao didn't ask any questions. He reached into his boot and drew a dagger. It was a military-grade triangular dagger, entirely black, reflecting no light whatsoever. The next second, Adao flickered his wrist. Thud. A dull thud. The bayonet was driven deep into the solid wood tabletop before Old Ghost. The dagger's tip pierced through the tabletop, leaving a sharp point protruding beneath the desk. The entire blade sank 3 inches into the wood, trembling slightly and emitting a humming sound. The tea house fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Lao Gui's hand holding the teacup froze mid-air. He stared at the dagger, less than 3 centimeters from his cup, feeling the icy killing intent radiating from its blade. The 2 burly men behind him started to move, only to find 2 jet-black daggers pressed against their throats. Lao Gui slowly lowered his teacup. He lifted his head to look at Adao once more, the calmness in his eyes vanished, replaced by deep apprehension. He knew this man wasn't here to discuss rules. He had come to make the rules. Where is Loach? Adao finally spoke. His voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. Lao Gui's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He remained silent for 10 seconds. He weighed his options. On one side stood the organization behind Loach. On the other was the man before him and the dagger piercing through the tabletop. In the end, the primal fear of death overwhelmed everything. Pier 3, cold storage number 7 at the end. Old Ghost's voice was dry and raspy. There's an underground gambling den there. He likes to play a few rounds of seafood blind boxes. He should be there tonight. Adao looked into his eyes, confirming he wasn't lying. He reached out, gripped the handle, and slowly drew the triangular dagger from beneath the table. Wood shavings flew. A vicious triangular hole gouged into the tabletop. Adao sheathed the dagger in his boot. He said not another word. He turned and left the tea house with his men. From the moment they entered to the moment they left, the entire affair took no more than 3 minutes. Only after they departed did the stagnant air in the tea house begin to stir once more. Lao Gui stared at the steaming teacup on the table and the bottomless hole beside it, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. He knew the skies over Jiangcheng Dock were about to change. Night fell. Pier 3, Cold Storage Unit 7. Long abandoned, the massive iron gate was rusted and weathered, yet light and the clamor of voices seeped through the cracks. Inside, the cold storage had been transformed into an underground gambling den. Dozens of bare-chested burly men were gathered around wooden tables, shouting wildly. Sealed foam boxes sat on the tables, each containing seafood of unknown value. These were the seafood blind boxes. A bald man with a face full of fleshy bulges slapped the table excitedly, piles of cash stacked before him. He was Loach. Just as he pushed a wad of bills forward. Boom! The heavy iron door of the cold storage was kicked open from the outside. Blinding light flooded in. Several armed figures blocked the doorway. Chaos erupted instantly inside the gambling den. Gamblers screamed and scattered in all directions. Loach reacted with lightning speed. As chaos erupted, he didn't resist. Instead, he ducked low, weaving through the crowd toward the back door of the cold storage. There was a secret passage only he knew about. He successfully squeezed through the crowd, pulled open the back door disguised as a freezer, and slipped inside. Gunfire and screams erupted behind him. He dared not look back, sprinting frantically through the narrow, pitch-black passageway. Finally, he saw the light of the exit. He burst out of the passageway into the alley, littered with trash. Gasping for breath, he glanced back. No one was following him. He had made it. A grim smile spread across his face as he prepared to leave. He turned around, and his body froze abruptly. At the end of the alley, a figure stood quietly leaning against the wall. The figure wore a black jacket, hands tucked into its pockets. Moonlight fell upon his face, revealing no emotion. He stood there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. It was the man from the tea house. Despair consumed Loach's heart. He let out a roar, drew a dagger from his waist, and lunged fiercely at Adao. He was going to fight to the death. Adao moved. His movements were simple. No dodging, no blocking. He simply stepped forward and threw a punch. A plain and simple straight punch. Thud. The fist made direct contact with Loach's face. The sound of cracking bones echoed clearly through the silent alley. Loach's massive body flew backward, crashing heavily into the garbage heap. He struggled to rise, but only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth. He was utterly incapacitated. Adao slowly walked up to him. He crouched down, staring at Loach's bloodied, mangled face. His gaze remained as cold as ice. You have 2 choices. Adao said in a low voice. First, tell me everything you know about your handler, the transaction times, the code words. He paused. A team member behind him tossed a large black burlap sack in front of Loach. Second. Adao's voice grew colder. I'll stuff you into this sack and toss you into the river to feed the fish. Loach stared at the sack, then met Adao's eyes devoid of any emotion. There was no anger in those eyes, no threat, no mockery. Only a void. In those eyes, tossing him into the river to feed the fish seemed like the most natural thing in the world. Loach's body began to shake violently, beyond his control. He'd spent half his life in the underworld, killing people and seeing blood, convinced he was ruthless. But today he realized that in the face of true darkness, his cruelty was nothing but a joke. His mental defenses crumbled instantly under the gaze of those eyes. I said. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. His voice trembled with tears and endless fear. Chapter 92, I admit, I underestimated you. The alloy doors of Base Zero slid silently apart. Cold, dry air surged in from beyond the threshold. Adao stepped inside. His black jacket bore traces of unidentified stains and dust. His face remained utterly expressionless. 4 dragon dagger operatives followed behind him. They bore a striking resemblance to Adao, carrying the distinctive scent of gunpowder and blood that clung to those fresh from the battlefield. 2 of the members dragged a large black burlap sack. They walked to the center of the operations room and tossed the sack onto the floor. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The sack shifted slightly on the floor, emitting faint moans from within. Adao walked to the conference table and placed a printed document in front of Qin Feng. Target Loach has been brought back. His voice remained as low and steady as when he'd left. This is the preliminary interrogation transcript. He has identified 3 upper-level contacts. The next transaction is scheduled for 3 days hence at an abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts. The transaction code is "The river flows eastward." After delivering his report, he stepped aside, standing like a statue, once again falling silent. Qin Feng did not glance at the statement. His gaze fixed on the conference room door. About 10 minutes later, Feng Huang and her team returned. Their appearance stood in stark contrast to the Dragon Dagger team members. They were unharmed, their uniforms spotless. Yet each face bore an unmistakable weariness and dejection. The hacker codenamed Raven had dull eyes and empty hands. His prized military laptop was nowhere to be seen. All the sophisticated electronic gear worn by the field team members, from tactical headsets to tracking watches, had been removed and packed into an anti-static bag, looking like scrap awaiting repair. They entered the conference room, saw the burlap sacks on the floor, and saw Adeo, expressionless. Their footsteps slowed involuntarily. Finally, Feng Huang entered. Her face was pale, her lips pressed tightly together. She walked to the other side of the conference table and came to a halt. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. On one side stood the victors, returning early with spoils and intelligence. On the other, the defeated, their equipment damaged and their hands empty. The outcome was already clear. The digital clock on the wall displayed 15 hours remaining until the 24-hour deadline. "Report." Phoenix spoke. Her voice was slightly hoarse. "Operation Fox Hunt has failed. Target Professor vanished 1 second before capture. All electronic equipment of our field team was destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse. Our mobile command system was reverse hacked and locked for 12 hours. All relevant intelligence data has been erased by the enemy." She offered no excuses, merely stating the facts of the failure calmly. Her team members all lowered their heads. Humiliation. This emotion washed over every member of National Security Team A like a tidal wave. They were the pride of the nation, technological elites. They were accustomed to outmaneuvering enemies with code and data. Today, however, they had been toyed with mercilessly by the enemy using the very same methods. Qin Feng remained silent. He merely stared silently at Feng Huang. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocatingly oppressive. Li Rui and Wei Guofeng dared not even breathe loudly. They could sense the raging storm simmering beneath Phoenix's calm exterior. Finally, Phoenix took a deep breath. She lifted her head and met Qin Feng's gaze directly. She didn't look at Adeo, nor at the sack writhing on the floor. Her eyes held only Qin Feng. She stepped out from behind her seat, one step at a time, until she reached the center of the conference room. She stood directly before Qin Feng. All eyes in the room were fixed on her. "I lost." Her voice was soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. "I admit I underestimated you. And I underestimated the true darkness you spoke of. My team relied too heavily on technology, placed too much faith in data. We thought ourselves hunters, unaware that from the very start, we had walked into the enemy's hunting ground. Every step we took was within their calculations. We lost, and we accepted wholeheartedly." With that, she bowed slightly toward Qin Feng. This was a soldier, acknowledging another soldier's true strength from the bottom of her heart. Her team members, witnessing this scene, all wore expressions of shock. They had never seen their proud commander bow to anyone before. But the shock quickly gave way to resignation. Yes, they had lost. Defeated by the unseen professor, but ultimately, they had been outmaneuvered by the man before them, by his profound battlefield insight that transcended mere technique. Qin Feng looked at her. In her eyes, he saw humiliation and unwillingness. Yet he also saw something entirely new. A reverence forged anew after pride had been shattered. He offered neither comfort nor mockery. He simply picked up the statement Adeo had brought back from the table. He didn't read it himself. Instead, he stepped forward and handed the document to Feng Huang. Phoenix froze, lifting her head to look at him in confusion. "Your team may have lost the tactical battle, but your strategic analysis remains top tier." Qin Feng's voice remained impassive. The Loach interrogation mentioned specific transaction details and code words. "I need your technical team to immediately analyze this information, identify potential traps, and build a behavioral model to predict every possible reaction the other side might have on the day of the transaction." Phoenix took the file. The paper still carried a faint trace of blood. She scanned the words on the page, then looked back at Qin Feng. Shock. She had expected to be met with scorn and the stripping of her authority. But to her surprise, Qin Feng not only refrained from doing so, but instead placed such crucial intelligence into her hands. This represented trust. A trust that transcended victory or defeat, rooted solely in ability. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. War is not a gamble. Qin Feng looked at her, then swept his gaze across everyone present. No dragon daggers. No state security. From this moment on, there is only one team here. One team whose sole purpose is to hunt down the ghost hand. He turned to face everyone. I hereby announce that Dragon Dagger and State Security Bureau Division 9 Team A will be merged into a combined unit. Adao, you will lead Dragon's Thorns Team B and State Security Field Unit 1 to form the assault team responsible for the chemical plant's high-risk operation in 3 days. Yes. Adu's voice was crisp and decisive. Comrade Feng Wang. Qin Feng's gaze fell once more upon Feng Wang. You will lead your technical team and the 2nd Field Unit of State Security to form an intelligence support and coordination group. I need you to provide me with the most detailed risk assessment report before the operation begins. During the operation, you will be responsible for controlling the overall situation and cutting off all escape routes for the target. Phoenix clenched the documents in her hand. The last shred of reluctance vanished from her heart. She finally understood. Everything Qin Feng had done previously wasn't to humiliate her, nor was it about power struggles. He was merely using the fastest, most effective method to select the most suitable tactics and forge a truly combat-ready team. He was a true commander. Yes, sir. She snapped to attention and rendered a perfect military salute. This was the first time she had ever addressed Qin Feng by that title. It came from the heart, a genuine acknowledgement. Qin Feng nodded. He walked over to the massive display screen. Very good. Now that we've reached a consensus, then let's discuss how we'll reel in that big fish in 3 days. His finger tapped the satellite map of the abandoned chemical plant on the screen. This place is likely a trap. His voice echoed slowly through the silent conference room. A death trap specifically prepared for us. Chapter 93. The bait has been cast, now we wait for the big fish to take the hook. The tense standoff in the operations room dissolved, replaced by an atmosphere of efficient, grim determination. Dragonthorn's operatives and state security team A members sat intermingled, huddled around tactical tablets in hushed discussion. Raven and the tech team had connected to Base Zero's internal network, with code and data streams rapidly refreshing on the screens. Phoenix and Adeo stood before the main display, cross-referencing Mudskipper's interrogation notes with geographic data for map-based analysis. Qin Feng, Wei Guofeng, and Li Rui stood on the opposite side of the sand table model. According to Locha's confession, at 9 p.m. 3 days from now, a key member of the Ghost Hand organization will personally conduct a transaction at the abandoned chemical plant in Chilidian, outside Jiangcheng. Qin Feng's voice remained calm as he tapped the red-marked model building on the sand table with his pointer. The nature and quantity of the goods remain unknown. The contact person is Loch. There's an over 80% chance this is a trap. Phoenix looked up, offering her professional assessment. Loch has been offline for over 3 hours. Given the Ghost Hand organization's caution, they wouldn't proceed with the original plan without investigating. This deal seems more like a test to see if Loch is truly compromised. Qin Feng nodded. My assessment aligns with yours. He looked at Feng Wang. Therefore, your mission is to use this trap to counter them. Understood. Phoenix immediately issued orders. Technical team, within the next 48 hours, infiltrate and monitor all network signals within a 5-kilometer radius of the target chemical plant. No mobile signals or Wi-Fi hotspots are to be overlooked. Simultaneously coordinate with the military district. I require at least 3 high-altitude thermal imaging drones for round-the-clock surveillance of the target area. I need to know how many rats are in that area and which holes they're hiding in. Establish a 3D battlefield model and feed all surveillance data into it in real time. When the operation commences, I need to clearly see the position of every enemy. Her team sprang into action with immediate efficiency. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Adeo. Adao, you're in charge of closing the net. Adao's gaze sharpened. You lead the assault team. Infiltrate the perimeter of the chemical plant 12 hours before the operation begins. By any means necessary, digging tunnels or disguising yourselves as rocks. Establish an inescapable perimeter around the facility. Yes. Adu replied with a single word. Qin Feng's gaze swept over every person present. Intelligence support, assault team encirclement. This is a flawless plan. He paused. But the most crucial element is still missing. All eyes turned to him. The trap needs bait. Qin Feng spoke slowly. Bait substantial enough to lure the mastermind out of hiding. We can send Loch. Phoenix immediately suggested. Fit him with listening devices and have him complete the transaction under our surveillance. Qin Feng shook his head. Loch isn't substantial enough. At best, he'll draw out a few minor players. The real mastermind won't meet with him. Then what do you suggest? Phoenix asked, puzzled. Qin Feng didn't answer her, his gaze fixed on Li Rui. Colonel Li, based on your experience, if you were to plan this operation, how would you proceed? Li Rui hadn't expected Qin Feng to suddenly ask him. He paused, then answered solemnly. Sir, if it were up to me, I would cancel this operation. Reason? The risks are too high, and the rewards are uncertain. We already have the Loch lead. We can dig deeper through him gradually. There's no need to commit our entire force to a deal that might be a trap. It was a standard answer. Qin Feng stared at him. What if I told you we don't have much time left? What if the Ghost Hand organization is plotting a conspiracy capable of threatening the entire city of Jiangcheng? Li Rui fell silent. Sometimes, waiting means missing your chance. We have to take the risk. Qin Feng said. But we should still develop a more solid plan. We could find an experienced operative to pose as a new buyer and make contact with them. Li Ruwei insisted on his viewpoint. Someone like Ghost Hand won't trust some unknown nobody who suddenly shows up out of nowhere. Qin Feng's voice grew low. They only trust those within their sphere of influence, the real heavyweights with genuine power and connections. He walked from the sand table to the floor-to-ceiling window. Therefore, the buyer this time must be me. At these words, everyone's expressions turned to shock. Sir! I object. Li Ruwei was the first to stand up, his voice trembling with emotion. Absolutely not. You're the commander. Your safety comes first. Going deep behind enemy lines is too dangerous. We can't risk the command center. Wei Guofeng also frowned, his expression clearly disapproving. Having the Supreme Commander personally serve as bait is unthinkable in any military operation. Phoenix and Adeo simultaneously turned to look at Qin Feng, their eyes filled with confusion and concern. Qin Feng didn't turn around, his gaze fixed outside the window. Colonel Li, what do you think a buyer who commands respect even from the local drug lords in the Golden Triangle should look like? He suddenly asked. Li Ruwei froze. He should be extravagant with his money, arrogant in his actions, and thoroughly familiar with all the local slang and unwritten rules. Exactly. Qin Feng turned around. He should also know which vintage of Romani Conti General Kun Sa favors most, the real name of the coke girl, and in which shootout Scarface lost his left leg. His voice was flat, but the substance of his words sent a chill through everyone present. These aren't things any temporary undercover agent could learn. Because this isn't intelligence, it's lived experience. He looked at Li Ruwei, his gaze deep and penetrating. Only I can play this role convincingly. Because I don't need to play it. The conference room fell deathly silent. Li Ruwei opened his mouth but found no words to counter. He finally understood, Qin Feng's disgraceful past had now become his most powerful weapon. But, sir, your safety. Li Ruwei made one last desperate attempt. My safety is in your hands. Qin Feng's gaze swept over Feng Wang and Adeo. I trust my team. He paused, then fixed his gaze back on Li Ruwei. And you, Colonel Li. You will serve as my assistant. A top-tier lawyer from the capital, responsible for handling all my legitimate business affairs. Li Ruwei stiffened. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to not only take the risk himself but drag him into it as well. All eyes were on Li Ruwei. An intense internal struggle raged within him. As a soldier, obeying orders was his duty. But as the head of the investigation team, he also bore the responsibility to ensure the commander's safety and the operation's compliance. Finally, he met Qin Feng's gaze and slowly straightened his posture. Yes, sir. He managed to utter those 3 words with difficulty. Qin Feng nodded. Dismissed. Prepare yourselves. The order was given, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Li Ruwei followed Qin Feng out of the conference room. In the corridor, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Sir, is this really the only way? Qin Feng paused, glancing back at him as night fell outside the windows. Sometimes. Qin Feng's voice was soft yet resonated with conviction. To catch the craftiest fish, you yourself must become the most enticing bait. Chapter 94. This outfit costs far more than a military uniform. Base Zero's preparation room 3 was brightly lit. Qin Feng stood in the center of the room, clad in the standard combat uniform issued by the base. Phoenix stood before him, flanked by 2 members of National Security Team A. One held a tactical tablet, while the other pushed a metal rack laden with garments. According to the operational plan, we need to establish a completely new identity for you. Phoenix spoke, her voice devoid of emotion. Background: a Chinese arms dealer long active in the Golden Triangle region. Operates with high visibility and lavish spending, with a history of collaborating with major local factions. Personality: ruthless and deeply suspicious. She finished and stepped aside. The agent pushing the rack stepped forward and removed a suit. The suit was deep gray, its fabric reflecting a subdued sheen under the lights. Italian bespoke, Khitan K50 series. Annual production capped at 50 suits. Crafted from premium cashmere, we've distressed it to match your stature. Subtle sweat stains line the collar's inner edge, while the cuffs bear faint scuffs, giving the impression you frequently wear it to less than respectable venues. Qin Feng said nothing. He shed his training gear and slipped into the suit jacket. The cut hugged his frame perfectly, the shoulders sharp yet allowing full range of motion for any tactical maneuver. He flexed his arms, feeling no restriction. The trousers lining is reinforced with Kevlar fiber, capable of withstanding dagger punctures. The belt buckle is made of a special alloy and can be used as brass knuckles if necessary. The team member continued the explanation. Qin Feng pulled on the trousers and fastened the belt. He walked to the full-length mirror on one side of the room. The man reflected stood tall and straight, but the stern, upright aura of a soldier had been significantly softened by this expensive suit. In its place was a deep, oppressive presence. The door swung open as Li Ruwei entered. He had just finished communicating with the perimeter team when he spotted Qin Feng in front of the mirror. Li Ruwei halted in his tracks. Watching Qin Feng's back, a strange feeling surfaced in his heart. This is for your assistant, Attorney Li. Phoenix signaled another team member, who retrieved another black suit from the rack. Zegna, standard business cut suited to your status as a top-tier lawyer. The briefcase is Toomey, with a bulletproof lining that can serve as a temporary shield. Li Rui's gaze shifted away from the suit and returned to Qin Feng. At that moment, another team member approached Qin Feng carrying a velvet box, opening it. Inside lay a watch, resting quietly. Patek Philippe Emerald, model 5002, discontinued. We procured it urgently from a European collector. Phoenix explained. The watch itself isn't important. What matters is its story. She picked up the watch with tweezers and flipped it over, revealing the metal caseback. A distinct scratch ran across the caseback, with a shallow indentation at its center. The original owner was a Colombian drug lord. 15 years ago, during a gang shootout, a ricocheting bullet fragment struck this watch, saving his life. The Ghost Hand Organization's intelligence network has records of this watch. It will prove you belong to the circle. Qin Feng extended his left hand. Phoenix personally fastened the cold metal watch onto his wrist. Qin Feng looked down at the watch, his gaze seemingly piercing through the metal, returning to the stifling, humid rainforests of the Golden Triangle years ago. The air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, the whistling of bullets tearing through foliage ringing in his ears. Faces of those who'd stop at nothing to survive, scenes of shadowy transactions all replayed before his eyes. He felt weary. Phone. Qin Feng spoke, his voice low. The technical lead, Raven, personally walked over carrying a phone. The model was outdated Erato flip phone popular over a decade ago, encased in leather and metal, looking thick and heavy. This is a physically modified satellite phone. Its signal cannot be tracked by conventional means. Most importantly, it contains the call logs. Raven powered on the phone and pulled up the call history screen. We fabricated 128 call records over the past 3 years between this phone and 7 specific numbers in the Golden Triangle region. One number belonged to General Kunsa's most trusted aide during his lifetime. Another was White Powder Girl's private line. These records are sufficient to arouse suspicion in anyone, yet cannot be immediately disproved. Qin Feng took the phone and weighed it in his hand. The familiar weight reminded him of the one he'd left behind in the attic of the Qin family residence. He slipped the phone into his suit's inner pocket. Finally, the team member handed him a pair of leather shoes. Italian handmade leather shoes. The heels are hollowed out to conceal a miniature ceramic knife undetectable by metal detectors. Qin Feng slipped on his leather shoes and stood up straight. He glanced at the mirror once more. The man reflected back had piercing eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible curve at the corners of his mouth, and was dressed in a tailored suit with a luxury watch. His entire being radiated a dangerous aura, a potent blend of wealth and violence. The soldier named Qin Feng had vanished completely. In his place stood a dark figure known by the codename Night Owl. Li Rui stood at the doorway, his body rigidly upright, his hands clenching unconsciously at his sides. He was stunned. This wasn't disguise, it felt more like a return to his true self. It was as if this attire was Qin Feng's true form all along, while the military uniform had merely been a borrowed shell. Suddenly, Li Rui fully understood what Qin Feng had said in the conference room. Because I don't need to pretend. The weight of those words now pressed down on Li Rui's heart, making him feel slightly breathless. He realized he was about to follow someone who had truly emerged from the depths of the abyss. The danger level of this operation far exceeded any mission he had undertaken before. Qin Feng turned away from the mirror, his gaze settling on Li Rui. The gaze was calm, yet it sent a chill through Li Rui. Colonel Li, won't you try on the clothes they prepared for you? Qin Feng's voice was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Li Rui felt his throat go dry. He nodded and walked toward the black suit meant for him, his movements stiff and awkward. Qin Feng didn't look at him again, instead addressing Feng Wang. Very good. This outfit costs far more than a military uniform. Phoenix's face remained expressionless. The cost is far greater. Qin Feng picked up a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from the table and slipped them on. The lenses slightly obscured the sharpness in his eyes, lending him an air of refined decadence. He watched Li Rui changing clothes, his heart utterly still. He knew he had been preparing for this performance for 10 years. Now, all it needed was a suitable audience and a supporting actor equally invested in the role. And Li Rui would be the perfect supporting actor. Qin Feng slowly walked over to Li Rui's side and reached out to straighten his slightly crooked tie. Li Rui's body instantly tensed. Don't be nervous, Attorney Li. Qin Feng's voice was soft, carrying an almost hypnotic quality. From this moment on, you are not the colonel, and I am not the commander. I am your boss. And you are the person I trust most. Qin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on Li Rui's chest right over his heart. Remember, your life is now in my hands. Chapter 95. Colonel Li, your act is over. Training Room 7 at Zero Base had been set up to resemble a makeshift office. The room contained only a chipped wooden desk and 2 metal chairs. Qin Feng sat behind the desk, having shed his suit jacket to reveal a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, exposing the Patek Philippe jade watch on his wrist. He leaned back in his chair, feet propped on the desk, idly twirling a butterfly knife in his hand. Li Rui stood outside the door, wearing his own black suit and carrying a briefcase. Come in. Qin Feng's voice came from inside. Li Rue pushed open the door and stepped inside. He came to a halt before the desk, standing ramrod straight, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I'm your newly hired legal counsel, Li Rue. Li Rue spoke, his voice steady. The butterfly knife in Qin Feng's hand paused. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at Li Rue. Why are you standing so stiffly? Trying to tell me you're ready to strike at any moment? Li Rue's body stiffened. It's a habit. Then break that habit. Qin Feng lowered his feet from the desk and leaned forward. Lawyers aren't soldiers. A good lawyer should have a slight stoop from poring over case files or bowing to judges and clients. His gaze shouldn't be sharp but greedy. When he sees me, it should be like seeing a cashed check for millions. Qin Feng tapped the tabletop with a single finger. Your value lies in your brain and this mouth, not your fists. In my world, lawyers who flash their fists don't live to see the next day. Li Rue felt ashamed. He tried to relax his shoulders, but the muscle memory from years of training made him feel uneasy. Start over. Qin Feng said. Li Rue retreated to the doorway and closed the door behind him. He took a deep breath before pushing his way back in. This time, he deliberately let his shoulders slump slightly, forcing what he hoped was a respectful smile onto his face. Boss, I am. Stop. Qin Feng cut him off. Your eyes are wrong. Qin Feng stood up and walked over to Li Rue. Though they were similar in height, Qin Feng's presence completely overwhelmed Li Rue. Your eyes show obedience and caution. What I want is awe and greed. When you look at me, you should be thinking, this man is dangerous, but how much can I squeeze out of him? You should fear me, but more than that, you should love my money. Qin Feng reached out, pinching Li Rue's chin to force him to meet his gaze. Understand? Li Rue stared into Qin Feng's bottomless eyes. There was no trace of jest within them, only cold, hard reality. A chill crept up his spine. Understood. Good. Do it again. Qin Feng released his grip and walked back to sit behind the desk. Li Rue entered the room for the third time. This time, he tried to recall Qin Feng's words, his eyes attempting to convey greed, his body much more relaxed. Boss, I'm Li Rue. It's a pleasure to serve you. Qin Feng said nothing, merely watching him silently. Li Rue felt uneasy under his gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sit. Qin Feng finally spoke. Li Rue pulled out a chair and sat down, placing his briefcase on his lap with his hands folded atop it. It was a standard negotiating posture, but also a defensive one. Qin Feng smiled. Attorney Li, you seem quite tense. Not at all, boss. Is that so? Qin Feng retrieved a brown paper bag from beneath the table and tossed it onto the surface. Open it up. Li Rue reached for the paper bag, his movements hesitant. He opened the paper bag and poured out several photographs. The photos depicted bloody scenes, severed limbs and scattered remains with what appeared to be a jungle in the background. Li Rue's pupils contracted. This is what happened to my last lawyer. Qin Feng's voice was soft. He talked too much and took money he shouldn't have. I fed him and his family to the crocodiles. Li Rue's breath caught for a moment. He forced himself to tear his gaze away from the photograph and look at Qin Feng. Boss, I only take what I'm entitled to. Very good. Qin Feng nodded, seemingly satisfied. However, the situation has changed. Qin Feng suddenly drew a pistol from behind his waist and slammed it onto the table, the muzzle pointing directly at Li Rue. One of our warehouses got busted by the cops. There's a mole inside. Now, I suspect you're that mole. Li Rue's body instantly tensed. His right hand instinctively reached for his waist, where his service weapon should have been. His hand found nothing, but the gesture had already given him away. A look of disappointment flashed across Qin Feng's face. He holstered the gun and leaned back in his chair. Colonel Li, your act is over. Your first reaction was resistance reaching for your gun. A lawyer, someone who makes a living with his words, should react with fear when faced with a gun. Begging for mercy, immediately distancing himself, even weeping and wailing. Qin Feng picked up the butterfly knife from the table and began spinning it between his fingers once more. Your instincts tell me you're not afraid of this gun at all. You even have the confidence to take me out before I pull the trigger. That kind of confidence will get you killed fast. Because my enemies always eliminate the ones they perceive as the greatest threat first. Li Rue sat in his chair, his face drained of color. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He thought he was prepared, but he realized the soldier's instincts were etched into his very bones, impossible to erase in a moment. I need time. Li Rue's voice was hoarse. We don't have time. Qin Feng stood up, walked over to him, bent down, and looked him straight in the eyes. In the golden triangle, when you're doing business, one wrong word, one wrong look, and your head will be blown off. There's no law there, no rules. The only rule is whoever has more guns and a harder heart. He paused. Do you know what crossing the river means? It's tying stones to new recruits and sinking them in the Mekong. Only those who struggle back up earn the right to join. Do you know what planting lotus flowers means? It's chopping off a traitor's limbs, turning them into a human pig, and tossing them into poppy fields as fertilizer. Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but each word hammered into Li Rui's heart like a blow. Li Rui felt terror. This wasn't a hypothetical scenario from a drill. He could hear in Qin Feng's tone that these were real events that had actually happened. Sir, call me boss. Qin Feng corrected him. Li Rui's lips trembled before he finally managed to utter 2 words. Boss. Very good. Qin Feng straightened up. We'll do this one last time. If you make another mistake this time, I'll recommend to Phoenix that you be replaced. The words poured over Li Rui like a bucket of ice water. As a soldier, nothing was more humiliating than being deemed unfit for duty. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and emptied his mind of all tactical regulations and combat techniques. He told himself he wasn't Colonel Li Rui now, he was a lawyer named Li Rui, a money-loving, death-fearing, calculating smartass. When he opened his eyes again, the sharpness had vanished, replaced by a gaze that blended shrewdness with timidity. He stood up and bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Boss, please give me one more chance. I will not let you down. Chapter 96. The night before the operation, some could not sleep. The lights were dimmed in the combat command center of Base Zero. A massive main display dominated the entire wall, its screen divided into dozens of smaller windows. The left side displayed a constantly updating stream of code and signal distribution maps, while the right side showed real-time thermal imaging feeds from 3 high-altitude drones. Phoenix stood before the main console, her face illuminated by the screen's cold glow. Report, signal penetration within a 5-kilometer radius of the target area is complete. Her voice rang clear in the quiet command center. 47 distinct encrypted wireless signal sources have been detected, more than triple the number mentioned in Locha's interrogation records. On the screen, an electronic map zoomed in, revealing a dense cluster of red dots illuminating the area surrounding the target chemical plant. These signal sources are arranged in a highly systematic pattern, forming a crossfire network with fixed patrol routes. They are not a disorganized mob. Qin Feng stood before the screen, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing the flickering red dots. What has the drone detected? He inquired. Phoenix switched the main screen display, enlarging 3 thermal imaging feeds. In the images, the abandoned chemical plant resembled a sprawling steel beast, emanating an ominous aura in the darkness. Drone had detected 2 stationary heat sources on the roof of Building 3. Their signs and posture matched those of snipers. She circled 2 blurred human silhouettes on the screen with a laser pointer. Drone B detected an anomalous heat source on the 2nd floor guard tower at the chemical plant's main entrance. Its power far exceeds that of a human body. Based on model analysis, there's a 70% probability it's a heavy machine gun. Drone C detected at least 12 moving heat sources inside the chemical plant, distributed across key passageways. They're well concealed, this is all we can see. A veritable rat hole. Qin Feng remarked. He walked over to the tactical tablet beside him and input all the information reported by Phoenix. A 3-dimensional battlefield model was updating in real time. Connect to Adeo's communications. Acknowledged. The communications officer made a few adjustments. After a faint crackle of static, an encrypted, deep voice came through. Eagle's Nest, this is Ghost. We're in position. Ghost, report your observations. Qin Feng spoke into the microphone. Confirms Eagle's Nest's technical reconnaissance. I visually confirmed 2 sniper positions in Building 3. Heavy fire points on the guard towers are marked. Additionally, they've laid directional mines around the chemical plant perimeter, 6 total. Coordinates transmitted. On the tactical tablet, 6 new red skull markers instantly appeared around the blue dot representing Adeo's squad. Can we pinpoint the enemy commander's location? Qin Feng asked. Not yet. All personnel communicate via radio, no leader has been sighted. They're being cautious. Understood. Maintain radio silence and await further orders. Ghost, understood. Communication terminated. Silence fell over the command center, broken only by the hum of the servers. All eyes turned to Qin Feng, awaiting his decision. Intelligence indicated the danger level of this operation had exceeded initial estimates. The enemy had not only set a trap, but a well-prepared, heavily armed one. Qin Feng studied the 3D model on his tactical tablet, swiping his finger across the screen. He deleted the original Plan A route and marked a new Plan B route, which involved infiltrating through the sewage pipes on the flank of the chemical plant. He also adjusted the positions of 2 backup sniper points, precisely countering the enemy's firepower in Building 3. Phoenix. Here. Have the tech team focus on monitoring these 6 coordinates. I need to know if their mines are pressure activated or remote controlled. Understood. Additionally, have Adeo assign 1 team member to create a minor disturbance at the southeast corner of the chemical plant 10 minutes before the operation begins. Draw their attention there. Yes. The rest of the plan remains unchanged. After issuing the orders, Qin Feng turned and left the command center. His footsteps were steady, his expression unchanging, as if he were about to face not a life or death battle but a routine drill. In the single-occupancy quarters reserved for senior members at the base, the lighting was soft and subdued. The furnishings were sparse, a bed, a desk, a chair. Li Rui sat on the edge of the bed, feeling no sleepiness. A white flannel cloth covered the desk, neatly displaying every component of a Type 92 pistol. Barrel, slide, recoil spring, magazine. Each part had been meticulously cleaned with maintenance oil, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. He picked up the frame and began reassembling the weapon. His movements were practiced and fluid, a sequence he had repeated countless times since his days at the military academy. Before every major battle, he would meticulously maintain his weapon in this manner. It was a ritual, a method to calm his inner turmoil. Today, he felt tense. The shock Qin Feng had delivered to him in the training room that day still lingered. The bloody descriptions of the Golden Triangle and the brutal rules of survival gave him his first vivid glimpse into the dark side of this world. He realized this mission would be unlike any he had undertaken before. He wouldn't be playing the role of a soldier charging into battle, but rather a lawyer navigating between wolves. His greatest weapons were not the gun in his hand, but his mind and his acting skills. Yet, upon learning that the chemical plant was booby-trapped with snipers, heavy machine guns, and landmines, his instincts still urged him to rely on what he knew best. He felt a heavy responsibility. He had to ensure not only his own safety, but also Qin Feng's. Qin Feng was the commander, the linchpin of this operation. He couldn't afford any mishaps. Yet in the operational plan, Qin Feng had placed himself in the most dangerous position as the bait. Li Rui secured the final component, then pulled the slide back. The crisp metallic clang echoed through the quiet room. He inserted an empty magazine, then ejected it, repeating the action several times to confirm the firearm's mechanical perfection. His hand gripped the cold pistol, yet a burning sensation surged within him. He knew that according to the plan, as a lawyer, he shouldn't be carrying a weapon. But this gun, he had to bring it. It was his bottom line, his last line of defense as a soldier. He walked to the window and gazed out at the deep night. The command center building in the distance was ablaze with lights, like a giant ship sailing through the darkness. He knew the captain of that ship must be awake at this very moment. Li Rui glanced down at the gun in his hand, then at the black suit hanging on the coat rack. Tomorrow, he would wear that suit, carry this gun, and walk into an unknown slaughterhouse. He felt fear, and he felt excitement. Chapter 97, Welcome to Chilidian Slaughterhouse. The night was deep, even the moonlight swallowed by thick clouds. A black Audi A6L crept along the bumpy dirt road, its headlights deliberately dimmed to the faintest glow, like two sleepy eyes. The wheels crushed gravel with a faint crunch, the sound echoing eerily in the silent wilderness. Inside, Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed as if dozing. He wore the deep gray tailored suit, tie-less, with the top two buttons of his shirt undone, revealing a small patch of solid chest. Li Rui sat behind the wheel in his black suit, hands gripping the steering wheel, palms slightly damp. His gaze darted warily out the window at the abandoned factories and wild grass flashing by. The air carried a pungent mix of chemicals, rust, and decaying vegetation. Relax, Attorney Li. Qin Feng kept his eyes closed, his voice flat. Your heart's racing. You're gripping the wheel so hard you could crush it. Li Rui took a deep breath, trying to relax his tense muscles. Boss, we're almost there. I know. Phoenix's voice came through Qin Feng's earpiece, cool and collected. Fish Eagle, you're now within enemy visual range. Sniper positions at Factory Building 3 and the Sentry Tower's heavy machine gun emplacement have locked onto you. Additionally, at 7 o'clock to your left front, there's a concealed sentry in the grass. Qin Feng tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, saying nothing. The Audi slowly rolled through the rusted gates of the abandoned chemical plant in Chilidian. The gates stood wide open, like a silent, gaping maw. Following the route provided by Loach, Li Rui parked the car in an open area in front of Building 2. This was the most open area in the entire chemical plant complex, offering no cover whatsoever and leaving them completely exposed to fire from all surrounding elevated positions. Li Rui turned off the engine and pulled out the key. Dead silence hung around them, broken only by the whistling wind through the shattered windows. Get out! Qin Feng opened his eyes and pushed the door open. Li Rui followed immediately. After stepping out, he instinctively wanted to move in front of Qin Feng, using his body to shield him from potential fire. But he instantly remembered his role, halted his steps, and positioned himself half a step behind Qin Feng, holding the bulletproof briefcase in his hand. Directly ahead, the gate of Building 3 slowly creaked open a crack. A dim yellow beam of light spilled out, illuminating the ground beneath their feet. Come in. A rough voice came from the doorway. Qin Feng stepped forward toward the door. Li Rui followed behind him, each step deliberately heavy. Entering the factory, an even stronger stench of oil and mold hit them. The interior was vast, filled with rusted machinery and equipment covered in thick layers of dust. Only a single suspended tungsten filament lamp illuminated the central area, its dim, yellow light barely illuminating a small patch. 4 men stood beneath the light. Leading them was a bald, burly man. A knife scar ran from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth, giving his entire face a menacing appearance. He wore a black vest, his bare arms covered in tattoos, muscles bulging beneath the skin. Behind him, 3 others each held a submachine gun, barrels angled downward toward the floor, fingers firmly on the triggers. Their eyes burned with undisguised malice and scrutiny. This was completely at odds with the situation described in Locha's confession, where an important member was supposed to make the contact personally. Li Rui's heart sank. This was a show of force. The bald man with the scar scrutinized Qin Feng and Li Rui, his gaze lingering briefly on the Patek Philippe watch with jade inlay on Qin Feng's wrist, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. "Gentlemen, the boss awaits inside. But as per protocol, we must conduct a search first." He gave a subtle nod to his henchman behind him. A tall, thin man stepped forward, holding a metal detector. Li Rui's heart tightened. His hand instinctively moved toward his waist, where he concealed the Type 92 pistol he'd brought. The movement was subtle, but in this tense standoff, it was immediately detected. The bald man with the scar narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam flashing in them. "Friend, you seem rather nervous." Just then, Qin Feng shot him an imperceptible glance, halting Li Rui's next move. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Rui's back. Qin Feng paid no attention to the subordinate holding the detector, not even glancing at the bald, scarred man. As if completely oblivious to the weapon in the other man's hand, he nonchalantly pulled a silver cigar case from his suit pocket. He opened it, took out a cigar, then retrieved a solid gold lighter and lit it. The crisp metallic click of the lighter echoed through the empty factory floor. Qin Feng took a deep drag, exhaling a smoke ring that blurred his face. "My men are timid, unworldly souls." His voice was calm, tinged with a lazy smile. "But I'd like to ask, since when did Ghost Hand start sending watchdogs to negotiate business deals?" The bald, scarred man's expression changed instantly. "What did you say?" The three men behind him simultaneously raised their guns, the black muzzles trained on Qin Feng and Li Rui. The tension in the factory hall reached a breaking point. Li Rui felt his heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst from his chest. Every muscle in his body tensed, ready to strike back the instant they fired. Yet Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the barrels. He tapped the ash from his cigar and continued speaking. "Either that, or have someone with authority come out to see me. Or I'll leave right now. My time is precious. I've no time to waste on scum like you." His tone remained flat, but the contempt and arrogance in his words landed like a slap, stinging the bald, scarred man's face. The bald man's face turned a deep purplish red as he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. "You're asking for it," he roared, lunging forward. "Stop." A cold voice echoed from the shadows deep within the factory building. The bald, scarred man froze, his rage instantly shifting to reverence. He slowly lowered his hand and, along with the others, respectfully stepped aside. Footsteps echoed. A figure emerged from the darkness. Of medium build, he wore a black trench coat and a cold, silver metal mask that concealed everything but a pair of emotionless eyes. His presence seemed to lower the temperature of the entire factory by several degrees. Li Rui looked at the masked man, understanding that the main player had finally arrived. Simultaneously, Phoenix's voice crackled through Qin Feng's earpiece, tinged with gravity. "Fish Eagle, stand by. An unidentified armed squad of 8, heavily equipped, has been detected on the perimeter. They're advancing toward your position in tactical formation. They bypassed all Ghost Hand sentries. Objective unknown. Chapter 98. If you're going to play the game, play it all the way first, inspect the goods." The metal masked man stepped into the light. His gaze swept over Qin Feng and Li Rui like a venomous snake, finally settling on Qin Feng's face. "I am the one who makes the decisions." His voice emerged through the mask, carrying a metallic resonance cold and utterly flat. "My men were disrespectful and offended our honored guests. I apologize on their behalf." His words offered apology, yet his posture and gaze betrayed not a shred of remorse. Qin Feng took a drag on his cigar, offering no reply. He knew this was merely the opening act, the other party's probing had only just begun. However, the masked man shifted his tone. "Rules are rules. For safety's sake, the inspection must proceed. It's for the benefit of both parties, wouldn't you agree?" His gaze settled on the briefcase Li Rui was carrying. Li Rui's heart skipped a beat. He knew the briefcase contained not only documents but also the $5 million in cash Qin Feng had instructed him to prepare. The cash was genuine, but it contained micro-trackers. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the subtle warning, letting out a dismissive snort. "Inspect?" He exhaled a puff of smoke, and through the swirling haze, his gaze sharpened. "I've come all the way from the Golden Triangle. General Kun Sa himself would offer me 3 cups of wine before we even spoke. And here, before we've discussed business, you treat me like a thief and demand a search?" He stepped forward, closing the distance to less than 2 meters between himself and the masked man. "Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to lecture me on rules?" Qin Feng unleashed his full presence. The ruthless aura honed from years of walking the edge of life and death pressed down on the other man like a tangible force. The bald, scarred man and his henchman both began breathing heavily, instinctively taking half a step back. The eyes beneath the masked man's visor flickered. He hadn't expected this seemingly refined buyer to possess such overwhelming pressure. "It seems I misjudged you." The masked man's voice remained calm, but the fingers at his side curled involuntarily. "May I ask your name, sir?" "You may call me, sir." Qin Feng spoke slowly. "Sir?" The masked man repeated, as if searching through his memories. Very well, sir. He nodded. Since you are a gentleman, you naturally have your own rules. However, we have ours as well. This shipment is special. We must confirm you have the capability to handle it. You mean a capital verification? Qin Feng asked with a hint of amusement. You could put it that way. Qin Feng smiled. He turned to look at Li Rue. Attorney Li, show him what you've got. Li Rue immediately understood. He stepped forward, placed his briefcase on the floor, entered the password, and opened it. Under the orange glow, bundles of crisp, brand new US dollar bills were neatly stacked inside, emitting the distinctive scent of fresh ink. The bald man with the scar and his companions instantly stared wide-eyed, their breathing becoming heavy. The masked man's gaze lingered on the cash box for a second before shifting away. $5 million. That's quite sincere indeed. He remarked. But this is still not enough. Qin Feng's eyebrow arched slightly. Oh? Sir, having come from afar, you may not be familiar with the market conditions in Jiangcheng, the masked man said slowly. Things have been tight lately. For those in our line of work, the risk costs have risen significantly. Therefore, the price of the goods naturally needs to go up a bit. Li Rue's heart stirred. He understood this was the other party jacking up the price, testing their bottom line. How much? Qin Feng asked, his tone devoid of emotion. The masked man held up one finger. Double it. 10 million? Li Rue blurted out, his face contorting with feigned shock and anger. Mr. Li, is this any of your business? Qin Feng shot him a cold glance. Li Rue immediately lowered his head, adopting a fearful posture. My apologies, boss. Qin Feng's reaction flashed a hint of satisfaction in the masked man's eyes. This was precisely the effect he sought, applying extreme pressure to gauge the other party's true reactions and internal power dynamics. Qin Feng didn't respond immediately. He brought the cigar back to his lips and took a deep drag. A brief silence fell over the factory floor. The bald man with the scar and the others watched Qin Feng nervously, unsure how this unpredictable mister would react. Ha! Qin Feng suddenly chuckled softly. Interesting. He looked at the masked man. Hiking prices on the spot, double-crossing your own kind. That trick? I've played it to death in northern Burma. He paused, his gaze turning icy. But I'm in a good mood today. I can play along with you lot. He pulled the Virtu phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. It's me. Qin Feng spoke in fluent Burmese dialect. Prepare 10 million and transfer it to the Swiss bank account I specified. I want to see the transfer receipt within half an hour. There seemed to be some response on the other end. Do as I say. Qin Feng's tone turned impatient before he hung up. He tossed the phone to Li Rue. Check the account in half an hour. Then he turned his gaze back to the masked man. I've paid the money. Now, isn't it time for me to inspect the goods? His eyes held a hint of mockery. If the goods don't match the description, or if you try any tricks. Qin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but the cigar between his fingers was gently crushed between two fingers. Red embers and tobacco dust scattered from between his fingers. This gesture caused the masked man's pupils to contract sharply. He knew this was the most direct form of threat in the Golden Triangle region, meaning turn you and your goods to ash. This man was indeed part of that world. The last shred of doubt vanished from the masked man's mind. Qin Feng's series of arrogant, domineering, yet logically consistent displays had completely intimidated him. Sir, you speak plainly. The masked man finally adopted a cooperative stance. Since you show such sincerity, we won't be stingy either. He nodded to the bald man with the scar. The bald man with the scar turned and disappeared into the shadows deep within the factory building. Moments later, he emerged carrying a silver metal briefcase. The case looked heavy. He placed it on the ground in front of Qin Feng, entered a code, and opened it. The instant it opened, a chill emanated from within. Thick shock-absorbing foam lined the interior, and nestled in the central recess lay an object wrapped in an anti-static bag. Though its exact nature remained obscured, Li Rue knew the fish they were angling for had taken the bait. Just then, Phoenix's voice crackled through Qin Feng's earpiece again, her tone unusually grave. Fish Eagle, situation change. The third-party squad has cleared the outer perimeter of ghost hand sentries and is now encircling the factory from 3 directions. Their tactical movements are highly professional, top-tier special forces caliber. Chapter 99, the fish has taken the bait, but it seems there's more than one. A chill emanated from the metal briefcase under the dim, yellow light. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the object encased in an anti-static bag, his expression utterly unreadable, as if it were merely an ordinary commodity. Yet his ears were intently receiving every word transmitted through his headset from Phoenix. Top-tier special forces level. Encirclement from 3 directions. This information processed rapidly in his mind, instantly overturning all previous contingency plans. Looks like we're not the only guests here today. Qin Feng spoke slowly, his gaze shifting away from the box and back to the masked man across from him. His words startled the masked man. Sir, what do you mean by that? Nothing much, Qin Feng replied, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Just that your security here seems a bit lax. Almost the instant Qin Feng finished speaking, a muffled, silenced gunshot echoed from the factory perimeter. The sound was faint, yet in the deathly quiet surroundings, it reverberated like thunder. The bald man with the scar and his men instantly paled. They raised their guns and nervously scanned the direction of the factory gates. What the hell? The bald, scarred man growled into his walkie-talkie. Silence filled the walkie-talkie, broken only by the crackling static. His heart sank. The masked man's body instantly tensed. For the first time, his emotionless eyes betrayed a look of startled uncertainty. He snapped his gaze toward Qin Feng. You're behind this? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, wearing an innocent expression. My men are all in the car, engines turned off. What's this? Does your ghost hand gang now shift blame onto clients when doing business? His tone was light, as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with him. Li Rui stood behind Qin Feng, his palms already drenched in cold sweat. He gripped the briefcase handle tightly, the bulletproof lining inside offering him a fleeting, insignificant sense of security. He didn't know what was happening outside, but he could sense a danger far more lethal than the few bandits inside the factory was rapidly closing in. Another gunshot rang out, this time closer. Immediately after, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Damn it! Someone's sneaking in. One of the gunmen shouted, fear evident in his voice. The tension inside the factory reached a breaking point. The masked man stared intently at Qin Feng, trying to read something in his expression, but Qin Feng remained calm, even carrying a hint of leisurely amusement. This sense of losing control made the masked man feel a wave of irritation and unease. Close the box, he ordered in a low voice. The bald man with the scar immediately crouched down, attempting to close the metal briefcase. I advise you not to move. Qin Feng's voice was quiet, yet it halted the bald man's movements. I'll take this shipment, Qin Feng stated. Whoever those men outside are, I'll handle them for you. Payment, 10 million yuan, not a penny less. Do you accept this deal? In such a chaotic and dangerous moment, Qin Feng not only didn't back down but insisted on proceeding with the deal. His reaction completely caught the masked man off guard. You? The masked man was at a loss for words. You have 3 seconds to decide. Qin Feng held up 3 fingers. 3, 2. Footsteps outside grew louder and clearer. 1. Fine. Deal. The masked man practically roared the words. He had no other choice. The enemies approaching outside were unknown quantities, their firepower uncertain. But this gentleman before him, though arrogant, was at least here to negotiate. Between 2 evils, he chose the lesser one. A wise choice. Qin Feng nodded. He turned to Li Rui. Attorney Li, secure our assets. Yes, boss. Li Rui immediately pulled the briefcase filled with cash and the metal suitcase on the floor toward his feet. Leaning forward slightly, he shielded both cases behind him. Just then, Phoenix's urgent voice crackled simultaneously through Qin Feng and Li Rui's earpieces. Osprey, Gecko, beware. The enemy has breached the factory. Repeat, the enemy has breached the factory. They are neither police nor military personnel. Identity unknown. A Dao's ghost squad has spotted them and is monitoring the situation, awaiting your orders. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a black, egg-sized object was tossed through the crack in the factory gate. It rolled across the concrete floor, emitting a faint clatter. Flashbang! Li Rui shouted instinctively, closing his eyes and turning sideways. Qin Feng reacted even faster. Before Li Rui could shout, he had already turned, shielding his back from the flashbang's direction. The masked man and his henchmen clearly lacked such experience. What the hell? The bald man with the scar froze for a moment. The next instant, a blinding white light erupted, flooding the entire factory floor as bright as day. Immediately after came a deafening, piercing screech. Ah! The bald man with the scar and his 3 henchmen screamed in unison. Covering their eyes and ears, they collapsed to the ground in agony, temporarily blinded and deafened. The masked man reacted slightly faster, closing his eyes, but the intense light and noise still left him dizzy and disoriented, stumbling backward several steps. After the blinding light and deafening noise subsided, the factory fell into a brief, deathly silence. Then came the sound of footsteps, uniform and rhythmic. 8 armed personnel clad in black combat uniforms, tactical helmets, and face masks burst through the main gate and several broken windows like ghosts. Their movements were swift and professional, instantly securing all key positions within the factory and establishing crossfire. The weapons they wielded were models Li Rui had never seen before, short, compact, and equipped with various tactical attachments. The entire process flowed like a river, without a single superfluous slogan, filled with cold, ruthless efficiency. Li Rui's heart sank to the depths. These men were undoubtedly elite professional soldiers. The leader of the armed group gave a hand signal, and 2 men immediately stepped forward, subduing the bald, scarred man and the others still struggling on the ground. 2 others raised their guns, aiming at the staggering masked man. The remaining 4, including the leader, simultaneously pointed the barrels of their automatic rifles at Qin Feng and Li Rui standing in the center of the area. The leader's gaze swept past Qin Feng and landed on the silver metal briefcase at Li Rui's feet. His eyes flashed with an unmistakable gleam of objective fulfillment. Qin Feng slowly turned around, squinting as his restored vision adjusted. He surveyed the uninvited guests before him, his face betraying no fear. Instead, a knowing smile touched his lips. The fish had taken the bait. But unexpectedly, it seemed more than one had taken the bait. And this later one seemed far more ferocious than the first. Chapter 100, The Praying Mantis, the Cicada, the Sparrow, and This Gun of Mine. The blinding white afterimage gradually faded from his retinas, and the ringing in his ears slowly subsided. Li Rui slowly opened his eyes to find 4 black muzzles fixed immovably on him and Qin Feng. The gunmen's stances were textbook, their breathing steady. Even through their masks, the icy killing intent radiating from them was palpable. Cold sweat instantly drenched Li Rui's back. As a seasoned officer, he instantly recognized that every man before him was a veteran forged in the crucible of battle. The pistol concealed at his waist seemed like a laughable toy in their presence. The lead armed man took 2 steps forward. His gaze lingered on Qin Feng and Li Rui for a second before settling on the silver metal briefcase. He pointed the muzzle at the case, then beckoned with a finger toward himself. The meaning was clear: hand over the goods. Li Rui instinctively pulled the case further behind him, shielding it with his body. Boss, this. He whispered to Qin Feng, his voice dry. Qin Feng ignored him, not even glancing at the gun barrels. He seemed like an outsider, observing the suddenly appearing armed men with keen interest. His gaze swept from their peculiar weapon models to the foreign red soil caked on their combat boots, finally settling on the multifunctional tactical watch on the leader's wrist. Your employer probably didn't tell you that among the targets this time, there's also a Chinese soldier, right? Qin Feng spoke suddenly, his English standard and tinged with the refined elegance of an Oxford accent. The words caused the lead operative's movements to freeze. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes beneath the helmet. How did you? He started to speak, but immediately realized his slip and clamped his mouth shut. Qin Feng smiled. Looks like I guessed right. He took a step forward, completely ignoring the 4 guns pointed at his head. Having an active duty colonel accompany an arms dealer to a transaction. Doesn't that pairing strike you as odd? He gestured toward Li Rui behind him. Li Rui froze. He never imagined Qin Feng would choose this moment to reveal his identity. It defied logic. It was practically suicide. Sure enough, the 4 armed men's gazes instantly grew more dangerous. The killing intent radiating from them seemed almost tangible. The leader fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, rapidly communicating with someone through the built-in communicator in his helmet. The atmosphere in the factory hall froze. Meanwhile, the masked man who had been restrained began to recover from his dizziness. Watching the dramatic scene unfold before him, his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't make sense of the situation. Who exactly was working for whom, this buyer calling himself Sir or the mysterious unit that had suddenly stormed in? Or were they not on the same side at all? Just then, without warning, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the perimeter of the factory. Rat-a-tat-tat. The distinctive crackle of AK-47s, punctuated by several muffled shotgun booms, instantly shattered the night silence. Immediately followed by several violent explosions. Boom! Boom! Flames shot skyward, illuminating half the night sky. The shockwaves from the explosions shook the entire factory building, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Everyone inside the factory was stunned by this sudden upheaval. 4 of the 8 armed men immediately split off, turning to raise their guns and guard the doors and windows. Though their formation remained intact, a hint of panic was evident. The leader's earpiece crackled with frantic, terrified calls from the perimeter guards. We're under attack. Heavy fire. The enemy is... Ah! A piercing scream followed, then the line went dead. What the hell? The leader growled lowly. Qin Feng's smile grew even broader. He looked at the leader and spoke slowly. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. He paused, then extended a finger and pointed at himself. Too bad you didn't count on the fact that behind the sparrow, there's me and my hunting rifle. The moment the words fell, Qin Feng moved. He planted his foot hard against the ground, launching his body like a cannonball toward the nearest armed man. Before the man could react, Qin Feng's hand seized the barrel of his rifle and yanked it upward. Bang! The bullet whizzed past Qin Feng's scalp, striking the ceiling. Simultaneously, Qin Feng's knee slammed into the man's midsection. The guard let out a muffled groan, his body instantly curling into a shrimp-like position. Qin Feng seized his rifle in one fluid motion, spun, and used the man as a human shield in front of him. Simultaneously, he swung the barrel toward another armed man. The moment Qin Feng acted, Li Rui moved too. Without hesitation, he violently hurled the metal briefcase and the briefcase on the ground toward the 2 armed men directly facing him. The heavy cases whistled through the air, forcing the 2 men to sidestep to avoid the impact. In that split second, Li Rui had already drawn his Type 92 pistol from his waistband and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots echoed through the factory building. These were the righteous shots of the nation. Despite wearing body armor, the 2 armed men were knocked back repeatedly by the immense force of the bullets, caught off guard by the sudden attack at such close range. Li Rui's attack bought Qin Feng precious time. Rat-a-tat-tat. Qin Feng's rifle spat fire, completely suppressing the retreating armed men. Duck! Qin Feng bellowed at Li Ruwei. Li Ruwei immediately hit the deck, rolling across the ground to take cover behind a rusted machine. The leader of the armed men finally snapped out of his shock. Roaring with fury, he raised his rifle to fire at Qin Feng. But it was too late. The skylight on the factory roof shattered as someone smashed it from outside. Shards of glass rained down like hail. 3 dark figures descended from the sky like leopards. Adao and the 2 dragon dagger operatives he led descended into the center of the battlefield with movements that defied human limits. They opened fire mid-air. Puff! 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 The assault rifle fitted with a suppressor emitted a muffled yet deadly sound. The remaining 4 armed men had no time to react before precise bullets struck their unprotected vital areas, heads or necks, killing them instantly. The entire sequence took less than 3 seconds. By the time Adao and his 2 companions landed, the fight was over. The factory floor was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the tang of blood. The leader of the armed group stared in disbelief at the blossoming wound in his chest. His body swayed, and he finally collapsed to his knees in resignation. Even in death, he never understood why a third-party force had appeared here. Adao approached Qin Feng, handing him a spare pistol while reporting in a low voice. The perimeter's been cleared. Our people did it. Not a single survivor left. Qin Feng nodded and took the pistol. He walked over to the kneeling leader, towering over him. Now we can have a proper chat. Who hired you? Chapter 101, Phoenix switched to Plan B. The gunfire ceased and an eerie silence fell over the factory floor. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the scent of blood and rust, stinging everyone's nerves. Li Ruwei peered out from behind the machine gun bunker. He watched Adao and his 2 teammates, moving with the grace of gods descending from heaven, inspecting the fallen armed personnel with cold efficiency. They delivered finishing shots, stripped them of their gear all in one fluid motion. His mind reeled. Was this the combat prowess of Dragon's Thorns? His gaze shifted to Qin Feng, standing in the center of the clearing. He held a captured rifle with an unusual design, its muzzle still puffing wisps of smoke. His expression remained serene, as if the lightning-fast, life-or-death struggle had merely been a simple warm-up. For the first time, Li Ruwei recognized with crystal clarity that he and Qin Feng and Qin Feng's entire team didn't belong in the same world. What are you standing around for? Clean up the battlefield. Qin Feng's voice snapped Li Ruwei out of his shock. Yes. Boss. Li Ruwei sprang to his feet. He rushed over, first gathering the silver metal briefcase and his own briefcase together, then drew his gun and approached the subdued masked man with caution. The masked man and his henchmen, long since frozen in terror, huddled in the corner. Staring at the corpses littering the floor and the group of killers who had appeared out of nowhere 100 times more ruthless than themselves, they dared not even breathe. Qin Feng paid them no mind. He walked over to the mercenary captain, who was kneeling on the ground, barely clinging to life, and crouched down. I'll ask one more time. Who hired you? The mercenary captain lifted his head, eyes beneath the helmet filled with venom and resentment. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. You will never know. Is that so? Qin Feng's tone was flat. He tossed the rifle in his hand to Adao, then pulled a military dagger from the mercenary captain's tactical vest. I have 100 ways to make you talk. Qin Feng pressed the cold blade against the mercenary captain's face. Like starting with your eyes. Just then, Phoenix's voice crackled through Qin Feng's earpiece again, this time tinged with unprecedented urgency. Osprey. Urgent situation. Our perimeter surveillance has detected new targets. What? Qin Feng's movements froze. 2 military licensed SUVs are rapidly approaching your location. Judging by the plates, they belong to the Jiangcity military district. The occupants' identities are unknown, but they haven't made any radio contact. Their movement pattern looks more like a raid. This news caused the expressions of everyone present who knew the implications to darken. Jiangcity military district? Wei Guofeng's men? What are they doing here? Adao and his team immediately tensed, raising their guns once more and aiming them at the factory entrance. They could eliminate mercenaries and bandits without hesitation, but facing their own people left them feeling more uneasy than ever before. Li Ruwei froze in shock. He couldn't fathom why the military would intervene in this operation. Had word leaked out? Or was there someone from the Ghost Hand organization within the military district? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. The entire operation seemed to be sliding toward an unpredictable direction. Only Qin Feng, after a brief moment of disorientation, immediately regained his composure. His mind raced. Wei Guofeng couldn't possibly have betrayed him. Therefore, the suddenly appearing military district squad could only have 2 origins. Either it was Wei Guofeng's men acting on their own initiative, or someone higher up within the military district had intervened. Either way, it meant the original arrest plan had been compromised, introducing a major variable. Phoenix. Qin Feng's voice crackled clearly through the microphone to the command center. Abandon the original plan. Activate Plan B immediately. In the command center, Phoenix's pupils contracted sharply at the mention of Plan B. Plan B, codenamed Clean Sweep, was Qin Feng's contingency prepared before the operation began for the worst-case scenario. Its sole purpose was to erase all traces, making tonight's events here vanish as if they had never occurred. This meant shifting from capture to annihilation and concealment. Understood. Without hesitation, Phoenix immediately began operating the main control console. Technical team, sever all public network signals within a 3-kilometer radius of the target area and jam military communication channels. I want them rendered blind and deaf. Drones, switch to reconnaissance mode. Lock onto military vehicle positions and report back in real time. Notify Ghost Team 2 on the perimeter to prepare for the cleanup protocol. One command after another flowed from her mouth as the entire command center sprang into efficient action. Inside the factory building, Qin Feng rose to his feet, no longer paying attention to the mercenary captain. A Dao. Present. Clean this place up. Every body, every shell casing, every trace of blood, dispose of it all. 10 minutes. I need it done in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Adu immediately mobilized his team. They retrieved specialized chemical sprays and body bags from their tactical packs, commencing the cleanup of the battlefield with a chilling efficiency. Li Rue. Qin Feng turned to Li Rue. You. Come with me. He carried the silver metal briefcase toward a small door deep within the factory building. Li Rue grabbed his briefcase and immediately followed. The two men traversed a dark corridor, arriving at an abandoned electrical distribution room. Qin Feng placed the briefcase on a dust-covered control panel and opened it. This time, without a moment's hesitation, he tore open the anti-static bag. Inside the bag lay a palm-sized chip of extraordinary precision. The chip substrate radiated a deep, profound black, covered in intricate circuits nearly invisible to the naked eye. At its center, a crystal the size of a grain of rice shimmered with a faint, blue-tinged glow. Even Li Rue, who knew nothing about technology, could sense the beauty and power contained within this chip, something that transcended its era. What is this? Li Rue couldn't help but ask. A little gadget that can cripple an entire theater's communications system. Qin Feng's voice remained calm, but the implications sent a chill down Li Rue's spine. He finally understood why both elite mercenary groups and mysterious military forces had converged here simultaneously. The value of this thing was beyond measure in monetary terms. Qin Feng pulled a miniature data reader from his pocket and connected it to the chip. Phoenix, data transmission initiated. Receive. Received. Receiving data. Data stream stable. Estimated completion in 3 minutes. Qin Feng watched the progress bar on the data reader, his gaze deepening. He knew this chip was the shark lurking beneath the surface. And now, he was going to pull out its teeth one by one, turning them into his own weapons. Li Rue stood nearby, gripping his gun tightly. He could hear the roar of military vehicle engines growing louder outside. He knew a new, even more perilous battle was about to begin. This time, their enemies wore the same military uniforms as them. Chapter 102, These aren't Ghost Hands men. Who are they? The air in the electrical distribution room was thick with dust and the musty scent of aging equipment. The blue progress bar on the data reader's screen advanced slowly yet steadily under the watchful eyes of Qin Feng and Li Rue. Outside, Adeo and his team efficiently cleared the battlefield. The faint scent of chemical spray wafted in, masking the smell of blood. Bodies were swiftly loaded into black body bags, shell casings meticulously collected, and bloodstains dissolved beneath a layer of specialized chemical foam. The roar of military off-road vehicle engines grew louder from afar, finally coming to a halt outside the factory building. Doors swung open, followed by the sound of crisp, deliberate footsteps. Li Rue's heart leapt into his throat, sweat beading on his palms as he gripped his gun. He recognized the sound of military combat boots on gravel, at least 10 pairs. Osprey, the enemy has arrived. 12 personnel total. They've entered the factory building. Phoenix's voice came through the earpiece, cool and composed. They're spreading out in standard combat formation, conducting a search. The leader is a major. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the progress bar, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. 80%, 90%. At that moment, the door to the electrical room was violently kicked open from the outside with a loud bang. A fully armed soldier appeared in the doorway, the muzzle of his weapon pointed directly into the room. Li Rue's body instantly tensed, his hand instinctively reaching for his gun as he locked eyes with the soldier in a tense standoff. Freeze! We're the Jiangcity Military District Military Police. The soldier barked. Immediately afterward, an officer with the rank of major on his shoulder walked in, followed by 2 soldiers. The major's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He swiftly scanned the room, his eyes finally settling on Qin Feng and the data reader connected to the chip. His pupils contracted sharply. Drop your weapons. Now! The major's voice carried an unquestionable command. Li Rue didn't move. He stared at the rank insignia and arm patch on the man's shoulder, his mind filled with confusion and anger. He wanted to demand their identities, to ask why they were here. But Qin Feng didn't give him the chance. Mr. Li, we're just ordinary merchants. Don't get into a conflict with the military. Qin Feng spoke slowly, not even glancing back at the gun barrels pointed at him. His voice was calm, yet Li Rue detected a different undertone. Yes, boss. Li Rue hesitated, but eventually lowered his gun to the ground and raised his hands. The major saw Li Rue's action and the alertness in his eyes eased slightly. However, both he and his soldiers kept their guns firmly locked onto Qin Feng. You! Turn around! The major commanded Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't move. Beep. A faint beep sounded as the progress bar on the data reader screen finally reached its end. 100%. Phoenix, data transmission complete. Qin Feng murmured into the miniature microphone in his collar, his voice barely audible. Copy that. Phoenix's voice came through. Initiate phase 2 of Plan B. Only then did Qin Feng slowly turn around and raise his hands. Sir, I believe there may be some misunderstanding here. His face bore just the right amount of panic and innocence. The major stared intently at Qin Feng, then glanced at the reader that had completed the data transfer. Realization dawned on him, and his expression darkened. Take them both, along with that box everything. He issued the order decisively. 2 soldiers stepped forward, binding Qin Feng and Li Rue's hands behind their backs with tactical zip ties. Another soldier carefully secured the metal briefcase and the data reader together. As they were escorted out of the distribution room, Li Rue noticed that Adeo and his 2 team members had vanished without a trace. The entire factory floor now held only the shivering masked man and his few henchmen in the corner, along with these suddenly appeared enforcement squad. The bodies of the mercenaries and bandits, along with all traces of the battle, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. A storm of shock and awe surged through Li Rue's mind. The efficiency of this battlefield cleanup was nothing short of terrifying. He and Qin Feng were escorted out of the factory. Outside, 2 military off-road vehicles stood silently parked, surrounded by soldiers armed to the teeth. Li Rue noticed that although these soldiers wore military uniforms, their demeanor was entirely different from the field troops he was familiar with. They were leaner, more ruthless, their eyes reflecting a professional detachment. More importantly, their weapons. Li Rue recognized them, German-made 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, issued only in limited quantities to China's most elite special forces units. This was no ordinary military police unit. Who were they? Report. A soldier ran up to the major and saluted. The entire factory premises have been searched. Aside from these individuals, no other suspicious persons were found. The major nodded, his gaze sweeping over the masked man and his companions in the corner, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. Dispose of them. He ordered coldly. Yes, sir. The soldier turned and raised his gun without hesitation. No. Sir, spare me. Spare me. The masked man and his men screamed in terror and begged for mercy. Bang! 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 After several muffled gunshots, everything fell silent. Li Rue watched the scene unfold, his body growing cold. Silencing witnesses. They dared to kill without hesitation, right in front of him, an outsider. This wasn't just a disciplinary violation, it was a crime. Who the hell are you? Li Rue finally couldn't hold back, roaring at the major. The major turned his head and gave him a cold stare, as if looking at a dead man. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. He waved his hand dismissively. Get in the vehicle. Qin Feng and Li Rue were roughly shoved toward one of the SUVs. Just then, Adeo's voice suddenly crackled through Qin Feng's earpiece. Eagle's Nest, we've captured a live subject. Interrogation results are in. They're not part of the ghost hand. Adeo's next words instantly turned Qin Feng's gaze icy cold. This group of mercenaries is after that chip. According to the captive's confession, their employer is an intelligence agency based overseas. And that so-called enforcement squad that just came in. Their codename is Ghostblade. It's a covert unit within the country that doesn't appear in any official roster. Chapter 103, Clean up the mess, we've caught a shark. The night wind swept across the empty factory grounds, carrying a hint of chill and the faint, lingering scent of blood. Ghostblade. When those 4 words echoed through Qin Feng's earpiece, a flicker of emotion one he himself failed to notice started across the depths of his eyes. A secret unit that didn't exist in any public roster within the country. He knew exactly what this meant. It meant tonight's operation ran deeper than he'd anticipated. The implications behind the chip extended far beyond simple transnational crime. It touched upon a higher level, clandestine game between nations. And this suddenly emerged Ghostblade undoubtedly represented a powerful, unknown force within the country. Their objective, like that of the foreign mercenaries, was also the chip. Mantis, Cicada, Shrike. Now it seemed his own hunting rifle had become just another pawn on someone else's chessboard. Interesting. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He relished this sensation. The more intricate the chessboard, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. Boss, what do we do now? Li Rue, escorted by 2 soldiers, whispered the question as they passed by Qin Feng. His face was etched with fury and unease. Proceed as planned. Qin Feng gave him a reassuring look. The 2 men were escorted into separate off-road vehicles. The doors slammed shut with a bang, sealing them off from the outside world. The windows were one way, obscuring the view from inside utter darkness. Qin Feng was forced into the back seat, flanked on either side by armed soldiers who pinned him between them. The vehicle started and smoothly pulled away from the chemical plant. Silence filled the cabin, the atmosphere oppressive. Qin Feng closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, appearing resigned to his fate. Yet his mind raced at an unprecedented speed. He began to replay the entire incident in his mind. From the intelligence provided by Loach, to the trap set by Ghost Hand, to the sudden intervention of Ghostblade. Each link appeared independent, yet they were tightly woven together by that chip. Clearly, the Ghost Hand organization was merely a front pushed into the open. They were the original holders of the goods and the weakest link. They had intended to double-cross the other side in this deal, never anticipating that they themselves had become the juicy morsel caught between two fierce tigers. The foreign mercenaries and the Ghostblade unit were the true players in this game. They all knew of the chip's existence, and they all wanted it. Tonight's Callidian chemical plant was a tacitly agreed-upon arena for all factions. Whoever emerged victorious would claim the spoils. But none of them had anticipated the unexpected arrival of me and the Dragon Thorns as a wildcard. Now, the core data of the chip had been intercepted by him, while the physical chip itself had fallen into the hands of the Ghostblade. This game was getting more and more interesting. How would the Ghostblade commander that major deal with Li Rue and me, the two eyewitnesses? Silence us? That would be the most direct and the most foolish approach. Qin Feng had already exposed Li Rue's military identity. Within China's borders, secretly executing an active duty colonel no matter how powerful their backers would inevitably trigger a massive uproar. That leaves only the second possibility. They would take him to a secret location for interrogation, to uncover his origins and motives. And that, precisely, was the second trap Qin Feng had prepared for them. Command Center of Base 0. Phoenix stood before the main console, her expression grave. On the main screen, two blue dots representing Qin Feng and Li Rue moved swiftly across the map alongside two off-road vehicles. Eagle's Nest and Gecko have been extracted and are heading toward the city center. The cleanup protocol is complete. All traces at Callidian chemical plant have been erased. Police and military forces will detect no anomalies within 48 hours. Phoenix reported the situation calmly. A Du's Ghost Squad has withdrawn to a secure zone and is conducting further interrogation of the captives. In the command center, Wei Guofeng and several senior officials from the 9th Bureau of State Security were also present. Their expressions were all exceptionally grave. Phoenix, can you confirm the origin of the Ghostblade? Wei Guofeng asked in a deep voice. Preliminary assessment indicates they do not belong to any known operational unit within the military command. Phoenix shook her head. Their equipment and operational patterns point to one possibility: they're a dirty work squad serving some special department. Special department. Wei Guofeng's brow furrowed deeper. Within the country, entities worthy of being called special departments could be counted on one hand. And whichever one it wasn't something he, as deputy commander of the Jiangcity military district, could easily touch. Did Commander Night Owl leave any instructions before being taken away? A state security official inquired. Yes. Phoenix retrieved the final set of instructions transmitted through a miniature microphone before Qin Feng was escorted into the vehicle. Clean it up. We've hooked a shark. These two brief sentences conveyed Qin Feng's formidable confidence and command to everyone present. He didn't request rescue, nor did he show any concern. His meaning was clear. He would personally confront this shark lurking in the deep waters. Contact Beijing headquarters immediately. Wei Guofeng ordered decisively. Report the status of the Ghostblade and all intelligence we possess directly to Deputy Minister Zhao, bypassing all levels. Simultaneously, order all combat-ready units in the Jiangcity military district to enter Level 2 alert status. Seal off all major routes out of the city. I don't care who they are. On Jiangqing's turf, if they touch my people, they won't leave easily. A steely, murderous edge cut through Wei Guofeng's voice. Feng Huan nodded and immediately began executing the orders. The entire Zero base, this colossal national apparatus, began to accelerate its operations, revolving around Qin Feng as its bait. An invisible net slowly spread its threads. Meanwhile, inside the pitch-black SUV, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He offered a gentle smile to the soldier beside him, who remained on high alert. Friend, might you tell me where we're headed? The soldier shot him a cold glance but said nothing. Qin Feng didn't seem to mind. He leaned back into his seat and spoke softly. You won't tell me? Then let me guess. Judging by your practiced method of silencing witnesses and your non-standard military gear, your goal isn't to put me on trial. So, you're taking me to a place that doesn't exist on any map. To make me and my lawyer vanish without a trace. Am I right? Every word Qin Feng spoke pierced the hearts of the soldiers in the vehicle like a needle. Their breathing visibly quickened. The officer in the passenger seat, who appeared to be the squad leader, finally couldn't hold back. He turned around, his eyes cold as ice, staring at Qin Feng. Shut your mouth. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your tongue will stay in your mouth. Chapter 104, Welcome to the Non-Existent Place. The off-road vehicle plowed through the darkness. No lights illuminated the interior, the windows were one-way, sealing off the outside world. Qin Feng was sandwiched between two soldiers, his body swaying slightly with the vehicle's motion. His eyes were closed, his breathing steady. The soldier beside him gripped his weapon tightly. Unease. In another vehicle, Li Rui kept his eyes open, trying to gauge their direction from the jolts and turns of the ride. He felt the vehicle descending steadily, traversing a long tunnel. Anxiety. After an unknown period, the vehicle came to a stop. The door was pulled open from the outside, and a rush of cold, dry air flooded in. Get out! A hoarse voice commanded. Qin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze clear and unwavering, showing no trace of the drowsiness one might expect after waking. He was shoved out of the vehicle by soldiers. This was a vast underground parking garage, its ventilation ducts above humming with a low, constant roar. Dozens of identical black SUVs were parked in neat rows, each marked with a yellow number painted on the ground. Li Rui was also escorted out of another vehicle. Spotting Qin Feng, his eyes conveyed a silent question. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, signaling him to make no move. An officer with a knife scar across his face approached. His shoulder insignia read Major, yet his demeanor was far more severe. He scrutinized Qin Feng and Li Rui from head to toe. Separate them. The scarred officer barked the order. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, escorting Li Rui toward the opposite passageway. Li Rui glanced back at Qin Feng. Worry. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. Go. The soldier behind him gave Qin Feng a hard shove. Qin Feng used the momentum to move forward, his eyes darting around the surroundings. Camera models, ventilation duct layouts, load-bearing column distributions. His brain converted all visual information into data for storage and analysis. He was led to a massive industrial freight elevator. The elevator doors were thick steel plates, devoid of any floor buttons. A soldier performed an iris scan and fingerprint verification on the wall. Verification complete. Welcome back, Captain Scorpion. An electronic voice announced. The scarred officer, Scorpion, didn't turn around, his cold gaze fixed on Qin Feng. The elevator doors slid open silently. Qin Feng was pushed into the elevator, followed by Scorpion and 4 other soldiers. The elevator's interior was spacious, its walls clad entirely in stainless steel. The elevator began its descent rapidly, the sensation of weightlessness palpable. Qin Feng's body remained steady. By estimating the descent time and speed, he mentally calculated the depth. After about a minute of descent, the elevator came to a halt. The doors slid open once more. A bright white corridor stretched before them. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. Fully armed soldiers stood guard every 10 meters. Take him for purification. Scorpion ordered the soldier beside him. Qin Feng was escorted down the corridor to a metal door marked Purification Zone. He was shoved into a small room. Remove all clothing. The room's intercom crackled. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and stripped off his clothes. Enter the disinfection chamber ahead. He stepped into a glass corridor. Dozens of nozzles protruded from both walls, instantly enveloping him in a white mist. The mist carried a pungent odor, high-concentration disinfectant. The disinfection process lasted 30 seconds. The door at the end of the passageway opened, revealing another room. A mechanical arm in the room held a brand new gray prison uniform. Qin Feng put on the uniform. He noticed a rice grain-sized hard lump inside the collar and implanted RFID chip. A soldier opened the door and motioned for him to exit. Scorpion was waiting just outside the door. Follow me. Qin Feng followed him, continuing down the white corridor. Along the way, they passed through 3 more security gates requiring authorization verification. Qin Feng memorized the location of each gate and the frequency of guard shifts. He didn't resemble a prisoner so much as an infiltrator gathering intelligence. The security here was ironclad, far exceeding the standards of any known military base. Finally, Scorpion halted before a metal door bearing no markings whatsoever. He performed another iris scan. The door opened. Enter. Qin Feng stepped inside. It was an extremely minimalist room, roughly 10 square meters in size. A metal table stood in the center, flanked by 2 chairs fixed to the floor. 3 walls were covered in gray acoustic panels, while the 4th featured a massive one-way glass panel. Qin Feng was pressed into one of the chairs. His hands and feet were secured to the chair with electromagnetic shackles. Scorpion did not enter, the door was closed from the outside. Qin Feng was left alone in the room. Qin Feng closed his eyes and began constructing a 3-dimensional model of the base in his mind. About 10 minutes later, the door opened. Scorpion walked in, pulled out the chair opposite Qin Feng, and sat down. He placed an electronic file pad on the table. Name. Scorpion spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Qin Feng remained silent. We have many ways to make you talk. I suggest you avoid the ones you'll regret. The Scorpion tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at him. Where is this place? His voice was calm. The Scorpion's eyes narrowed. This place doesn't exist on any map. Here, we are the law. Who are you? Qin Feng pressed on, ignoring the question. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is who you are. Scorpion leaned forward, attempting to exert pressure. Why did you approach Li Rui? Where is that ship? Who is your handler? A sneer touched the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Before interrogating someone, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? That's basic courtesy. Anger flared across Scorpion's face. Looks like you need a taste of your own medicine to learn the rules. He picked up the file folder on the table, preparing to call the guards. You're accustomed to holding your gun with your right hand, but the thicker calluses on your left thumb indicate you've undergone specialized training in ambidextrous shooting. Qin Feng stated calmly. Your accent carries a hint of the distinctive nasal twang from the northwest, yet your word choice leans more toward the southern military region. This indicates you've served in 2 or more major military districts, and all were elite units. Scorpion's finger, poised to press the button, froze mid-air. Shock. He stared intently at Qin Feng, his anger replaced by utter astonishment. When you walk, your left foot lands 3% heavier than your right. Every 20 steps, your left shoulder involuntarily dips downward. 10 years ago, during an overseas mission, you sustained compound blast injuries to your left ribs and leg bones. Though healed, they left permanent neurological damage. Qin Feng continued, each word striking precisely at the heart of Scorpion. Scorpion's breathing grew ragged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fear. This information was the highest level classified data in his file. Even within the organization, fewer than 3 people knew these details. Who the hell are you? Scorpion croaked, his voice thick with deep-seated apprehension. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, studying the Scorpion's face, etched with terror. Now, can we have a proper conversation? In another identical interrogation room, Li Rui faced 2 interrogators. Name, unit designation, rank. Li Rui, Special Operations Brigade under the direct command of the Jiangchang Military Region Headquarters, Colonel. Li Rui answered with unwavering resolve. He knew any sign of weakness would be exploited. Why were you at the Kalidian chemical plant? What was your mission? I am executing an S-level classified mission. Under the Huaxia military confidentiality regulations, I am not authorized to disclose this information to you. I now demand immediate contact with my direct superior, Deputy Commander Wei Guofeng. Li Rui stood tall. The 2 interrogators exchanged a glance, and one of them tapped on his terminal. Li Rui's mind was far from calm. He had no idea who these people were. All he could do now was stall for time and trust Qin Feng. What he didn't know was that Qin Feng didn't need him to stall at all. In Qin Feng's interrogation room, Scorpion had already escaped. Once again, Qin Feng was alone in the room. He sat in silence. Time ticked by, second by second. Suddenly, an inconspicuous red indicator light in the corner flickered silently. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered. Immediately after, the red light began to flash at an extremely peculiar frequency. Long, short, short. Long, long, short. Short, 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 long. This was the highest level emergency communication code within the Dragon Thorns. Qin Feng watched the Morse code formed by the points of light. Deep within his previously calm eyes, a flicker of emotion finally stirred. His expression remained unchanged, but inside, he had confirmed one thing. Base Zero had pinpointed his location. And this hidden organization, having captured him, had been forced into the open. Outside the interrogation room, Scorpion relayed an urgent report to his highest commander via an encrypted line. Yes, sir. He knows everything about me, more details than even the files contain. I suspect the one we captured is no ordinary fish. He even... Scorpion paused, took a deep breath, and voiced the chilling suspicion that made his heart race. He's even judging me. Chapter 105, the interrogation begins. Who is the prey? Scorpion leaned against the cold metal wall, his back drenched in cold sweat. He took deep breaths to steady his racing heart, but Qin Feng's piercing gaze lingered relentlessly. As the Ghost Blade's field commander, he had interrogated countless enemies. But today, he sensed he faced an opponent unlike any before. He smoothed his uniform and stepped back into the interrogation room, his expression grave. Seems you've done your homework on my background. Scorpion sat back down in his chair, attempting to regain control of the situation. Qin Feng remained silent, merely observing him. But that won't change anything. Here, your little tricks mean nothing. Scorpion tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, a familiar tactic to exert psychological pressure. Qin Feng ignored it, leaning forward slightly as he asked. You said earlier that you are the law. Then which law permits you to secretly arrest an active duty colonel and interrogate him without a military tribunal trial? His question struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Scorpion's prepared script stuck in his throat. We have our own code of conduct. We don't need to explain ourselves to you. The Scorpion replied stiffly. What exactly is that chip? He forced the conversation back on track. You mean the thing in the metal briefcase? I thought you already had it. Qin Feng's tone was casual. What we got was the carrier. What I want is the core data inside. I know you made a copy. Scorpion fixed his gaze intently on Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng smiled. What makes you think I'd copy the data? Maybe I was just some unlucky guy who happened to be there. Stop playing games. Scorpion growled, his emotions beginning to fray. From your performance at the chemical plant to the way you're sitting here now, you don't look like a mere unlucky bystander. You're professional, more professional than anyone I've ever seen. So drop the act and tell me, who are you? And who do you work for? Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on his knees. I asked you a question earlier, and you haven't answered it. To be fair, you answer first. Then I'll consider whether to answer yours. You have no right to negotiate terms with me. Scorpion slammed his hand on the table. Qin Feng looked at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You're nervous, he remarked. What? Scorpion froze. Ever since I walked in, your heart rate has stayed above 95 beats per minute, 1.5 times your normal resting rate. The frequency of your tapping on the table has increased from 60 times per minute at the start to 85 times now. Your pupils have dilated by 15%, indicating a significant surge in adrenaline. You're afraid. Qin Feng's voice was calm and clear. Scorpion felt his heart clenched in a tight grip. He wanted to protest, but no words came out. The other man had quantified every one of his physiological and psychological reactions into data. You're talking nonsense. He managed to choke out 4 words. Your superiors gave you a direct order. You must obtain the chip's data from me within the specified time frame, correct? And the pressure of this mission is immense, so immense that even a commander of your rank feels anxious. Because you know that if the mission fails, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Qin Feng ignored his protest and continued his analysis. Let me guess, you don't belong to any known operational unit within the military command. Your equipment and operational style resemble a shadow unit specializing in dirty work. And the entities capable of maintaining such a unit are few and far between within the country. Your target is that chip, and from what I understand, it's connected to foreign intelligence agencies. Therefore, your department must be responsible for counterintelligence and internal security. State security? Scorpion's face drained of color. Qin Feng's analysis was close to the truth. Your eyes tell me I'm right. Then the question arises. Though both the Ministry of State Security and the Military Department are part of the state's apparatus of coercion, they've always kept to their own domains. The fact that you went to such great lengths, even risking antagonizing the military to seize this chip, suggests its contents are vital to someone you're targeting. And that rival is likely within the military department. Shut up. Scorpion abruptly stood up, feeling as though all his secrets had been laid bare. Say no more. His mental defenses were crumbling. Seems this interrogation can end now. Qin Feng observed the Scorpion's unraveling composure and remarked calmly. I'm the interrogator. Scorpion roared, but his voice trembled with weakness. Is that so? Qin Feng lifted his head, his gaze piercing through Scorpion to focus on the figure behind him. You're called Scorpion because during a mission in the desert, you were stung by a poisonous scorpion. You were near death but survived, leaving you with a psychological shadow, a pathological fear of all arthropods. The one who gave you the code name did so to make you remember that failure, to remind you of your weakness. He knew you well and was skilled at manipulating minds. This man must be your former superior, the one who brought you into Ghostblade. Am I correct, Deputy Director Lu Jin? The moment Qin Feng uttered that final name, the atmosphere in the monitoring room froze. A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table dropped his teacup with a loud crash, shattering it on the floor. He was none other than the Supreme Commander of Ghostblade, Deputy Director Lu Jin of the Ministry of State Security's 13th Bureau. He had intended to observe this target, one that even Scorpion found troublesome, via remote surveillance. Yet, through a one-way glass, the man had precisely called out his name and exposed his secret. An unprecedented dread seized Lu Jin's heart. How did he know? Lu Jin's secretary asked in a trembling voice. Lu Jin didn't answer. He stared fixedly at Qin Feng's calm face on the screen, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, the questioning of Li Rue had also reached an impasse. No matter how the interrogators threatened or bribed him, Li Rue stubbornly insisted he was carrying out a secret mission and repeatedly demanded to contact his superiors. Colonel Li, you must understand your situation. This isn't your military headquarters, and Wei Guofeng can't protect you here. Putting up a fight won't do you any good. An interrogator said impatiently. I am well aware of my situation. Li Rue replied coldly. I am an officer of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. Everything I have done is to safeguard the interests of the nation. As for you, your identities are unknown, your actions suspicious, and you've illegally detained an active duty officer. I'd like to ask, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Do you have any regard for national law or military discipline? Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson before you'll behave. Another interrogator stood up, cracking his knuckles. Just as he was about to act, the door swung open. A soldier hurried in and whispered something in his ear. The interrogator's expression changed instantly. He glanced at Li Rue and hurried out with his partner. Interrogation suspended. Li Rui stared at the empty room, puzzled, his gut telling him this was connected to Qin Feng. Outside the interrogation room where Qin Feng was held, Scorpion received Lu Xun's latest orders. The content of the orders filled him with absurdity and dread. Terminate the interrogation. Initiate the highest level stress test. The so-called highest level pressure test was a tactic that used fabricated audio and video to shatter the target's psychological defenses. Scorpion took a deep breath, composed himself, and re-entered the interrogation room. Qin Feng, let's play another game. He sat down and pressed a button on the table. The interrogation room's speakers suddenly blasted out piercing screams. Ah! I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Stop hitting me. It was Li Rui's voice. Talk. Who exactly is your target this time? A voice distorted by electronic processing echoed. It's our commander, no. Ah! The screams grew shrill, punctuated by crackling static. Scorpion stared intently at Qin Feng's face, searching for any flicker of emotion. Yet Qin Feng's expression remained utterly blank. He simply listened in silence. Only when the fabricated audio finished playing did silence return to the room. Only then did Qin Feng slowly lift his head to look at Scorpion, a hint of pity in his eyes. This is your highest level stress test? Truly, amateurish. He shook his head, seeming somewhat disappointed. Li Rui's vocal cords were injured during a mission 3 years ago. The maximum decibel level he could produce would never exceed the intensity in this recording. Additionally, he has a mild arrhythmia. When in extreme pain, his breathing pattern becomes 2 short breaths followed by one long one, not the steady, rapid rhythm heard in this recording. Didn't you even review his medical records when fabricating this recording? Scorpion's body stiffened. Qin Feng stared at him, paused for a moment, then uttered a single word. Leviathan. Chapter 106, a code name that shook the heavens. Leviathan. The moment the word left Qin Feng's lips, the air in the interrogation room froze solid. Time seemed to stand still. Every expression on Scorpion's face froze a look that blended shock, confusion, and bone-deep terror. His mouth hung slightly open, no sound emerging from his throat. His mind went blank, echoing with a single word: Leviathan. This codename existed in no public or encrypted files. It had been mentioned only once, in the highest level training course of Ghostblade, by an instructor in a tone of warning. The instructor had said that if, under any circumstances, you heard or saw this code name, the only order was to obey unconditionally, forget everything you saw, and pray you live to tell the tale. Scorpion had always believed it was merely a legend used to intimidate rebellious soldiers. Until today. That legend now sat before him, flesh and blood. Qin Feng watched Scorpion's face drain of color in an instant, his gaze remaining calm. He knew this psychological battle had ended. From the moment he uttered that code name, his role had shifted from prisoner to judge. You. Scorpion's lips trembled, struggling to form words, but his vocal cords were utterly beyond his control. His body shook uncontrollably, an instinctive dread of the unknown and absolute power. Outside the interrogation room, in the monitoring booth, the atmosphere was even more deathly silent than inside. Deputy Director Lu Xun stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the screen. His face was even paler than Scorpion's, his lips already turning a bluish-purple hue. Leviathan. He ground the words out between clenched teeth, his voice barely audible yet suffocating him. As Deputy Director of the 13th Bureau of State Security, he knew more than Scorpion ever could. He knew Leviathan was no myth, but a tangible reality. It was the ultimate protocol within the national security system, activated only when confronting threats severe enough to undermine the very foundations of the state. Fewer than 10 people in all of China possessed the clearance to know this codename existed. And those permitted to utter it were invariably figures standing at the pinnacle of power. And now, this figure he had regarded as a mere pawn had actually uttered that codename. What did this signify? Lu Xun dared not dwell on it. A chill shot from his soles to the crown of his head, freezing every bone in his body. He realized he had provoked an entity capable of overturning everything. And he, this foolish hunter, had even dared to provoke it. Stop all interrogation of him immediately. Lu Xun finally regained a sliver of sanity from his shock, his voice sharp with fear as he barked into the internal communicator. Release all restraints. Now. Inside the interrogation room, Scorpion heard the command crackle through his earpiece. He snapped back to reality. He practically stumbled over himself, rushing to Qin Feng's side, fumbling with the control panel with trembling fingers. A soft click echoed. The electromagnetic shackles binding Qin Feng's limbs sprang open. Qin Feng slowly flexed his wrists, producing a faint creaking sound. In the deathly quiet room, the sound echoed with startling clarity. He stood up and walked to the large one-way glass panel. He knew Lu Xun was watching him from behind the glass. His gaze fixed on the glass, locking eyes with Lu Xun's eyes filled with fear. Now, may I leave? Qin Feng's voice boomed through the microphone into the monitoring room, exploding in Lu Xun's ears. Go! Chaos erupted in Lu Xun's mind. Let someone like this walk free, only to wait for the power behind him to crush him and the entire Bureau 13? No, absolutely not. Things had reached this point, he couldn't let him leave so easily. A mad thought took root in Lu Xun's mind. Since he'd already crossed the line, he might as well go all the way. If he could obtain the data from the chip and secure this monumental achievement, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. Then, no matter how powerful his backers were, in the face of such overwhelming merit, there might be room for negotiation. He decided to take the gamble. A flash of crazed ferocity flickered in Lu Xun's eyes. He lowered his voice into the communicator and issued new orders. Scorpion, keep him under control. Tell him we need to verify his identity. Under no circumstances is he to leave the base. Inside the interrogation room, Scorpion received the new orders. He watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, his face betraying inner conflict and hesitation. But ultimately, he obeyed the order. It was his duty as a soldier. Sir, please calm down. Scorpion spoke with difficulty, even altering his address to Qin Feng. Your identity is too sensitive. We need time to verify it with our superiors. Until then, I'm afraid we cannot release you. Qin Feng slowly turned to face Scorpion, his eyes holding no anger, only a faint trace of disappointment. Is this your decision, or the one behind the glass? Scorpion offered no reply, merely lowering his head. Foolish. Qin Feng shook his head, uttering the two words. He no longer looked at Scorpion, instead sitting back down in his chair, closing his eyes, and shutting out everything outside. His demeanor sent a chill through Lu Xun in the monitoring room. The other party was too calm, unnervingly calm. This wasn't the reaction one would expect from a prisoner. It felt more like he was patiently waiting for something. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room where Li Rue was being held, the door opened once more. The two interrogators who had left earlier returned, their expressions complex, a mix of confusion and unmistakable shock. They approached Li Rue without a word and immediately released the restraints binding him. You? Li Rue was somewhat bewildered. Colonel Li, we apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please forgive us. One interrogator made a complete about-face in attitude, even saluting him. We've received orders from higher-ups to temporarily suspend your interrogation. Please return to the rest area for now. We'll have food and water prepared for you. With that, they gestured for him to proceed. Li Rue stood up and stretched his stiff body. His confusion deepened. He had no idea what had transpired with Qin Feng that could cause such a drastic shift in attitude from these once uncompromising secret police officers in such a short time. He was led to a well-appointed single-occupancy lounge, complete with a bed and private bathroom. The door was locked from the outside. Li Rue had no desire to rest. He paced back and forth in the room, contemplating the current situation. He knew Qin Feng must have done something truly earth-shattering. At that moment, in the underground command center of Ghostblade, Scorpion stood before Lu Xun, reporting with a tense expression. Sir, I've temporarily secured him as you ordered. But what? Lu Xun asked impatiently, frantically trying to contact his backers in the capital through his encrypted line. But I believe we may have truly provoked an entity we should never have crossed. The codename Leviathan. Enough. Lu Xun abruptly cut him off. I don't need you telling me how to do my job. It's just a codename. Who knows if he's just playing games? Until we get to the bottom of this, no one is to make any rash moves. Keep him under close surveillance. Yes, sir. Scorpion snapped to attention, saluted, and turned to leave the command center. Stepping outside the door, he glanced back at the tightly shut entrance, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. He felt Deputy Director Lu Xun had been blinded by glory and ambition, leading them all toward ruin. Just then, inside the command center, Lu Xun's satellite phone finally connected. An aged yet authoritative voice came through the line. Lu Xun, what is it at this hour? Old one. Lu Xun's tone instantly shifted to one of humility and respect. I wish to inquire about a codename. Leviathan. Do you know its origin? Silence hung heavy on the line. After a full dozen seconds, the aged voice finally spoke again, but this time, it was filled with an unprecedented gravity and warning. Lu Xun, I don't care where you heard this name. Now, immediately, right this instant, forget it. Never mention it to anyone again. Otherwise, not even the gods will save you. With that, the line went dead. Lu Xun stood frozen in place, clutching the silent phone, his limbs numb with cold. He knew he had crossed the line. Chapter 107, this shark is finally about to surface. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone from the satellite phone echoed hollowly in Lu Xun's chest. Old Wang, his last bastion of support, that influential figure in the capital, had warned him in a voice tinged with near fear before abruptly hanging up. This felt more despairing than a direct verbal lashing or even an order to remove him from his post. It meant the power behind the codename Leviathan had already surpassed the reach of Old Wang. What kind of monster had he tangled with? Lu Xun's legs buckled beneath him, threatening to give way. He leaned against the cold metal console, gasping for breath. The climate-controlled air of the command center now felt bone-chillingly cold. Pure, visceral fear overwhelmed him. His ambition, his plans all shattered before the mere mention of Leviathan. No, he couldn't just sit here and wait for death. The instinct to survive overpowered his fear, reigniting Lu Xun's mind. He couldn't rely on old Wang anymore. He had to save himself. The only solution was to eliminate this threat before things spiraled completely out of control. How? Release them? The thought flashed through Lu Xun's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Releasing them now would be like confessing guilt without being asked. If the other party walked out of this base unscathed, they could crush him into dust in an instant. Given that person's methods and connections, there was absolutely no chance he'd survive. A far more frenzied and vicious thought burrowed its way up from Lu Xun's depths. Silence him forever. If he could make him vanish forever within this base and fabricate an accident, with no witnesses left to testify, perhaps there might still be a sliver of hope. Once the thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Lu Xun's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted into a grotesque, sickly gambler's expression. He knew this was an extremely dangerous gamble, one misstep and he would be doomed beyond redemption. But overwhelming fear had driven him to the edge. He had to gamble. Scorpion! Lu Xun growled into the communicator. Sir, I'm here. Scorpion's voice came through quickly. You personally take him to the interrogation room. Tell him his identity has been verified. He's to come with you. Say headquarters in the capital sent someone to pick him up. Lu Xun's voice was hoarse with tension. Yes, sir. Where should we take him? Scorpion inquired. Lu Xun paused for a few seconds before replying in a bone-chilling tone. Purification Chamber 3. On the other end of the communicator, Scorpion instantly held his breath. Purification Processing Room 3 was a code name within the base. Its true designation was the Disposal Chamber. It was the place designated for disposing of certain things that absolutely could not leave any trace behind. Inside were pools of high-strength acid and ultra-high-temperature incinerators. Anything that entered would be utterly obliterated. Sir, are you certain? A tremor ran through Scorpion's voice. Though cold-hearted, he was not foolish. He knew that once this was done, there would be no turning back. Carry out the order. Lu Xun nearly roared the command, using his stern demeanor to mask his inner fear. Yes. Scorpion answered with difficulty. He cut the communication, standing rooted to the spot, his gaze lingering on the interrogation room with a complex expression. Then, he took a deep breath, drew his pistol from his waist, and checked the magazine. His gaze hardened once more, cold and resolute. He selected 4 of his most trusted operatives and walked silently toward the interrogation room where Qin Feng was held. Their footsteps echoed heavily in the quiet corridor. Inside the interrogation room, Qin Feng remained seated with his eyes closed, utterly still. He seemed utterly unaware of the impending danger. However, on the seemingly ordinary electronic watch strapped to his wrist, a single pixel flashed at an extremely high frequency. It was real-time physiological monitoring data sent by Phoenix after hacking into the base's internal network. Outside in the corridor, the heart rates and breathing frequencies of 5 individuals were clearly displayed on the screen. He could see that Scorpion and his 4 teammates' adrenaline was surging, their heart rates all exceeding 120 beats per minute. This was a classic precursor to an attack. He also saw that in the command center on the other side, one person's physiological data was nearing collapse. Heart rate at 140, blood pressure skyrocketing. It was Lu Xun. A cold smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The bait he had cast had successfully provoked Lu Xun into making the most foolish and most fatal decision. The door opened. Scorpion entered with 4 team members. 5 handguns simultaneously pointed at Qin Feng from different angles. Mr. Qin, your identity has been verified. Scorpion's voice was steady, devoid of any emotion. The Beijing headquarters has sent someone specifically to escort you. Please come with us. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the 5 figures, finally settling on Scorpion's face. Is that so? People from the capital have arrived? He stood up, methodically adjusting the collar of his prison uniform. Well, that's quite the effort on their part. His face showed no trace of tension or surprise. Please proceed. Scorpion stepped aside to clear the passage, but the gun in his hand showed no sign of lowering. Qin Feng stepped toward the exit. As he brushed past Scorpion, he abruptly halted, turned to face him, and murmured. Are you sure you want to do this? Have you considered what will become of your mother back in Xining, who just underwent heart bypass surgery? Scorpion's body stiffened abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply. His mother's situation was his deepest secret. No one knew except himself. How did this man find out? In that split second of shock and hesitation, Qin Feng moved. His movement wasn't swift. He merely raised his hand and gently pinched the tip of the Scorpion's barrel between 2 fingers. Then, he looked into the Scorpion's eyes and shook his head. You won't get that chance. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a tremendous force one the Scorpion could not comprehend surged through the barrel. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The barrel of the military pistol, forged from a special alloy, snapped cleanly in 2 under Qin Feng's 2 fingers. The other 4 soldiers froze in shock at this surreal scene, forgetting even to pull the triggers. Qin Feng had already closed in on the nearest soldier. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Before the soldier could react, Qin Feng's hand blade sliced through his throat, sending him slumping to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng snatched the rifle from his grasp. His body twisted at an impossible angle, the butt of the rifle striking the second soldier squarely in the temple. Thud! Another fell. The remaining 2 soldiers finally snapped to attention, their eyes wide with terror as they prepared to fire. But Qin Feng's speed outpaced their reflexes. He didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward directly into the muzzle. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. The bullets did not strike Qin Feng. Because as he stepped forward, his hands had already seized the wrists of the 2 soldiers holding the guns, twisting them inward with force. The soldiers' wrists cracked audibly. They let out agonized screams as they released their grip, dropping the guns to the ground. Without even glancing at them, Qin Feng delivered 2 precise knee strikes to their abdomens. They immediately doubled over and collapsed, incapacitated. From the moment Qin Feng moved to neutralizing the 4 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, the entire sequence took less than 3 seconds. Silence. The interrogation room fell back into a deathly silence. Only Scorpion remained, still frozen in place with his gun raised. Only the weapon in his hand was now nothing more than a broken hunk of scrap metal. He glanced at his moaning comrades sprawled across the floor, then looked up at Qin Feng standing before him, unscathed. It all felt utterly surreal. Now, can you take me to meet your big shot? Qin Feng's voice rang out calmly. Chapter 108, Don't panic, this is catching a turtle in a jar. Scorpion stood frozen in place, clutching the broken scrap metal in his hand, veins bulging on the back of his knuckles. His gaze swept over the 4 comrades writhing on the ground before settling on Qin Feng's impassive expression. A chill shot through him from head to toe. Fear. Pure terror. For the first time, he understood the near collapse of Commander Lu Xun in the command center. They hadn't provoked a mere individual. Lead the way. Qin Feng spoke again, his tone unchanged. Scorpion's body trembled, like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings. He dropped the broken gun from his hand, the metallic clang against the floor piercingly jarring in the deathly silent interrogation room. He turned slowly, each movement an agonizing struggle. He didn't look at Qin Feng, merely lowering his head as he began to walk. Qin Feng followed behind him, his pace steady and deliberate, each step deliberate and powerful. One in front, one behind, they exited the interrogation room and entered the long, narrow corridor, its walls gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The corridor walls were made of a special alloy. White light spaced 5 meters apart along the ceiling illuminated the entire space without a single shadow. Dry, cold air circulated through the constant temperature system. Scorpion's back was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his combat suit and sending waves of chill through him. He could distinctly feel the presence of the man behind him, an indescribable oppressive weight, like an invisible mountain crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. He dared not turn around, nor even slow his pace. He could hear his own heart pounding like a drum, starkly contrasting with the steady, pendulum-like footsteps behind him. How long had he been walking? A minute? Or 10? Scorpion's mind had lost all sense of time. He only knew that this corridor leading to the command center had never felt so long. Meanwhile, inside the command center, Lu Xun stared intently at the surveillance feed on the central monitor. In the footage, Scorpion walked ahead, his hunched figure resembling a prisoner about to face execution. Behind him, the man codenamed Leviathan followed at a leisurely pace, hands clasped behind his back, his posture relaxed as if surveying his own territory. Lu Xun's heart convulsed violently. Despair. When he sought his most capable subordinate, the Scorpion, renowned for his ruthlessness and efficiency leading the enemy in such a humiliating manner, the last psychological barrier, the thread called hope, snapped completely. It was over. Everything was over. His final desperate gambit, that insane plan to eliminate witnesses, had become a colossal joke. The hunter he'd sent out had, in the blink of an eye, become the prey's guide. The 2 figures on the surveillance feed drew closer and closer. Lu Xun could even make out the chillingly calm expression on Qin Feng's face. How would he deal with him? Crush him like an ant, grinding him into dust? Or hand him over to the military tribunal, condemning him to a lifetime of endless trials and humiliation? No! Lu Xun's pupils contracted sharply as a primal, biological urge to survive overwhelmed all despair and fear. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. He couldn't surrender. Surrender meant certain death, perhaps an even more gruesome one. Since death was inevitable either way, he'd take one last gamble. A more frenzied thought seized his mind. Staggering from the command chair, his legs weak, he practically collapsed before the main control console. His gaze swept across rows of intricate control buttons, finally locking onto the far left of the console, a circular button covered by a red transparent protective shield. The base's highest-level lockdown protocol read alert. Once activated, blast doors would seal every section of the base, cutting off all access routes and forming an airtight steel prison. Simultaneously, all internal defense systems would activate at maximum authority. Every combatant within the base would be authorized to use any means necessary, including heavy weaponry, to eliminate any unauthorized target. This was the base's final line of defense, reserved for the most extreme scenarios, such as an infiltration by enemy special forces. Lu Xun had built this base over a decade ago, and this button had never been touched. He knew the consequences of activating it. It meant he would be completely cut off from the outside world. It meant he would stake the lives of all his subordinates on this desperate gamble. But now, he had no choice. He would trap this monster to death within the steel labyrinth he had built with his own hands. With overwhelming firepower and a force several times larger than his opponents, he would crush this arrogant shark within its cage. A sickening grimace twisted Lu Xun's face. His trembling hand reached out and violently ripped open the red protective cover. Then, summoning every ounce of strength in his body, he slammed his palm down hard on the red button. Bzzzzz. A dull hum filled the air, followed instantly by a shrill, piercing alarm that reverberated through every corner of the underground base. Woo woo woo. All the white lights in the command center went dark, replaced by rotating red warning lights that cast everyone's faces in a blood-red glow. Qin Feng and Scorpion, walking down the corridor, felt the ground beneath their feet violently shake. Scorpion looked up in terror. At both ends of the corridor, massive alloy gates as thick as city walls slammed down with overwhelming force. Boom! Boom! With two deafening crashes, the gates sealed shut against the floor with precision, kicking up a cloud of dust. The path ahead was blocked, the way back cut off. They were trapped in a sealed corridor less than 50 meters long. Scorpion's face drained of color as he leaned against the cold wall, staring hopelessly at the half-meter thick alloy door before him. He knew Commander Lu Xun had made the most foolish and most fatal decision. He was finished. They were all finished. Just then, a crackling static crackled from the loudspeakers embedded in the corridor walls. Immediately after, Lu Xun's voice, distorted by extreme tension and agitation, rang out. Attention all combat personnel within the base. Attention all combat personnel within the base. Base has activated red alert. Repeat, base has activated red alert. An intruder has been detected in Corridor A of Sector A. I order you to deploy all available weapons and eliminate the target on the spot at any cost. Repeat, eliminate the target on the spot at any cost. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Lu Xun's voice echoed through the sealed corridor, tinged with a hysterical madness. Scorpion closed his eyes, his face drained of all color. He could almost see it now, the walls, one after another, even the ceiling and floor, riddled with holes as black muzzles emerged, turning them into sieves. Yet the expected hail of bullets never came. The entire corridor was eerily quiet, broken only by Lu Xun's frenzied roar and the shrill wail of the alarm. Scorpion opened his eyes in confusion. He saw that Qin Feng beside him showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, he lifted his head and surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. A faint, almost playful smile even touched his lips. It seemed as though this seemingly inescapable trap was nothing more than an amusing prelude to him. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the heavy gate, then over the hidden firing points embedded in the walls, finally settling on the pale-faced Scorpion. He seemed to see right through the fear and despair in Scorpion's heart, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Don't panic. Qin Feng's voice was quiet, yet it clearly drowned out the shrill alarm. The trap is set. Now it's time to see how the turtle performs. Chapter 109, you call this a base? It's full of holes. The shrill alarm and swirling red lights filled Scorpion's world. His back pressed against the cold alloy wall, his body slid down until he slumped onto the floor. He knew the red alert meant the base was sealed off. Commander Lu Xun had gone mad, determined to take everyone down with him. Qin Feng paid no attention to the Scorpion slumped on the floor. He walked to the heavy blast-proof gate and tapped it a few times with his knuckles. A dull thud echoed. He turned to face Scorpion, his gaze calm. Draw me a blueprint of this base. The Scorpion lifted its head blankly, its lips moving but no sound emerging. What good would a blueprint do now? Could a blueprint even get us out of here? The ventilation ducts, maintenance passages, energy center, and the command room's location. Qin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion, merely issuing orders. Scorpion instinctively shook his head. These were the base's highest-level secrets. He only knew the general layout of his assigned area. Qin Feng asked no further questions. He raised his left hand and glanced at the digital watch on his wrist. On the display, a single pixel flashed rapidly. After a few seconds, the blinking ceased and the screen illuminated, revealing a complex three-dimensional model. It was the complete structural diagram of the entire underground base, with every passageway and room clearly marked. In the upper right corner of the model, a pulsating red data stream displayed the progress of the Phoenix attack on the firewall. Firewall strength, S-class. Breach progress, 78%. 85%. 93%. Estimated time remaining, 17 seconds. Qin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. He withdrew his gaze and walked toward the left wall of the corridor. The wall appeared identical to the others, composed of a single alloy panel. He extended his index finger and pressed a specific spot on the wall. Click. A faint sound echoed. The sturdy alloy panel recessed inward, sliding to the side to reveal a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. The passageway was pitch black. The scorpion slumped on the floor, his eyes suddenly widening. He had walked this corridor thousands of times, yet never knew a secret passage existed here. How did this man know about it? Qin Feng didn't look back as he addressed Scorpion. Follow me if you want to live. With that, he sidestepped into the darkness. The instinct to survive forced Scorpion to struggle to his feet. He glanced at the sealed gate and the dark passageway, gritted his teeth, and followed. Once he was inside, the alloy wall panels slid silently back into place. In the corridor, only the swirling red lights and the shrill alarm remained. Command Center. Lucian stood before the main screen, his face twisted in maniacal glee. On the screen, the red dots representing Qin Feng and Scorpion were trapped in Corridor 7 of Sector A, motionless. Ha 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 ha. Lucian let out a laugh. Run. Keep running. Leviathan? Shark? In my cage, even a dragon would have to curl up for me. He felt he had regained control of the situation. Teams 1 and 2, take the maintenance passageway and blast through the wall of Corridor 7 with high-explosive grenades. Teams 3 and 4, breach vertically from both levels. Crossfire, don't give him any room to dodge. Snipers, lock onto the target the moment the wall is breached. Lucian roared orders into the communicator. He intended to tear Qin Feng to shreds with the most brutal force possible. The command center staff watched Lucian, who looked like a madman, and fear spread across their faces. An aide hesitated before stepping forward. Sir, that could cause permanent structural damage to the base. Lucian whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him. Carry out the order. Yes, sir. The aide shuddered in fright and immediately turned to relay the command. Just as Lucian thought victory was assured, the red dot representing Qin Feng on the main screen flickered and vanished into thin air. Ha! Lucian's laughter abruptly stopped. He leaned closer to the screen and rubbed his eyes. Qin Feng's red dot was indeed gone, leaving only the Scorpion's red dot still in place. What's going on? Signal jamming? Or is the detector malfunctioning? Lucian frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Tech team. Investigate. Find out what's going on immediately. Reporting, sir. All surveillance signals in Corridor 7 of Zone A have been completely interrupted. Reporting, sir. The life detection system is functioning normally. The target has indeed vanished. The successive reports from the technicians sent Lucian's heart sinking. Just then, another technician cried out. Sir, look. Unauthorized movement detected in the energy pipeline maintenance passageway of Sector B. All eyes turned to the other side of the screen. A red dot materialized out of nowhere, rapidly traversing an abnormal route toward the core area. That was the emergency repair route known only to the chief engineer. Stop him. Stop him now. Cold sweat beaded on Lucian's forehead as he bellowed hoarsely. Before his order could be relayed, another, even more urgent alarm sounded throughout the command center. Beep. 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 Warning. Warning. Ammunition Depot 1 temperature anomaly. Suspected fire. Repeat, Ammunition Depot 1 temperature anomaly. A blinding red alert window dominated the main screen. Lucian's pupils suddenly contracted. Ammo Depot 1 stored 80% of the base's ammunition and explosives. If it exploded, the entire base would be destroyed. Impossible. It has the strictest temperature control system. Chaos erupted in Lucian's mind. He instinctively shouted, quick! Everyone near Sector B, head to Ammunition Depot 1 immediately and put out the fire. But sir, what about that intruder? Prioritize the ammunition depot. That's an order. As he scrambled to mobilize his men, another alert window popped up. Beep. 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 Warning. Warning. Coolant leak in Energy Sector 3. Reactor core temperature rising continuously. Repeat, coolant leak in Energy Sector 3. This news sent Lucian into a complete panic. Energy Zone 3 was the base's power core, a small nuclear fission reactor. If the reactor overheated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lucian grabbed his hair, unable to comprehend how two critical departments could suffer fatal failures simultaneously within a single minute. He had no time to spare for the red dot moving through the pipes. Quick! Notify engineering. Activate emergency protocols. All non-combat personnel evacuate immediately. Communications department. Connect me to headquarters in the capital. I need to report the situation here. The entire command center descended into complete chaos. The ringing of phones, shouts, and alarms intertwined. No one noticed that in the corner of the main screen, the red dot representing Qin Feng had already passed through Sector B and entered the final passageway leading to the core defense perimeter. Outside the base, inside a command vehicle disguised as a communications engineering truck, Phoenix sat before a computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She watched the internal systems of the base she had disrupted, a faint smile playing on her lips. The so-called ammunition depot fire and energy zone leak were merely false data streams she had fabricated. But to Lucian inside the base, it was reality. Night Owl, the core passageway in Sector C has been cleared. The automated defense systems ahead of you are now under my control. Phoenix whispered into her earpiece. Enjoy yourself. Chapter 110, Use your own guns against your own people. Chaos reigned in the command center. Lu Xun's hands braced against the console as he gasped for breath. His eyes were fixed on the constantly shifting red dot on the main screen, sweat trickling down his temples. The barrage of false alarms left him dizzy. He forced himself to calm down. This was mere harassment, the enemy's psychological tactic. The real threat remained the intruder navigating deep within the base. Reporting, sir. The target has exited the maintenance ducts in Sector B and is entering the core passageway of Sector C. The technician's report snapped Lu Xun back to reality. The Sector C core corridor was the final barrier leading to the command center. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Xun's eyes. A cold smile spread across his lips. He had lost the battle of wits, lost the strategic layout, but he still held one final trump card. A trump card forged from steel and code absolutely lethal. He walked to the other side of the console, unlocked it with his fingerprint, entered the password, and summoned an independent operating system interface. The interface displayed a three-dimensional structural diagram of Sector C's core passageway. Within that straight corridor, 12 red triangular icons were distributed. The Sentinel Automated Defense System. These were military-grade killing machines he had procured from the black market. Each Sentinel was equipped with a triple-barreled rotary machine gun and independent sensor modules. Controlled by independent tactical computers, once activated, they indiscriminately attacked any moving target entering the corridor. Program's no fear steel never betrays. This was his last line of defense. Attention all teams on standby near Sector C. Lu Xun picked up the communicator, his voice regaining its composure. Immediately seal off both exits at the core passage of Sector C. Repeat, seal both exits. I want him trapped inside completely. Roger. Several brief acknowledgements echoed through the communicator. Lu Xun's gaze returned to the screen, where he could already see the intruder being torn apart under the crisscrossing fire. Squeak! A heavy maintenance hatch was pushed open from within. Qin Feng braced himself with one hand and rolled out of the pitch-black passageway. His movements were light and fluid, not making a single unnecessary sound. He steadied himself and scanned his surroundings. This was a wide, bright passageway made of white alloy, illuminated by harsh lights that left nowhere to hide. Scorpion followed closely behind, scrambling out awkwardly. The instant he took in his surroundings, his face drained of color. This is the core passageway of Sector C. His voice trembled. As the squad leader, he knew full well this was the base's death corridor. He was about to warn Qin Feng of the danger here. Buzz. A low hum of machinery echoed from all directions. Scorpion stiffly lifted his head. He saw alloy panels silently sliding open along the ceiling and walls of the passageway, revealing gaping black muzzles. 12 menacing automated gun turrets slowly descended from their concealed compartments and extended outward. Their barrels began rotating with a clicking sound, calibrating their targets. Red laser beams shot from the turret sights, crisscrossing the passageway. Finally, every red dot converged precisely upon Qin Feng's chest. Scorpion's breath caught in his throat. He was finished. No flesh could survive such firepower. Yet the expected gunfire never came. The machine gun turrets hovered silently, their red laser dots steadfastly fixed upon Qin Feng, yet they did not fire. Time froze in that instant. Qin Feng stood rooted to the spot, utterly still. He lifted his head, his gaze calmly fixed on an inconspicuous surveillance camera in the corner at the end of the passageway. He knew Lu Xun was watching. Fire! Fire, damn it! In the command center, Lu Xun roared hysterically at the screen. He had already issued the attack command through the main control computer. But the system showed no response. The 12 sentinels remained motionless. What the hell? Veins bulged on Lu Xun's forehead as he stormed behind the technician, shoved him aside, and sat down at the console himself. His fingers furiously pounded the keyboard, attempting to activate manual attack mode. Warning, insufficient permissions. Warning, system externally locked. Line after line of red error codes kept popping up on the screen. External lockdown? Impossible. This is a physically isolated, independent network. Lu Xun couldn't believe his eyes. Reporting, sir. The blast doors at both ends of Zone C passageway are sealed. Our personnel are in position. Lu Xun snapped his head up, staring at the surveillance feeds flanking the screen. At both ends of the passageway, fully armed combat squads had established defensive positions. They were his last elite forces, blocking every possible escape route for Qin Feng. Just as Lu Xun was seething with rage over the system malfunction, the 12 stationary gun turrets on the surveillance feed suddenly moved. They did not aim at Qin Feng. Instead, they pivoted their barrels. 6 of them pointed toward the left end of the passageway. The other 6 turned toward the right end of the passageway. The black muzzles locked onto Lu Xun's soldiers, who had just taken their positions. Soldiers at both ends of the passage noticed this eerie scene, confusion spreading across their faces. Over the communication channel, their captain's query echoed. Command center? The sentinel system is malfunctioning. Verify immediately. I repeat. His words trailed off. For in the very next second, Qin Feng, standing in the center of the passageway, flicked his fingers lightly toward the surveillance camera. Click. All 12 machine gun turrets simultaneously erupted in a torrent of destructive fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat- out, spent shells flying everywhere. A dense hail of bullets surged toward both ends of the passageway. Lu Xun's soldiers didn't even have time to react. Bullets tore through their body armor with ease, piercing their bodies and spattering sparks against the sturdy alloy walls. Their screams were drowned out by the furious gunfire. In the command center, Lu Xun stood frozen before the main screen, his body numb with cold. He watched the one-sided slaughter unfold on the screen, witnessing his most elite troops being mowed down in droves beneath his own base's defenses. His mind went blank. An unprecedented terror gripped his heart. He wasn't fighting an invader. He was battling a demon capable of turning his own weapons into blades that would turn against him. The gunfire gradually subsided. The entire core corridor of Sector C fell back into deathly silence. The air thickened with the pungent stench of gunpowder and blood. The 12 machine gun turrets slowly retracted their barrels, silently sliding back into concealed compartments within the walls and ceiling. The corridor was left strewn with debris and 20 cold corpses. Qin Feng remained standing in the center of the corridor. Not a speck of dust touched his body. He stepped forward, crunching through the scattered shell casings, and walked slowly toward the final door leading to the command center. Behind him, Scorpion sat slumped on the floor, watching the receding figure with nothing but boundless awe in his eyes. Chapter 111, Director Lu, I've come to share a cup of tea. The air in the passageway seemed to freeze. The pungent smell of gunpowder mingled with the acrid stench of blood, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Scorpion knelt on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. His gaze was vacant as he stared at the 20 corpses of varying shapes before him, his mind having ceased to function. These were his comrades, the elite of Ghostblade, with whom he had shared every moment. Just minutes ago, they had been vibrant, living beings, the base's most formidable fighting force. Now, they lay as cold, mangled piles of flesh. Slaughtered mercilessly by their own kind, by their own base's defense systems. The man responsible for all this was walking among them. Qin Feng's footsteps were steady, his leather shoes clicking crisply on the ground littered with spent shell casings. He did not glance at any of the corpses strewn across the floor, as if they were mere insignificant obstacles. His sole focus was the heavy, sealed alloy door at the passageway's end. Beyond that door lay the command center. And Lu Xun, the man who had hunted him like prey, only to end up a laughingstock. Scorpion lifted his head, watching the figure stride unhurriedly toward the finish line. The figure wasn't particularly tall, yet at this very moment, it loomed like an insurmountable mountain, radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. Command center. Dead silence. Dead quiet enough to hear a pin drop. All alarms had ceased, leaving only the two bloody, frozen frames on the main screen and the man in their center, advancing step by step. Lu Xun slumped against the cold console, collapsed on the floor. The color drained from his face, leaving only a deathly pallor. His lips trembled, his eyes unfocused, pupils reflecting the figure growing clearer by the second. Fear. A fear that pierced his very soul, utterly shattering his will. He had lost. He had been utterly and completely defeated. All his plans, all his trump cards, seemed childish and laughable in the face of this man. The steel fortress he had once prided himself on had become a self-destructive trap. His most elite subordinates had become the scythe in the enemy's hands, reaping lives. How utterly absurd, how profoundly ironic. Inside the command center, only 7 or 8 guards remained. They were Lu Xun's last line of defense, yet now they were the most pitiable souls in this confined space. Rifles at the ready, they stood with their backs pressed against the wall, bodies tense, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Their eyes darted back and forth between the main screen and the cold, blast-proof door. They knew the person outside the door was about to arrive. They didn't know what exactly they were facing. But they had witnessed everything that unfolded in the C-zone corridor. That one-sided slaughter, utterly devoid of any chance for resistance, had completely shattered their will to fight. Hold it! Hold the door! Lu Xun's voice suddenly cracked out, hoarse and shrill, like the death cry of a dying beast. Struggling to his feet, he pointed at the door and roared at his guards. He won't get through. This door is reinforced with special composite armor, even rocket-propelled grenades can't breach it. Hold it! Wait for headquarters backup. His voice trembled with feigned strength, more a rallying cry for himself than an order for others. The guards did not respond. They merely raised their guns mechanically, barrels fixed toward the doorway. But their trembling hands and constant swallowing betrayed their true emotions. Fear. Time ticked by, second by second. Each second felt like an eternity. In the command center, only the heavy, hurried breathing of the crowd could be heard. Finally. On the surveillance feed, Qin Feng's figure came to a halt before the massive blast-proof door. He halted, glancing up at the surveillance camera above the door, seemingly confirming Lu Xun's position. Lu Xun's heart leapt into his throat. He stared intently at the screen, waiting for either the earth-shattering explosion or the futile impact. Deep down, he even harbored a twisted desire to witness the other man exhaust every possible means, only to fail to budge the door an inch. It was his last shred of dignity, his last glimmer of hope. Yet, he waited in vain. No explosion. No collision. Qin Feng stood silently outside the door. Inside the command center, everyone held their breath. Amidst this deathly silence, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible hissing sound emanated from within the heavy blast-proof door. The sound resembled a faint electric current flowing through aged wiring. Lu Xun froze. His guards froze as well. They didn't understand what the sound meant. But in the next instant, they understood. With a soft click, the red indicator light above the blast door's electronic lock suddenly went dark. Immediately afterward, the green indicator light signifying unlocked status slowly illuminated. Under the utterly stunned gazes of everyone present, the heavy-duty composite armored blast door weighing several tons and reputed to withstand direct rocket-propelled grenade strikes began to slide sideways with a low mechanical hum. Slowly slide open. No violent breach. No earth-shattering roar. It was as effortless and graceful as a homeowner unlocking their own door with a key. At that moment, Lu Xun's pupils dilated to their absolute limit. Despair. Complete, utter despair like icy seawater engulfed the last flicker of his heartbeat. The door opened. A figure emerged from the doorway, silhouetted against the white light of the hallway outside. Qin Feng walked in. He didn't even glance at the guards aiming their guns at him. He merely raised his hand, methodically adjusting the collar of his prison uniform as if it bore some invisible speck of dust. Then, hands clasped behind his back, he began to walk. His stride was steady, his expression impassive, as if he were some dignitary here for an inspection tour. Inside the command center, the 7 or 8 guards stood frozen in place, rifles raised. Their fingers rested lightly on the triggers, ready to fire a deadly bullet with the slightest movement. But none fired. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that they dared not. An invisible yet mountain-like aura filled every corner of the command center the moment the man stepped inside. It was a pure, primal suppression born from the very essence of life itself. In its presence, they felt like trembling ants confronting a dragon surveying its domain. Shoot! The very notion seemed laughably presumptuous in their minds. Qin Feng walked straight through their midst without a glance to the side. His gaze remained fixed on one man the entire time. The man slumped in the command chair, his face ashen, trembling like a fallen leaf in the wind. Lu Xun. Step by step, Qin Feng walked to the control console. He halted, towering over the base commander who had completely broken down. He offered no accusations, no angry tirades, not even the slightest flicker of emotion. He merely leaned forward slightly and spoke softly in a tone so matter-of-fact it bordered on casual conversation. Director Lu. I've come to have a cup of tea with you. Chapter 112, The Secret in the Chip unravels a bigger fish. The air inside the command center felt as thick as solidified lead. Qin Feng leaned back in his command chair, eyes closed, his fingers tapping lightly and unconsciously on the armrest, producing a soft tap, tap, tap. That sound became the only rhythm in the deathly quiet space. Lu Xun lay unconscious on the floor. Several guards stood huddled in the corner, heads bowed like a flock of quails awaiting judgment. No one dared move, no one dared speak. After an unknown span of time, steady footsteps echoed down the corridor outside the door, growing louder as they approached. The footsteps halted at the command center's doorway. A Dao's figure appeared in the doorway, his combat uniform dusted with dirt, his expression stern. Behind him followed a figure. Li Rue. The moment Colonel Li Rue stepped into the command center, his footsteps halted. Shock. Staring at the scene before him, his mind went blank for a split second. On the floor lay Lu Xun, the deputy director of the State Security Department, unconscious like a pile of mud. Along the wall stood several disarmed, dejected Ghostblade guards. And the prisoner who had been in prison garb just moments ago, escorted alongside him, now sat calmly in Lu Xun's command chair, eyes closed in quiet repose, as if that seat had always been his birthright. The entire command center, its dozens of screens flickering with complex data, its cold, technologically advanced metal consoles became his backdrop. Li Rue's gaze slowly shifted from Lu Xun to Qin Feng. He recalled Qin Feng's otherworldly combat skills at the chemical plant. He recalled his composure when facing the inspection squad in the power distribution room. And now, in this moment, he commanded this impregnable underground fortress with an air of supreme authority. A feeling surged within Li Rue one he had never felt toward anyone his age. Ah! The man has arrived. A Dao approached Qin Feng and reported in a low voice. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, calm as still water, settled on Li Rue. Colonel Li, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Li Rue opened his mouth, only to find his throat felt dry. He wanted to ask something, yet felt any question seemed superfluous in the face of the scene before him. He simply nodded and stepped aside. Just then, the main screen in the command center flickered. The screen, which had been displaying the base's internal surveillance feed, instantly turned a deep, profound blue. Immediately afterward, an encrypted communication request window popped up. At the center of the window was the emblem of a phoenix rising from the flames. Qin Feng's finger lightly tapped the control panel on the armrest, accepting the call. The main screen displayed Phoenix's striking, unadorned face. Her background was the mobile command vehicle, her expression solemn. "What's the situation?" Qin Feng asked. "The first layer of encryption on the chip has been cracked." Phoenix's voice came through the speaker, clear and steady. "It's proving more troublesome than anticipated. They employed military-grade labyrinth encryption, but it's only a matter of time." Li Rui's attention was immediately drawn. That chip was the core objective of this operation. "What's inside?" Qin Tian pressed. Phoenix didn't respond immediately. Her gaze swept across the screen, landing on Li Rui, then on Adeo, before finally settling on Qin Feng's face. "What's inside may exceed all of your expectations." Her tone grew solemn. "Speak." Qin Feng uttered only one word. Phoenix nodded and tapped a few keys on the keyboard before her. The main screen in the command center switched views once more. Countless streams of data cascaded down like a waterfall, eventually coalescing into encrypted documents and transaction records. The preliminary decryption reveals all the secret transaction details of the Ghost Hand organization within our national borders over the past 3 years. Phoenix's voice sent a sudden chill through Li Rui's heart. Heavy. As a soldier, he understood the immense value of this intelligence. It meant they now held the initiative to sever Ghost Hand's entire domestic network. But that's not the most important part. Phoenix shifted her tone. These transaction records contain not only Ghost Hand's list of lower-level operatives, but also their trading partners. As she spoke, she projected a neatly organized chart onto the center of the main screen. It depicted an intricate web of connections. At its core lay the Ghost Hand organization. Countless lines radiated outward from it, connecting to codenames and real names. The thickest red line, representing the largest transaction, pointed directly toward a massive domestic interest group. Li Rui's pupils suddenly contracted. At the apex of the domestic section of the network, a name struck him like lightning. Sun Jigua. Phoenix's voice rang out coldly, like a judge's verdict. Deputy Director of the Security Department, Sun Jigua. Horror. Li Rui felt his blood nearly freeze in that instant. Deputy Director of the Security Department. What did that signify? He was a major figure standing at the pinnacle of the security system. And he was the largest domestic partner of the transnational criminal organization Ghost Hand? This wasn't mere economic crime or dereliction of duty. This was treason. Standing nearby, Adeo's face remained expressionless, but a flicker of gravity passed through his hawk-like eyes. He knew the gravity of the situation had escalated to an unprecedented level. Based on the data analysis from the chip, Phoenix's voice continued, like a surgical scalpel, calmly dissecting this earth-shattering conspiracy. Lucian and his so-called Ghostblade unit are not a secret military force at all. They are a private armed group planted in Jiangcheng by Sun Jigua, specifically tasked with handling his dirty, underhanded work. This chemical plant transaction was Lucian's mission, ordered by Sun Jigua, to handle the contact and transport. The two mercenary groups we captured? One belonged to Ghost Hand, while the other was sent by Sun Jigua to double-cross and eliminate witnesses. Each of Phoenix's words detonated like a heavy bomb in Li Rui's mind. He finally understood. Everything connected. Why Lucian dared to be so brazen establishing his own base and maintaining an armed force. Why he dared to brazenly attack active duty officers. Because behind him stood a patron powerful enough to shake the heavens. Qin Feng listened quietly, his expression betraying no surprise. He rose slowly from the command chair and walked to the main screen. His gaze swept across the intricate web of connections, past the jarring name Sun Jigua, and finally settled on the surveillance feed in the corner of the screen, the image of Lucian lying unconscious on the ground. A cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. He finally spoke, his voice quiet yet clear enough for everyone present to hear distinctly. We always believed the target this time was to lure out a shark lurking beneath the waters of Jiangcheng. He extended a finger and tapped lightly on Lucian's silhouette on the screen. Now it seems we were wrong. He's not the shark. Qin Feng turned, his gaze sweeping over Li Rui and Adeo. He's merely a piece of bait casually flung out by that true giant crocodile lurking in the deep sea, testing the waters. A bait. Chapter 113. Hello, is this Deputy Minister Sun? I've received your goods. Inside the command center, the air seemed to have been sucked out. Li Rui stood frozen in place, his body stiff. Sun Jigua, the name reverberated like an explosion in his mind. Ah. It wasn't just any name, it represented an unattainable peak within the security system. And now, this pinnacle was being implicated in the most direct connection to a transnational criminal organization. This shattered the faith and understanding he had built over more than 2 decades. He instinctively glanced at Qin Feng, searching his face for a trace of shock. But there was none. Qin Feng's face bore only an icy calm. As if the name Sun Jigua held no more weight to him than Lucian. He was merely another bigger fish that needed to be eliminated. This calmness sent a chill straight to Li Rui's bones. Qin Feng slowly walked back to the command chair that had belonged to Lu Xun and sat down once more. Leaning back against the wide chair, his gaze returned to the main screen, fixed on Phoenix's stern face. Phoenix. Here. Simulate Lu Xun's encrypted communication line. Locate the single-line contact between him and Sun Jigua. Qin Feng's command was clear and direct. Phoenix's eyebrows arched slightly. Understood. She instantly grasped Qin Feng's intent. Understood. Will take 5 minutes. She didn't ask why, nor did she question the risks of the plan. She simply gave an exact time. After speaking, the Phoenix image vanished from the main screen, replaced by countless lines of code scrolling rapidly across the display. The command center fell silent once more. Li Rui looked at Qin Feng, his mind filled with questions. He wanted to ask, what do you plan to do? Contact Sun Jigua directly? Isn't that like stirring up a hornet's nest? But in the end, he swallowed his words. He chose to trust the man before him. A Dao stood frozen behind Qin Feng like a statue, his eyes darting warily around the room, as if guarding his king's territory. 5 minutes, not a second more, not a second less. The code stream on the main screen ceased scrolling. Phoenix's voice sounded again. The line is established. Ready for connection. The number is registered to an encrypted phone at the Ministry of State Security headquarters in Beijing. Very good. Qin Feng nodded. He didn't immediately order the call to be placed. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly calculating something. He was waiting. Waiting for the optimal moment. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital city. In a spacious office on the top floor of the Ministry of State Security headquarters building. The office's decor was understated yet luxurious, with an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city's bustling traffic below. A middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair and a crisply tailored uniform stood at the window. He was Sun Jigua. In his hand, he held a glass of red liquid, gently swirling it. It was a rare vintage from a premier Bordeaux estate, worth a fortune. A satisfied smile graced his face. Just this afternoon, he had received inside information that the minister was about to be transferred, and he was the top candidate to take that position. All he needed was to wait a little longer until the matters in Jiangcheng were settled cleanly, and he secured that chip. That chip would serve as both his pledge of loyalty and his talisman. His career path would then be smooth sailing. Lu Xun might be a fool, but he was competent at getting things done. The man he sent to double-cross the double-crossers was Blade, his most trusted lieutenant, a foolproof choice. At this thought, Sun Jigua's smile grew even broader. He raised his wineglass toward the city lights outside the window, ready to celebrate his impending victory. Just then. Buzz, buzz. The red encrypted phone on his desk suddenly began to vibrate. Sun Jigua's brow furrowed slightly. This phone served as a single-line connection between him and a few core subordinates. No more than 5 people knew the number. A call at this hour was most likely from Jiangcheng. He set down his wineglass, walked to his desk, and glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Xun's number. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Is it taken care of? His voice was deep and commanding, carrying the unquestionable authority of a superior. Yet the voice on the other end was not Lu Xun's familiar tone. Instead, it was a hoarse, unfamiliar voice, trembling with fear and anxiety. Sir? Sun Jigua's eyes instantly sharpened. Alert! Who are you? Where's Lu Xun? Sir, it's me. Scorpion. Director Lu, he. The voice on the other end was broken and intermittent, clearly overcome with terror. What happened to him? Speak clearly. Sun Jigua's voice turned cold. Director Lu, he's critically injured. We walked into an ambush. What? Sun Jigua leapt to his feet. What happened? Who did this? I don't know. A group suddenly appeared, heavy firepower. The brothers. We suffered heavy casualties. Director Lu covered our retreat. Now his fate is unknown. Scorpion, on the other end of the line, his voice trembling with emotion, vividly described the brutal battle. Sun Jigua's face darkened. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He cursed inwardly, but his voice remained composed. Where's the stuff? He asked the question that mattered most. The goods, we got the goods. The voice on the other end of the line immediately grew excited. Sir. Before he fell, Director Lu fought to the death to seize the item. It's in my possession now, absolutely secure. We've already withdrawn to base. Hearing this, Sun Jigua's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled a little. Greed overwhelmed his anger. As long as the item remained intact, whether Lu Xun lived or died was of little consequence. But he still didn't completely let down his guard. Doubt. This whole affair reeked of something fishy. Where are you in the base right now? In the command center. It's the safest place here. Besides you, who else knows about this? No one else, sir. The others who knew, they didn't make it back. Sun Jigua fell silent for a few seconds, his mind racing. Lucian was critically injured, all those in the know had perished, and only a man called Scorpion had escaped back to base with the goods. This scenario seemed plausible, yet somehow too clean. Still, immense profit lay before him. That chip was the key to his future rise to power. He had to get his hands on it. You did well. Sun Jigua's voice softened, tinged with a hint of approval. Now, follow my orders. First, seal off the base. No one is to enter or leave. Second, guard that item. Do not leave its side. Third, cease all contact with anyone. Await my further instructions. Yes. Yes. Sir. I will send my most trusted man to handle the handover personally. Remember, trust no one except those I send. Understood, sir. Sun Jigua hung up the phone. He stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting between light and shadow. He walked over to the liquor cabinet, poured himself another glass, and downed it in one gulp. The sharp liquid slid down his throat, yet it failed to quell the lingering unease within him. He made his decision, he would personally send his ace to handle this. Called a handover, but in truth, to probe the situation. Jiangcheng, Underground Base, Command Center. Qin Feng slowly lowered the communicator in his hand. On the main screen, Phoenix's image reappeared. She gave Qin Feng an okay gesture. That Oscar-worthy performance moments ago was, of course, the result of a three-way collaboration between Qin Feng, Phoenix, and Hideo. Qin Feng handled the dialogue, Phoenix used technical means to simulate the most authentic background noise and signal conditions, while Hideo stood by, using professional tactical sign language to prompt Qin Feng on how to portray the physiological reactions of a subordinate under extreme pressure. Li Rui stood by, witnessing the entire scene from start to finish. His back had become drenched in cold sweat without him even noticing. Admiration. This was no longer mere bravery, it was the art of dancing on the edge of a blade. As he watched the man lean back into his command chair, his expression impassive, only one thought occupied Li Rui's mind. This old fox, the most deeply hidden in the capital, probably didn't even know what kind of terrifying hunter he was about to face. Qin Feng's fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest. He waited. Waiting for the big fish lured by the bait, about to leave its lair. The big fish. Chapter 114. The old fox in the capital city began to feel uneasy. Click. Sun Jigua gently placed the red encrypted phone receiver back onto its cradle. The office fell silent once more, broken only by the faint hum of the central air conditioning system. He stood rooted to the spot, motionless. Though the surface ripples from that call had subsided, the currents beneath the water began to stir silently. The item had been secured. Lucian was gravely injured, and all those in the know were eliminated. From the outcome, this was the best possible result. He had obtained what he sought, and Lucian, that fool who knew too many secrets, was about to vanish from this world. Clean and decisive. A faint smile returned to Sun Jigua's face. He picked up the half-empty glass of red wine from the table and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below, ablaze with lights. He felt everything was back under his control. But, as he gazed at his blurred reflection in the glass, the smile in his eyes slowly froze. Something was wrong. An indescribable feeling and intuition honed by years of intelligence work. Unease. This matter was going too smoothly. Too clean. Like a meticulously edited report, every detail seamless, every link logically consistent, with not a single flaw to be found. And that, in itself, was the biggest flaw. Sun Jigua had spent 30 years crawling through the intelligence system, climbing step by step from the lowest field agent to his current position. He hadn't relied on luck, but on caution and suspicion ingrained deep in his bones. He knew that any genuine emergency would inevitably be riddled with chaos, contradictions, and inexplicable details. Yet Scorpion's phone report sounded like a script written by someone else. A heroic leader, loyal subordinates, a fierce battle, and finally, the desperate retrieval of a crucial item. Too perfect. Too perfect to be true. Sun Jigua's gaze grew cold and sharp, bit by bit. He drained the last of the red wine in his glass, then slammed the stemmed glass down on the windowsill. He turned and strode toward an inconspicuous black metal cabinet in the corner of the office. Fingerprint recognition. Iris scan. Enter the 36-digit dynamic password. As each verification step passed, the metal cabinet door slid open silently, revealing a uniquely designed standalone computer terminal inside. This computer was physically isolated from all external networks, connected solely through a military-grade quantum encrypted channel to the highest-level database of the national security system. This was where his true authority resided. Sun Jigua sat down, his slender fingers flying across the custom keyboard. His target was clear Jiangcheng, Base 0. Activating his highest-level access privileges, he began frantically searching for every piece of data related to the base. Communication logs. Personnel movements. System logs. Energy consumption curves. He scrutinized every detail like the most meticulous auditor, leaving no potential anomaly unexamined. Yet the data reflected back on the screen only deepened his unease. Phoenix's disguise was flawless. Within the data chain, Sun Jigua observed. Base Zero's communication log showed that half an hour ago, all routine communications between the base and the outside world had indeed been interrupted for several minutes. This matched perfectly with Scorpion's report of encountering an ambush and having communications jammed. The personnel tracking system showed Lucian's vital signs in an extremely unstable, critical state, with location data indicating he had been transferred to the base's medical ward. Meanwhile, the signals for over 20 other core team members had turned gray, signifying casualties. The casualty figures matched the report. The base's system logs clearly recorded that Red Alert had been briefly activated and then deactivated. The ammunition consumption data from the Sentinel defense system confirmed that an intense firefight had indeed occurred in the Zone C passageway. Everything appeared so real. Yet as Sun Jigwa scrutinized the seemingly flawless data report, his unease only deepened. He cross-referenced all the data 3 times over, and finally, he found a minute, almost imperceptible discrepancy. Energy consumption. According to the logs, the Sentinel system had unleashed nearly 10,000 armor-piercing rounds in Zone C passage. Such intense firepower output would inevitably cause a momentary spike in the base's energy supply. Yet, the energy consumption curve he retrieved for that time period was as smooth as still water, showing no abnormal fluctuations whatsoever. This defied logic. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Sun Jigwa's back. He abruptly stood up and began pacing back and forth in the office. This was a trap. He was almost certain it was an incredibly elaborate trap set specifically for him. Someone had taken control of Base Zero. Someone had forged all the data. Someone was holding that ship, like a patient fisherman, waiting for him, the big fish, to take the bait. Fear. In an instant, fear seized his heart. But immediately, that fear was replaced by an even more intense, ruthless resolve. Trying to outsmart me? A venomous, cold gleam flashed in Sun Jigwa's eyes. He hadn't lost yet. He still held his final, most powerful trump card. He walked to his desk and retrieved a palm-sized black satellite phone from the bottom drawer. He pressed the sole speed dial button. The phone rang only once before being answered. Speak. A hoarse, cold voice devoid of emotion came through the line. Ghost. Sun Jigwa slowly uttered the 2 words into the receiver. Operation initiated. A moment of silence followed on the other end, as if awaiting further instructions. Target, Jiangcheng, Base 0. Sun Jigwa's voice was hushed, low as a whisper from hell. Primary objective, retrieve the package from an individual calling himself Scorpion. Secondary objective, verify the actual situation within the base. I don't want to see any living informants. Understood. The voice on the other end remained utterly unflinching. Remember. Sun Jigwa's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If anything goes wrong, I authorize you to purge the entire base. Understood. The call ended abruptly. Sun Jigwa slowly placed the satellite phone back into the drawer and locked it. He walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window. All unease and doubt vanished from his mind. Replacing them was an absolute, icy confidence. The true Ghostblade was the shadow unit he had secretly cultivated over a decade of dedicated effort. They belonged to no official roster, answering only to him alone. They were the true blades walking in the darkness. Lucian's men were merely a gang of thugs bearing the Ghostblade name. Gazing out at the endless stream of traffic, he could almost see a silent, black torrent merging into it, rushing southward toward the chessboard he had laid out, a trap others had set for him. This time, he would see who was the hunter and who was the prey. Chapter 115, assigning Colonel Lee a mission to stir the hornet's nest. Time flowed silently within the command center. Qin Feng leaned back in his command chair, eyes half closed, fingers still tapping rhythmically on the armrest. He appeared to be asleep, yet seemed deep in thought. Li Rui stood nearby, his mind far from as calm as Qin Feng's. Anxious. He didn't know what Qin Feng was waiting for. The call had been made, the trap had been set. By all logic, shouldn't they be deploying forces immediately, preparing to receive whoever Sun Jigwa sent? But Qin Feng did nothing. He was simply waiting. This unknown wait felt like torture to Li Rui, who was used to swift action. Adao stood like a rock behind Qin Feng, his gaze fixed on the command center entrance, alert to any possible movement. Suddenly, Qin Feng's tapping fingers stopped. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze did not fall upon the main screen, nor did it meet anyone's eyes. Instead, it settled on Li Rui, who stood awkwardly in the corner, looking somewhat flustered. Colonel Li. Qin Feng's voice broke the silence. Li Rui's body jerked upright instantly, standing at attention as if receiving inspection from a superior officer. Present. Qin Feng observed his reflexive military posture, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Relax. We're not in the military zone now. He paused before continuing. There's a mission I need you to handle. Li Rui's eyes instantly sharpened. Serious. At your command. Sun Jigwa is a sly fox, naturally suspicious. Qin Feng's tone was flat, as if stating a fact. A single phone call and a chip as bait won't be enough to throw him completely off balance and lure him into our trap. At best, he's only half convinced. He'll send someone, but their primary purpose won't be the handover, it'll be to test the waters. Li Rui nodded in agreement with Qin Feng's assessment. A man of Sun Jigua's caliber wouldn't be so easily led by the nose. So we need to fan the flames. Qin Feng's gaze grew intense. A fire powerful enough to completely burn away all his composure and rationality. What do I need to do? Li Rui asked. Qin Feng didn't answer directly. He simply looked at Li Rui and spoke slowly. Colonel Li, in your capacity as head of the Joint Investigation Team, contact the Archives Department of the Beijing Military Headquarters immediately. The Archives Department? Li Rui was puzzled. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Submit a formal request to them for access to the records. What records? All files pertaining to the disappearance of the Nightingale Intelligence Unit 10 years ago on the southwestern border. The moment the word Nightingale left Qin Feng's lips, Li Rui's pupils suddenly contracted. Shock. As a military officer, he had naturally heard of this unsolved case. 10 years ago, the Nightingale team composed of the Military Intelligence Department's most elite operatives suddenly lost contact with headquarters while executing a top-secret mission along the southwestern border. Every member vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown to this day. No bodies were recovered, and no survivors were found. The incident had sent shockwaves through the military high command at the time, classified as one of the highest-level confidential unsolved cases. He simply couldn't fathom why Qin Feng would suddenly bring up this long-buried case. What connection could it possibly have to Sun Jigua? Qin Feng seemed to read his confusion. He reached out and tapped lightly on the control panel before him. The main screen displayed Phoenix's image once more. Phoenix, retrieve the personnel files of those responsible for the Nightingale case for Colonel Li to review. Understood. Phoenix acknowledged the command. The next second, the main screen switched, displaying an electronic file marked Top Secret in the center. At the top of the file was the information on the project leader for this case. And in the chief investigator field, a familiar name stood out prominently. Sun Jigua. Li Rui's breath caught in his throat. Ah. He stared fixedly at that name, his mind buzzing. So that's how it was. He instantly grasped the entirety of Qin Feng's plan. Sun Jigua had skeletons in his closet, and his greatest vulnerability lay in his past. And now, as the head of the Joint Investigation Team dispatched by the military headquarters, he was requesting access to a top-secret old case that Sun Jigua had personally handled and ultimately botched. What did this move signify to someone like Sun Jigua, who was guilty and nervous? It meant the military had begun to suspect him. It meant the military wasn't starting their investigation with the chip incident. They had been watching him for a long time, digging into his dark history to gradually unravel his roots. It was an unmistakably clear and utterly fatal signal. I understand. Li Rui's voice trembled slightly with emotion. This was an open strategy. A ploy that made it seem perfectly reasonable for him, the head of the investigation team, to carry it out, yet one that would precisely strike at Sun Jigua's most vulnerable nerve. Go. Qin Feng's tone remained impassive. Remember, you must maintain a firm stance. Project an attitude that says, we already have evidence, we're merely here to verify it. Yes, sir. Li Rui nodded firmly. He turned and strode purposefully toward the exit of the command center. His steps were resolute, his gaze sharp, the earlier anxiety and unease completely vanquished. He now knew exactly what he had to do. He was going to stir up that hornet's nest hidden within the capital. Watching Li Rui's departing figure, a cold smile slowly curved the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. He knew that when this request for access to surveillance footage landed on Sun Jigua's desk, every ounce of caution and suspicion that old fox possessed would be shattered completely. Instead, endless panic will take its place. And panic drives people to make the most foolish decisions. Adao. Qin Feng called out without turning his head. Here. Have the brothers prepare. Qin Feng's gaze returned to the massive base layout diagram on the main screen. His finger traced slowly across the map, finally pausing at Sector A near the base entrance. There, the terrain was complex, with passages crisscrossing like a meticulously woven spiderweb. Our real guests are about to arrive. His voice was soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling, murderous intent. This time, we'll pull the net a little tighter. Chapter 116, The Fish Has Taken the Bait, Prepare to Haul in the Net. Beijing, Ministry of State Security Headquarters. Sun Jigua's office was thick with cigarette smoke. He stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. The night view outside the windows remained as bustling as ever, yet through his eyes, it seemed shrouded in a layer of gloom. Unease. Ever since deploying the genuine ghost blade, the unease in his heart had not diminished, it had only grown more intense. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked some crucial detail. Just then, the internal communicator on his desk emitted a series of urgent beeps. Sun Jigua's eyes narrowed sharply as he strode over and pressed the answer button. Speak. Minister, something's happened. The voice on the other end belonged to a trusted confidant he had placed within the military archives department, his tone filled with panic. Sun Jigua's heart sank. What happened? Speak slowly and clearly. His voice remained composed, but his hand gripping the receiver tightened involuntarily. Just now, Colonel Li Rue, head of the Joint Investigation Team in Jiangcheng, formally submitted a request to our Archives Department in the name of the investigation team, a request to access a top-secret file. What file? Sun Jigua pressed, his heart beginning to race uncontrollably. The voice on the other end seemed to take a deep breath before whispering the code name that sent a chill through Sun's body. It's the Nightingale disappearance case from 10 years ago on the southwest border. Boom! Sun Jigua felt as if a bomb had detonated inside his head. His vision went black for a moment and a buzzing sound filled his ears. He staggered backward, crashing heavily into the bookshelf behind him with a dull thud. Fear. A fear he hadn't felt in over a decade, stemming from the depths of his soul, gripped his heart like countless icy hands. Nightingale. The Nightingale disappearance case. How could it be this case? Why would the military suddenly investigate this decade-old, sealed case? Li Rue, the Joint Investigation Team. A terrifying thought cut through his chaotic thoughts. He understood. Everything made sense now. That so-called chip deal in Jiangcheng was nothing but a cover-up. That investigation team led by Li Rue wasn't after Qin Zhenghua at all. Their true target, from the very beginning, had been Sun Jigua. The military had been watching him all along. They somehow uncovered leads on the Nightingale case, so they dispatched the investigation team. Using Qin Zhenghua's case as cover, they were actually digging into his dark past. As for Lu Xun's actions in Jiangcheng, it was nothing but a foolish coincidence where he accidentally walked into the line of fire. Sun Jigua felt the blood in his veins run cold. Every assumption he'd made up to this moment was shattered. He had believed himself the chess player, his opponents the prey. Now it seemed he had been nothing but a frog slowly boiled in warm water from the very beginning. That call from Jiangcheng, the man calling himself Scorpion, the chip used as bait. It wasn't a trap at all. It was a death warrant. It was merely a trophy seized by chance during the other side's investigation into his past. They might not even realize the chip's true significance, using it merely to confuse him and buy time. And he, foolishly, had played his final trump card, diving headfirst into the enemy's true ambush. Thud. Sun Jigua collapsed onto the cold floor. His pride in his own cool-headedness and caution crumbled to dust in that instant. He knew it was over. Completely and utterly finished. The Nightingale case, it was the sole and greatest stain on his life. It was a tragedy he had orchestrated with his own hands to silence witnesses, all for the sake of climbing the ladder. Heaven knew, earth knew, and he knew. If the military uncovered it, he would have no place to bury his body. No. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. A raw urge to survive propelled Sun Jigua to struggle to his feet. His eyes were bloodshot and a gambler's madness flashed across his face. There was still a chance. He had one last chance. If only the Ghostblade could seize the chip before the files were fully decrypted, destroy every possible piece of evidence in the base, and then eliminate every single member of Li Rue's investigation team. No witnesses left. Without evidence, mere suspicion wouldn't be enough for the military to touch someone of his rank. He lunged madly toward the desk and grabbed the black satellite phone. He was about to issue new orders to the Ghost. An even more insane, even more reckless order. Jiangcheng, outskirts. The night was as dark as ink. 3 heavily modified black SUVs, like 3 beasts lurking in the darkness, came to a silent halt on a barren stretch of desert. All headlights were extinguished, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Inside, 12 men clad in black combat fatigues, tactical helmets, and camouflage face paint sat rigidly upright. They were Sun Jigua's true trump card, the Ghostblades. Each was an elite survivor from elite special forces units, forged through brutal training and indoctrination into killing machines loyal only to Sun Jigua. The leader, codenamed Ghost, studied the tactical tablet in his hands. Displayed on the tablet was the entrance layout of Zero Base. Just then, the satellite phone at his waist began to vibrate urgently. He glanced at the caller ID and answered immediately. Speak. His voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. On the other end came Sun Jigua's frantic voice, distorted by extreme panic. Ghost. Plan change. Listen. Your mission, besides retrieving the package, also involves. Sun Jigua paused, as if summoning every ounce of strength to utter the command. Eliminate everyone in the base who isn't one of us, especially that officer named Li Rue. Leave no survivors. Not a single one. The Ghost's expression remained unchanged. He responded calmly. Understood. Hanging up the call, he lifted his head and looked at his team members. He pressed the communication button on his helmet. Order change. Elevate mission level to maximum purification. Prepare for action. Inside the vehicle, a bloodthirsty gleam instantly flashed in the eyes of the remaining 11 team members. They began inspecting their weapons. The sound of bolts being cycled echoed distinctly in the silent cabin. A hunt was about to begin. They had no idea what kind of trap they were about to walk into. Base 0, Command Center. Qin Feng stared at the main screen, where Phoenix's real-time monitoring displayed the signal point representing Sun Jigua's office. Over the past few minutes, the emotional fluctuation curve of that signal point had undergone a violent rollercoaster ride. From initial calm to unease, then sudden panic, and finally settling into a frenzied, all-or-nothing resolve. A slow smile spread across Qin Feng's lips. He knew that the old fox, who had lived in luxury for a decade, had finally been driven to his final, desperate madness. Phoenix. Here. Monitor their movements. I need to know the exact location of every single one of them, down to the meter. No problem. A hint of light-hearted amusement tinged Phoenix's voice. Qin Feng rose from the command chair. He walked over to Adao and patted his shoulder. Adao, Sector A is yours. A fighting spirit flared in Adao's eyes. He gave a firm nod, saying nothing, then turned and strode away. Qin Feng's gaze returned to the screen. On the screen, the 3 black SUVs had restarted their engines. Like 3 arrows released from a bow, they sped toward the entrance of Zero Base disguised as an abandoned factory. The fish had taken the bait. Qin Feng picked up the communicator and pressed the talk button. His voice echoed throughout the base, reaching every Dragonthorn's team member. Everyone. Prepare to close the net. Chapter 117, Welcome to Hell, Elite. The night sky held no moon. 3 black SUVs came to a halt on the Gobi Desert, a kilometer from their target. Engines silenced, only the wind's whispers remained. Doors slid open silently. 12 shadowy figures emerged in perfect formation, moving with seamless precision and utter silence. They wore state-of-the-art combat suits crafted from materials that effectively reduced infrared signatures. Their helmets integrated multifunctional tactical goggles and communication systems. Their weapons were heavily modified, fitted with suppressors. They were the Ghost Blade, the sharpest and most covert blade in Sun Jigua's arsenal. The leader, codenamed Ghost, raised his hand. Using tactical hand signals, he issued a series of commands. The remaining 11 members immediately split into 3 teams, providing crosscover as they stealthily advanced toward Base Zero, a facility disguised as an abandoned factory in the distance. Their movements flowed like water, each tactical action executed with textbook precision. Confidence. That was the only emotion in each of their hearts. In their eyes, the mission's targets were merely a group of technicians and a few officers hiding within the base, perhaps accompanied by a so-called scorpion. Nothing to be feared. Clear, recover, withdraw. The entire operation wouldn't take more than 30 minutes. Their figures swiftly blended into the intricate shadows surrounding the factory, like drops of ink falling into a pitch-black pond. Base Zero, Command Center. The massive main screen was divided into 12 real-time surveillance feeds, each clearly tracking the movements of a Ghostblade operative. These feeds did not originate from the base's standard surveillance cameras. Instead, Phoenix had hacked into the backdoor of their individual combat systems, directly accessing the tactical visor perspectives from their helmets. Everything they saw was displayed before Qin Feng with absolute precision. Qin Feng stood before the screens, hands tucked into his pockets. Calm. Phoenix sat at the console, fingers dancing lightly across the virtual keyboard as if playing a silent symphony. They've breached the first physical defense and are cutting through the electric fence. Phoenix's voice echoed through the quiet command center, devoid of emotion. Alpha Team, 4 members, enter via Main Channel 1. Bravo Team, 4 members, enter via Cargo Channel 3. Charlie Team, 4 members, prepare to infiltrate via the western backup ventilation duct. She reported the enemy's movements as if reading from a predetermined procedural report. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the screen, observing the professional and efficient covert maneuvers. He spoke up. Solid tactical awareness. Too bad they took the wrong path. Phoenix's fingers paused briefly before dancing across the keyboard once more. Copy that. Initiate Labyrinth Protocol. Modifying internal electronic waypoints on Primary Corridor 1. Alpha Team will be redirected to the pre-designated combat zone in Sector A. Closing the second gate of Cargo Channel 3. Bravo Team will be forced to reroute into the trap in Sector B. Injecting odorless inert gas into the western ventilation ducts to deplete oxygen levels. Charlie Team's systems will alert them to oxygen deprivation, forcing them out through the nearest maintenance hatch. The exit leads to Sector C's slaughterhouse. On the screen, the 3 Ghostblade teams, completely unaware, were stepping onto the death path meticulously designed for them by Phoenix. Their tactical tablets displayed the base layout obtained from Sun Jigua. Little did they know that every corner and passageway on those blueprints had been transformed by Phoenix into one-way streets to hell. The 4 members of Alpha Team advanced swiftly along Main Corridor 1, maintaining a standard diamond combat formation. Emergency lights cast a dim glow along the corridor walls, their footsteps muffled by combat boots, nearly inaudible. The lead operator glanced at the map on the tactical tablet and reported softly through his throat mic. Entering Sector B7. Turn left 50 meters ahead into the central corridor. His voice brimmed with confidence. However, as they rounded the corner, the electronic signage on the wall clearly indicated that the left turn led to the zone, a large equipment maintenance bay. The team paused, stunned. The map and the sign didn't match. He immediately reported the discrepancy to Captain Ghost. Captain, the sign for Zone B7 doesn't match the map. Request confirmation. Ghost's raspy voice crackled through the communicator. Follow the sign. The old base's map data may be inaccurate. Stay alert and proceed. Roger. Alpha team turned left without hesitation, stepping into the passage leading to Sector A. Meanwhile, Bravo team encountered trouble in Cargo Channel 3. A thick alloy gate blocked their path. Captain, the cargo corridor is locked down. We can't get through. Switch routes. Take the adjacent fire escape. Ghost's command came through swiftly. Team Bravo located the fire escape and entered another unfamiliar corridor. Charlie team encountered the most bizarre situation. Crawling through a narrow ventilation duct, a faint alarm suddenly sounded in each member's helmet system. Warning, oxygen levels below safe threshold. Warning, oxygen concentration below safe levels. The 4 members halted immediately. Captain, oxygen depletion in the ventilation duct. Evacuate immediately through the nearest access hatch and reroute. Team Charlie located a maintenance hatch, pried open the cover, and tumbled down. They landed in a vast warehouse filled with rusted metal racks. 3 teams arrived simultaneously at 3 distinct pre-designated battlefields. Zone A, Heavy Equipment Maintenance Bay. Zone B, Abandoned Material Transfer Station. Zone C, Backup Freezer Warehouse. Upon arrival, they all encountered the same problem. The place was deserted. An eerie silence hung in the air. The Alpha team leader immediately contacted the captain again. Captain, no targets found in Zone A. It's too empty here. Something feels off. Bravo calling. No target found in Sector B. Charlie calling, no target found in Sector C either. Requesting next instructions. This time, however, their communicators emitted only a piercing static. ZZZZZ. The signal was cut off. An ominous foreboding rose simultaneously in the hearts of all 12 operatives. They were elite, battle-hardened killing machines. They understood instantly. This was a trap. Full alert. We've fallen for it. Alpha team's leader shouted, raising his weapon. But no sooner had the words left his mouth. A low hum filled the entire base. All emergency lights flickered simultaneously. Then, they all went dark. Absolute darkness, like a tidal wave, instantly engulfed all light. Panic. Even these elite operatives couldn't help but feel that words surface in their minds when confronted with this sudden, unforeseen catastrophe. Immediately after, a heavy, teeth-grinding metallic grinding sound echoed from the direction they had come. Crash. Clang. It was the sound of alloy gates weighing several tons crashing down. Every passageway, every exit sealed shut in an instant. The entire Zero base had become an impenetrable steel tomb. The Ghostblade team members immediately activated the night vision function on their helmets. A green, grainy world appeared before their eyes. They saw the alloy gates that had completely sealed off their escape routes, and they saw the unmistakable shock in each other's eyes. They were trapped. Like caged beasts, they were completely locked in. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the entire space. No gunfire, no sign of the enemy, not even a whisper of wind. At that moment, from the deepest darkness within Zone A's maintenance bay, a faint sound echoed. Click. The sound was faint, like a switch being flipped. The 4 members of Alpha Squad instantly trained their gun barrels toward the source of the sound. Their hearts began to race uncontrollably. What lurked in the darkness? Chapter 118, What you think is your ace is merely my appetizer. Darkness. Pitch black darkness. The Ghostblade team members immediately activated the night vision function in their tactical goggles. A world blanketed in green noise unfolded before their eyes. Report your situation. Alpha team leader shouted, attempting to steady the troops. Yet his voice echoed hollowly through the vast maintenance bay, meeting no response. The communication channel was filled only with waves of jarring static. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Unease. A deadly foreboding gripped everyone's heart. They were cut off, isolated, turned into solitary islands. At that moment, a faint metallic scrape echoed from the high metal walkway of the maintenance bay. Above. One team member immediately raised his gun. The other 3 reacted swiftly, their barrels all pointing in that direction. Yet there was nothing there. Just as the team member was about to speak, a dark figure dropped silently from the pipes above his head like a ghost. The shadow moved with no trace of human presence. One hand clamped over his mouth, silencing him. The other hand held a military knife that sliced silently across his throat. Splatter. Warm blood spurted forth. The team member's body twitched once before collapsing limply to the ground. The green world in his goggles instantly went dark. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Only when the thud of the body hitting the ground echoed did the other 3 team members snap to attention. Enemy attack. They spun around instantly, their gun barrels sweeping frantically in that direction. But there, beyond their comrade's body growing cold, there was nothing. Fear. True terror spread through the hearts of these elite soldiers for the first time. Their enemy seemed to be a phantom that had merged with the darkness. Back to back. Form a defensive line. The squad leader barked the hoarse command. The remaining 3 squad members quickly closed ranks, their gun barrels pointing in 3 different directions as they vigilantly scanned every dark corner around them. Footsteps. Clear footsteps echoed from the darkness directly ahead. Neither hurried nor slow, calm and deliberate. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The man wore no specialized combat gear, only a simple black bodysuit. He wore no helmet, no night vision goggles, yet his eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness. It was a Dao. He held a dagger in a reverse grip, its blade still dripping with blood. Seeing only one man, the three members of Alpha Team felt their fury slightly, replaced by the fury of an ace. Open fire! The team leader barked the order. 3 silenced rifles erupted in simultaneous bursts of fire. Puff, puff, puff. Bullets instantly tore through the air, hurtling toward a Dao. Yet, a split second before the shots were fired, a Dao executed an astonishing lateral evasion. His body seemed boneless, evading every bullet aimed at his vital points with a slight angle. Several bullets grazed the hem of his clothes, striking the metal wall behind him and sending sparks flying. The 3 team members' pupils contracted sharply. Shock. The moment they changed magazines, a Dao moved. He planted his feet, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, instantly closing the distance to the trio. His speed was so blindingly fast that night vision goggles could only capture a blurred afterimage. The team leader bore the brunt of the impact. His vision blurred and an unstoppable force slammed into his chest. Crack! The sound of shattered ribs rang out clearly. His entire body flew backward, slamming into the wall before sliding to the floor, lifeless. A Dao didn't pause for a moment. He crouched low, dodging the military knife thrust by the team member on his right, then swiftly flicked his dagger upward. A crimson line sliced across the soldier's abdomen. The soldier let out a muffled groan as intestines mixed with blood spilled out. Staring in disbelief at his wound, he collapsed to his knees. The last soldier froze, horrified by the bloody scene before him. He roared in fury, flinging his rifle aside, drawing his dagger, and lunging at a Dao like a madman. A Dao's eyes were cold. He didn't retreat. He simply extended his left hand, seizing the opponent's knife-wielding wrist with pinpoint precision. Then, with a sharp twist. Snap! The wrist snapped clean off. The team member let out a piercing scream of agony as the dagger fell from his grasp. A Dao's right hand swiftly clamped around his throat, hoisting him off the ground. His feet dangled in the air as he struggled desperately, his face turning a liver like shade from lack of oxygen. A Dao stared at him, asking slowly and deliberately. Sun Jigua, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? The team member's eyes were filled with terror and pleading. He tried to speak, but his throat was clamped shut, only managing to make gurgling sounds. A Dao gave him no further chance. His hand tightened with a sudden burst of force. Snap! The neck bones snapped. A Dao casually tossed the body onto the ground, as if discarding a worn-out doll. He lifted his head, glanced at the hidden camera on the maintenance space ceiling, and nodded. 30 seconds. Alpha Team, wiped out. Zone B, abandoned supply transfer station. The environment here was even more complex than Zone A, cluttered with discarded shipping containers and metal racks. 4 members of Bravo Team were carefully navigating their way through these obstacles. Sounds. One member abruptly halted, straining to listen. Clink. A sharp metallic clang echoed from the top of a container to their left. All 4 immediately raised their weapons and took aim. But in the instant their attention was diverted, 2 dark figures leapt down like cheetahs from the top of a scrap-filled shelf behind and to their right. Silent kill. 2 team members didn't even have time to react before their necks were snapped by the enemies descending from above. Enemy behind us. The remaining 2 members spun around in terror. What met their eyes were 2 black muzzles. Thud. Thud. 2 soft pops. Each found a fresh hole in their forehead. Bravo Team, wiped out. Zone C, backup freezer warehouse. The temperature here was extremely low, and the air was thick with a cold, fishy stench. Rows of hooks still bore the stiff, frozen carcasses of animals. The 4 members of Charlie Team moved slowly, their backs pressed together. Something's off here. It's too quiet. The team leader murmured. Suddenly, a white cloth-covered animal carcass beside him shifted. He immediately raised his gun, alert. However, another corpse behind him violently ripped off the white sheet and lunged at a teammate beside him. Simultaneously, several Dragon Thorns members materialized from every corner of the warehouse. It was an ambush with no suspense whatsoever. Charlie's squad couldn't even mount an effective resistance. Amidst the chaos, they were picked off one by one. Charlie's squad, wiped out. Captain Ghost moved swiftly through a pitch-black passageway, alone. He had lost contact with all other teams. As the commander of this elite squad, he knew exactly what this meant. Total annihilation. An outcome he had never imagined. Rage. Despair. His chest was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. He didn't know who the enemy was, nor how many of them there were. He only knew he had to break out and report everything that had happened here to Sun Jigua. He charged toward an emergency exit, following the route etched in his memory. If he could open that door, he might have a chance to escape. He rounded a corner, and there it was, the alloy door leading to the outside world. Yet his feet came to an abrupt halt. A figure stood silently before the door. The figure wore no combat uniform and carried no weapons. He wore only a black tracksuit, hands tucked into his pockets, watching him calmly. It was Qin Feng. The ghost's tactical goggles instantly locked onto Qin Feng, various data points flashing rapidly across the lenses. Heart rate, steady. Breathing, even. Threat level, low. Yet, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Ghost's mind. This feeling was more intense than anything he had ever experienced facing thousands of soldiers. The man before him was like a bottomless black hole, radiating an aura that made his very soul tremble. The ghost raised his rifle, the muzzle steady and aimed squarely at Qin Feng's forehead. His voice cracked with extreme tension. "Who are you?" Qin Feng didn't answer. He merely pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and then retrieved a lighter. Click. An orange flame flickered in the dark passageway, illuminating his face calm to the point of being unnerving. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled. The smoke drifted between them. He looked at Ghost, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a playful smile. That smile made Yao feel like prey caught in a hunter's sights, with nowhere to run. Chapter 119, Your loyalty is worthless. The ghost held the rifle, its muzzle locked onto Qin Feng's forehead. The air in the passageway seemed to freeze. His finger curled over the trigger, every muscle taut, his focus razor sharp. He had spent his entire life dealing with danger, but never had he faced a moment quite like this. Crisis. The man before him showed no hint of murderous intent, not even a trace of hostility. He was merely smoking. Yet the ghost's instincts, that sixth sense honed through countless brushes with death, were screaming at him. Shoot. Kill him. Or you'll be the one who dies. No hesitation. The ghost's index finger pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 A series of muffled gunshots echoed through the silent corridor. The muzzle flash illuminated the ghost's face, contorted in a savage grimace. He emptied the entire magazine. Yet, the moment he fired, Qin Feng's figure blurred. He neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he moved his body in small, rapid shifts within the same spot, defying the laws of physics. His shoulders, torso, and head evaded every bullet aimed at him by mere millimeters. The bullets grazed the hem of his clothes, leaving a dense row of bullet holes and scorching sparks on the alloy door behind him. Throughout the entire sequence, the cigarette dangling from Qin Feng's mouth didn't even flicker. When the gunfire ceased, Qin Feng remained standing in the same spot. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring. As the smoke dissipated, his utterly unruffled eyes came into view. The ghost stared at Qin Feng, unscathed before him, and at the patch of bullet holes on the wall behind him. His mind went blank. Shock. The rifle in his hands clicked softly. The magazine was empty. The ghost's body began to tremble slightly from sheer shock and fear. He tossed the rifle aside. He drew the military knife from his waist. As an elite special forces soldier, he was also a master of close combat. He let out a roar to steel his nerves, then charged at Qin Feng like a leopard. Qin Feng moved. He flicked the cigarette but from his mouth. The instant the ghost closed in, he stepped forward. Not backward, but forward. He sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the dagger aimed at his heart. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning. Snap. A crisp snap. Qin Feng's hand seized the ghost's knife-wielding wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The ghost felt his wrist clamped down on as if by a steel vise, unable to move an inch. He tried to break free, but the overwhelming force emanating from that hand filled him with despair. Qin Feng's wrist twisted gently. Snap. The sound of breaking bone echoed distinctly through the passageway. Agonizing pain. Unbearable agony radiated from his wrist. The ghost let out a muffled groan of agony, the dagger slipping from its grasp and clattering to the floor. Qin Feng didn't stop. His knee shot upward, slamming into the ghost's midsection. Thud. The ghost's body curled into a shrimp-like shape, stomach acid instantly surging up his throat. Qin Feng released his grip. The ghost collapsed to the ground like a pile of sludge, gasping for breath, too weak even to lift his head. Instant kill. A complete, utterly predictable instant kill. Everything he prided himself on, his fighting skills, his combat experience, seemed as fragile as a joke in the face of this man. The lights in the passageway suddenly flared on. The blinding glare made the ghost instinctively close his eyes. Footsteps. A steady rhythm of footsteps approached from behind him. He turned his head with difficulty. A Dao, along with several Dragon Dagger members, escorted a few people as they approached. Those individuals were his remaining subordinates. They were all wounded, disarmed, and wore expressions mirroring his own. Defeat. Escorted, they passed by Ghost and headed deeper into the base. A Dao stopped beside Qin Feng. All taken care of. Qin Feng nodded. He glanced at the kneeling ghost, as if observing a lifeless object. Take him away. A Dao grabbed the ghost by the collar, hoisting him to his feet, and followed the group. Base 0, Command Center. Under the bright lights, the massive main screen no longer displayed surveillance footage. Ghost and the 6 other surviving Ghostblade members were bound hand to back, forced to kneel on the command center floor. Each of them bore wounds on their faces. But more striking than the wounds was the lifelessness in their eyes. It was the ashes left behind when the pride of an elite force was utterly shattered. Qin Feng sat in the commander's chair. Phoenix stood beside him. Adao and several Dragon Dagger members stood like statues behind the prisoners. The entire command center was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Qin Feng looked at the ghost kneeling at the front. He spoke, his voice calm. Name, code name, unit designation. The ghost lifted his head, a final flicker of defiance flashing in his eyes. He stared at Qin Feng, then spat a mouthful of blood onto the polished floor. A provocation. His actions were his answer. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even twitch an eyebrow. He merely smiled, a hint of pity in that smile. Your courage is commendable. Pity your loyalty is worthless. He turned his head and addressed Feng Huang. Phoenix, show them what it is they've sworn allegiance to. Phoenix nodded. She walked to the console and tapped it lightly with her finger. A waveform of an audio file appeared on the main screen. A cold, emotionless male voice boomed through the command center's sound system, echoing in everyone's ears. It was Sun Jigua's voice. Operation Ghostblade must succeed. Failure is not an option. Should they fail, they become traitors to the nation, fugitive terrorists. Activate the purification protocol to erase all traces of their existence. Their families must be dealt with as well. Use accidents. Leave no loose ends. The secret of Nightingale must not be compromised under any circumstances. I don't care what methods you use. The recording ended. The command center fell once more into deathly silence. The 7 Ghostblade operatives kneeling on the floor froze rigid. First, disbelief spread across their faces. Confusion. They couldn't comprehend it. They refused to believe what they had heard. Then, when the words "their families must be dealt with as well" rang out clearly from the recording, that confusion instantly transformed into something else. One team member jerked his head up, eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the screen as if trying to see through it. Another team member's body began to shake violently, teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Rage. One member suddenly lunged forward like a madman, trying to leap from the ground and throw himself at the screen. No! This can't be real. The minister wouldn't do this to us. The Dragon Thorns member behind him mercilessly smashed the butt of his rifle into the back of his neck. He grunted and collapsed to the floor. But Ghost, kneeling at the very front, reacted differently from everyone else. His body stopped trembling. His eyes no longer burned with rage. He bowed his head, his shoulders beginning to heave. Then, a low, beastly laugh, like the wail of a wild animal, erupted from his throat. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and laughed, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. He doubled over, laughing until it felt like his insides were being torn apart. His laughter was filled with endless sorrow and self-mockery. Loyalty. They staked their lives on it, staked everything their families had. In the end, it was nothing but a joke. They weren't blades, they were merely toilet paper for Sun Jigua to wipe his ass with. Once used, they'd be flushed down the drain, vanishing along with any trace of their existence. The laughter gradually ceased. The ghost lifted its head and looked at Qin Feng once more. This time, his eyes held no trace of stubbornness or hostility. Only endless venom remained, along with a desperate, all-or-nothing madness. That venom wasn't directed at Qin Feng. It was directed at the man who had utterly abandoned them. What do you want to know? The ghost's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Qin Feng looked at him and asked calmly. Everything. A smile twisted across the ghost's face, uglier than any cry. Fine. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything I know about Sun Jigua. Chapter 120, The Old Fox's Tail Finally Caught Fire. Beijing, Ministry of State Security Headquarters. The smoke in Sun Jigua's office was thicker than before. He stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, yet had lost all desire to gaze at the night view. His gaze fell upon the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. The hour hand had already struck 3 in the morning. An hour had passed since the Ghostblade unit's scheduled report time. The communicator remained dead silent. No signal of mission success, nor any alert of mission failure. Nothing at all. Sun Jigua's heart sank, bit by bit. He pulled a bottle of whiskey from the liquor cabinet, skipping the glass and taking a large swig straight from the bottle. The fiery liquid burned his throat, yet it couldn't dispel the growing chill in his heart. Unease. This unease had now crystallized into something more tangible. Fear. He kept telling himself to stay calm. Ghostblade was his strongest trump card, a weapon that had never failed him. Perhaps the mission had merely encountered a minor setback, causing a delay. Perhaps the signal from Jiangcheng had been jammed. He conjured countless excuses, trying to convince himself. But his body was honest. His hands trembled slightly. It took him 3 attempts to light his cigarette. The frog, slowly boiled in warm water, finally felt the scalding heat. Just then, a faint rattling sound emanated from the drawer of his desk. Sun Jigua stiffened. It wasn't his usual internal communicator, nor was it that black satellite phone. It was a fully encrypted backup phone he kept ready for the worst-case scenario. Only he knew the number for this phone. Its sole purpose was to receive calls, not to make them. Who was it? Sun Jigwa strode to his desk, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved the phone. The screen displayed a new message. From an unknown encrypted channel. The message contained only one attachment. A video file. Sun Jigwa stared intently at the file icon, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then, he clicked on the video. The video's visuals were crystal clear. The backdrop was a futuristic command center. Under bright lights, 7 men clad in black combat uniforms knelt on the floor, their hands bound behind their backs. Their faces bore wounds, their eyes filled with deathly stillness and despair. They were the Ghost Blades. His most elite subordinates. Sun Jigwa's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt his breath catch in his throat. The camera slowly panned across the faces of the 7 members, finally settling on the leader Ghost's face. The footage ended there. But the voice continued. A cold voice, one he knew all too well, emanated from the phone speaker. It was his own voice. Initiate the purification protocol. Erase all traces of their existence. Their families must be disposed of as well. Use accidents. Leave no loose ends. When the final sentence of the recording finished playing, the video ended. The phone screen dimmed. The office fell into a deathly silence. Sun Jigwa remained frozen in the position of holding his phone, his entire body seemingly paralyzed, utterly motionless. His mind went blank. A few seconds later, he stumbled backward abruptly. His body collided with the bookshelf behind him, producing a dull thud. The phone slipped from his limp hand and fell onto the carpet. It's over. The thought struck like a black lightning bolt, splitting his chaotic thoughts. Completely and utterly finished. Not only had the other side wiped out his ace in the hole, but also seized his most lethal, darkest secret. If this recording were ever made public, he would have nowhere to hide. Fear. An unprecedented terror, like countless icy tentacles, instantly seized his heart and dragged him into an abyss without bottom. The composure and cunning he prided himself on crumbled to dust in that instant. No! He couldn't just wait to die. A primal urge to survive jolted his muddled mind back into action. Run! He had to escape immediately. Before the other party handed this evidence over to the military, before the capital received any word. He still had time. He still had one last chance. Sun Jigwa rushed like a madman to a landscape painting hanging on the office wall. He pressed a specific spot on the frame. The painting slid silently to the side, revealing a hidden safe behind it. With trembling fingers, he entered the password, passing both fingerprint and iris verification. The safe door sprang open. Inside, there was no cash. Only several passports from different countries, a stack of bearer Swiss bank drafts, and a black satellite phone, no bigger than the palm of his hand. This was his last resort, prepared for himself. He stuffed everything into a briefcase. Then he picked up the black satellite phone. It was his sole means of single-line communication with the mysterious overseas organization known as Ghost Hand. He pressed the power button and dialed a number he knew by heart. The call connected. An electronically altered voice, indistinguishable as male or female, came through. Speak. Sun Jigwa spoke urgently in a hoarse voice. It's me, codenamed Zhong Kue. I'm initiating the highest level asylum protocol. Arrange a flight immediately. I need to get out of here. There was a moment of silence on the other end. You know the cost of the sanctuary protocol. I know. Money is no issue. Sun Jigwa shouted. Fine. On the southeast coast, at Wenchang port, a cargo ship named the Sea God will depart in 36 hours. The boarding password is, the Tide God is watching. Remember, you only get one chance. Understood. Sun Jigwa hung up the phone. He grabbed his briefcase and rushed toward the office door. He couldn't exit through the front door. He had to leave via a secret passage known only to him. He was like a fox whose tail had been set ablaze by hunters panicked and desperate to flee back to his den, then slip away through another tunnel. But he didn't know. From the moment he pulled out that backup phone. From the moment he opened that video. Even from the moment he dialed that distress call. Every move he made, every word he spoke, had been transmitted in real time through an invisible network, thousands of miles away. Base 0, Command Center. The massive main screen was split into 2 displays. One feed showed real-time surveillance of Sun Jigwa in his office, frantically preparing to escape like a trapped beast. The other displayed a complex signal tracking program interface. A red line traced a path from the capital city, connecting to a satellite over international waters before jumping to a server located in the Golden Triangle region. Phoenix stood before the console, observing the coordinates finally locked in on the interface, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She turned to report to Qin Feng, seated in his chair. Reporting. The old fox's tail is finally on fire. He has already contacted the Ghost Hand organization, requesting asylum. We've successfully pinpointed the location of Ghost Hand's core overseas servers, along with the specific time and place they've arranged to pick up Sun Jigwa. Qin Feng nodded. His face remained impassive. as if everything unfolding before him were merely playing out precisely according to the script he had written. He watched the figure on the screen, who had already burst out of the office and vanished into the secret passageway. He spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it sent a chill through the entire command center. Let him run. I'll see just how far this fish can leap before it's caught. Chapter 121, The Sealed File Holds a Nation's Scar. Jiangcheng Military District, Joint Investigation Team Temporary Office. At 4 in the morning, Jiangcheng was still shrouded in deep night. Inside the office, lights blazed brightly. Li Rui stood by the window, gazing out at the sleeping city, his brow furrowed. It had been exactly 5 hours since he submitted the request to access the archives to the Military Archives Department in the capital under the name of the Joint Investigation Team. In those 5 hours, he had received no response whatsoever. Like a stone sinking into the sea. This situation was highly unusual. According to protocol, an encrypted request of his level required the Archives Department to respond within 2 hours, either approving or rejecting it, with justification provided. Yet now, there was no word at all. There was only one possible explanation. The file he sought to access was too highly classified and involved too many sensitive matters for the head of the Archives Department to decide on their own. They were seeking instructions from higher authorities. This only reinforced Li Rui's conviction that Qin Feng's assessment was correct. That file on the Nightingale disappearance case must contain the Achilles heel of Sun Zhegua. The office door creaked open. Assistant Zhang Yuanwan entered, carrying a cup of hot coffee. Team leader, any news yet? Li Rui shook his head, took the coffee, and sipped it. The bitter liquid eased the tension in his nerves slightly. No. Looks like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhang Yuan's expression also grew grave. Team leader, I can't shake the feeling this isn't straightforward. How could a deputy minister of state security be connected to a decade-old unsolved military case? Li Rui didn't respond. He simply stared out the window, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Just then, the red encrypted communicator in the office suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. Li Rui and Zhang Yuan's hearts tightened simultaneously. Li Rui strode over and pressed the answer button. Joint Investigation Team, Li Rui speaking. An aged yet authoritative voice came through the communicator. Li Rui, this is Zhao Xin. It was Zhao Xin, the deputy minister of the military department. Li Rui's body instantly stiffened as he snapped to attention. Ah. Commander, good day. A hint of weariness colored Zhao Xin's voice. The files you requested have been approved. The highest level encrypted channel will transmit the electronic file to your terminal in 5 minutes. Remember, this file is top secret within top secret. Access is strictly limited to you alone. Upon review, destroy it immediately. No backups are permitted. A storm of shock and disbelief surged through Li Rui's mind. He never imagined this matter would warrant Vice Minister Zhao Xin personally issuing the order. And with such stringent confidentiality requirements. Yes. I guarantee completion of the mission. One more thing. Zhao Xin's tone grew even more solemn. After reviewing the files, no matter what you see, remember your position and discipline. Without my orders, you are forbidden to take any action or disclose the contents of the files to anyone. Understood? Understood. The communication ended. Li Rui set down the receiver, feeling a cold sweat already beating on his back. He glanced at Zhang Yuan, who was equally stunned, and said in a low voice. You go out first and stand guard at the door. No one is to enter without my permission. Yes, sir. Zhang Yuan immediately turned and left, closing the office door behind him. 5 minutes later. A soft beep sounded from the military-grade encrypted computer in front of Li Rui. An encrypted file package appeared on the desktop. Li Rui slipped on his specially designed security gloves, took a deep breath, and clicked to open the file. After a series of complex password and permission verifications, an electronic file marked top secret unfolded before his eyes. On the file cover, only 2 blood-red characters stood out. Nightingale. Li Rui's pupils contracted slightly. He clicked open the first page. Most of the document's contents were obscured by black ink blocks. The blacked-out sections represented the nation's most sensitive secrets. Yet the few unredacted words that remained were enough to send a chill down Li Rui's spine. The file documented a special operations unit codenamed Nightingale, comprising 12 elite operatives from the top ranks of state security and the military. Their mission was to secretly infiltrate the southwestern border and investigate a cross-border smuggling route linked to the major international drug trafficking syndicate known as the Ghost Hand. At the end of the file were several processed photographs. They showed 12 young, determined faces. Dressed in civilian camouflage, they stood against the backdrop of the dense tropical rainforests along the southwestern border. In each pair of eyes shone that unique, unmistakable gleam belonging to soldiers. Li Rui's gaze lingered on the photographs for a long time. He could sense that these men were true soldiers, the nation's sharpest blades. He continued flipping through the pages. The file's records abruptly ended here. The subsequent pages were nearly blank. Only a few sparse lines remained. During the mission, Nightingale Squad intercepted critical intelligence revealing secret dealings between the local garrison and the Ghost Hand organization. During their withdrawal, the team encountered an ambush by unknown armed forces. Communication was severed, and all personnel went missing. Reading this, Li Rui's heart sank to the depths. He could almost picture the utter despair that isolated squad must have faced back then. Not only did they have to face the pursuit of foreign drug traffickers, but they also had to guard against stray bullets from their own people. The final page of the file. It contained the conclusion of an investigation report. The conclusion is simple, just one sentence. Upon investigation, the Nightingale Task Force is found to have collectively committed treason during overseas operations, with conclusive evidence. The case is classified as missing personnel, and the file is permanently sealed. Treason? Li Rui stared at those two characters, feeling a surge of blood rush to his temples. Rage. The 12 young faces in the photograph reappeared before his eyes. Their gazes were clear and resolute. Such people would betray their country? This was an absolute joke. There must be a colossal injustice behind this. At the very end of that investigation report, in the signature section for the responsible officer, a name, like a poison thorn, pierced Li Rui's eyes. Sun Jigua. Commander of the Southwest Border Defense at the time. It was him. It was he who personally branded these 12 national heroes as traitors. It was he who personally buried this shocking cover-up of a brutal massacre beneath the dust of history. Li Rui felt as though a boulder had lodged in his chest, suffocating him. This was not merely a file. It was a scar. A scar deeply etched into the nation's flesh, still bleeding and festering to this day. And Sun Jigua was the executioner who had personally carved that wound, then rubbed salt into it. Li Rui slowly closed his eyes. The words of Vice Minister Zhao Xian, "No matter what you see, remember your position and discipline," echoed once more in his ears. He knew this matter had long since exceeded his authority. This was not a simple case of corruption or abuse of power. This was a major case capable of shaking the very foundations of the nation. Slowly, he dragged the file into the destruction program. Watching the progress bar on the screen complete, the file was thoroughly erased. He stood up and walked back to the window. Outside, the eastern horizon was already tinged with the first hint of dawn. A new day was about to dawn. Yet the gloom hanging over this city, indeed, over this entire nation, seemed to grow even denser. Li Rui picked up his phone and dialed a number. That number had no name. Only a code name. Night Owl. He knew that now, the only one who could unravel this scar and clear the hero's name was him. Chapter 122, Stop investigating, it'll cost lives. Li Rui dialed Qin Feng's number. The phone rang just once before being answered. A calm voice, devoid of any emotion, came through. Speak. Li Rui gripped the phone, feeling his palms grow slightly damp. He took a deep breath, forcing his own voice to remain steady. I saw it. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then Qin Feng's voice came through again. How does it feel? Li Rui's mind flashed back to the 12 young faces in the file and that cold, clinical conclusion report bearing the words treason. His voice trembled involuntarily. Anger. And sorrow. Qin Feng's voice remained calm. Remember this feeling. It's the only thing that will keep us going until we get to the bottom of this. I understand. Li Rui said. What should I do next? Wait. Qin Feng uttered only one word. Wait? Li Rui was puzzled. The evidence chain was already emerging, and Sun Jigua's crimes were becoming glaringly obvious. Shouldn't they take immediate action? Yes, wait. Qin Feng explained. Do you think Sun Jigua wouldn't know you accessed that file? Right now, he's like a startled rabbit. The slightest disturbance could trigger an overreaction from him. What we need to do now is wait for him to slip up. Li Rui fell silent. He knew Qin Feng was right. Given Sun Jigua's status and influence, it was impossible for the military archives department to be without his spies. His own actions had likely already reached Qin Feng's ears. Alright, I'll await your update. Li Rui hung up the phone. He sank back into his chair, feeling both energized and utterly drained. The strength came from the conviction that he was about to uncover the truth and vindicate the hero. The helplessness stemmed from the unknown nature of that vast and shadowy adversary. Beijing, Military Headquarters Building. The atmosphere in Deputy Minister Zhao Xian's office was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Zhao Xian sat behind his desk, holding a freshly printed report. The report detailed the application records of Colonel Li Rui requesting access to the Nightingale files, along with surveillance logs showing a confidant Sun Jigua had planted within the archives department, immediately tipping off Sun after the request was submitted. Zhao Xian stared at the report, his face turning ashen. Standing before him was a middle-aged officer with a single star on his shoulder, the head of the military headquarters disciplinary inspection department. Everything has been thoroughly investigated? Zhao Xian's voice was as cold as the Siberian wind. The general snapped to attention and replied. Reporting to the commander, everything has been thoroughly investigated. Sun Jigua's spies within the military headquarters aren't limited to the archives department. Following the trail, we've preliminarily identified a list of 7 individuals. These individuals are spread across critical departments including operations, intelligence, and logistics. After hearing this, Zhao Xian slowly closed his eyes. He felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart in a brutal grip. Pain. He never imagined Sun Jigua's reach had extended so far, his infiltration so deep. This was no longer a simple matter of corruption. It was undermining the very foundation of the military. Where is he? They've all been taken into custody and are undergoing isolation and investigation. Zhao Xian opened his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Make them talk. I don't care what methods you use. I need to know exactly how many secrets Sun Jigua has stolen from us over the years. Yes, sir. The officer saluted and turned to leave at a brisk pace. Zhao Xian was left alone in the office. He tossed the report into the shredder. Watching it shred into unrecognizable strips of paper, his mood showed no sign of improvement. He picked up the red telephone on his desk and dialed an internal number. This is the Operations Bureau, General Staff Headquarters. The call was answered promptly. This is Zhao Xian. Immediately retrieve all unit designations and the list of commanding officers involved in the ground mopping up operations during the Nightingale incident on the southwestern border 10 years ago. I want the most detailed information available. Deliver it to my office within half an hour. After issuing the order, Zhao Xian hung up the phone. Leaning back in his chair, he felt a wave of profound exhaustion wash over him. He knew he was opening Pandora's box. Once opened, the demons released might be powerful enough to overturn everything. He even had a premonition. Behind Sun Jigua, there might be an even more terrifying presence lurking. Just then, his personal phone rang. It was an unfamiliar, encrypted number. Zhao Xian frowned and answered the call. On the other end came a young voice he'd never heard before, yet it felt strangely familiar. Deputy Minister Zhao, this is Night Owl. Zhao Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Night Owl. The supreme commander of Dragon's Thorns. The nation's sharpest sword, existing only in legend. Why would he call me? How did you get this number? Zhao Xian asked in a low voice. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of amusement. Where there's a will, there's a way. I called to remind you of something. Zhao Xian remained silent, waiting for Qin Feng to continue. You'd be wise to stop digging deeper into the Nightingale case. Qin Feng's words instantly made Zhao Xian's brow furrow into a knot. What do you mean? His tone grew wary. Exactly what it says. Qin Feng replied. If you keep digging, people will die. And it might not just be the investigators who die. The statement carried an unmistakable threat. But what Zhao Xian heard wasn't a threat. Rather, it was a kind of warning. A friendly warning from an ally. Whose side are you on? Zhao Xian asked. He wanted to know which faction this legendary night owl truly represented. I answer only to this nation. Qin Feng's answer was flawless. Sun Jigua is our common enemy. But to deal with him, we need to use methods tailored to him. Your current high-profile purge within the military headquarters will only alert the snake in the grass, making the big fish behind him grow suspicious prematurely. When that happens, he'll likely sacrifice the pawn to save the king, throwing Sun Jigua under the bus as a disposable pawn. Then we'll never root out that truly deadly cancer. Zhao Xian fell silent. Every word Qin Feng spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. He had to admit he'd been acting too hastily. Upon learning how deeply Sun Jigua had infiltrated the military, his first impulse had been to cut the Gordian knot and purge the ranks. But he had overlooked the fact that doing so might very well allow the real mastermind behind the scenes to slip away unnoticed. So what do you suggest? Zhao Xian asked. He decided to hear out the young man's plan. To take, one must first give. Qin Feng spoke slowly. What we need to do is not make him feel panic, but make him feel secure. Make him believe he's already neutralized the military threat. Make him think we're merely investigating some old, dormant cases, nothing that poses a fatal danger to him. Only then will he lower his guard and proceed with his plans. And only then can we follow his lead and reel in the shark lurking behind him. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. He envisioned a vast net slowly closing in. And he, along with the military forces he represented, was part of that encirclement. What do I need to do? Zhao Xian asked. Cease all your current investigative activities. Qin Feng said. Release everyone you've detained. Pretend nothing ever happened. Then wait for my signal. Zhao Xian hesitated. Releasing those vermin back into critical departments would be like inviting wolves into the house. The risk was too great. As if reading his concerns, Qin Feng continued. I understand your worries. But please trust me. Everyone reinstated will be under our strict surveillance. They won't be able to stir up any trouble. For now, they are merely pawns we use to deceive our enemies. Zhao Xian swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, he made his decision. Agreed. I'll trust you this once. But I have one condition. What condition? Once the truth about the Nightingale case is uncovered, I will personally restore the honor of those fallen heroes. I will have their names engraved on the heroes' memorial. I will make sure everyone knows they were heroes, not traitors. Zhao Xian's voice was unwavering. On the other end of the line, Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. Then, he replied in an equally firm tone. I promise. Chapter 123. 10 years later, it's time for the hero to return home. Base 0, Command Center. On the main screen, the frantic figure of Sun Jigua fleeing through the secret passage had vanished. In its place appeared a high-resolution satellite map. A red signal point darted rapidly through the underground utility network beneath the capital city. Phoenix's fingers glided lightly across the control panel. He's entered the preset escape route. Projected emergence from an abandoned substation on the city outskirts in 17 minutes. He activated the anti-tracking protocol, but it's useless. Phoenix's tone was matter-of-fact, as if stating an established fact. Qin Feng stared at the screen, his expression unreadable. He knew the Sun Jigua lead was now secure. Now, he needed to prepare the final and most crucial piece of evidence for the impending operation. A living piece of evidence. Phoenix. Here. Retrieve all encrypted communication records Sun Jigua just activated. Besides contacting Ghost Hand, he must have contacted others. Phoenix's fingers danced across the keyboard once more. Soon, a new communication record was isolated and extracted. Found it. 3 minutes before he contacted Ghost Hand, he issued an order through a one-time encrypted channel to a number located in Jibei province. Phoenix projected the contents of that instruction onto the screen. The command was simple, consisting of only 2 words. Weed. Below it was an address and a photograph of a man. The photo showed a middle-aged man with weathered features, his eyes betraying a wariness that seemed utterly out of place in his surroundings. The address was for a remote town called Shade Town in Jibei province. Check this man's identity. Qin Feng commanded. Phoenix's hands blurred into a trail of afterimages. She effortlessly accessed the nation's highest-level population information database. Seconds later, the middle-aged man's details appeared on the screen. Name, Chen Taisheng. Age, 42. Registered address, Shay Town, Jibei Province. Occupation, auto mechanic. His resume was as blank as a sheet of paper. But Feng Huang knew this resume was fake. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, bypassing the surface data and penetrating directly into the deeper, sealed original archive. A true resume was unearthed by her. Name, Chen Mo. Age, 42. Place of origin, unknown. Former unit, 3rd Special Operations Brigade, directly subordinate to the General Staff Headquarters. Career history, Special Grade Signal Operator, multiple first-class merits, member of the Nightingale Task Force. The moment the words Nightingale appeared, the air in the command center instantly froze. Phoenix turned her head and looked at Qin Feng. He's one of Nightingale's men. One of the 12 members listed in that dossier. Sun Jigua intends to silence him. A cold, murderous intent finally flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He stood up. He pressed the communicator. A Dao. Here. A Dao's figure appeared at the entrance of the command center. Qin Feng pointed at the map on the screen. Jibei Province, Shay Town. Gather your men and get there as fast as you can. Sun Jigua has sent assassins to eliminate the last surviving Nightingale. I have only one request. Qin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion. Leave not a single assassin alive. That hero named Chen Mo must be spared. I want him to stand before the court, fully intact, to testify against Sun Jigua. A battle-ready glint flared in Adeo's eyes. He didn't utter a single word. He merely gave a heavy nod. Then he turned and strode away. Behind him, 6 members of the Dragon Dagger Squad followed like ghosts, silent and unseen. A race against death had begun. Jibei Province, Shay Town. This was a small town surrounded by yellow earth and sandstorms. On the outskirts stood a dilapidated auto repair shop. The shop reeked of thick engine oil and rust. A man clad in grease-stained overalls hunched over, repairing an old truck engine. This man is Chen Mo. His left leg was slightly lame. It was an old injury from jumping off a cliff 10 years ago. On rainy days, the pain would pierce his bones. He tightened the last bolt, straightened up, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He picked up a bottle of cheap white liquor nearby and took a large gulp. The sharp, burning liquid brought him a little relief. He walked to the repair shop's doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and watched the dusty street outside. Alert! His gaze remained ever vigilant. 10 years. He had lived here under an assumed name for a decade. Like a bird startled by a bowstring, the slightest sound or movement kept him awake all night. He didn't know how much longer he could endure. Nor did he know if all this struggle was worth it. Just then, a black Santana sedan, devoid of any license plates, slowly rolled into town from the entrance. The car circled the town once before finally stopping at a corner 100 meters away from the repair shop. Chen Mo's pupils instantly contracted. He tossed the empty bottle aside and turned back toward the repair shop. His movements, though slowed by his leg injury, were unusually steady. He walked to a corner piled high with scrap tires and pulled out an object wrapped in oilcloth from beneath them. He unwrapped the oilcloth. Inside was a Type 54 pistol, meticulously maintained. Alongside it lay 3 magazines fully loaded with rounds. He tucked the pistol into his waistband and stashed the magazines in his coat. Then he walked to the back door of the repair shop and opened a hidden door. Beyond the trapdoor lay a tunnel leading out of town. He had dug it himself 10 years ago when he first arrived here. He didn't flee immediately. He hid behind the trapdoor, peering through the crack to observe the commotion outside. He needed to confirm whether they were coming for him. 3 men emerged from the black Santana. 3 men wearing ordinary jackets. But their gait, the way they scanned their surroundings, it all made Chen Mo's heart sink. They were his kind. Men who, like him, had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They had come to kill him. Fear did not stir within Chen Mo. Only a sorrowful sense of release. This day had finally come. The 3 men approached the repair shop in a standard triangular formation. Their movements were professional and deadly. Chen Mo gripped the gun in his hand tightly. He was prepared to fight his final battle here. Just as the trio was about to reach the repair shop's entrance, an unexpected twist occurred. On the rooftop of a 2-story building across from the repair shop, a dark figure rose silently. In his hands was a sniper rifle fitted with a suppressor. Put! A faint, almost imperceptible sound. The lead assassin's head exploded like a watermelon crushed by an invisible giant hand. Red and white splattered across the ground. The remaining 2 assassins reacted with lightning speed. They instantly dropped to the ground, rolled, and took cover behind nearby barriers. They drew the pistols at their waists, scanning their surroundings with intense vigilance. Shock! They hadn't expected an ambush here. However, before they could pinpoint the sniper's location, from the shadows on either side of their hiding spot deep within the alley, 2 dark figures, like leopards, pounced silently. One of the assassins felt a sudden chill on his neck. He instinctively reached up to touch it. What he found was blood gushing from his carotid artery. He tried to scream, but only a gurgling sound escaped his throat. The light in his eyes faded rapidly. The last assassin heard the sound of his comrade collapsing. He spun around in terror. What met his gaze was a hand clamped around his throat. Like an iron clamp, it choked his breath and rendered him helpless. He saw the owner of that hand. A man whose gaze was as cold as hell itself. It was a Dao. A Dao stared at him, saying nothing. His hand tightened with a sudden, brutal force. Snap! The neck bones snapped. A Dao casually tossed the body onto the ground. The entire fight, from start to finish, took no more than 10 seconds. Clean. Neat. A Dao whispered into his earpiece. Cleanup complete. Then he stood up and walked step by step toward the dilapidated auto repair shop. He reached the entrance. The door was open. Inside, it was pitch black. A Dao did not go inside. He simply stood at the doorway, motionless. He knew the person inside was pointing a gun at him. A long time passed. A hoarse, wary voice echoed from within the repair shop. Who are you? A Dao did not answer. He merely raised his right hand slowly and rendered a military salute of impeccable precision toward the pitch-black doorway. His voice was steady and unwavering. The nation has never forgotten you. We have come to. A Dao paused, as if choosing the most fitting words. To bring you home. A deathly silence fell over the repair shop. A long, long time passed. A cry, stifled for 10 years, filled with endless grievance and pain, rose from the darkness. Chapter 124, The Truth Often Hurts More Than Blood. The cry. A cry suppressed for 10 years echoed through the dilapidated repair shop. That cry contains so much. Resentment, rage, unwillingness, and the relief of having survived the ordeal. A Dao stood at the doorway, listening quietly. He neither urged nor interrupted. He knew this man needed to let it all out. After a long while, the sobbing gradually subsided. A figure limping, covered in grime, emerged step by step from the darkness. Chen Mo. The Type 54 pistol in his hand had been lowered. Tear stains still streaked his face. His eyes, filled with wariness, now fixed intently on Adeo and the team members in black combat uniforms behind him. His gaze was complex. There was excitement, doubt, and a deep-seated wariness. You. His voice was hoarse from prolonged suppression and agitation. Whose side are you on? A Dao lowered his saluting hand. He didn't answer Chen Mo's question. Instead, he pulled something from his chest. A medal. A medal crafted from pure gold, engraved with a sharp sword and a shield. This is the symbol of the dragon's thorns. It was also the highest honor bestowed by the state upon unsung heroes who undertook the most perilous missions. When Chen Mo saw that medal, his body jerked violently. Shock. He recognized this medal, of course. Back then, his captain, the supreme commander of Nightingale Squad, had worn one exactly like it. It was the glory every special operations soldier dreamed of. This medal represented the highest will of the nation. The guarded look in Chen Mo's eyes finally began to fade. Replacing it was an indescribable surge of emotion. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but no words came out. A Dao tucked the metal back into his chest. He looked at Chen Mo and said in a deep voice, 10 years. I'm sorry for the hardship you endured. Now, it's time to go home. Home. Those two words struck Chen Mo's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes welled up once more. He nodded firmly. 2 hours later, an unmarked black military helicopter touched down on the helipad of Zero Base. Chen Mo stepped off the helicopter, supported by 2 Dragon Thorns operatives. Gazing at the futuristic underground facility before him, his eyes widened in awe. Though he had left the military 10 years ago, he knew full well that a facility of this scale and technological sophistication represented the nation's most closely guarded secrets. The person who could bring him here possessed status and authority beyond his wildest imagination. In a stark white metal corridor, he encountered 2 figures. One was Li Rue, dressed in a crisp colonel's uniform. The other was Qin Feng, dressed in black casual wear and looking even younger than Li Rue. Li Rue looked at the man before him, weathered, ragged, and reeking of heavy engine oil. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. He could not reconcile the man before him with the top-tier signalman in the files, decorated multiple times with the first-class merit award. How many scars had time and an unjust fate etched upon this hero? Li Rue stepped forward and rendered a crisp military salute to Chen Mo. Respect. Comrade Chen Mo, I am Colonel Li Rue, head of the Joint Investigation Team. Welcome home. Chen Mo returned the salute awkwardly, his form slightly off. It had been far too long since he'd performed this gesture. His gaze shifted past Li Rue and settled on Qin Feng. Instinct. A soldier's unique intuition told him. The seemingly harmless young man before him was the true master of this place. Qin Feng did not salute. He merely looked at Chen Mo quietly and nodded. Good work. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that commanded respect. We've prepared clean clothes and food for you. Go rest first. Once you've rested, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Inside the safe house at Zero Base. After changing into a clean set of military training fatigues and eating the most substantial meal he'd had in 10 years, Chen Mo sat down across from Qin Feng and Li Rue. His spirits had lifted considerably. Yet the weariness and world weariness in his eyes remained impossible to erase. Qin Feng personally poured him a cup of hot tea. Are you ready? Chen Mo held the teacup and nodded. That rainy night 10 years ago. Qin Feng spoke slowly, cutting straight to the point. What exactly happened to your Nightingale team? At the mention of Nightingale, Chen Mo's body trembled involuntarily. That rainy night was the nightmare of his life. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of courage to revisit that unbearable past. After a long pause, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze had grown hollow and sorrowful. He began to speak. His voice was low and slow, as if he were recounting a story that had nothing to do with him. That night, the rain was pouring down. We had just intercepted a core transaction ledger from the Ghost Hand organization and were preparing to withdraw from the border. That ledger detailed every transaction between them and a massive smuggling network within the country, including some high-ranking officers from the local border defense forces. We knew bringing this back would unleash a tidal wave of chaos. So we were extra cautious. But we never imagined betrayal would come from the person we trusted most. Chen Mo's voice began to tremble. The person responsible for meeting us and overseeing the entire operation was Sun Jigua, commander of the Southwest Border Defense. He personally led his team to wait for us at a predetermined rendezvous point along the border. We thought we were safe. But endless pain and regret filled Chen Mo's eyes. The moment we handed that ledger into his hands, he fired his gun. He shot our captain dead with his own hands. Then he ordered the border troops he brought with him to open indiscriminate fire on all of us. The charges he pinned on us were colluding with foreign drug traffickers, treason, and desertion. Li Rue could no longer contain his emotions upon hearing this. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Rage. Damn it. Qin Feng raised his hand, signaling him to calm down. He looked at Chen Mo and continued his questioning. Then what? Tears streamed down Chen Mo's face. We were caught completely off guard. Before he died, the captain pushed me down a hillside, telling me to take our team's encrypted radio and survive at all costs to bring the truth out. I clutched the radio and leaped off the cliff. I watched my comrades fall one by one in pools of blood. They didn't die by the drug traffickers' guns. They died at the hands of their own people, stabbed in the back. At this point, Chen Mo could speak no further. He collapsed onto the table, shoulders heaving violently as agonized sobs escaped him. The entire safe house fell into a deathly silence. The truth. Sometimes it cuts deeper than blood. Qin Feng made no attempt to comfort him. He simply waited in silence. Until Chen Mo's emotions had calmed somewhat. Then he asked, "Is that encrypted radio still around?" Chen Mo lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Qin Feng. He nodded firmly. Yes. I've kept it hidden in the repair shop's underground tunnel. Inside, it still holds the record of our last communication with headquarters and a short video clip the captain recorded with a miniature camera before he sacrificed himself. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately addressed Feng Huang standing by the doorway. Phoenix. Send someone to Shay Town to retrieve that radio. Use the highest level of security measures. Yes, sir. Phoenix turned and left immediately. Qin Feng looked at Chen Mo, and a genuine hint of respect finally flickered in his eyes. You did well. You preserved the hero's final dignity. Now, leave the rest to us. I promise you. Nightingale's blood will not be shed in vain. All who owe this blood debt will pay with their lives. Chapter 125 Deputy Minister Zhao, I recommend closing the net immediately. 3 hours later. The encrypted radio-bearing Nightingale Team's last hope was returned to Base 0. Its casing was rusted and caked with dried mud, but its core components were tightly wrapped in oilcloth and waterproof layers by Chen Mo. Phoenix personally led her technical team into the highest-level isolation lab to recover the radio's data. Qin Feng, Li Rui, and Chen Mo, who had just regained his composure, stood outside the lab's observation window, waiting in silence. Time ticked by, second by second. Inside the lab, Phoenix and her team members' fingers danced rapidly across virtual keyboards as lines of complex code flashed across the screens. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Finally, Phoenix looked up and gave Qin Feng outside the observation window an OK gesture. The main screen in the observation room lit up. A restored and noise-reduced audio clip began playing. The background of the audio was the sound of pouring rain and rapid gunfire. A young, urgent voice cut through the chaos. Chen Mo's voice from 10 years ago. Headquarters. Headquarters. Nightingale ambushed. We're under attack. Repeat. We're not dealing with drug traffickers, it's the border patrol. The contact has betrayed us. Sun Jigua has betrayed us. A steady, resonant voice cut him off. It was Nightingale's captain. Chen Mo. Shut up. Calm down. Everyone. Fall back to Hill 3. Find cover. Chen Mo, protect the radio. It's our last hope. Remember, survive. You must bring the truth back. At the end of the transmission, a muffled gunshot echoed, followed by the captain's agonized groan. Then, the transmission cut out. End of transmission. The observation room fell deathly silent. Li Rui's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Chen Mo closed his eyes, 2 clear tears silently sliding down his weathered cheeks. Qin Feng's face bore no expression. But those who knew him understood, the calmer he appeared, the more his inner murderous intent boiled. On the screen, Phoenix switched the footage. Another restored video began to play. The footage was extremely shaky and filled with static. Clearly, it had been filmed with a pinhole camera under extremely chaotic conditions. The opening of the video was pitch black. Only the sound of pouring rain and the hurried breathing of several people could be heard. A voice spoke in a hushed tone. Captain, Commander's son has arrived. Then, the screen brightens. The camera angle appears to be a covert shot through the seam of a raincoat. In the frame, a tall, middle-aged man clad in a high-grade military raincoat approached, surrounded by a group of fully armed soldiers. Despite the dim lighting, his face remained clearly visible. It was Sun Jigua. Sun Jigua from 10 years ago. Slightly younger than he is now, yet the same cold, calculating glint and ambition burned in his eyes. In the scene, another man wearing a raincoat stepped forward to greet him. He was the captain of Nightingale. He saluted Sun Jigua, then pulled a thick folder wrapped in a waterproof bag from his coat. Reporting to Commander Sun, mission accomplished. Target item secured. Sun Jigua took the folder and glanced inside. A satisfied, cruel smile spread across his face. Then, he drew a pistol from his waist. He aimed the muzzle directly at Nightingale's forehead. Good work, he said. You are all heroes of the nation. Now, it's time for heroes to depart. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Captain Nightingale's body jerked backward. His face still bore an expression of utter disbelief. The video abruptly ended there. The frame froze on Sun Jigua's face, slightly contorted from the act of firing. Dead silence. In the observation room, you could hear a pin drop. Li Rui's eyes had turned bloodshot. He felt as though his chest might burst from the weight of endless rage. The truth. This was the truth. A brutal cover-up orchestrated by the deputy minister of one of the nation's highest security agencies. Irrefutable evidence. Phoenix. Qin Feng's voice shattered the deathly silence. His voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. Compile this video footage, along with Chen Mo's confession, Ghostblade's testimony, and the transaction records between Sun Jigua and the Ghost Hand organization we decrypted from the chip, into a complete chain of evidence. Send it immediately to Deputy Minister Zhao Xian in Beijing using the highest level of encryption. Yes, sir. Phoenix immediately began the operation. Qin Feng turned to face Li Rui. Li Rui. Present. Li Rui snapped to attention, his body trembling slightly with anger. You. Take the original evidence yourself and return to the capital immediately. I want you to deliver it personally into the hands of Vice Minister Zhao. I want you to witness the arrest warrant being signed. Yes, sir. Li Rui's reply rang out with unwavering resolve. His eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. Beijing, Military Headquarters Building. In Deputy Minister Zhao Xian's office. Smoke swirled thickly. Zhao Xian had sat here motionless all night. He hadn't slept a wink. He had been waiting. Waiting for that young man named Night Owl to give him a signal. The red telephone on the table suddenly rang. Zhao Xian snatched it up. This is Zhao Xian. On the other end came Li Rui's voice, strained with suppressed excitement and fury. Reporting to the commander. The evidence is irrefutable. Sun Jigua is beyond redemption. The electronic files of the relevant evidence chain have been sent to your secure email. I'm currently transporting the originals back to the capital on a special flight, expected to arrive in 1 hour. Zhao Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately opened his computer and logged into his classified email account. A file marked top secret lay quietly in his inbox. He clicked to open the file. When the video recording of Sun Jigua personally executing Nightingale Captain finished playing, Zhao Xian's body shot up from his chair. His face first turned ashen, then darkened to a liver-like hue. Finally, a surge of blood rushed to his head. Thud! His fist slammed hard onto the sturdy rosewood desk. The teacup on the desk jumped up from the shock, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Traitor! Traitor! Zhao Xian's furious roar echoed through the office. His eyes burned crimson with fury. Having spent his life on the battlefield, he had seen death and witnessed the ugliness of human nature. But he never imagined that within the very nation he fought for and protected, such a depraved, utterly heartless scum could exist. He picked up the phone and dialed the direct line to the Military Commission's Discipline Inspection Department and the Procuratorate. His voice was hoarse with rage, yet it carried an undeniable authority. This is Zhao Xian. Immediately. Without delay. Establish a joint task force at the highest level. Initiate a formal investigation into Sun Jigua, Deputy Minister of State Security. I don't care what procedures you follow. I don't care who gets implicated. Before sunset today, I want to see the arrest warrant for Sun Jigua on my desk. After issuing a barrage of orders, Zhao Xian hung up the phone. He felt drained and sank back into his chair. He knew an unprecedented political storm was about to erupt in the capital and across the entire nation. He glanced out the window. The sun had already risen. But the sky remained a dull gray. His private phone rang again. It was the same encrypted number. It was Qin Feng. Deputy Minister Zhao. Qin Feng's voice was calm. You've seen the evidence, haven't you? I have. Zhao Xian's voice was slightly hoarse. Sun Jigua deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Qin Feng responded. But the fish behind him hasn't shown itself yet. Sun Jigua is now preparing to flee via a secret route arranged by Ghost Hand. If he succeeds in leaving the country, all our efforts will be in vain. Therefore, Qin Feng paused, his voice turning unusually cold. I suggest we close the net immediately. A resolute glint flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. He knew Qin Feng was right. They couldn't wait any longer. Understood. Zhao Xian said in a low voice. I accept your proposal. In my capacity as Deputy Minister of the Military Department, I hereby grant you the highest operational authority during wartime. All combat units within the Jiangcity Military District, including the Special Operations Brigade, will unconditionally support your operations. I have only one request. What is it? Capture Sun Jigua alive. I want him to stand alive before a military tribunal and face the judgment of the people. I want him to reveal, in his own words, who the person behind him truly is. On the other end of the line, Qin Feng laughed. As you wish. Chapter 126, Minister Sun, your flight might be delayed. Southeast Coast, Wenchang Port. This bustling international cargo port operated around the clock. Under the night sky, massive gantry cranes loomed like steel behemoths, hoisting containers from trucks and precisely placing them onto ocean-going cargo ships capable of carrying tens of thousands of tons. Blinding searchlights illuminated the entire dock as bright as day. Amidst the bustling chaos, an unassuming black Mercedes-Benz slowly entered the port's VIP lane. The car came to a stop in front of a relatively secluded berth. At the berth lay a cargo ship named the Neptune. The vessel appeared somewhat aged, its hull covered in rust, standing out starkly against the newer freighters. The car door opened. A man dressed in an expensive suit, wearing sunglasses and a bowler hat, emerged from the vehicle, his face and features completely concealed. He is Sun Jigua. After nearly 30 hours of desperate flight, he had finally reached this place. His face bore an unmistakable weariness and tension, but more than that, it reflected a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. Gazing at the cargo ship before him, the vessel that would carry him away from this troubled land, he exhaled a long, relieved breath. Once aboard, the vast sky and boundless sea would be his refuge. No one could touch him here. Carrying a heavy briefcase, he quickened his pace toward the gangway of the Sea God. At the gangway stood two crew members in navy blue uniforms, their skin darkened by the sun. They blocked Sun Jigua's path. One of them asked in stiff Chinese, "Who goes there?" Sun Jigua pulled down his hat brim and uttered the prearranged password in an equally stilted voice, as if disguised. "The tide god watches over us." The two sailors exchanged a glance. Then one of them nodded and stepped aside. "Please." Sun Jigua's heart finally settled. Carrying his briefcase, he hurried up the gangway. But just as his foot was about to touch the deck, a clear voice, tinged with a hint of teasing, sounded from behind him. "Minister Sun, where are you headed so late at night?" Sun Jigua's body froze instantly. That voice. He slowly, painfully turned around. Not far away, beside a military green SUV, stood a man dressed in a crisp colonel's uniform. His posture was as straight as a spear. A faint, cold smile played on his lips. It was Li Rue. Sun Jigua's pupils suddenly contracted. How could he be here? How could the military have tracked him down so quickly? A vast, overwhelming panic instantly engulfed Sun Jigua's heart. His instinct was to turn and dash toward the cargo ship. But the moment he turned, he saw the two crew members at the gangway entrance who had been deferential moments before now staring at him with the cold, dead gaze reserved for corpses. In their hands, two black, menacing pistols had appeared at some unknown moment. The barrels were aimed squarely at his head. Simultaneously, on the deck of the cargo ship Poseidon, rows of fully armed Special Forces operatives rose from behind the containers on both sides. The red laser sights on their assault rifles glowed like fireflies in the night, converging densely on Sun Jigua's body. The pierce perimeter echoed with the shrill wail of sirens. Military trucks converged from all directions, completely sealing off the berth. Soldiers armed with live ammunition leapt from the vehicles, swiftly establishing a cordon. A net closed in from all sides. Sun Jigua stared at the scene before him, feeling as though all the blood in his body had been drained in an instant. The color drained from his face, leaving him deathly pale. The briefcase in his hand clattered to the ground. Gold bars and documents spilled out onto the pavement. He knew it was over. Completely finished. Li Rue walked over slowly. He stopped before Sun Jigua, looking down on the man who had once held high office and power, yet now lay in a heap like a stray dog. His eyes brimmed with contempt and hatred. "Sun Jigua, I charge you with multiple crimes, including treason, intentional homicide, and abuse of power. By order of the Supreme Military Procuratorate, you are formally arrested." Sun Jigua's lips trembled as he attempted a final struggle. His voice grew shrill with sheer terror. "No. This can't be true. This is a frame-up. It's political persecution by your military against our state security. You have no evidence. What right do you have to arrest me?" Li Rue sneered coldly. "Evidence? Of course we have evidence." He stepped aside. Behind him, the rear window of a military off-road vehicle. The window slowly rolled down. A young face, calm to an almost unnerving degree, came into Sun Jigua's view. It was Qin Feng. The moment Sun Jigua saw Qin Feng's face, his mind exploded like a bomb had gone off. Boom! Everything went black before his eyes. He staggered backward a step. Had the crew member behind him not caught him, he would have collapsed to the ground. It was him. That so-called chip deal in Jiangcheng. The man who called himself Scorpion. That young man who had unsettled him from the very beginning. So this was all his doing. Sun Jigua stared intently at Qin Feng, finally understanding everything. From that phone call in Jiangcheng, he had already fallen into the meticulously laid trap. The chessboard he thought he controlled was merely a plaything in someone else's hands. The only piece on that board, from start to finish, had been himself. In a hoarse voice, as if forced from his throat, he demanded, "Who, exactly are you?" Qin Feng didn't answer him. He simply pushed open the car door and stepped out. He walked up to Sun Jigua and pulled something from his pocket. It was a yellowed, somewhat worn photograph. In the photo were 12 young soldiers, their smiles radiant. They were the Nightingales. Qin Feng held the photograph up before Sun Jigua's eyes. His voice was soft, yet cold. 10 years ago, on that rainy night at the southwestern border. Do you remember the people in this photo? Sun Jigua stared at the photograph, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. His body began to shake violently. A terror deeper than death, originating from the very depths of his soul, consumed him completely. He recalled the Nightingale squad leader he had killed with his own hands. He remembered the look in that captain's eyes as he lay dying. In those eyes, there was no hatred, only a kind of pity. As if he were looking at a pathetic clown. No. No. Sun Jigua shook his head frantically, his mind shattering completely in that instant. He suddenly let out a shriek unlike any human voice and turned to run. But he had barely taken 2 steps. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet struck his left knee with pinpoint accuracy. Sun Jigua let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. The shooter was Li Rue. His face showed no emotion. Take him away. Li Rue said coldly. Two special forces operatives stepped forward and hoisted Sun Jigua, who was whimpering on the ground like a dead dog, to his feet. Sun Jigua was still struggling desperately, shouting incoherently. Qin Feng walked up to him and crouched down. He stared at Sun Jigua's face, utterly contorted by pain and terror. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough to reach Sun Jigua's ears. Your flight, I'm afraid, will be delayed. But rest assured. The flight to hell will depart right on time for you. Before that, an old friend of yours is waiting to see you. Chapter 127, Some debts, even a decade late, must still be repaid. Western suburbs of the capital. Within a military-restricted zone closed to the public lies a special prison. Here, there are no high walls or barbed wire, nor armed guards patrolling the grounds. Yet this place instilled a despair deeper than any heavily guarded prison in the world. For imprisoned here are the once mighty military titans who stood at the pinnacle of power, only to fall into corruption. Each of their names once carried immense prestige. Now, they are merely prisoners awaiting judgment. In the deepest chamber of the prison, a room codenamed the confession room. Sun Jigua slumped in a cold metal chair. His left leg was encased in a thick cast, suspended in midair. His wrists and ankles were secured to the chair with specially designed restraints. His expensive suit had been replaced with a gray prison uniform. The once arrogant deputy minister of state security now looked as wretched as a broken-backed dog. Despair. His eyes held nothing but this emotion. From the moment he was arrested at Wenchang port, he knew there was no chance of turning the tables. All that awaited him was trial and death. The door to the room opened silently. Two figures entered from outside. One was Jiao Xian, dressed in a crisp military uniform with stars on his shoulders. The other was a middle-aged man in a wheelchair, his face weathered yet his eyes unusually calm. Chen Mo. The moment Sun Jigua saw Chen Mo, the lifelessness in his eyes instantly gave way to boundless terror. His body began to shake violently. No. No. Ghost, you're a ghost. He screamed incoherently, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He tried to struggle, but the restraints binding him left him utterly helpless. Chen Mo said nothing. He simply maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly approaching Sun Jigua. He stared at the man before him, the one who had utterly destroyed his life and the lives of all his comrades. His gaze was calm. As still as the depths of an unfathomable lake. No anger, no hatred. Only a profound, desolate sorrow that had endured a decade of life and death. Jiao Xian stood by his side, silent. He simply watched in silence. He knew this moment belonged to Chen Mo, to all the fallen Nightingale members. This was a judgment 10 years overdue. Chen Mo stared at Sun Jigua's face, twisted by fear, for a very long time. Then, he spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse, yet clear. Sun Jigua. 10 years. Do you still remember me? Sun Jigua shook his head frantically. I don't know you. I don't know you. He dared not admit it. He dared not face this, the vengeful spirit crawling back from hell to claim his life. Chen Mo smiled. That smile was filled with endless sorrow. It's okay if you don't remember me. But do you remember our captain? Do you remember the words you spoke to him before you shot him dead? Hero, it's time to go. Those words struck Sun Jigua's soul like a bolt of lightning. He stopped his howling. Drained of all strength, he slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. His gaze began to glaze over. The bloody memories he had suppressed for a decade surged forth like a burst dam, engulfing him in an instant. That rainy night. The young figures lying in pools of blood. The captain's final gaze upon him before dying. Ah! Sun Jigua suddenly let out a piercing scream. His mind shattered completely in that instant. He began to babble incoherently, weeping and laughing like a complete madman. Chen Mo watched him, slowly shaking his head. He turned his wheelchair, facing away from Sun Jigua, and glided toward the door. He didn't want to look at the man one more time. He feared he might lose control and kill him with his own hands. When he reached the doorway, he stopped. He did not turn back. He merely spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Some debts, even if 10 years overdue, must still be repaid. Live well until the day of reckoning. All of us, watching over you from above. With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair out of the suffocating room. The door closed once more, completely sealing out Sun Jigua's mad, desperate howls. Outside the prison, beside a black Hongqi sedan, Qin Feng leaned against the car door smoking. Li Rui stood beside him. Seeing Jiao Xian and Chen Mo emerge from inside, they immediately stepped forward. How'd it go? Li Rui asked. Jiao Xian glanced at Chen Mo beside him, whose expression had already regained its calm, and sighed. He's gone mad. His mind completely collapsed. Li Rui frowned. Crazy? Then the person behind him. Don't worry. Jiao Xian's gaze turned unusually cold. Even if he's reduced to a pile of bones, I'll make those bones talk. The Supreme Procurator's team of psychological experts is already inside. They have every means to make Sun Jigua spill every last secret he knows, word for word. Qin Feng stubbed out the cigarette but in his hand. He walked over to Chen Mo's wheelchair, crouched down, and met his gaze. Feeling any better? Chen Mo looked at Qin Feng and nodded firmly. His eyes brimmed with gratitude. Thank you. He knew that without this young man before him, he might have spent the rest of his life hiding in that dark corner until he died in humiliation. It was he who had given him a new lease on life. He had given all his fallen comrades hope for vindication. Qin Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. This is what we owe you. He stood up and looked at Zhao Xian. The Sun Jiguo lead has run its course. But the real big fish is only just beginning to get suspicious. We must find him before he reacts. Zhao Xian's expression grew grave. Do you have any leads? Qin Feng shook his head. Not yet. Sun Jiguo and the people behind him operate with extreme secrecy, using only single-line contacts. He himself might not even know the other party's true identity. But a sharp gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. I found something interesting in the core servers of the Ghost Hand organization. He glanced at Li Rui. Remember that chip? Li Rui nodded immediately. Of course I do. That chip contained more than just the transaction records between Sun Jiguo and Ghost Hand. Qin Feng said slowly. It was more like a VIP membership card. All high-level figures from various countries who have deep cooperation with Ghost Hand possess such a specially encrypted chip. It serves as both identity verification and a communication key. And the person behind Sun Jiguo? Their rank far surpasses Sun Jiguo's. He must have one too. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up instantly. You mean? Exactly. Qin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Phoenix has already cracked the chip's underlying algorithm. Now, we can use this algorithm to trace it back. Whenever the target uses the chip for any communication, we can pinpoint their physical location in real time. And now, news of Sun Jiguo's capture will spread quickly. That big fish will definitely try to contact Ghost Hand to distance himself from the situation. At that point, Qin Feng didn't finish his sentence. But Zhao Xian and Li Rui understood everything. This was a trap. A deadly trap, meticulously crafted using the enemy's own communication system. Zhao Xian looked at the young man before him, younger even than his own son. For the first time, a genuine sense of admiration welled up within him. Strategizing from afar, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. This young man was born for this. Excellent. Zhao Xian declared emphatically. Whatever you need me to do, just say the word. Qin Feng looked at him and smiled. I do have a matter requiring your assistance. I need a lure. One sweet enough to lure the big fish out personally, even at the risk of exposure. Chapter 128. That bait, sweet enough to lure out the king of hell. The night breeze carried the chill of the suburbs. Qin Feng's gaze shifted away from Zhao Xian, settling on the dazzling lights of the distant capital city. Beneath that sea of light lurked a giant crocodile of unknown depth. Zhao Xian watched him, his expression expectant. What kind of bait do you need? Li Rui stepped forward as well. He knew that every word spoken next could determine the success or failure of the entire operation. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and looked back at Zhao Xian. The bait I need isn't a person, nor is it an object. His voice was soft, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. It is a piece of intelligence. A piece of intelligence meticulously fabricated, yet convincing enough to pass as genuine. Zhao Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Elaborate. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Chen Mo, who had remained silent all along. Chen Mo's wheelchair was parked in the shadows cast by the lights, his expression indistinct. The reason Sun Jiguo and his backers would stop at nothing, even deploying secret forces like Ghostblade to seize the chip, is fundamentally because they believe it holds secrets they absolutely cannot expose. Now that Sun Jiguo is in custody and the chip is in our hands, the big fish may be alerted. But his greatest fear remains the contents of that chip. Therefore, we must give him a new, far more terrifying concern. Qin Feng paused, giving Zhao Xian and Li Rui time to process the information. Li Rui spoke up. A fear greater than treason or betraying state secrets? What could that be? A faint curve touched the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Something he cannot control nor determine whether it's real or not. He looked at Zhao Xian, speaking each word deliberately. 10 years ago, the Nightingale Intelligence Unit was on a mission along the southwestern border. Their stated objective was to intercept a drug trafficking route map belonging to the Ghost Hand organization. But in reality, we all knew it was merely a cover. Their true target was a data core used by the Ghost Hand organization to exchange information with an intelligence agency of a foreign superpower. Zhao Xian's pupils contracted. This matter is classified at the highest level. How did you? Qin Feng didn't answer the question, instead continuing his explanation. Now, we need to leak information. We'll claim that the Nightingale unit not only successfully retrieved that data core back then, but also unexpectedly obtained a backup data core containing intelligence on all the major powers' covert agent networks within our country during the operation. This backup core vanished without a trace after Nightingale unit's complete annihilation. And now, Qin Feng's gaze fell once more upon Chen Mo. With the return of Comrade Chen Mo, the sole survivor of Nightingale Squad, and the reopening of the Sun Jigua treason case, this backup data core, lost for a decade, seems poised to see the light of day once more. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Li Rui sucked in a sharp breath, his shock palpable. He finally understood Qin Feng's plan. It was a ruthless, open strategy of the highest order. The contents of the chip, though deadly, were at least known to the enemy. They could assess the risk and prepare a countermeasure. But this non-existent backup data core hung over his head like the sword of Damocles. He didn't know if it truly existed. He didn't know what it contained. He knew even less about who currently held it. This uncertainty was the ultimate terror. It would force the big fish lurking in the deepest depths to surface, to investigate personally, or even attempt to seize it. Zhao Xian's breathing grew heavy, his emotions surging. Gazing at the young man before him, Zhao Xian felt a shock he couldn't put into words for the first time. This wasn't strategy, it was manipulating human hearts. What a lure! Zhao Xian ground the words out between clenched teeth. This bait is indeed tempting enough to lure even the king of hell out of the underworld. But, he shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. How do you make the enemy believe this bait is genuine? An opponent of this caliber won't be easily deceived by intelligence that appears out of thin air. Of course not. Qin Feng nodded. Therefore, we need a performance, a grand spectacle convincing the entire nation, indeed the entire world. He looked at Zhao Xian, his gaze calm. I propose that the military headquarters take the lead in organizing a belated posthumous honor ceremony for the fallen Nightingale Intelligence Unit, one that's 10 years overdue. The venue will be the Grand Hall of the military headquarters in the capital. We will invite all national media outlets to broadcast the entire ceremony live. And Comrade Chen Mo, Qin Feng turned to Chen Mo, as the sole survivor and representative of the Nightingale unit, will personally receive the highest honors that rightfully belong to him and all his fallen comrades before the entire nation. A prolonged silence fell over the room. Zhao Xian looked at Qin Feng, his expression complex. He understood. On the surface, this ceremony was a tribute to heroes and an affirmation of justice. But in reality, every frame, every eulogy, was a declaration to the enemy lurking in the shadows. We have found the survivor. We are reopening the case from that year. We may have already seized what you fear most. This was a declaration of war. A public declaration written in the nation's honor and the blood of heroes. It would form a massive, invisible pressure, crushing down on the big fish's nerves, forcing him into mistakes, forcing him to act. After a long pause, Zhao Xian slowly exhaled. He did not agree immediately. Instead, he walked to Chen Mo's wheelchair, crouched down, and met his gaze at eye level. Comrade Chen Mo, you heard it. This plan requires you to step into the spotlight, before everyone. It may bring unforeseeable danger. I need to hear your thoughts. Chen Mo kept his head bowed, his expression hidden from view. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, he slowly lifted his head. His eyes were red-rimmed, yet his gaze held not a trace of hesitation or fear. For 10 years, he had lived like a rat, hiding in the shadows of that dingy repair shop, barely scraping by. He believed he would die in this life, consumed by humiliation and resentment. He believed the names of his captain and brothers would forever bear the stigma of traitors, nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Now, the chance had come. A chance to clear everyone's name and send the heroes home in peace. Even if it meant stepping into the spotlight, or even dying immediately, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Xian, then glanced at Qin Feng and Li Rui. His mouth opened, and a few dry syllables emerged from his hoarse throat. For the captain. For my brothers. His emotion hardened into resolve. I'm willing. The words rang out with unwavering conviction. Zhao Xian stood up and gave Chen Mo a firm pat on the shoulder. He turned to face Qin Feng. His expression was one of resolve. Good. We'll do it your way. Li Rui. Present. Li Rui snapped to attention immediately. Return to headquarters immediately. In my name, submit an application to the General Political Department. State that we have located a survivor from the Nightingale unit 10 years ago and secured crucial evidence of Sun Jigua's treason. Demand the highest honors be granted to restore the reputation of all Nightingale unit members and posthumously award them the first-class combat hero medal. Set the ceremony for 3 days from now. Yes, sir. Li Rui saluted with a crisp military salute, then turned and strode away. Zhao Xian turned his gaze back to Qin Feng. What support do you need from me on your end? Qin Feng shook his head. You just need to set the stage for this performance. Leave the rest to me. That big fish is more cautious and cunning than we imagined. Before the ceremony begins, he'll stop at nothing to test the authenticity of the intelligence. And I'll have a surprise waiting for him. Zhao Xian nodded. He stepped before Qin Feng, extended his hand, and gave his shoulder a firm squeeze. This country is fortunate to have people like you. With that, he too turned and walked toward the black Hongqi sedan. Qin Feng stood rooted to the spot, watching Zhao Xian and Li Rui's cars depart one after the other, eventually fading into the night. He approached Chen Mo's wheelchair. How are you feeling? Chen Mo looked up at him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. I just never imagined this day would come. Qin Feng smiled. This is just the beginning. Once we catch the mastermind, I'll personally take you to the cemetery. We'll tell the captain and the brothers you're home. Chen Mo's body shook violently. He gripped the wheelchair handles tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Qin Feng patted his back, then pushed the wheelchair toward the SUV left behind by Adeo and Li Rue. We're heading back to base first. The next 3 days are going to be eventful. The night was deep, the distant city lights like a silent sea of stars. A storm was brewing silently, poised to sweep across the capital. And that giant crocodile, lurking in the shadows for a decade, remains unaware that a meticulously crafted net, woven just for him, has already been silently cast. Chapter 129. This ceremony was for the living to hear, yet also a performance for the dead to see. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout those days, the entire military headquarters in the capital and even higher echelons operated at breakneck speed due to an urgent request report. The report, personally signed by Zhao Xian, reached the General Political Department and the Supreme Military Commission. Its content was straightforward: reopen the decade-old Nightingale treason case and restore the honor of the fallen hero. Attached were Chen Mo's testimony and partial call records recovered by the Phoenix tech team from that ship, revealing Sun Jigua's collusion with the Ghost Hand organization. The evidence was irrefutable. Resistance was virtually non-existent. The highest authority's approval came in a single word: approved. Thus, preparations for an unprecedented posthumous award ceremony commenced at an unprecedented pace. The military headquarters auditorium was cleared overnight and rearranged. Reporters from all top-tier media outlets received invitations to cover an important military event, though the specifics remained entirely unknown. This only fueled everyone's curiosity and speculation. Inside Zero Base, Chen Mo donned a brand-new army colonel's uniform. The uniform hung crisply, the 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulder epaulets gleaming under the lights. This was the honor he should have earned a decade ago. Adao gently adjusted his collar. Chen Mo stared at his reflection in the mirror. Gone was the greasy mechanic with clouded eyes from the repair shop. In his place stood a soldier, his gaze weathered, yet his spine still held firm. His hands rested on his knees, trembling slightly. The emotion was excitement. Qin Feng stood silently behind him. He understood what this uniform meant to Chen Mo. It represented an identity stripped away, dignity trampled upon, and a dream buried for 10 years. Li Rue pushed open the door and entered. He glanced at Chen Mo, a flicker of respect crossing his eyes. Time's up. Beijing, Military Headquarters Grand Hall. The auditorium was packed to capacity, its walls adorned with gleaming military insignia. Everyone sat upright, expressions solemn. An unusually heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Journalists' cameras and lenses were already set up, trained on the podium, awaiting the moment the mystery would be revealed. Exactly 10 a.m. Zhao Xian, clad in his general's uniform, strode onto the stage with measured steps. He came to a halt behind the lectern, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. The music ceased, and the auditorium fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Zhao Xian's voice, amplified through the microphone, filled every corner of the hall. Comrades, today we gather here for a special ceremony. It is special because this ceremony is a full decade overdue. His voice carried a hint of sorrow he could not conceal. 10 years ago, our most elite overseas intelligence unit, Nightingale, vanished without a trace after completing a top-secret mission. Due to the complex circumstances and lack of intelligence at the time, they were wrongly labeled as traitors. The room erupted in an uproar at these words. The press section erupted instantly, cameras flashing frantically. This was earth-shattering news. Zhao Xian raised his hand and gestured for silence. The hall immediately fell silent once more. Today, we stand here in the name of our nation and our military to correct this injustice. The Nightingale unit did not commit treason. They are heroes, true heroes who shed their last drop of blood to safeguard national security. Zhao Xian's voice rang out, firm and resolute. Now, I hereby announce the posthumous awarding of the First-Class Combat Hero Medal to all members of the Nightingale Intelligence Unit. Next, please welcome Comrade Chen Mo, the sole survivor of the Nightingale Unit, to the stage to receive his award. As the words fell, the side door of the auditorium slowly opened. All eyes focused on that spot. Li Rue pushed the wheelchair step by step, steadily making his way out. Seated in the wheelchair was Chen Mo, dressed in a senior colonel's uniform. The moment he entered everyone's field of vision, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The flashes of cameras reached their peak. Everyone stood up, their gazes complex as they looked at the man in the wheelchair. Shock, sympathy, admiration. Chen Mo's expression remained serene. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the military insignia atop the podium, his eyes holding a sorrow that transcended life and death. The wheelchair came to a slow halt at the center of the podium. Zhao Xian personally descended from the podium. Behind him, an honor guard held a tray draped in red cloth. Zhao Xian approached Chen Mo and personally lifted the cloth. Neatly arranged on the tray lay over a dozen gleaming gold medals. Each one represented a young life lost. Zhao Xian picked up the first medal, his hand trembling slightly. He bent down and solemnly pinned the heavy medal to Chen Mo's chest. "This is the captain's." Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, his emotion heavy with sorrow. Zhao Xian picked up the second one. "This one belongs to Old Cat." Zhao Xian picked up the third one. "This one belongs to Stone." With each name Chen Mo uttered, Zhao Xian's movements grew heavier. When the final medal was pinned to Chen Mo's chest, the iron-blooded general's eyes were already red. He stepped back and rendered a crisp military salute toward Chen Mo, toward the medals on his chest that represented the souls of the fallen. Every soldier in the hall rose to their feet and saluted. Thunderous applause erupted, lasting for an extended period. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand, returning an equally precise salute. His gaze fixed on the auditorium ceiling, as if piercing through the steel and concrete to see the dozen or so young, smiling faces watching him from above. Zhao Xian handed a microphone to Chen Mo's lips. The applause gradually subsided. Everyone was eager to hear what this legendary survivor would say. Chen Mo looked out at the crowd below, at the flashing cameras. He remained silent for a long time. Then, he spoke slowly. His voice was soft, yet it reached every ear with clarity. "Heroes never truly fade away. They have merely moved to another place, continuing to guard this land they hold so dear." With that, he fell silent. No lengthy speeches, no stirring rhetoric. Only these two brief sentences. Yet the weight contained within them left everyone present feeling suffocated. Beijing, Xiqing District. Within a secluded courtyard compound closed to the public. Beneath an ancient locust tree in the courtyard, a stone table held an unfinished game of chess. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a dark gray traditional Chinese robe, sat in the main hall's armchair, calmly watching the large LCD television hanging on the wall. The television was broadcasting live coverage of the ceremony at the military headquarters auditorium. From the moment Zhao Xian spoke his first words, the old man's expression remained utterly unchanged. He resembled an ancient statue, utterly unmoved. He simply watched and listened in silence. When the camera panned to Chen Mo seated in his wheelchair, and when Zhao Xian uttered Chen Mo's name, a barely perceptible shadow finally flickered across the old man's eyes, as still as an ancient well. He lifted the celadon teacup beside him and took a gentle sip. The tea still the finest de Hong Pao. But today, the flavor seemed somehow different. He stared at the glaring medals pinned to Chen Mo's chest on the television screen. He observed the passionate generals and journalists below the stage. He knew this ceremony, though called a memorial, was in truth a declaration of war. This wasn't for the dead to hear. It was a performance staged for the living ghosts. That brute Zhao Xian must have someone backing him. The situation was already unfolding in the direction he dreaded most. On television, the ceremony had concluded. The camera cut back to the studio, where the host and military expert were passionately analyzing the significant signals this ceremony had signaled. The old man picked up the remote and turned off the television. Silence returned to the room. Leaning back in his armchair, he closed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. He was thinking. He was running through scenarios. After a long while, he opened his eyes, his gaze regaining its calm. He picked up the plain black phone beside the red encrypted device on the desk. He did not contact Sun Jigua, nor did he activate the chip representing the highest authority of the ghost hand. He dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. "Director Gao, it's me." The old man's voice was gentle and matter-of-fact, as if chatting with an old friend. "Nothing major, just that the commotion at the military headquarters today seems a bit excessive. I'm a little concerned. As a leader of the Supervisory Commission, you should pay appropriate attention when you have the time. We can't wrong an innocent person, but we also can't let certain individuals exploit any excuse to undermine the rules. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 130. The old fox's probe always comes in silence. Silence hung heavy in the courtyard. The television screen had dimmed, yet the solemn, reverent atmosphere from the grand auditorium seemed to linger within the rustic room. Leaning back in his armchair, old Wang kept his eyes tightly shut, his fingers tapping silently on the rosewood armrest once, twice, 3 times. The rhythm was steady, like an old monk in deep meditation. He had lived a lifetime, weathering countless storms. Fear was an emotion for the weak. Not for him. His mind, like a precision computer, raced at breakneck speed. He laid out every known piece on the mental chessboard before him. Zhao Xian, a fierce warrior brave, but lacking in strategy. Pushing him to the forefront must have been the work of a mastermind behind the scenes. Chen Mo, a ghost risen from the dead, an unexpected pawn. His emergence disrupted every predetermined rhythm. Was that so-called backup data core genuine or fake? Old Wang leaned toward it being fake. This was a classic psychological tactic, a bluff designed to unsettle him. If he activated that encrypted chip now to contact the ghost hand, it would be an admission of guilt and acknowledgement that he was terrified by this elusive intelligence. That would be defeat. He'd lose momentum before the battle even began. Therefore, he absolutely must not move. The more critical the moment, the more one must appear calm and composed. He must probe. using the most conventional, rule-abiding, and flawless means to gauge the opponent's true strength. To see who the mysterious figure was, the one holding the chess pieces hidden behind Zhao Xin. Old Master Wang slowly opened his eyes. The shadows had vanished from his gaze, leaving only an unfathomable calm. He rose and walked to the window. Outside, the leaves of the old locust tree rustled softly in the breeze. He picked up the black phone from the table. The phone's contact list contained fewer than 20 names. Each name represented a force capable of influencing a specific sector of the nation. He found one of them. Gao Ming, Deputy Director of the Supervisory Commission. The call went out. Meanwhile, on West Chang'an Avenue in the capital, inside a brightly lit office at the headquarters of the Supervisory Commission, Gao Ming was buried in a thick stack of documents. At 52, he stood at the peak of a man's power and energy. As the third-ranking figure in the commission, he wielded immense authority over inspections, oversight, and accountability, a presence both revered and feared by countless officials. The internal phone on his desk suddenly rang, shattering the office's silence. He picked up the receiver, his voice commanding. "Hello? Director Gao, you have an outside call. The caller ID is blocked, but they insisted you would definitely take it." The secretary's voice was respectful. Gao Ming's brow furrowed. Few people knew his private mobile number. Those who dared to call his office directly in this manner were even fewer. "Put it through." A faint static crackled over the line before a gentle, aged voice spoke. "Young Gao, still working this late?" The moment he recognized the voice, all the sternness vanished from Gao Ming's naturally imposing face. His back instinctively straightened, and he felt an urge to rise to his feet. "Old one? Hee, you still recognize my voice. Not bad." A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line. "Master Wang, what are your instructions?" Gao Ming's voice dropped involuntarily, tinged with a hint of humility. Everything he had, he owed to the elderly man before him. 20 years ago, he had been an obscure section chief in a local office. It was this elder's keen eye that had recognized his potential, promoting him step by step to his current position. This man was his benefactor, an authority he would never dare defy. "Instructions? Not really." Old Wang's voice remained calm, as if they were just chatting casually. "It's just that when you get old, you sleep less and can't stay awake, so you watch TV. I saw the ceremony the military headquarters held today. Quite the spectacle." Gao Ming's heart skipped a beat. He instantly grasped the purpose of this call. "Yes, I heard about it too. It was to clear the name in a case from 10 years ago. The ceremony was quite grand." Gao Ming answered cautiously. "Yes, the specifications are quite high." Old Wang's voice betrayed no emotion. "Rectifying wrongful convictions is a good thing. I wholeheartedly support it. But..." Old Wang's voice trailed off. "I'm a bit concerned. Some comrades in the military are full of youthful vigor, which is commendable. But sometimes, they act impulsively without considering the proper methods. This long-buried case suddenly resurfaces now. Live broadcasts, posthumous honors, such a grand spectacle. Could there be other motives behind it? Might someone be using this to achieve some ulterior purpose?" Gao Ming held his breath, listening intently to every word. He knew the crucial point was coming. As a leader of the Supervision Commission, it's part of your duty. When you have time, you should pay more attention to the work of our sister units. We can't let an innocent person suffer. Comrade Sun Jigua dedicated his entire life to national security. Now, barely moments after his arrest and before any verdict, such a commotion erupts publicly. It reflects poorly on him and on the image of our entire cadre. Of course, we mustn't let a bad person go unpunished either. But everything must proceed within the framework of regulations and procedures. Justice must be upheld in every step. Xiao Gao, go check things out for me. Make sure everything is compliant and lawful. Don't let certain people use any excuse to undermine our rules. You understand?" Old Wang finished speaking. Not a single command, not a single threat. Every word conveyed the concern of an elder leader for the nation and its officials. Yet to Gao Ming's ears, it sounded no different than an edict demanding immediate compliance. He understood Wang Lao's meaning perfectly. First, Sun Jigua was Wang Lao's man and must be protected. Second, the matter orchestrated by Zhao Xin at the military headquarters had underlying issues that needed investigation. Third, he must leverage his position at the Supervisory Commission to approach the matter from the angle of procedural justice, to apply pressure, exert influence, and uncover the other side's true intentions. Gao Ming drew a deep breath, his expression grave. He knew he was being used as a pawn to probe the situation. But he had no choice. "Rest assured, Elder Wang." His voice was steady and resolute. "I understand your meaning. Upholding national laws and ensuring procedural justice are the unwavering responsibilities of our Supervisory Commission. I will personally oversee this matter." A satisfied hum came from the other end of the line. "Very well. I won't disturb you further. Get some rest." The call ended. Gao Ming held the receiver for a long time before lowering it. The office fell into a deathly silence. He could feel a cold sweat forming on his back. He knew that beneath the seemingly calm surface of the capital, a massive storm was already brewing. And he had been swept into the very eye of that storm. He rose and walked to the window, watching the endless stream of headlights on Chang'an Avenue below. He knew this was a tremendous risk, but at the same time, it was a tremendous opportunity. If he pulled this off, his standing in old Wang's eyes would be transformed. The path ahead might just open another step upward. At this thought, the hesitation in Gao Ming's eyes gave way to a flash of ruthless determination. Returning to his desk, he pressed the button on the internal phone. "Have Director Zhang come to my office immediately." He was about to begin his maneuvering. Old Wang had instructed him to probe. Then he would use the sharpest spear to pierce the hardest shield within the military headquarters. Chapter 131, Clash in a Teacup, Every Word a Blade. The next morning, a black Audi S6L with special license plates smoothly entered the military headquarters compound in the western suburbs of the capital. The vehicle came to a stop in front of the main administrative building. The rear door opened and Gao Ming stepped out. He wore a dark Zhongshan suit pressed without a single wrinkle, gold-rimmed glasses, and a solemn expression. He glanced up at the gray building before him, its Soviet-style architecture and the massive red five-pointed star atop its roof. He disliked this place. Everything here was defined by overly rigid and blunt lines, lacking the subtle, meandering artistic sensibility he was accustomed to savoring. His secretary, Director Zhang, stepped briskly from the passenger seat, opened the door for him, and followed behind as they climbed the steps together. The guard at the entrance verified his credentials, saluted, and granted passage. Inside the building, light flooded every space, spotless and immaculate. Military officers in uniform strode briskly down the corridors, each with eyes fixed straight ahead, their footsteps in perfect unison. An air of discipline permeated the atmosphere. A young captain was already waiting in the lobby. "Director Gao, welcome. Vice Minister Zhao is already waiting for you in the conference room." Gao Ming gave a slight nod, his expression calm. "Lead the way." Third floor, a small meeting room. The room's furnishings were simple, a rectangular conference table, several chairs, and a calligraphy scroll on the wall reading, "Obey commands, win battles, maintain fine conduct." Zhao Xian and Li Rui were already seated on one side of the table. Both wore military dress uniforms, sitting with impeccable posture. As Gao Ming entered, Zhao Xian rose to his feet, forcing a smile that was hardly warm. "Director Gao, thank you for coming. We apologize for not greeting you at the door." Gao Ming extended his hand and shook Zhao Xian's. "General Zhao, you're too kind. I'm here today on behalf of the Supervisory Commission to discuss cross-departmental coordination matters and exchange views with our colleagues at the military headquarters." His voice was measured and deliberate, carrying the composure of one long accustomed to positions of authority. The two took their seats, host and guest. An orderly brought in 2 cups of hot tea before quietly withdrawing and closing the door. Only 4 people remained in the room. Gao Ming lifted his teacup, gently blew on the floating leaves, but did not drink. "General Zhao, our colleagues at the Supervisory Commission watched yesterday's posthumous award ceremony. We were deeply moved and greatly enlightened." He began with praise, a tactic he always employed in conversation. "Restoring honor to heroes is something we should have done long ago." Zhao Xian's reply was direct, devoid of any pleasantries. Gao Ming smiled and set down his teacup. Indeed, it was long overdue. However, he shifted his tone. "Personally, I have a minor concern, though this is solely my own perspective, not the organization's. Classified files like the Nightingale unit should undergo extremely complex review procedures that take considerable time. Yet this time, from initiating the investigation to publicly posthumously honoring them, it seems a bit too swift." His gaze fell casually upon Zhao Xian's face. "Of course, I'm not questioning the efficiency of the military headquarters. I'm just concerned that the rush timeline might have left some procedural flaws unaddressed. Our Oversight Commission's duty is to nip problems in the bud. We can't let a minor procedural flaw in an otherwise commendable act become ammunition for criticism. Wouldn't you agree, General Zhao?" His words were sharp, though cloaked in politeness. On the surface, it appeared as concern and a gentle reminder. In reality, it cast doubt on the procedural legitimacy of this operation. Li Rui sat behind Zhao Xian, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists beneath the table. These political operators, their hearts are just so dirty. They couldn't care less about a hero's injustice, all they care about is their own power and rules. Zhao Xian's expression, however, remained utterly unchanged. He looked at Gao Ming, seemingly oblivious to the deeper meaning behind his words. "Director Gao, you're worrying too much. The reason this retrial is proceeding swiftly isn't because we're bypassing procedures, but because the evidence is irrefutable and the facts are crystal clear. The traitor stands before us, while the hero's wrong spirit still watches from above. To delay this matter even one more day is a disgrace to us living." His voice rose involuntarily, carrying that unquestionable, military-bred rigidity. "As for procedure, we've followed military court regulations to the letter. All case files are transparent. If Director Gao is interested, I can arrange for you to review them anytime." Gao Ming observed Zhao Xian's face, flushed slightly with emotion, and a flicker of contempt passed through his eyes behind his glasses. The courage of a coward. That was the label he mentally pinned on Zhao Xian. General Zhao misunderstands. How could I question the military headquarters? Gao Ming waved his hand dismissively, his face regaining its smile. I merely feel that Comrade Sun Jigua's case involves extensive connections and high-level figures. With the final judicial verdict yet to be delivered, might our high-profile efforts to exonerate Nightingale lead to external speculation? That we are using public opinion to interfere with the judicial process? He finally revealed his true intentions, directing his criticism squarely at Sun Jigua. Sun Jigua? Zhao Xian snorted coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. What kind of comrade is he? A traitor who sold out his comrades and collaborated with the enemy. Director Gao, I don't deal in such convoluted reasoning. The matter is simple, black is black, white is white. Nightingale is a hero, Sun Jigua is a traitor. Heroes deserve the highest honors. Traitors deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame. What does this have to do with public opinion or the judicial system? This is justice. Li Rui felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. He wanted to stand up and applaud Zhao Xian. This was exactly how to deal with such people directly and without compromise. The smile on Gao Ming's face gradually faded. He realized that with this soldier before him, his usual methods of communication simply wouldn't work. All his hints, all his subtle jabs, seemed to hit nothing but cotton. The other party simply didn't take the bait. Or rather, the concept of taking the bait simply didn't exist in the other man's mind. Gao Ming fell silent for a moment, then lifted his teacup and took a sip. The warm liquid helped calm his agitated mind somewhat. He decided to approach it from a different angle. I personally admire General Zhao's clear-cut sense of love and hate. However, standing on different sides, our perspectives on the matter may differ. The investigation into Sun Jigua's case is currently led by your military. But he was, after all, a senior leader in the Ministry of State Security. Could his issues involve more complex matters such as conflicts between factions? He stared intently into Zhao Xian's eyes, searching for the slightest hint of a crack. This was the most crucial probe. He wanted to know who exactly stood behind Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian frowned. He looked at Gao Ming as if he were a monster. Factions? What factions? Director Gao, I don't understand what you're talking about. All I know is that when you wear a military uniform, you must live up to the honor it represents. Whoever dares betray the nation or betray their comrades is my enemy. I don't care what faction they belong to or who backs them, I'll root them out and bring them to justice. Does your commission of supervision really need to ask a traitor which faction they belong to before arresting them? That final rhetorical question landed like a resounding slap across Gao Ming's face. Gao Ming's expression finally darkened. His emotion was anger. He felt he had been insulted. He could tolerate the other man's stupidity, but he could not tolerate that stupidity being used to challenge his authority. General Zhao, you're overreacting. His voice turned cold. I'm merely reminding you. Some cases run deep. Dive in recklessly, and you risk drowning. Our commission possesses the authority to oversee all personnel, including our comrades in the military. This operation, from its procedures to its scale, is somewhat unusual. We will continue to monitor it closely. A blatant threat. Li Rui could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet. You. Sit down. Zhao Xian barked the order without turning his head. Li Rui's body stiffened, but he reluctantly sat back down. Zhao Xian rose slowly. Towering half a head above Gao Ming, he looked down at him. Thank you for the reminder, Director Gao. But I stand by my words, evil cannot prevail over righteousness. As long as I, Zhao Xian, wear this uniform, I will never allow any traitor to evade justice. As for how deep the waters run, I'm eager to see just who they'll drown. If Director Gao has no further business, I won't see you out. Military affairs are pressing. A dismissal. It was an unapologetically firm dismissal. Gao Ming fixed Zhao Xian with a piercing stare. Then he rose, adjusting his collar. That professional, detached smile returned to his face. Good. Very good. That concludes today's meeting. I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and walked straight out of the conference room with his secretary. The door closed behind them. Li Rui immediately jumped to his feet. Minister! That guy is way too arrogant. What does he think he's doing? Threatening us? Zhao Xian walked to the window, watching the black Audi below slowly drive away. All traces of his sternness and anger vanished instantly from his face, replaced instead by a sense of relief. He turned to face the furious Li Rui and smiled. Not bad acting, huh? Li Rui froze. Acting? What else? Zhao Xian sat back down, picked up the now cold cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. That Qin Feng kid really knows how to play mind games. He said that once this fish takes the bait, the one sent to scout the waters must be a self-important old fox. With someone like that, if you try to reason with him or play mind games, he'll think you're unfathomable. But if you act like a reckless fool with no strategy, he'll think he's figured you out and let his guard down. Li Rui stood frozen in place, taking a long moment to process it. Inside the black Audi, Gao Ming leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Secretary Zhang, the director, watched him through the rearview mirror and spoke cautiously. Director, this Zhao Xin. Just a brute. Gao Ming opened his eyes, a faint, disdainful sneer curling his lips. He just got lucky, snagging the tail of a big fish, and now thinks he can haul the whole thing ashore. Foolish. His emotion was confidence. In his view, all of Zhao Xion's toughness was merely a display of barking louder than biting. A soldier who only knows how to shout slogans and invoke heavenly justice won't last 3 episodes in the real game of power. It seems old Wan was worrying too much. Gao Ming murmured to himself. But that's fine too. The more foolish our opponent, the greater our odds of victory. He gazed out the window, his eyes sharpening. That so-called backup data core is most likely something they made up to scare us. But we can't afford to ignore the worst-case scenario. He turned to Director Zhang and issued his orders. Mobilize every connection we have at our disposal. I need to know exactly where that thing is hidden. Remember, make it fast. Chapter 132. You want to see the cards? I'll just give you a whole new deck. Base 0, Command Center. The massive electronic screen displayed 2 split sections. One displayed real-time surveillance footage from the military headquarters reception room, silent. The other showed a continuously scrolling audio waveform graph. Qin Feng sat in the commander's chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest as his gaze remained calmly fixed on the screens. Beside him, Phoenix wore tactical earpieces, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as she processed the encrypted, noise-reduced audio stream transmitted from the miniature listening device in Zhao Xion's office. When Gao Ming uttered the threatening words, "We will continue to monitor," a cold smile flickered at the corner of Phoenix's mouth. As the conference room door closed and Zhao Xian and Li Rui began reviewing the performance, Qin Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged. He shut off the surveillance feed. The bait. He took it. Phoenix removed his headset and looked at Qin Feng. A man like Gao Ming is supremely arrogant. Deputy Minister Zhao's performance perfectly catered to his stereotype of military man as brave but lacking in strategy. He must believe now that he's seen through our hand. Qin Feng nodded, his expression calm. What does a gambler who believes he's seen through the entire game do next? He didn't wait for Feng Wang's answer before answering his own question. He'll raise the stakes. He'll mobilize every resource at his disposal to validate his suspicions and secure greater gains. Qin Feng rose and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, watching the soldiers and vehicles moving about the base below. He would never stop at mere verbal probing. What he wants to know most now is whether that so-called backup data core is real or fake and where it's hidden. He'll deploy his own intelligence resources to investigate. A sharp gleam flashed in Feng Wang's eyes. What you're saying is? Qin Feng turned to face Phoenix. You want to see my cards? Fine. I'll just swap out the deck for you. A playful curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Phoenix. Present. Phoenix responded immediately. I need you to fabricate some intelligence. The intelligence must state, Nightingale survivor Qin Mo, while fleeing 10 years ago, concealed the backup data core within a secret military archive on the outskirts of the capital. Codename, Archive 7. This intelligence must be flawless. Include detailed descriptions of the hiding location, even fabricate a plausible retrieval password if necessary. Then, deliver this intelligence precisely into Gao Ming's hands through Cuckoo. Phoenix's eyes lit up. Cuckoo was their mole embedded within Gao Ming's intelligence network. This individual was a notorious information broker with connections in both legitimate and criminal circles. Driven by greed, he had left countless vulnerabilities exposed to dragon's thorns. Gao Ming trusted him implicitly, using him as the conduit for many illicit intelligence transactions. Gao Ming would never question intelligence delivered by him. Understood. Phoenix nodded. Give me 20 minutes. With that, she slipped her headphones back on, her hands transforming into phantoms as they danced across the keyboard. Complex data streams and encrypted files were swiftly created, disguised, and packaged under her hands. Qin Feng watched her, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. He sat back down in his chair and picked up the internal communicator on the desk. Calling Adao. Adao, copy that. Ao's steady voice came through the communicator. Gather your team and head to Archive 7. Prepare a welcome gift for Director Gao's guest. Remember, I want him alive. Understood. The transmission cut off. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The chessboard was already set. Now, all that remained was to wait for that self-important player to willingly sacrifice his own pieces, one by one, into certain death. National Supervisory Commission Headquarters. Gao Ming returned to his office, his earlier irritation replaced by an exhilaration at the prospect of soon controlling the entire situation. He summoned his trusted confidant, Secretary Zhang. Zhao Xian is no longer a concern. He shed his coat, hanging it on a rack, his tone relaxed. A brute with nothing but brute strength won't stir up much trouble. But we must uncover who's backing him. And that backup data core, this matter is of utmost importance. Director Jiang nodded immediately. Director, understood. I'll deploy personnel immediately to begin infiltrating and investigating from the periphery. No. Gao Ming waved his hand. Conventional methods are too slow. And they're likely to alert the target. This matter requires our own most reliable channels. He sat down behind his desk, his gaze growing intense. Contact Cuckoo. Tell him I need every scrap of intelligence on the Nightingale team and that data core at any cost. Director Shang's heart sank. He knew that Cuckoo was the sharpest and most costly weapon in the director's arsenal. The director would never deploy him unless absolutely necessary. Yes, sir. I'll handle it immediately. Director Zhang turned to leave. Wait. Gao Ming called him back. Tell Du-won this matter must remain absolutely confidential. I don't want a fourth person knowing about it besides the three of us. Understood. Director Zhang nodded solemnly and exited the office. Gao Ming leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. He had a premonition that intelligence capable of altering the course of many events would soon be placed before him. Half an hour later, Director Zhang knocked again and entered the office. His face bore a hint of excitement he couldn't quite suppress. Director, Azalea has replied. Gao Ming sat up abruptly. So soon? Yes. Director Zhang handed over an object resembling a USB drive, but which was actually a specially encrypted communication device. He says he happens to have a piece of intelligence purchased from a defector within the military that's highly relevant to what you're seeking. Gao Ming took the communicator and inserted it into a top-secret, physically isolated computer beneath his desk. A string of text, layered with multiple encryption layers, quickly appeared on the computer screen. Gao Ming's eyes scanned the screen rapidly. Nightingale Survivor Chen Mo. Suburban Beijing, Archive Number 7. Third basement level, Section B7, third row of shelves, a 1982 edition of How the Steel Was Tempered. Secret compartment, password, Dunya. As he read these meticulously detailed intelligence reports, Gao Ming's heart began to pound wildly, beyond his control. His emotions were pure ecstasy. All his suspicions had been confirmed. That fool Zhou Xian had indeed hidden something so crucial in a place that seemed secure but was actually full of holes. Did he really think no one would dare break into the military archives? How naive. Is the intelligence reliable? Gao Ming suppressed his excitement and looked up at Director Zhang. Cuckoo vouched for it with his reputation. He said if the intel is wrong, he'll take full responsibility. Director Zhang replied. Good. Gao Ming slammed his hand on the table and stood up. The last shred of doubt vanished from his mind. He couldn't wait any longer. The longer he waited, the more complications could arise. He must obtain this item at the fastest possible speed. This item would be his ultimate pledge of loyalty to Old Wang. Notify Night Bat of the task force immediately. His voice turned cold and decisive. Have him bring his best men and use the finest equipment. Tonight, I want that book on my desk. Tell him this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Director Shang's posture instinctively straightened. Yes, sir. He turned and strode away. Only Gao Ming remained in the office. He walked to the window, watching the sky gradually darken outside. A confident smile spread across his face. Zhou Xian, Qin Feng. He didn't even know the name of the person pulling the strings behind the scenes. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that after tonight, these people would become stepping stones for his meteoric rise. He could already envision the approving gaze of Old Wang when he personally handed over that backup data core. The night spread like thick ink. Archive Number 7, on the outskirts of the capital. This remote location was surrounded by high walls and electric fences, accessible only by a single road. Tonight, the archive seemed eerily quiet, almost unnaturally so. Only a few dim sentry lights illuminated limited areas around the perimeter. Inside the vast archive building, however, lay in complete darkness, devoid of any light. In the darkness, Adeo and 3 members of the Dragonthorn squad crouched motionless like statues at the entrance to the third basement level. Their black combat uniforms blended seamlessly with the surroundings, their faces painted with camouflage, and they adjusted their weapons fitted with silencers. A miniature earpiece was inserted into Adeo's ear. Phoenix, where is the target? Target vehicles have entered the outer surveillance perimeter. Estimated arrival in 15 minutes. 3 vehicles, 12 personnel. Heavily armed. Phoenix's calm voice came through the earpiece. A cold curve formed at the corner of Adeo's mouth. He raised his hand, signaling his team behind him to prepare for the hunt. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes, like those of wild beasts, instantly lit up. A meticulously prepared net for the Nightbat squad had silently closed in. Chapter 133. This pawn is useless now. The night was as deep as the sea. This highway on the outskirts of Beijing, devoid of streetlights, resembled a forgotten black ribbon winding into the distant darkness. 3 black minivans, all lights extinguished, glided silently along the road, illuminated only by the faint glow of night vision equipment. They came to a halt in sequence about a kilometer from the outer wall of Archive 7. Doors opened, and 12 shadowy figures slipped into the night like ghosts. Clad entirely in black combat suits, their faces concealed by night vision goggles and tactical masks, only pairs of cold eyes remained visible. The leader, codenamed Nightbat, was Gao Ming's sharpest blade for assassination. He raised his hand, signaling a tactical gesture. The 12 immediately split into 3 teams, forming a triangular formation. They advanced toward the Archive's high walls, providing alternating cover for one another. Their movements were precise, efficient, and possessed a mechanical beauty. Not a single unnecessary word was exchanged. Perfect coordination was maintained solely through tactical gestures and the static crackle in their micro-earpieces. Beneath the high wall, the electric fence was silently severed by the specialized hydraulic cutters they carried, creating a gap. Infrared alarms were temporarily disabled by a specialized condensing spray. Like the most professional thieves, they effortlessly breached the Archive's first and strongest physical defense. The entire operation unfolded with fluid precision. Nightbat's eyes held nothing but confidence. To him, infiltrating a facility of this caliber felt like a vacation compared to the missions he'd executed before. They didn't enter the Archive through the main entrance. Nightbat led his team around to the side of the building, slipping inside through a ventilation shaft window. The building was pitch black, so quiet they could hear their own heartbeats. The air carried the mingled scent of aged paper and dust. Nightbat signaled for one squad to remain on alert at their position while he led the other 2 squads straight for the stairwell leading to the 3rd basement level. The stairwell door lock was picked in 3 seconds with a specially designed master key. They descended the cold steps, level by level. Their footsteps were as light as a cat's. Level 3 underground. This was the core area of the Archives, where the temperature was significantly lower than above. Row upon row of floor-to-ceiling metal bookcases stood like a silent forest of steel in the darkness. Nightbat checked the map displayed on his wrist tactical terminal. Section B7. He led his team through the labyrinthine shelves and quickly located the target area. 3rd row of shelves. His gaze swept swiftly across the spines. Soon, he found the book that looked perfectly ordinary. A 1982 edition of How the Steel Was Tempered, bound in dark green. Nightbat's heartbeat quickened slightly. The mission was nearly complete. He exchanged a glance with his teammates behind him, signaling them to remain vigilant. Then, he reached out and slowly pulled the book from the shelf. He opened the pages. In the center of the book, a rectangular hollow had been deliberately carved out. But the recess was empty. Nothing at all. Nightbat's pupils suddenly contracted. How could this be? In that split second of stunned disbelief. Click. An extremely faint metallic clang echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound was faint, yet in this deathly silent environment, it reverberated like thunder. Nightbat's body instantly tensed. Something's up. He barked into the squad channel. Almost simultaneously. Snap. All emergency lights on the 3rd basement level suddenly illuminated. A harsh, white light instantly dispelled the darkness, flooding the entire space as bright as day. The sudden glare caused Nightbat and his team members to experience temporary blindness. They instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. At that very moment, for shadowy figures, like grim reapers crawling out of hell, silently materialized at both ends of the corridor, front and back, completely sealing off every possible escape route. A Dao stood directly in front of Nightbat. His face, painted with war paint, bore an icy stare as cold as Siberian permafrost. In his hands, there was no gun. Nightbat's heart sank to the bottom. He realized he had fallen into a meticulously designed trap. Retreat! He issued his final, most desperate command. He yanked the pistol from his waist, attempting to fight back. But it was too late. The instant he raised his arm, a dark figure lunged forward at a speed beyond his comprehension. It was a Dao. Nightbat saw only a blur before his eyes, followed by a searing pain in his wrist as the pistol flew from his grasp. Immediately, a hand as strong as iron clamped down on his throat. Before he could even attempt to resist, a tremendous force slammed the back of his head into the metal bookshelf. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he lost consciousness completely. The battle had ended the instant it began. The other 3 Dragon Dagger members charged into the remaining 11 Nightbat members like tigers among sheep. No gunfire rang out. Only the dull thuds of blows, the snaps of breaking bones, and the thuds of bodies hitting the floor. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. When Adeo tossed the unconscious Nightbat onto the ground like a sack of potatoes, all his men had already been subdued and bound with special restraints, lying on the floor like a string of dumplings. Adu surveyed the aftermath with calm composure. He walked over to one of his men, who was inspecting the Nightbat team's gear. "What's the status?" Reporting, "The gear is highly specialized, all custom-made items unavailable on the market." Each member carried lethal weapons and self-destructive devices capable of wiping out communication equipment. The team member replied. Adao nodded. He walked over to the fire extinguisher cabinet by the wall, opened it, and retrieved a red military-grade encrypted communicator. They had placed it here beforehand. He pressed the call button. "Qin Feng, we've got the suspect and the evidence. Supervision Commission Headquarters, Director's Office. Gao Ming sat behind his desk, glancing at the wall clock. The hour hand had already struck midnight. A vague sense of irritation began to stir within him. By all accounts, the operation should have concluded long ago. Why had Nightbat not yet relayed any news? He picked up the now cold tea, took a sip, and tried to calm himself. Perhaps they'd encountered a minor setback. But with Nightbat's capabilities, resolving it shouldn't be difficult. He reassured himself. Just then, the red encrypted phone on his desk signifying the highest level alert suddenly emitted a shrill, urgent ring. Gao Ming's body froze rigid. His blood seemed to freeze in that instant. This phone only rang when the most urgent, critical incidents involving national security occurred. His trembling hand reached for the receiver. Hello? His voice sounded dry and unnatural. From the other end came a cold, unfamiliar voice, filled with authority. Is this Deputy Director Gao Ming of the Supervisory Commission? Yes. This is the Joint Security Department of the Central Military Commission. Just moments ago, 12 members of your department's Direct Action Unit, led by Team Leader Nightbat, stormed the Military Commission's top-secret archive number 7 in an armed assault, attempting to steal the nation's highest-level military secrets. They have been apprehended on the spot by our security forces, with both personnel and stolen materials recovered. Each word from the voice on the line struck Gao Ming's heart like a heavy hammer blow. Under the Security Act and relevant military regulations, this incident has been classified as treason. Comrade Gao Ming, your actions are suspected of masterminding, planning, and directing this grave act of treason. You are to remain in your office immediately and not leave. Our personnel are already downstairs. The call ended abruptly. Gao Ming clutched the receiver, his entire body going limp as if his bones had been pulled out, slumping back into his chair. His mind went completely blank. A trap. It was a trap. He finally understood. From the very beginning, this had been a perfectly crafted trap, tailored specifically for him. What backup data core, what cuckoo intelligence. All fake. Their objective had never been about data at all. Their target was him. They wanted to drag him and the Supervisory Commission behind him down with them. It's over. A despairing groan escaped Gao Ming's lips. He knew his life was utterly over. Inside the courtyard house, the night grew deeper. Old Wang sat alone at the stone table, staring at a chessboard with pieces scattered across it. A middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, as silent as a shadow, appeared behind him and handed him a tablet computer. A brief, encrypted message illuminated the screen. Gao Ming has been apprehended by military authorities. Charge, treason. Old Wang's gaze lingered on the screen for 3 seconds. His face bore no expression. No anger, no surprise. As if he had merely witnessed a trivial matter. He waved his hand. The middle-aged man bowed, tucked away the tablet, and slipped silently back into the darkness. Old Wang shifted his gaze back to the chessboard before him. He studied the black pawn on the board, one that had advanced deep into enemy territory only to be heavily surrounded, now trapped with no escape. He reached out, pinched the piece between 2 fingers, and lifted it from the board. Then, he casually tossed it aside. The piece landed in the trash can beside the table with a crisp, insignificant clink. He gazed at the empty space it had left behind and shook his head gently. This piece is useless now. He murmured to himself. His meticulously planned first probing move had not only failed completely but had been turned against him, severing one of his hands reaching toward the surveillance system. His opponent's ruthlessness and decisiveness had surpassed his expectations. He had been driven to the edge of a cliff. He slowly raised his head, gazing toward the study in the main house. In that room lay an object he hadn't touched in many years. That long-dormant, encrypted chip. It seemed the time had come. Chapter 134. The signal flashed, and the shark lurked in the dimly lit corner. The night was eerily quiet. In the courtyard, only the rustling of locust leaves in the wind and the flickering shadows cast by the solitary lamp on the stone table could be heard. Old Wang sat motionless at the stone table, like a statue fused with the night. The elimination of Gao Ming, his pawn, had been far quicker and more brutal than he had anticipated. His opponent had not engaged in any pretense of negotiation. Instead, with thunderous force, he had laid a blatant trap, luring Wang into the scheme before delivering a fatal blow. This style of play was domineering, ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. He had lost the first battle. He conceded defeat wholeheartedly. Yet it was precisely this defeat that made him abandon all traces of underestimation. He realized that the mastermind behind Zhao Xian was no ordinary figure. The opponent's purpose extended far beyond merely clearing Nightingale's name or toppling Sun Jigua. Their blade was aimed squarely at his own throat. There was nowhere left to retreat. Given that, there was only one option left: to meet the challenge head-on. Old Master Wang rose slowly. No longer glancing at the now meaningless remnants of the game, he turned and strode with measured steps into the study of the main house. The study was filled with the faint scent of ink and aged wood. He did not turn on the lights. Guided by moonlight streaming through the window, he approached the massive rosewood desk. He reached out and tapped 3 times in a specific sequence on an inconspicuous carved detail along the edge of the desk. Click. A hidden compartment on the side of the desk silently slid open. Lined with red velvet, the compartment held a single, entirely black chip the size of a bank security token, bearing no markings whatsoever. Old Wang gazed at the chip, his expression complex. His expression was solemn. This chip was his final trump card, a power he was most reluctant to wield. Once activated, it would mean he would formally step out from behind the scenes and into the spotlight, engaging in a life or death confrontation with that unknown adversary. There was no turning back. He remained silent for a long time. Finally, he reached out and clasped the cold chip in his palm. He inserted the chip into a custom laptop on his desk, equally black, devoid of any brand markings. The screen lit up instantly. No operating system interface appeared, only a complex cursor composed of countless green code characters, blinking rapidly. Old Wang's fingers danced expertly across the keyboard. What he typed was not any known language, but a set of encrypted commands unique to the highest echelons of the Ghost Hand organization. Raven lost contact. Nightingale remnants have surfaced. Military initiates highest level investigation. Possible leads on the core. Situation out of control. Requesting Ghost to activate emergency protocols. I need to know who the enemy is. Line after line of commands was swiftly entered. Just before pressing send, his finger hovered mid-air. He hesitated once more. He knew that once this message was sent, it would mean completely exposing himself to the enemy's potential surveillance. But he had no choice. Yao Ming's failure had proven that domestic forces could no longer help him uncover his opponent's true intentions. He had to rely on Ghost Hand's global intelligence network and that elite operational unit known as Ghost. He took a deep breath. Then, he pressed the enter key with force. All the code on the screen vanished instantly, and the computer shut down automatically. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Old Wang pulled out the chip, placed it back into the hidden compartment, and closed it. He returned to the courtyard, sat down at the stone table, and poured himself a cup of tea that had grown cold. He gazed at the night sky, waiting. Waiting for a response from the abyss. And waiting for the moment the hunter pulled the trigger. Base 0, Command Center. The lights were blazing, yet the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. A massive main screen displayed a 3-dimensional electronic map covering the entire capital city. Countless green dots representing mobile signals and network nodes flickered like stars across the map. Phoenix sat before the main console, 3 computers arrayed before her. Her fingers danced across the keyboards like a furious symphony. A waterfall of data cascaded across the screens, refreshing at a speed too rapid for the naked eye to follow. The entire command center was filled only with the sound of her keystrokes and the low hum of the server cabinet fans. Qin Feng, Li Rui, Chen Mo, Zhao Xian. Everyone stood behind her, holding their breath, not uttering a word. They waited. Waiting for the moment when that giant shark, lurking deep in the ocean, would finally surface. From the moment Gao Ming was arrested, Phoenix had already activated the base's highest-level surveillance protocol. She implanted the underlying algorithm extracted from the Ghost Hand core server and provided by Qin Feng into the capital's network surveillance hub. This algorithm functioned like an invisible sonar net. It neither launched proactive attacks nor left any traces. It simply lay dormant, silently monitoring every data flow within the capital. The moment any data stream matched the communication signature of that specialized chip, it instantly pinpointed the physical location of the signal source. Time ticked by, second by second. The air in the command center grew increasingly tense. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Xian's forehead. He didn't know if the other side would take the bait. If the enemy was cautious enough to lie completely dormant, all their preparations would come to naught. Just then. Beep beep beep. A shrill, piercing alarm sounded without warning, echoing throughout the entire command center. On the main screen before Phoenix, all the green dots instantly dimmed. Only one scarlet dot, blinking rapidly, flared to life. Like a drop of blood in the darkness, it was blindingly bright. Phoenix sprang to her feet. Her face bore a pallor born of intense concentration, yet her eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding flame. Locked on. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Target signal acquired. Communication signature matches perfectly. Everyone in the command center surged forward, crowding around the screen. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the red dot that kept blinking on the 3D map. When they recognized the geographical location and name marked by the red dot, everyone froze. Even Qin Feng, usually composed, flashed a look of disbelief. The signal source was not located in any heavily guarded government building. It wasn't at any covert military base. Nor was it in any opulent private mansion. That red dot was marked squarely in the heart of the capital city. A place none of them had ever imagined. The Military Academy Library. The command center fell into dead silence. Zhao Xian stared at the words on the screen, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The Military Academy. The highest temple of this nation's ideology. The hidden hand behind it all, the one who had concealed themselves for a decade, slaughtered the entire loyalist Nightingale family, and manipulated high-ranking officials like Sun Jigui as if they were mere pawns. His lair was here. This wasn't merely blindness under the lamp. It was like building a viper's nest right in the heart of everyone. Li Rui's lips felt dry. He felt his breathing grow labored. He finally understood why this case involved a Leviathan-level agreement. Because their adversary was no mere military mole or proxy of foreign forces. Their adversary was a giant crocodile that had already infiltrated the very core of this nation's body. After a long silence, Qin Feng slowly exhaled, breaking the dead stillness in the command center. His gaze had regained its composure. In fact, it now held a hint of cold excitement, the kind a hunter feels upon spotting its prey. This is interesting. He watched the red dot on the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To build the lion's den right under the noses of all the lions. This old fox has been hiding pretty deep. He turned to face Zhao Xin. Deputy Minister Zhao. It seems we must pay a visit to this most sacred library in the nation. Chapter 135. To pull teeth from a lion's mouth, one must first become a mouse. The dead silence in the command center was broken by Qin Feng's calm voice. Yet the palpable tension in the air remained undiminished. The library. Zhao Xin's expression was more grave than ever before. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, commanding countless real battles and facing the most brutal enemies, he had never known fear. Yet now, he felt a profound sense of unease rising from deep within. This was no military operation. This was a political earthquake. He looked at Qin Feng, his voice hoarse from straining to suppress his emotions. What do you intend to do? That place isn't somewhere we can just march troops into. Even with the strongest justification and most irrefutable evidence. The moment our men appear there in uniform, armed to the teeth, tomorrow's headlines worldwide will scream military coup. Neither of us can afford that consequence. Li Rui nodded in agreement, his face etched with deep concern. The minister is right. Security is at the highest level. The perimeter is handled by the Central Guard Bureau, while the interior has its own independent security system. It's impossible for our people to enter en masse without alerting anyone. Qin Feng remained silent. He walked to the massive electronic map, resting his hands on the control console as he scrutinized the three-dimensional terrain map surrounding the military academy. Buildings, streets, greenbelts, surveillance camera positions, everything was displayed before him with pinpoint accuracy. Phoenix had already retrieved the internal security system blueprints of the academy. Infrared sensors, pressure-sensitive floors, 24/7 closed-circuit surveillance with no blind spots. The entire library resembled a steel fortress armed to the teeth. A large-scale infiltration is out of the question. After a long pause, Qin Feng spoke slowly. His voice remained calm. If you want to pull teeth from a lion's mouth, you can't let the lion spot you. We have to become a mouse. He turned to face the group. This operation doesn't require a large force. The fewer people involved, the smaller the target, the greater our chances of success. Zhao Xin's brow furrowed. You mean, a small team sneaking in secretly? Exactly. Qin Feng nodded. I'll lead the team personally. Adao, add 2 more members from the Dragon Daggers who specialize in stealth and infiltration. 4 people will be sufficient. No way. Zhao Xin objected immediately without hesitation. It's far too dangerous. We know nothing about the situation inside. If they dared establish their lair there, they must feel completely secure. Who knows what traps and ambushes lie within? You're the commander of this operation. I absolutely cannot let you take such a risk. Li Rui was equally agitated. Exactly. If anyone goes, it should be me. As the head of the joint investigation team, I should be leading this mission. Qin Feng looked at them and smiled. Deputy Minister Zhao, Colonel Li, I appreciate your kind offer. But this mission I must be the one to go. First, the target is no ordinary soldier or operative. Having remained undetected for so many years while occupying a high-ranking position, his intellect and methods have reached a level of mastery. To deal with such a seasoned veteran, we need someone on the ground who can think on their feet and make the most precise judgments. In this regard, I am better suited than anyone else. Second, his gaze swept across the room. Who among you is confident you could infiltrate that library without triggering any alarms? No one spoke. Phoenix could technically hack the enemy's systems, but physical infiltration was a challenge of an entirely different dimension. Therefore, this matter is non-negotiable. Qin Feng's tone brooked no argument. I'll handle the breach. You lot take care of the perimeter. He looked at Zhao Xin. Deputy Minister Zhao, I need your assistance. Zhao Xin met Qin Feng's calm yet resolute gaze and knew further persuasion was futile. He took a deep breath to steady himself. Speak. What do you need me to do? Qin Feng walked to the map and pointed to several major roads surrounding the military academy. I need you to use your authority to mobilize the military region's special police force under the pretext of conducting a nighttime counter-terrorism and bomb disposal drill in the city. They must not approach the academy nor launch any attacks. I only need them to conduct a covert, temporary perimeter lockdown of this area at midnight tonight. The reason for the lockdown can be suspicious explosive devices detected, currently undergoing investigation. The closure needn't last long, 2 hours will suffice. I need to ensure no external forces can interfere during my operation. Simultaneously, we must sever every possible escape route for that old fox. Zhao Xian studied the area circled on the map by Qin Feng and instantly grasped his plan. It was an audacious yet meticulously planned operation, using a seemingly legitimate drill as cover for a breathtaking capture operation. Understood. Zhao Xian nodded firmly. I'll handle this. Even if it stirs up a huge scandal, I, Zhao Xian, will shoulder the responsibility alone. Qin Feng gave a slight nod in gratitude. He then turned his gaze to Li Rui. Colonel Li, your mission is to remain here with Phoenix, serving as my eyes and ears. I need you to monitor all intelligence at all times and provide me with the most timely support. Understood. Li Rui snapped to attention and replied immediately. Qin Feng finally turned his gaze to Phoenix. Phoenix, once I enter the library, I need you to take full control of the security system there. Give me an absolutely secure path to the top floor. A confident smile spread across Phoenix's face. Night Owl, your only job is to walk. Leave the rest to me. Qin Feng nodded. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 10 o'clock at night. 2 hours until the operation begins. Alright, get yourselves ready. He issued the final command. In 2 hours, we'll go meet that big shark lurking in the shadows. The night grew darker and darker. An unmarked black SUV slipped silently away from Base Zero. Inside, Qin Feng, a Dao, and 2 other Dragon Thorn's elite operatives codenamed Gecko and Ghost made their final preparations. They shed their combat gear, donning the most inconspicuous attire, black tracksuits and sneakers. All weapons had undergone special treatment to evade metal detector scans flawlessly. Qin Feng leaned back in his seat with eyes closed, mentally rehearsing the three-dimensional blueprint of the library's interior that Phoenix had imparted to him over and over again. Every corner, every door, every surveillance camera's position was etched clearly in his mind. A Dao sat in the passenger seat, meticulously polishing his military-grade dagger, never parted from his side with a piece of deerskin. The blade reflected a cold, eerie glint under the dim light inside the vehicle. In the back seat, Gecko and Ghost were inspecting their gear. Custom fiber ropes, compact electromagnetic pulse jammers, laser pens capable of silently cutting through glass. Each piece represented the world's most advanced infiltration gear. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was quiet and grim. Each person was like a cheetah poised to enter the hunting ground, their focus sharpened to peak condition. Midnight, 11:50 p.m. The SUV pulled into a shadowy alley 1 block away from the military academy. 4 figures emerged and blended into the night. At the same moment, several armored vehicles and command cars bearing people's armed police license plates approached silently from different directions. Soldiers clad in black SWAT uniforms, armed with riot shields and assault rifles, swiftly disembarked. They set up temporary roadblocks and cordoned off key intersections. Drill notice. Temporary traffic control ahead. All vehicles and personnel must detour. The loudspeaker's voice carried far into the silent night. An invisible, vast net slowly enveloped the sacred academy, unnoticed by anyone. Qin Feng and his 3 companions had reached the perimeter wall of the military academy. He glanced up at the red flashing cameras lining the wall. Phoenix's voice came through his earpiece. 3, 2, 1. Surveillance systems compromised. You have 30 seconds of cover. The moment the words fell, Qin Feng's body shot forward like an arrow released from its string. His toes lightly tapped the wall, propelling his entire body upward as if weightless. His hands braced against the wall, executing a clean, crisp flip before landing silently on the lawn beyond. A Dao, Wall Gecko, and Ghost followed close behind. The entire sequence took less than 5 seconds. They had already entered the lion's territory. Qin Feng crouched in the shadows, gazing up at the library building in the distance. Like a giant beast, it stood silently against the night sky. His gaze was cold and piercing. Old fox, I'm here. Chapter 136, no killing intent in the room, only the fragrance of tea. The night breeze, carrying a hint of the fresh scent of plants, swept across the quiet campus of the military academy. Qin Feng and his 3 companions moved like shadows melting into the darkness, swiftly and silently approaching the library building, using the cover of buildings and trees. Phoenix's voice came through their earpieces, cool and precise as the most accurate GPS navigation. 30 meters ahead, a set of rotating cameras with a 12-second scan cycle. There's a 3-second blind spot on your left. Pressure-sensitive strips are laid beneath the lawn on the right. Avoid them. 2 undercover security officers from the bureau are stationed at the main entrance. We'll take the side approach. Guided by Phoenix throughout, they navigated safely to the western corner of the library building. This dense thicket of shrubs was the building's weakest point in surveillance coverage. This is the spot. Phoenix's voice came through. 3rd floor, 3rd window, the archives room. The infrared alarm there malfunctioned last night and hasn't been repaired yet. I've already disabled the window magnetic alarm. This is your only way in. Qin Feng looked up at the pitch-black window on the third floor. The height was about 10 meters. Gecko, he ordered in a low voice. The team member codenamed Gecko immediately stepped forward, retrieving a compact, pistol-like device from his backpack. He aimed at the third-floor windowsill and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A barely audible whistling sound cut through the air. A slender yet incredibly resilient fiber rope, equipped with a specially designed grappling hook, shot out with pinpoint accuracy and anchored firmly to the edge of the windowsill. Ghost, you go first. Qin Feng ordered again. Yes. Without hesitation, Ghost grabbed the rope with both hands. His feet lightly pushed off the wall, and his entire body climbed upward with the agility and silence of a monkey. Soon, he reached the third-floor window. Using a specially designed tool, he carefully pried open the window latch and swung himself inside. Seconds later, the signal for his safe entry came through the earpiece. Qin Feng, Adeo, and Gecko followed in succession. All four successfully infiltrated the library's interior. The archive room was pitch black, the air thick with the scent of old books and dust. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings through his night vision goggles. Phoenix, route to the top-floor reading room. Route mapped. Avoid main corridors and surveillance zones entirely. Requires traversing 2 ventilation shafts and an abandoned storage room. Follow me. Phoenix's voice guided them like a beacon in the night. Guided by her, the four began navigating the labyrinthine structure. They crawled forward at times, sidestepped at others, evading invisible beams of infrared light. Their movements were like a perfectly synchronized dance troupe, stepping precisely on every safe node. The entire building was eerily silent. Apart from their own faint breaths and heartbeats, no other sound could be heard. There was no ambush as they had feared. No sudden alarms sounded. No armed guards appeared. Everything went smoothly to an almost alarming degree. In Qin Feng's heart, that threat of vigilance not only failed to relax but instead reached its peak. When things go too smoothly, something's definitely wrong. What kind of trick was this old fox playing? Top floor, ancient texts reading room. This was the most sacred and central place in the entire library. It housed countless precious ancient texts, some even considered national treasures. Qin Feng and his 3 companions had arrived at the heavy, carved mahogany doors of the reading room. According to Phoenix's real-time location data, the signal source lay just beyond this door. Qin Feng gestured for the 3 behind him to halt. He himself slowly knelt on one knee, pressing his ear gently against the cold door panel. He closed his eyes and held his breath. Inside the door, there was no sound. No footsteps, no voices, not even the faintest sound of breathing. Dead silence. Qin Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. He slowly rose to his feet and exchanged a glance with Adeo. Adao understood and stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, ready to breach the door at any moment. Gecko and Ghost flanked them, their guns trained on the space beyond the door. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Then, he reached out and grasped the cold, brass doorknob. He chose not to force the door open. He turned the handle gently, slowly. The door wasn't locked. Squeak! The faint sound of wooden hinges scraping against each other echoed sharply in the silent corridor. The door opened a crack. A faint, elegant tea fragrance wafted out from the crack. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. He detected no scent of bloodshed, no whiff of gunpowder, only the fragrance of tea. He exchanged a glance with Adeo, then violently shoved the door wide open. 4 figures, arranged in a battle formation, flashed into the room like lightning. Yet the scene within froze them all in their tracks. The vast reading room held none of the heavily armed guards they had anticipated. No cold gun barrels. Nor were there any traps or mechanisms. Only row upon row of tall bookshelves, exuding the scent of aged wood. And, at the center of the room, stood a simple, antique pearwood tea table. Before the table, an elderly man dressed in a dark gray tang suit, his hair streaked with gray, sat calmly and composed. Before him, a purple clay teapot set steamed gently, releasing wisps of hot vapor. He seemed oblivious to the sudden intrusion of Qin Feng and his 3 companions, utterly absorbed in rinsing the teacups in his hands with scalding water. His movements were elegant, composed, and imbued with the weight of years. He did not appear to be a conspirator about to be arrested. Rather, he resembled a reclusive scholar awaiting a distant visitor. Qin Feng's gaze swept swiftly across the entire room. Besides the old man, there were 2 others present. 2 librarians in uniform, ordinary-looking middle-aged men. One stood on a ladder, dusting the shelves high above. The other was in a corner, organizing a pile of scattered ancient texts. They too seemed startled by this sudden disturbance, halting their tasks as they stared somewhat bewildered at Qin Feng and his 3 companions standing in the doorway. Everything appeared so normal, yet so abnormal. Qin Feng's gaze finally settled on the composed old man. He knew this was the big fish he had been searching for. Master Wang. Old Master Wang slowly set down his teacup, lifted his head, and looked at Qin Feng standing in the doorway. His gaze was serene, even tinged with a hint of appreciation. As if he were observing a work of art that brought him great satisfaction. "You're here?" He spoke, his voice gentle and husky, as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in ages. Qin Feng did not respond. His muscles were already taut to the breaking point. His instincts screamed that this room concealed immense danger. And the source of that danger wasn't the seemingly harmless old man. It was those two seemingly ordinary librarians. The instant Qin Feng stepped into the room. At the very moment old Wang began to speak. The librarian wiping down the bookshelves and the one organizing ancient texts simultaneously set down their tools. Then, they slowly turned around. The moment their gazes met Qin Feng's in midair, a palpable, icy killing intent erupted like a bursting dam. This was no ordinary killing intent possessed by agents or assassins. It was the purest, most primal, beast-like killing intent forged and tempered through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their eyes no longer held shock. Instead, they held the excitement and cruelty of predators who had spotted their prey. They were the surviving elite guardians from old Master Wang's era. True Imperial Guards in every sense of the word. Chapter 137, Your Ace is no match for mine. A murderous intent swept through the reading room like an invisible tide. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Those two librarians were no longer harmless middle-aged men. They transformed into two tigers awakened from slumber, ready to devour their prey. Their bodies sank slightly as muscles visibly bulged beneath their loose uniforms, stretching the fabric taut. Their eyes locked onto Qin Feng and his three companions like predators fixated on their prey. At the same instant, Adeo, Gecko, and Ghost's bodies entered their highest combat readiness. Their mood was one of alertness. They sensed the presence of their own kind emanating from the others, a threat even more dangerous than themselves. This was a clash between masters. Life and death hung by a thread. The atmosphere in the reading room was tense and explosive, ready to erupt at any moment. Yet Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the suffocating killing intent that would paralyze ordinary men. His gaze remained calmly fixed on the old man seated behind the tea table. He knew these two were merely bodyguards. The true player was old Master Wang. Tea, freshly brewed. Old Wang lifted the purple clay teapot and poured a cup of amber-colored tea into the aroma cup across from him. Premium Wui Mountain De Hong Pao. Care to try? He extended the invitation as if the standoff unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Qin Feng remained motionless. Adao remained still. They waited. Waiting for Qin Feng's command. You are no match for me. Qin Feng spoke suddenly, gazing at the two administrators radiating terrifying auras as he slowly shook his head. His voice was quiet, yet brimming with confidence. Those words ignited the powder keg like a spark. The administrator standing by the ladder snorted coldly. His foot pushed off the ladder. His entire body launched like a cannonball, hurtling toward Qin Feng. His speed surpassed human limits. Almost the instant he moved, Adao's body moved as well. Without any flashy moves, he simply charged forward, colliding head-on with his opponent. Boom! A thunderous, drum-like crash. Their fists collided violently midair. A visible shockwave radiated outward from their bodies like ripples spreading across water. The surrounding bookshelves groaned under the strain. Adao's body slid backward half a meter, leaving two deep gouges in the floor. The librarian, however, was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the bookshelves behind him. Crash! The massive bookshelf crashed down, scattering countless precious ancient texts across the floor. The librarian struggled to rise from the floor but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to move any further. One move. Just one move. The battle had already decided its outcome. A brief, deathly silence fell over the reading room. The last administrator, who had been organizing ancient texts, stared in disbelief. He knew the strength of his comrades. They were true killing machines, crawling out of the piles of corpses from the war years. And yet, he had been taken down with a single punch. For the first time, the composed smile on old Wang's face froze. His gaze shifted from the fallen subordinate to Adeo. Then, he looked at Qin Feng. A hint of apprehension, unnoticed even by himself, flickered in his eyes. Qin Feng remained standing in place, as if none of the events had ever occurred. He simply watched old Wang in silence. I told you, they're no match for me. He repeated his earlier words. It's time to play your trump card. The sole remaining administrator let out a beastly growl. He did not charge at Qin Feng again. He knew that alone, he was no match for Adeo. His body shot backward with sudden force, targeting the figure seated behind the tea table, old Wang. He intended to take old Wang hostage. This was his only, and final, chance for survival. Yet, the moment his body leapt upward, a dark shadow moved faster than him. It was the ghost. The ghost's form materialized behind him like a specter. A cold, gleaming military dagger pressed silently against his throat. The administrator's body froze instantly. He could feel the sharp blade already cutting through the surface of his skin. If the attacker advanced just one more millimeter, his throat would be completely severed. His emotion was fear. For the first time, he felt the icy touch of death. Don't move. The ghostly voice, like a demonic chant from the depths of hell, echoed in his ears. Or you'll die a gruesome death. At this point, all the guards by old Wang's side were either gravely wounded or captured. He was now truly alone. Silence settled once more over the reading room. Qin Feng began to walk, step by step, slowly approaching the old man seated behind the tea table. His footsteps were light. Yet each step felt like a stomp on old Master Wang's heart. Watching Qin Feng approach, the astonishment and apprehension that had filled old Master Wang's face vanished. Instead, a complex smile, almost one of approval, replaced them. Good. Very good. He clapped his hands in admiration. The new generation surpasses the old. I'm getting too old and useless now. I lost. He admitted his defeat, so cleanly, so calmly. Qin Feng sat down across from him. He looked at old Wang, his expression calm. You lost. So come with me. Old Wang shook his head. He showed no sign of despair or fear. He merely looked at Qin Feng and spoke slowly. No, I haven't lost everything yet. I still have one last card in my hand. With that, he slowly reached out and placed a seemingly ordinary black metal briefcase beside him onto the table. Click. He entered the code and opened the case. Inside, there were no weapons as imagined, no gold, and no classified documents. Only a plain manila envelope lay inside. On the envelope's cover, a single word was printed in startling red letters. Leviathan. Old Wang took the file from the box and placed it gently before Qin Feng. A peculiar, confident smile spread across his face. Young man, do you know what this is? Inside are the fatal weaknesses of hundreds of high-ranking officials, both domestic and international, spanning the past 30 years. From state councilors to Wall Street financial oligarchs, from military generals to media moguls who control global public opinion. Each piece of dirt is enough to destroy their reputations and condemn them to eternal ruin. I call it Leviathan, the apocalyptic sea monster from the Bible. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't touch the file, but he could sense the terrifying power contained within that thin manila envelope, power capable of overturning the world order. Old Wang retrieved a compact countdown device from the box's hidden compartment, connected to the file envelope. He pressed the activation button. A row of bright red numbers instantly appeared on the device's screen. 10 o'clock. 9:59. 9:58. 10 minutes. Old Wang looked at Qin Feng, his smile growing increasingly composed. If within 10 minutes I cannot safely exit this library, exit this campus, all copies of this file will be simultaneously transmitted via quantum encrypted networks to every major media outlet and intelligence agency worldwide. At that point, he didn't continue. But the implication was clear. It would trigger a global political earthquake. Countless nations would be plunged into turmoil. Countless alliances would crumble. The entire world order would be utterly rewritten. He looked at Qin Feng, speaking each word deliberately. Young man, I'm not begging for mercy. I'm merely presenting you and this nation with a choice. Either arrest me, an insignificant old man, and take me back. Or preserve the future of this nation? Chapter 138, 10 minutes to bet on the future of a world. The reading room fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. The numbers on the device's screen flashed. 10 o'clock. Ado's arm muscles tensed. The ghost's hand holding the dagger remained motionless, its tip still pressed against the administrator's throat. Gecko stood rooted to the spot, shifting his weight downward. All three pairs of eyes were fixed on Qin Feng. Old Wang gazed at Qin Feng, a smile playing on his lips. It was a smile that spoke of complete control. He withdrew his hand from the metal box and leaned back in his chair. His posture was relaxed. Young man, this is a choice. Old Wang spoke. The choice is mine, or the world's. The numbers on the screen changed. 9:47. Qin Feng didn't look at old Wang. Nor did he glance at the countdown device. His gaze settled on the cup of tea. He reached out. His fingers were long and slender, his movements steady. He lifted the aroma cup. The tea liquid swayed slightly within the cup. He raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. Old Master Wang's eyebrows twitched. He studied Qin Feng's expression, searching for the slightest hint of a slip. But he found nothing. Qin Feng's face remained expressionless. The tea is quite good. Qin Feng set down his cup with a clink. You don't seem concerned about the consequences. Old Wang remarked. Should I care? Qin Feng countered. 8:55. Old Wang smiled. You should. You must care. Imagine, 10 minutes from now. No, now it's less than 9 minutes. The medical report on the president of M Nation will appear on screens worldwide. It reveals he has a hereditary mental illness. Guess what will happen to their country? How many trillions will evaporate from their stock market? Will their rivals miss this opportunity? Old Wang's voice echoed through the reading room. Ado's gaze shifted from Qin Feng to Old Wang. Core members of the Japanese cabinet have maintained a 30-year funding agreement with their nation's largest organized crime syndicate. A copy of this agreement will be delivered to the leader of their largest opposition party. And into the mailboxes of their citizens. Can their government survive another day? 7:33. Every single transaction by Europe's energy giants used to bribe officials and manipulate prices. Evidence of certain Middle Eastern royals funding terrorist organizations. The people on Wall Street, their complete plan for shorting a country and wiping out the life savings of tens of millions. Old Wang leaned forward, his hands folded on the table. All of this will be made public. Without secrets, there can be no trust. Without trust, there is no order. You will personally usher in an era of chaos. And all of this stems from your desire to arrest this old man. His words were laced with manipulation. A voice echoed through Qin Feng's earpiece. It was Phoenix's voice. Her speech was rapid, without pause. Report: the target device utilizes a quantum encrypted network. The key is dynamic, changing every second. Unbreakable. Data has been segmented and uploaded to over 10,000 hidden servers worldwide. Once the countdown ends, the servers will simultaneously transmit the data to pre-designated target addresses. I cannot track it, intercept it, or terminate it. I repeat, I cannot terminate this process. 612. Qin Feng lifted his teacup and took another sip. His movements showed not a hint of hesitation. Old Wang watched him. You're stalling for time. Old Wang said. You're hoping your technicians can pull off a miracle. Don't be foolish. This system is the culmination of 20 years of my life's work, built with the world's most elite team. It has no vulnerabilities. It is flawless. Phoenix's voice continued through the earpiece. Night Owl, my advice is to withdraw immediately. You can't stop him, nor can you prevent the files from being leaked. Leave now, and you can avoid direct association with him. We can handle the fallout, but only if you stay out of it. This is the most rational choice. 5 o'clock. Half the time had passed. The atmosphere in the reading room had become oppressively tense. The administrator, held captive by the ghost, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could feel the ghost's hand gripping the dagger, steady as a rock. The other administrator, lying on the floor, gasped for breath as his chest rose and fell. He glared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Wang Lao's smile deepened. He believed he had already won. Qin Feng's silence, in his eyes, was proof of helplessness. You have 5 minutes to think it over. Let me go. I promise I'll stop the countdown. The files will remain dormant. The world will remain unchanged. You will remain the nation's hero. Nothing ever happened between us. He spoke with sincerity. Qin Feng finally lifted his head and looked Wang Lao straight in the eye. What happened after you left? He asked. After I leave, I will vanish. Old Wang replied. I'll find a place where no one knows me and live out my days in peace. Do you think I'd believe that? Qin Feng pressed. Old Wang's expression shifted. You have no other choice. 3:45. No, I do. Qin Feng said. His voice was calm. He looked at Old Wang, speaking slowly and deliberately. My choice is to stay here, watching this timer tick down to 0. Old Wang froze. The smile vanished from his face. You're insane. He growled. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you understand what that implies? This isn't about a few deaths or the collapse of an organization. It's a regression of civilization. A global war. You can't shoulder that responsibility. 2:59. I can. Qin Feng replied. His answer consisted of only 2 words. Yet they felt like 2 mountains crushing Old Wang's heart. Old Wang stared intently at Qin Feng. He sought to find even the slightest flicker of wavering, the faintest trace of pretense in Qin Feng's eyes. But all he saw was calm. A calmness as deep as an abyss. For the first time, he felt fear. This young man didn't care. He truly didn't care. He wasn't threatening himself. He was genuinely prepared to make the world pay for his crimes. No. You can't do this. Old Wang's voice began to tremble. He had built this system for self-preservation, to hold leverage in negotiations with anyone. He had never imagined he would actually activate it. Mutual destruction was never an option for him. Phoenix's voice sounded again through the earpiece, tinged with urgency. Night Owl, this isn't a game. Intelligence assessment, the probability of a global secondary war erupting due to the file leak exceeds 70%. Probability of a level 1 financial crisis, 100%. This is a cost we cannot afford. Cease hostilities immediately and execute Plan B. Qin Feng did not respond. 1:30. He merely stared at Old Wang. Watching this old man who had been so arrogant moments ago, now drained of all color. You think I'm gambling? Qin Feng spoke. Betting on your mercy, betting on your patriotism. No. I'm merely stating a fact. That is, you and this thing in your hands aren't as important as you imagine. The world won't end because of a few politicians' scandals. When order collapses, a new order will rise. But you, Old Wang, you must stay here today. That's the rule. Qin Feng's words pierced Old Wang's heart like ice shards. Old Wang slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. His mind went blank. All his plans, all his contingencies, had been built on the premise that the other party would hesitate to harm the mouse. But now, the other party didn't care about the rat at all. The other party only wanted to smash the vessel to pieces. 0:45. The countdown continued. The crimson digits, like the eyes of a demon, stared down every person in the room. A Dao's hand was already fully on the weapon. The moment the countdown ended, or Qin Feng gave the order, he would end Old Wang's life without hesitation. Old Wang watched the dwindling numbers. Sweat drenched his back. The psychological defenses he had built over decades began to crumble in that moment. He did not want to die. He certainly didn't want to drag the entire world down with him. Stop. I can stop it. He pleaded. Tell me the password. Qin Feng stared at him. No. I can't. If I stop it, you'll kill me. Old Wang shook his head, his eyes filled with terror and struggle. 0:10. 0:09. 0:08. The final 10 seconds. Each second stretched like an eternity. Old Wang's breathing had ceased. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the screen. His life, his ambitions, everything he was all would reach their final conclusion in these last few seconds. 0:03. 0:02. 0:01. In Qin Feng's earpiece, Phoenix's voice carried despair. The protocol has been activated. It's irreversible. A flicker of madness and relief crossed Old Wang's eyes. If destruction is inevitable, let us perish together. Midnight. The time had come. Chapter 139, Your ace in the hole has long been exposed. The numbers on the screen froze at midnight. A crimson glow reflected in Old Wang's pupils. Not a sound stirred within the reading room. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The madness and relief on Old Wang's face slowly froze. He strained to listen. Outside was quiet. No sirens. No emergency news broadcasts. Not a single sign of the chaos he had anticipated engulfing the world. Everything remained exactly as it had been before the countdown began. His body leaned forward slightly. He looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked back at him. In Qin Feng's eyes, there was no surprise, no anger, nor the relief of having survived a catastrophe. Only calmness. Wang Lao's heart sank abruptly. An indescribable dread began to spread through his very core. Why? He murmured to himself. Why is this happening? He reached out with trembling hands and picked up the countdown device. The screen no longer displayed a countdown. Instead, a line of green text appeared. Data packet transmission complete. Transmission complete. Transmission complete. But the world showed no reaction. This defies logic. This can't be. What did you do? Old Wang looked up, his voice hoarse as he asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not answer. He picked up the purple clay teapot from the table and poured another cup of tea into his empty cup. The tea poured into the cup with a faint sound. In the deathly quiet of the reading room at that moment, the sound seemed unusually clear. And it was unbearably jarring. Answer me. Old Wang growled, his emotions beginning to spiral out of control. What exactly did you do? Qin Feng lifted his teacup and blew on the steam rising from it. He looked at Old Wang and finally spoke. Old Wang. This system of yours might have been useful 10 years ago. But now. Qin Feng paused. It's riddled with flaws. The words struck Old Wang like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened instantly. Impossible. He screamed. This absolutely cannot be. My system is flawless. It uses quantum encryption, the world's most advanced firewalls, and servers spread across every corner of the globe. No one can crack it. No one. He roared like an enraged lion, defending his last shred of pride. Qin Feng looked at him and shook his head. He didn't argue with Old Wang. Instead, he spoke into his earpiece in a matter-of-fact tone, issuing a command. Phoenix. Initiate the reverse siphon protocol. Target lock on Leviathan data source. Change his recipient. Phoenix's calm, clear response came through the headset immediately. Copy that. Reverse siphon protocol initiated. Locking onto Leviathan data source. Lock acquired. Initiating data siphon channel construction. Channel construction complete. Data reflux commencing. Old Wang couldn't understand the technical jargon. But he understood the phrase change the recipient. His heart felt as though it had been violently clenched by an invisible giant hand. He abruptly looked down at the device in his hands. The green interface displaying transmission complete vanished abruptly. The screen went black. Then, a new interface popped up. It was an interface he had never seen before. At the top of the interface, a line of red, flashing warning text appeared. Warning, unauthorized external command detected. Warning, data is being forcibly redirected. Warning, system control has been taken over. Below the warning text, a progress bar appeared. Beside the progress bar, a few words were written. Data siphoning in progress. 1%. The blood drained from Old Wang's face the instant he saw that progress bar. His body began to shake violently. The device in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nearly slipping from his grasp. No. No. He let out a desperate howl. His fingers frantically tapped the screen. He wanted to shut down the program, to regain control of the system. But the screen remained unresponsive. All his actions fell on deaf ears. He was like a homeowner locked out of his own house, helplessly watching a stranger run rampant inside. Data siphoning in progress. 10%. The progress bar steadily advanced. That's mine. This is mine. Old Wang looked like a madman as he raised the device in his hand, ready to smash it violently onto the ground. Just as his hand rose, a dark shadow flashed. A Dao's hand clamped down like iron pincers, seizing his wrist. Wang Lao felt his wrist bones as if they were about to be crushed. The excruciating pain made him let out a piercing scream. The device slipped from his grasp. The other hand caught it steadily. It was Qin Feng. Qin Feng placed the device on the table. His gaze fixed on the steadily increasing progress bar. Data processing. 28%. When did you? Old Wang, restrained by a Dao, stared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. When did you discover the vulnerability? Qin Feng didn't look at him. From the moment you activated it. Qin Feng replied. The core principle of this system is decentralization. It shatters data into fragments and hides them across tens of thousands of nodes worldwide. This way, no one can destroy all the data at once. Sounds pretty perfect, actually. Qin Feng's tone was as if he were appraising a work of art. But to ensure these fragments can be precisely and simultaneously transmitted once the countdown ends, you need a beacon capable of commanding all nodes. This beacon is responsible for issuing the final transmit command. It is the sole center within your entire system. And the only fatal weakness. Data siphoning in progress. 51%. Old Wan was utterly stunned. Every word Qin Feng spoke was precise and accurate. That was the most core secret of his entire system. No outsider could possibly know it except himself and the handful of people who had built the system back then. And those individuals had long since passed away. How could you possibly know? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Qin Feng finally tore his gaze away from the device and fixed it on Old Wang's face. Not only do I know. I also know that to conceal this beacon, you disguised it as a signal source from a meteorological monitoring station in the South Pacific. Every 24 hours, it sends a heartbeat packet disguised as meteorological data to all nodes, confirming they remain on standby. And just now, when you press the activation button, this beacon issued its final command to all nodes. The command wasn't send. But upload all your data to me. Data siphoning in progress. 79%. Old Wang felt his breath nearly stop. He felt as though he were listening to a ghost story. A ghost story about himself, yet one he knew nothing about. Qin Feng continued. So, during those 10 minutes when you pressed the button, not a single byte of data from your tens of thousands of nodes was sent to any media outlet or intelligence agency. They were diligently compiling every fragment into that beacon server in the South Pacific. Right now, my technicians are doing this. Is to make an exact copy of the complete data from that server. Qin Feng pointed to the device on the table. And when this progress bar completes, it will signify that Leviathan, the sea monster you've kept captive for 30 years, has a new master. Data siphoning in progress. 99%. The last glimmer of life in Old Wang's eyes faded. He understood. He understood completely. From the very beginning, he had lost. His self-righteous trump card, the weapon he wielded to threaten the world, it had been nothing but a joke from start to finish. He had meticulously crafted a cage, believing himself the hunter. In the end, he was the one trapped inside the cage, the most pitiful prey of all. Data siphoning in progress. 100%. Data flow complete. A new prompt appeared on the device's screen. The progress bar vanished. The reading room fell into dead silence. Chapter 140, Midnight has come, Judgment descends. Green text lingered on the device's screen for 3 seconds. Then, the screen went dark. It was all over. Old Wang slumped in his chair, his body drained of all strength. His eyes stared ahead, yet held no focus. His brain ceased to think. A Dao released his grip on Wang Lao's wrist. Wang Lao's arm fell limply, resting on the armrest of the chair. He did not move. Like a statue that had lost its soul. The reading room fell back into its previous silence. But this time, the silence held no confrontation or tension. Only a sense of finality, like dust settling, remained. Qin Feng picked up the device, now with a black screen, from the table. He inspected its ports and casing. He confirmed there were no self-destruct or tracking mechanisms. Then, he placed the device into a signal blocking pouch he carried with him. After completing these tasks, he stood up. Let's go, he said to a Dao and the other two. Just then, a distinctive ringtone sounded. Not a cell phone ringtone. It was a high-pitched, staccato buzz. The source of the sound was a black communicator Qin Feng had placed on the table. A palm-sized device, plain in appearance, bearing no brand markings whatsoever. This communicator had lain quietly there since they entered the reading room. Now, it was ringing. A Dao, Ghost, and Gecko all turned their gaze toward the communicator. A solemn expression appeared on each of their faces. They recognized this communicator. It belonged to the highest-level encrypted communication line within Dragon's Thorns. Only a select few possessed the authorization to dial this number. Old Wang, slumped in his chair, also heard the sound. His eyes shifted sluggishly toward the black object emitting the sound. Qin Feng reached out and pressed the answer button on the communicator. He didn't hold the device to his ear. He pressed the speakerphone button. A man's voice came through the communicator. The voice carried a hint of deep, uncontrollable shock. And a hint of suppressed, overwhelming fury. Night Owl. It was Zhao Xian's voice. Here. Qin Feng replied. I got it. Zhao Xian said. His voice was deep. A file. Codename, Leviathan. The moment the word Leviathan echoed through the communicator, Old Wang's body jerked violently. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in his hollow eyes. It was utter, unshakable terror. He had assumed the data had merely been intercepted and copied. He never imagined these data would be sent directly to Zhao Xian's hands. Sent to the deputy minister of the military department, one of the nation's most critical centers of power. His trump card, his ace in the hole for survival. It had become a detailed confession delivered into the hands of the judge. All copies. Zhao Xian's voice continued to echo. Not a single one missing. The original data on the main server, plus the encrypted backup scattered across 13,000 nodes worldwide. All of it is here. A heavy sigh echoed through the communicator. I see. I see it all. 30 years worth of ledgers. Very good. He's doing well. Every word from Zhao Xian felt like a heavy hammer, striking Wang Lao's heart with brutal force. Old Wang opened his mouth, a hoarse sound escaping his throat. Like a bellows losing air. He tried to speak, but not a single word came out. He felt his world crumbling to pieces. Not a slow, gradual collapse with warning signs. But an instant, shattering, obliterating collapse. The mission's over? Qin Feng asked. It's over. Zhao Xian replied. Bring him back. Alive. I have many questions that require his personal answers. Understood. Qin Feng said. Communication terminated. Zhao Xian ended the call. The buzzing sound faded. The reading room fell silent once more. Qin Feng picked up the black communicator and slipped it back into his pocket. He looked at Old Wang. Old Wang's body trembled uncontrollably in his chair. His face bore no trace of emotion. Only one thing remained, a deathly, ashen despair. He had lost. He had lost so completely. He had lost without leaving even a shred of hope. He believed he held the doomsday button to the world. But the other end of that button connected to the gate leading straight to his own personal hell. Ah! Old Wang suddenly let out a howl unlike any human cry. The cry was filled with resentment, regret, and endless terror. He leapt from his chair like a rabid beast and charged toward the nearest bookshelf. He wanted to die. He wanted to smash his head against it and die right there. He refused to face Zhao Xian. He didn't want to face the judgment brought by that file, a judgment he couldn't bear. But he didn't manage to take 2 steps. A figure moved faster than him. A Dao's figure appeared before him. A Dao made no unnecessary movements. He simply extended his hand, delivering a precise karate chop to the back of Old Wang's neck. Ugh! Old Wang let out a muffled groan. His body slumped limply to the ground. A Dao caught him, hoisting him onto his shoulder like a sack of grain. Ghost! Qin Feng spoke. Yes. Ghost replied. He walked up to the administrator he had subdued. Cold sweat covered the administrator's face. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with pleading. The ghost gave him no chance to beg for mercy. His hand slashed down on the back of the man's neck. The administrator also lost consciousness. The ghost dragged him to the corner. He retrieved 2 sets of specially designed restraints from his gear and bound the 2 unconscious administrators tightly. Gecko! Qin Feng said again. Yes. Gecko responded. Check the scene. Erase all our traces. Not a single hair should be left behind. Understood. Gecko sprang into action. He retrieved specialized equipment from a small carry-on bag. An ultraviolet detector and electrostatic collector. He began meticulously inspecting every inch of the floor they'd walked on and every object they touched. Qin Feng walked over to the collapsed bookshelf. Scattered across the floor lay precious ancient texts. He bent down and picked one up. He brushed the dust off its cover and placed it back on a nearby bookshelf that remained standing. Then the second, then the third. Quietly, he began to return each scattered volume to its proper place, one by one. A Dao stood nearby, carrying Old Wang on his back, saying nothing. After dispatching the 2 guards, Ghost stood there silently as well. The gecko meticulously cleaned the scene. No one urged him on. Time seemed to slow down here. 5 minutes later. The gecko stood up straight and gave Qin Feng a done gesture. Qin Feng, having just finished, placed the last ancient text back on the bookshelf. He brushed the dust off his hands. He glanced around the reading room. Here, aside from the collapsed bookshelf and the two men bound in the corner, everything else remained exactly as it had been when he first arrived. Even the tea set on the table had been neatly rearranged by him, as if nothing had ever happened here. Qin Feng walked over to Adeo's side. He glanced at the unconscious old man slumped over Adeo's shoulder. He has one final question, Qin Feng said suddenly. Adao froze for a moment. Qin Feng reached out and pressed firmly on the filter point of Old Wang's nose. Old Wang's body jerked violently. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze remained unfocused and filled with despair. He stared at Qin Feng, mere inches away, his lips trembling. Who are you? He mustered every ounce of strength to ask this question. It was the only answer he wanted to know now. He wanted to know who he had lost to. Qin Feng looked at him. His face remained utterly expressionless. Me? I'm just a debt collector. After speaking, Qin Feng no longer looked at him. He turned and walked toward the entrance of the reading room. Let's go. His voice echoed softly through the empty reading room. Chapter 141, The True Master of Leviathan. Adao carried Old Wang on his back, following behind Qin Feng. Ghost and Gecko flanked them, one on each side. The four of them stepped out of the reading room door. The corridor outside stretched long and dark, devoid of light. Only the faint glow of the green emergency exit sign in the distance provided any light. Their footsteps were light, almost blending into the darkness. They passed row after row of bookshelves. Those shelves, like sleeping giants, cast enormous shadows in the darkness. The air carried the scent of old paper and ink. No one spoke. The entire library held only the four of them. They descended the stairs. They arrived in the first-floor hall. The hall was empty, their footsteps echoing faintly within. Moonlight streamed through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, casting patches of silver across the polished floor. They approached the library's entrance. It was a heavy, double-glass door. The ghost led the way. He reached out, ready to push the door open. His hand had already touched the cold door handle. Wait! Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. The ghost's hand froze. Adao and Gecko also halted their steps. All three of them turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around. His gaze fell upon the unconscious man slumped over Adeo's shoulder. Put him down, Qin Feng said. Adao didn't ask why. He bent down and gently placed Old Wang from his shoulders onto the ground. Wang Lao lay on the cold ground, his body curled up, motionless. Qin Feng walked over to him and crouched down. He looked at the old man's pale, wrinkled face. His fingers pressed against a specific spot on Old Wang's neck. Old Wang's body twitched once more. He let out a groan, his eyelids fluttering. Slowly, he opened his eyes once more. His gaze was even more unfocused and hollow than before. When he recognized the figure before him as Qin Feng, his body instinctively recoiled. A fearful whimper escaped his throat. Don't be afraid. Qin Feng spoke. His voice was low, devoid of emotion. I won't kill you. You will live to be delivered to Zhao Xin. At the mention of Zhao Xin, Old Wang's body trembled even more violently. You know full well what will happen once you're in his hands. Qin Feng continued. That file, Leviathan, will become your epitaph. Zhao Xin will take that file and go through it with you, line by line. Every name, every transaction, every shady deal. He'll be very patient. This process could take a very long time. A month, half a year, or a year. By the time he's finished asking all his questions, your value will have been completely drained. Then you'll face a public trial. All your crimes, all your family's scandals, will be laid bare for all to see. You will stand at that dock, confessing everything before the eyes of the world. Finally, on some early morning, a bullet will end your disgraced life. Qin Feng was stating a fact. An inevitable future awaiting Old Wang. Each word cut like a small knife, slicing back and forth across Old Wang's nerves. Wang Lao's breathing grew ragged. His eyes filled with utter terror. He could picture the scene. It would be 10,000 times more agonizing than killing him outright. I'll give you a choice. Qin Feng stared at him. Tell me one thing that isn't recorded in that file. Something valuable. In exchange, I can make a suggestion to Zhao Xin. Make your trial private. Let your death come with a modicum of dignity. Old Wang stared at Qin Feng, his lips trembling. He was like a drowning man clutching at the last straw. But he couldn't believe it. Why would you help me? His voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. I'm not helping you. Qin Feng replied. I'm just making a deal. Using your last shred of worth to buy a less painful ending. You don't have time to think. 10 seconds. 10, 9. Qin Feng began the countdown. His voice was cold and steady. Like the stopwatch of the Grim Reaper. I said. As Qin Feng reached 7, Old Wang mustered every ounce of strength to shout. Qin Feng halted his countdown. He watched Old Wang silently, waiting for him to continue. Old Wang gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. His eyes darted wildly between terror and the raw will to survive. A long time passed. He spoke in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand Organization. Its supreme leader. Code name. The Emperor. He uttered the name. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He was waiting. He's coming to China. Old Wang's voice trembled even more violently. He's coming in person. Why? Qin Feng asked. Leviathan. Old Wang struggled to utter those 3 words. The Leviathan's data is crucial to him. Some core data relates to his most crucial plans. He trusts no one. He intends to retrieve that data personally. This was our prior agreement. I'm responsible for safeguarding it, then handing it over to him personally. When? Qin Feng asked again. This month. Old Wang replied. Within this month. He'll contact me through special channels. Then we'll confirm the time and location for the handover. He finished speaking. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with pleading. He had already revealed his final and greatest secret. Qin Feng stared at him, silent for a moment. Then he stood up. I understand. He said. He turned away, no longer looking at Old Wang on the ground. A Dao. Yes. Put him out of his misery. Qin Feng's voice was soft. A Dao stepped before Old Wang. Fear had vanished from Old Wang's face. Instead, a look of relief appeared on his face. He slowly closed his eyes. A Dao raised his hand. His hand blade descended once more. This time, the force was greater. The strike landed in a far more lethal spot. Old Wang's body jerked violently. Then, he lay utterly still. He was dead. Without pain. Qin Feng had kept his promise. Ghost, take care of it. Qin Feng said. Ghost stepped forward, pulling a small vial from his person. He poured some of the colorless liquid from the bottle onto Old Wang's body. Old Wang's corpse began to change at a visible pace. But it wasn't decay. Rather, it resembled a process of weathering. Qin Feng did not watch the process unfold. He walked to the library entrance. This time, he reached out and pushed open the heavy glass door himself. Squeak! The door hinges emitted a faint creak. Outside, the crisp, cool air rushed in. The night remained deep and still. The campus lay in silence. In the distance, the city lights resembled a distant sea of stars. Qin Feng stepped outside. A Dao, Ghost, and Gecko followed behind him. Behind them, the library doors slowly closed on their own, sealing everything within in darkness. They approached a black minivan parked beneath the shade of trees. Qin Feng opened the door and climbed inside. The other 3 followed suit, boarding one after another. A Dao took the driver's seat and started the engine. The vehicle glided silently out of the campus grounds, merging onto the city's empty streets. Inside the car, no one spoke. Qin Feng took out the black encrypted communicator. He pressed a few buttons and connected to a line. Phoenix. I'm here. Phoenix's voice came through. Record the last segment of the conversation just now. Encryption level, maximum. Send it immediately to Zhao Xin. Add a note with my recommendation. Operation codename Purification. Understood. Phoenix replied. Target of the operation, the Emperor. Qin Feng finished speaking and ended the transmission. He slipped the communicator back into his pocket. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. One hunt had ended. And another, greater hunt, had only just begun. Chapter 142, One List, Half the World. Under the cover of night, the military airfield's runway lights stretched like 2 silent rivers of stars into the distance. A black transport aircraft, devoid of any markings, touched down smoothly at the end of the runway. The cargo door opened. Qin Feng stepped out first. Following behind him were Adeo, Ghost, and Gecko. 4 people set foot on the soil of the capital. On the tarmac, a row of black Hongqi limousines had been waiting silently. Beside the vehicle stood a man in military uniform. His rank was colonel. It was Li Rue. Behind Li Rue stood 2 rows of fully armed soldiers. Their expressions were solemn, their stances rigidly upright. As Qin Feng descended the aircraft, Li Rue immediately stepped forward to greet him. His stride was quick and steady. Night Owl. He came to a halt before Qin Feng and rendered a standard military salute. His movements were meticulous. His eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Admiration, curiosity, and a hint of reverence he hadn't even recognized in himself. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Where is Deputy Minister Zhao? He asked. The commander is at the command center. Li Rue replied. He instructed me to meet you here. What about the items? Li Rue's gaze fell on the black signal blocking bag in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng handed the bag to him. Li Rue extended both hands and took it with care. The bag wasn't heavy. But Li Rue felt as though he was holding the weight of the entire world in his hands. He knew it contained the legendary file codenamed Leviathan. He dared not imagine the storm it would unleash. "Let's go," Qin Feng said. Li Rui immediately turned and opened the rear door of the lead Hongqi sedan. Qin Feng climbed inside. Li Rui closed the door and slid into the passenger seat. The convoy slowly began to move. It left the tarmac and headed deeper into the base. The car was quiet. Through the rearview mirror, Li Rui observed Qin Feng seated in the back. Qin Feng leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, as if resting. Li Rui had many questions he wanted to ask. About everything that had happened in the library. About old Wang. About that file. But not a single word escaped his lips. He knew the rules. What should not be asked must never be asked. The convoy came to a halt before a heavily guarded building. This was Base 0 of the capital military district. It was also Zhao Xian's temporary command center. Qin Feng and Li Rui got out of the vehicle. Li Rui, carrying the black bag, led the way ahead. They passed through 3 identity verification points and 2 metal detectors. They boarded a dedicated high-speed elevator, descending 50 meters underground. The elevator doors opened. They entered a spacious, futuristic command hall. At the center of the hall stood a massive main screen, composed of dozens of smaller screens. The screen displayed a complex global data stream. Dozens of personnel in military uniforms sit at their respective consoles, working with intense focus and orderly efficiency. The rhythmic clatter of keyboards filled the air. Zhao Xian stood before this massive main screen. His back was turned toward the elevator entrance, his hands clasped behind him. His figure appeared exceptionally tall and imposing. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around. His gaze immediately locked onto the black bag in Li Rui's hands. His expression was complex. "You're back," he said to Qin Feng. "Back," Qin Feng replied. Li Rui stepped forward and placed the black bag on a metal conference table at the center of the command center. "Commander, the items are here," he said. Zhao Xian approached. He stood before the conference table, staring at the black bag. He remained silent for a long time, as if making a momentous decision. Finally, he reached out and unzipped the bag. From within, he pulled out that plain, ordinary manila envelope. On the cover, in red letters, was written that startling word. Leviathan. Zhao Xian's fingers gently traced the letters. His fingers trembled slightly. Slowly, he untied the cotton string securing the envelope. He emptied its contents onto the table. No paper documents. Only a black solid-state drive about the size of a USB flash drive. And another item, the black countdown device that Qin Feng had confiscated. Zhao Xian picked up the solid-state drive. "Phoenix," he called out into the air. A woman in a white lab coat emerged from behind a console in the corner. It was Phoenix, connected to the standalone physical server. Zhao Xian handed her the hard drive. "Highest security protocol." "Understood." Phoenix took the hard drive and turned to leave. Zhao Xian's gaze fell once more upon the countdown device. He picked it up and examined it closely. "Where's old Wang?" he asked Qin Feng. "He's dead," Qin Feng replied. Zhao Xian's movements paused for a moment. He looked up at Qin Feng. "I received your recording," he said. "And your suggestion. I'll consider it. But a live witness is more valuable. His final value is already in that recording," Qin Feng said. "Keeping him alive will only cause trouble." Zhao Xian fell silent. He knew Qin Feng was right. A man like old Wang knew too much and was involved in too many things. Allowing him to live and face trial would unleash countless uncontrollable variables. Making him vanish without a trace was the best course of action. "Reporting to the commander." Phoenix's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Data imported. Files decrypted." Every movement in the command center froze. All eyes turned toward Phoenix. Zhao Xian's body tensed. He stared at Phoenix. "Project the contents onto the main screen," he issued the command. "Yes." Phoenix made a few adjustments on her console. The massive main screen at the center of the command hall. The display switched. Gone were the intricate data streams. Instead, a list appeared. A list so long it stretched beyond sight. Countless names filled the list. Each name was followed by their position, nationality, and a folder icon. A collective gasp filled the hall. Li Rui stood there, staring at the names on the screen, feeling his breath catch in his throat. He saw the current Secretary of State of M Nation. He saw the leader of Japan's ruling party. He saw the president of the European Central Bank. He saw the founders of Wall Street's top 10 financial giants. He saw countless names that only appeared in international news reports. Each one stood at the pinnacle of the world's power pyramid. And now, their names all appeared on this list. Like a group of prisoners awaiting trial. Zhao Xian stood before the screen, his fists clenched tightly. His gaze swept across the names of foreign dignitaries one by one. Then, he noticed another section of the list. It was the names of Chinese nationals, business tycoons, academic luminaries, There were some names he recognized. Names he had once respected, even regarded as colleagues. His face turned ashen. His body trembled slightly with rage. He finally understood why old Wang had dared to name this dossier Leviathan. Because it truly was a terrifying sea monster capable of overturning the world. Open one. Zhao Xian's voice was hoarse. Open any one. Phoenix's fingers danced across the keyboard. She selected the first name on the list. Secretary of State of M Nation, John Claude. She clicked the folder icon. Countless files instantly filled the screen. Photos, videos, audio recordings, bank transfer records, encrypted email correspondence. The contents were shocking. From the first bribe he accepted in his youth, to the deals he made with organized crime for his election campaign. Then the assassination he orchestrated to cover up the scandal. Every sin of his life, every secret he dared not reveal. All laid bare, documented here. Like a meticulous, personal chronicle of criminal acts. Dead silence filled the command center. Everyone was too stunned by the screen's contents to speak. Enough. Zhao Xian closed his eyes. Shut it down. Phoenix immediately cut off the projection. The main screen returned to its previous data stream interface. But the list from moments ago, its shocking contents, had already been deeply etched into the minds of everyone present. Zhao Xian slowly turned around. He looked at Qin Feng. His gaze was heavier than ever before. Night Owl. Do you know what you've brought back? Qin Feng looked at him. I know. This isn't incriminating evidence. This is a trump card that could reshape the world's landscape for the next 50 years. An ace that belongs to China. Zhao Xian took a deep breath. He walked up to Qin Feng. He reached out and slapped Qin Feng's shoulder hard. What you've accomplished is far more than just an arrest. You've achieved an extraordinary feat for this nation. His demeanor was no longer that of a superior issuing orders to a subordinate. Instead, it was a genuine, equal, and respectful demeanor. It was even a sense of reliance. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He simply gazed quietly at Zhao Xian. This is only the beginning. He said. Chapter 143, New Mission, Codename, Purification. Zhao Xian's hand paused on Qin Feng's shoulder. He looked into Qin Feng's eyes, which held not a single ripple. As if the world-shaking dossier he'd just seen held no particular significance to him. Zhao Xian slowly withdrew his hand. He turned to face the command center staff, all of whom were still reeling in shock. His voice regained its usual authority and composure. Everyone. Hear my command. Every person in the hall immediately stood at attention, their expressions solemn. Effective immediately, all information pertaining to the Leviathan files is classified as top-secret state information. No one is permitted to disclose a single word to the outside world in any form. Leakers will be prosecuted for treason. Understood? Understood. The uniform reply echoed through the hall. Phoenix. Zhao Xian looked at Feng Wang. Yes, Commander. Triple encrypt the Leviathan files. Establish the highest access restrictions. No one may access it except myself and those with direct authorization from the highest level. Understood. Phoenix immediately turned and returned to her console to execute the orders. Zhao Xian turned his gaze back to Li Rue. Li Rue. Present. You will lead a team to conduct preliminary verification of all personnel listed in the files who are within our national territory. Remember, this is only a verification. Do not alert anyone. I want an assessment report. Assess the potential impact on us if these individuals are eliminated. Yes, sir. Li Rue saluted and turned to begin organizing his team. The command center once again fell into a tense yet orderly rhythm of work. Yet everyone knew something had changed. An invisible, colossal storm was quietly brewing at the highest levels of this nation. Only after handling all these matters did Zhao Xian return to Qin Feng's side. He motioned for Qin Feng to follow him into a small conference room adjacent to the command center. The conference room door closed, shutting out all outside noise. Only the two of them remained inside. Sit. Zhao Xian pointed to a chair beside the conference table. He pulled out a chair for himself and sat down. He pulled out a pack of unbranded cigarettes from his pocket and offered Qin Feng one. Qin Feng waved it off. Zhao Xian lit one for himself. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled the smoke. The smoke blurred his stern face. Now, tell me about your suggestion. Zhao Xian spoke. Operation Codename Purification. Target, the Emperor. Qin Feng stared at him. Old Wang is dead. The Ghost Hand Organization's highest-ranking liaison within China is gone. If the Emperor wants to retrieve his portion of the core data, he must send a new liaison or come in person. According to the last intelligence provided by Old Wang, he will come personally. Zhao Xian nodded. Do you think this intelligence is reliable? 90%. Qin Feng replied. A man like Old Wang wouldn't trade lies for a meaningless quick death in his final moments. He would only use his most valuable secret as his final bargaining chip. And the whereabouts of the emperor were his most valuable secret. Zhao Xin tapped the ash from his cigarette. Good. I trust your judgment. But we know nothing about this emperor. We don't know his identity, we don't know his appearance, we don't know how he'll enter the country. China is vast. Finding one person is like searching for a needle in a haystack. We know. Qin Feng said. Zhao Xin paused in surprise. You know? Phoenix is conducting a deep analysis of the Leviathan's raw data. Qin Feng explained. Old Wang mentioned that the emperor sought to retrieve a portion of the core data. This indicates that within that massive archive, certain data poses a direct threat to the emperor personally or to his most crucial plans. Phoenix's mission is to locate this specific data. By analyzing the implications of this data, we can roughly deduce the emperor's identity and background, as well as his potential objectives. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. This plan is sound. But it will take time. He could enter the country at any moment. We can't wait. Therefore, we must take the initiative. Qin Feng said. How do we take the initiative? Zhao Xian asked. Set a trap. Qin Feng replied. We need to let the emperor know that old Wang is dead. The Leviathan files are now in our possession. Only then will he panic. It's when people panic that they show their weaknesses. Zhao Xian looked at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with approval. How do you plan to deploy this bait? I need to convene a high-level video conference. Qin Feng stated. To report the Leviathan incident to the highest authorities. This meeting must include the highest level participation. I intend to formally propose establishing the Purification Task Force in front of everyone. Zhao Xian understood. He grasped Qin Feng's intent. At a meeting of this caliber, the attendees were the true core of this nation. Among these individuals may be members of the Ghost Hand organization or those connected to the emperor. Qin Feng's mission was to use this conference to deliver the message precisely into the emperor's ears. This was a straightforward, open strategy. I understand. Zhao Xian stubbed out his cigarette butt. I'll handle the meeting arrangements. It will be held in 1 hour. What else do you need? I need authorization. Qin Feng said. Full operational authority. I demand full command of this purification operation. I need the authority to mobilize and integrate every available resource at our disposal, including elite units from multiple departments, the military, state security, intelligence, and others. I want them all under my command. Zhao Xian stared at Qin Feng, falling silent. This demand was no small matter. It amounted to placing command over a portion of the nation's most critical violent and intelligence apparatus into the hands of Qin Feng alone. Such a precedent had never existed in the history of China. Qin Feng did not press him. He simply waited quietly for Zhao Xian's response. The conference room fell silent. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. A long time passed. Zhao Xian slowly nodded. All right. He uttered a single word. I'll request this authorization for you from the highest level. I trust they will grant it. Because right now, only you can handle the emperor. Only you can command this purification operation. He stood up and walked to Qin Feng's side. His expression was utterly grave. Night Owl. From this moment on, you are no longer a shadow carrying out covert missions. You are the commander-in-chief of this national-level counter-terrorism operation. He extended his hand toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng rose to his feet. He grasped Zhao Xian's hand. Two hands clasped firmly together. This was not merely an authorization. It was a profound entrustment. A nation entrusted its future security into the hands of this young man. I still need 2 more people. Qin Feng said. Who? Li Rui and Feng Wang. I need them to serve as my deputies. Agreed. Zhao Xian agreed without hesitation. From this moment on, they are your men. The entire Zero base is at your command. Their hands relaxed. A brand new, immensely powerful special task force for purification was formally established at this very moment. Its first and only target was the mysterious emperor about to set foot on Chinese soil. Chapter 144, a meeting attended only by bigwigs, with a bit of a tense atmosphere. The conference room door was closed. Exactly 1 hour had passed. 4 people occupied the room. Qin Feng sat in a chair. Zhao Xian stood beside him. Li Rui and Feng Wang stood on the opposite side of the room, their bodies held perfectly straight. At the front of the conference room was a massive screen. The screen was black at that moment. The time had come. The screen lit up. Individual video windows appeared one by one. In each window sat a person. Some wore military uniforms with stars on their shoulders. Others wore traditional Chinese suits, their expressions solemn. They were the leaders of various departments within the nation. Their decisions could shape the destinies of countless people. Their gazes converged through the cameras upon this small conference room. Zhao Xian stepped forward. He stood before the main seat at the conference table. His gaze swept across every face on the screen. Everyone. Zhao Xian's voice rang out. I have called this emergency meeting because an incident has occurred that threatens to undermine the very foundations of our nation. On the screen, every expression froze. They looked at Zhao Xian, awaiting his next words. We intercepted a file. Codename, Leviathan. Its contents reveal a vast, transnational criminal organization. Its reach extends far beyond what any of us could have imagined. The file itself is a weapon. Zhao Xian paused. He let the information ferment in everyone's minds. More crucially, the supreme leader of this organization, codenamed the Emperor, is about to enter the country. His objective is to retrieve the core data from this file. This is an unprecedented threat. And an unprecedented opportunity. An opportunity to eradicate this cancer at its root. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. On the screen, every face was deep in thought. The news was too shocking. No one spoke immediately. Zhao Xian shifted his body slightly to the side. His hand pointed toward Qin Feng, seated behind him. This is Comrade Qin Feng. The Leviathan files, he brought them back. The operation targeting the Emperor was also his proposal. I propose. Establish a special task force for purification. The objective, apprehend or eliminate the Emperor. I propose that Comrade Qin Feng serve as the overall commander of this operation. He shall have full authority to mobilize all necessary resources. Zhao Xian's words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake. The silence was shattered. On the screen, a bespectacled man with an intellectual demeanor raised his hand. Below his video window, his credentials were displayed. Ministry of State Security, Vice Minister, Shen Yunfei. Comrade Zhao Xian. Shen Yunfei's voice came through the speaker. I have a question. Zhao Xian looked at him. Please proceed. This Comrade Qin Feng you mentioned. Shen Yunfei's gaze pierced through the screen, landing squarely on Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't move. He simply sat there quietly. What is his rank? What is his military rank? Which department does he belong to? Shen Yunfei fired off 3 questions in succession. Zhao Xian fell silent. Shen Yunfei continued. I just had my secretary check the internal personnel records of the entire military and the state security system. No such person exists. A person who doesn't exist within this system. Comrade Zhao Xian, you want him to command an operation involving the nation's highest security? Shen Yunfei's voice rose slightly. This violates every regulation. This violates every procedure. It could even be called absurd. Entrusting national security to someone of unknown origin. This is irresponsible toward the nation. It is irresponsible toward the people. Shen Yunfei's words carried significant weight. After he finished speaking, the person in the other window on the screen also spoke up. It was an elderly man in military uniform. Zhao Xian, Vice Minister Shen's words are reasonable. This is a matter of great consequence. We must proceed with caution. Command authority is no trivial matter. The overall commander of an operation must possess sufficient credentials, ample experience, and most crucially, a clear and legitimate identity. What does this young man have? Another voice spoke up. I concur. I believe the Ministry of State Security and the Military Command should establish a joint command center. Select elite personnel to jointly oversee responsibilities. As for Comrade Qin Feng, since he is familiar with the situation, he can serve as an operational advisor. Advisor. The word, emanating from the loudspeaker, sounded jarring. Li Rui's fist clenched tightly. Phoenix's face grew as cold as ice. Zhao Xian's expression also darkened. But he held his ground. He knew this was the inevitable resistance he would encounter. These men occupied positions of power. They believed in rules, in procedures, in everything familiar to them. Qin Feng's existence shattered their understanding. An outsider to the rules. They instinctively rejected him, instinctively doubted him. Zhao Xian spoke up. I understand your concerns. But this is an extraordinary situation. The Emperor is about to enter our borders. We don't have time to go through the motions of establishing some joint command center. We have even less time for internal coordination and adjustments. We need someone who can make the final call. Someone who knows the enemy best. Comrade Qin Feng is that person. He brought back the Leviathan proof of his capability. Shen Yunfei sneered coldly. Comrade Zhao Xian, capability does not equate to authority. A single fortuitous success cannot justify granting supreme command authority. If everyone could rise above the rules based on a single achievement, wouldn't our entire system descend into chaos? I stand by my position. This matter must be led by the Ministry of State Security. We possess the most specialized intelligence analysis team, the most advanced technical tracking capabilities, and the richest experience in counter-infiltration operations. Entrusting this matter to us is the most prudent choice. Shen Yunfei's words garnered the approval of the majority. On the screen, many heads nodded in agreement. They turned their gaze toward Zhao Xian. Their gazes carried pressure. They looked at Qin Feng. Their gazes held scrutiny and distrust. In their eyes, Qin Feng was merely a young man pushed into the spotlight by Jiao Xin. Perhaps he possessed some unique abilities. But ultimately, he was beneath consideration. A pawn. A tool. The atmosphere in the meeting grew tense. Jiao Xin bore immense pressure. He knew that if he couldn't persuade these people, the purification operation would be mired in endless squabbling and internal strife. The window of opportunity would vanish in an instant. He took a deep breath, preparing to continue his argument. At that very moment, Qin Feng, who had remained silent, moved. He stood up. He walked over to Jiao Xin's side. He positioned himself directly in front of the camera. His gaze, calm and steady, met the eyes staring back at him from the screen. Every pair of eyes in the conference room was fixed on him, including Jiao Xin, Li Rui, and Feng Wang. They didn't know what Qin Feng intended to do. Qin Feng remained silent. He simply raised his hand. He made a gesture toward Feng Wang. Phoenix immediately understood. Her fingers flew across the control panel. The next second, the main screen in the conference room switched to a new display. Chapter 145, What gives you the right to command us? This. Qin Feng stood. His body showed no unnecessary movement. His gaze was calm. He stared at the screen, as if he were looking at every person behind it. The gesture he made was simple and clear. Phoenix's fingers had already landed on the console keyboard. In the conference room, you could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of keys being struck remained. The sound was crisp and continuous, like urgent raindrops pounding on everyone's heart. Xin Yunfei looked at Qin Feng. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He believed the young man was putting on airs. What kind of waves could someone with no trace of existence possibly stir up? What could he possibly use to prove himself? A forged resume? A doctored video clip? Everyone here was sharp as a tack. These cheap tricks wouldn't fool anyone. The screen went black. For 1 second. Then, it lit up again. No longer did it display split video windows. Instead, a massive, intricately structured chart filled the screen. At the top of the chart, a line of text appeared. Ghost Hand Organization's fund transfer flowchart over the past 3 years, exploiting monitoring vulnerabilities of China's third intelligence agency to transfer funds overseas. Those words struck like a sledgehammer. It struck Xin Yunfei like a hammer. His pupils contracted in an instant. His body instinctively leaned forward. He wanted to see more clearly. The diagram displayed countless nodes. Countless lines. The lines extended outward from the country, like a vast spider web covering half the globe. Each line was marked with dates, amounts, and details of the accounts receiving and sending funds. All those accounts were identified only by codes and aliases. But at the very center of the diagram, at the very source of the outflowing funds, a red, conspicuous box. Inside it, 4 characters are written. Third Intelligence Division. What is this? Xin Yunfei's voice was dry. This is slander. It's a forgery. Complete nonsense. His reaction was swift. He denied it immediately. Qin Feng didn't look at him. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the screen. He spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear clearly. Phoenix. Yes. Zoom in on the bottom left corner of the chart, the capital flow for April 17, 2022. Phoenix's fingers danced across the keyboard. The chart on the screen instantly enlarged. A distinct area came into sharp focus. The complete path of a capital flow. April 17, 2022, 3:21 p.m. Qin Feng's voice sounded as if he were reading from a report. A total of 730 million yuan was split and consolidated through 17 different shell company accounts within 15 minutes. At 3:36 p.m., this fund flowed through a network node monitored by 3rd Intelligence Division into an encrypted account located in Switzerland. Account code name, Nightingale. Account holder, Ghost Hand Organization, European Finance Director. Qin Feng finished. He looked at Xin Yunfei. Deputy Minister Shen. Do you need me to read out every single one of the 127 fund transfers totaling 34.5 billion yuan over the past 3 years? Xin Yunfei's lips trembled. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. The color drained from his face, bit by bit. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The chart on the screen. Too detailed. Every single timestamp, every account code, all precise and accurate. This wasn't forged. You couldn't fake something like this. This was real. This means that the 3rd Intelligence Division of the Ministry of State Security, under his supervision, has been like a sieve over the past 3 years, allowing others to take whatever they wanted. And he, as the highest-ranking official, knew nothing about it. This is a colossal dereliction of duty. It was a scandal serious enough to strip him of his uniform immediately. No, impossible. Xin Yunfei muttered to himself. The 3rd Bureau's firewall is the most advanced in the entire country. We have triple physical isolation and the highest level encryption algorithms. There's no way such a massive breach could exist. Absolutely impossible. He seemed to be trying to convince himself. Qin Feng watched him. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes. It was pity. Phoenix. Overlay and compare the update logs for version 7 of the three-party cybersecurity protocol with the timeline of Ghost Hand's fund transfers. The Phoenix's fingers tapped again. On the screen, beside the chart, two timelines appeared. One displayed the update history of the three firewalls. The other displayed the exact timestamps of every successful fund transfer. A clear pattern emerged before everyone's eyes. Every large-scale fund transfer occurred within 48 hours of the new firewall security protocol being updated. This was the system's break-in period. It was also the window period most prone to unknown vulnerabilities. The adversary has consistently exploited this window with pinpoint precision. It was as if they could foresee every single system update at the three offices in advance. Or rather, the vulnerabilities were deliberately planted with each update. A deathly silence hung over the conference room. On the screen, the faces of the other executives no longer bore their usual composure and authority. Instead, shock, fury, and utter disbelief filled their expressions. Their gazes pierced Qin Yunfei like knives. Qin Yunfei staggered. He slumped into his chair. He understood. This wasn't negligence. This was an insider. A massive mole had emerged from within his own ranks. And this mole must be of considerable rank. Qin Feng's voice sounded once more. Like the final judgment. You ask me, on what grounds do I command? Because I know who your enemy is. And some of you don't even know for whom your gates stand open. Qin Feng took a step forward. He drew closer to the camera. His gaze sharpened. You ask me what qualifies me? Phoenix, retrieve the personal file of Li Wei, Deputy Director of the Technical Department at 3rd Intelligence Division. A man's photo and resume appeared on the screen. Next, retrieve the transaction records for the overseas property purchase last year by Li Wei's wife. Another document appeared on the screen. It was a waterfront villa in Vancouver. Sale price, 5 million Canadian dollars. Next, pull up the anonymous donation records received by the private school attended by Li Wei's son. Another bank statement appeared on the screen. Amount, £1 million sterling. Evidence. One piece after another. Like chains, they wrapped around Qin Yunfei's neck, squeezing the life out of him. Li Wei, the confidant he had personally promoted. His most trusted technical expert. Qin Feng turned away. His gaze shifted away from the screen. He looked at Zhao Xian, Li Rui, and Feng Wang in the conference room. But his words were directed at everyone behind the screen. Ghost Hand has penetrated far deeper than you imagine. They move freely within our networks. Their agents have even infiltrated your offices. You're trying to fight them with your rules, your procedures. It's like trying to reason with a gang of gun-toting bandits using a legal code. The outcome is obvious. Finally, Qin Feng turned his gaze back to the camera. To Qin Yunfei, whose face had turned ashen. Deputy Minister Shen. Now, do you still need me to explain why your department's firewall, in my view, is no more effective than one made of paper? As the words fell, the entire meeting descended into complete, utter silence. Qin Yunfei did not respond. He couldn't answer. No one spoke up for him either. The influential figures who had previously echoed his views now fell silent. They looked at Qin Feng. In their eyes, there was no longer any trace of contempt or doubt. Only deep apprehension remained. And a hint of barely perceptible fear. This young man. Not only was he capable, he also held a knife in his hand. A sharp blade that could easily slit the throat of any one of them. Command? Now, that question seemed almost laughable. No one mentioned it again. And no one dared to bring it up again. Chapter 146, a report that silenced the entire conference room. The conference room fell silent. Qin Feng had finished speaking. He stood calmly, staring at the screen. On the screen, Qin Yunfei's face was ashen. His mouth hung slightly open, like a fish out of water. His breathing, amplified through the microphone, sounded like heavy gasps. The others in the room remained silent. Every window on the screen resembled a frozen painting. They stared at Qin Feng, their gazes complex. They looked at Qin Yunfei with icy stares. A deputy minister of the Ministry of State Security, the core department under his control, had been infiltrated like a sieve. This was an unimaginable scandal. And an unforgivable mistake. Qin Feng didn't give them much time to digest this reality. He broke the silence. Phoenix. His voice remained utterly flat. Next. Phoenix's fingers moved across the keyboard once more. Her movements were precise, without a hint of hesitation. The screen's display shifted once more. The spider web diagram of the fund flow vanished. In its place appeared a map. On the map, a red dot was clearly marked. Beside the red, a few words were written. Hongshire Port. This was one of the most crucial land border crossings between China and its neighboring countries. Every day, tens of thousands of tons of goods pass through here. Next to the map on the screen, photographs began to appear one after another. Each photo was an official ID picture of an individual. Below each photo were their names, ages, and positions. Customs Inspection Division, Deputy Section Chief, Wang Jianjun. Border Inspection Station, Duty Team 3, Captain, Zhou Tao. International Logistics Zone A, Dispatch Center, Director, Lu Ming. 12 photographs in total. 12 individuals. They were all personnel stationed at critical posts across Hongshi Port. Qin Feng spoke up. This list contains the undercover operatives planted by the Ghost Hand organization at Redstone Port. They exploited their positions to facilitate customs clearance for Ghost Hand's special cargo. These 12 individuals form a complete, closed chain. From inspection, to clearance, to logistics. They'd been operating steadily for 5 years. Qin Feng's tone was matter of fact. As if stating a fact unrelated to himself. Yet to those listening behind the screen, his words struck like thunder. A general in charge of border defense turned ashen in an instant. He picked up the red telephone on his desk, his lips moving, but ultimately did not dial the number. He knew this was not the time for a call. Instead, he fixed the 12 faces on the screen with a gaze that could have devoured them. Hongshi Port. A place he had personally inspected more than once. He had once praised its efficiency highly at a briefing. Now it seemed. That so-called efficiency was nothing but a joke. A colossal, dark joke. Qin Feng didn't pause. Like an emotionless machine, he continued to deliver the information. Phoenix. Retrieve the briefing for Operation Ghost Hand, codenamed the Mover. A document appeared on the other side of the screen. The file was encrypted, but it had now been fully decrypted. Over the past 5 years, Ghost Hand has transported 7 shipments of goods into the country via this route. First batch, 37 sets of high-precision gyroscope core components. Second batch, military-grade encryption chips, 50,000 units. The third batch. With each item Qin Feng listed, the expressions of the bigwigs behind the screen darkened further. These items were all strictly embargoed strategic materials. The leakage of any single item could inflict immeasurable damage on a vital sector of the nation. And now, they were being transported in as easily as ordinary goods. The final shipment. Qin Feng paused. 3 months ago. 20 kilograms of biological agent codenamed Seed. The specific purpose of this agent is unknown. But based on peripheral information from the Leviathan files, it may be used for attacks targeting specific genetic sequences. In other words, it's a prototype for a genetic weapon. Boom. It felt as if something had exploded inside everyone's mind. Genetic weapon. These 4 words carried implications far beyond ordinary crime. It was an act against humanity. It was the most fundamental threat to a nation, to an entire people. Compared to this, Shen Yunfei's scandal seemed almost trivial. The atmosphere in the conference room had become oppressively heavy. Everyone felt the air grow thick and stifling. They had believed they were merely confronting a massive criminal organization. Now they understood. They were facing a terrifying enemy that had brought the war right to their doorstep. And they had been utterly unaware until this moment. Qin Feng looked at them. He saw the expressions on their faces, a mix of shock, anger, and lingering fear. He knew the timing was still off. What he wanted wasn't their shock, but their absolute obedience. Phoenix. The final one. Phoenix's fingers pressed the final enter key. The map and list on the screen vanished. In their place appeared an operational plan. The plan's title read, Prometheus Fire. Below were detailed operational steps, personnel assignments, and a timeline. This is Ghost Hand, an infiltration operation scheduled for next week. Qin Feng's voice snapped everyone's attention back. The target is the National Advanced Materials Laboratory, located in the suburbs of Beijing. The objective is to steal all research data on the ZK-07 composite material. ZK-07 is the core material for our next-generation fighter jet, currently under strict confidentiality. Fewer than 20 people know this project exists. Qin Feng's gaze slowly swept across every window on the screen. Everyone present here is among those 20. The words pierced each person's heart like a cold needle. What did this imply? It meant that the tentacles of the Ghost Hand had already reached into the highest echelons of this nation's decision-making. There was a mole among them. Or, among those close to them, there was a mole. No one spoke. Everyone scrutinizes others. And scrutinizing themselves. Trust, in this moment, became incredibly fragile. According to the plan. Qin Feng continued. Their infiltration team, consisting of 4 members, entered the country yesterday through irregular channels. They are currently lying low in the capital. Next Wednesday, they will infiltrate the facility during the laboratory's security system upgrade. The entire operation is scheduled to take no more than 30 minutes. Qin Feng finished speaking. He presented 3 intelligence reports. The first revealed internal corruption within state security. The second revealed massive vulnerabilities in border defenses. The third piece revealed an imminent, deadly attack targeting the nation's core secrets. Each piece of intelligence shattered every prior doubt, every procedure, every rule. Those present were the nation's elite. They understood better than anyone else what these three pieces of intelligence signify. If the Ghost Hands plan succeeds, the consequences would be unimaginable. And now, the only one who could stop all this is the young man standing before them, the very one they had doubted just moments ago. The conference room fell deathly silent. Qin Yunfei, who had spoken with such conviction moments ago, now hung his head, lacking even the courage to look at the screen. The bigwigs who had echoed his words earlier were now silent. Their faces were etched with solemnity. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Qin Feng had completely changed. It was the look one gives to their last hope. Time ticked away, second by second. No one knew what to say. This meeting could no longer proceed according to its normal course. Qin Feng had crushed all conventions with his overwhelming power. At that very moment, a new window suddenly popped up on the screen. The window was red. Upon it, there was only a golden dragon-shaped emblem. Upon seeing this emblem, everyone present, including Zhao Xian, instinctively sat up straight. Their expressions turned solemn. This was a symbol they all recognized, one representing the highest authority. A connection request. From the highest echelons of this nation. Zhao Xian immediately pressed the answer button. No image appeared in the window. Only pitch blackness. Yet, an aged yet profoundly authoritative voice boomed through the speakers, filling the entire conference room. I hear you. Just three simple words. Yet everyone understood, everything that had just transpired had been heard. After a brief pause, the voice continued. I agree with Comrade Zhao Xian's proposal. Operation Purification will be fully overseen by Comrade Qin Feng. All departments are to cooperate unconditionally. This is in order. The voice faded. The crimson window vanished. As if it had never been there. Yet those final two words still echoed through the conference room. Order. An order from the highest level. The meeting ended. In a way no one had anticipated. Zhao Xian stood up. His gaze swept across the stunned faces on the screen. Everyone. Dismissed. One by one, the windows on the screen began to close. The bigwigs said not another word. With mixed emotions, they disconnected. Finally, only Qin Yunfei's window remained lit. He lifted his head and stared into the camera. His eyes were hollow, filled with despair. He knew his political career was over. Zhao Xian stared at him coldly. Deputy Minister Qin, stay in your office. Do not leave. Disciplinary department personnel will be arriving shortly. With that, Zhao Xian cut the connection. The giant screen plunged back into darkness. Silence fell over the conference room. But everyone knew. Something had changed. A massive storm had begun to unfold. Chapter 147, Phoenix's discovery points to an evergreen tree. The meeting concluded. The screens went dark and the room returned to its previous lighting. Li Rue exhaled a long breath. His back, unnoticed, had become drenched in sweat. Those brief minutes had been more nerve-wracking than any live fire exercise he'd ever endured. It wasn't the oppressive pressure of bullets flying everywhere. Rather, it was a clash of power and will from a higher plane. Silent and stealthy, yet every blow cut deep. He glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already returned to his seat. His face bore no expression. As if the meeting that had just shaken the entire capital's power circles to its core was, to him, nothing more than a trivial matter. Zhao Xian walked over and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. This time, his hand lingered. His eyes brimmed with emotion and an unprecedented trust. Qin Feng. Zhao Xian's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. From now on, go for it. Whatever you need, I'll provide. People, guns, money, authority. Whatever this country possesses, you may command. Qin Feng nodded. I require full operational control of Zero Base. Granted. Zhao Xian answered without hesitation. I require a command environment that is completely independent and free from any external interference. Understood. I need Phoenix's technical team on standby 24/7. Understood. Zhao Xian's answers were crisp and decisive. He looked at Qin Feng with unwavering resolve. From this moment on, I, Li Rue, and the entire Zero Base will follow your command. Qin Feng didn't say thank you. He simply stood up and walked over to the Phoenix's control console. Phoenix. Here. Phoenix responded immediately, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. She knew the real battle was only just beginning. How's the analysis of the Leviathan's raw data coming along? Qin Feng inquired. Reporting. Phoenix's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, bringing up a complex analysis interface. We've completed the initial screening and categorization of all data. The sheer volume is overwhelming, spanning finance, military, politics, technology, and more. It's like an all-encompassing encyclopedia of the dark world. Based on the final intelligence provided by Old Wang, the Emperor's objective is to retrieve a portion of the core data. We're conducting threat level assessments on all data to pinpoint the segment he values most. Phoenix spoke rapidly, her words clear and methodical. Any findings? Qin Feng asked. Yes. Phoenix's expression turned serious. We've uncovered a very peculiar phenomenon. Among all the data marked as the highest threat level, the largest proportion wasn't weapon blueprints, nor agent lists, nor even a political scandal involving a certain country. She paused, as if gathering her thoughts. But rather, raw data from a biological gene research project that had been sealed away for 20 years. Biogenetic? Li Rue beside her furrowed his brow. What does this have to do with the Ghost Hand organization? A transnational crime syndicate would be interested in 20-year-old research data? It did sound rather implausible. Phoenix didn't answer Li Rue. Her gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng. She knew he was the only one here capable of making a judgment. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Project code. He demanded. Prometheus. Phoenix replied. Project leader, Zhong Hanlin. Old Master Zhong? This time, even Zhao Xian was taken aback. Zhong Hanlin, Old Master Zhong. That name stood as a monument in China's biological sciences community. He was the foremost authority in the field, a national treasure among scientists. 20 years ago, the Prometheus project he spearheaded had stunned the world. The project's goal was to map the most complete human genome and unlock the key to curing all hereditary diseases. Later, due to certain insurmountable ethical issues and the limitations of technology at the time, the project was proactively halted by the authorities, and all research findings were sealed away. Disheartened by this outcome, Professor Zhong retired early. He withdrew from public life, rarely venturing out and no longer concerning himself with worldly affairs. A long-forgotten project. A scientist long since retired from the stage. How could they possibly be connected to the leader of the Ghost Hand organization, the Emperor? It all seemed utterly illogical. The Emperor wants this data. Qin Feng spoke. His voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself. Why? What use could he possibly have for research data from 20 years ago that was terminated? He's the head of a criminal organization, not a scientist. What he wants is profit, power, weapons that make him stronger. What could this data possibly give him? Qin Feng's fingers tapped unconsciously on the console. Once, then again. Rhythmically. The conference room fell into contemplation. Zhao Xian, Li Rue, and Feng Wang were all pondering this question. But they couldn't find the answer. The logical chain here was broken. Unless. Qin Feng's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Unless this data itself is a weapon. Or it could be used to create a weapon more terrifying than any conventional armament. His words sent a chill through everyone present. Phoenix. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Retrieve all information on Elder Zhong immediately. Where is he now? Who is responsible for his security detail? All recent visitor logs, communication records, and surveillance footage from around his residence. I need to know everyone he's been in contact with, everything he's said, and everything he's done. Do not overlook any anomalies. Yes, sir. Phoenix immediately began executing the orders. Countless data streams began converging on her console. Li Rue. Qin Feng turned his gaze back to Li Rue. Present. Take a squad immediately to the perimeter of Elder Zhong's residence. Establish a covert perimeter and maintain round-the-clock surveillance. Remember, it must be covert surveillance. Do not alert anyone, especially the security personnel around Old Master Zhong. I don't want our people to tip off the target. Understood. Li Rue saluted with a military gesture, then turned and hurried away. Comrade Zhao Xian. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Zhao Xian last. I need you to do something for me. Go ahead. I need you to use your authority to release a message through official media channels. What message? Zhao Xian inquired. A barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. It was the expression a hunter wears when spotting prey. Simply state that the nation honors the outstanding contributions of its senior scientists. It has been decided to restart the Prometheus project. And we will once again invite Mr. Zhong Hanlin, the esteemed Professor Zhong, to come out of retirement and serve as the project's chief advisor. Zhao Xian froze. He looked at Qin Feng, puzzled. This, why? Doesn't this effectively tell the Emperor that we've already set our sights on Old Master Zhong? It would put him in danger. Qin Feng shook his head. No. This isn't putting him in danger. This is telling the Emperor that the thing he desires most is about to be taken away by someone else. A shark lurks in the deep sea most of the time, you'd be hard-pressed to find it. But if you toss a piece of bloodied meat into the sea, it will swim toward you at top speed. Old Zhong and the Prometheus plan are that piece of blood-soaked meat. We've already cast the bait. Now, we just need to wait quietly for that shark to surface on its own. Zhao Xian understood. He grasped Qin Feng's intent. This was a bold strategy. An open and honest trap. He hesitated no longer. All right. I'll handle it immediately. Zhao Xian also turned and left the conference room. In the room, only Qin Feng and Feng Huang remained. Phoenix was still frantically processing data. Qin Feng walked over to her side, watching the constantly flickering information on the screen. Any results yet? Yes. Phoenix's fingers paused. On the screen, a file was finally locked in. Old Zhong currently resides at Jingxing Garden in the western suburbs of the capital. It's a facility specifically designated for retired senior officials and national treasure-level experts to recuperate. His security is handled by a special unit from the Central Guard Bureau, led by Colonel Chen Mo. His communication records are clean. Aside from family and a few old friends, he has almost no contact with the outside world. His visitor logs are equally sparse, consisting only of students and former subordinates who visit him regularly. But Phoenix retrieved a surveillance recording. 3 days ago, someone visited him. This person wasn't on his regular visitor list. The footage came from the surveillance camera at the main gate of Jingxing Garden. The image was somewhat blurry but discernible. A man wearing a black trench coat, a hat, and sunglasses stepped out of an unlicensed sedan. At the gate, he presented an ID to the guard. The guard immediately granted him access. Have you identified this individual? Qin Feng asked. Nothing came up. Feng Huang shook her head. The credentials he presented were top-level special passes with no recorded history. After entering the compound, he avoided all surveillance cameras. We don't know who he met with, nor when he left. He was like a ghost. Qin Feng stared at the blurred figure on the screen. His eyes narrowed further. A shark's sense of smell is far more acute than we ever imagined. He murmured. It's already caught the scent of blood. It has sent out its scouts. Qin Feng's gaze shifted away from the screen. He looked out the window. Outside lay the deep, subterranean caverns of Zero Base. Yet in his eyes, he seemed to already see the silent hunt about to unfold in the capital. Phoenix. Yes. Send a message to Adeo. Tell him to prepare to close the net. Our guest is almost here. Chapter 148. We cast the bait and the sharks couldn't resist. China National Television, Evening News. The anchor delivered the news in a steady tone. To advance the development of life sciences in our nation and tackle the challenges of genetic diseases, relevant authorities have recently decided to restart the Prometheus Genetic Research Project, which was shelved 2 decades ago. It is reported that the state has formally invited the program's founder, renowned Chinese biologist Mr. Zhong Hanlin, to return to the field and serve as the project's chief advisor. The news segment was brief. Buried among numerous domestic and international events, it went largely unnoticed. The average citizen might simply remark on the nation's emphasis on science. But to certain ears, this news struck like a thunderclap. Europe, an ancient castle hidden deep within the Alps. The flames in the fireplace burned quietly. A man sat before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. In his hand, a glass of red wine. The wine was a deep crimson, like flowing blood. Outside the window, snow-capped mountains stretch endlessly. Inside, warmth enveloped the room like spring. His face remained hidden in shadow. Only one hand was exposed to the light from the fireplace. It was a hand, exceptionally well maintained. Long fingers, pale skin. A tablet lay on the table before him. The screen played the very same news report from China National Television. The news segment ended. The anchor began delivering the next report. The man remained motionless. He sat there quietly. Like a statue. Time ticked by second. The logs in the fireplace crackled softly. Suddenly. Crack. A sharp crack. The man crushed the stemmed glass in his hand. Sharp shards of glass pierced his skin. Bright red blood dripped down, mingling with the remaining wine in the glass. He seemed oblivious to the pain. He slowly raised his head. In the shadows, a pair of eyes glowed. They were eyes filled with coldness and rage. Like a beast roused from its slumber. Zhong Hanlin. He ground out a name between clenched teeth. Prometheus. He rose to his feet. His tall figure cast a distorted shadow in the glow of the fireplace. He walked to a desk in the center of the room. He picked up an antique-looking satellite phone. He dialed a complex sequence of numbers. The call connected. It's me. His voice was low and hoarse. Carried an air of unquestionable authority. Plan B is cancelled. I've changed my mind. I'm going to China myself. A questioning voice seemed to come from the other end of the line. Why? The man's voice grew even colder. Because someone touched what belongs to me. I must retrieve it myself. And while I'm at it, erase everyone who knows it exists. With that, he hung up the phone. He walked to the window, gazing out at the endless snow-capped mountains beyond. A dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. He knew. The other party had begun to suspect. The other party had already found his Achilles heel. Restart the Prometheus project. This was more than a signal. It was a provocation. A blatant provocation aimed squarely at him. The other side was telling him, I know what you want and I refuse to let you have it. In fact, I'll dig it out of your memory and expose it to the world. This was something he could not tolerate. That secret must remain buried forever. Hua Xia. He had to go. Not only must he go, he must go under an identity so open and above board that no one could ever imagine it. He would walk into that realm, right under their noses. Then, take what he desired. Kill those he wished dead. Finally, he would withdraw unscathed. He would make those self-important opponents understand one thing: who the real emperor truly was. Base 0. Command Hall. Qin Feng stared at the massive screen before him. On the screen was an encrypted communication Phoenix had just intercepted. The decrypted content had been converted into text. The target has altered the plan. Confirmed to personally travel to China. Entry credentials are being verified. Estimated arrival time, 3 days. Phoenix turned to face Qin Feng. You guessed right. He couldn't sit still after all. Qin Feng's face showed no trace of surprise. Everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. His audacity surpasses even my expectations. Qin Feng murmured softly. He intends to come personally. This means he's absolutely confident he won't be exposed. Zhao Xin beside him wore a grave expression. The head of a transnational criminal organization is entering the country personally. What identity will he use? Fake documents? Smuggling? We must immediately notify Customs and Border Control to conduct the most rigorous screening of all incoming travelers. Qin Feng shook his head. It's too late. And it won't work anyway. Someone like him has 100 ways to slip through undetected if he wants to get in. He won't resort to such foolish methods. He'll choose the most unlikely yet safest method. Which way? Li Rui asked. Qin Feng's gaze returned to the screen. He'll use a genuine, legitimate identity, one we'd even have to treat with courtesy. He'll strut right in through the front door. Right in front of all of us. Zhao Xin and Li Rui both felt bewildered. This sounded like a fairy tale. How could a wanted criminal possibly enter the country openly under a legitimate identity? Phoenix. Qin Feng offered no explanation. Continue tracking. I need to know exactly what role he intends to play. I need his name, his identity, and the purpose of his journey. And who will be his host. Understood. Phoenix immediately plunged into the intense work. Countless data streams raced across the screens before her. She searched through the vast ocean of network information, seeking that one trace of the shark hidden in the deepest depths. Time slipped away in the waiting. 2 days later, a crisp alert sounded in Phoenix's office. Phoenix, who had been stationed at the console, perked up. She stared at the screen, where a newly matched piece of information had just appeared. A look of shock spread across her face. She picked up the internal communicator. Night Owl. Report to the command hall immediately. I found him. Right away. Qin Feng, Zhao Xin, and Li Rui all rushed to the command center. They looked at Phoenix. Who is he? Qin Feng asked. Phoenix took a deep breath. Her fingers tapped a few keys on the keyboard. A photograph of a man appeared on the massive main screen. He appeared to be around 50 years old. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an elegant, scholarly demeanor, a gentle smile on his face. Below the photo was his personal profile. Name, Archie Zhang. Nationality, United Kingdom. Position, Founder and Chief Scientist, Genesis Biotechnology Company, Limited. Archie Zhang? Zhao Xinlian uttered the name. Genesis Company? He seemed to recall something. The one ranked number 1 globally in gene editing and regenerative medicine? Yes. Phoenix nodded. That's the one. According to the latest diplomatic note we received, Mr. Alki, representing distinguished British-Chinese entrepreneurs, will arrive at Beijing Capital International Airport tomorrow at 10 a.m. The purpose of his visit is to discuss a biotechnology investment plan with Huakong Pharmaceuticals, China's largest pharmaceutical group, and leaders from relevant ministries. The total value of this plan may exceed 100 billion yuan. Phoenix concluded. The command center fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the news. 1. A world-renowned scientist. A super-wealthy tycoon wielding hundreds of billions in investments. A heavyweight figure poised to become the guest of honor at every major event. He was the emperor? How could this be? This is simply the most absurd plot twist imaginable. Are you sure? Zhao Xian's voice was slightly hoarse. Is the source of this information reliable? 100%. Phoenix's reply was unequivocal. We conducted big data modeling using fragmented information about the emperor from the Leviathan archives, including his spending habits, behavioral patterns, educational background, and even his preferred cigar brand. Then we matched this model against eligible targets worldwide. Ultimately, only one individual achieved a match exceeding 99%. This one, Archie. Phoenix pointed at the photo on the screen. And we discovered an even more intriguing detail. This Mr. Alki was once a student of Zhong Hanlin, the old master, 20 years ago. After the Prometheus project was terminated, he immediately left China for the UK. It was only later that he founded Genesis Corporation. This information was like the final piece of the puzzle. It connected all the seemingly unrelated clues. The answer was now self-evident. The Emperor was Archie. Alki was the Emperor. He had returned. He returned to this place he once left behind, now bearing a radiant identity. His target remained the same, that secret from 20 years ago. Li Rui's fists clenched until they cracked. That bastard. He dares to act so brazenly. I'm taking a team to the airport right now to set up a perimeter. The moment he steps off the plane, we'll arrest him. No. Qin Feng spoke up, rejecting his proposal. Why? Li Rui was puzzled. His current status is that of an officially invited foreign guest. We have no direct evidence to prove he is the Emperor. Arrest him at the airport, in front of all those media outlets and officials? Have you considered what kind of diplomatic incident that would cause? Qin Feng looked at Li Rui. So we just stand by and watch him walk in? Li Rui's tone brimmed with reluctance. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. We'll just stand by and watch him walk right in. Not only watch him come in. We'll prepare the grandest welcome ceremony for him. A cold smile flickered across Qin Feng's face. Doesn't he love putting on a show? Then we'll join him in putting on a proper show. He wants to be the star? Fine. But we'll write the ending to this play. He turned around, staring at the screen where a man smiled with refined elegance. Notify Adeo. Get ready to welcome our distinguished guest. Chapter 149, Welcome Ceremony. They went all out, but it was to greet the Grim Reaper. Beijing Capital International Airport. 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun was shining brightly. Outside the VIP entrance, a brand new red carpet lay rolled out. On either side of the carpet, rows of honor guards stood at attention. Their uniforms were crisp and sharp, their stances as straight as pine trees. Not far away, journalists from over a dozen major domestic and international media outlets had already set up their cameras and equipment. Flashbulbs and cameras were trained toward the direction of the helipad. The atmosphere was solemn yet vibrant. A black Hongqi sedan slowly came to a stop at the end of the red carpet. The door opened. A middle-aged man in a dark suit, his hair meticulously combed, stepped out of the vehicle. His name was Zhang Jiehe, chairman of Huakong Pharmaceuticals, a leading figure in China's pharmaceutical industry. Today, he would serve as the primary host to welcome a distinguished guest capable of reshaping the entire industry landscape. Zhang Jiehe's face betrayed an unmistakable mix of excitement and anticipation. He adjusted his tie and gazed intently at the sky. He had worked tirelessly for an entire year to secure this partnership. Genesis Corporation. In the global biotechnology field, it was a godlike entity. And its founder, Mr. Archie, was a legendary figure. Low-key, enigmatic, yet wielding cutting-edge technology capable of reshaping the future. If Huakong Pharmaceuticals could secure a partnership with Genesis Corporation, Huakong Pharmaceuticals would not merely remain a domestic leader. It would ascend to become a world-class giant. This opportunity, he must seize. At any cost. Several leaders from various ministries also stepped out of the vehicles behind. They stood alongside Zhang Jiehe, conversing in hushed tones. Their faces bore equally solemn expressions. 100 billion yuan investment. This served as a powerful shot in the arm for China's domestic biotechnology industry. From every perspective, this was an extraordinarily significant meeting. No one noticed. In a corner on the top floor of the airport terminal, behind an inconspicuous ventilation window, Adao held a high-powered telescope, his expression blank as he observed everything below. Behind him stood two members of the Dragon Thorn squad. Dressed in airport ground crew uniforms, they blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Snipers in position. Sniper Point 1, top of the control tower. Wind speed 3, humidity 45%, clear line of sight. Sniper Point 2, behind billboard 17, Zone C of Terminal T3. Clear line of sight. Sniping Point 3. The comm reports from the snipers echoed through Adeo's headset. Copy that. Adao replied in a low voice. Lock onto all suspicious targets. Do not fire without my order. Understood. He lowered his binoculars and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. This welcome ceremony was indeed quite elaborate. Too bad. What they were welcoming wasn't the god of wealth, but the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, inside an inconspicuous black minivan parked in the corner of the employee parking lot, Qin Feng, Li Rui, and Feng Wang sat before a screen. The screen was split into over a dozen separate feeds. Each frame came from a different surveillance angle. There were official airport surveillance feeds. There were hidden cameras they had set up themselves. And real-time footage transmitted from the sniper's scope. The entire welcoming scene was covered without a single blind spot. The target's private jet, Global Express 8000, has entered our national airspace. Phoenix's voice broke the silence inside the vehicle. Estimated landing in 15 minutes. Li Rue glanced at the screen, where the reception staff were beaming with excitement. His gaze held a complex mix of emotions. These people have no idea what they're about to face. They think they're welcoming a business tycoon. But they don't know he's a demon with blood on his hands. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the main screen. The panoramic view of the scene, stitched together from multiple camera feeds. Most people in this world live beneath the surface. He said calmly. What they see is only what others want them to see. Jiang City saw 100 billion yuan investment. Those officials saw dazzling political achievements. What they cannot see is that behind Alki's glamorous facade lies the dark empire of the emperor. Qin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. It's not their fault. Because the emperor's disguise is truly flawless. A successful scientist, a generous philanthropist, an industry leader driving human progress. Who could have imagined he would be the world's greatest source of evil? Li Rue fell silent. He knew Qin Feng was telling the truth. If not for the Leviathan files, no one would have linked Archie and the Emperor to identities as different as chalk and cheese. Why would he do such a thing? Li Rue couldn't help but ask. He already possessed immense wealth and status. Why would he go to the trouble of building an underground criminal empire? It doesn't make sense. Logic? Qin Feng smiled. That smile carried a hint of mockery. You're trying to understand a madman with logic? What the emperor pursues has never been money. Money is merely a tool to him. What he craves is absolute power that transcends all rules. He aspires to be the puppet master behind this world. He revels in the dual pleasure of playing the saint in the light while manipulating the devil in the shadows. Qin Feng's gaze grew profound. He is an extreme narcissist. He's also a complete and utter sociopath. You can't use conventional methods against someone like that. You have to be crazier than he is. You must, at the height of his triumph, shatter everything he built with his own hands. Only then can you truly destroy him. Phoenix lifted her head and looked at Qin Feng. So today, we just watch? Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Just watch. I want him to enter the country smoothly. I'll make sure he shakes hands with those people wearing fake smiles. I want him to ride in the most luxurious limousine and stay at the most exclusive hotel. I want him to attend the most prestigious banquet. I want him to feel like he's in control of everything. I will have him step by step onto the center stage we prepared for him. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Then, just as he believes he's about to deliver his most brilliant line, we will personally pull down the curtain. Tell him his performance is over. The atmosphere inside the car grew thick and heavy with Qin Feng's words. Li Rue and Feng Wang both felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was the absolute calm and cruelty of one who toys with their prey at will. Buzz. The roar of engines echoed through the sky. A sleek, white private jet appeared in everyone's field of vision. Emblazoned on its tail fin was a golden logo representing Genesis. It's here. Phoenix murmured. All eyes focused on the aircraft. The aircraft taxied smoothly, finally coming to a precise stop before the red carpet. The boarding stairs slowly descended. The journalists on site began to stir. Flashbulbs lit up the scene. Jiang City, accompanied by several officials, immediately approached with beaming smiles. They stood at the foot of the stairs, heads tilted upward, waiting. Awaiting the arrival of the distinguished guest who would usher in boundless possibilities for their future. Inside the business vehicle, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He merely spoke into the communicator in a detached tone. Adao. Here. Adou's steady voice came through the earpiece. Keep an eye on him. From this moment on, every hair on his body must remain under our surveillance. Understood. Top floor of the terminal building. Adou raised his binoculars, the lens firmly fixed on the aircraft door that had just opened. A figure appeared at the doorway. Gold-rimmed glasses, an elegant smile, and a perfectly tailored gray suit. It was Archie. He stood at the top of the boarding stairs. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace this country he had been separated from for 20 years. Bathed in sunlight. Bathed in the glare of cameras. Bathed in the gaze of everyone, filled with anticipation and awe. He looked like a champion returning home in triumph. He did not know. In 3 separate, dark corners, 3 cold, black muzzles were aimed squarely at his forehead. He knew even less. A grand death drama, tailor-made for him, had already, silently, begun.